Chapter 1 It's Your Own Fault. Coordinates: Dragon Country, a city in the parallel world. Crack, boom. Silver white lightning cut through the dark night sky, and rumbling thunder exploded in Qin Hao's ears. Qin Tian rushed to the corridor of a hotel, wiped the rain off his face, and said in a panic, "Pa, this horrible weather, the thunderstorm comes as soon as it's expected." A careless voice came from the corner. "Lu Ruashi, just obey me obediently, don't worry, I will definitely not pay attention to your safety." Lu Ruashi's face flushed, and she said in a cold voice, "Wang Buguang, how dare you drug me?" Wang Buguang scanned Lu Ruashi unscrupulously, and said with a lewd look, "Ha, Dragon Country's most beautiful lady Lu Ruashi, I'm going to take the first place today." A wave of heat came over her, and Lu Ruashi bit her tongue hard, and a smell of blood came over her. Lu Ruashi shook her confused head and said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of doing this? Are you sure you can withstand my wrath?" Wang Buguang licked the corner of his mouth and said, "As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. I am your first man. Maybe after tonight, I will be the father of the child. After tasting the sweetness, will you still be willing to lay a hand on me?" Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "Are you sure you can take me down?" Wang Buguang laughed obscenely. "In such a severe thunderstorm, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. But the more you shout, the more excited I get, ha." Hearing the sound, Qin Tian looked towards the corner curiously. Wang Buguang pounced on Lu Ruashi with a lewd look on his face, but Lu Ruashi nimbly dodged him and hooked his feet together. The fat Wang Buguang fell to the ground with a bang. Wang Buguang covered his nose, which was bleeding, and wailed in pain. "Ouch, it hurts so much." Lu Ruashi raised her high heels and stepped towards Wang Buguang. "Ah." Wang Buguang covered his wound, his body arched like a shrimp, and he wailed in pain. Lu Ruashi raised her high heels again and stepped hard on Wang Buguang's fat face. A sharp scream came from Wang Buguang's mouth, but no one heard it because of the thunder. Wang Buguang covered his body with one hand and the deep bloody holes on his eyes with the other, wailing miserably. Qin Tian only felt a chill under his body, subconsciously covered his body, and said in shock, "Oh my god, this woman is so cruel." Lu Ruashi threw away her expensive high heels with a look of disgust and was about to open the car door and rush to the hospital. Lu Ruashi heard the subtle sound and swept a cold gaze over Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi opened her mouth slightly, shocked. "Oh my god, how can there be such a handsome boy?" The first time she saw Qin Tian, a blush appeared on Lu Ruashi's beautiful little face. Qin Tian saw Lu Ruashi's beautiful face and hot curves, and couldn't help but sigh. She really has the face of an angel but the heart of a devil. Qin Tian felt Lu Ruashi's cold gaze. How could a poor loser like him have ever seen such a scene? Qin Tian turned around and tried to escape, but Lu Ruashi saw the opportunity and he rushed over and grabbed Qin Tian's hand, twisted it backhanded out of habit, and pushed Qin Tian against the wall. "Ah, it hurts." Qin Tian cried out in pain and hurriedly explained, "Beauty, listen to my excuse, I really didn't see anything." Lu Ruashi moved closer to Qin Tian and sniffed unconsciously. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, "Handsome guy, come with me." Qin Tian was horrified and said, "I really didn't see anything." You don't want to kill me to silence me, do you?" An irritated Lu Ruashi twisted Qin Tian's hand impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up." Qin Tian has been a good student since he was young. He has never even had a fight, so how could he be a match for the fighting master Lu Ruashi? Qin Tian grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. It hurts, can't I just go?" Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian into the elevator and went straight to the presidential suite on the top floor. Qin Tian sighed to himself, it's really like a scholar meeting a soldier, he can't explain himself clearly. Lu Ruashi freed up one hand and sent a message. Soon, a group of men in black dragged away the unconscious Wang Buguang. Not long after, the century-old Wang family, to which Wang Buguang belonged, collapsed in an instant. And there was no news of Wang Buguang ever again. Lu Ruashi locked the door and pushed Qin Tian onto the big white bed. Qin Tian stood up hurriedly and said nervously, "Beautiful lady, don't worry, I haven't seen you today." Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian's handsome face, her face turned even redder, and she said in a cold voice, "What are you talking about? Sit down." Qin Tian knew that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him, and there was no point in talking to such a violent woman. Qin Tian hurriedly sat down and said, "Beautiful lady, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Lu Ruashi glanced at Qin Tian's handsome face and asked impatiently, "What's your name?" Qin Tian didn't dare to tell this female devil his information, so he avoided the question and said, "Don't worry, beauty, I didn't see anything today." Lu Ruashi raised Qin Tian's chin and said irritably, "Be good and tell me, what's your name?" Qin Tian said helplessly, "Sister, can you let me go?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Lu Ruashi pinched Qin Tian's chin and said condescendingly, "You'd better listen to your sister and you will get the benefits." Qin Tian was like a little white rabbit, with a horrified look on his face. "Don't mess around, or I'll yell." Lu Ruashi said with a smile. "You can scream, but no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." Qin Tian crawled backwards to the head of the bed. Lu Ruashi grabbed Qin Tian's feet and pulled hard, pulling Qin Tian back again. Lu Ruashi, with a blushing face, said irritably, "You are not obedient at all, you deserve to be beaten." Lu Ruashi slapped Qin Tian, and Qin Tian said in shame and anger, "Don't be so proud, you devil girl. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed." Lu Ruashi looked impatient and slashed Qin Tian's neck with a palm knife. Qin Tian's eyes went dark and he had no idea what happened next. Lu Ruashi whispered, "That's good, I like obedient men. But this boy is so handsome, he looks exactly like me. Is this the man God has given me?" Chapter 2: The Chosen One. At this moment, a royal sister's voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. "Congratulations to the host for traveling to a parallel world. The God-level system has been activated and data is being read." An unknown amount of time had passed before the voice of the royal sister sounded again in Qin Tian's mind. "The God-level system has been loaded and bound to the host Qin Tian. The host has bound the goddess Lu Ruashi as his lifelong love. Now I will give the host a novice gift pack, which will reward the host with the maximum charm value." The voice of the system elf continued to ring in Qin Tian's mind. Warm reminder, this system is the only system in this world, full of positive energy. Once a goddess is bound, it cannot be changed. All tasks and rewards will be released around the goddess. At this time, Qin Tian, who was in a coma, had no idea that he had been hit by this huge surprise and became the lucky man in the legend. The midsummer sun shines through the gaps in the curtains and onto the big white bed. Lu Ruashi was the first to wake up from Qin Tian's chest. She looked at Qin Tian's handsome profile, her face slightly flushed, and she secretly said with joy, "This must be the man God gave me. He is so handsome and I love him so much." Lu Ruashi picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table with a satisfied look on her face and clicked on a message, which was Qin Tian's detailed information. Lu Ruashi muttered to herself, "Qin Tian, male. Residence of Longwa City A. Age, 22. Height 187 centimeters. My parents died early, and I graduated from the finance department of City A University." Lu Ruashi smiled knowingly and whispered softly, "Poor little man, I'm 1 year older than you, so let me take care of you from now on." Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tian on his thin lips. Qin Tian was awakened by the little wildcat in his arms and looked at Lu Ruashi in confusion. Lu Ruashi was about to speak when Qin Tian wrapped himself tightly in the quilt in fear and said, "Ah! You devil, what on earth did you do to me?" The quilt was taken away by Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi blushed and said generously, "What do you think? My little man." Qin Tian quickly closed his eyes and said with a red face, "You evil woman, you lecher, you actually. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian's shy face and said in a rare good temper, "What's wrong with me?" Qin Tian said angrily, "You female devil, I'm going to sue you." Lu Ruashi pinched Qin Tian's chin with a smile and said, "Little man, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Ruashi, the only heir of the Lu family and the president of the Lu Group. Do you think that with your ability, you can influence me in the slightest?" Qin Tian's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, "A city Lu family Lu Ruashi?" After all, Qin Tian studied finance, so he naturally knew the Lu family in City A, which was the undisputed #1 among the wealthy families. Lu Ruashi is even more famous. Not only is she known as the most beautiful socialite, she is also known for her ruthlessness in the business world. Lu Ruashi couldn't help but cover Qin Tian's thin lips, and with a smack sound, she woke Qin Tian up from his thoughts. Qin Tian's handsome face suddenly turned red. "Pa. Qin Tian wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue in disgust and said in horror, "How can you be so shameless, you devil girl?" Lu Ruashi, a proud daughter of heaven, had never been scolded and despised so many times before. Lu Ruashi's face turned cold, and she pinched Qin Tian's chin and said, "Stinky man, don't be shameless." Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said, "Devil girl, even if you get my body, you can't get my heart." Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet, but it can quench your thirst." Qin Tian said angrily, You are shameless." Lu Ruashi pulled Qin Tian over and said, "Qin Tian, listen to me, from now on you are my, Lu Ruashi's, man." Qin Tian was so angry that he punched Lu Ruashi and said, "Don't even think about it." Lu Ruashi dodged it easily, pressed Qin Tian under her, and said with a smile, "Are you sure you want to fight me?" He couldn't win by scolding, and couldn't win by beating. A huge sense of shame came over him, and Qin Tian closed his eyes with a helpless look on his face. "Destroy it, I'm tired." Lu Ruashi slapped Qin Tian and said, "Hurry up and get up and wash up. If you don't behave, I'll punish you." Qin Tian had no choice but to walk towards the bathroom with a helpless look on his face, secretly wondering how he could escape the clutches of this female devil. Qin Tian looked at himself in the mirror and whispered, "What should I do if this continues? No, I have to find a way to escape. I, Qin Tian, cannot be corrupted by wealth and power, and cannot be bent by might and might. How can I allow a female devil like you to run wild?" After Qin Tian and the other person washed up, Qin Tian said with a righteous look, "Ms. Lu, with your looks and family background, you can have any man you want. Why do you keep pestering me?" Lu Ruashi lifted Qin Tian's chin and said charmingly, "There are thousands of men in the world, but I only want you." Qin Tian was slightly distracted and thought to himself, "What a vixen." Qin Tian said angrily, "Lu Ruashi, what do you want in exchange for letting me go?" Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Maybe I'm tired of playing." Lu Ruashi secretly added, "How could I get tired of such a handsome and fun man?" Qin Tian sneered and said, "Don't even think about it, I won't let you succeed again." Lu Ruashi said in a slightly cold voice, "If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. You really can't spoil a man." Lu Ruashi opened the door to the presidential suite, and a group of burly men in black entered one after another, saying respectfully, "Hello, miss." Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "Take my son-in-law back. He is not allowed to leave the manor without my permission." The bodyguards hurriedly said respectfully, "Yes, miss." Qin Tian looked at this group of burly men and picked up a chair without fear, ready to fight them head-on. However, he was too weak and was defeated in one round. Lu Ruashi said in a slightly cold voice, "Pay attention to your strength, don't hurt the uncle." The bodyguards hurriedly responded respectfully, carefully carrying Qin Tian away. Qin Tian said angrily, "Female devil, stop pretending to be sympathetic here." The bodyguard leader Zhang Wu was shocked and thought to himself, "Is there something wrong with this son-in-law's brain? Being favored by a peerless lady like Miss, you are so ungrateful." After everyone left, Lu Ruashi laughed and said, "My little man is so funny, the days ahead will surely be interesting. From now on, I won't have to sleep alone in the long nights. It's great." Chapter 3: Entering the house. The car stopped at an elegant garden-style villa and Qin Tian got out reluctantly. A beautiful woman accompanied by a group of maids said respectfully, "Good morning, son-in-law." Qin Tian was shocked by this scene and took a closer look. "Oh my god, the maids are all campus beauties, what kind of family background does this guy have?" The leading woman walked up gracefully and said respectfully, "Hello, son-in-law. I am Zhang Yu, the housekeeper of Lu's manor. If you have any needs, you can tell us." Qin Tian widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Although this girl is not as stunningly stunning as the female devil, she is also a top school beauty." Ahmedba, sin. Although Qin Tian is handsome, he is a super otaku after all. How could he have seen so many beautiful women? Qin Tian even forgot to answer, and walked into the manor with his hands and feet as if he was walking on cotton. The maids couldn't help but laugh softly. Maid Yongfei said in shock, "My god. Miss has always been very disgusted with men, and almost no man can get close to her. This son-in-law must be very outstanding." Maid Zhang Xiu sighed in her heart. This young man seems so innocent. Qin Tian's handsome face couldn't help but blush, and he sighed secretly. "I finally understand how Tang Seng felt when he entered the kingdom of women." Zhang Yu glared at the maids and hurried to catch up with Qin Tian. Zhang Yu looked at Qin Tian's handsome profile and tall figure, secretly shocked and said, No wonder he can charm the young ladies so much, such a man is indeed charming. Zhang Yu took Qin Tian around to introduce the manner, and Qin Tian interrupted with a smile. Beauty, you don't need to introduce me. I just want to know when I can leave here. Zhang Yu smiled sweetly and said, son-in-law, you can just call me Zhang Yu or Yor. Without the lady's order, you cannot leave the manor for the time being. Qin Tian said angrily. This female devil, you are illegally imprisoning me. Zhang Yu laughed so hard that her body trembled. Even if she imprisons you, based on my understanding of the young lady, she will only imprison you. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth and said, I will never succumb to the threats of that witch. Zhang Yu advised solemnly. Sir, let's not talk about our young lady's family background, just talking about her appearance, she is stunningly beautiful. Why don't you be more obedient? Wouldn't it be a great blessing to rise to the top in one step? Qin Tian said with a stern face, I have good teeth, I can't eat this bowl of soft rice. Zhang Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, son-in-law, you are so humorous. Qin Tian said helplessly, please take me to my room, Miss Zhang. Zhang Yu led Qin Tian all the way to Lu Ruashi's room on the second floor. Qin Tian looked at the magnificent decoration and luxurious furnishings and secretly smacked his lips. This female devil is really rich. Zhang Yu pushed open the door of Lu Ruashi's boudoir and said with a smile, Sir, we're here. Qin Tian looked at the furnishings in the room and was even more amazed. He said in shock. Isn't this the women's room? Zhang Yu smiled and said, This is the young lady's boudoir. Qin Tian felt a pain in his waist instantly, and said with a slightly red face. I don't want to live here. Just give me a smaller room. Zhang Yu smiled and persuaded. Son-in-law, I advise you to stay here obediently, otherwise when the young lady comes back, given her temper, she will tie you up and take you back. Qin Tian muttered to himself. This female devil is probably capable of doing such a ridiculous thing. Qin Tian said indignantly, You are forcing good women into prostitution. Zhang Yu covered his mouth and chuckled. Sir, don't worry, even if you force a good woman into prostitution, you are the young ladies alone. Helpless Qin Tian had to walk into the boudoir shyly like a little wife. Qin Tian, with nothing to do, lay on the big pink bed, looking at the light pink silk bed curtains above his head. Qin Tian wailed, Why the hell do I feel like an ancient princess's concubine? Qin Tian scratched his itch and sighed secretly. This female devil is really rich. When can I escape from her clutches? Bored Qin Tian rubbed his waist, took out his mobile phone and started playing the chicken game. At noon, there was a knock on the door. Qin Tian stood up, turned off his phone and said, Come in. Zhang Xiu, dressed in a maid outfit, walked in respectfully and said, Sir, you can go downstairs to have lunch. Qin Tian glanced at Zhang Xiu and said curiously, You and Zhang Yu look alike. Zhang Xiu smiled sweetly and said, Zhang Yu is my biological sister. Qin Tian nodded and said, No wonder, they are a pair of sisters. Qin Tian sat down at the dining table, looking at the table full of delicacies from land and sea. Capitalists are really extravagant. I can't eat so much by myself, let's sit down and eat together. The maids hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads. Zhang Yu said respectfully. The young lady will be here soon. She is the most disciplined person. We dare not eat at the same table with her. Qin Tian sneered. What a bullshit rule. It's just the rich people messing around with people. The girls didn't dare to answer this. Qin Tian asked curiously. Does that devil woman have to come back for lunch every day? The maids pursed their lips slightly and said in shock. This son-in-law is really stubborn. He dares to call the young lady a female devil. But you know what, it's really appropriate. Zhang Yu said respectfully. She doesn't come back usually. She must be worried about her husband. Qin Tian sneered. That bullshit heart of mine, that female devil is just teasing me. Puff. The maids couldn't help but chuckle, and at this moment, Lu Ruashi pushed the door open. The maids all turned pale and lowered their heads involuntarily. Lu Ruashi, who came back happily to see her beloved, suddenly turned cold and said in a cold voice. Everyone, get out of here. The maids hurriedly left with a respectful look on their faces. Lu Ruashi came to Qin Tian gracefully, pinched Qin Hao's chin, and said in a slightly cold voice. I'm just teasing you, what's wrong with that? Qin Tian said in pain. You are shameless. I have never seen a woman as shameless as you. Qin Tian's words made Lu Ruashi so angry that her liver hurt. Lu Ruashi covered Qin Tian's thin lips, made a smack sound, and said with a giggle. What's wrong with me teasing my own man? You are not obedient at all. I will collect some interest first and then teach you a lesson later. Qin Tian wiped the corner of his mouth with a look of disgust and said speechlessly. Who is your man? How shameless. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes in anger and said speechlessly, I have never seen a man as stupid as you. Qin Tian hit the snake with the stick. Yes, I am hopelessly stupid. I really am not worthy of you. Throw me out right now. Chapter 4, The Happy Son-in-Law. Lu Ruashi sat down next to Qin Tian and said with a sneer, You are so beautiful. A scent unique to a female devil rushed into Qin Tian's nose. Qin Tian's earlobes turned slightly red, and he secretly complained. This female devil must be a vixen, otherwise why would she smell so good? I must stay away from her in the future, so as not to be exploited by her. Qin Tian grew up alone and helpless, often hungry and full. Where had he seen such delicacies from the mountains and the sea? Qin Tian swallowed hard and thought to himself. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's eat our fill first. Qin Tian no longer paid any attention to the female devil and started to eat frantically. Lu Ruashi knew almost every detail of Qin Tian's experience and watched Qin Tian wolfing down the food. Lu Ruashi said distressfully, Xiaotian, go slower, be careful not to choke. Qin Tianguan's way. I'm just a poor loser who has never seen the world. I'm ashamed of you. Just kick me out right away, to avoid embarrassing yourself. Lu Ruashi said with a domineering look, Who dares to say anything about my man, Lu Ruashi? Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, My queen, you are awesome, okay? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Little Tian, be good, I will spoil you from now on. Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said unconvincedly, Little Tian? How am I little? Lu Ruashi glanced at Qin Hao and said with satisfaction. You are indeed not young anymore. You are already 22 years old. It is okay for me to call you Tian. Qin Tian's earlobes blushed as he said, Female hooligan. At this time, in the old house of the Lu family, Lu's mother Su Yuanying looked at the message on her phone and said in disbelief. Oh my god, Ruashi actually brought a man back to the manor. Father Lu Tianxi sneered and said. There's not even a male mosquito in the manor. You're still a man. I would believe you if Ruashi brought a woman back to the manor. Grandma Lulan glared at her son and said, What are you talking about, you little bastard? Grandpa Lu Dingwa said expectantly, Yuanying, is this true? Su Yuanying held the phone and said happily. Really, it's absolutely true. Look, this is the boy's information. Lu Tianxi and the other two hurriedly surrounded him, and Su Yuanying said with a smile. It is said that Ruashi and this boy stayed in the hotel last night, and they were brought back to the manor today. Grandma Lulan smiled happily and said. This boy is so handsome. Grandpa Lu Dingwa said with a beaming face, my granddaughter has such a good eye. Lu Tianxi said with great relief. My precious daughter has finally come to her senses. I was so worried. Su Yuanying said with a smile. Honey, you're so funny. A wild boar from another family ate your cabbage, and you, as a father, are actually so happy. Lu Tianxi smiled and said. It doesn't matter if it's a little wild boar or something, as long as it's a decent male. Su Yuanying said with a smile. I told you, my daughter just has high standards, there is absolutely nothing wrong with her sexual orientation. Lu Tianxi asked tentatively, how about we go over and see our son-in-law? Lu Lan said with a little hesitation. They have just started dating. Will we scare Xiaotian if we go over there? Lu Dingwa pondered for a moment and said. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. If we go there in person, it will better show our respect for Xiaotian. Su Yuanying stood up impatiently and said, let's go see our son-in-law now. A group of 4 people hurried towards Lu's manor. After Qin Tian and the others finished their meal, Qin Tian asked curiously. Devil girl, why don't you go to work? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Xiaotian, are you concerned about me? Qin Tian sneered. I don't care about you, I just don't want to see you. Lu Ruashi was so angry that her liver ached, and said in a slightly cold voice. You are such an ungrateful dog man. I just have some difficulty walking today. Qin Tian gloated. You female devil, are you finally getting your comeuppance after being injured? Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes at Qin Tian and said unhappily. He's injured and bleeding, and it's not you who caused it. Qin Tian had a question mark on his forehead, and said stupidly and cutely, "Female devil, what do you mean?" Lu Ruashi said with a smile. "You fool, it's all because of what you did last night." Qin Tian looked as if his long tail had been stepped on, his face flushed as he said, "What did I do? You are slandering me. You knocked me unconscious. I don't know anything. It's obviously your own fault, and you're blaming me." Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "How about letting you experience it yourself now? Don't worry, sister will love you tenderly." Qin Tian said angrily, "Don't even think about it. I won't let you succeed again." Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, "You will." Qin Tian was about to speak when Lu Dinghua and the other three came in with smiles on their faces and said affectionately, "Xiao Tian, we are here to see you." Qin Tian looked at the four people with question marks on their faces, and two blushes floated on Lu Ruashi's beautiful little face. Lu Ruashi stood up with a blushing face and greeted her family. After Lu Ruashi's introduction, Qin Tian looked at the four people with a shocked expression and said, Lu, General Lu, General Lu?" Lu Dinghua said with a red face, "Xiao Tian, just call me Grandpa." Lu Tianxi patted Qin Tian's shoulder, nodded and praised. "Nice physique, looks very powerful." Qin Tian hurriedly said respectfully, "Hello, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie." Lu Dinghua and the other three responded with a smile. Grandma Lulan kindly pulled Qin Tian to sit down and said, "Xiao Tian, we are all family, no need to be so polite." Su Yuanying was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She said with a look of joy, "Xiao Tian, Ruashi has been spoiled by us. If she does anything wrong, just teach her a lesson." Lu Ruashi said shyly, "Mom." Qin Tian lamented in his heart. "I teach her a lesson? What do I teach her with? My head?" Qin Tian thought to himself. Should we tell them about Lu Ruashi's atrocities? Lu Dinghua and others are upright and will definitely let me go. But what the hell should I say? Did your precious daughter cue me? And they imprisoned me. This is too shameful. Qin Tian said hypocritically, "Auntie is joking." Lu Ruashi finally let go of her worries and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mom. I love Xiao Tian very much. Don't worry, I will love him very much." Su Yuanying and the others nodded with satisfaction, and Qin Tian sneered in his heart. This female devil is really talking nonsense and telling lies all the time. Everyone in the Lu family was very attentive and concerned about Qin Tian. Everyone in the Lu family also knew that it would be awkward for Qin Tian to meet for the first time. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to Lu's old house contentedly. Chapter 5: Reaching the Pinnacle. Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tian's handsome face and said with a smile, "Little Tian, you are so good. I love you so much." Qin Tianjun blushed and said angrily, "Female devil, you molested me again." Lu Ruashi, with charming eyes, wrapped her arms around Qin Tian's neck and said with a sweet breath, "Xiao Tian, my legs hurt, carry me upstairs and take a nap." Qin Tian's hair stood on end, and he said in horror, "Devil girl, what are you trying to do?" Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe and gently touched it and said, "Don't worry, my legs are weak, I'm just taking a lunch break." Qin Tian said with a righteous look, "Devil girl, you'd better not do anything weird, otherwise." Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with clear eyes and said in a silly and cute way, "Otherwise, what do you want to do, little Tian?" Qin Tian felt the soft body of the woman in his arms and sighed inwardly. This female devil is really a versatile witch. Qin Tian pushed Lu Ruashi away and said with a red face, "Devil girl, no matter what tricks you play, you will never succeed." Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "It seems that Xiao Tian still likes to drink the wine for punishment. It turns out that you like this tune." Qin Tian said as if he was facing a great enemy. "Devil girl, please don't mess around. I'm not afraid of you." Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, "You just behaved very well, I like it very much. Don't worry, I won't hit you today." Qin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "This female devil is not only good at fighting, but also very strong. I really don't know how such a delicate and weak body can contain such great energy." Lu Ruashi took advantage of the moment when Qin Tian was distracted, picked up Qin Tian and carried him sideways like a princess, and went upstairs to the boudoir. Zhang Xiu, who was cleaning, almost popped her eyes out of her head and was shocked. Oh my god, the lady is really awesome. She really hugs men. Yang Fei was wiping the glass, wiping the air with her hands, and she was stunned and thought to herself. What advantages does the son-in-law have that make the young lady treat him like this? Qin Tian was so shocked that he was petrified. By the time Qin Tian came to his senses, Lu Ruashi had already come to the second floor carrying Qin Tian. A huge sense of shame came over him, and Qin Tian shouted in frustration. You devil girl, put me down. You have no shame, but you still have some dignity. Lu Ruashi kicked open the door, threw Qin Tian on the big pink bed, and muttered. Xiao Tian Tian, you really sank to death. Next time, it's your turn to carry me up. Qin Tian's nose was about to spit fire, and he said in shame and anger, Devil girl, don't even think about it. Lu Ruashi hissed and said. Little Tian Tian, be good and take a nap with your sister. Qin Tian crawled backwards to the head of the bed. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's feet and said tenderly. Don't worry, I'm not feeling well, I'm just taking a nap. If you don't obey me, I will chain you to the bed. Qin Tianqi rolled his eyes. You dare? Lu Ruashi hooked Qin Tian's chin and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian Tian, do you think I dare? Qin Tian thought to himself. There is nothing this female devil dare not do. If I really get locked up, I'll just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. Qin Tian said with a vigilant look. You have to keep your word, otherwise I will fight you to the point where both of us will suffer heavy losses. Lu Ruashi climbed onto Qin Tian's neck with both hands and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian Tian, you hurt me yesterday. A stream of alluring fragrance rushed straight into Qin Tian's nostrils. Qin Tian said with a red face, you are so shameless. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Why do you need to show your dignity in front of your man? Can your dignity be as good as my man's? Qin Tian wailed in his heart. Who the hell spread the rumor that this female devil is an icy beauty? Isn't this just a female hooligan? Lu Ruashi covered Qin Tian's thin lips, and Qin Tian's eyes widened, with a look of bewilderment. This woman is cheating. Qin Tian broke away from Lu Ruashi and said, You woman, you don't keep your word. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, I didn't say I wouldn't kiss you. Qin Tian was stunned. He really didn't say that. Before Qin Tian could react, Lu Ruashi's beautiful red lips wrapped around him again. Lu Ruashi lay on Qin Tian's broad and powerful chest, stretched out her slender fingers, pinched Qin Tian's high nose bridge and said, Little lazy pig, get up, it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Tian woke up from his deep sleep and sighed. Women's words are deceiving. Especially this super beautiful woman, I really believed her lies. A royal sister's voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. The owner's facial features are detected and there is still room for improvement. Now optimize the host's facial features to bring them to the peak of humanity. Qin Tian was startled and thought to himself, who is talking to me? The system's royal sister voice sounded. Hello, master, I am the only system on Blue Planet, the god-level system. Qin Tian said excitedly. Wow, the legendary system actually exists. Then I can make the devil girl kneel down and sing Conquer in the future. The system's beautiful voice sounded. Well, the rewards in this system are all centered around the male and female masters, and are distributed randomly. Qin Tian was shocked and asked, Mistress, who is the mistress? The system elf smiled and said. This system has bound Lu Ruashi as the mistress by default. Qin Tian said in shock. So, your system is useless. Then why do I need you? I want to be untied from the system. The system said calmly, warm reminder to the host, once the host unbinds this system. The host will be inhumane at best, or destroyed at worst. Are you sure you want to unbind me? Qin Tian secretly complained, No, your system is a ripoff. The system rarely comforted. The host only needs to work hard to please the mistress. This system will definitely train the host to become the most perfect man in the world, and will unlock various rewards later. Qin Tian said speechlessly, Are you my system or Lu Ruashi's system? The system elf smiled and said, To be precise, it is the system of both of you. Qin Tian follows the principle of not taking advantage of others. Then why don't I have a beginner's gift pack? The system chuckled and said, The novice gift pack has been distributed, which will increase the owner's charm value to the maximum. Qin Tian was secretly shocked. I was wondering why I felt more attractive. I see. The system elf said with a smile, otherwise, why would a girl like Lu Ruashi be so obsessed with you? Qin Tian asked curiously, System, you won't turn me into a monster, will you? The system explained jokingly. Don't worry, host. All physical rewards will only reach the limit of human beings. They will not allow the host to transform into a super scion. Qin Tian waved his hands and said, Tunzi, kneel down and greet me. System. Chapter 6 A Beautiful Girl in a Golden House. Qin Tian muttered in his heart. I can't escape the clutches of the female devil for the time being anyway, so it seems like it might be a good idea to take advantage of her for the time being. Lu Ruashi saw Qin Tian with a silly look on his face and said in surprise. Xiao Tian Tian, why do I feel that you are more handsome than before? God, I love you so much. How about we take a break? Qin Tian was horrified and said weakly, Devil girl, you really have no moral principles. Lu Ruashi said radiantly. Xiao Tian Tian, this is not my fault, okay? Who made you like me so much? Qin Tian said angrily, you. Lu Ruashi said jokingly. Xiao Tian Tian, your body is much more honest than your mouth. Qin Tian pulled the quilt over his head and sighed. Destroy it, I'm tired. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. It's still not too late to get up and have a midnight snack. Lu Ruashi held her slender waist and walked towards the bathroom with an awkward look on her face. After Lu Ruashi finished washing up, Qin Tian came to the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and sighed to himself. It seems that this system is not completely useless, right? Just based on this face, won't all those women be fascinated by him in the future? But being too charming is not a good thing. It's too much of a draw. After Qin Tian finished washing up, their dinner naturally turned into a midnight snack. Lu Ruashi was no longer elegant. She and Qin Tian turned into crazy eaters to make up for the huge amount of energy consumed. Qin Tian patted his swollen belly and felt like he was alive again. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and gave a thumbs up, saying, Xiao Tian Tian is so good, sister gives you a 5-star praise. Qin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this crazy woman and said speechlessly. Devil girl, how long are you going to keep me locked up? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, I'll keep you locked up until you behave yourself. Qin Tian said with a look of joy. I just listened to you, can you let me go? Lu Ruashi said with a smile. If you behave like this every day, I won't restrict your freedom. Qin Tian sneered and said, Female devil, you are dreaming. You are illegally imprisoning someone, which is against the law. Lu Ruashi shook her head and said with a smile, This is called hiding a beautiful girl in a golden house. Qin Tian said angrily. FCK, I have a beautiful girl in this house. I am a man, a man. Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's chest and said. Xiao Tian Tian, sister knows that you are a man, and the best man in the world. Be good, anger is harmful to your health, let us not get angry. Qin Tian took a deep breath and said, Devil girl, you are really a lunatic. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with shining eyes and said. Xiao Tian Tian, if you don't want me anymore, I will really go crazy. Qin Tian said speechlessly. Devil girl, what do you like about me? Can't I change? Lu Ruashi glanced at Qin Tian and said with a smile. Xiao Tian Tian, do you want to practice the sunflower manual? Qin Tian felt his legs suddenly go cold, and he clamped them together and said, Devil girl, you are so cruel. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Tian Tian, it's okay. I can't bear to hurt Xiao Tian Tian. Qin Tian said speechlessly, Female devil, you are really shameless. Lu Ruashi looked at the bright moon outside and said. Xiao Xianshan, please accompany me to take a walk in the garden. Qin Tian patted his forehead and said. Miss, what time is it now? Are you going to perform a Chinese ghost story? Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes. Oh, I see. Xiao Tian Tian wants to accompany me to rest. Qin Tian unconsciously rubbed his slightly sore waist and said. Take a walk after dinner. Even if you live to be 99, it's still better to take a walk. A Chinese ghost story is just a Chinese ghost story. Brother Tian, I am not Ning Kaichen, the weak scholar. Lu Ruashi put her arms around Qin Tian's arm, walked happily into the garden, and said with a charming smile. You're right, Brother Tian is a super strong man with great strength. Qin Tian said speechlessly. Lu Ruashi, you lecher, can you please have some shame? Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes. Brother Tian, why don't you take the initiative? I will be so shy. Qin Tian said speechlessly, get lost. Under the bright moonlight, Lu Ruashi leaned her head on Qin Tian's shoulder like a little bird, and said with a sweet smile. Brother Tian, you are so handsome. I am so fascinated by you. Qin Tian said speechlessly. Devil girl, what are you trying to do? You might as well kill me. Lu Ruashi climbed onto Qin Tian's neck and said. Is it not okay for me to play with my own man? Don't worry, I won't play with you to death. I will play with you for the rest of my life. Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said. When did I become your man? Why didn't I know? Lu Ruashi pinched Qin Tian's chin and said. Xiao Tian Tian, you are disobedient again. Be careful or I will take a chain and lock you up. Qin Tian said helplessly. Miss Lu, as the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by love for 100 days, and we are at least a pair of romantic lovers. With your conditions, Miss Lu, you can have any man you want, so please be merciful and let me go. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, you want me to find another man? Qin Tian laughed at himself and said. I'm just a poor loser, how can I be worthy of a peerless beauty like Miss Lu? Stop wasting each other's time. Lu Ruashi said coldly. If you want me to let you go, it will never happen in your next life. You can only be my, Lu Ruashi's, man until you die. Qin Tian said angrily, Devil girl, you are too cruel. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice. You called me a female devil, how can I not be cruel? Qin Tian turned his head away stubbornly. Lu Ruashi pinched Qin Tian's chin hard and said condescendingly. Xiao Tian Tian, I don't mind you being a little bit naughty, but you'd better be obedient, otherwise I won't mind giving you a good lesson. Qin Tian was so angry that he punched Lu Ruashi and said, You are shameless, you female devil. Lu Ruashi dodged it easily and Qin Tian missed. Lu Ruashi kicked Qin Tian's butt mischievously. Qin Tian rushed towards the large swimming pool. With a plop, Qin Tian fell into the swimming pool, splashing water all over the floor. Lu Ruashi smiled and said. Xiao Tian Tian, the weather is too hot and you may get angry easily. Sister wants you to go down and sober up. Qin Tian was floundering in the swimming pool with a pale face and said in panic. Help, I can't swim. Because of the darkness, Lu Ruashi did not notice that Qin Tian was frightened and his face turned pale. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Xiao Tian Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a talent for acting. After all, young people who can't swim are really rare nowadays. After choking on water several times, Qin Tian struggled slower and slower. With nowhere to exert his strength, he slowly slid to the bottom of the water. Qin Tian's mind was in a mess, and he murmured to himself. I want to be killed by the female devil like this, right? Chapter 7, Unwilling to be outdone. Lu Ruashi stared at Qin Tian who was gradually sinking to the bottom of the water, and said in shock. Damn, Xiao Xianchen really can't swim. With a plop, Lu Ruashi jumped into the swimming pool with trepidation and swam towards Qin Tian with all her might. Lu Ruashi lifted Qin Tian from behind and swam hard towards the surface. Lu Ruashi hurriedly dragged Qin Tian to shore and after some first aid, Lu Ruashi hurriedly gave Qin Tian artificial respiration. At this moment, Lu Ruashi was extremely nervous, and her face turned pale with fright. Finally, Qin Tian choked on the water again and resumed breathing. After Qin Tian took a few breaths, he opened his eyes with a pale face and said weakly. Devil girl, you really want to kill me? Lu Ruashi cried out wow, and cried loudly on Qin Tian's chest. Xiao Tian Tian, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to be a widow. At this moment, Lu Ruashi was really scared. What if she really killed her beloved man with her own hands? With her strong personality, she would probably hug Qin Tian and sink to the bottom of the water together. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi like this and couldn't say any more complaints. Qin Tian sighed inwardly. It is better to escape from the clutches of the female devil as soon as possible. Otherwise, she will kill you sooner or later. Qin Tian said helplessly, Why are you howling? I'm not dead yet. The maids and bodyguards had already rushed over after hearing the noise. Qin Tian covered his face with his hands and said silently. This is really a big social death scene. Just drown me. Maid Zhang Xiu was shocked and thought. It's bad enough that my son-in-law can't swim, but he is actually making a fuss in the swimming pool. Isn't this courting death? The housekeeper Zhang Yu was shocked and thought to herself. I learned it, the lady really knows how to have fun. Lu Ruashi wiped her tearful face and waved to everyone. Everyone quickly dispersed and went to eat the melons in secret. Lu Ruashi looked apologetic and blushed as she said, Brother Tian, this is all my fault. You can punish me however you want. Qin Tian said excitedly, Really? Then kick me out. Lu Ruashi said speechlessly. Qin Tian, you stupid ass, am I not pretty enough? You want to leave me so much. Qin Tian said with a righteous look. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression and inferiority for long? Lu Ruashi said expectantly, Xiao Tian Tian, you will be the boss of the family from now on. Qin Tian rolled his eyes in anger, Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Tian Tian, are you not feeling well again? Don't worry, I'll give you artificial respiration right away. Qin Tian said speechlessly. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Help me up. I can still do it. I don't need artificial respiration. Lu Ruashi helped Qin Tian up, her face slightly red as she said. Xiao Tian Tian, I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't swim, please don't be angry with me, okay? For Miss Lu, this was the first time she had ever apologized to someone like this. Seeing the devil girl acting like a young wife, Qin Tian couldn't vent his anger no matter how angry he was. He said unhappily. You must be laughing at me for being a country bumpkin in your heart. Lu Ruashi laughed and said, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Qin Tian snorted and said. Don't I know what you want to do? Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, and said in a long voice, You. Qin Tian said speechlessly, I really admire you, old man. Lu Ruashi's eyes turned and she said. Xiao Tian Tian, I'll teach you how to swim tomorrow. This way, you won't be afraid of any danger in the water in the future. Qin Tian's heart moved, and he said with a suspicious look. Little vixen, what evil ideas are you planning again? Lu Ruashi said innocently. She's just a little girl, what bad ideas can she have? Qin Tian sneered. Still a little girl? Let me remind you that you are a real woman now. Lu Ruashi smiled and said. You're right, I'm a woman now, Xiao Tiantian's woman. Maybe by this time next year, I will be the mother of a little girl. Qin Tian said as if he was facing a formidable enemy, Devil girl, don't try to trap me with your baby. Lu Ruashi said pitifully. Brother, could you bear to see us, an orphan and a widow, being bullied that day? Qin Tian said with a smile. You're being bullied? Are you kidding me? Even vicious dogs will avoid you when they see you. Lu Ruashi blushed and said. Others really can't bully me, but Brother Tian, you can bully me. She got pregnant for you, and you ignored her, you scumbag. Qin Tian said speechlessly. It's getting more and more outrageous. It makes me sound like Chen Shimmy, but I'm the victim. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's arm and said happily. Brother Tian, do you think our baby will look more like you or me? Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Don't tell me you've even thought of a name for your child. Lu Ruashi said excitedly. Thank you Brother Tian for reminding me. I'll think about it in a moment. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi with a dark face, speechless for a moment. After Qin Tian and the other person washed up, Qin Tian curled up beside the bed and said like a little white rabbit. Female devil, please let me go, otherwise, you will kill me sooner or later. Lu Ruashi pulled Qin Tian's hand away, hugged Qin Tian's neck and said. My little Tian Tian has survived a great disaster, so he will surely have good fortune in the future. From now on, your sister will take you flying and let you enjoy all the wealth in the world. Qin Tian shrank his neck and sighed. I'm afraid my small body can't bear it. Lu Ruashi pouted her pink little mouth, and Qin Tian hurriedly hid behind her. With a plop sound, Qin Tian came into close contact with the carpet. Qin Tian got up speechlessly and said, Lu Ruashi, it's fun to play, right? Lu Ruashi rolled over with joy, and said like a little chicken pecking at rice, Xiao Tian Tian, you are so funny. Qin Tian said with a sigh. If I die young someday, it must be because of you. Lu Ruashi clasped her hands together and said, Pooh, 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 children should not be restrained in their words. Lu Ruashi clenched her fist and raised it, glaring at Qin Tian in reproach and said. Xiao Tian Tian, stop talking nonsense, or I'll punish you. Qin Tian felt a little warm in his heart, and muttered to himself. It seems that this female devil is not completely useless. Lu Ruashi rolled to the middle of the bed, patted the big pink bed and said. Little Tian Tian, come to bed soon. If you don't obey me, I will tie you up. Qin Tian sighed helplessly, then fell asleep dejectedly next to Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi buried her head in Qin Tian's chest and said gently, Xiao Tian Tian, don't worry. You were just frightened, sister won't bully you, just rest well. Chapter 8, Beautiful as a Fairy. Qin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was forced to hug the delicate Lu Ruashi. A stream of the devil's unique fragrance rushed straight into Qin Tian's nostrils, and Qin Tian's earlobes couldn't help but turn slightly red. Lu Ruashi twisted her body and said with a sweet breath, Xiao Xianshan, be good and listen to me, and have a good rest. Qin Tian's face turned red, and he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, which made Lu Ruashi laugh secretly. Xiao Xianshan, you are so cute. The golden sunlight spread all over the earth, and Qin Tian, who was sleepy, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Lu Ruashi, who was like an octopus, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and muttered to himself. This female devil's sleeping posture is so indecent. But I guess only a sleeping female devil can be so well behaved. Qin Tian couldn't help but look at Lu Ruashi's peerless beauty, and sighed in his heart. I have to say, this female devil is really beautiful. Lu Ruashi slowly opened her big eyes, just in time to catch Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi twisted her body and said, Xiao Tian Tian, I'm your woman, there's no need to peek. Qin Tian's face turned red, and he stiffened his neck and said, You are talking nonsense. Who peeked? Lu Ruashi said with a smile. I didn't peek, I just stared at my face without blinking. Qin Tianjuan's face flushed and he was speechless for a moment. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Okay, I know you're shy, so I won't laugh at you. Just remember one thing, my sister is your woman. Qin Tian said with an evasive look, I don't know what you are talking about. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Good morning, little Tian Tian. Qin Tian muttered, If you let me go, I'll be fine. Qin Tian had a miserable expression on his face, which made Lu Ruashi roll around on the bed. After they washed up, they went to the restaurant downstairs. The maid Young Fei stared at Qin Tian in amazement, muttering, Why do I feel that my son-in-law is getting more and more handsome, as if he came out of a comic book? Zhang Xiu, who was arranging breakfast, held his hands in the air and said in shock, Oh my god, what kind of a wonderful man did the lady find? He looks more and more handsome the more he looks. Lu Ruashi put her arms around Qin Tian's arm and said, asserting her sovereignty, You little sluts, don't try to get my man, or I'll show you how I'll deal with you. The maids were awakened by Lu Ruashi, and Zhang Yu hurriedly said respectfully, How can we dream of a child of destiny like my son-in-law? It's just that the son-in-law is so handsome that we were too shocked for a moment. Lu Ruashi said proudly, How can my man, Lu Ruashi, not be handsome? Qin Tian rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, You think I'm a Chinese cabbage? Every pig in the family likes me. Women. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Xiao Tian Tian, remember, you are only my cabbage, you can't give it to others. Qin Tian said with a smile, Then do you admit that you are a pig? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, If I can eat Xiao Tiantian's cabbage every day, what's wrong with being a pig? Qin Tian said speechlessly, Lu Ruashi, I really admire you. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Xiao Tian Tian, have I really conquered you? Are you willing to obey me? Qin Tian. The girls were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They were horrified and thought to themselves, This is really our beautiful young lady. This can't be fake, right? After Qin Tian and the others had breakfast, Qin Tian asked curiously, Devil girl, why don't you go to work? Lu Ruashi waved her hand indifferently and said, It's okay to go to the company occasionally to handle things. I have to support so many people and go to work every day. What do I do for free? Besides, why make so much money? You can't spend it all anyway. Qin Tian rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, I'm just a bad mouth. I shouldn't have asked that. Zhang Yu was dumbfounded and thought to himself, Is this still our workaholic daughter? Maybe she's in love. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, I'm telling the truth, Xiao Tian Tian, don't worry, I and everything I have are yours, you can spend it as you please. Qin Tian sneered. A woman's mouth is full of lies. I don't even have personal freedom, and I'm still wandering around like that. Lu Ruashi shook Qin Tian's arm and said, Brother Tian, as long as you obey me, I can give you not only your personal freedom, but also my life. Chin Tian felt a little warm in his heart and said with a smile. You devil girl, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who's so easy to fool? Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Xiao Tian Tian, do I need to lie to you? As the maids watched Lu Ruashi walk upstairs gracefully, Zhang Xiu said in shock. I find that since the young lady got a son-in-law, she is no longer cold and icy. Yang Fei also sighed. Yes, the lady just smiled at me. Zhang Yu smiled and said, we have to give them more nourishment. The girls smiled at each other ambiguously and ate the fresh melons quietly. Chapter 9, Fight. After Chin Tian finished washing, he looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help blushing. This is so embarrassing. After all, he has seen big scenes, but he still has a nosebleed. Lu Ruashi came to the cloakroom, changed into a white embroidered cheongsam, and walked into the room gracefully in high heels. Chin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was wearing a cheongsam. The close-fitting cut showed off her perfect curves to the fullest. Lu Ruashi looked at Chin Tian's fiery eyes, smiled and said, Xiao Tian Tian, am I beautiful? Chin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, beautiful, beautiful. Puff. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said. It turns out that Xiao Tian Tian likes me more when I wear cheongsam. Then I will wear it every day for you to see, okay? Chin Tian's face turned red again, and he sighed inwardly. Don't be silly, how can you take the words of the female devil seriously? No, I have to escape quickly. If this continues, I will really be trapped and unable to extricate myself. Lu Ruashi held Chin Tian's arm affectionately and said. My little Tian Tian, don't be shy, come here, sister will love you. Chin Tian said speechlessly, if you really love me, just let me go. Lu Ruashi smiled and said. If you run away, I will definitely find you. But what if I can't find it? Who can I cry to? Once I am sure you will not run away, I will naturally stop restricting your freedom. Chin Tian said helplessly. No matter what, you just won't let me go free. Lu Ruashi said excitedly. Since you want to go out so much, I'll take you shopping. I haven't bought anything for you in person yet. It is worth mentioning that since the moment Chin Tian stepped into the manor, Lu Ruashi asked major brands to deliver various clothes according to Chin Tian's size, filling up the cloakroom. Although Chin Tian is not interested in shopping, he is still quite excited to go out for a walk. Chin Tian and his companion quickly arrived at the luxury shopping mall, and Lu Ruashi waved to the 2 female bodyguards. The 2 female bodyguards and the male bodyguards quickly disappeared into the crowd. Chin Tian looked at the 2 identical female bodyguards and asked curiously, twins? Lu Ruashi smiled and nodded. It's a pity that I'm not a twin, otherwise I would make you twice as happy. Chin Tian sneered. I won't believe you, you are so jealous, and you are making me twice as happy. Luckily I'm not a twin, otherwise you would be the one who gets double the happiness. Lu Ruashi shook her head seriously and said. In career, my sister has a big heart. In love, my sister has a small heart. Only you are enough for me in this life. Chin Tian felt a little warm in his heart, and said with a look of disbelief. You're just trying to find something new, you haven't gotten tired of it yet. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Xiao Tian Tian, you are a turtle, hiding your head in your armor. Arm yourself tightly and don't show your head at all. As soon as Chin Tian and his companion entered the luxury plaza, they instantly attracted most people's attention. There was no other reason, it was just that the 2 of them were too good looking. Such a perfect match of golden boy and jade girl was something that people had never seen, let alone even heard of. Passerby Lady A said with a blushing face. Ah, what a handsome little brother. I can't take it anymore, help me up, my legs are weak. Passerby Lady B said with shining eyes. The little sister is so beautiful, I really want to be close to her. Lu Ruashi happily took Chin Tian's big hand and walked into a men's clothing store. The shopping guide greeted her with a smile on her face. Lu Ruashi held the clothes and gestured to Chin Tian from time to time. Chin Tian picked up a pair of pants and looked at them, and said in shock. Oh my god, a pair of pants costs 25,000 yuan, I might as well go rob them. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. My little Tian Tian deserves the best in the world. Chin Tian shook his head and said. I'm not a sucker. I'm not going to spend a few W on a pair of pants. Aren't the 10 yuan pants better? Lu Ruashi said gently, my little Tian Tian, you smell good no matter what pants you wear. Chin Tian said speechlessly. My dear Miss Lu, we are not on the highway, please pay attention to your speed. Next to them was a fat and big-eared upstart, hugging a woman with a snake-like face, and stealing glances at Ruashi from time to time. The upstart heard the conversation between the two and sneered to himself. They looked well-dressed, but turned out to be two poor fellows. They must be the mistresses of a rich man. The nouveau riche glanced at the charming woman next to him, shook his head and said inwardly, "There is no comparison between them." The upstart coughed lightly, walked up to Qin Tian and the other man with a big belly and said, "My beautiful lady, my name is Zhang Fugui, the owner of Zhang's construction company. I wonder if I can have the honor to be the lover of this beautiful lady." Ruashi's face turned cold instantly, and she looked at the nouveau riche in front of her as if he were a dead person. Although Qin Tian expressed his dissatisfaction with the evil woman's tyranny, after all, they are a couple who have been together for a lifetime and are bound by 100 days of grace. Qin Tian instantly felt a green glow on his head, and said angrily, "Get lost, you fat pig." Ruashi, who was about to wave her hand to ask the bodyguards to throw the dead fat pig out, hurriedly crossed her arms and watched the show. The upstart once said proudly, "Boy, you have to know that being handsome is useless. In this society, it still depends on who has money. Beauty, don't you think so?" After all, Qin Tian was holding Ruashi's long legs, and said confidently, "You fat pig, I think you are really looking for death." Zhang Fugui sneered. "Boy, I'll give you 5 million. Give me your woman. This is money you can never earn in your lifetime." Qin Tian kicked Zhang Fugui in a rage, and Zhang Fugui fell to the ground. Although Qin Tian is a weakling in combat, he is much stronger than Zhang Fugui, who barely even breathes when walking. Qin Tian picked up an ornament next to him and smashed it at Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui covered his bloody face and wailed in pain. The seductive woman shouted sharply, "You bastard, you actually dared to beat someone up in the street, you're dead. Do you know who Mr. Zhang is? He is the boss of Zhang Construction Company." Ruashi looked at the man who stood up for her with admiration, but Ruashi also followed Qin Tian closely. She was afraid that her man's weak fighting ability would explode and he would get hurt. Sun Tian, Sun Mi and other bodyguards had cleared the area and surrounded everyone. The shop assistants looked at the group of burly men in black clothes in front of them and were secretly shocked. Who are these two handsome men and beautiful women? This scene is too scary. Qin Tian threw away the blood-stained ornament in his hand and said with a paw, "You fat pig, you really want to die. How dare you tease my woman?" Chapter 10, Frugality. Qin Tian's words made Ruashi smile, and she said in secret, "Oh my god, Xiao Tian, you finally admitted that you are my man, I am so happy." Zhang Fugui looked at the group of burly men in black clothes around him, and he realized that he had offended the wrong people. Zhang Fugui said with a pale face, "Who are you?" Qin Tian snorted coldly. "She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and I am her man." Zhang Fugui's eyes widened as he spoke with a look of grief. Lu, the eldest lady of the Lu family? The shop assistants looked even more respectful, and muttered to themselves, "I was wondering why this handsome guy is so handsome and arrogant. It turns out he is Miss Lu's kept gigolo." Ruashi waved to the bodyguards with a smile on her face, and the bodyguards immediately dragged Zhang Fugui and the other man away. Ruashi jumped up and down, hugged Qin Tian's arm, kissed Qin Tian's handsome face and said, "Xiao Tian, you are so manly. I love you so much." Qin Tian said proudly, "That's right, brother Tian, I am a master of Chinese martial arts." Ruashi said with a smile, "Brother Tian, let's spar with each other later." Qin Tian said with a wondering look, "Brother Tian, I never hit women." Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. "It would be strange if you didn't hit a woman. You beat her until she cried." Qin Tian. Ruashi said with a proud look on her face, "Brother Tian, you finally admitted that I am your woman." Qin Tian's earlobes turned red as he said, "No, it's nothing. I'm just giving you face in front of outsiders." Ruashi naturally knew how shy her man was, so she didn't expose Qin Tian's words. Ruashi picked up a set of clothes, pushed Qin Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, go in and try it on." Qin Tian looked at the tag and said, "No, it's too expensive. Only a fool like you would buy it." Ruashi raised her palm and said, "Be good, little Tian. If you don't listen, I'll spank you later." If Qin Tian was spanked by this female devil in public, he would be so embarrassed that he would die. Qin Tian had no choice but to hold his clothes and go to the locker room. Qin Tian's legs were almost broken after walking around for half a day. A group of bodyguards in black followed with large and small bags, all of which were Qin Tian's clothes. Qin Tian sighed and said, "Devil girl, stop wandering around. If you keep wandering around, I'll die here." Ruashi said with a smile, "Okay then, let's go eat." Qin Tian instantly became alert and said hurriedly, "You can have a meal. I'll take you to a hot pot restaurant where I used to work part-time during the summer vacation. It's not only delicious and hygienic, but also cheap." Ruashi was secretly delighted. Is Xiao Tian taking me to meet his friends? Oh my god, I am so happy. Under Qin Tian's guidance, the two came to the door of a hot pot restaurant in the old city. Qin Tian smiled and said, "Ruashi, don't complain that this place is not high-end enough, the taste is really amazing." Ruashi smiled and said, "How could I dislike the place my man brought me to?" Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Why don't you just stick a picture of Ruashi's man on my forehead?" Ruashi covered her mouth and smiled. "What a good idea. I'll put it on you later, so you don't have to worry about the vixen outside." Qin Tian. Ruashi held Qin Tian's arm affectionately and said with a smile, "All right, little man, sister is just teasing you." Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Devil girl, I repeat again, I am a man." Ruashi nodded and said with certainty, "Xiao Tian is indeed a superman." Qin Tian was defeated. "Devil girl, you're not going to drive for a while, so you feel uncomfortable, right?" Ruashi shook Qin Tian's arm and said, "Yes, walking is so tiring. Driving is convenient and comfortable, so why not?" When the two entered the store, the proprietress was slightly startled when she saw the golden boy and beautiful girl. Where did this perfect couple come from? They are so perfect. Hey, it turned out to be Xiao Tian, I told you. Qin Tian looked at the proprietress and smiled and said, "Aunt Zhang, long time no see." The lady boss said happily, "Hey, it's Xiao Tian. Long time no see. You're getting more and more handsome." At this time, the boss came out of the kitchen with a steaming hot pot, looked at Qin Tian and said with a smile, "Oh, it's Xiao Tian and his wife. You two are such a perfect match." Ruashi took over the conversation and said with a sweet smile, "Hello, uncle and auntie. I often hear Xiao Tian say that your hot pot is the most authentic. Today I finally have the opportunity to try it." The proprietress, Aunt Zhang, said with a smile, "My dear, take your wife to sit down. She is so beautiful, she looks like a fairy from heaven." The boss, Uncle Li, patted Qin Tian on the shoulder and said, "Good boy, you have good taste. This girl is obviously thrifty and manages the household well." After Qin Tian and Uncle Li exchanged pleasantries for a while, they secretly sighed. This woman is also a good housewife? She spent millions just by shopping in the morning. I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about being thrifty. How could Ruashi not know what Qin Tian was thinking? She said with a smile, "Xiao Tian, don't think that your sister spends a lot of money. Compared with what you earn, what you spend is just a drop in the bucket." Qin Tian said speechlessly, "You are too Versailles." Ruashi's phone rang, and Ruashi answered the call with a smile. "Xiao Min, what's the matter?" Li Min's cheerful voice sounded on the phone. "Ruashi, where are you? Ting Ting and I have a date with you." Ruashi smiled and said, "I'm eating hot pot outside." Li Min said excitedly, "We're getting ready to eat hot pot. Come on, send us your location. We'll be there soon." Ruashi blushed and covered the microphone and said, "Xiao Xianchen, two of my besties are coming over, do you mind?" Qin Tian shook his head and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter." Ruashi blushed as she sent the location and store name. Uncle Li had just put the soup base and dishes on the table when two young and beautiful girls walked in happily in high heels. Li Min looked at Qin Tian, rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "Ruashi, where did you kidnap this man? He's so handsome." Ruashi blushed as she introduced, "Xiao Tian, this is my best friend Li Min and my cousin Su Tingting. Xiao Min, Ting Ting, this is my man Qin Tian." Qin Tian smiled and greeted them, "Hello, please take a seat." Su Tingting said with shining eyes, "Brother-in-law, you are so handsome." Li Min pushed Ruashi aside and said, "Little brother, do you mind having more girlfriends?" Qin Tian was slightly stunned and speechless for a moment. As expected, none of the devil's best friends are normal people. Ruashi pushed Li Min away with a look of disdain and said, "Little slut, if you want to be horny, get out of here and stop harassing my man." Chapter 11, Passionate. Li Min sighed and said, "Hey, little brother, let me tell you, if you want to find a girlfriend, you should find someone as passionate as me. Although Ruashi is prettier than me, she is cold all day long and definitely not as fun as me." Qin Tianyi had a lot of black lines on his head. What kind of people are these? Why are they all female hooligans? Ruashi put her arms around Qin Tian's arm and said, asserting her sovereignty, "Whether I am fun or not is for my man to know, it's none of your business as a little slut." Li Min said with a smile, "Hey, is this still the cold Ruashi?" Su Tingting said excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome." Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Ladies, hurry up and eat. Only when you are full will you have the strength to drive." The three girls were chatting enthusiastically around Qin Tian, and the jealous Ruashi said helplessly, "Xiao Tian, I shouldn't have brought you out. There are too many vixens out there." Qin Tian said speechlessly, "I'm not Tang Monk's flesh, which every little demon would love to eat." Li Min looked at Ruashi's jealous look and said jokingly, "Ruashi, we are best friends, why don't you let me have a small bite? Don't worry, I won't steal yours. I'll give it back to you after I finish eating it." Ruashi is like an old hen guarding her food. "Go away, stop making fun of my man. I've given you a taste of the sweetness, you little slut, so you'll definitely cling to it." Su Tingting blinked at Qin Tian and said, "Brother-in-law, I am your sister-in-law." Qin Tian clasped his hands together and said, "My dear ladies, please spare me." The three girls laughed, and Ruashi said speechlessly, "You two little sluts, pay attention. My man is thin-skinned and I scared him away. Wait till I see how I'll deal with you." Li Min covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. Okay, I'll ask my brother-in-law one last question." Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Brother-in-law is brother-in-law, what's the point of calling younger brother-in-law? You still want an older brother-in-law, right? Tell me, what's the problem?" Ruashi said sincerely, "Xiao Tian, don't worry, I will only have Xiao Tian forever." Li Min laughed and said, "Wear it." Qin Tian looked innocent and asked in confusion, "What?" Puff. The three girls laughed so hard that they kept coughing. Ruashi leaned on Qin Tian's shoulder affectionately and said with a smile, "Xiao Tian, don't pay attention to them. They are the best in the world when it comes to talking big, but in terms of strength, they are all virgins." Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sister Shi, you are no longer a virgin, so you are speaking in a tough way, right?" Ruashi smiled and said, "How can you single guys understand my sister's happiness?" When Li Min and Su Tingting heard Ruashi's words, they felt a critical hit of 10,000 points and were speechless. Qin Tian reacted immediately and realized that there was nothing good in the words coming out of the mouths of these vixens. Qin Tian nodded with his earlobes slightly red and continued to eat the skewers. Under Ruashi's murderous gaze, the two women had no choice but to stop talking. Su Tingting said with a smile, "Sister, I never thought you would become such a jealous person one day." Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sister, she is more than just a jealous person. She wants to be obsessed with Xiao Tian all day long." Su Tingting said jokingly, "Brother-in-law, you have my sister in such a trance, you must have some extraordinary strengths, right?" Li Min opened his eyes wide, looking as if he was listening attentively. Qin Tian said speechlessly, "I've only seen people flirting with their sister-in-law, but I've never heard of anyone flirting with their brother-in-law." Ha ha ha. The three girls burst into laughter, causing others to look at them sideways. Ruashi slapped Su Tingting and said, "That's enough, be careful of the impact." Qin Tian finally started to eat quietly, and sighed to himself. It turns out that hooligans really don't distinguish between men and women. After they finished their meal, they came to the parking lot. Li Min blinked at Su Tingting and said, "Tingting, why don't we stay at Sister Shi's place for a few days?" Ruashi hurriedly protected Qin Tian behind her and said with a sneer, "You want to tease my little Tian again? No way. You are not welcome at my place. Kneel down and pay your respects." Su Tingting smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, when my sister is not around, I will come to see you. Remember to open the door for me." Lu Ruashi pushed Qin Tian into the car and said angrily. Get lost, you damn girl. Ha ha ha. Su Tingting and the other girl just stood there, grinning until Lu Ruashi's car drove away. Su Tingting said in shock. Who would have thought that my sister is actually a love-brained person? Li Nin smiled and nodded, that's great. I'm so happy for Ruashi. Lu Ruashi in the car waved her fist and said. Xiao Tian Tian, you better stay away from those vixens out there. They are all ruthless and willful. Qin Tian said speechlessly. You know how to spit out bones? You've gnawed me till there's nothing left. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, Stinky Tian Tian, don't you like him the most? Qin Tian, sister, can you please be serious? Lu Ruashi said pitifully. Xiao Tian Tian, I was wondering why you were so indifferent to me? It turns out you think I'm too old. Qin Tian said bluntly. Nothing, just 1 year older. I actually prefer older ones who are gentle, considerate, and caring. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian's handsome profile and said. Xiao Tian Tian, as long as you are obedient, I promise to serve you tenderly and considerately every day. Qin Tian said with emotion. Devil girl, you are really good at Chinese. I really admire you. Qin Tian and the other returned to the manor, and Lu Ruashi said excitedly. Xiao Tian Tian, can I teach you how to swim? Qin Tian said with a suspicious look. Are you sure you're not thinking about how to mess with me, or take advantage of me? Lu Ruashi smiled and said. I've taken advantage of you before, why do I have to go through so many twists and turns? Qin Tian nodded and said, it seems to be the truth. Lu Ruashi pulled Qin Tian to the cloakroom with a proud look on her face, and said to Zhang Yu and others. Everyone, go back to your rooms and don't come out and get in the way. Zhang Yu and several maids' faces turned red as they muttered to themselves as they went to the bedroom on the first floor. Lu Ruashi picked out a couple's swimsuit and said with a smile on her face. Xiaoshi Anshan, help me zip up my back, I can't reach it. Qin Tian helped Lu Ruashi unzip her pants and said speechlessly. You couldn't reach it, how did you pull it up? The long skirt slid down along Lu Ruashi's silky skin and fell on the carpet. Qin Tian blushed and went to the bathroom holding his swimming trunks, muttering to himself. This female devil really disturbs my mind. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who was acting awkwardly, and smiled meaningfully, covering her mouth. Little Tian Tian, can I control you? Don't even think about escaping my clutches. Chapter 12 Mandarin ducks playing in the water. Qin Tian changed into black swimming trunks, looked at himself in the mirror, and said like a boss. Alas, being too handsome can also be a problem, and having too many advantages can also be a burden. Qin Tian went out. When Lu Ruashi saw Qin Tian coming out, she ran over happily, making Qin Tian feel dizzy. Qin Tian quickly looked away to avoid being embarrassed again. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Tian Tian, do you think I look good in a bikini? Qin Tian didn't dare to look at Lu Ruashi at all, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, good looking. Lu Ruashi put her arms around Qin Tian's neck and said with seductive eyes. Xiao Tian Tian, you don't even dare to look at me, how do you know I'm pretty? You're just trying to fool me. Qin Tian tilted his head to one side, his earlobes slightly red as he said, I saw it. Lu Ruashi pressed Qin Tian's head and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian Tian, you are so innocent. I love seeing you being shy. Qin Tian's neck began to turn red, and he said speechlessly. Lu Ruashi, you just like to see me make a fool of myself. Lu Ruashi patted Qin Tian and said, Xiao Tian Tian, you have made a fool of yourself. Qin Tian said with a look of shame and anger, female devil, a gentleman should use his mouth instead of his fists. Lu Ruashi said with a blushing face. Xiao Tian Tian, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not a gentleman. I'm a woman, your woman. Qin Tian glared at Lu Ruashi and said. How long are you going to linger on me? Do you still want to swim? Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's arm and said with a grin. Since Xiao Tian Tian is so eager to play in the water with me, let's hurry up. Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian's frustrated expression and said lovingly. Okay, I want to play in the water with Xiao Tian Tian. Qin Tian and the other person came to the swimming pool, and Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said. Xiaoshi Anshan, follow me and do some warm-up exercises. Qin Tian naturally knew the importance of warming up before swimming, and followed Lu Ruashi to do it seriously. After a while, Qin Tian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and said dizzily. It's too hot today. Ruashi said with a smile. The weather today is not hot, it's you who are hot inside and angry. Ruashi took Chin Tian's hand and came to the shallow water area. Ruashi smiled mischievously and said, Xiao Tian, let me teach you how to doggy paddle first. Ruashi raised her butt, and Chin Tian knew what she wanted to do. She just wanted to laugh at him. Chin Tian, who was asking for help, said helplessly, It's up to you, laugh if you want to. Jokes aside, learning certain aspects of swimming is related to Chin Tian's safety. Ruashi taught very seriously, and Chin Tian naturally envied people who could swim, so he started to learn seriously. Not long after, Ruashi looked at Chin Tian, who had learned the essence of the doggy paddle, and smiled while holding her belly. Xiao Tian, I should prepare a little dog mask for you. It will be very funny. Chin Tian was also enjoying the trip and said happily. Ruashi, do you think my posture is standard? Ruashi covered her mouth and said. Standard, too standard, a typical male dog waist. Chin Tian was speechless. Ruashi, your wheels hit my face again. The two of them were laughing and playing in the swimming pool. Chin Tian looked at the white shark in the water and said with envy. Ruashi, you swim like a mermaid, why are you teaching me the doggy paddle? Ruashi smiled evilly and said. Little Tian, you can't chew too much. I will only teach you one posture at a time. Chin Tian also knew this truth and nodded helplessly. Chin Tian and the other person came to the recliner to rest. Ruashi stretched out her long straight legs and placed them on Chin Tian's legs. She said in a soft voice. Xiao Tian, my legs are so sore, please help me rub them. Chin Tian was about to reject him sternly, but Ruashi said coquettishly. Little Tian, sister works so hard to serve you every day and teach you how to swim, can you help sister massage it? Chin Tian had no choice but to give Ruashi a massage, and said with a bitter face. Hey, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, Xiao Tian, why are you looking down? Chin Tian glared at Ruashi and said, What can you do? Of course, find some bricks. Ruashi said jokingly, Xiao Tian, you are so energetic. Chin Tian dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment, and said with a look of shame and anger. Female pervert, are you done yet? Chin Tian's shy face made Ruashi laugh. Chin Tian felt Ruashi's silky skin and sighed helplessly. This damn weather is really getting hotter and hotter. Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, the weather is too hot, Xiao Tian, please don't get angry. Chin Tian's slightly rough big hand slid across Ruashi's fair and tender skin. Ruashi closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, letting Chin Tian's big hands help her relieve the soreness in her body. The moderate strength made Ruashi hum in comfort. Ruashi's charming voice sounded like magic to Chin Tian's ears, and he couldn't help but have endless fantasies. Just as the two were immersed in each other's tenderness, Ruashi's cell phone rang loudly. Ruashi answered the phone with an irritated look on her face, and said in a slightly cold voice. You better have something urgent. Li Min's gloating voice sounded on the phone. Looks like I've disturbed sister, she's good time. Is the goal wide open, just one step away from the final goal? Ruashi said angrily, if you have to fart, do it now. Li Min laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward. Ting and I will be at your house soon, and we're going to stay for a few nights. Ruashi said madly. You two little sluts, abacus beads have bounced onto my face. If you don't want to lend it to me, get out of here right now. Li Min said with a smile. Sister Shi, we still have 3 minutes to reach the battlefield, don't miss us too much. After saying this, Li Min hung up the phone with a click and laughed so hard that her body shook. Veteran driver Su Tingting controlled the steering wheel with one hand and said with a smile. It seems that my sister, who is as cold as an iceberg, has also found a weakness that we have discovered. Li Min said with a smile. We have found Sister Shi's weakness. Sister Shi might have something on Chin Tian and is threatening him. Ha ha ha. The cheerful voices of Su Tingting and the other girl drifted far away, attracting the attention of passers-by. Chin Tian looked at Ruashi, who looked unsatisfied, and asked curiously. Ruashi, what's wrong? Ruashi pushed Chin Tian and said anxiously. Xiao Tian, hurry upstairs and change your clothes. Li Min's two little sluts are coming. Chin Tian said indifferently. Let them come if they want. It won't affect my swimming lessons. It's okay. I'm not afraid of being embarrassed. Chapter 13, Sharing the Blessings. Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth and said, "Is this something shameful?" Chin Tian said innocently, "It's not like they haven't seen me before." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, "That's different. They don't care about the moral code of the underworld. It would be strange if they didn't eat you up completely." Chin Tian said speechlessly, "I am not Tang Monk's flesh, anyone can come and take a bite." Lu Ruashi said with a longing look, "My little Tian Tian is much more delicious than Tang Seng's meat." Chin Tian wanted to say more, but Lu Ruashi patted Chin Tian and said, "Zaya Oceanshan, hurry up and change your clothes." Li Min and the other man quickly came to Lu Ruashi's boudoir door, knocked on the door and said with a smile, "Sister Shi, open the door quickly, or we'll break in." Lu Ruashi said angrily, "Get lost, I'm changing clothes." Li Min and the others naturally would not go in, they were just teasing Lu Ruashi. After laughing and joking for a while at the door, the two ran downstairs laughing. Chin Tian and the other men finally came down after some hesitation. Su Tingting and the other girl looked at the blushing Lu Ruashi and said teasingly, "Brother-in-law, you are too fast." Chin Tian said innocently, "Is it fast? How can a man be as slow as you women?" I had already changed my clothes, but your sister was holding me back and wouldn't let me get down first. Puff. Lu Ruashi and the other two girls chuckled. Lu Ruashi glared at Su Tingting in reproach and said, "You damn girl, shut up." Su Tingting stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother-in-law, you are so cute." Li Min smiled evilly and said, "Brother-in-law, do you have a twin brother? Introduce him to me." "Don't worry, I will love him well." Chin Tian shook his head and said, "No." Lu Ruashi hurriedly held Chin Tian's hand, as if she was protecting herself from a thief. "I'm warning you, joking is joking, but if you dare to raise your claws, I'll chop you off." Li Min laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward and said, "Sister Shi, don't eat alone. Good things should be shared with sisters, that's how they're meant to be enjoyed." Su Tingting smiled sweetly and said, "Sister, you can't forget your sister just because you have a man." Li Min said with a smile, "Sister Shi, we are good sisters." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, "Get lost." Chin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these female hooligans and took out his mobile phone to play the chicken game. Su Tingting leaned over and said, "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Please teach me how to play games." Lu Ruashi slapped Su Tingting and said, "Get lost. Your abacus beads are bouncing onto my face. You are a game expert, let Xiao Tian, a rookie, teach you." Chin Tian was not happy when he was told that he had poor skills. He stuck his neck out and said, "Who said I'm a loser? It's my teammates who are too weak. How about we have a competition?" Li Min laughed and said, "Brother-in-law, why don't we play together? Let's see who is better." Lu Ruashi glared at Li Min and the others, and quickly said to comfort them, "Xiao Tian, don't pay attention to them. I have good skills. I will play with you." Chin Tian said without even looking up, "They are old perverts, you are a female pervert." Ha ha ha. Li Min and the other girl rolled over on the sofa laughing. Li Min laughed so hard that she was out of breath and said, "My dear brother, you are so innocent. Do you mind having multiple girlfriends?" Chin Tian's face was filled with black lines. "Do I look like an old man with a bag in your eyes? I provoked a female devil and I can't even get out of the door, and I'm here to provoke you." Li Min and the other two girls said in surprise, "Really? Young master, is your sister still restricting your personal freedom?" Lu Ruashi glared at the two of them and said, "It's none of your business." Chin Tian was speechless and said, "That's right." Li Min said jokingly, "Brother-in-law, why don't you divorce Sister Shi and follow Sister? Sister not only does not restrict your personal freedom, but also allows you to have a harem, how about that?" Lu Ruashi threw the pillow in her arms towards Li Min and said angrily, "Li Min, you little slut, if you teach my man bad things, I will beat you to death." Chin Tian sneered. "The woman down the mountain is a tiger, and she has a harem. I want to live a few more years." Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother-in-law, the ultimate dream of a man is to sleep with him, but you are not moved at all. You won't." Chin Tian was speechless. Lu Ruashi hugged Chin Tian's arm and said domineeringly, Let alone you two, the kings of talking nonsense, even if all those vixens come, who has the qualifications to snatch a man from me, Lu Ruashi? Su Tingting gave a thumbs up and said. This is my sister who is as brave as any man. Qin Tian hurriedly shook Lu Ruashi's little hand twice and said. Get out of the way, don't disturb me from playing games. Lu Ruashi quickly retracted her hand and asked with concern, Xiao Tian Tian, are you thirsty? Qin Tian is at a critical moment, so how can he have time to care about her? Su Tingting and the other girl slapped their foreheads and said, okay, I'm in love in a second. Lu Ruashi glared at the two girls and said, it's time to chat, kneel down and pay your respects. Su Tingting shook her head like a rattle. I won't leave, even if you kill me, my brother-in-law is so fun. Li Min said with a smile, no. Lu Ruashi said angrily, Xiao Tian Tian, stay away from them. Qin Tian said without even raising his head, I also want to stay away from you. Ha ha ha. Su Tingting and the other girl burst into laughter, and time finally came to night as they laughed and made noises. The shameless Li Min and his two daughters finally stayed overnight in the manor. After washing up, Qin Tian lay on the windowsill of the room, looking at the bright moon in the sky, and sighed. Hey, when can I escape from the clutches of the female devil? Lu Ruashi, who was wearing a black silk suspender nightgown, hugged Qin Tian's strong waist from behind and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian Tian, why are you sighing? Qin Tian said with a tangled look. Devil girl, don't think that I will surrender just by locking me up. Chapter 14 Skin whiter than snow. Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look. Xiao Xianshan, be good, I just feel insecure for the time being. I didn't think of making you surrender, on the contrary, I was conquered by Xiao Tian Tian. Qin Tian said unhappily. TSK, women's words are lies, anyone who believes you is a fool. You lock me up because you feel insecure? Why don't you lock yourself up? Lu Ruashi shook her body slightly and said. Be good, little Tian Tian, it's getting late, we should rest, it's not good to stay up late. Qin Tian sneered. Staying up late is bad? When was it not you who stayed up late? Under Lu Ruashi's constant nagging, Qin Tian had no choice but to walk towards the big bed. The clear night sky was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder, and a midsummer night rain arrived as expected, dripping all over the ground. The rain gradually stopped when the night fell and everyone was asleep. The system's queen voice rang out again in Qin Tian's mind. As the relationship between the two masters gradually improved. Reward, skin becomes whiter than snow, more radiant and delicate. Qin Tian was surprised and said. Tonzi, why is this Lu Ruashi's voice? And what the hell is this reward? I'm a grown man, what the hell do I need skin that's whiter than snow and shiny and smooth? The system said shyly. Because Lu Ruashi's voice is so pleasant and alluring, the system automatically optimized itself to Lu Ruashi's voice. The rewards are randomly distributed, and the owner is kindly reminded. The reward can be used by oneself or on the mistress Lu Ruashi. It cannot be used on others. The master can choose for herself. Qin Tian said helplessly. I can't let myself have skin as white as snow, forget it, you cheap devil. Tonzi, giving the reward to Lu Ruashi can be regarded as taking from the people and using it for the people. The system's royal sister voice sounded. The reward has been given to Mistress Lu Ruashi, and will gradually make her more perfect. Come on, master. Qin Tian said helplessly, Tonzi, you can kneel down now. System. Qin Tian sighed inwardly, alas, all this work was in vain. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's peaceful sleeping face and muttered to himself. It's indeed whiter, more tender and smoother, so it's not all in vain. A day of marriage brings 100 days of grace, so let's just think of this as a way of repaying the devil girl. Qin Tian hugged the even more delicate Lu Ruashi and slowly fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up the next day, Lu Ruashi looked at herself in the dressing mirror and murmured in disbelief. Oh my god, why is my skin whiter, softer, and more delicate than before? Could it be? Lu Ruashi ran towards Qin Tian happily, jumped onto him, and said with a joyful look on her face. Xiao Tian Tian, do you think my skin is more perfect? Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi, took a closer look, and said affirmatively, it is true. Lu Ruashi said excitedly. Little Tian Tian, you are so amazing, aren't you? Little Tian Tian, you are really my big baby, sister loves you so much. Qin Tian was shocked and thought to himself. If the female devil knew that I was carrying the system, would she force me to be sliced up and studied? Lu Ruashi said happily, Xiao Tian Tian, sister loves you so much. Chin Tian patted Lu Ruashi and said, "Devil girl, you are so heavy, get down quickly." Lu Ruashi hugged Chin Tian's neck and said coquettishly, "No, you never said you were tired before. How long has it been?" Chin Tian blushed and changed the subject. "Lu Ruashi, I'm hungry." Lu Ruashi immediately slid down from Chin Tian and said, come on, sister is going to take little Tian Tian to have breakfast. Don't let my big baby go hungry." Chin Tian and the other person came to the restaurant downstairs. Su Tingting looked at Lu Ruashi's elastic skin, which was as soft as a baby's, and said in amazement, "Sister, what skincare products do you use? Why is your skin so good?" Lu Ruashi thought to herself, how can such a little secret be made public? Lu Ruashi said with a blushing face, "Sister, you are naturally beautiful, you don't need a facial mask." Li Min looked at Lu Ruashi, whose skin was whiter than snow, and said with envy, "Sister Shi, did you save the galaxy in your previous life? You found such an excellent man like your brother-in-law." Lu Ruashi said happily, "Having my big baby, Xiao Tian Tian, is truly the happiest thing in my life." Chin Tian Kai, who was extremely hungry, didn't care about anything else and started eating the exquisite breakfast. Li Min sighed and said, "Sister Shi, please protect your treasure boy. There will definitely be many coquettish and slutty girls who will seduce your brother-in-law in the future. To be honest, if we were not sisters who had fought for our lives together, I would have tried my best to snatch my brother-in-law away from me." Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother-in-law, how about Xiao Min and I be your mistresses?" Chin Tian was choked and coughed. Lu Ruashi hurriedly patted Chin Tian's back gently and said angrily, "Stop joking, or I'll really beat you up. If you teach my man bad things, we won't be sisters anymore." As soon as Su Tingting said this, she realized that she had gone too far in joking, and said awkwardly, "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I slipped up again." Lu Ruashi said with a worried look, "Xiao Tian Tian, you didn't really listen to it, did you?" Chin Tian said speechlessly, "Is brother that kind of person in your mind? Besides, women will only slow down my speed in drawing my gun." Lu Ruashi patted her rapidly beating chest and said, "I'm so scared. I'm warning you. Everything has its limits. If you dare to make such a joke again, I'll beat you to death." Su Tingting and the other girl also hurriedly accompanied them. Fortunately, the three girls were close friends and knew each other too well, so they were not really angry. After breakfast, Lu Ruashi took advantage of the situation and drove Su Tingting and the other girl away. Su Tingting, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said with a look of relief, "I'm so happy for my sister. She has found her true love." Li Min smiled and nodded. "Tingting, we have to work hard too. The three of us sisters should continue to walk happily together." Lu Ruashi watched the two people's car drive away, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, we sent these two plague gods away." Chin Tian came over and said, "Lu Ruashi, when are you going to send me away?" Lu Ruashi took Chin Tian's arm and said firmly, "Xiao Tian Tian, don't think about leaving me all day. Not to mention the door, I even welded the windows shut for you." Chin Tian said speechlessly, "I'm not the canary in your cage." Lu Ruashi put her arm around Chin Tian's neck and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, is there something I didn't do well enough? Tell me, and I will definitely change. I will be very good and obedient, and I will do anything you ask me to do." Chin Tian said with a smile, "Let me go." Lu Ruashi said pitifully, "Xiao Tian Tian, maybe I'm pregnant with your baby, can you really bear to leave me? In the future, when we orphans and widows are bullied, there will be no one to help us." Chin Tian said with a smile, "You female devil, you are being bullied? If you don't bully others, others will be very lucky." Chapter 15, A Full House. Lu Ruashi held Chin Tian's arm affectionately and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, there is a business dance party this afternoon, let's go together." Chin Tian wanted to refuse, but being locked up in this luxurious manner was too boring. Chin Tian nodded helplessly and said, "As long as you are not afraid of me embarrassing you, I don't care." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "My little Tian Tian is so outstanding, how could he possibly embarrass me? Besides, who dares to gossip about my man, Lu Ruashi?" After lunch, Lu Ruashi changed into an evening dress and looked at Chin Tian in a black tuxedo, her eyes shining as she said, "Oh my god, little Tian Tian, you are so handsome. I love you so much." Chin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was wearing a white dress. She looked like a princess walking out of a palace. Chin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said helplessly, "Lu Ruashi, you look so ethereal when you don't speak, but your true colors are revealed when you speak." Lu Ruashi laughed and turned around in a circle and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, are you praising me for being beautiful?" Chin Tian said realistically, "In terms of appearance and figure, you are indeed the best in the world." Lu Ruashi threw a coquettish glance and said, "I am such a top-notch person, are you willing to abandon me?" Chin Tian's earlobes turned red as he said, "Little witch, you are disturbing my mind." Chin Tian and his companion got into a stretched version of the Rolls-Royce and headed for the hotel where the banquet was to be held. The two arrived at the hotel's gate, and the receptionists looked at Chin Tian and the others in amazement. Lu Ruashi said in a rare good temper, "Why, you don't welcome us?" The receptionist finally reacted, and hurriedly opened the door, saying respectfully, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry, you two are so stunning and so well matched. We were so shocked for a moment, please forgive us for our impoliteness." Lu Ruashi nodded happily, took Chin Tian's arm with a happy look on her face, and went inside. Receptionist A said in shock, "Oh my god, Miss Lu actually brought a male companion." The receptionist B was dumbfounded and said, "This little brother is so handsome. No wonder he can capture Miss Lu, such an icy beauty." The receptionist, Miss C, whispered, "I have never seen this young man before. I guess he is not a rich man. Maybe he is just Miss Lu's kept gigolo." At this time, the banquet hall was filled with wealthy and powerful people, as well as famous ladies from aristocratic families dressed in luxurious dresses. The celebrities looked at the two golden boys and girls, one black and one white, in disbelief, and the bustling banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Guest A was shocked and thought to himself, "Miss Lu, this icy beauty, actually brought a man with her. Whose family is this young man from?" Guest B said in disbelief, "Who is this man? He can actually take the first place from Miss Lu." Socialite Zhou Yuan said with shining eyes, "Where did Lu Ruashi, this big ice cube, find such a top-notch little brother?" Weekend said with jealousy, "I've never seen this guy before. I didn't expect that my goddess Lu Ruashi would actually keep a gigolo." Chin Tian, a poor loser, had never seen such a scene before, and his palms began to sweat. Lu Ruashi smiled and said softly, "Xiao Tian Tian, don't be nervous, just be yourself. I, Lu Ruashi's man, don't have to worry about anyone's opinion." The celebrities hurriedly came forward with smiles on their faces and started greeting Lu Ruashi. Weekend said with a fake smile, "Miss Lu, forgive my ignorance, which family is the man next to you?" Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "He is not my male companion, he is my man Chin Tian." Weekend pretended to be puzzled and said, "There doesn't seem to be a famous family with the surname Chin in City A. Could it be a famous family from another city?" Chin Tian said calmly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you all. I, Chin Tian, am just a poor loser, not from a wealthy family." The guests were shocked. It turns out that he is really Miss Lu's kept gigolo, no wonder he is so handsome. Zhou Yuan murmured in her heart, "Such a handsome boy, when Lu Ruashi gets tired of playing with him, can I also try him out? This is much better than those so-called male models in the club." Weekend sneered in his heart. It turns out he is really a country bumpkin. It seems Miss Lu is only cold on the outside, but she might be very open in private. If this country bumpkin can take the top spot, then why can't I, young Master Zhou, win over Lu Ruashi? At this moment, there are countless people who have the same idea as Zhou Yuan and her brother. Lu Ruashi was so excited because she was bringing her beloved man out for the first time. How could she have the time to think about what others thought? At this point, all the guests looked down on Chin Tian even more, and there were countless people who secretly coveted Chin Tian and the other man. Weekend gentleman bowed and said, "Miss Lu, I am sorry for the impoliteness." Lu Ruashi took Chin Tian's hand and said happily, "It's okay, ignorance is not a crime." The extremely excited Lu Ruashi couldn't taste it, but the sensitive Chin Tian still smelled a different smell. Chin Tian sighed secretly. How could a poor loser like me ever dream of integrating into the so-called upper class? How could I even dream about a top-notch, rich and beautiful girl like Lu Ruashi? A girl of heaven's arrogance, like the moon surrounded by stars, must be able to take it and let it go. Love grows over time, how can I give it up in the future? Having had these few encounters with her is enough for me to save her for the rest of my life. It's better to get away from her as soon as possible and draw a clear line between you and her, otherwise you will get deeper and deeper into trouble. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who was slightly stunned, and said with concern, Xiao Xianchen, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why don't we go back? Qin Tian came back to his senses and smiled. It's okay. It's my first time seeing such a big scene. I'm just a little shocked. Lu Ruashi said tenderly. Xiao Tian Tian, as long as you are happy, remember, you are my Lu Ruashi's man, you don't have to worry about anyone. Qin Tian felt a little warm in his heart and sighed secretly. This female devil may be domineering, but she has nothing to say to me. I hope we can part ways in peace. Li Min and the other girl also came over from a distance, and Su Tingting said happily. Sister Shi, sister-in-law, you are finally here. Li Min looked at Qin Tian in a black tuxedo and said in shock. My dear brother, you are so handsome. You make my heart beat so fast. Qin Tian quickly begged for mercy. Two little girls, please forgive me. If someone didn't know, I would think you were my brother-in-law. Puff. The girls laughed softly, and Lu Ruashi glared at Li Min and the other two girls in a reproachful manner and said, My man is thin-skinned, so be serious. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled. Sister Shi, I wonder if your husband also blushes so easily at night? Lu Ruashi's mind flashed with scenes. She glanced at the girls around her and said, None of your business. Chapter 16, Unbearable. Several girls gathered there, chattering and discussing, while Qin Tian tapped his toes on the ground in embarrassment. Qin Tian whispered in Lu Ruashi's ear, You guys chat, I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Ruashi stood up quickly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, I'll go with you. Qin Tian said helplessly, You might as well just hang on me all day long. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, I couldn't ask for more. Qin Tian rolled his eyes speechlessly, and Li Min said with a smile, Sister Shi, you are too clingy. Too much is as bad as too little. You should try to get your brother-in-law to integrate into this group. Who dares to bully your man, Lu Ruashi? As the saying goes, too much concern leads to confusion. Lu Ruashi naturally understood this truth. She nodded and said tenderly, Okay then, Xiao Tian Tian, go around by yourself and make some friends. Qin Tian nodded and went to the bathroom. Qin Tian wiped the water off his hands, walked to the garden, took out a cigarette and lit it. Green smoke rose up, Qin Tian blew out a smoke ring, and murmured to himself. It's so damn boring, I might as well be locked up in the manor. Weekend and the two young masters saw Qin Tian's back and pursed their lips and said, Come on, brothers, let's go meet this pretty boy and see what extraordinary strengths he has that could have taken the lead over Lu Ruashi. Weekend and the other two came to Qin Tian, and Weekend teased. Hey, isn't this young Master Qin? Why are you here to avoid the solitude? Qin Tian looked at the three people on the weekend who he had met once before, took out a cigarette and said politely. Three brothers, would you like one? Weekend took out a more expensive cigarette and said with a sneer. Who are you and your brother? We can't get used to smoking these low-quality cigarettes. Given how much Lu Ruashi loves Qin Tian, how could she lack Qin Tian's good cigarettes and wine? It's just that Qin Tian likes to smoke this brand of cigarettes, and Lu Ruashi is extremely helpless. The three of them lit up cigarettes and puffed out smoke. Qin Tian's face turned slightly cold and he turned around to leave. Weekend blew a puff of smoke at Qin Tian and said, Boy, Miss Lu is supporting you. How much money does she give you per month? Qin Tian said with a slightly cold expression, It's none of your business. Wu Wei snorted coldly and said, Boy, don't think that just because Miss Lu plays with you, you can be superior to others. I tell you, a country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin and will never become a real dragon. Qin Tian looked down at the three people and said, Whether I am a country bumpkin or a real dragon is none of your business. Zheng Chang angrily lifted his sleeves and said, Hey, I have a bad temper. I think you are asking for a beating. Weekend waved his hand to stop Zheng Chang and said, Although he is a little scoundrel, he is now Miss Lu's lover after all. We have to give face to the Buddha, even if we don't want to see the monks. When Miss Lu gets tired of playing, we will have plenty of opportunities to deal with this little jerk. Qin Tian also knew that these young masters had great power, and he sighed in his heart. Forget it, I can't afford to offend you, so I'll just endure it for now and keep things peaceful. Qin Tian turned around and tried to leave again, and Weekend said with a lewd look on his face. Boy, a peerless beauty like Miss Lu must be very moist, right? Wu Wei said with a lewd look on his face. ND, it would be great if we could play with Lu Ruashi. Thinking about Lu Ruashi gives me a headache. Zheng Chang said with a jealous look. Who said it wasn't true? No young master has ever touched Lu Ruashi's fingers. Now a little jerk has taken the lead. How infuriating. The three of them chatted happily over the weekend, completely ignoring Qin Tian's existence. This is intolerable. It doesn't matter if Qin Tian is scolded, but how can Qin Tian tolerate such an insult to the female devil? Qin Tian clenched his fists, veins bulged on his hands. Angrily, Qin Tian picked up a flower pot beside him and smashed it on Weekend's head. With a bang, Weekend was hit and his head was covered in blood, and he felt dizzy. Qin Tian kicked Weekend hard in the abdomen. Weekend covered his head and abdomen, wailing in pain, and was unable to breathe for a while. Wu Wei and the others finally reacted, and Wu Wei angrily cursed. You country bumpkin, you are simply looking for death. Wu Wei punched Qin Tian in the face, but Qin Tian narrowly dodged it. Zheng Chang punched Qin Tian in the face with a bang. Qin Tian's handsome face instantly turned red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Qin Tian, Wu Wei and the other two were throwing punches at each other and wrestling in a ball. Although Qin Tian is a weakling, he has a lot of strength. Wu Wei and his two young masters are not like Lu Ruashi, a martial arts master. Although Qin Tian suffered a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2, it was still a fair exchange of favors and no one gained an advantage. Two young ladies of high socialite status had just walked out of the door, preparing to go to the garden to get some fresh air, when they saw the fight between the four people. A young lady's sharp voice rang out. Ah! Someone's getting beaten up. That handsome boy got beaten up. Lu Ruashi, who was holding a glass of red wine and clinking glasses with her sisters, dropped the wineglass in her hand quietly. With a bang, the wineglass fell to the ground and broke into pieces, splashing wine all over the floor. At this time, Lu Ruashi rushed to the door at the speed of wind. Her long evening dress and slender high heels did not affect her agility at all. Weekend finally recovered, shook his dizzy head fiercely, wiped the blood off his face, and said with a grim look. You bastard, I'm going to kill you today. At this time, Qin Tian gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, it was not easy for him to fight two enemies alone. Wu Wei and Zhang Chang were on the ground, holding Qin Tian from left to right. Weekend picked up a flower pot with a ferocious look on his face and smashed it towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked at the flower pot that was getting closer and closer, and struggled desperately, but he could not break free from the control of Wu Wei and the other man. Qin Tian sighed in his heart. Getting injured is inevitable, and if things go wrong you might even end up with disfigurement. Well, it doesn't matter if my face is disfigured. Maybe the female devil will dislike me and let me go free from now on. Lu Ruashi, who had just run out of the room, watched the flower pot getting closer and closer to Qin Tian's handsome face, gritting her teeth in hatred. Lu Ruashi took a step forward and kicked the flower pot in mid-air. The flower pot brushed against Qin Tian's tall nose and flew far away, then broke into pieces with a bang. Lu Ruashi kicked Weekend several meters away with a whip kick. Weekend covered his abdomen, his body bent like a shrimp, and he could no longer get up. Qin Tian was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the heroic Lu Ruashi in amazement. Damn, the female devil is so damn handsome. Wu Wei and the other man were so scared when they saw the beautiful woman saving the hero Lu Ruashi that they quickly let go of Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi ignored Wu Wei and the others for the time being, and pulled Qin Tian up, saying anxiously, Xiao Xianshan, where are you hurt? At this time, all the guests rushed out, surrounded the scene, and started to eat the fresh melon. Li Min and the other two girls also looked concerned and asked, Brother-in-law, are you okay? Chapter 17, Anger. Lu Ruashi looked around at Qin Tian's injuries. Qin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I just got hit hard on the face, but the rest is fine. Lu Ruashi felt extremely distressed when she saw Qin Tian's disheveled appearance and red and swollen face. The little hand gently stroked Qin Tian's swollen face, tears flowed down without cost, and she choked and said, Does it hurt, little Tian Tian? A warm current flowed into Qin Tian's heart, and Qin Tian said helplessly, Lu Ruashi, don't cry, I'm really fine. Lu Ruashi wiped her tears and smiled sweetly at Qin Tian. Okay, I won't cry. Just wait and I'll help you vent your anger. Li Min and the other girl understood Lu Ruashi. Li Min folded a folding chair in the corridor and handed it to Lu Ruashi. Su Tingting took another folding chair and placed it behind Qin Tian, smiling and saying, Brother-in-law, just sit there and watch your sister vent your anger. This was Qin Tian's first serious fight. Naturally, Qin Tian was tired and sat down. Lu Ruashi held the metal handle of the folding chair upside down, stared at the three people on weekends with a cold face and said, "Who gave my man the wound on his face?" Weekend looked at Lu Ruashi's cold little face, and the nightmare of childhood came back again. He shuddered slightly and said, "No, it's not me." Wu Wei waved his hands vigorously and said, "It's not me either." Lu Ruashi looked at Zheng Chang as if he were a dead person and said coldly, "That's you." Zheng Chang trembled and said, I hit him accidentally." Lu Ruashi swung the folding chair violently, and with a bang, the plastic folding chair hit Zheng Chang's face hard. Zheng Chang's nose broke, blood flowed from his nose, and his face swelled up instantly. Zheng Chang lay on the ground, covering his swollen face and howling in pain. Lu Ruashi held the folding chair upside down and smashed it hard on Zheng Chang's head and body. Zheng Chang was beaten like a dead dog and trembled slightly on the ground. Geste murmured in shock, "Fuck. When it comes to ruthlessness, it has to be Miss Lu." Guest B muttered in disbelief, "Impossible. He's just a pretty boy. Is it necessary for Miss Lu to beat him to death for him?" Li Wei was terrified and thought to himself, "I was lucky that country bumpkin dodged my punch, otherwise I would have been dead." Weekend was terrified and said secretly, "Miss Lu is still as cruel as ever." Qin Tian said with a worried look on his face, "Will this kill someone?" Qin Tian was about to speak to stop him, but Li Min smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. Sister, she has been used to beating people up since she was a child. She knows her limits." Lu Ruashi threw away the broken folding chair, and the two of them secretly exhaled a breath of foul air on the weekend. "Fortunately, I finally escaped this disaster." Su Tingting took another folding chair and handed it to Lu Ruashi, who took it with a cold face. Weekend trembled with fear. "Miss Lu, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me." Wu Wei also squatted down obediently with his head in his hands and said, "Miss Lu, we really know we are wrong, please forgive us." Lu Ruashi held the folding chair upside down and smashed it on Weekend and the other man. The two men held their heads in their hands and screamed in pain. Lu Ruashi threw away the bloody chair in her hand with a look of disgust and said in a cold voice, "How can I allow you, Lu Ruashi's man, to bully me? This time, considering that we are still on good terms with each other, I will spare you this time. If it happens again, just wait for my revenge." Celebrity Lady A said in shock, "Damn, Miss Lu is so cool and beautiful. I really want to be close to Miss Lu." Celebrity Lady B lowered her voice and said, "Oh my god, Miss Lu is really as terrifying as her reputation says." The famous Lady C was dumbfounded and said, "How is it possible? He is just a pretty boy, why would Miss Lu do this?" The famous Lady D said with envy, "If I had such a handsome pretty boy, I would spoil him to death. Besides, hitting that pretty boy would be like hitting Miss Lu in the face. Regardless of whether this pretty boy is favored or not, how can Miss Lu let you off?" Weekend curled up in pain and said in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a pretty boy like him be so favored? Does he really have some extraordinary strengths?" Zheng Chang murmured with a grim look on his face, "You little jerk, one day I will make you live a life worse than death." Qin Tian's heart also felt warm, and he whispered to himself, "When it comes to female devil, you are the most cruel. No, I have to run away quickly. If I don't do what the devil wants one day, I will be beaten like a dead dog." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said to Qin Tian, "Xiao Tian Tian, sister has avenged you, are you satisfied? If you are not satisfied, I will beat them up again." Everyone was secretly shocked. "Damn, Miss Lu, you have no moral principles." The three of them shuddered on the weekend and looked at Qin Tian pitifully. Qin Tian swallowed his saliva and said, "Satisfied." The three of them felt relieved instantly over the weekend, and felt grateful for a second, but it was instantly replaced by intense jealousy. Lu Ruashi said with a distressed look on her face, "Xiao Tian Tian, let's go back and check it out quickly." Qin Tian had wanted to go back a long time ago, so he smiled and nodded. Lu Ruashi obediently hugged Qin Tian's strong arm and went to the parking lot. Lu Ruashi ordered the driver, "Go to the hospital as quickly as possible." Although Qin Tian looked disheveled, after a doctor's examination, there was indeed no major problem. After the doctor gave some instructions, Qin Tian and his companion returned to the manor. After Chin Tian changed his clothes, Lu Ruashi pressed Chin Tian on the sofa, took an ice pack, and gently applied ice to Chin Tian's swollen face. Lu Ruashi said with a distressed look on her face, "Xiao Tian Tian, does it hurt?" Chin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's delicate and tempting cherry lips. Only Chin Tian knew how tempting this little mouth was. Chin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, his earlobes turned slightly red, and he shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Lu Ruashi's eyes were filled with tears, and she said with a distressed look, "You said it doesn't hurt, but it's swollen like a pig's head." Chin Tian. Lu Ruashi gently kissed Chin Tian on his swollen face and said, "My little Tian Tian is swollen like a pig, but he's still so handsome." Chin Tian said speechlessly, "What's the use of being handsome? Can it be used to make a living?" Lu Ruashi shook her head seriously and said, "It's true that it can't be eaten, but Xiao Tian Tian is better than anything else." Chin Tian said helplessly, "Lu Ruashi, be serious." Lu Ruashi said seductively, "My little man, how am I not serious?" Chin Tian said with a smile, "My face is so swollen, and you still dare to do that?" Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, "My little Tian Tian is so awesome, no matter what kind of dick he is, I like him." Chin Tian. Chapter 18, Jumping Over the Wall. Chin Tian was leaning against the head of the bed, playing games. Lu Ruashi came in front of Chin Tian like a lotus emerging from water. Lu Ruashi said delicately, "Xiao Tian Tian, my hands hurt from hitting someone, can you help me blow dry my hair?" Chin Tian threw away his phone helplessly, and his teammates roared angrily. "This damn bastard, who died on another woman, actually hung up again." Lu Ruashi sat in front of Chin Tian with an obedient look on her face. Chin Tian took the hairdryer and blew Lu Ruashi's hair awkwardly. The hairdryer blew Lu Ruashi's black and shiny hair, as well as her lace edge. Chin Tian glanced at Lu Ruashi's jade white skin, his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he quickly looked away. Chin Tian completed this difficult task with a depressed look and threw the hairdryer aside. Lu Ruashi leaned her head against Chin Tian and said with a sweet breath, "Xiao Tian Tian, you were so brave today. You actually fought for me. I'm so happy." Chin Tian's face turned red, and he touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Lu Ruashi, please let me go. I want to go to the bathroom." Lu Ruashi raised her head, stared at Chin Tian with a blushing face and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, remember this, you must never let yourself down in the future." Chin Tian looked down at Lu Ruashi's beautiful little face and saw her cherry lips that were about to move. Chin Tian's mind went blank and he couldn't help but pinch Lu Ruashi's chin and cover her lips with hers. At midnight, the deep manor was silent. Chin Tian's mind once again heard the system's voice. "Because the master fought for the mistress today and performed so bravely, he is hereby rewarded with a small cash goal." Chin Tian said with surprise, "Haha, I finally got the advantage of the system. It's not easy. Since you are using Lu Ruashi's voice, I will call you DCC from now on." The system smiled and said, "As long as the master likes it." Chin Tian waved his hand and said, "DCC, you can kneel down now." The system said in a resentful tone, "You are such an unscrupulous master." Chin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was like an octopus, and smiled helplessly. His slender fingers involuntarily slid across Lu Ruashi's even more rosy little mouth, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. After a few days of recuperation under Lu Ruashi's careful care, the redness and swelling on Chin Tian's face finally disappeared. Lu Ruashi held Chin Tian's handsome face in her hands and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, that's great, your face is finally back to normal." Chin Tian said with a smile, "Don't you dislike my swollen face?" Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "I definitely don't dislike it, but I definitely prefer Xiao Tian Tian's original handsome face. Just looking at it makes me want to take a bite." Chin Tian said speechlessly, "I'm not a big bone, so I'll take a few bites." Lu Ruashi said with a blushing face, "Little Tian Tian, it's much more fragrant than the big bones, and it makes people love it." Lu Ruashi's phone rang, and Lu Ruashi answered the phone with a slightly cold voice. After a while, Lu Ruashi hung up the phone and said reluctantly, "Xiao Tian Tian, there is a high-level meeting that I need to attend. I have to go to the company. You must behave yourself at home." Chin Tian was overjoyed and nodded, saying, "Go ahead, don't worry about me." Lu Ruashi walked out of the living room, looking back every few steps, and drove her supercar to the company headquarters. Chin Tian was secretly delighted. "If I don't escape now, when will I?" Chin Tian seemed to be strolling in the garden, but in fact he was looking around. After so many days, Qin Tian didn't look the same at all. Besides, who wouldn't envy Qin Tian's life? The bodyguards had no idea that Qin Tian would sneak out, so they were naturally careless in guarding against him. Qin Tian came to a secluded place, climbed over the wall with difficulty, and ran towards the road. Qin Tian hailed a taxi and randomly gave a place name and left. Qin Tian thought to himself, "We must leave City A. The female devil has all the power and can't take public transportation. Otherwise, he would definitely be caught by the female devil and severely tortured." Qin Tian hurriedly called his childhood friend Zhang Lei, who was a truck driver, and the call was connected. Zhang Lei said happily, "Qin Shanlong, do you miss your father?" Qin Tian said anxiously, "Xiao Lei, stop talking nonsense, where are you?" Zhang Lei asked curiously, "I am loading the goods in City A and will go to City G later." "What's wrong? What happened?" Qin Tian said happily. "Send me the address. I'll take your car to G City and tell you the details when we get there." After Qin Tian, wearing a mask, hung up the phone, he carefully changed several cars and walked for more than 10 minutes before finally meeting Zhang Lei. At this time, Zhang Lei had just finished loading the car. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the two got in the car in a hurry and sped towards G City. Zhang Lei played with the steering wheel with one hand and said with concern, "Qin Shanlong, tell me what happened. Did you do something wrong?" Qin Tian blew out a puff of smoke and said with a smile, "Why don't you ask me first if you really did something wrong before you do that?" Zhang Lei threw away the cigarette butt and said, "MD, you've already found me, so what if it's true? I don't know anything about it anyway." Qin Tian was touched and smiled knowingly, "Xiao Lei, thank you." Zhang Lei sneered and said, "Why are you being polite to your father?" Qin Tian said speechlessly, "You are really my good son." Qin Tian roughly told Zhang Lei about what happened during this period. Zhang Lei was dumbfounded and said, "You said you were together with Miss Lu Ruashi? You were kidnapped by her to be her captive? And you even ran away from City A?" Qin Tian listened to Zhang Lei's three soul-searching questions and nodded helplessly. Zhang Lei said speechlessly, "Qin Shanlong, what kind of great stimulation have you received? If you had 2 ounces of peanuts, you wouldn't be so drunk. You must be so bored that you come here just to tease me." Qin Tian said helplessly, "Your father told you the truth, and you, such a fool, didn't believe it." Zhang Lei said with a firm look, "If what you said is true, I will call you daddy myself." Qin Tian said with a smile, "You decide to call me dad." Zhang Lei sneered. "Qin Shanlong, although you are handsome, you seem to be even more handsome now. You do have the capital to be proud of, but Miss Lu is such a gifted girl, she is the most beautiful and famous lady in the imperial capital. Just you, a poor loser, huh?" Qin Tian lazily leaned on the passenger seat, spread his hands helplessly and said, "I can't help it, your father is just so popular." Zhang Lei said with a poo sound, "Qin Shanlong, when did you become so shameless?" "No, I'll talk to my youngest son, you old man has something to hide." Chapter 19 Unbelievable. Zhang Lei quickly dialed Tang Ji's number and started chatting with him about the mountains. Tang Ji was shocked and said, "No, daddy's urine is yellow, let daddy come and wake him up." "Changlong War, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy about women? How about I give you $50 and you go to Red Light Lane and find an old lady to show you?" Qin Tian said helplessly, "You two bastards are really daddy's big sons." At this time in the manor, the maids had prepared lunch, but Qin Tian was nowhere to be found. Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly ordered his bodyguard to check the surveillance footage. Zhang Yu and others turned pale when they saw Qin Tian climbing over the wall in the surveillance video. Zhang Yu hurriedly called Lu Ruashi, who was attending a high-level meeting at the time. Lu Ruashi sighed inwardly. "There are too many trivial things to do every day. I have to finish them quickly and go back to accompany my little Tian Tian." When Lu Ruashi saw Zhang Yu's call, her heart skipped a beat and she quickly answered the call. Zhang Yu said anxiously, "Miss, it's bad. My son-in-law has escaped by climbing over the wall." Lu Ruashi stood up in a flash and said in a cold voice, "You bunch of rubbish, when did this happen?" The executives quickly shrank their necks and even breathed carefully. Zhang Yu was almost crying with fear and stammered, "It's been 3 hours." Lu Ruashi said angrily, "A bunch of bastards, do you guys deserve to be raised for nothing?" Lu Ruashi hung up the phone, kicked away the stool, and hurriedly ran out of the meeting room. It was a long time after Lu Ruashi left that the executives gradually came to their senses. The deputy general manager of the marketing department said weakly, "Oh my god, Mr. Lu's aura is too strong. I really don't know what kind of man can subdue a young lady like Ms. Lu." The deputy general manager of the human resources department said curiously, "What happened? Why did Mr. Lu get so angry?" The executives were confused, looked at each other, and shook their heads involuntarily. Lu Ruashi made several phone calls as she walked, using her connections to find Qin Tian's whereabouts. Not long after, the surveillance footage of Qin Tian in the car and on the road was sent to Lu Ruashi's mobile phone. Lu Ruashi looked at her phone and murmured, "Zhonglei, G City. Little Tian Tian, you are too naughty. Since you like playing so much, I'll wait for you in G City. Don't be too surprised." After Lu Ruashi arranged the company affairs, she quickly boarded a private plane with a group of bodyguards and flew to City G. Zhang Lei patted Qin Tian and said, "Qin Changlong, wake up. We have arrived at City G. The place in front is where I unload the goods." Qin Tian rubbed his sleepy eyes and said excitedly, "I'm here in G City, huh? I finally escaped from the five-finger mountain of the female devil." Zhang Lei slapped his forehead and said, "Lu Chanlong, is there really something wrong with your brain?" Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "You are the one with a problem in your brain." Zhang Lei parked the car, and he and Qin Tian jumped out of the car. Qin Tian said excitedly, "The air of freedom is still fresh. The devil at home must be so angry that she's jumping up and down. Let's see how you can find me." Zhang Lei stared in amazement at a beautiful woman who walked towards him with a group of burly men in black. Zhang Lei muttered in his heart, "Is this a fairy descending to earth? Which young lady can be so beautiful?" A group of people stood behind Qin Tian and the other man. After a while, Zhang Lei, who was confused, seemed to react. Zhang Lei patted Qin Tian on the shoulder, pointed behind Qin Tian and said, "Qin Shanlong, are you here to see me?" Qin Tian said angrily, "This is my first time in G City, why would you come to me?" Lu Ruashi walked over with a faint smile, looked at Zhang Lei with a puzzled look and asked, "Qin Shanlong?" Qin Tian looked as if he had seen a ghost, and whispered, "What the hell, how come I can hear the voice of the female devil?" Zhang Lei's tongue seemed to be tied when he saw the beautiful Lu Ruashi. Shanglong is the nickname that Tang Ji and I gave to Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Xiao Tian Tian is indeed as good as his name. The name Chanlong is well chosen and appropriate. Damn, this isn't an auditory hallucination." Qin Tian turned around woodenly and said in disbelief, "Fuck, Lu Ruashi, why are you here?" Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "My man is here, so what's so strange about me being here? It's just that little Tian Tian, you are not behaving well, you deserve to be spanked." Zhang Lei stared at Qin Tian and the other man in amazement, and said in shock, What the hell, Qin Shanlong is really getting together with Miss Lu. Oh my god. Qin Shanlong was really captured by Miss Lu and made into a bandit. It turns out that he didn't have a problem with his brain, he really escaped from Miss Lu. No, Qin Shanlong really has a problem with his brain. That's Miss Lu Ruashi. Qin Tian said with a bitter look. Lu Ruashi, please let me go, we are really not suitable. Zhang Lei said with great regret. Lu Chanlong, you fool, why are you so stupid? Miss Lu, it is your blessing that someone likes you. Lu Ruashi asked with a puzzled look, silly boy? Zhang Lei quickly covered his mouth and said. I'm sorry, Miss Lu, we brothers are used to joking like this, please don't mind. Lu Ruashi smiled and waved her hand, saying with a smile. You men's friendship is really weird. Qin Tian seemed to remember something and said to Zhang Lei. Little Lei, didn't you bet that you would call me daddy? Daddy is waiting. Zhang Lei muttered in his heart. If I call Qin Shanlong dad, then Miss Lu is my mom. Wouldn't I have to take off right away? Zhang Lei said with a guilty look. As long as Miss Lu has no objection, I will call you daddy every day from now on. Qin Tian said speechlessly, Xiao Lazy, you are still so shameless. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Xiao Tian, if you want to be a father, I will give birth to children for you. How many children do you want, I will give birth to for you. Zhang Lei stared at the two of them in amazement, his heart in turmoil. What the hell? Qin Shanlong is such an idiot. He really doesn't know how lucky he is. Miss Lu wants to give birth to his children, no matter how many. How can this be called taking off from a standing position? This is simply a spiral upwards. Can Laozi and Tang Ji also rise to fame with the help of Qin Chanlong? Qin Tian said with a look of horror, Lu Ruashi, don't think of using the baby to trap me. Lu Ruashi touched her belly pitifully and said, Zhang Lei, you are Xiao Tiantian's good brother, please give us your opinion. She was pregnant with Tiantian's child, but he ran away without telling anyone. Zhang Lei said with a righteous look. Lu Chanlong, you scumbag, I am ashamed to be associated with you? Zhang Lei thought to himself. Xin Chanlong, you idiot, I'm not doing this for the sake of my family, I'm doing this for you, a fool. Chapter 20 Winning People's Hearts. Qin Tianqi rolled his eyes and said, Lu Ruashi, I really admire you. You did everything you could to keep me here. Zhang Lei looked at Lu Ruashi with a worried look on his face, fearing that Lu Ruashi would suddenly turn against him. After all, Lu Ruashi is not only famous for her beauty, but also widely known for her crazy and ruthless personality. Zhang Lei is really worried about his good son Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's arm affectionately and said, Xiao Tian, come on, stop being so petty. You must be starving after all this hard work. Let's go to the hotel. Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said, I'm not hungry. Goo 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 goo. Qin Tian's belly rumbled at an inopportune time. Qin Tian's old face turned red and he dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Little Tian, you are so cute. I love you so much. Zhang Lei hurriedly persuaded. Qin Shanlong, you should understand something. Miss Lu, I'm here to pick you up, what else do you want? Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Zhang Lei, you are Xiao Tiantian's good brother, and also my Lu Ruashi's friend. You don't have to be so polite, just call me sister-in-law. Zhang Lei was flattered and said, Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Ruashi smiled even more happily. Hello, Zhang Lei, let's go eat together later. Oh, by the way, don't drive a sports car anymore, it's hard and dangerous, come to work at my head office instead. Zhang Lei scratched his head awkwardly and said, Thank you, sister-in-law, but I know that the minimum requirement of your head office is a graduate degree from a key university. I am just a graduate from a third-rate university, so I won't embarrass you, sister-in-law. Lu Ruashi waved her hand indifferently and said, That's not a problem. It's not that difficult. Just study hard. Zhang Lei said ecstatically, Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhang Lei scratched his head and said awkwardly, Sister-in-law, another good brother of ours is still looking for a job, what do you think? Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Tang Ji, right? He had a share originally. Zhang Lei said sincerely, Thank you, sister-in-law. Qin Tian slapped his forehead and sighed inwardly. How could I have such a stupid son? My only two brothers came to be the hostages of the female devil. What should I do? Qin Tian said speechlessly, Lu Ruashi, you have checked my underwear clearly. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, I don't need to check your underwear, I know everything. Lu Ruashi naturally checked Qin Tian's relatives and said happily, Xiao Tian, your only two good brothers have been bribed by me. Let us see how you can escape from your sister's clutches. Qin Tian and his two companions arrived at the hotel, and the food and drinks were quickly served. Qin Tian and his two companions were very hungry, so they turned into crazy eaters. Qin Tian is fine. He hugs Lu Ruashi's long, white legs every day, so he can't help but have oral pleasure. Zhang Lei had never seen such delicious food before and almost swallowed his tongue. Lu Ruashi picked up some food for Qin Tian with a gentle look on her face. Qin Tian muttered in his heart. Is this the eve of the storm? I escaped quietly and was caught by the female devil. Wouldn't she beat me up severely? Hey, just die. If you eat more, you can always withstand more beatings. Zhang Lei reacted belatedly and said with embarrassment. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I've never eaten such delicious food before. Lu Ruashi smiled and said. Zhang Lei, you're welcome. If you recognize me as your sister-in-law, I will naturally recognize you as my brother. Zhang Lei said with a touched look. Thank you, sister-in-law. Brother Tian is a bit stubborn and likes to get stuck in a rut. Please bear with me. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, her eyes shining as she said. No matter what Xiao Tian is like, in my heart, he is the most important, more important than my life. Qin Tian felt warm in his heart and muttered to himself. The devil's words are really deceiving. Look at Zhang Lei, this fool, who is fooled around. I guess after he was sold, he still has to help the female devil count the money. Zhang Lei was amazed. Fuck, how much shit did Qin Chanlong step on to find such a top-notch wife? No, I have to give Qin Chanlong, this idiot, a beating more in the future. After the three of them had finished their meal, Zhang Lei came to the suite arranged by Lu Ruashi. Zhang Lei was so excited looking at the luxurious decoration in the room. Zhang Lei hurriedly called Tang Ji and told him what happened today. Tang Ji sneered. You two are big boys. You know your dad is looking for a job, so you team up to fool me. Zhang Lei was stunned, and scolded with a smile, You idiot, I am telling you the truth. Tang Ji said with a smile. I'm going to pee yellow, wake up both of you stupid sons. Zhang Lei said angrily, Stupid son, just wait, your dad will start the video call for you. Tang Ji said nonchalantly, Okay, your father is waiting. After Zhang Lei hung up the phone, he quickly made a video call and said, Stupid son, take a good look at what hotel your father is staying in. This is a top suite in a platinum 5-star hotel. Tang Ji looked at the luxurious interior decoration and said in shock. Fuck, is this true? Did Qin Chanlong really get Miss Lu? Zhang Lei exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a refreshed look. Look at you, you fool, you look like a fool who has never seen the world. You are so stupid. Next time you see Miss Lu, you must call her sister-in-law. Got it? Tang Ji said in disbelief, Xiao Lazy, you really didn't lie to me? Zhang Lei sneered and said, I'm bored, I guess it's fun to fool you, right? Tang Ji danced with joy and said, Fuck, Qin Chanlong, this idiot, is really awesome. Zhang Lei taught. Stupid son, don't call me Qin Chanlong when there are outsiders around. From now on, Qin Chanlong is a person of status, you have to call him Brother Tian, understand? Tang Ji nodded and said. That's right, we brothers can't embarrass Qin Chanlong. Zhang Lei reminded. When my sister-in-law is around, don't call Qin Chanlong big son, big son. I was so embarrassed today, but our sister-in-law is a good person and she wasn't angry at all. Tang Ji asked curiously, My dear, is our sister-in-law really as beautiful as the legend says? Zhang Lei sighed, My sister-in-law is even more beautiful than the rumors say, like a fairy from heaven. Tang Ji said in shock, How much dog shit has Qin Chanlong stepped on? Zhang Lei said with a look of relief, Qin Chanlong has suffered so much since he was a child, and finally the hardship has paid off. Qin Tian, with a look of willingness to sacrifice, followed Lu Ruashi to the presidential suite. After Lu Ruashi locked the door, Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said, Female devil, I will kill you or chop you up, it's all up to you. Chapter 21 A promise worth 1,000 pieces. Lu Ruashi slapped Qin Tian twice, and Qin Tian said angrily, Devil girl, you have no moral principles. Lu Ruashi climbed onto Qin Tian's neck with both hands, slightly bent her body and said seductively, Xiao Tian, who told you to be disobedient? Qin Tian's fingers trembled slightly, and his face flushed as he said, Devil girl, you are going too far. Lu Ruashi raised her head slightly and said with a breath as sweet as orchid, Xiao Tian, why did you abandon me? Was it because I didn't do well enough? Qin Tian felt Lu Ruashi in his arms, stiffened his neck and said, Devil girl, I am a human being, not a bird in your cage, and certainly not your tool. I have my own thoughts and I need freedom. Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's handsome face and said with seductive eyes, Xiao Tian, sister has never thought of restricting your freedom. I understand your experience and personality, and I know you will leave because of inferiority and fear. I didn't let you go out during this period of time just to cultivate our relationship. Qin Tian felt warm in his heart, and asked suspiciously, Lu Ruashi, what are you doing again? Lu Ruashi opened her red lips and said sincerely, Xiao Tian, we are a match made in heaven. You are the most perfect. You really don't need to feel inferior or be afraid of being hurt. Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said, You are talking nonsense. Who has low self-esteem? Who is afraid of being hurt? Lu Ruashi pleaded pitifully. Xiao Tian, please believe me, I really like you and really love you. Please don't leave me, okay? Qin Tian's heart trembled slightly, and he said in disbelief, Lu Ruashi, you said you like me? Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, Xiao Tian, to be precise, I have fallen in love with you. Qin Tian's earlobes turned red as he said, No one would believe you. Lu Ruashi said with slightly blurred eyes, Xiao Tian, you will believe it. Qin Tian's face turned red, and he stiffened his neck and said, You will never believe it. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Tian Tian, you are so stubborn. Qin Tian said desperately, you, a vixen, will only disturb my spiritual heart. Lu Ruashi stuck to Qin Tian, breathing softly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, can we have a heart-to-heart talk? Qin Tian nodded with a blushing face. Lu Ruashi pulled Qin Tian to sit down beside the big bed and hugged Qin Tian's neck. Qin Tian hurriedly hugged Lu Ruashi's slender waist and said angrily, You're so clumsy, I'm not afraid of dropping you. Lu Ruashi smiled every day and said, Xiao Tian Tian, are you worried about your sister? Don't worry, your sister is very flexible and won't fall. Qin Tian suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said with a serious face, Lu Ruashi, you are a daughter of destiny, and I am just an insignificant grain of sand in the vast sea of people. We are not suitable, I really don't deserve you, just for the sake of our past relationship, let me go. Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's handsome face and said affectionately, Xiao Tian Tian, I'm really not playing with you, I really love you. Believe me, okay? Qin Tian felt a little warm in his heart, and said with a dim look in his eyes, I, Qin Tian, am an unlucky person. My parents died when I was young. I don't have any aspirations. I just want to live a plain life. Lu Ruashi, you are too dazzling. How can I be worthy of such a beautiful you? Lu Ruashi felt a pain in her heart and said with red eyes, Xiao Tian Tian, let your sister love you from now on, okay? I know I can't change your mind in a short time. Do you think this is a good idea? I will no longer restrict your freedom, but you can no longer run away. Let's try to get along and try to fall in love, okay? Qin Tian's heart trembled slightly and said, I. Lu Ruashi covered Qin Tian's mouth with her slender hand and said, Xiao Tian Tian, don't be so hasty to reject your sister, okay? We'll give you 3 years. If after 3 years, we still don't love each other sincerely, I'll let you go free. What do you think? Lu Ruashi thought to herself. 3 years later, your sister will be able to give birth to your third baby. By then, where will you be able to run? Qin Tian was filled with thoughts. I can't run away, I can't hide, why don't I stay with her for 3 years? Just consider it as a token of our mutual affection. Maybe in less than 3 years, she will get tired of me, and then I will be free. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian expectantly, and Qin Tian nodded slightly and said, Okay, but I have 2 requests. Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes. Xiao Tian Tian, don't just ask for 2, even if it's 2,000 or 20,000, I will agree to it. Qin Tian felt a little warm in his heart and sighed secretly. No matter how domineering the female devil is, she has nothing to say to me. Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, First, our relationship cannot be made public, and second, I need to find a job. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Okay, let's keep it private. Let's just keep the status quo. Xiao Tian Tian, what do you think of this? Qin Tian nodded hesitantly, and Lu Ruashi said expectantly, The job will be even easier. Why don't you become the president of Lu Group and I'll be your personal secretary? Qin Tian was shocked and said speechlessly, If you don't do it, you will be the president of Lu Group. You are like a cabbage. I will give it to you whenever I want. Lu Ruashi said proudly. In my eyes, there is no difference between a CEO and cabbage. Qin Tian slapped Lu Ruashi and said speechlessly, Lu Ruashi, you are really inhumane. Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she said with seductive eyes, Brother Tian, you hurt me. Qin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he shook his head and said, Little devil, be serious, let's talk business. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, Then why don't you be my personal secretary and serve me? Qin Tian sneered. You are so beautiful, you damned capitalist, don't try to exploit me as much as you want. Lu Ruashi said helplessly. The minimum requirement is that you come to work in my company. I will assign Zhang Lei and the other person to the same department for you. Qin Tian nodded and said, Okay, but you have to keep it confidential in the company and you can't treat us specially. Baji. Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tian lightly on his thin lips and said excitedly, Deal, my boyfriend, please guide me for the rest of my life. Qin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he kindly reminded, My dear lady, please give me guidance in the past 3 years. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly, secretly delighted. 3 years? I have spoiled you to the heavens in these 3 years. I've spoiled you to the point where no one can afford to support you. Where can you escape? Chapter 22, Gratitude. Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's Adam's apple with one hand and said with a seductive look, "Little Tian, I miss you so much when I don't see you for a day." Qin Tian said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Haven't you seen this?" Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's ear and whispered softly, "Little Tian, sister is not satisfied with just seeing you." Qin Tian's earlobes turned red as he asked, "Then, what else do you want?" Lu Ruashi's naughty little hand gently stroked Qin Tian's thin lips and said, "My little Tian, what do you think?" The sun gradually rose higher, and the scorching temperature baked the earth. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ruashi, who was like a kitten in his arms. His heart warmed. "It seems like it's not bad to have a wild little kitty by your side. Let us cherish these 3 years." The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Congratulations to the two hosts for falling in love and officially becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. Reward: optimize the hostess's facial features, making her more charming and stunningly beautiful. Qin Tian complained. "I can see that your rewards are really fair, one for each person, without any bias." The system said with a big smile. "The reward is indeed once per person, don't just think about endlessly asking for it without thinking about giving back." Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't my return enough?" "Well, Daxixi, you can kneel down now." The system said with a look of resentment, "You are such an unscrupulous master." Lu Ruashi lazily opened Kazalin's big eyes, smiled aftertaste, and said, "Xiao Tian, I find that you are able to stay up late more and more." Qin Tian smiled proudly and said, "I am in good health, I enjoy everything I eat, and I can stay up late." Baji. Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tian on his thin lips and said, "Good morning, my little husband." Qin Tian said helplessly, "Why do you have to add small words to my name? I'm a grown man, okay? Do you still want to find a husband?" Lu Ruashi said with a look of aftertaste. "I know my husband is a grown man, Xiao is my nickname for you." Lu Ruashi lay on Qin Tian's chest and said, "Xiao Tian, don't worry, my big and small husband can only be you. My body, my heart, and everything I have belong to Xiao Tian alone." Qin Tian felt a little warm in his heart, patted Lu Ruashi and said, "Stop being cheesy and get up." Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled, and she said seductively, "Xiao Tian, I want to rest for a while." Qin Tian rolled his eyes at Lu Ruashi and said, "Get out of here. I don't know you. When has your time ever counted?" Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. "I don't want to either. Who told Xiao Tian's chest to be so comfortable?" Lu Ruashi held her slender waist and walked to the bathroom, looking at her more delicate and beautiful face in the mirror. Lu Ruashi widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Xiao Tian, come and see, am I more beautiful now?" Qin Tian touched his nose guiltily and said, "It seems so." Lu Ruashi jumped onto Qin Tian's body with excitement. Qin Tian hurriedly hugged Lu Ruashi and said helplessly, "Why are you always so clumsy? If I make you fall, you'll know you're wrong." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "I know my little Tian won't let me fall." Qin Tian slapped Lu Ruashi and said, "Be careful next time, or I'll hit you again." Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she said expectantly, "Xiao Tian, hit me again." Qin Tian said with a frown on his face, "Lu Ruashi, I really admire you." Seeing Qin Tian's speechless expression, Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's neck and laughed. Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's handsome face and said, "Xiaoxianshan, what kind of treasure boy are you? You are so fascinating." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Goddamn treasure boy, I'm just a country bumpkin." Lu Ruashi said with joy, "Ah. I get it, little Tian, you must have some secret." Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Damn, the devil can even guess this, she is so smart. She won't slice me up for research, will she? Baji. Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tianjun on the face and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Tian. No matter what secrets you have, I won't ask about them, and I won't tell anyone." Qin Tian said with a wandering look, "I don't know what you are talking about. You are naturally beautiful, stunningly beautiful, what does it have to do with me?" Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian and smiled knowingly. "Don't worry. My little husband, I won't tell anyone. I will only take over everything about you and squeeze everything out of you." Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "You, a capitalist, will squeeze and exploit me." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, I will give back to you. I will give you a few fat babies in the future, okay? Qin Tian rolled his eyes at Lu Ruashi and said, You are not giving me back at all, you are clearly trying to trap me. Lu Ruashi said with a longing look, I wonder when our first baby will arrive. Xiao Tian Tian, tell me, is he already in my belly? Qin Tian said speechlessly. You're not going to tell me that you've even thought of a name for your child? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, My husband really understands me. I have really thought it through. Qin Tian. Ha ha ha. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with a gloomy face, and her silver bell-like laughter could be heard from far away. Qin Tian and the other two came to the hotel restaurant to have lunch. Zheng Lei looked at Lu Ruashi's stunning beauty and quickly looked away. Zheng Lei sighed inwardly. Oh my god, why does my sister-in-law look more beautiful than yesterday? What kind of luck does Qin Chanlong have? I'm a little jealous of Qin Chanlong. Sigh, same person, different fate. I can't envy him enough. The three of them were eating a sumptuous seafood feast. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, Zheng Lei, are we going to play in G City for a few days, or go back to a city later? Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, The weather is too hot. Let's come back next time when we have time. Zheng Lei said with a smile, I can't wait to go back to work. Lu Ruashi smiled and nodded, then let's fly back after dinner. Chapter 23, Inseparable. Zheng Lei stepped onto the private plane with his hands and feet together, and said in astonishment, Sister-in-law, is this your private plane? Lu Ruashi asked curiously, Yes, what's wrong? Zheng Lei said in amazement, Sister-in-law, you are too rich. Lu Ruashi waved her hand indifferently and said, What's this? This little thing is very cheap. Qin Tian and Zheng Lei looked at each other, and Qin Tian said helplessly, Ruashi, you are too Versailles. When Lu Ruashi heard Qin Tian's address, she said with joy, Xiao Tian Tian, what did you call me? Call me again. Qin Tian's earlobes blushed as he said, Ruashi. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with tears in her eyes and said, Xiao Tian Tian, I'm so happy. From the devil girl to Lu Ruashi, and then to Ruashi, is it still far from being my wife? Qin Tian felt a little warm in his heart, and he squeezed Lu Ruashi's little hand to comfort her. Okay, stop being sentimental. You've ruined all my nervousness about my first time on a plane. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, Ah. Really? That's great, I have successfully taken your first time again. Zheng Lei was about to say that this was also his first time on a plane, but he suddenly stopped and stopped talking. Qin Tian said helplessly, Ruashi, if I don't take advantage of you for a while, you will feel uncomfortable all over, right? Lu Ruashi nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice and said, Yes, I love taking advantage of Xiao Tian Tian the most. The plane glided quickly on the runway and slowly left the ground. Qin Tian could not help but tighten his grip on the armrest as he felt a slight push on his back. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's hand and crossed her fingers, saying, Xiao Tian Tian, don't be nervous. Airplanes are one of the safest means of transportation in the world. Qin Tian nodded and said, Yeah, I know. It's just that it's my first time sitting here, so I feel a little uneasy. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Every time you do it, you feel uneasy. You are so insecure. Qin Tian. The plane finally reached the clouds. Qin Tian looked at the clouds outside the window with curiosity and said excitedly, Ruashi, look at these clouds, they are so beautiful. Lu Ruashi looked at her beloved man with tenderness, her eyes almost tearing. The plane finally landed smoothly at City A Airport. Qin Tian turned on his cell phone and Tangji called. Qin Tian turned on the hands-free and said with a smile, My dear son, what's wrong? Do you miss your father? Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and giggled. Xiao Tian Tian, the way you brothers get along with each other is so funny. Tangji was about to retort when he heard a sweet female voice in the microphone. Needless to say, Tangji guessed who it was. Tangji said nervously, Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Hello, Tangji. Qin Tian said with a smile, My dear, what do you want to talk to your father about? Tangji was so angry. He kept calling Qin Chanlong a bastard. With his sister-in-law here, Tangji dared not act rashly, and said with a frustrated look on his face, I wanted to ask you and Zhang Lei to go to our old place and have a drink together. But since my sister-in-law is here, it's obviously not appropriate, so let us find a hotel. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Let's go to your old place. I also want to go to the place where Xiao Tian used to stay. Zhang Lei said with embarrassment. Sister-in-law, why don't we change hotels? It's just a very ordinary food stall in the old city. People eat on the roadside at night. This is totally unbecoming of your status. Lu Ruashi said with a curious look on her face. Xiaoxianshan, let's go there. I've never eaten at a food stall before. Qin Tian said with a smile, it's settled. See you at the old place tonight. Lu Ruashi arranged for the driver to take Zhang Lei back and drove to the manor. Qin Tian and the other returned to the manor. After a short rest, Lu Ruashi changed into a blue evening dress and came to Qin Tian and said, Xiaoxianshan, how do you think I should wear this tonight? Qin Tian had a question mark on his face. Where are you going in your evening dress? Lu Ruashi turned around and said, Aren't you going to a food stall with your brothers for a midnight snack tonight? Qin Tian laughed and said, Who would eat a midnight snack at a roadside stall and wear a high-end dress? Lu Ruashi realized belatedly and said, I don't know, what should I wear? Qin Tian said with a smile. Normative clothes are fine, but the weather is too hot, so you can wear something cooler. Lu Ruashi nodded and said, Oh, I understand, just wait and see. Soon Lu Ruashi changed her clothes and came out. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's white and slender long legs, and was slightly stunned and said, Ruashi, you are too cool. Lu Ruashi jumped up to Qin Tian and said, Xiao Tian, do you think this is okay? Qin Tian shook his head and said, No. Lu Ruashi said with a puzzled look. Isn't it cool enough? I can't accept it if it's any cooler. Short shorts and a tight t-shirt are my limit. Qin Tian's earlobes blushed as he said, Don't wear this kind of clothes anymore. It's too tempting. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh, it turns out that Xiao Tian is jealous. Don't worry, I have never gone out dressed like this before. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe and said with a sweet breath. Xiaoxianshan, do you like this? I'll wear it for you to see when I get back tonight, okay? Qin Tian's neck even began to turn red. Lu Ruashi sat on Qin Tian and said with seductive eyes. Xiaoxianshan, do you like it or not? Qin Tian nodded fiercely and said, I like it. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's hand and said, Xiao Tian, please help me pick out a suitable dress. With the help of Qin Tian, Lu Ruashi picked out a white dress to change into. Qin Tian brought Lu Ruashi to the food stall. Tang Ji looked at Lu Ruashi in shock and thought to himself. Damn, isn't the sister-in-law too beautiful? Is this the most beautiful thing in the world? Qin Changlong is really fucking awesome. Tang Ji stammered. Hello, sister-in-law. After the four of them exchanged greetings, Lu Ruashi sat down with a curious look on her face and looked around. The arrival of Qin Tian and his companion had already attracted the attention of most people. Both men and women stole glances at them from time to time. The four of them sat in a corner, and Tang Ji said in disbelief. Sister-in-law, Zhang Lei and I both graduated from third-rate universities. Can we really work in your company? Lu Ruashi smiled and nodded. Tang Ji, don't be so polite, and don't feel pressured, just work hard. Tang Ji and Zhang Lei were grateful again. Zhang Lei smiled and said to Tang Ji. Let's cancel our current rental and rent a house near the company, which will be more convenient. Chapter 24, Everyone's Success. Lu Ruashi took out 2 file bags and handed them to Tang Ji and the others, smiling and saying. Tang Ji, open it and take a look. Tang Ji and the other man opened the document bag in confusion and looked at the property certificate, keys, etc. in front of them. Zhang Lei shook his head like a rattle and said with gratitude. Sister-in-law, no, this is too expensive. Tang Ji finally recovered from his shock and respectfully pushed the property certificate back, saying, Thank you, sister-in-law. We appreciate your kindness, but the house and car are too expensive. We really can't accept them. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Zhang Lei, Tang Ji, you're welcome. This is my gift to you. Since you call me sister-in-law, please don't be polite to me. It's just a big flat and a Hongqi car, not worth much. Zhang Lei muttered in his heart, Sister-in-law, it has to be you. My sister-in-law gave away 2 300-square-meter apartments and 2 top-of-the-line Hongqi cars as if they were giving away cabbages. Tang Ji said with a firm face. Sister-in-law, I know these are nothing to you. But for us, it's too expensive and we really can't accept it. Lu Ruashi smiled and said. Xiao Tiantian's parents passed away early, and fortunately you two brothers helped and accompanied him. Xiao Tiantian will not be too lonely and helpless. This is my intention, please don't be polite. Zhang Lei and the other two were about to decline, but Qin Tian smiled and said. You two bastards, why are you being polite to your father? Your eldest sister-in-law gave it to you, just accept it and think of it as something your father gave to you. Zhang Lei and the other man were both angry and touched. They glared at Qin Tian and said, Get lost, you bastard. The funny interaction between the three made Lu Ruashi laugh softly with her hands covering her mouth. You two should put it away quickly, and don't be polite. Zhang Lei and the other man stood up, bowed to Lu Ruashi and said. Thank you, sister-in-law. If my brother bullies you in the future, just tell us and we will teach him a lesson for you. If he dares to run again, we will tie him to the bed for you. Lu Ruashi raised her eyebrows at Qin Tian with a smug look on her face, and Qin Tian said helplessly. You two unfilial sons, are you going to sell out your father just like that? Zhang Lei said speechlessly, Qin Shanlong, don't be so stupid as to not appreciate the blessing you have. Tang Ji said with a smile. Brother Tian, you are such a person, you are lucky to have met my sister-in-law, otherwise, you would be single for the rest of your life. Qin Tian sneered. Brother, I am loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when I see them, and tires burst when cars see me. How can I be a bachelor? You two single guys are nothing like me. If you don't work harder, your brothers and sisters will just be useless. Zhang Lei and Tang Ji cursed inwardly. Lu Changlong is really a bastard. While my sister-in-law is here, he is trying his best to take advantage of us. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, Then Xiao Tian, you have to work hard. Qin Tian, Ruashi, you really hit the snake with a stick. The boss quickly served the necessary midnight snacks such as barbecue and snails. Lu Ruashi stretched out her pink little tongue and licked the corner of her mouth and said. Xiao Tian looks so hungry. I can't wait. Qin Tian said helplessly, Ruashi, I always feel like you are driving. Lu Ruashi said innocently, Xiao Tian, didn't I come here in your car? Zhang Lei opened the ice beer and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, would you like some beer? Lu Ruashi took a bite of the snail and said, Xiao Tian, can I have some beer? Hey, why can't I suck out this snail? Qin Tian said with a smile. Miss Lu, if you want to drink, who dares to stop you? But drink less, or you'll get bloated. Tang Ji smiled and said. Brother Tian is really good at sucking snails. He can suck them out immediately. Sister-in-law, you should let Brother Tian teach you. Lu Ruashi smiled and said excitedly, Xiao Tian, come and teach me quickly. Qin Tian had no choice but to pass on his unique skills to Lu Ruashi. A few people were happily eating barbecue skewers and drinking cold beer. They were so comfortable and laughter could be heard from time to time. At this time, 5 social figures wearing flowery shorts and tattoos came to the seats and sat down. A yellow-haired man yelled, Boss, our brother Long is here, hurry up and serve the food. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and said helplessly. Okay, please take a seat and I'll serve you the food right away. The boss sighed inwardly, he is probably here to eat for free again, oh, I can't afford to offend him. A diner lowered his voice and said to his companion, Pay attention, that guy is Brother Long, he's a very powerful gangster. The companion said in surprise. Is this the legendary Brother Long? His aura is truly extraordinary. Huang Mao caught a glimpse of Lu Ruashi's figure and could no longer take his eyes away. He swallowed hard and said. Brother Long, look, there is a beautiful fairy. Brother Long sneered. Look at your inexperienced look. I've tried all kinds of beauties, and you think she's a fairy? Brother Long turned around with a nonchalant look, and his face instantly became dull. Gurgle, gurgle. Brother Long swallowed a few times and whispered. What the hell, this is like a fairy descending to earth. The red-haired man flattered him. Brother Long, how can those poor boys be worthy of a fairy like this? Only a great hero like Brother Long can be worthy of it. The green-haired guy next to him quickly said. Having a fairy like this as a sister-in-law, we little brothers will also benefit from it. Brother Long waved his hand and said, Go call that beautiful lady over and tell her that Brother Long likes her. The blue-haired one rushed over first, and the yellow-haired one secretly spitted and said. MD, this flatterer runs away pretty fast. Lan Mao, holding a cigarette in his mouth, came to Qin Tian's desk in a show of strength and said arrogantly, "That beautiful lady, our brother Long, has taken a fancy to you. Come and be our sister-in-law. I promise you will have delicious food and drinks." The diners saw this scene and sighed. Alas, it's a pity that such a delicate and beautiful woman was ruined again. Qin Tian and the other three were slightly stunned and glanced at Brother Long and his companions not far away. Qin Tian said with a slightly cold expression, "Get lost." Although Zhang Lei and his friend came from poor backgrounds, they were not the kind of people who would fear trouble, especially since Lan Mao had insulted his eldest sister-in-law. Zhang Lei stood up and said condescendingly, "Where did you come from, you little jerk? If you dare to say something rude again, I'll punish you." Seeing that the situation was not good, the boss hurried out to smooth things over and said, "Brother Lan, please be so kind as to give me some face. These guys are my regular customers." Lan Mao slapped the boss in the face and cursed, "You don't even have the dignity to be with me." The boss wanted to earn some hard-earned money, but he knew he couldn't afford to offend these people, so he said angrily but not daring to speak, "Brother Lan, you've already fought, so let's just forget about it. I'll pay for your meals today." Chapter 25, Brave and Fierce. Lan Mao was too lazy to bother with the boss anymore and sneered in his heart, "Don't say I don't have money. Even if I did, I wouldn't plan to pay." Lan Mao raised his head and said, "You little bastards, do you know who my big brother is? How dare you talk to me like that? My eldest brother is Brother Long. Who in this area doesn't know him? You better be sensible and hand this beauty over to me, or you will suffer." Lu Ruashi never even looked at Lan Mao from beginning to end. Tang Ji stood up and cursed. "Whose crotch did this traffic light come from? How did it come in front of me to show off its presence?" Lan Mao said angrily, "If you don't hand this beauty over to me, I'll make you pay." Zhang Lei is not a cowardly person, and now he has Lu Ruashi as his backer. Zhang Lei was not going to be such a coward. He grabbed the beer bottle and smashed it on Lan Mao's head, saying angrily, "I'll fuck you." With a bang, the blue hair was instantly cut open and blood dripped down along the blue hair. The diners saw this scene and quickly dispersed, sighing in their hearts. Hey, these handsome guys are really impulsive. Is Brother Long so easy to mess with? Hurry up and run. The boss was stunned when he saw this, and hurriedly whispered, "Oh, we've gotten into big trouble. They can't afford to offend us. You better run away now." Lan Mao covered his wound with both hands and said in disbelief, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my eldest brother is?" Tang Ji picked up the beer bottle on the table and smashed it on Lan Mao's head again. With a bang, blue hair almost turned into red hair. Blue hair fell down and lay on the ground, shouting hoarsely, "Brother, save me." Brother Long and the others had already noticed the movement here. Seeing that Qin Tian and the others were so ungrateful, Brother Long angrily cursed, "Fuck him, except for that beauty, everyone get down today." 4 people, led by Brother Long, rushed over quickly with beer bottles in hand. Zhang Lei and another man rushed forward with beer bottles in hand, but the 4 people were too scattered and they could only stop 2 of them. Zhang Lei and the other man were extremely anxious, as they knew very well that Qin Tianjian was a loser. Qin Tian is a rough man and it's okay to be injured, but he also has a delicate sister-in-law. What should he do? Zhang Lei and the other man opened fire at full force, trying to end the battle quickly. Although Qin Tian knew that he was a weak fighter and Lu Ruashi had strong fighting ability. But this is a different time. Lu Ruashi is his girlfriend now. How could Qin Tian, a macho man, hide behind Lu Ruashi and exert his strength? Qin Tian held up a beer bottle and blocked Lu Ruashi behind him. Lu Ruashi was overjoyed. Oh shit, Xiao Xianchen is protecting me too, this is so manly." Brother Long and Huang Mao approached Qin Tian and the other man with lewd smiles on their faces. Just as Huang Mao was about to speak, a beer bottle hit him from behind Qin Tian. With a bang, the beer bottle shattered, and the yellow-haired man covered his big red and yellow head and wailed in pain. Who the hell is plotting against me? This was naturally Lu Ruashi's work. How could Lu Ruashi let a man who was so weak as to fight against her suffer any loss? After a beer bottle hit the yellow-haired guy, Lu Ruashi kicked the stool hard, and the stool flew towards Brother Long at a rapid speed. How could the battle maniac Brother Long know that the delicate Lu Ruashi would secretly do something shady? Because he rushed too fast, Brother Long tripped over a stool and fell flat on his face. Brother Long looked up at the beer bottle approaching with horror and shouted angrily, You little bastard, I'm Brother Long, how dare you hit me? The answer was the sound of a bottle breaking. Brother Long touched the blood on his head and said in disbelief. You bastard, you really dare to hit me? I want you to die. The boss felt a chill in his heart. It's over, these young people are really finished, they even dared to cut Brother Long. Oh, I'm so unlucky. Something happened to Brother Long here, and I guess I'm done for too. The crowd of spectators took a deep breath and said, Is this handsome guy crazy? Doesn't he know this is Brother Long? Alas, young people who have just started out have not experienced the harsh beatings of society. Shin Tian didn't care what others thought. He raised his size 42 foot and kicked Brother Long hard in the face. Crack! Brother Long's nose broke, and his two huge front teeth fell down with blood. Brother Long covered his face and said incoherently, You son of a bitch, I'll make sure you die miserably. That little bitch, when I get tired of playing with her, I will definitely take her to the club. Shin Tian was about to stop, but when he heard Brother Long's words, his face turned cold and he picked up the beer bottle. With a bang, Brother Long was hit again. Shin Tian said in a cold voice, Brother Long, right? Show me another awesome one. At this time, Zhang Lei and the other man had finished the fight and knocked the two energetic young men to the ground, unable to get up again. Zhang Lei and his partner protected Shin Tian and the other person in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and looked at Shin Tian with shining eyes. Wow, Brother Tian, you are so manly. When the boss heard Lu Ruashi's words, he sighed inwardly. Alas, beauty is a disaster. Still manly, you will become a dead dog soon. The onlookers were so shocked that their three views dropped to the ground, and they were dumbfounded and said, These four youngsters are too reckless. How can you afford to offend Brother Long? Brother Long covered his bald head and said grimly, I, Long Kuan, have been in the martial arts world for 20 years, and I have never suffered such a big loss. You little bastards, I will castrate you and send you to the palace to be eunuchs. I will give you a surname. Shin Tian picked up a beer bottle again and opened it for Brother Long with a pop. This went on repeatedly, and after Shin Tian rewarded Brother Long with 3 more bottles of wine, the tough guy Brother Long could no longer hold back. Brother Long propped up his dizzy head and said, You guys are too damn bullying. Do you dare to wait for me to call someone? Lu Ruashi peeled boiled peanuts and ate her big melon and said, You have more people than me? Okay, go ahead and get some people. Brother Long, feeling dizzy, took out his phone with difficulty and started calling people. It is worth mentioning that the Lu Group owns the largest bodyguard company in the country. Lu Ruashi called the vice president of the bodyguard company and said in a cold voice, I'm at the old food stall at number 911 in the old city. Bring me a few cars of people as quickly as possible. Vice President Lu Wu hurriedly said respectfully, Yes, President Lu. Vice President Lu Wu thought to himself, General Lu must have encountered some trouble. Han Xian recruited soldiers, the more the better. Then let's have 9 chariots. Lu Wu quickly gathered 9 buses of bodyguards, and the 9 buses sped towards the food stall. The crowd of onlookers whispered, Young men, run quickly. If you don't run now, it will be too late. Chapter 26, Evil will be rewarded. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Thank you for your concern. We live in a society ruled by law now. These hooligans won't be able to keep their arrogance for long. Shin Tian lit a cigarette and said, Run? Why should we run? These hooligans bully the good and rob women. They are capable of all kinds of evil. Is there still law? Is there still justice? The crowd sighed in their hearts. Alas, a group of naive young people really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at the 40 or 50 energetic young men running over, shouting and yelling. The crowd of onlookers hurriedly dispersed far away, fearing that innocent people would be harmed. Everyone sighed inwardly, well, now we can't run away even if we want to, are we stupid? Zhang Lei and the other man hurriedly picked up the long bench and protected Shin Tian and the other man in the middle. A group of people surrounded Shin Tian and the other 3. The leaders hurriedly helped Brother Long up from the ground and said, Brother Long, who hurt you like this? Brother Long pushed a younger brother away and said shakily, Damn it! I've been in the martial arts world for 20 years, but I didn't expect to capsize in the gutter today and fall into the hands of a few little bastards. Leader Zhang San pointed at Shin Tian and the other 3 and said angrily, MD, you dared to hurt Brother Long like this, you are dead. The leader Li Si said proudly. Comparing with our Brother Long in terms of numbers, you guys are fucking stupid. Qin Tian flicked the cigarette but towards Li Si and said, I hope you'll still be so arrogant in a while. Li Si was furious and said, fuck you, what an arrogant little jerk. Everyone heard the sound of a car braking suddenly and looked over curiously. I saw 9 identical buses suddenly stopped on the side of the road with their doors open. Teams of burly men in black clothes and holding batons came down one after another and surrounded Brother Long and his group. Brother Long's face turned pale, his thighs trembled unnaturally, and he thought to himself, this time I really hit a brick wall. There must be at least 300 people here, and they are all bodyguards. You guys are such a bully. You are so awesome, yet you still come to eat at a roadside stall. Fuck you. The crowd watching this dramatic scene could not help but stare in amazement. Crowd A was shocked and said, I knew it. That handsome guy looks so noble. He must be the son of some wealthy family. Crowd Eater B said happily. Ha, these hooligans have finally hit a wall. It's time to teach these bastards a lesson. The boss was ecstatic and said secretly. Ha, it looks like my store is saved. These damn bastards are now in trouble. The bodyguards walking in front took batons and beat a group of thugs. The gangsters were already frightened and beaten to the ground. The bodyguards behind him didn't even have time to get out of the car, let alone get beaten up. After all the bodyguards had left, everyone looked at the dark mass of bodyguards. I just felt a strong sense of oppression and even had to breathe carefully. Vice President Lu Wu, who was running in the front, bowed with his bodyguards and said, Hello, President Lu. Lu Ruashi waved her hand and said, Extra people, get back in the car. The bodyguards hurried back to the car and sat down, leaving 30 to 50 people at the scene to maintain order. Crowd A was so surprised that his jaw dropped and he whispered, I never thought that I, Lu Rinjia, would miscalculate one day. The boss turned out to be this little fairy. Spectator B said in shock, this woman is so scary. The boss was dumbfounded and said, Fuck. Long Cohen, you idiot, actually dared to tease such an important person. Let's see how you die this time. Zhang Lei and the other man were also deeply shocked. They knew that their sister-in-law was awesome, but this was too awesome. Brother Long's face turned pale. He knew he was in big trouble and his body was shaking like a sieve. Qin Tian kicked Long Kun and said condescendingly, Brother Long, right? Do you still have more people than him? Long Kun said with a flattering look. Big brother, you can just call me Little Bug. The villain failed to recognize the great man and offended everyone. Big brother, just treat me like a fart. Qin Tian said with a smile, not awesome anymore? Long Kun said flatteringly, Brother, you are joking, how can it be possible? Qin Tian snorted coldly and said, I can ignore the other things, but you should never insult Qin Tian's woman. Do you think I can forgive you? Lu Ruashi's heart was filled with pink bubbles of happiness. Ah, Xiao Tian has admitted that I am his woman again, I am so happy. No, I must reward Xiao Tian well tonight. Long Kun's face turned pale and he said loudly, You can't touch me. I have a boss to protect me. My boss is Mr. Zhou from Zhou Group. Qin Tian sneered and said, I know him on the weekend, of course. Long Kun's face lit up with joy, and he thought to himself, fortunately, the boss has a good reputation, so I'm saved now. Lu Ruashi called the weekend number and said in a cold voice, I'll give you 10 minutes to get back to the old food stall at number 911 in the old city, or you'll take the consequences. Weekend's face turned pale, and he thought to himself, what does this crazy woman want to do? Fortunately, I am close to there, otherwise, it would be really troublesome. On weekends, I stepped on the accelerator to the floor and drove towards the food stalls at full speed. Weekend quickly walked through the bodyguards and was about to speak, panting. Long Kun wailed, Boss, save me. Weekend had just run to Lu Ruashi when, with a bang, Lu Ruashi picked up the beer bottle and swung it at Weekend's head, saying, You bastard, I'm giving you face this weekend, right? Even one of your lowly subordinates dares to provoke me? Weekend covered his head in pain and said, Miss Lu, I don't know. Is it that bastard Long Kun? Just do whatever you want with him. Long Kun felt a chill in his heart. Shit. The boss came over and got beaten up before he could even say anything. Who was the important person he offended? Miss Lu? Lu? Long Cohen seemed to remember something, and his face turned pale in an instant. Can this person still be saved? Tang Ji and the other two were also startled. The person who came was obviously someone important. But what does it matter if he is awesome? Before he could even say anything, he was scolded by his sister-in-law. Isn't the sister-in-law too awesome? We should be able to walk sideways from now on, right? Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "Go away, I'm annoyed when I see you." The weekend came quickly and went away quickly, leaving in shame, covering my wounds. On the surface, he naturally did not dare to hold a grudge against Lu Ruashi, but all these accounts were naturally blamed on Qin Tian, who was standing aside. Weekend said viciously, "Qin Tian, you country bumpkin, don't think you have climbed onto a high branch. One day, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. MD, Lu Ruashi, you bitch, one day I will pin you down and humiliate you at will." Qin Tian was too lazy to waste words with Brother Long anymore, so he threw away the cigarette in his hand and said, "Ruashi, let's go back." Chapter 27, Rebirth. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, Xiao Tian Tian, we will go back and rest soon. Don't worry, sister will definitely reward you well tonight." Qin Tian looked helpless, but also a little expectant in his heart. He was very conflicted. Lu Ruashi said to Vice President Lu Wu in a cold voice, "This bastard bullied the good and robbed women. Let the legal team sue him. Dig out all the evil deeds of these people. Such bullies deserve to go to jail and repent." Lu Wu said respectfully, "It's Mr. Lu." After Qin Tian and Zhang Lei said goodbye, they went their separate ways. After washing up, Lu Ruashi changed into a tight embroidered cheongsam and walked towards Qin Tian in a swaying manner. The close-fitting cut perfectly shows off Lu Ruashi's perfect S-curve. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's particularly simple cheongsam, his Adam's apple rolling from time to time, and said with a jealous look, "Ruashi, you are not allowed to go out wearing this." Lu Ruashi sat on Qin Tian's thighs, breathing sweetly and saying, "Xiao Tian Tian, what are you thinking about? There are so many cheongsams like this. But they are all specially made for you, and only you can see them." Qin Tian felt dizzy and his adrenaline surged rapidly. Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's neck and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are so brave today. I wonder if your sister can see your even braver side." Qin Tian looked at the white skin in front of him and said vaguely, "Lu Ruashi, you really are a little goblin." At this time, Zhang Lei and the other person couldn't wait to come to the large flat that Lu Ruashi had prepared for them. Zhang Lei and his partner gently stroked the beautiful lines of the Hongqi sedan, as if they were caressing a lover. Tang Ji sighed and said, "Lazy, sister-in-law has been so kind to us." Zhang Lei said with gratitude, "It's not an exaggeration to say that we are your reborn parents. In the future, we must work diligently in the company and not embarrass our sister-in-law." The two of them left the car reluctantly and ran into the room. The two opened the door and looked at the exquisite and luxurious decoration inside. It was a typical house where you can move in with just your luggage. The two of them were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, touching here and looking there. Zhang Lei said with tears in his eyes, "Oh my god, I can't believe it, we have our own home in City A." Tang Ji choked up and said, "What if I sacrifice my life for a sister-in-law like this?" Zhang Lei and his friend were so excited that they didn't sleep all night. Of course, they might not be the only ones who didn't sleep all night because of excitement. The midsummer sun was high in the sky. At noon, Qin Tiankai slowly opened his eyes. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was like a koala in his arms, and couldn't help but stretch out his slender fingers to gently stroke Lu Ruashi's increasingly rosy lips. Feeling itchy, Lu Ruashi reflexively stuck out her tongue and licked Qin Tian's slender fingers. Lu Ruashi opened her big eyes with a silly and cute look, and said with a slightly red face, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are really bad." Qin Tian said with a smile, "I just touched your red lips, why is it so bad?" Lu Ruashi blushed and said, "I was sleeping soundly, and you woke me up. You are so bad." Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi and said, "Okay, get up and have lunch. You're not hungry yet." Lu Ruashi twisted her body slightly, touched her belly shyly and said, "I ate too much for supper last night, but I'm not hungry." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Can this be eaten?" "Be good, get up." Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian's more perfect muscle lines and said with surprise, "Wow, Xiao Tian Tian, why do I feel that your muscles are even more perfect, as if they contain infinite power?" Qin Tian said indifferently, "Brother Tian, I have always been like this, okay? Lu Ruashi smiled knowingly and said no more. She supported her slender waist and limped to the bathroom. Lu Ruashi turned around and said angrily, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are really a stupid ass." Qin Tian looked puzzled and asked curiously, "What's wrong with me? Why am I a dumb ass again?" Lu Ruashi said with satisfaction, "Good stupid ass, I like it." After Qin Tian and the other had lunch, Lu Ruashi said gently, "Xiao Tian Tian, I have to go to the company to take care of some things, you are free to move around." Qin Tian was bored and eager to try. "Ruashi, why don't I go to work today?" Lu Ruashi said lovingly, "Xiao Tian Tian, you stayed up too late last night, take some rest. Besides, tomorrow is the weekend, so you can start work with Zhang Lei on Monday." It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was indeed inappropriate to go to work. After all, the relationship between Qin Tian and the other person was kept secret in the company. Qin Tian nodded and said, "Okay, it's just a little boring." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Zhang Lei and his wife should be moving to their new home today. Can you go and see if they can help you with anything?" Qin Tian felt warm in his heart and muttered to himself, "It seems that I really misunderstood her before. She really hurt me to death. Maybe I should open my heart and try to accept her." Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi in his arms and lowered his head to accurately capture Lu Ruashi's delicate and tempting red lips. Lu Ruashi widened her big, silly eyes, and fireworks burst into bloom in her heart. "Xiao Tian Tian actually took the initiative to kiss me under normal circumstances. I am so happy." Lu Ruashi climbed up Qin Tian's neck with her small hands and responded enthusiastically. Her delicate body turned into a puddle of mud. Qin Tian slapped Lu Ruashi and said with a smile, "Ruashi, there is still a long way to go. You must know that too much is as bad as too little. You must exercise proper moderation." Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face flushed as she said, "Xiao Tian Tian, I'm so happy that you actually took the initiative to kiss me." Qin Tian said with a smile, "My Deceasee, are you so easily satisfied?" Lu Ruashi said with spring in her eyes, "No, Xiao Tian Tian, I want more. I will do my best to tolerate you and love you. Let you enjoy the most perfect love in this world." Qin Tian said with a moved expression, "You silly girl, you are such a love-brained girl. Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out?" Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, "I'm so well behaved and obedient, can't you use me yourself? I'll make you reluctant to sell me." Chapter 28, Flirting. Qin Tian drove a flashy sports car to Zhang Lei and his friend's residence. Qin Tian looked at the layout of 2 households per floor and nodded involuntarily, thinking to himself, "Ruashi is really generous, and she really has nothing to say to me." Qin Tian rang the 2 doorbells. Zhang Lei and the other man opened the door sleepily and said in unison, "Hey, brother Tian, why are you here? Where's my sister-in-law?" Qin Tian pushed Zhang Lei aside and went inside, smiling and saying, "Ruashi went to the company, I came to see if you guys need anything else?" Tangji said with a smile, "We still need a wife to warm the bed." Qin Tian laughed and scolded, "Get lost, you can't even find a wife, you deserve it for playing League of Legends every day." Zhang Lei said excitedly, "These 2 houses have similar layouts. Let me introduce them to you." Zhang Lei and his friend took Qin Tian around on a tour, introducing things to him excitedly. Qin Tian sat down on the sofa, threw the cigarettes to the 2 of them, and lit one for himself. Tangji said with gratitude, "Brother Tian, thank you and sister-in-law, otherwise Lei Zi and I will never be able to afford to live in such a mansion in this lifetime." Qin Tian blew out a smoke ring and said, "You 2 bastards, why are you being polite to your father?" Zhang Lei said angrily, "Qin Chanlong, FKU. You took advantage of your father while my sister-in-law was here." Tangji rubbed his hands and said, "Lazy, go ahead and take care of him." Qin Tian jumped up from the sofa and said, "Fuck you 2 bastards have no moral principles." Zhang Lei and the other man pressed Qin Tian to the ground and rubbed him. Qin Tian said angrily, "Fuck, don't hit your face, your sister-in-law will definitely punish you later." Zhang Lei laughed and said, Hey, I want to hit you in the face, just watch your father's monkey steal peaches." Qin Tian said angrily, "Fuck you, Xiao Lazy, you have no moral principles." Zhang Lei widened his eyes and said in confusion, Fuck, Qin Chanlong, you are such a jerk. You are not a human being." Tang Ji was full of curiosity. He took advantage of Qin Tian's unpreparedness and attacked him. He was stunned and said, Qin Chanlong, Dad gave you the wrong name. UTND, you should be called Qin Julong. The three brothers were tired of laughing and playing, so they leaned back on the sofa and clinked beer bottles. Zheng Lei said seriously, Julong, Daddy is telling you, be nice to your sister-in-law. You won't find a woman as good as your sister-in-law even with a lantern. Tang Ji agreed and said, My son, Julong, if you become a jerk like Chen Shimi, none of US brothers will let you go. Qin Tian said with a look of disdain, Look at your behavior, are you being bribed? Zheng Lei said with a smile, Don't you know what kind of people your two fathers are? Qin Tian sneered. Your father and you two grandsons are here to teach you? I don't plan to live a good life with her, so I'll let you take her things, which are also given to you by your father. The three of them were bickering and drinking cold beer at the same time, looking very comfortable. Tang Ji said excitedly, Children, we are moving to a new house today, why don't we go buy some food? How about inviting my sister-in-law to dinner tonight? Zheng Lei slapped his head and said, That's right, then hurry up and let my son Julong be the chef tonight. With my sister-in-law warming up the pot for us, our lives will surely be more prosperous. Qin Tian hasn't cooked since he met Lu Ruashi, and he was itching to cook. Qin Tian smiled and nodded. Okay, let's do this. Today your father will show you his skills and celebrate for you so that your livestock will prosper. Zheng Lei and the other man laughed and scolded, Get lost. The three of them naturally kept in mind the principle of not drinking and driving, and Qin Tian and the other two walked to the nearby large vegetable market. Not long after, Qin Tian and the other two were walking back with bags of vegetables, just like a housewife. Zhou Yuan drove out of the club in a supercar with a satisfied look on her face. When she saw the figure on the side of the road, her eyes lit up and she said, Oh my god, isn't this that handsome guy Qin Tian? Judging from his appearance, he was definitely going home, and this road was definitely not the way to Lu Ruashi's home. He must have gotten tired of Lu Ruashi and dumped her, so can I have a try? Zhou Yuan looked at Qin Tian's handsome face and tall figure, and her saliva began to flow unconsciously. Zhou Yuan hurriedly stopped the car, pulled down her deep V-skirt, and leaned against the sports car with a coquettish look on her face. Qin Tian was laughing and joking with Zheng Lei and didn't notice Zhou Yuan at all. Zhou Yuan looked at Qin Tian approaching, deliberately twisted her calf, and pounced towards Qin Tian. A gust of intoxicating fragrance blew over. Qin Tian had experienced this kind of situation many times since he was a child, so he dodged to the side reflexively. Zheng Lei, who was behind Qin Tian, was walking too close and did not notice the person coming, so he was caught by Zhou Yuan. Because Zhou Yuan and Zheng Lei were still far apart, Zhou Yuan lost her balance and suddenly grabbed Zheng Lei's flowered shorts. Zheng Lei only felt a chill under his body, but with his hands full, how could he react in time? Zheng Lei looked at the charming woman under him with a confused look on his face. Due to long-term sports car driving, Zheng Lei's hair had already been tanned into a charcoal black. Zheng Lei said with a red face, Oh my gosh, beautiful lady, in front of so many people, you are too impatient, aren't you? Qin Tian and Tang Ji looked at the cartoon characters on Zheng Lei's pants and laughed. Oh my goodness, angry birds, you still have a childlike heart. Zhou Yuan looked at the black-haired man in front of her, wiped the corner of her mouth and said, Oh my god, is this the charcoal that has turned into a spirit? Zheng Lei hurriedly picked up his flowered shorts and said angrily, You took advantage of me, and you're still complaining about it. Zhou Yuan said to Qin Tian with a charming look. Brother Qin Tian, can you pull me up? I sprained my ankle and it hurts. At this time, Qin Tian and the other two had nothing to understand. This woman was coming for Qin Tian again. After all, the three of them have seen this kind of scene too many times. Qin Tian asked curiously, Who are you? Do I know you? Zhou Yuan threw a wink and said, Little brother, don't you remember me? I'm Zhou Yuan. We met at the last dance. Qin Tian then realized that it was the sister of that bastard on the weekend. Tang Ji said worriedly, My son, Julong, please don't make any mistakes. Qin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou Yuan, turned around and was about to leave, rolled his eyes at Tang Ji and said, Don't you know what kind of person your father is? Seeing Qin Tian was about to leave, Zhou Yuan quickly stood up and stretched out her arms to block Qin Tian's way and said, Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I will give you double the amount of money Lu Ruashi gave you. Don't worry, my sister is much more fun than Lu Ruashi's big ice cube. Chapter 29. Two women fight for a husband. Qin Tian and the other two were all upset. Qin Tian said impatiently. Get lost, where did the white bone demon come from? You know I'm Lu Ruashi's man, but you still come to provoke me. Do you want to die? Tang Ji kindly reminded, Beauty, your little rabbit is about to run out. Zhou Yuan pretended to be shy and pulled up her deep V-long skirt, and said with a lustful look. Handsome boy, it doesn't matter who you are, you can be my gigolo. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Just name your price. Zhang Lei and the other man burst out laughing, their faces turning red. Qin Tian's face was full of black lines, and he said impatiently, Get lost, don't fucking look for trouble. Zhou Yuan was not angry at all, and said with a look of amorous feelings. Oh, you have a bad temper. I like men with temper. At this time, Lu Ruashi quickly finished the work at hand and drove the fiery red Ferrari sports car to the residence of Zhang Lei and his wife. Qin Tian silently thought that a good man does not fight with a woman, and turned and left. Zhou Yuan came from another direction, straightened her waist and stopped Qin Tian and said. Handsome guy, don't be embarrassed. It's just for fun, right? I know Lu Ruashi doesn't want you anymore, it's okay, sister won't mind, sister will definitely love you well. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lei and the other man were standing aside, looking gloating and laughing till they were gasping for breath. Qin Tian's face turned frighteningly dark, and he wished he could kick this shameless woman into the trash can. Qin Tian said with a gloomy face. Get lost, you shameless bitch. Zhou Yuan said with shining eyes. Sis said she's not angry, and she really isn't angry. You can abuse her as much as you want. You believe me, I really like you, how come you are so handsome even when you are angry? Lu Ruashi saw Zhou Yuan pestering Qin Tian from afar, and cursed inwardly. These shameless vixens come to harass my little Tian just after I've been away for a while. It seems that if I don't teach you a severe lesson, you really think I'm dead. Squeak. The fiery red supercar suddenly stopped at the side of the road. Qin Tian was about to raise his size 42 foot to kick Zhou Yuan away. After hearing the sound, several people turned around at the same time. Lu Ruashi kicked open the car door with a cold expression, and Zhou Yuan was shocked. Damn, why is this woman here? Qin Tian touched his nose with embarrassment, not knowing where to start. Lu Ruashi came to Qin Tian gracefully and said with a sweet smile. Xiao Tian, it's inconvenient for you as a man, let your sister handle everything. Lu Ruashi looked at Zhou Yuan with contempt and said. Zhou Paopi, with your appearance, you dare to steal my man? Don't you T&D pollute the air around my man. Zhou Yuan said angrily, Miss Lu, don't hit people in the face, and don't expose their shortcomings when scolding them. You are going too far. Lu Ruashi straightened her waist and said. Too much? Don't you know that Qin Tian is my man? How dare you harass him? Zhou Yuan's eyes swept over Lu Ruashi's hot curves, and she felt envious. She said with a jealous look on her face. Miss Lu, you're tired of playing with that little gigolo, so what's wrong with me playing with him? From a certain perspective, we are still brothers-in-law in the future, and maybe we can even make a good story out of it. Pa. Lu Ruashi slapped Zhou Yuan's face left and right. Zhou Yuan's cheeks instantly became red and swollen, with 2 clear slap marks left on each side. Tang Ji was shocked and said. Damn, my sister-in-law is so cool, she slaps people in the face as soon as they disagree with her. Zhou Yuan covered her face in disbelief and said, Lu Ruashi, you dare to hit me? Lu Ruashi sneered. Being hit on you is considered light. Whoever dares to raise his claws towards my man, I will make him regret coming into this world. Zhou Yuan said angrily. Lu Ruashi, don't be so arrogant. We have a feud today. Zhou Yuan covered her face and turned to leave. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice. Does this lady allow you to leave? You harassed my man, and you can leave without leaving something behind? Zhou Yuan said indifferently, Lu Ruashi, don't think that I am afraid of you. What can you do to me? Lu Ruashi sneered, since you like to be flirty so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Lu Ruashi grabbed Zhou Yuan's deep V-long skirt and tore it apart. The thin style could not withstand Lu Ruashi's strange strength. Qin Tian and the other two hurriedly looked away to avoid getting sty. Zhou Yuan's deep V-long skirt turned into several pieces and fell to the ground. Zhou Yuan said in disbelief, Lu Ruashi, how dare you? Lu Ruashi was too lazy to pay attention to this bitch and kicked Zhou Yuan in the abdomen. After gliding in the air for a few meters, Zhou Yuan fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhou Yuan covered her abdomen, her body arched like a shrimp, and wailed in pain. Ouch, it hurts so much, Lu Ruashi, you bitch, how dare you do this? Lu Ruashi raised her high heels and kicked Zhou Yuan, saying, Oh my god, Zhou Paopi, how much sun have you been in? You're so dark. Zhou Yuan blushed and said angrily, You. Lu Ruashi kicked Zhou Yuan again and kicked her next to the trash can. Zhou Yuan wailed in such pain that it was heartbreaking and made anyone who heard it cry. Lu Ruashi grabbed Zhou Yuan's big red wavy hair, and Zhou Yuan stood up with a look of pain on her face. Lu Ruashi lifted Zhou Yuan's calf and pulled it upwards, and Zhou Yuan fell headfirst into the smelly trash can. The smelly garbage filled Zhou Yuan's mouth, and she rolled her eyes in disgust. Zhou Yuan's 2 feet were flapping in the air, which looked extremely strange. Lu Ruashi spit at Zhou Yuan with a look of disgust. This is a small punishment for a big warning. If you dare to seduce my man next time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Lu Ruashi picked up the cell phone and car keys that Zhou Yuan dropped on the ground and threw them into the moat next to her. As for how Zhou Yuan, who was in a dishevel and wearing extremely strange clothes, returned, it was unknown. Lu Ruashi approached Xin Tian and said pitifully, Xiao Tian, my hands are hurting, can you help me blow the cold water? Xin Tian said with a smile, It's too disgusting here. If you want to act like a spoiled child, go back home. The 4 of them came to Zhang Lei's home one after another. Zhang Lei gave a thumbs up and said with admiration, Sister-in-law, you are so amazing. Tang Ji smiled and explained, Don't worry, sister-in-law, brother Tian never paid any attention to that slut. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Tang Ji, no need to explain, first of all, I trust Xiao Tian 100%. Moreover, I tried my best to pursue Xiao Tian, but she didn't even bother me, let alone these fallen girls. Tang Ji smiled and nodded, saying, Sister-in-law is wise. Lu Ruashi held out her slightly red palm and said pitifully, Xiao Tian, where is the hoa you promised me? Chapter 30 Flirting. Zhang Lei and the other man had sharp eyes and quickly went into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Xin Tian picked up Lu Ruashi's soft, boneless little hand and blew gently on it as if he was coaxing a child. Lu Ruashi's face turned slightly red, and she looked at Xin Tian with a slanting gaze. Xin Tian couldn't help but peck Lu Ruashi's white and tender palm gently, and said with a smile, Okay, I'll go back and reward you. Lu Ruashi hugged Xin Tian's handsome face and pecked him, saying, Xiao Tian, don't write a bad check. Xin Tian slapped Lu Ruashi and said, Little devil, go back and see how I'll deal with you. Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she said expectantly, Come on, who's afraid of who? Xin Tian said with a smile, both novice and playful. Lu Ruashi stiffened her neck and said, Who is the loser? I trained you by hand. Xin Tian's eyes were full of smiles, Yes, Dasisi is the best, don't cry. Lu Ruashi patted Xin Tian lightly and said coquettishly, Xiao Tian, you are such a fool. You don't know how to be gentle with women at all. Xin Tian said with a smile, Brother will cook for you today. Let me treat your little cherry mouth. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, Xiao Tian, you can't be partial to one and neglect the other. Oh, and you can cook, too? Xin Tian said with a smile, If I hadn't learned how to cook, I would have starved to death. Lu Ruashi hugged Xin Tian's waist with a distressed look on her face, and said with a sweet breath, Little Tian, your sister will love and care for you from now on. Xin Tian said helplessly, You little devil, if you dare to tease me again, I will take you back now. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Xiao Tian, you should calm down here. I'm going to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. Xin Tian walked to the balcony helplessly and lit a cigarette. Xin Tian's thoughts had drifted away, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Let me help you wash the vegetables. Zhang Lei and the other man quickly waved their hands and refused. No, sister-in-law, you are a noble girl, how can you do such rough work? Tang Ji and the other man blocked the door and refused to let Lu Ruashi go in to help. Helpless Lu Ruashi came to the balcony, hugged Xin Tian's waist from behind and said, Xiao Tian, it's not that I'm lazy, it's that Lei Zi and the others refuse to let me enter the kitchen. Xin Tian said with a smile, They are just afraid that you will go in and cause trouble. Lu Ruashi shook her body slightly and said, Xiao Tian, I don't agree. You despise me. Xin Tian said with a smile, Play by yourself for a while, and let me show you my skills. Qin Tian came to the kitchen and started to heat the oil. Lu Ruashi, who was sitting on the sofa, looking at Qin Tian wearing an apron, a bunch of pink bubbles appeared in my heart. Qin Tian showed off his skills by operating 2 pots at the same time, and soon a table full of delicious food filled the table. The 4 of them sat down. Lu Ruashi sniffed the aroma of the dishes and said with admiration, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are so amazing." Qin Tian said arrogantly, "You know how powerful I am." Lu Ruashi picked up a piece of boiled fish fillet, tasted it and said, "Wow, fresh, spicy, and the taste is so overbearing." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Ruashi, you are a young lady, what kind of food have you not eaten? Is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are a dog licker." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "I am Xiao Tiantian's licker. I love kneeling down to lick Xiao Tiantian the most." Qin Tian cursed with a smile, "Stop, stop, the car is going too fast, and the tire may burst easily." Zhang Lei poured ice beer for the 4 people and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I'll toast you a glass. I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want." Lu Ruashi said with great pride, "We are brothers, why should we toast each other? Let's drink this cup together. I wish you a happy new home and a prosperous life." The 4 wine glasses clinked together happily, and laughter could be heard from time to time. The guests and hosts had a great meal. Qin Tian watched Lu Ruashi finally put down her chopsticks and said with a smile, "You 2 good boys, I'll leave the rest to you 2 to deal with. Your sister-in-law and I will leave first." Zhang Lei and his companion sent Qin Tian and his companion to the door. Lu Ruashi affectionately took Qin Tian's strong arm and walked into the elevator. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's big hand and placed it on her belly. "I feel so full, little Tian Tian, feel it, does it look like a baby in its 3rd month of pregnancy?" Qin Tian said with a smile, "How long have you opened the door to love?" "You're already 3 months pregnant." Lu Ruashi said sadly, "You don't even allow me to fantasize a little?" Qin Tian said jokingly, "Do you want to be a mother so much?" Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "I just want to give birth to a baby for Xiao Tian Tian. It would be so much fun to have a little Tian Tian." Qin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said, "We still have to pay attention to our personal safety now, so for now you can only fantasize." Lu Ruashi pouted and said, "You stingy little Tian Tian, when will you be more generous?" Qin Tian said with a smile, "Am I not generous enough to you? I'm giving you all my savings of 22 years. Lu Ruashi rubbed her belly and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, let's take a walk back. It will probably only take 20 to 30 minutes. Qin Tian said with a smile, "Are you sure? You are wearing high heels." Lu Ruashi's eyes turned, and she smiled sweetly and said, "I'm sure." The 2 walked back along the river under the moonlight. Qin Tian and the other person were whispering to each other from time to time, telling each other private love stories. Lu Ruashi said coquettishly, "Xiao Tian Tian, I can't walk anymore, can you carry me on your back?" Qin Tian squatted down with a doting look on his face and said, "As soon as you stick out your little butt, I know you are planning this." Lu Ruashi jumped onto Qin Tian's broad back and said with joy, "When I stick my butt out, I don't just think about this." Qin Tian lifted up Lu Ruashi's body and said with a smile, "Old driver, your wheel hit my face. And don't jump on it, be careful not to fall." Lu Ruashi quickly corrected, "It wasn't on my face, it was on my back." A strange sound came from the grove. Qin Tian's face turned red and he quickly left this place with Lu Ruashi on his back. Lu Ruashi glanced at another small forest, leaned close to Qin Tian's ear and said, "Xia Oxianshan, you are tired from carrying the load. Why don't we go to the grove and take a rest?" Qin Tian said righteously, "No, if someone sees me, I will be in big trouble." Lu Ruashi licked Qin Tian's earlobe like a kitten and said happily, "Xiao Tian Tian, it turns out you love me so much." Qin Tian blushed, smiled and nodded. "I used to live alone, which was boring. Now that I have you, my life has become more colorful and interesting." Chapter 31, Debate with Scholars. Qin Tian carried Lu Ruashi on his back and walked back to the manor in the night. Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi and said, "We're here, are you still reluctant to come down?" Lu Ruashi stroked her delicate body and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, I really want to hang on to you for the rest of my life." Qin Tian smiled helplessly and said, "Then let's be conjoined twins." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Siamese? Sister welcomes Xiao Tian Tian anytime." After they washed up, Lu Ruashi came out wrapped in a pink bath towel and said seductively, Xiao Tian Tian, are you fulfilling your duties as a couple? Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's long white legs and said meaningfully, Little devil, you really deserve to be punished. The bright moon gradually rose higher in the sky, and the hot air gradually became cooler as the night deepened. Since the next day was Sunday, Qin Tian and the others naturally slept until noon. The system's loud and cheerful voice rang in Qin Tian's mind. Puff. Because the host and the hostess Lu Ruashi are deeply in love with each other. Rewards now issued. Optimize the appearance of the hostess Lu Ruashi, making her more charming and stunningly beautiful. Qin Tian rubbed his waist and murmured in his heart. Disisi, you are so crazy about improving Lu Ruashi's appearance. Do you want me to die young? The system covered its mouth and chuckled. The master couldn't resist the temptation. Who can you blame? Qin Tian sighed helplessly. I will be killed by you guys sooner or later. Okay, you can kneel down now. Qin Tian looked at the soft koala in his arms and pinched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge with amusement. Lu Ruashi opened her big eyes with a silly look on her face and said coquettishly, Xiao Tian Tian, you are so mean, I am having a sweet dream right now. Qin Tian asked curiously, what did you dream about? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, guess? I won't tell you. Qin Tian pursed his lips and said, then I know what kind of sweet dream you had. Lu Ruashi's white and tender fingers made circles on Qin Tian's chest and said, Xiaoxi Anshin, how about we take another break? Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi and said, my dear lady, look at the time. It's almost noon. You are not going to stay in bed all day. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and smiled, that's exactly what I meant. Lu Ruashi's phone rang, and Lu Ruashi answered the call impatiently. If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Su Tingting's cheerful voice sounded on the phone. Sister, you are so angry, you are not still lying in your brother-in-law's arms, are you? Qin Tian almost couldn't hold back his lips when he heard the voice. Lu Ruashi didn't care about Su Tingting's teasing at all, and sneered. You are just a yellow-haired girl, how can you know how happy your sister is? You won't understand even if I tell you. Su Tingting listened attentively. Sister, tell me more, the more detailed the better. Lu Ruashi said with disdain. You must be dreaming. I'll hang up if nothing else, don't waste my time. Su Tingting said hurriedly, Sister, there will be a small party at Ipin Holiday Villa in the afternoon. Why don't you bring your brother-in-law over to play with you? It's always good to let your brother-in-law get in touch with more people in the circle. Lu Ruashi nodded and said, okay, we'll come over later. After Lu Ruashi hung up the phone, she said gently, Xiao Tian Tian, do you want to go out and play? Qin Tian also knew that it would be necessary to deal with these people in the future. Qin Tian nodded and said, okay, let's go and have some fun. After Qin Tian and the other man packed up, they drove to Yipintang Resort. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's arm with a sweet look on her face and walked into the villa. A group of young men from wealthy families looked at Lu Ruashi, who was wearing a cheongsam, and almost glued their eyes to her. Wu Wei murmured in shock. Why do I feel that Miss Lu has become even more charming and attractive after being defeated by that country bumpkin? Zhang Chang said with a jealous look on his face, I really envy that country bumpkin. How comfortable is his life every day? Weekend said with an obsessed look, if I can play with Miss Lu, it would be worth it even if I die. A group of socialites were also whispering. Gu Tian looked at the handsome Qin Tian and said with shining eyes. Miss Lu has really good taste. Who wouldn't like such a handsome pretty boy? Lu Yu murmured to himself. How wonderful it would be if I could let him open the door of love for me. Love is so fascinating. Looking at his high nose bridge, his boyfriend power must be very strong. Li Min and the other two girls came forward, and Li Min said in shock. Sister Shi, the charm of love is too great. Why do I feel that you are more charming and attractive than before? I want to get close to you. Su Tingting said with envy, Sister, my God, you are so well taken care of by your brother-in-law. It's only been a short time, I feel like I can squeeze out water. Lu Ruashi was so proud. This is indeed Xia Oxianshan's credit. Xia Oxianshan, sister really loves you so much. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, don't envy me, I am naturally beautiful, you can't envy me. Li Min said with a smile. Brother-in-law, why do I feel that you are getting more and more handsome? I really envy Sister Shi. Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother-in-law, half of me is yours. When are you going to take it away? Lu Ruashi laughed and scolded, "You two little sluts, if you want to be naughty, get out of here." Qin Tian said helplessly, "Two ants, please forgive me." Li Min and the other man are also people who know their limits and they know when to stop joking. A group of young sisters gathered around Lu Ruashi and chatted loudly. Qin Tian said something to Lu Ruashi, then walked aside with a glass of red wine and sipped it slowly. Qin Tian was lost in thought as he looked at the famous calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Holy shit, this is actually an authentic work. These rich kids are really so inhumane. Zhang Chang on the side sneered and said, "Little white face, do you understand these famous paintings and calligraphy?" Qin Tian took a sip of red wine and said, "Immortal cockroach, huh? Your IQ wasn't given as a gift when you top up your phone bill, was it?" Lu Yu and the other girls beside him laughed, and Zhang Chang said with a red face, "Don't bother with your words, we are people of status. Don't think you can be on equal footing with us just because you are favored by Miss Lu." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Who among us Chinese doesn't have an ID card?" Lu Yu's eyes sparkled as she said, "Wow, little brother is so humorous, I like him so much." Gu Tian said with envy, "So what if I like him? He is Miss Lu's personal concubine." Zhang Chang paused and said, "You are just making up stories." Qin Tian smiled and said, "If you want to make a point, you have to have a point, right?" Wu Wei said with disdain, "Why say so much? Only when you have the ability can you gain the respect of others. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, you'll know it after you take it out for a walk. Who would respect you if you relied on women to get to the top?" Chapter 32, Witty Remarks. After hearing the news, Lu Ruashi and other girls also hurried over. Lu Ruashi said with an angry look on her face, "You guys are itching for trouble, right? How dare you bully my man, Lu Ruashi?" Wu Wei and the other man shrank their necks and said, "Miss Lu, we didn't bully him. We were just discussing the matter and commenting on the calligraphy and painting." Qin Tian stretched out his hand to stop Lu Ruashi and said with a smile, "Are you criticizing calligraphy and painting? I'm all ears." Zhang Chang said happily, "You said it, we didn't force you to do it." Wu Wei smiled grimly. "Words are not enough, the truth must be proven with your hands. Do you dare to compete with Zhou Dashao in calligraphy on weekends?" As we all know, although these children from wealthy families are arrogant and domineering, most of them have real talents and skills. Although Weekend is not outstanding in all aspects, he comes from a scholarly family. He is an excellent calligrapher and has won numerous awards since he was young, and has also received praise from many calligraphy masters. Lu Yu was shocked and said, "Comparing calligraphy with Weekend, this is too much of a bully." Gu Tian said in shock, "Only a fool would compete with Weekend in calligraphy." Su Tingting said angrily, "Wu Wei, don't go too far." Wu Wei shrugged indifferently and said, "I just proposed a plan for your entertainment. Whether you accept it or not depends on both of you." Weekend High Spirits said, "When you have nothing to do, it's okay to have some fun, don't you think?" Lu Ruashi's expression had completely turned cold, and she said with a worried look, "Xiao Tian, your calligraphy has improved a little over the weekend, so you must not get angry with them." The system's loud voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Puff. Since the owner has completed all milestones, the system upgrade is now complete. Trigger task: crush the weekend in calligraphy attainment. Reward: God-level calligraphy attainment. Qin Tian was delighted. This is really a case of being sleepy and finding a pillow. Qin Tian murmured in his heart, "DCC, although my calligraphy skills are not bad, I may not be able to beat Weekend, right?" The system smiled and said, "Warm reminder to the master, this system is the most humane system in the universe. In special cases, you can claim the reward first and repay it by completing tasks later." Qin Tian was delighted and said, "DCC, you are really a great system. I give you a 5-star rating. What tasks do you need to complete?" The system smiled vaguely and said, "The mission remains the same. I am still trying to capture the mistress Lu Ruashi and make her happy both physically and mentally." Qin Tian smiled knowingly and said, "Big CC, give me the reward. I will pay it back soon." The system's charming voice sounded, "The reward has been issued to the master. Please keep up the good work and create more brilliance." Qin Tian waved his hand and said, "DCC, kneel down and be quiet. I'm going to start showing off and flying." Qin Tian smiled at Lu Ruashi and said, "The arrow is on the string and has to be shot." I, Shin Tian, can afford to lose this person, but you, Lu Ruashi, can't. It seems that I have no choice but to accept this competition. Weekend and the others were secretly delighted. Shin Tian changed the subject and said, since it's a competition, it won't be fun without a prize. Weekend laughed in his heart and said, this country bumpkin wants to scare me, but I was not brought up by scares. Weekend said indifferently. What young Master Chin said makes sense. As for the prize, let's just set a small goal. It will also help to liven up the fun for everyone. I just wonder if Mr. Chin can come up with a good prize? Shin Tian shrugged and said. It is well known that I, Shin Tian, am Miss Lu's gigolo. Do you think I look like someone who lacks a small goal? Lu Ruashi sneered. As long as you have the ability to win, I, Lu Ruashi's man, can't be without your money? Lu Yu said in disbelief. Is he crazy? He has too much money and nowhere to spend it. Doesn't he know that his calligraphy skills are so impressive that he can outshine all the other rich kids? Although Lu Ruashi knew that Shin Tian was a top student, there was no information showing that Shin Tian had ever participated in any calligraphy competitions. Lu Ruashi sighed inwardly. It seems that Xia Oxiantian is too mysteriously confident in his calligraphy attainments. Well, Xiao Tian Tian can play if he wants to. It's just embarrassing, what's the big deal? Wu Wei said to the waiter in great joy, hurry up and serve. The waiter quickly prepared 2 sets of writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone. Wu Wei said with a proud look on his face. Shin Tian, write? Why don't you write first? Otherwise, you will be embarrassed to write when young Master Zhou starts writing. Shin Tian smiled slightly and said. Young Master Zhou, please go first. I also want to see young Master Zhou. Is he as amazing as you say? Weekend said with a relaxed look, in that case, I will show you how ugly I am. I picked up the brush on the Weekend and started writing quickly. Lu Yu looked at the words on Weekend and sighed slightly. How can we compare? With the word weekend, apart from some calligraphy masters, how many people can win? Li Nin sighed. Ah, my brother-in-law is really too arrogant this time. His vision is really a flaw. Lu Ruashi clenched her hands tightly and thought. The loss of face doesn't matter, and the prize is not worth mentioning. But Xia Oxiantian has such a strong self-esteem. How should I enlighten him later? It seems that I have to use my big moves. After all, when I am happy both physically and mentally, I won't take little incidents to heart anymore. Not long after, Weekend put away his brush in a casual manner and said with a proud look on his face. Everyone, I am sorry for my humiliation. Please feel free to give me some advice. Shin Tian said with a smile, you are indeed very ugly, so don't come out and scare people. Pu Chi. All the young men from wealthy families couldn't help laughing and stole glances at Shin Tian and Weekend from time to time. Lu Ruashi said proudly, when it comes to handsomeness, my man is second, who dares to say he is first? Weekend's face darkened, and he looked at Shin Tianfeng's handsome face and sighed. Damn, this country bumpkin called me ugly and I had no damn way to refute it. Zheng Chang chimed in. Young Master Zhou, your handwriting really reflects your personality. I think someone should stop competing and just admit defeat to avoid further embarrassment. Shin Tian said with a smile, Xiao Changxiang, are you saying that Mr. Zhou's handwriting is ugly? Zheng Chang's face turned red, I. Shin Tian shook his head and said. You're a kid from a noble family. You can't even speak clearly, and it's embarrassing to see your pants pop out of your mouth. Zheng Chang's face flushed red and veins on his hands bulged. Everyone was enduring the hardship, their shoulders trembling from time to time. Lu Ruashi was very happy. What's the harm in losing? Losing the game is better than losing the battle. Good job, Xiao Tian Tian. Gu Tiantian's face turned red, and she said pertinently. Young Master Zhou's calligraphy is indeed extraordinary. It's only natural for the little brother to lose. Lu Ruashi looked at Gu Tiantian in surprise and sighed. There are so many vixens out there. Little Tian is so unpopular. Humph, no matter how many vixens you are, if you dare to put your paws towards my little Tian, I will pull out all your fox hair. Chapter 33, Showing Off Your Skills. The young men from wealthy families all praised Weekend's handwriting. Even Lu Ruashi couldn't say against her will that Weekend's handwriting was poor. After hearing everyone's praises on the Weekend, my face improved and I felt elated. You are a country bumpkin, you only know how to talk. Today I will let you see the world and see how you can beat me? Weekend waved his hand and said. Thank you for your compliments, dear friends. This is just a little trick I learned over the weekend. Please correct me, Mr. Chin. Chin Tian listened to Weekend's flowery words and said with a smile. I, Chin Tian, am a poor loser. I don't deserve to be criticized. I am just showing off my skills in front of an expert. Zhang Chang quickly interrupted. You don't want to admit defeat, do you? If you continue to compete, you will only bring shame upon yourself. Lu Ruashi took out her little notebook and made another note of Zhang Chang's account. Qin Tian said with disdain. You really are an indestructible cockroach. How come you are everywhere? Puff. Everyone burst into laughter at the same time, and the literary atmosphere was dissipated by Qin Tian's words. Zhang Chang suppressed his anger and said secretly. This country bumpkin really has no manners at all. We can't let this little jerk take the opportunity to cause trouble and get away with it. Not to mention the door, I've even welded the windows shut. Zhang Chang said indifferently. Don't try to change the subject. We have to see the real thing in action before we can see the hero. Qin Tian said with a smile. Don't worry, Xiao Changxiang. Your stupidity can't hurt me. Ha ha ha. Everyone was once again broken by Qin Tian's words. Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes. I didn't expect that my little Tian is not only fun to be around, but also so interesting to talk to. This man is so funny, I love you so much. Su Tingting said with a surging heart. My brother-in-law is so vicious. I really envy my sister's happy life. Zhang Chang's face flushed, and he almost broke down. Wu Wei sneered and said, Mr. Qin, don't waste time. Please come in. Qin Tian stood in front of the table and said calmly. I'm really curious, where do you buy your confidence wholesale? Can you tell me? Su Tingting said with shining eyes. Sister, my brother-in-law is so funny. It's okay that he has a quick mind. Even his tongue moves so fast, this is too venomous. Lu Ruashi slapped Su Tingting's hand away and said meaningfully. No matter how much fun it is, Xiao Tian belongs to me alone. You vixens, get as far away from me as possible. Gu Tian and the other girls could only suppress their excitement and muttered to themselves. When you get tired of playing, it won't be too much for your sister to try something new, right? Qin Tian held the brush in his calm hand, and each word, as sharp and precise as iron, appeared on the paper as if it had come alive. Needle. A needle is forged through hundreds of trials and thousands of hammers. The cloth goes upside down and then downside down. Eyes on the buttocks. He only looks at the clothes, not the person. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was lost in thought as they watched Qin Tian's handwriting. After a while, Su Tingting came back to her senses first, her eyes sparkling with love as she said. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. Your handwriting is not inferior to those calligraphy masters. Gu Tiantian's eyes glowed green, and she said in disbelief. This boy is so terrifying. Miss Lu has a really bad eye. What kind of a man is this? How wonderful it would be if I could have a kiss with him. Lu Ruashi quickly turned sideways to block these wolf-like and ferocious gazes, and said with eyes full of admiration. Xiao Tian, you are so awesome. I am conquered by you again. Weekend muttered to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this country bumpkin be so good at calligraphy? How could he possibly beat me? Lu Ruashi said with a smile, it's a shameful thing, if you can't afford to play it, get out. Su Tingting took out her mobile phone and said with a smile, Mr. Zhou, I'm willing to admit defeat and scan the code. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to scan the code and pay on weekends. Qin Tian said with a smile. Mr. Zhou, I have never seen so much money in my life. You are such a good person. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Weekend was so angry that her nose was almost crooked. Losing some money was a small matter. There's nothing to say if one's skills are not as good as others, but this little bumpkin is so damn irritating. Lu Ruashi smiled and said. Xiao Tian, the poem Ode to the Needle written by Wen Yingzheng of the Qing dynasty. It's really worth a lot of money. Can you explain the meaning of this poem? Puff. Everyone couldn't help laughing any longer. Miss Lu was really good at finishing off the opponent. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled. Sister Shi, if we don't give you this year's The Last Hit Expert Award certificate, we won't accept it. Su Tingting said with a silly look on her face. Then should we give Mr. Zhou a certificate for the boy who spends money? Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd drifted far away. Weekend had a dark face and thought to himself. It's so damn unlucky. I'm so embarrassed this time. I hit this little jerk's strengths. I just don't believe it, this little jerk is an all-rounder. Weekend gnashed his teeth and said, Jean Tian, do you dare to compete with Wu Wei in painting? Jean Tian asked curiously, who is Wu Wei? Wu Wei said quickly, it's me. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Wu Wei's face turned red with embarrassment. He wanted to rush over and beat Jean Tian up. However, under Lu Ruashi's fierce gaze, Wu Wei had no choice but to give up. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, I didn't expect that there are still people vying to be a bastard. Jean Tian said to Wu Wei with a smile, young Master Wu, your stepfather gave you this name, right? Wu Wei's face turned red, his fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds, and he almost couldn't hold it in any longer. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, how did you know? Jean Tian said with a smile, Wu Wei, you are just doing nothing. How could your father do such a thing? Ha ha ha. Everyone was laughing so hard that they fell backwards. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth with her hands and said with a look of amorous feelings. You still have to ask his mother if he is his biological father? But, Xiao Tian Tian, you can't go. Which woman can control herself when seeing you? It will mess up the order of generations. Wu Wei's mouth was almost twisted with anger. He didn't dare to hold a grudge against Lu Ruashi, but this time he really hated Jean Tian to the core. But Jean Tian didn't care at all. He smiled and said, Ruashi, I like you, and I'm not interested in being a stepfather or anything like that. After all, being a stepfather is not easy, this is a well-known fact. Ha ha ha. Everyone was laughing so hard that they were bent over backwards. Li Min held her stomach and laughed so hard that her body shook. Brother-in-law, you are so funny. I envy sister, she's every day. The girls looked at the handsome Jean Tian and were filled with envy. Miss Lu has really good taste. We want a handsome and humorous man like her too. Chapter 34. Know it like the back of your hand. Wu Wei's face turned pale and blue, and his teeth were almost broken. Wu Wei said with hatred, Jean Tian, don't rely on Miss Lu's favor and bully others here. Su Tingting put her hands on her hips and said, Wu Wei, clean your mouth. Lu Ruashi's tender little white hands reached out to grab the chair next to her. Wu Wei was so scared that his face turned pale and he trembled unconsciously. Jean Tian patted Lu Ruashi's hand and said, Be good, Ruashi. If a dog bites you, do you want to bite it back? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, How is that possible? But I will beat him to death. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily again and muttered to themselves. I really came to the right place today, it's so fun. Weekend said with an unhappy look, Jean Tian, do you still want to compete or not? The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Jean Tian's mind. Puff. Trigger task, use your painting skills to slap Wu Wei in the face. Reward, God-level painting skills. Master, do you accept the mission? Do you want to use your skills in advance? Jean Tian said with a smile, Sisi, you are really stupid and brainless. Do you even need to ask this? Definitely accept it and spend it in advance. As the saying goes, the debtor is the boss, there is still a long way to go, just slowly conquer her. The system said shyly, the reward has been issued to the master, please do not delay Sisi's salary. Jean Tian waved his hands and said, Sisi, you can kneel down now. I'm going to start pretending to be cool. Jean Tian came back to his senses instantly, looked at Weekend like an idiot and said, What the hell, do you think I'm such a fool? I now have a small goal, I lie flat every day, isn't that nice? The Weekend was like a punch on cotton, and I muttered to myself. This little jerk finally got scared. Humph, he has never seen the world. You get carried away with just a small goal. Isn't it easy for them to control you? Weekend licked the dog's face and said, Master Jean, how about we play another round and compete on a smaller target? What do you think? Li Min quickly interrupted, brother-in-law, don't compare yourself with them. Wu Wei is particularly good at drawing portraits. Jean Tian said firmly like a miser. No, I finally earned a small goal. What should I do if I lose? Lu Yu muttered quietly, little brother, it's better not to compare, they just want to trick you. Lu Ruashi, who knew Qin Tian well, saw something at this moment and whispered to herself. It seems that Xia Oxiantian wants to trick them again. Could it be that Xia Oxiantian is also good at painting? Lu Ruashi gave Qin Tian a questioning look. Qin Tian gently pinched the soft flesh on Lu Ruashi's waist and blinked gently. Lu Ruashi said in disbelief. Damn, Xiaotian is really good at painting. What kind of treasure man did I find? Weekend was delighted, and he and Wu Wei looked at each other and said, Master Qin, Master Wu, and I will each come up with a small goal. How about we compete? Qin Tian looked like he was obsessed with money and said with rapid breathing. Oh my god, two small goals, can't I beat them? Gu Tian said in shock. Miss Lu, you don't care. Your man is obsessed with money. Zhang Chang sneered and said. Master Qin, you must be unable to walk after hearing about the two small targets. Su Tingting said with a worried look. Brother-in-law, Wu Wei is a great painter, don't be fooled by them. Sister, why don't you stop your brother-in-law? Lu Ruashi said nonchalantly, once spoken, it is like water spilled. Besides, they are just two small goals. If we lose, we lose. It's no big deal. Weekend said with a smile. Master Qin, Miss Lu is unparalleled in beauty, and you are Miss Lu's man. How about asking Miss Lu to be the model? How about you two draw Miss Lu at the same time? Qin Tian said excitedly, okay, let's draw Lu Ruashi. These are two small goals. The three of them laughed secretly at each other over the weekend. The country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin, he has never seen the world. Gu Tian sighed inwardly. The boy is handsome, but his eyelids are a little shallow, but that's okay. When Lu Ruashi gets tired of playing, I can try something new. Li Min murmured to herself. My brother-in-law is good in every way, but vision determines everything. He is a little short-sighted after all and has been blinded by money. Qin Tian smiled and said, I don't like people staring at me when I'm painting. Let's display them together after we finish painting. Wu Wei nodded proudly and said, no problem. Lu Ruashi sat down in front of Qin Tian and the others, and everyone else stood aside consciously. Wu Wei glanced at Qin Tian with contempt, picked up a pencil and started drawing. Qin Tian slowly took out a cigarette, lit it, and raised an eyebrow at Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi gave Qin Tian a charming smile. When Wu Wei saw the look in Lu Ruashi's eyes, his pencil almost broke. Everyone looked at Qin Tian's amazing operation and smacked their lips in amazement. Su Tingting murmured in a low voice. Brother-in-law, wouldn't you just hear about the two small goals and forget that you can't draw? Li Min said in shock, fuck, this is really possible. The two of them were delighted when they heard what the two girls said. Damn, he is indeed a country bumpkin. This really refreshes my understanding. From now on, let us see how you can hold your head up. But then again, he is just a gigolo, why should he save face? Qin Tian snapped his fingers and the cigarette but flew towards Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang was careless and got a blister from the burn. Zhang Chang was so angry that he clenched his fists and was about to settle the score with Qin Tian. Weekend hurriedly comforted him. Xiao Chang, be patient. That country bumpkin is just trying to provoke you so that he can avoid the competition. Zhang Chang snorted coldly. That country jerk, I will one day let him know why the flowers are so red. Qin Tian secretly laughed, these ninja turtles are really patient. Qin Tian was no longer distracted. Without even raising his head, he picked up the pencil and started drawing on the drawing board. Why would Qin Tian need to see the painting of Lu Ruashi? Qin Tian may know Lu Ruashi's body better than Lu Ruashi herself. Lu Ruashi's various postures, every frown and smile, every detail, are all in Qin Tian's mind. Lu Yu said in amazement. Oh my god, does Qin Tian know how to draw? Doesn't he need to look up and observe? Gu Tian said with a puzzled look. Is it because Qin Tian knows Miss Lu's body too well? My god, how deep and thorough does one have to understand to reach this level? Weekend looked at Lu Ruashi's beautiful profile and whispered to himself. How great would it be if I were that pretty boy? How happy it would be if I could get to know Lu Ruashi more deeply. Chapter 35, Stunning Skills. After Qin Tian finished drawing, he threw away the pencil, lit another cigarette, and looked at Lu Ruashi with a smile on his face. Wu Wei looked at Qin Tian and the other man and said with disdain. How could this little jerk be so fast? He must be bluffing. Humph, trying to disturb my thoughts is simply wishful thinking. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who had a calm expression on his face, her eyes almost tearing, and she threw a coquettish glance at Qin Tian with a charming look on her face. Wu Wei was so confused when he saw this scene that he used too much force and the pencil broke with a crack. Wu Wei quickly gathered his thoughts and carefully repaired the loophole, secretly sighing. This Lu Ruashi is really a vixen, she is really disturbing my spiritual mind. How comfortable must this little bastard's life be day by day? How great it would be if I were this little bastard. Lu Yu said in shock, Qin Tian is finished so soon? Is he capable of doing this? Gu Tiantian said with a look of excitement, I feel he is very powerful, very powerful. Lu Yu covered her mouth and said in disbelief, so, Qin Tian will definitely win? Wei Qin sneered and said. He is just pretending to be smart in order to disturb young Master Wu Wei's mind. He thinks he is smart. Wait and see how Wu Wei slaps Qin Tian in the face. Su Tingting naturally didn't lose the fight, she stiffened her neck and said. Don't be so overconfident, my brother-in-law is really awesome, really awesome. Li Min covered her mouth and giggled. Xiao Tingting, how did you know? I didn't know that you wouldn't give away your other half PG without telling us, would you? Gu Tian covered her mouth and chuckled. If it's true, Qin Tian has taken the lead again. Su Tingting blushed and scolded with a smile. I still want to, but I can't catch my brother-in-law's eye. What can I do? Lu Yu said with a smile. You veteran drivers, please slow down. Miss Lu will come at us with a 40-meter-long sword. Wu Wei was distracted and obviously did not display his usual strength. Wu Wei looked at the pretty beauty in the painting and murmured to himself. Although there are some flaws, it's easy to beat that little bastard. Wu Wei turned around and said confidently, I've finished my painting. Please give me your comments. Everyone hurriedly gathered around and looked at Lu Ruashi on the drawing board. Lu Yu said in amazement. Young Master Wu's painting skills are truly unrivaled among all the wealthy families. Who can rival him? The winning road of the weekend. That's right, we, the children of wealthy families, have some flaws though. But the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Who doesn't have some real skills? How can we be as useless as those country bumpkins? Lu Ruashi looked at Wu Wei's portrait. Although she had confidence in Qin Tian, she seemed a little lacking in confidence. Lu Ruashi stiffened her neck and said. My man hasn't even shown himself yet, and you think you've won? Besides, even if I lose, so what? They are just two small goals, how can I call you a hero? Zhang Chang said proudly. Miss Lu, this is not just a matter of two small goals. As the saying goes, a gentleman's 8 elegant arts, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, incense, flowers, and tea. How can we take them lightly? Su Tingting sneered. The 8 refined characters of a gentleman? Your family has spent a lot of money to train you since you were young, but how many refinements do you have? Zhang Chang said proudly, we can't chew too much. We just need to specialize in one thing. Li Min sneered and said. I think you are just chewing too much phlegm. My brother-in-law was born in a poor family, but his calligraphy is unrivaled in the world. So what if I lose in painting skills? Lu Yu nodded pertinently and said. That's true. Who among us hasn't learned this? How difficult is it to become an expert? What's more, for someone like Qin Tian to be able to reach such a high level is even more precious. Wei Qin glared at Zhang Chang fiercely and quickly changed the subject. Don't get carried away, Mr. Qin, it's your turn to show your work. Are you sorry that the painting is too ugly? Zhang Chang said with a proud look on his face. Even if I can't specialize, Miss Lu has such a beautiful face. If you draw Miss Lu ugly, I will really be impressed by you. Qin Tian said helplessly. You two stupid kids, why are you so anxious? Can your dad still blame you two little targets? Weekend, the two of them blushed and said angrily, you. Qin Tian sneered. You're still a kid from a rich family? You can't even speak clearly. You're really embarrassing your father. Luckily, I'm not your biological father, otherwise I would have beaten you to death. Ha ha ha. Qin Tian's words made everyone laugh so hard that they fell backwards. The group of wealthy and famous ladies laughed even harder, almost blinding Qin Tian's titanium dog eyes. Su Tingting said with a smile. These idiots really have a lump in their brains. You are playing words with my brother-in-law. Don't you know that my brother-in-law has the most agile tongue? Li Min covered her belly and said incoherently. Xiao Tingting, how do you know so much? Lu Ruashi glared at Li Min and said, "Get lost. If you keep making fun of my man, I'll spank you." The two of them gnashed their teeth and said, "You little jerk, you're going too far." Qin Tian stretched his waist and said, "Hey, I've almost finished walking the dog, it's time to show off my real skills." Qin Tian turned the drawing board over, and Lu Ruashi's portrait came into view. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, staring at Qin Tian's painting without blinking. "I saw a stunningly beautiful woman on the scroll, jumping onto the paper as if she had come alive. Every frown and smile shows her charm, every detail is just like a replica." The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Many socialites were so shocked that their mouths opened wide, apparently forgetting to close them. Qin Tian said with a cocky look on his face, "Stop drooling. If you dare to drool at my woman again, I will turn my face against you." Everyone finally woke up from their shock, and Lu Yu said in disbelief, "Oh my god, Qin Tian is so terrifying. Even his painting skills are so amazing." Gu Tian was dumbfounded and said, "Miss Lu, your vision is so sharp. Brother Qin Tian, do you have a twin brother? How about introducing him to my sister? Don't worry, my sister will love him to death." Su Tingting said proudly, "Don't have any random ideas. If there really is one, how can you get a share? Min Min and I would have eaten him up long ago." Lu Ruashi was like a little bitch guarding her food, and said with a wary look on her face, "You slutty foxes, please stop being so slutty. If you make me angry, I will pluck out all your fox fur." Wu Wei's face was dazed, and he said in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could I lose? How could this rubbish be so powerful?" Chapter 36 Who Will Win? Li Min's eyes lit up and she said jokingly, "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. I don't mind being your mistress." The ladies also looked at Qin Tian expectantly. Lu Ruashi slapped Li Min and said, "Get away from me, you slutty fox." Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with a smile on her face and said tenderly, "Xiao Tian, you are so amazing. I love you so much." Su Tingting took out the QR code and said with a smile, "Master Zhou, Master Wu, you can't afford to lose." No matter how helpless the two were at the weekend, they had to accept defeat. Besides, they dared not default on paying Miss Lu's bill. Ding dong, ding dong. After the two small goals were achieved, Qin Tian said with a smile, "Welcome to visit us next time, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Wu, you are really good people." "That's great, I'll have money for my child's diapers from now on." Everyone laughed non-stop. Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother-in-law, you are amazing. You bought diapers with 3 small goals. Even the ones with gold trims are not that expensive." Li Min said with a smile, "Isn't Sister Shi Jin xiang you?" Lu Ruashi said with a look of spring in her heart, "Don't worry, little Tian, all babies will eat milk powder from now on." The ladies secretly looked at Lu Ruashi and sighed inwardly. "If you have capital, you can indeed act recklessly." Su Tingting said proudly, "Where was your so-called slap in the face during the weekend? Was your face swollen?" Li Min covered her mouth and said with a look of amorous feelings, "It's definitely swollen." After beating the left side, he handed over the right side to beat. Ha ha ha. The young men from wealthy families laughed unscrupulously, and Weekend and the other two's faces were so dark that they looked like tears were dripping from their eyes. Lu Ruashi walked towards Wu Wei with a smile on her face and graceful steps, and a gust of fragrant wind blew over. Wu Wei was instantly shocked, his hair stood on end. Wu Wei stared at Lu Ruashi with greed on his face, secretly expecting. Could it be that Miss Lu has fallen in love with me because of my painting skills? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Miss Lu actually smiled at me. So where should I take Miss Lu to have fun? I have to pick a good place. Such a beauty deserves no excessive attention. Lu Ruashi's expression changed instantly, and she said with disgust, "Close your dog eyes. I don't mind digging them out and feeding them to the dogs." Wu Wei's body trembled slightly, and he shrank to the side with a look of fear on his face. Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "Coward." Lu Ruashi picked up Wu Wei's painting, tore it into pieces in a few seconds, and threw it in Wu Wei's face. Lu Ruashi said with disdain, "You useless idiot, you drew me so ugly." Wu Wei lowered his head, not daring to say a word, and muttered to himself, "Miss Lu is so charming. Even when she gets angry, she is so charming." Lu Ruashi walked towards Qin Tian with a faint smile, and said with admiration, "Zia Oxianshan, can you give this painting to your sister?" Qin Tian said with a smile, send a ghost, what's mine is yours. Lu Ruashi said excitedly, great, I'll have it framed when I get back. Li Min said expectantly, brother-in-law, can you draw a picture for me? Su Dingding rushed to say, brother-in-law, I am your sister-in-law, draw me first. Li Min said with a smile. Brother-in-law, please draw for me first. Don't worry, I can devote myself to art. Any body painting is fine. Lu Ruashi slapped Li Min and said with a sneer, get lost, you are just dreaming. The ladies quickly suppressed their thoughts and looked dignified. Weekend and the other two had dark complexions, and Weekend thought to himself. What a damn bad luck, I run into that little jerk's strengths again. This little bastard does have some strength. I don't believe that you, a little bastard, are so awesome in everything. Weekend gnashed his teeth and said, Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with Zhang Chang in chess? Lu Yu said with a look of disgust, oh my god, you are too shameless on the weekend, aren't you? Still a round-robin match, do you want to finish the competition of the 8 elegant gentlemen? Su Dingding sneered and said, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. Weekend's face turned red and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Qin Tian looked at Weekend with an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. He said, are you an idiot? I have 3 small goals. Isn't it nice to eat, drink and have fun? Why would I compete with you? Zhang Chang said with a smug look on his face, Qin Tian, what's wrong? Are you scared? Li Min sneered and said, Immortal Xiaoqiang, everyone knows that you are the disciple of the national chess master, Master Ma. Are you trying to show off your presence here? Gu Tiantian said with a look of lust, little brother, don't believe them, they just want to cheat you out of your money. Lu Ruashi glared at the ladies and said, Xiao Tiantian, don't trust these slutty vixens, they are after your body too. Qin Tian said with a smile, you said it as if you are not the same. Lu Ruashi said with a passionate look on her face, sister is different, sister wants everything from you. Puff. The celebrities laughed and Qin Tian looked like a nouveau riche, saying to the 3 people on weekend. I have 3 small goals, what can I do? There is no point in comparing myself with these 3 unfilial sons of yours. Wu Wei threw down the bait and said, Qin Tian, how about we compete with 2 more small targets? Don't worry, Zhang Chang's chess skills are just average. The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Trigger a temporary task, crush Zhang Chang in chess skills. Reward, God-level chess skills. Qin Tian sneered in his heart. My chess skills are only at the level of a first-grade primary school student, and I can still beat Zhang Chang? Decisi, stop wasting time and give out the rewards. Anyway, if there are too many lice, you one teeth feel itchy. You can just make up for it later. The system smiled charmingly and said, the reward has been distributed to the owner. Please keep up the good work and create more glory. Qin Tian waved his hands and said, Big CC, kneel down. I'm going to start pretending to be cool. The system said coquettishly, Master, come on. Qin Tian looked at Wu Wei with disdain and said with a sneer, I have already reached 3 small goals in terms of my wealth. 2 small goals are nothing. Wu Wei sneered in his heart. You are indeed a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Just 3 small goals make you feel so proud. Wu Wei and the other 2 looked at each other, and Weekend pretended to be in pain and said, Qin Tian, let's compete for 3 small goals. Each of us will set a small goal. What do you think? Chapter 37, A Blockbuster. Qin Tian widened his eyes and said with a greedy look on his face. Really? 3 small goals? Then doesn't that mean I have 6 small goals in total? Lu Yu and others also said with dissatisfaction, Weekend, you are too shameless. Su Tingting said anxiously, brother-in-law, don't believe them, they are not good people. Qin Tian said indifferently, it's just chess. The old men in the park used to teach me how to play when I was a kid. I'm pretty good at chess, don't worry. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian and felt very amused. Xiao Xianshan, you are going to cheat me again. You are so bad, but I really like you. When I go back today, I must use all my skills to reward little Tian well. Zhang Chang said with joy, this is true. Qin Tian said with disdain, I told you that you are an idiot, but you still don't believe it. There are 3 small goals in playing chess. It's such a good thing. I will play with you until the end of time. The young men from the wealthy families were so happy that they ate melons and cheered, that's right, only an idiot would not do such a good thing. The young men from the wealthy families sneered secretly. The country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin. He can't move when he sees money. If you don't die, who will? Qin Tian and the other person sat down in front of the chessboard, set up their chariots, horses, and cannons and started playing chess. Zhang Chang's offensive was so fierce that the young men from the wealthy families were amazed and secretly sighed. This country bumpkin is bound to lose. Zhang Chang is indeed worthy of being Master Ma's disciple. This lightning 5 consecutive attack is indeed worthy of its reputation. Su Tingting looked at the chessboard, feeling anxious. If you don't listen to women, you will suffer the consequences. It makes you greedy, and now you are in trouble. Losing 3 small goals is a small matter, but losing face is a big deal. Although Lu Ruashi was a little worried when looking at the chessboard, she saw that Qin Tian looked calm. Lu Ruashi thought for a moment and said secretly. Xiao Tiantian's chess pieces looked embarrassed, but in fact they were defending very well. It seems that Zhang Chang, that idiot, didn't gain any advantage at all. Little Tian Tian is really amazing, humph, but no matter how amazing he is not as amazing as me. Whatever you ask him to do, he has to do it obediently. Qin Tian and the other player were fighting back and forth on the chessboard, and a thin layer of sweat slowly appeared on Zhang Chang's forehead. Qin Tian was still calm and composed, and everyone saw something was wrong, thinking to themselves. Qin Tian, this guy, seems to be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. This man is so terrifying. Miss Lu really has a keen eye for heroes. Qin Tian feinted a shot, and unexpectedly made a move, check. Zhang Chang widened his titanium alloy eyes and said in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? I'm the champion of the last Youth Cup. Su Tingting cheered and said, yeah, my brother-in-law won, you were so awesome. Li Min looked at Zhang Chang and sneered, I think you are the champion of the baby cup. Gu Tian said with shining eyes. Brother Qin Tian, you are so amazing, aren't you? Is there anything you can't do? Qin Tian smiled and said, I will never have a child. Lu Ruashi said proudly, but Xiao Tian, you can let me take maternity leave. Qin Tian said with a smile. Lu Ruashi, please be more reserved. You are a peerless beauty. Are you so impatient? Lu Ruashi said with a look of spring in her heart. In front of outsiders, I am indeed a peerless beauty, but under Xiao Tian, I am just a licking dog. Gu Tian and the other girls secretly sighed, who wouldn't want to be a licking dog like this? How happy would it be? Su Tingting took out the QR code and said with a smile, Dear gods of wealth, please scan the code. The 3 of them looked like they had eaten shit and paid the bill with constipated faces. The 3 of them turned around with dark faces and were about to leave. Qin Tianpi smiled and said, My 3 good men, we have only played 3 rounds of the gentleman's 8 nobles, how about a few more rounds? My requirements are very low, really, just 1 small goal at a time, that's all. Lu Ruashi, the expert at finishing off the enemy, smiled sweetly and said, 3 young masters, where is your so-called slap in the face? I think even your buttocks were swollen this time. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled. You 3 can practice the 3-person sword technique together when you go back. I believe the swelling will go away soon. Ha ha ha. The cheerful laughter of the crowd could be heard from far away, and the 3 people from Weekend staggered and almost fell down together. He hurriedly tucked his short tail between his legs and walked away in shame, without even saying a harsh word. Since then, the 3 of them became famous in one battle over the weekend, and losing 6 small goals was the second best thing. But this attempt not only failed to gain anything, but also ended up with a loss of the rice. This is a complete disgrace to my grandma. From then on, the 3 weekend people became the laughingstock among the children of wealthy families. Qin Tian also became famous because of this, and the discerning children of wealthy families no longer dared to look down on others. Qin Tian said helplessly, I really don't know anything else, why don't you believe me? Lu Yu's eyes were almost glued to Qin Tian, and she said coquettishly, You are such a bad guy, they must be crazy to believe you. Lu Ruashi hurriedly took Qin Tian's strong arm and said, Xiao Tian, let's go back. There are too many vixens here, and it smells so bad. Qin Tian nodded, and Su Tingting and the other girl hurriedly followed Qin Tian and the others. Su Tingting said with admiration, Brother-in-law, can I transfer the money to your account? Qin Tian waved his hand and said, Just give it to your sister. I've never counted money in my life. I'm not interested in money. Su Tingting and the other person both had black lines on their faces, and their expressions were hard to describe. Li Min sighed and said, "Brother-in-law, I just realized that you are really good at pretending." Lu Ruashi's heart was already setting off fireworks. "Oh my god, I am so happy. Xiao Tian actually gave all his wealth to me. No, Xia Oxianshan loves me so much, I have to reward him a lot and make him happy both physically and mentally." The bank card payment information woke Lu Ruashi up. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian tenderly and said, "Xiao Tian, aren't you reluctant to even buy a pair of underwear? 6 small goals, is that all you can do for me?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "Brother is the smartest, okay? What's the point of leaving money with me? In the hands of a domineering female CEO like you, she would be a hen that lays eggs." Qin Tian and his companion returned to the manor. As for Su Tingting and the other girl who wanted to stay in the manor, they were ruthlessly driven away by Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with seductive eyes and said, "Xiao Xianshan, I'm so tired. Let's go upstairs and take a rest." Qin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said, "Little slut, it's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, do you still want to have dinner?" Lu Ruashi said happily, "Then let's have dinner now and rest early so that we can go to work tomorrow." Qin Tian smiled and nodded, sighing in his heart. Debts owed must always be repaid. Chapter 38, A Mistake. Summer nights come especially late. As night fell, Qin Tian rubbed his old waist and walked into the bathroom in the night. Crystal clear water droplets gushed out from under his pompadour, dancing happily on Qin Tian's well-defined muscle lines. The dividing line of love. As the sun rose, Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the soft rag doll in his arms. Qin Tian smiled dotingly and gently pinched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge with his big hand. Lu Ruashi opened Kazalin's big eyes with a silly look on her face and said happily, "Are you coming again?" Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi's delicate body and said with a smile, "Are you confused from sleep? It's already morning." Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she murmured, "What's wrong with the morning? You're more energetic in the morning." Qin Tian said helplessly, "My eldest lady, it's time to get up and go to work." Lu Ruashi muttered, "I don't know what's good about going to work. Is it as fragrant and soft as me?" Qin Tian said with a smile, "Okay, stop being a scoundrel, my daughter." No matter how unruly and domineering Lu Ruashi was, she could be unusually well-behaved and obedient at certain times. Lu Ruashi reluctantly supported her waist and walked slowly towards the bathroom. After breakfast, the two got in a luxury car and went to the company. Under Qin Tian's repeated insistence, Lu Ruashi let Qin Tian out of the car early. Qin Tian went to the Lu Group headquarters happily. Qin Tian's appearance, after being optimized by the system, looked even more handsome and extraordinary. With Lu Ruashi's words and deeds, Qin Tian's fashion sense is even more extraordinary at this time, and the young ladies on the street look at him sideways from time to time. Some of the more daring ones even went to ask for Qin Tian's contact information, but were all rejected by Qin Tian with a cold face. Qin Tian just arrived at the company gate and happened to meet Zhang Lei and the others. Zhang Lei and the others excitedly said, "Brother Tian." Qin Tian also said happily, "What a coincidence, let's go and report together." The three of them came to the company's front desk. The ladies at the front desk looked at Qin Tian's amazing looks and secretly rushed over to greet him. The front desk lady who won first place smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, welcome to the Lu Group headquarters. How can I help you?" Qin Tian smiled gently and said, "Hello, we are here to join the company." A front desk lady murmured in a low voice with shining eyes, "That's great. This guy is actually new here. Can I start a workplace romance?" Another receptionist puffed out her chest and said, "My sister is also in her window period, so let's compete fairly." The front desk manager laughed and scolded, "You don't even know her last name. You little sluts, have you even thought of a name for your child?" Several receptionists secretly scanned Qin Tian from time to time, wishing they could take him home. The front desk lady who won the first prize stretched out her hand excitedly and said, "Hello, new colleague, welcome, I am Huangping from the front desk. What are your names, please? I will help you check them out." Zheng Lei knew that Qin Tian didn't like dealing with strange girls, so he grabbed Huangping's hand and said, "Hello, my name is Zheng Lei, their names are Qin Tian and Tang Ji. Could you help us check it out?" Huangping looked at the charcoal-haired man in front of her, and quickly pulled out her hand and said, "Wait a moment, I'll help you check." The other receptionists bit their lips and almost laughed out loud. Huang Ping said with a puzzled look. Brother Qin Tian, our front desk department has not received your employment information. Could you have made a mistake? Luo Tao, the sales manager who happened to pass by, had been coveting Huang Ping for a long time and saw Huang Ping's rippling face. Luo Tao instantly felt a green glow on his head and murmured to himself. Where did this little jerk come from, finding such a lame excuse to pick up girls? Luo Tao cleared his throat and said righteously. You three little bastards, do you think my Lu group is a place of pleasure? If you want to pick up girls, at least find a better reason. How dare you come up with such a lame excuse? Qin Tian patiently explained, we are indeed here to join the company. You can ask your CEO Lu. Now, not only did manager Luo not believe it, the ladies at the front desk naturally wouldn't believe it either. Who is Mr. Lu? He is the president of Lu Group, with a net worth of more than 100 billion. Not to mention that he has a huge Lu family behind him. How could he personally appoint a small employee? However, the ladies at the front desk were even more excited, and Huang Ping's neck even started to turn red, and she whispered to herself. This little brother wouldn't really be looking for an excuse to get close to me, right? Huang Ping stuffed her business card into Qin Tian's hand and said with a blushing face. Go back soon. If you have anything, you can contact me privately. Qin Tian was confused and asked with a question mark on his face, why should I contact you? Huang Ping said shyly. What do you want to do? Can we talk about it in private? We can discuss anything. Please leave quickly. This is the company where I work. It will have a bad impact later. Luo Tao now has not just a feeling, but is very sure that a hat with particularly bright colors will hit him. Luo Tao's nose was almost crooked with anger, and he said angrily. You little bastards, our Lu group is not a place where you can run wild. It was during working hours and the commotion here had already attracted the attention of all employees. Employee A asked curiously, what's going on with that handsome guy? Employee B muttered, it seems that the handsome boy wants to seduce the beautiful Huang Ping at the front desk. He pretended to be a new employee to pick up girls, but was caught by manager Luo from the sales department. Employee C said with a look of disgust, it is said that the bald guy Luo Tao has been pursuing Huang Ping for a long time, but he has not succeeded. Employee D said with shining eyes. Don't even mention a bald manager. If there's such a handsome guy chasing me, even if it's the general manager chasing me, I won't pay any attention to him. Employee E said with shining eyes. Such a handsome guy, what kind of beauty can he want? Why are you hanging on a tree? Zhang Lei has a hot temper, and he keeps calling the bald guy a little punk. Zhang Lei's nose was crooked with anger, and he said angrily, you baldy, who are you scolding? Luo Tao said proudly, what's wrong with the bald guy scolding you? Puff. The employees passing by couldn't help but sneer. Luo Tao quickly covered her mouth, but it was obviously too late. Tang Ji was also a little angry, and said teasingly. You damn baldy, stop disgusting people here. Who are you trying to show off to, covering your big mouth? Are you a bunny? Chapter 39 Own Goal. Zhang Lei said with a playful smile. You know what, this orchid finger is really raised like that. I was wondering why he walks so strangely, it turns out he can't close his legs. Qin Tian smiled and said. Fuck, bald bunny, this is too much for the eyes. Ha ha ha. The employees could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. At this time, Lu Ruashi was sitting in front of the computer, working absent-mindedly, muttering to herself. I wonder if Xiao Xianchen has joined the company? Why do I feel like I have forgotten something? Damn, I forgot to arrange for Xiao Xianchen to start work. Lu Ruashi hurriedly got up and called Secretary General Zhao Na, and said anxiously. There are 3 people joining the sales department at the reception hall on the first floor. They are Qin Tian, Zhang Lei, and Tang Ji. Put down everything you are doing and make arrangements immediately. Zhao Na was shocked. What's going on? Mr. Lu actually arranged for 3 junior employees to join the company. Zhao Na quickly reacted and said respectfully, it's Mr. Lu. Lu Ruashi blushed as she edited the message. I'm sorry, little Tian Tian. I was so happy that I forgot to arrange for you to start work. Have you been waiting for a long time? To make it up to you, you can punish me as you like. Xiao Xianchen, don't worry, my Secretary General Zhao Na will arrange for you to start work right away. Qin Tian looked at the message on his phone and smiled helplessly. Luo Tao was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. he said angrily. You are a bunch of little rascals. I think you are looking for trouble. You don't even know where to go when you are causing trouble. Where is this? This is the headquarters of Lu Group, get out of here. Security department, throw these three little bastards out right now. The security guards were already around, and the leading security guard stretched out his hand and said, Please come in, the three of you. This is not a place for you to act wildly. Qin Tian smiled helplessly. We are really here to join the company. Secretary General Zhao Na will be here soon and will arrange for us to join the company in a short while. Luo Tao laughed loudly and said, A bunch of country bumpkins, you are such a boaster. Secretary Zhao personally arranged for you to join the company. Why don't you tell Mr. Lu that he will personally arrange for you to join the company? Ha ha ha. The employees who were watching the show also burst into laughter. Employee A said jokingly, It's probably some fresh-faced braggarts who just graduated from college, bragging about things that don't make any sense. Employee B sighed, young people nowadays are so shameless when it comes to picking up girls. Employee C glanced at Huang Ping, whose face was flushed, and said with jealousy, How lucky is Huang Ping to have such a handsome guy chasing her? Huang Ping said with a flushed face, Little brother, please go back quickly and call me later. At most, I will do whatever you say. Luo Tao felt his face turn green, and said angrily, Huang Ping, no. I have been pursuing you for so long, but you didn't agree. Just a few words from this little jerk and you're ready to do the splits. Huang Ping said anxiously, Brother, don't get me wrong, I really have nothing to do with him. He is just a licker of mine. Don't worry, I don't like him. Huang Ping said to Luo Tao with a dark face. Manager Luo, you have your preferences, and I have mine. We have nothing to do with each other. It is my freedom to date whoever I want, and you have no right to interfere. Luo Tao said with a sad face. Huang Ping, we had a candlelight dinner together yesterday, and I held your hand. You didn't refuse, did you? How could you change your mind so quickly? Huang Ping said in shame. I'm not your girlfriend, why do you care? I just like this little brother, so what? Puff. Zhang Lei and the other man raised their eyebrows at Qin Tian with a gloating look and couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Tian's face was full of black lines, and he secretly complained. Oh my god, I just came here to report something, who did I offend? Qin Tian said speechlessly. Excuse me, I'm really here to report, so please don't let your imagination run wild. Luo Tao said angrily, Security, why don't you throw these three little bastards out? Day. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and Secretary General Zhao Na hurriedly trotted over in high heels. The male employees looked at the beautiful Zhao Na and ran over to her, their eyes almost glued to her. Tang Ji swallowed his saliva and murmured in a slightly hoarse voice. Fuck, this woman is so fucking awesome. Zhao Na came in front of Qin Tian and the other two, and was slightly startled when she saw Qin Tian's handsome face. Oh wow, what a handsome little brother, is this the spring for me? However, this person was specially recruited by General Lu, and the situation is unclear, so we cannot act rashly for the time being. Zhao Na smiled and asked, Excuse me, are you Qin Tian, Zhang Lei, and Tang Ji? Qin Tian smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, right? I'm Qin Tian, and we're here to join the company. Zhao Na smiled and said, Mr. Qin, on behalf of Lu Group, I welcome the three of you to join us. Mr. Lu will assign you three to the sales department. I will take you there right away. The onlookers were in an uproar. Employee A said in shock. It turns out that they really came here to get the job, not to pick up girls. Employee B said proudly. That's what I said, such a handsome guy, what kind of girlfriend can he have? Is it necessary to be so shameless? Employee C said with a smile. I thought Huang Ping was having a romantic encounter. Turns out it was just her own fault. Huang Ping's face flushed red, and she looked at Qin Tian with resentment, muttering to herself. Isn't it embarrassing? This time I am really embarrassed. Luo Tao recovered from his shock and was secretly delighted. I didn't expect that these three little punks would be assigned to my sales department. You little bastard, you've embarrassed me so much, just wait and see how I'll deal with you in the future. Luo Tao said with a flattering look. Secretary Zhao, how can I trouble you with such a small matter? They are employees of my sales department, just leave it to me, I promise to do it properly. Zhao Na warned. Mr. Qin and the other three were specially recruited by General Manager Lu. Please don't neglect them. Luo Tao said flatteringly. Secretary Zhao, don't worry. Qin Tian and the other two followed Luo Tao to the Human Resources Department, and after completing the entry procedures, they came to the Sales Department. Luo Tao pointed at the three desks in the corner with a proud look on his face and said, "You three should go and work there, and be more diligent from now on. Don't just be sneaky and play tricks all day long." Luo Tao walked towards the office with a proud look on his face, but at this time the commotion in the hall had already spread throughout the company. The fact that a handsome guy joined the company had already caused a stir, not to mention such a wonderful farce. Qin Tian's name has already spread within the company. Chapter 40 Ing Yin Yen Yen. Qin Tian and the other two sat down at their workstations. The female employees from Sales Department 9 quickly surrounded them like cats smelling fish. Luo Wen blushed and said, "Hello, Qin Tian. If you need anything, you can ask me for help." Zhang Xia said excitedly, "Qin Tian, you can also ask me for help. I will definitely help you solve the problem and make sure you feel comfortable. Let me tell you, our sales department has the most freedom. As long as the performance targets are met, you don't have to come to work every day." Zhang Li covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sister Xia, you are a newlywed woman, so don't compete with us." Zhang Xia smiled charmingly and said, "What's wrong with a newlywed? She's much more fun than little girls like you." Sun Yun covered his mouth and chuckled. "Sister Xia, you are planning to give your husband a colorful hat, right?" Zhang Xia looked at Qin Tian, covered her mouth and chuckled. It's not impossible for a little brother like Qin Tian. Zhang Lei and the other two were alone, looking at the women surrounding Qin Tian, and smiled helplessly. I knew it would be like this. The male employees of Sales Department 9 sighed inwardly. Aren't they all very aloof? When did they become so warm and open? Qin Tian looked at the women around him and smiled helplessly. "Hello, sisters. I have a girlfriend. I need to start getting familiar with my work. Please spare me." Zhang Xia threw a wink at Qin Tian and said, "Little brother, I have a husband too, so what does this have to do with you? You can't be incompetent, right?" Luo Wen blushed and said, "Sister Xia, I can't tolerate you being like this." Zhang Xia covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's just a joke. Besides, isn't it all about ability?" Luo Tao walked into Sales Department 9 and looked at the group of beautiful girls surrounding Qin Tian. She said with a jealous look on her face, "Qin Tian, don't you have to work? You just came to the company and you're already picking up girls. You really don't know what you're talking about." As the company's top salesperson, Zhang Xia was not afraid of Luo Tao at all. She sneered and said, "Manager Luo, you don't have to make a big deal out of this. What's wrong with us just chatting? As long as our performance is up to standard, you don't care how we chat." Luo Tao laughed and said, "Qin Tian is a newcomer, what achievements does he have?" Luo Wen said unwillingly, "It's just a performance that meets the target. I'll just give him some of the money. It's none of your business." Zhang Li said with a smile, "Sister can give him all the people, what does a mere performance count for?" Luo Tao's forehead was covered with black lines, and he said in confusion, "Why do I feel like I just met you guys?" The male salesman Shen Yu said in shock, "Fuck, are these those tigresses? Are they so easy to talk to?" Dai Xing was dumbfounded and said, "It turns out that being handsome can really make a living." Zhang Lei whispered, "Being handsome is not only good for food, but also good for finishing this bowl and eating that bowl." Tang Ji said in a low voice, "With Qin Zhulong's appetite, it would be easy for him to eat 2 or 3 bowls at a time." Zhang Lei said with a smile, "You know Qin Zhulong's character, and you have the jealous sister-in-law here. Qin Zhulong is definitely fine, I guess you will smash the bowl to pieces." Tang Ji nodded and said, "That's true, luckily Qin Zhulong is not a playboy. Otherwise, he eats one bowl and smashes another, and we'll all be starving." Zhang Lei sneered and said, "You talk as if you have eaten it before." Qin Tian said helplessly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please go back. I have to start working." Luo Tao was stunned and said speechlessly, "Damn, these women are so superficial. Is it still possible to play like this? It's obviously summer now, why have these women changed their personalities? If I had known you guys were so easy to pick up, why would I have run to the front desk to pick up Huang Ping? Office romance, isn't she sweet? Luo Tao was at a loss for what to do with Qin Tian. Looking at Zhang Lei and the other man who were watching the show, she started to scold him. You two rookies, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. Have you met your performance targets? Zhang Xia and the other girls kept silent this time. They just stood aside and watched the show quietly. Zhang Lei and the other man sighed inwardly. Why is it so different from what I expected? Why is no one standing up for us? In fact, with Lu Ruashi as their backer, why would Zhang Lei and the others be afraid of a mere bald manager? However, Zhang Lei and the other man are also people who know the importance of things, and naturally will not show off their power by relying on Lu Ruashi's power. Zhang Lei and his companions lowered their heads and worked obediently, not because they were afraid of the bald manager. It was just to achieve some results and repay Lu Ruashi. Luo Tao felt that he had regained some of his manager's face. He brushed a few strong hairs on his head and said, "This month's workload is heavy, so hurry up and work hard." Luo Tao was the manager after all, so Zhang Xia and the other girls saw that there was nothing else to do and went back to their workstations. Luo Tao looked around the entire work area and felt that he was doing fine again. Luo Tao looked down at Qin Tian and shouted, "Don't think that just because you are handsome you can do whatever you want in the company. I tell you, in my place, you have to speak with your strength. If you don't have the ability, you better keep your tail between your legs." Lu Ruashi, who was worried about Qin Tian, went straight to Sales Department 9 under the pretext of inspecting the work. Lu Ruashi, with a look of joy on her face, had just stepped into Sales 9 when she saw a bald man cursing Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi was so angry. "How can I allow a nobody like you to scold the man whom I hold dear to my heart?" Lu Ruashi angrily picked up a folder next to her and smashed it on Luo Tao's head. The employees were shocked when they saw Lu Ruashi's actions. Bang! Luo Tao cried out in pain and said angrily, "Who the hell is so bold as to hit me?" Luo Tao covered his head and looked back, only to see Lu Ruashi's face full of anger. Luo Tao's face turned pale and he said incoherently, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." Qin Tian quickly winked at Lu Ruashi, and Zhang Lei and the others were secretly delighted. This time the damn bald guy is in big trouble. Lu Ruashi suppressed her anger and said in a cold voice, "You baldy, what do I usually ask of you? We should treat our employees with care and have a tolerant heart. Especially for new employees, we need to give them a period of adaptation. Others have just joined the company, and you are yelling like this. You have completely lost face for the Lu group." Zhang Xia shrank her neck and said secretly, "Although Mr. Lu usually has a sullen face, he really has nothing to say to us employees. But I've never seen Mr. Lu get so angry. It's too scary." Luo Tao's strong hair ran to the side and there was no time to pull it out. Luo Tao said trembling with fear, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Chapter 41 Rumors. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "You baldy, do you want to do it again? You are just dreaming. Otherwise, I'll let you go now because you're a long-time employee. Get out of my way. I'm annoyed when I see you." Luo Tao then slipped out of the sales office with a sense of relief, muttering to himself, "Meeting this little jerk is such bad luck. It doesn't matter, there is a long time to come. I have plenty of time to deal with you on my turf." The employees hurriedly sat up straight and worked hard, but their ears were perked up and they muttered to themselves, "The damn baldy guy is so unlucky. It's a rare occasion for Mr. Lu to sell 9 units, but he got caught red-handed. He really deserves it." Qin Tian winked at Lu Ruashi again, and Lu Ruashi smiled helplessly at Zhang Lei and said, "Are you used to the company? If you have any requests, you can raise them." Zhang Lei stood up quickly and said respectfully, "Boss Lu, don't worry, the atmosphere in the company is very good and we like it very much." Lu Ruashi smiled and nodded, "That's good, no need to be so polite." Zhang Xia watched this scene and couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhang Lei. She was shocked. President Lu was actually talking to this dark-haired guy with a smile on his face, and he didn't even look at Qin Tian, a man who was so handsome. Could it be that Mr. Lu likes this kind of man who was as black as charcoal? Mr. Lu's hobby is too special. Chen Yu, who was standing by, almost dropped his jaw, and said in disbelief. President Lu actually smiled at this dark-haired guy. Could it be that President Lu? No, I have to get more sun and make sure I'm darker than him, just in case Mr. Lu takes a fancy to me. Isn't this a spiral upward? Not long after Lu Ruashi left, news of Lu Ruashi's suspected special hobby spread privately throughout the company. It was finally time to get off work, and Lu Ruashi hurriedly called Qin Tian. Qin Tian went to a secluded place and answered the phone. He said with a smile, "What's the matter?" "My eldest lady." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, come to my office on the top floor and have lunch with me." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Ruashi, we should be careful about the impact when we are in the company. I don't want to be watched like a giant panda." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, just come up quietly, isn't that all?" Qin Tian chuckled and said, "Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. I'd better go to the company cafeteria with Lei Zi and the others to eat." Lu Ruashi said pitifully, "Well, Xiao Xianchen, you should eat more." Qin Tian chuckled and said, "As a capitalist, you only know how to exploit people." After Lu Ruashi hung up the phone, she laughed and said, "You naughty little Tian Tian, if you don't want to eat with me, I'll come find you, okay?" Qin Tian followed Zheng Lei and the other man to the floor of the company's restaurant. The three of them took their food trays and found an empty table to sit down. The arrival of Qin Tian and the other two had already attracted everyone's attention. One reason is that Qin Tian's appearance is so amazing that all the ladies in the company are attracted by him. Secondly, because of Lu Ruashi, Zheng Lei, the charcoal spirit, is also well known. The female employees were talking to each other, and female employee A said in amazement, "Fuck, women really don't lie to women, that new guy Qin Tian is so handsome." Female employee B said with shining eyes, "I wonder if that little brother would mind having multiple girlfriends. Even if they are unnamed or unnamed, that's fine." Female employee C puffed out her chest and said, "He should like someone like me, right?" Female employee D sneered, "Little CC, don't think you can be superior to others just because you are breastfeeding. You should go home and breastfeed your child." The male employees were whispering about Zhang Lei in groups of 3 or 4. Male employee A said in disbelief, "Fuck, are you guys mistaken? Does Boss Lu really like this kind of black bear spirit?" Male employee B was also dumbfounded and said, "It seems to be said that this is the case. Otherwise, how can it be said that Mr. Lu has a special hobby?" The moment Lu Ruashi stepped into the restaurant in high heels, the restaurant suddenly became quiet. Lu Ruashi immediately spotted the most dazzling person in the crowd. Qin Tian and the other two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Lu Ruashi prepared the food without paying attention to anyone around, and came to the other two people in front of Qin Tian, smiling and said, "There are no seats left. Can I sit across from you?" Qin Tian looked at the large number of empty tables, his face speechless, and he sighed inwardly. "My dear lady, are your excuses always so casual?" Zheng Lei and the other knew about the relationship between Qin Tian and the other, but it was kept secret in the company. Zheng Lei covered up and replied with a smile, "Mr. Lu, please take a seat." "Of course you can." Lu Ruashi sat down happily and spoke to Qin Tian and the other two with a gentle face. Qin Tian wanted to keep the secret, so naturally he spoke less. Lu Ruashi could only chat with the talkative Zheng Lei while eating. The employees were dumbfounded. Male employee A murmured to himself, "As long as I'm dark enough, maybe I can do it, then I'll be on a spiral to heaven." Male employee B muttered in his heart, "Shit, Mr. Lu's fetish is actually real. I can do it too. Maybe I can." Female employee A muttered, "Fuck, Mr. Lu has such a strong taste." Female employee B whispered softly, "The goddess's vision really cannot be judged by common sense. Rich people really know how to have fun." After the three of them finished their meal, they walked slowly towards Sales Department 9. When many employees saw Zheng Lei, they all greeted him respectfully. Zheng Lei asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Are all these people so kind and friendly?" Qin Tian and the other two were also confused. Tang Ji rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Tian, you have to use your charm and go find out." Qin Tian also knew that there must be something wrong when things were abnormal, so he came to sell 9 units. Qin Tian came close to Jiang Xia and said softly, "Sister Xia, I want to ask you something." Jiang Xia looked at Qin Tian's handsome face and said excitedly, "Xiao Tian, you said, as long as it is your need, sister will satisfy you." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Why are the people in the company so respectful to Zhang Lei?" Zhang Xia leaned close to Qin Tian's ear and lowered her voice. Xiao Tian, don't you know? Rumor has it that Mr. Liu likes this charcoal spirit Zhang Lei. Oh my god, Mr. Liu has a really strong taste. Zhang Xia secretly sucked it and murmured to herself. Oh my god, Qin Tian smells so good. What a happy thing it would be if I could wake up in his arms every day. Chapter 42, The Fake. Qin Tian's face was full of black lines, and he complained inwardly, what a mess. Qin Tian smiled and said, Sister Xia, thank you. Qin Tian thanked him and turned to leave. Zhang Xia twisted her body slightly and muttered softly. Is that all? At this time, Zhao Na knocked on Lu Ruashi's office door, and Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, come in. Zhao Na reported the rumors to Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi widened her silly, cute eyes and said in disbelief. What the hell is this? Zhao Na said anxiously, Boss Lu, I will issue an announcement now to clarify this matter. Lu Ruashi pondered for a moment and said. Wait a minute, Zhao Na, I won't hide it from you, Qin Tian is my man. Zhang Lei and Tang Ji are Qin Tian's good brothers, and Qin Tian doesn't want our relationship to be made public for the time being. It's also good to have Zhang Lei as a cover, Xiao Tian will be less likely to be exposed. Zhao Na was so shocked that her jaw dropped and she murmured to herself. Fortunately, I didn't get tempted by her beauty and compete with Mr. Liu for the man. I would have died without knowing how. The key point is that no matter what aspects, there is no capital to rob. As long as Qin Tian is not blind or a fool, who can rob President Liu? Zhao Na said respectfully. Boss Liu, this could easily have a negative impact on your reputation. Lu Ruashi waved her hand indifferently and said. That's not a problem. Most people in the upper class know that Qin Tian is my man. This doesn't affect me at all. Zhao Na nodded and said with a smile, as long as it has no impact on Mr. Liu's reputation, that's fine. Lu Ruashi said happily. As for the rumors in the company, I did not admit them. What's more, when the day comes when the relationship between Qin Tian and I becomes public, everyone will naturally know what's going on. Maybe Xiao Tian is jealous and wants me to announce the good news earlier. Zhao Na's face froze for a moment, and she murmured to herself. Is this Mr. Liu? This can't be fake. Isn't this a love-brained person? Qin Tian and the other two came to the smoking area. Qin Tian lit a cigarette and told them the whole story. Zhang Lei opened his mouth so wide that he didn't even notice the cigarette falling to the ground. He said in astonishment. Fuck him, which bastard dares to slander my sister-in-law like this? I will skin him alive. Tang Ji frowned and said. Brother Tian, this matter affects my sister-in-law's reputation. We have to solve it quickly. Qin Tian threw away his head with an irritated look and said, let's go to the top floor to find your sister-in-law. Qin Tian and the other two came to the top floor and knocked on Lu Ruashi's office door. Zhao Na opened the door and saw Qin Tian, and hurriedly said respectfully. Hello, Mr. Qin. Please come in. When Lu Ruashi saw Qin Tian, she said excitedly, Xiao Tian, you are here. Zhao Na respectfully poured tea for Qin Tian and the other two. Qin Tian took out a cigarette, lit it, and said irritably. Ruashi, have you heard the rumors? Zhang Lei said with a face full of shame, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lu Ruashi waved her hands and said, Lazy, what's the matter? It's not your fault. Lu Ruashi repeated what she had just said and said, Xiao Tian, what do you think of this? Qin Tian thought for a moment, then said with a troubled look on his face, Ruashi, are you sure this won't have any impact on your reputation? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, don't worry, it's nothing. Zhang Lei said with a look of panic. Sister-in-law, Brother Tian, I have an opinion and I object. You are my most respected sister-in-law. Even if you kill me, I would never dare to tarnish your reputation, even if someone else spreads rumors. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Lazy, I have a veto power, your objection is invalid. Tang Ji smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law, your suggestion is indeed feasible. We will just pretend we don't know and see if Brother Tian minds. Qin Tian's earlobes turned red, and he was about to speak. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. My little Tian is jealous, so I should either make our relationship public immediately or get the marriage certificate now. Zhao Na looked dazed, and murmured to herself. Is this love-brained guy with a smile as beautiful as a flower really President Liu? Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said. Lu Ruashi, that's enough. You keep trying to get me to get the certificate. I really don't know why you're so anxious. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said. Why am I in such a hurry? Of course I am in a hurry to be your bride, to enter the bridal chamber with you, and to give birth to your little baby. At this moment, Zhao thoughts had already drifted away. No wonder Mr. Lu was grinning for no apparent reason when he was alone a while ago. Seeing you were having trouble moving, I really thought you were not feeling well. So this is what happened. Qin Tian's face was dark, and he said helplessly, I really admire you. Zhang Lei said with a bitter look on his face, Sister-in-law, please take back your decision. Tang Ji adjusted his glasses and said with a wise look on his face. Lazy, if someone asks you, just deny it vehemently. What's more, as ordinary employees, Brother Tian and I can also see some things that we can't see normally. It is also easy to tell who is a human and who is a ghost. Lu Ruashi glanced at Tang Ji, gave him a thumbs up and said. Aji is great, he is worthy of being the strategist of the trio. Tang Ji blushed and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, you are too kind. It's just a little cleverness, not worth mentioning. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Xiao Tian, let's make a happy decision. Qin Tian nodded helplessly and glared at Zhang Lei fiercely, which made Lu Ruashi laugh so hard that she shook with laughter. Zhang Lei looked terrified, his old face was black and red. Zhao Na looked at Zhang Lei and laughed secretly. I didn't expect that this black bear monster, although not good looking, is actually a man of affection and righteousness. You know what, this black and red face seems really funny. Because Lu Ruashi did not clarify the matter in time, such a beautiful misunderstanding occurred. It is midsummer now. Not long after, many male employees came to the company, all of them tanned. This shocked the female employees of the company, who secretly sighed. Fuck, a bunch of toads actually have the crazy idea of eating fairy flesh. Can mortals really eat this fairy meat? What's worse, some female employees have tanned themselves so dark that they look like black pearls. The meaning is self-evident. Qin Tian, watching these scenes, felt sour and muttered to himself. What the hell, so many people want to steal my girl. It's okay if it's just men, but what is going on with this bunch of women? After Lu Ruashi knew the situation, she said with pride. Xiao Tian, if I tell you not to be too active, I'll make you sour this time. Let's see how long you can hold it in. Since then, Zhang Lei has been doing very well in the company. Everyone in the company, from the bottom to the top, would respectfully call out to Zhang Lei when they saw him, Hello, Mr. Zhang. Chapter 43, Holding in Hand. Lu Ruashi, wearing a black silk battle robe, walked out of the bathroom gracefully. An alluring fragrance blew over, and Qin Tian stared at Lu Ruashi's blushing face in amazement. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Tian, it's getting late, it's time to wash up and rest. Qin Tian nodded woodenly and walked towards the bathroom cautiously. Puff. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, You stinky man, you are so hypocritical every day, I will make you jealous. The moonlight faded, the golden crow cried, and Qin Tian slowly woke up. He moved his arms gently and felt numb from being pressed down. Qin Tian looked at the fair and tender girl in his arms and whispered to himself, What an annoying little goblin. Lu Ruashi was awakened by Qin Tian and said coquettishly, Bad brother, you woke me up again. Qin Tian pinched Lu Ruashi's high-nose bridge with amusement and said, Little lazy pig, it's time to get up. Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian tighter and whispered. How come it's daybreak so soon? Time flies by so fast. I haven't slept for long. Qin Tian said with a smile, Blame me? It's because you like to play. Lu Ruashi covered her ears, shook her head and said, I don't want to listen, it's just a turtle chanting sutras. Qin Tian looked helpless, patted Lu Ruashi and said, Be good, let's get up and go to work. Lu Ruashi seemed to remember something and sat up quickly. Oh my god, why am I so forgetful lately? Is it because I'm having too much fun every day? Xiao Xianshan, we can't go to the company today. Today is the day for our Lu family to gather, I have to take you back to the old house. Qin Tian felt dizzy and said at a loss. A family gathering? That means we're meeting the parents. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's head with both hands and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian, we have been husband and wife for who knows how many times. You should try to integrate into my family and everything about me. Qin Tian was surrounded by Lu Ruashi's extreme softness, and said incoherently. Okay, well, what should I do? Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look. My little Tian, you don't have to do anything, just enjoy life. Don't worry, you have met my family. They are all very easy to get along with and like you very much. As for the others, they are just side branches, don't worry about them. Shin Tian said with a red face. Okay, let's go and prepare the gifts. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Xiao Tian just needs to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Leave the rest to me. I promise you'll be satisfied. The two of them hesitated for another 2 hours before finally packing up and driving to Lu's old house. The car finally stopped. Shin Tian looked at the Su-style garden in front of him and fell into a trance. Holy shit, this is City A. With such a large Suez garden, how rich must the Lu family be? Shin Tian was stunned and asked, Ruashi, are these all yours? Lu Ruashi nodded sweetly and said, Xiao Tian, you are wrong. This whole area belongs to us. Shin Tian felt warm in his heart and whispered to himself. This little goblin really puts me first all the time. Did I save the galaxy in my previous life? Shin Tian smiled dotingly and said, I didn't expect that I, Shin Tian, had such good teeth and could also be a gigolo. Lu Ruashi said with a surging face. Little Tian has really good teeth and a long, sensitive tongue. He is very eloquent. Shin Tian smiled helplessly and said, when you don't speak, you are definitely a lady. The two of them walked towards the garden. When the bodyguards and servants saw them, they all said respectfully. Hello, miss, hello, uncle. Shin Tian's palms began to sweat. Lu Ruashi gently took Shin Tian's hand and said. Xiao Tian, don't be nervous, my family is looking forward to seeing you every day. Let me tell you, they are more nervous than you are. Shin Tian was stunned and said in disbelief, impossible? Lu Ruashi blushed and said. In front of others, I am always an ice goddess who is high above everyone else. She is disdainful of all men. My family is worried that I won't be able to get married. Shin Tian said with a smile, do you know what the first impression you gave me was? Lu Ruashi blushed and said. Humph, don't think I don't know, isn't she just a female devil and a female pervert? You yourself are enjoying it, and you are just being stubborn. Shin Tian said with a doting look on his face, you are right, this is indeed the fact. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said. They have been so happy since they had you. They are afraid that you will dislike me because I am older than you and will not want me anymore. How can I not be nervous? Shin Tian said with a double meaning, who wouldn't like a big one? Lu Ruashi said coquettishly, I hate you. You are a dog man who says he is not upright but acts in a bad way. Shin Tian and the other man stepped into the main hall, and Shin Tian greeted them respectfully. Hello, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Auntie. Grandpa Lu Dingwa said with a beaming face, my little one, I've finally got you here. His mother Su Yuanying said with joy, oh, my little Tian is getting more and more handsome the more I look at him. The four of them surrounded Shin Tian and asked him about his well-being. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. Who is your little darling? Why is no one interested in me? Su Yuanying said with disdain. You silly girl, you are so handsome as my precious son-in-law, and you are still my little darling. You are so shameless. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Mom, you really have a son-in-law and forgot about your daughter. Shin Tian felt the long-lost family affection and his heart was filled with love. At this moment, Shin Tian's heart may have truly integrated into the Lu family. Father Lu Tianzi slapped Shin Tian on the shoulder and laughed. Good boy, I heard that you swept all the disciples in Sanya. It really makes me proud, and makes those old guys envious. Shin Tian smiled modestly and said, Shin Tian's skills are too small to be accepted by the elite. Lu Tianzi nodded and said. As men, we should be proud when we should be proud. Being too modest is not a good thing. Shin Tian smiled and nodded, saying, Uncle is right. Lu Ruashi said with an obsessed look. Dad, stop worrying about it. Little Tian has a lot of pride. Lu Dingwa took out the chessboard and said, Xiao Tian, come and play a game with Grandpa. Chapter 44 Dirty Language. Lu Ruashi said gently, Xiao Tian, don't even think about letting me go. Grandpa's chess skills are so great that they can sweep City A and there is no one who can rival him. And Grandpa hates it most when people cheat. Lu Dingwa laughed and said. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. What does it matter if you win or lose? Grandpa will be happier if you can beat him. Shin Tian and his friends set up their chariots, horses, and cannons and started playing chess. Lu Ruashi and the others gathered around the chessboard and watched. Members of the Lu clan arrived one after another, surrounding the chessboard with 3 inner and 3 outer layers. Lu Tianxi whispered, "The general stole the car, Xiaotian is going to lose." Lu Ruashi's cousin Lu Shiyu laughed and said, "Don't think you can beat Grandpa just because you have some skills. That's just wishful thinking." Lu Ruashi glanced at Lu Shiyu coldly and whispered, "To be able to fight Grandpa so fiercely, there are less than 5 people in the entire city who can fight with him so fiercely. This is enough to be proud of. What's the harm in losing?" Qin Tian calmly withdrew his cannon, and Lu Dingwa stole Qin Tian's second chariot. The outcome seemed to be decided. Qin Tian fired a feint and quickly sank the withdrawn cannon to the bottom, forming a situation of afterthought. Lu Dingwa laughed and said, "Awesome, awesome. You fought back and I lost. You really deserve to be the grandson-in-law of Lu Dingwa." Lu Ruashi cheered and said, "Wow, Xiaotian Tian, you are so amazing. What on earth is wrong with your brain?" Qin Tian smiled modestly and said, "Grandpa, thank you for the compliment. It was just that you were careless." Lu Dingwa stroked his beard and sighed. "Don't be arrogant when you win, and don't be discouraged when you lose. Ruashi has found a good man." Lu Shiyu said indifferently, "Humph, he was just lucky, and my great-grandfather was careless." Lu Dingwa scolded, "Nonsense, pretending to know what you don't know. I just realized that Xiaotian's 2 cars. It was just a bait thrown by Xiaotian. I didn't lose unfairly, Xiaotian's chess skills are indeed better than mine." Lu Shiyu was horrified and said, "How is this possible? Who would be so stupid as to use 2 cars as bait?" Everyone looked at Lu Shiyu as if he were an idiot. Lu Ruashi's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Xiaotian Tian, is this really the case?" Qin Tian touched his nose, not daring to admit it. Lu Dingwa said with a red face, give up, only by giving up can you gain. Xiaotian is wise but appears foolish." After everyone was amazed, Lu Ruashi proudly introduced Qin Tian to the tribe members. Lu Rua's face was filled with amorous feelings, and she said in a coquettish voice, "Brother-in-law, I am your sister-in-law, Rujie." Qin Tian got goosebumps all over his body. Lu Ruashi blocked Lu Ru's sight and said in a cold voice, "If you want to be naughty, get out of here and stop disgusting people." Lu Rua said indifferently, "Brother-in-law, look at my sister, how can you say that to me?" Qin Tian would never pay any attention to this woman with a bump on her head and turned to leave. Uncle Lu Zhongren said dissatisfiedly, "Ruashi, how can you say that about your sister?" Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "If I recognize her, she is my cousin. If I don't recognize her, she is nothing. You are harassing me now, you can't tell the difference between the big and small ones, right?" Lu Zhongren paused and said with dissatisfaction, "Ruashi, we are a family. It's not good to do this for an outsider, right?" Lu Ruashi snorted and said, "My Lu Ruashi's man is an outsider? What do you think your family is?" Su Yuanying also said with an unhappy expression, "Ruashi, don't pay attention to them, they are a bunch of annoying things." The banquet was about to begin, and Lu Ruashi was too lazy to pay attention to them, so she left quickly with Qin Tian. Lu Shiyu spat and said, "Bah, what a joke. A poor kid wants to climb over our heads. It's just a pipe dream." Lu Ruhua said delicately, "It's good to be poor, you can do whatever I want." Everyone sat down, and Lu Tianxi said with a flushed face, "It's the annual family gathering again. Today I would like to solemnly introduce to all of you my son-in-law, Qin Tian, Lu Tianxi." Qin Tian was startled, and stood up quickly, saying gently and politely, "Hello, elders, brothers and sisters, I am Qin Tian. I am very honored to be a part of the Lu family. I wish our Lu family will be more prosperous in the future." Whether the tribesmen were willing or not, they all applauded enthusiastically. The exquisite dishes were soon served. Qin Tian was no longer nervous as he was at the beginning and started eating and drinking as usual. Seeing this, Lu Ruashi was delighted. Xiaotian Tian is quite receptive. Is our wedding night still far away? Lu Shiyu looked at Qin Tian's casual attitude and muttered to himself, "What a fool who has never seen the world, he really brings shame to the Lu family. MD, my last name is Lu, otherwise I would have picked up Lu Ruashi long ago, how could it be your turn?" Lu Rui looked at Qin Tian's handsome face, tightened her legs slightly, and whispered to herself, "No. This man is too handsome. I must find a way to get him." Isn't it easy to take advantage of the strengths of a poor kid like this? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the banquet slowly came to an end. Shin Tian whispered something to Lu Ruashi and went to the bathroom. After shaking off the water droplets, Shin Tian came to the edge of the garden and lit a cigarette with a comfortable look on his face. Lu Shiyu, who was passing by, looked at Shin Tian's cigarette box and said with a sneer on his face, "I thought you were such a popular pretty boy. But you only smoke cigarettes that cost 10 yuan a pack." "What? Lu Ruashi didn't give you any reward, a little hard work fee?" Shin Tian blew out a puff of smoke and said, "What the hell is this to you? Whose pants weren't tied tight and you jumped out?" As the eldest son of the Lu family's side branch, Lu Shiyu was always flattered wherever he went. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Lu Shiyu said angrily, "You little bastard, I'm giving you face, right? Do you know where this is? This is my Lu family." Shin Tian sneered and said, "Who are you scolding, you little bastard?" Lu Shiyu hurriedly said, "What's wrong with that little bastard scolding you?" Shin Tian flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "Does your father know that you are so stupid?" Lu Shiyu suppressed his anger and said with gritted teeth, "Little jerk, today is a family gathering, I won't bother with you. Change the time and place, and see how I deal with you." Shin Tian said indifferently, "Your father is waiting." Lu Shiyu said with a grim expression, "You little jerk, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you climb onto the belly of that little bitch Lu Ruashi." Shin Tian's eyes turned red, and he stared at Lu Shiyu and asked, "What the hell did you say?" Lu Shiyu said with a lewd look on his face, "That slutty girl Lu Ruashi must be very wet in bed, right? I must try it when I get the chance. I really don't know how you, a little jerk, got the bad luck to be the first to win over Lu Ruashi." Chapter 45 Unbearable. Shin Tian, who was extremely angry, punched Lu Shiyu in the face. Bang! Lu Shiyu's cheeks instantly became red and swollen. He covered his cheeks in pain, spat out bloody teeth, and roared in disbelief. "You bastard, you dare to hit me?" Although Shin Tian is a weak fighter, Lu Shiyu has been pampered since childhood and his physical fitness is even worse. How could Shin Tian pay attention to him? Shin Tian, who had gained the upper hand, grabbed Lu Shiyu's hair angrily. Shin Tian's fist, as big as a casserole, smashed towards Lu Shiyu's mouth with a clang. After a beating, all of Lu Shiyu's yellow teeth and blood fell to the ground. Lu Shiyu was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy and almost fainted. Shin Tian's right hand was also bleeding profusely. After all, if he hurt the enemy, he would lose 800 of his own. What's more, teeth are the hardest, and Shin Tian's anger is obvious. The commotion here had already awakened everyone. Lu Ruashi ran over first and kicked Lu Shiyu away. Bang! Lu Shiyu fell heavily on the concrete floor, covering his mouth and making a woo-woo sound, his body arched like a shrimp. Shin Tian's eyes were red, and he wanted to hit again. Seeing this, Lu Ruashi hugged Shin Tian and said anxiously, "Be good, little Tian, be obedient. Don't be angry. Sister will help you vent your anger in a while." Lu Shiyu's mother Mayoron looked at her son's miserable state, wailed and rushed over, saying, "My son, how could that bastard be so cruel to beat you into this state?" Lu Zhongren said angrily, "Shin Tian, you bastard, why did you beat my son into this state?" Lu Ruhua also said anxiously, "Shin Tian, why did you beat my brother like this? Is there any misunderstanding?" Su Yuanying hurriedly took out gauze and wrapped Shin Tian's hand, saying angrily, "You should ask your stupid son if he can make Shin Tian like this." Lu Shiyu's face was grim, and he said incoherently, "You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you, you country bumpkin." Lu Ruashi looked at Lu Shiyu as if he were a dead person, and said in a cold voice, "If you dare, curse me again." Lu Shiyu dared not say anything. Lu Zhongren said angrily, "Shin Tian beat my precious son like this. If you don't give me an explanation, I, Lu Zhongren, will never give up." Lu Tianxi pulled over a garbage bag, handed it to Lu Zhongren and said with a smile, "Zhongren, you want a plastic bag, right? Come on, I'll give it to you." Lu Zhongren's face turned pale and blue, which was very beautiful. Lu Zhongren gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, Shin Tian beat Shiyu like this without knowing right or wrong. You can't protect your son-in-law." Lu Tianxi threw the plastic bag at Lu Zhongren's face and said angrily, "We all know Xiaotian very well, and we are very happy to see him like this. It must be your stupid son who has done something unforgivable again." Lu Ruashi's eyes were filled with tears. She took Qin Tian's hand distressfully and said, Xiao Tian Tian, tell me how that bastard bullied you. I'll help you vent your anger. Qin Tian shook his head with red eyes and said nothing. Seeing this, Lu Zhongren said proudly, Brother, did you see that? Qin Tian himself didn't dare to say it, it must be Qin Tian's fault. Lu Tianxi pointed to the surveillance camera above his head and said, Zhongren, there is a God who sees right and wrong. Right and wrong will be judged by the public. The surveillance video was quickly sent to Lu Tianxi's mobile phone, and Lu Tianxi clicked on it fearlessly. The scenes of the incident appeared before everyone's eyes, and when the video was finished, everyone was shocked. An elder of the Lu family said angrily, I have never seen such a shameless person. Our Lu family has been completely disgraced by this bastard. Lu Ruashi was so angry that she grabbed a chair next to her and threw it at Lu Xiyu. Bang and crack. The solid wooden chair hit Lu Xiyu's back, and Lu Xiyu's bones broke, but it was unknown how many bones were broken. Lu Tianxi said angrily, Lu Zhongren, this is the good son you taught me? You have completely disgraced our Lu family. You shouldn't have the surname Lu, you should have the surname Wu, the shameless Wu. The rest of the Lu clan members also condemned Lu Xiyu with hatred and despised him. Lu Dinghua picked up his crutch and hit Lu Zhongren hard on the back. Lu Zhongren knew the seriousness of the matter, so how could he dare to hide? Lu Zhongren knelt on the ground in a hurry. Lu Dinghua hit Lu Zhongren hard with his crutches and said angrily, If you don't teach your child well, it's the father's fault. If you do it again, you and your whole family will be kicked out of the Lu family. Lu Zhongren kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Uncle, I was wrong. Don't worry, I will teach Xiyu a lesson when I get back and I promise I won't do it again. Lu Dinghua said angrily, Get out of here, you are such a disgrace. Lu Zhongren hurriedly ran away carrying Lu Xiyu on his back, bearing the pain. Lu Rua and her daughter also ran away like lost dogs. The rest of the Lu clan members started to curse at Lu Xiyu's family. How could our Lu family produce such a beast? He really brings shame to our Lu family. After such an unpleasant episode, the Lu clan members had no intention of staying any longer and left one after another. After everyone left, the anger in Qin Tian's heart slowly disappeared. Lu Ruashi carefully removed the gauze and looked at Qin Tian's right hand, which was bleeding profusely, tears streaming down her face. Su Yuanying said helplessly, Ruashi, clean Xiaotian's wound quickly. Lu Ruashi's hands trembled slightly, I dare not. I have lost so much blood. How painful must it be? Qin Tian felt a little warm in his heart, and said helplessly, Ruashi, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Su Yuanying pushed Lu Ruashi aside and said, You silly girl, if you want to cry, go away. You're getting in the way. Su Yuanying sighed inwardly. Is this still my daughter who could bite a dog to death when it bit her when she was a child? Lu Tianxi murmured in his heart. Shit, this little cotton jacket will definitely leak a lot of air in the future. Is this still the little boy who practiced martial arts when he was a kid and didn't he even make a sound when his bones were broken? Lu Ruashi wiped her tears and said, Mom, so love will really disappear? Su Yuanying said without even looking up, Love will not disappear, but it will shift. My little Tian suffered so much when he was little, and he is so well behaved. No matter how much I love him, it is not too much. Qin Tian's eyes were slightly moist, and he murmured in his heart. Is this the love of mother and family? Su Yuanying bandaged Qin Tian's hands skillfully and said with a worried look. Xiao Tian, don't let your hands get wet for the next 2 days. Let Ruashi change the gauze for you frequently. Qin Tian just came back to his senses and said hastily, Okay, Mom, I understand. Everyone was silent for a moment. Lu Ruashi was so happy that she said with shining eyes. Xiao Xianchen, what did you just call? Chapter 46, Love Between a Man and a Woman. Su Yuanying also looked at Qin Tian expectantly and said, Xiao Tian, call me again, I love to hear it. As the saying goes, those who have sons want a daughter, and those who have daughters want a son. Because Su Yuanying was injured when giving birth to Lu Ruashi, her wish to have a son had to be unfulfilled. Qin Tian finally realized what was happening and his old face turned red. Qin Tian dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment and was about to deny it, but he saw the expectant looks on their faces. How could Qin Tian say it out loud? He sighed helplessly in his heart, it's embarrassing, so what? Qin Tian's face flushed as he shouted one by one, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mum. Why? Lu Dinghua and the other three responded in unison. Qin Tian's neck turned red and he didn't know how to communicate with them for a moment. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian expectantly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, what should you call me then? Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was smiling, and asked hesitantly, Ruashi? Lu Ruashi pouted in dissatisfaction and said, if you are not satisfied, try again. Qin Tian asked tentatively, sister? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, you idiot, you should call me wife. Su Yuanying looked at Qin Tian's shy expression, slapped Lu Ruashi and said, Xiao Tian is thin-skinned, do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? How do you want to call me? Wait, both of you close the door and call me slowly. No one will care even if you scream your throat out. Lu Ruashi looked at the bloodstains on Qin Tian's body and said with a grin, Come on, Xiao Xianshan, sister will take you back to your room to change clothes. Qin Tian and the other person came to Lu Ruashi's real boudoir. Qin Tian had long been accustomed to the Lu family's generosity and had taken it for granted. After Qin Tian changed his clothes, Lu Ruashi took out several thick photo albums and said excitedly, Xiao Tian Tian, come and admire your wife's growth experience from childhood to adulthood. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi when she was a baby and praised her, you have been beautiful since you were a child. Lu Ruashi pointed at the baby bathing in the tub, covered her mouth and chuckled, I think this one is the most beautiful. Qin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said, little naughty girl. Lu Ruashi asked curiously, Xiao Tian Tian, do you have any photos of your childhood? Qin Tian smiled and shook his head, saying, I never took a photo when I was a child. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's head in her arms and said with a distressed look, Xia Oxianshan, I will love you from now on. Qin Tian said vaguely, sister, I love you too. Lu Ruashi's eyes gradually blurred, and she whispered, husband, call me wife. A vague voice came, wife. After the two of them took a short nap, it was almost time for dinner. The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Congratulations to the master for being recognized by the Lu family. A jade pendant of peace will be given as a reward. Qin Tian said in surprise, fuck, Dak Sixi, you finally got some equipment. Tell me in detail. The system smiled charmingly and said, the function of the peace jade pendant is to protect the wearer from a life and death crisis. Qin Tian was amazed in his heart, fuck, doesn't that mean I have 2 lives? The system smiled sweetly and said, that's the truth. Qin Tian said with joy. Give it to me, Dak Sixi. You can kneel down now. I can do whatever I want from now on. An ancient jade pendant appeared in Qin Tian's palm, and Qin Tian woke up the delicate and lovely girl in his arms. Lu Ruashi said with a silly look on her face, wear it. Qin Tian said with a smile, let me put it on you. Lu Ruashi was confused and whispered, Xiao Tian Tian, did you fall asleep? Qin Tian put the jade pendant on Lu Ruashi's neck and said with a smile, put it on and don't take it off at any time or place. Lu Ruashi muttered in her heart, so that's it, I thought so. A refreshing feeling came over Lu Ruashi, and she instantly felt refreshed, and all the fatigue and soreness in her body were instantly swept away. Lu Ruashi naturally knew Qin Tian's magical powers, and lowered her voice and said, Xiao Tian Tian, I know you have a secret, don't worry, sister won't ask and doesn't want to know. Sister just wants to know the effect of this jade pendant, and how much do you have? Qin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's ear and whispered, if you want to know, I can tell you. Lu Ruashi quickly covered Qin Tian's mouth and said, don't say that. It's too unbelievable. No matter how cautious you are, it's not too much. You and I just know it. Qin Tian nodded and said, the jade pendant of peace can protect you from life and death. There is only one of this kind. Lu Ruashi hurriedly reached out to take the pendant from her neck and said anxiously, no, you have to wear this. Qin Tian pressed the pendant and said lovingly, be good, sister, wear it well, or I will be angry. Lu Ruashi felt the heat of Qin Tian's big hand, and hugged Qin Tian's neck tightly with both hands, and said with tears in her eyes, silly brother, having it is like having 2 lives. Are you going to give it to me just like that? Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi's smooth back and said with a smile, I, Qin Tian, have nothing but you, Lu Ruashi. You are more important than my life. Baji. Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tian on his thin lips and said, hubby, remember, you are my life too. If anything happens to you, I, Lu Ruashi, will never live alone. Qin Tian said with a smile. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and wake up, or you'll be laughed to death. Lu Ruashi said sweetly, they wish we could rest a little longer. Qin Tian said jokingly, it's better for you to wear the pendant. You can't find the pendant at all. Lu Ruashi said with a smile on her face, then looked carefully. After they changed their clothes, they came to the living room. Qin Tian always felt that the eyes of his family members revealed infinite ambiguity and expectation. Su Yuanying said with a smile, Xiao Tian, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Qin Tian greeted his family members enthusiastically, and they sat down around the dining table. Lu Tianxi took out the special liquor and said happily, Come on, Xiao Tian, have a drink with me and Grandpa. Lu Dingwa said with a red face, Yes, I am happy today, let's have a good drink together. Qin Tian looked at the white wine in front of him, feeling a headache, and muttered to himself, Just get drunk. It's rare that Grandpa and the others are so happy. At worst, you can just take a nap. Lu Ruashi said with a worried look on her face, Xiao Tian, can you drink white wine? How can a man not do this? Especially in front of the woman he loves. Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said, Okay, why not? It's just drinking. Lu Ruashi said suspiciously, I have never seen you drink white wine. Chapter 47, Embarrassing. Qin Tian said with a heroic look, Tisk, it's just white wine. The family ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Qin Tian held up a small wine glass and clinked glasses with his family. After drinking a small glass of white wine, Qin Tian's handsome face turned red instantly. Lu Ruashi said with a worried look, Xiao Tian, if you can't bear it anymore, just tell me and I will help you drink it. Qin Tian just felt dizzy, and said with his neck stiff, It's okay, just a little white wine. Lu Tianxi and others had no idea that Qin Tian's alcohol tolerance was so poor that he drank 3 small cups of white wine. Qin Tian's eyes turned red, and Lu Ruashi hurriedly stopped him and said, Xiao Tian, you can't drink anymore. Qin Tian was obviously drunk at this time. Qin Tian's life was miserable in the past. I have hardly ever drunk alcohol, so how would I know what I look like when I'm drunk? Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's beautiful face and said in a trance, Hey, devil girl, it's you? Why are you everywhere? When Lu Ruashi heard this long-lost name, her face blushed and she said, Xiao Tian, you are drunk. Let me help you to rest. Lu Tianxi and others were also well aware of the previous situation of Qin Tian and the other person. Lu Tianxi and others were stunned and burst into laughter instantly. Lu Tianxi said with a smile, Xiao Tian, you are drunk, go and have a rest with Ruashi. As the saying goes, never tell a drunk person that he is drunk. Qin Tian picked up the grapefruit and said proudly, Brother, it's okay, I can still drink. I won't go to rest with your daughter, because she'll take advantage of me. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again, and Grandma Lulan said with a smile, I didn't expect Xiao Tian to be so funny when he was drunk. The unscrupulous Lu Ruashi covered her belly and laughed so hard that her body shook. He also took out his cell phone, set it up, and started recording a video of Qin Tian. Lu Tianxi couldn't help laughing and said, You call me brother, Ruashi, what's your name? The name of the female devil is quite appropriate when you two call her that behind closed doors. Qin Tian shook his head and said hesitantly, Niece? Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd spread far away. Su Yuanying covered her belly and said, Xiao Tian, who am I then? Qin Tian's mind was in a mess, and he murmured softly, You look like my niece. You must be her sister. Puff. Lu Ruashi just took a sip of water and sprayed it all over Qin Tian's face. Lu Ruashi covered her stomach while wiping the water droplets off Qin Tian's face with a tissue. Qin Tian said in confusion, Fuck, niece, are you using physical attacks? Lu Ruashi's face turned red, and she bit her cheek and said, Uncle, you are drunk, let's go to rest. Qin Tian rubbed his waist and said, No, I want a drink. I'm afraid you'll hit my waist. Lu Ruashi hurriedly poured a glass of mineral water into Qin Tian's small cup, covered her mouth and chuckled, Then drink it quickly? Qin Tian picked up the wine glass, stood up shakily, and said to Lu Tianxi with his arm around his shoulder, Come on, brother. We two brothers have a deep bond. Let's drink it in one gulp. Lu Tianxi bit his cheek and said, Okay, we have deep feelings, let's drink it all in one gulp. Lu Ruashi and others covered their mouths, their faces flushed red. Qin Tian drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp, smacked his lips and said, Brother, your wine is really strong, but it tastes good. Lu Tianxi's face twitched violently, and he said with a smile, If you like to drink, drink more. Qin Tian put his arm around her shoulders and said, Brother, let me tell you something. Even though your daughter looks good, she always likes to bully me. Lu Tianxi bit his lip and said, Oh, how did she bully you? Tell my brother and I will help you teach her a lesson. Just as Chin Tian was about to open his mouth, Lu Ruashi hurriedly covered Chin Tian's mouth, picked up Chin Tian and ran away. I don't know where this delicate little body gets so much energy. After Chin Tian and the other man left, the restaurant erupted in warm laughter. Chin Tian, who was completely drunk, was no match for Lu Ruashi and was carried to her boudoir by Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi carefully placed Chin Tian on the big bed. Chin Tian struggled to get up and said, "Niece, what are you doing?" "I'm still drinking," Lu Ruashi said with a smile. "Since you are still in good spirits, let your niece help you burn off some energy." Lu Ruashi turned around and locked the door, then walked to the big bed with a lewd look on her face and twisted her waist. My goodness, Chin Tian was sleeping soundly and even made a slight snoring sound. Lu Ruashi had a helpless look on her face. She quickly stripped off Chin Tian's clothes, went to the bathroom to get hot water, and wiped Chin Tian's body. By the time she was done with all this, Lu Ruashi was sweating profusely. Lu Ruashi set up the air-conditioned quilt for Chin Tian and went to the bathroom with an embarrassed look on her face. Half an hour later, Lu Ruashi wrapped in a pink bath towel slid into the quilt. Lu Ruashi climbed onto Chin Tian's neck, stared at his sleeping face, and whispered, "My little uncle, I didn't expect the smell of alcohol on you was so intoxicating." Chin Tian's phone rang urgently. Chin Tian fumbled to answer the call and said in a daze, "Hello, who is it?" Luo Tao's furious voice rang out over the phone. "Chin Tian, do you still want to work? I didn't see you yesterday and you didn't come today. Do you think the company is owned by your family?" Chin Tian was confused and muttered, "Who the hell are you?" Luo Tao was so angry that she said angrily, "I am manager Luo Tao." Chin Tian muttered to himself, "Bald Luo?" Luo Tao said quickly, "It's me." "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" Chin Tian shook his head and said, "I'm doing business." "That's it. I'm hanging up." Beep, beep, beep. A busy tone sounded, and Luo Tao said angrily, "What kind of business is this? This bastard is obviously still asleep. I'm afraid he is not doing business with any woman. I'll let you be proud for a few days, but if you fail to complete the task, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Chin Tian threw away his phone and shook his dizzy head. Lu Ruashi hurriedly rubbed Chin Tian's temples and said lazily, "Xiao Tian Tian, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Who called? You are disturbing my sweet dreams so early in the morning." Chin Tian shook his head and said, "I'm fine now, who else could it be?" "Baldy Luo." Lu Ruashi snorted and said, "How dare this bald Luo bully my little Tian Tian? I will fire him soon." Chin Tian waved his hands hurriedly and said, No, I haven't done anything to harm the interests of the company." Lu Ruashi sighed and said, "Well, my little man has spoken for him, what else can I do?" The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Chin Tian's mind. Congratulations to the two owners for their everlasting love and affection. Reward the hostess Lu Ruashi for having a more upright figure. Chin Tian recalled Lu Ruashi's unrivaled figure and said in amazement, "Wow, this skill is so awesome. In the days to come, Daxixi won't have to worry anymore." Chapter 48 Devil Angel. Lu Ruashi stretched out her little hand and waved it in front of Chin Tian's eyes, saying, "Xiao Tian Tian, what are you daydreaming about?" Chin Tian came back to his senses instantly, and said lovingly, "Sister, go look in the mirror and see if there are any changes." Lu Ruashi ran towards the mirror with a look of surprise. Not long after, Lu Ruashi came back jumping and said, "Oh my god, little Tian Tian, you really are a piece of Tang monk flesh, this is too magical." Although the changes are very subtle for Lu Ruashi now, she still understands herself. Chin Tian said with a proud look on his face, "Sister, you will never have any more worries in the future." Baji. Lu Ruashi kissed Chin Tian Jun on the face and said excitedly, "Xiao Tian Tian, I have roughly guessed something. You must work hard and don't be lazy." Chin Tian rubbed his waist and said with a smile, "It's best to know when to stop everything. It's not a good idea to kill all the fish." Lu Ruashi said like a chick pecking at rice. "Yeah, you're right. Do everything within your ability. Xiao Tian Tian has the greatest strength." Chin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi with a puzzled look and said, "Tell me, what did you do while I was asleep yesterday?" Lu Ruashi covered her red face and said with a smile, "Xiao Tian Tian, do you know what you did when you were drunk yesterday?" Chin Tian was stunned and said with a smile, "I'm so drunk that I don't know anything. What can I do?" Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Tian, I recorded the video for you. I'll help you recall it. Qin Tianyi's forehead was covered with black lines, and he said speechlessly, Sister, this is not fun to record. If something goes wrong later, I will cry to death. Lu Ruashi opened the video on her phone with a wicked smile. Qin Tian sat up instantly as he watched the drinking scene in the video. Qin Tian's face was filled with black lines, and he said in disbelief, Fuck, is this me? Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and giggled, Looks like he's my little man. After watching the video, Qin Tian said with a red face, Destroy it, I'm tired. Lu Ruashi climbed onto Qin Tian's neck and said in a sweet voice, Uncle, I'm so thirsty. Qin Tian pulled up the quilt to cover his handsome face and said with a hopeless look, Sister, are you a devil? If someone loses memory, then that's it. Why are you still trying to help them recall their past? Lu Ruashi lifted Qin Tian's blanket and said with a wicked smile, I think calling him uncle is pretty cool, it's exciting. Qin Tian said with a red face, How can I walk out of the room now? Lu Ruashi naturally knew that her little man was thin-skinned, so she knew when to stop. Lu Ruashi patted Qin Tian and kindly comforted him. Okay, let me comfort you. You stinky daughter-in-law will have to meet your parents-in-law. If you don't get up, your brothers will come and knock on the door. Qin Tian said helplessly, How can this be called comfort? This is clearly a corpse whipping. Qin Tian walked out of the room reluctantly. After arriving at the living room, his handsome face turned red again. Lu Tianxi said with a serious face, Come on, brother. Ha ha ha. Qin Tian's neck turned red as he heard the merciless laughter from the crowd. He begged for mercy. Dad, I was wrong. I will never drink strong alcohol again. Please forgive me. Su Yuanying laughed so hard that she was out of breath and said, Okay, Xiaotian is shy, stop it now. Qin Tian sighed in his heart, Mother-in-law is still the best. Su Yuanying changed the subject and said jokingly, Xiaotian, my sister didn't bully you last night, did she? Qin Tian's eyes widened and he thought in disbelief, It seems that I am still too young and too superficial. Ha ha ha. The merciless laughter of his family members came again, and Qin Tian's handsome face was reddening. Qin Tian said with a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. It seems like you guys will laugh at this joke for the rest of your lives. Lu Ruashi covered her belly and laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. Uncle, you are too shameless. We are doing this for your own good. This is to train you. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi with resentment and said, You are the worst, you female devil. You have no martial ethics at all. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, I am a weak woman, not a master ma, so what martial ethics do I have to talk about? Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, If you are a weak woman, then I am also a weak chicken. Grandma Lulan said kindly, That's enough, look how embarrassed the little one is. At this time, Zhang Lei and his colleague were in the company, working diligently. Luo Tao walked around the department with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, please come to the office. Zhang Lei followed Luo Tao to the office in confusion. Luo Tao locked the door and respectfully asked Zhang Lei to sit down. Zhang Lei muttered in his heart, Let us see what tricks a bald man like you can come up with. After Luo Tao made tea for Zhang Lei, she said attentively, Mr. Zhang, are you used to working in the company? If there is anything that needs to be improved, please let me know. After Zhang Lei and Luo Tao pretended to be nice to each other for a while, Zhang Lei took out a bunch of coins from the drawer and stuffed them into Zhang Lei's hands. Zhang Lei is also a dramatic person, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Manager Luo, what are you doing? Luo Tao blinked her eyes with an ambiguous expression. Mr. Zhang, you know what I mean. I hope you can say a few good words to Mr. Lu when you have time. Zhang Lei cursed in his heart. You baldy boy, if you play these tricks with your dad, I guess you are not a good person either. Zhang Lei looked greedy for money and quickly took the money. Zhang Lei stood up, patted Luo Tao on the shoulder and said, Lao Luo, keep up the good work, I'm counting on you. Zhang Lei left the office, ran to the bathroom and sent a message to Qin Tian, telling him about this. Qin Tian handed the phone to Lu Ruashi. After Lu Ruashi took a look, she sneered and said, Luo Tao's cousin is Luo Sherbua, the company's vice president. It seems that my methods are too gentle and I have become a borer again. Xiao Tian, let Zhang Lei play his role of a money-hungry man and go along with him. As for the money I received, just consider it as my reward for his hard work. Qin Tian nodded and said jokingly, This is more like the legendary iceberg female president. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Little Tian Tian, you actually like this tune. How about I let you see what an iceberg is tonight? Qin Tianyi's forehead was covered with black lines, and he said speechlessly, My dear sister, please break quickly. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's ear and whispered. Didn't you say that my sister is a witch with 1,000 changes? Don't you want to see my sister's various postures? Qin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, You little devil, I will be killed by you sooner or later. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's handsome face and said seriously. Little Tian Tian, sister will only spoil you to the sky, and spoil you to the point where no other woman can afford to support you. Chapter 49 Recuperation. After staying in the old house for a day, Qin Tian and Lu Ruashi returned to the manor. Qin Tian leaned on the sofa and said comfortably, It's more comfortable to be at home. Lu Ruashi lay on Qin Tian's chest, pulled up Qin Tian's tie, and said fiercely. Why? Xiao Tian Tian, isn't that your home? Qin Tian said with a dramatic look. Queen, spare me. It's different. This is our home. It's naturally more intimate. Lu Ruashi lifted Qin Tian's chin and said condescendingly. Little Tian Tian, the king is going to favor you now, so get ready to sleep with me. Qin Tian pretended to be shy and said. Your Majesty, I have been feeling a little unwell these past few days. I hope you will have mercy on me. Puff. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, Xiao Tian Tian, you won't tell me that your relatives are here, right? Qin Tian raised his right hand wrapped in gauze and said with a grin. That's not the case. He is an injured person after all. Lu Ruashi slapped Qin Tian and said. If your hand is injured, just take care of it. You will stay at home for the next few days and are not allowed to go to the company. Qin Tian wailed, Are you planning to kill me with idleness? Lu Ruashi laughed and said. I won't let you sit idle, I will stay at home with you. Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, You should go to work. Lu Ruashi said in a dramatic way, Wow, little Tian Tian, you just hate that your sister is older than you. Qin Tian said with a smile. I told you a long time ago, I like my sister. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, Xiao Tian Tian, is it true? You actually flirted with me. Qin Tian smiled and said. Isn't it natural for me to flirt with my own wife? Lu Ruashi turned her eyes and said, Xiao Tian Tian, take advantage of these few days of rest and let me take you to S City to see the sea, okay? Qin Tian was also tempted and said hesitantly, Will this affect your work too much? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, It's not a big deal, but you have a wound on your hand, so try to avoid soaking in seawater. Qin Tian said indifferently. That's why you're making such a fuss. If you had bandaged it a little later, the wound would have healed on its own. Lu Ruashi excitedly took out her cell phone and arranged a private jet. Lu Ruashi said excitedly, Xiao Tian Tian, let's go to the airport quickly, we can take off soon. Qin Tian was stunned, Don't you need to pack your things? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said. My sister lives in the most beautiful bay, she has a sea view villa, she doesn't need to bring anything. Qin Tian said speechlessly, You are really rich. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe and whispered in a dreamy voice, Everything of my sister is yours. Qin Tian raised his hands in surrender and said. My little ancestor, hurry up and leave. If you stay any longer, you won't be able to go out for half a day. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, Okay, sister will take you flying right now. The plane took off quickly and soared into the sky at a high speed. Lu Ruashi said with joy. Xiao Tian Tian, what kind of swimsuit do you like? I'll wear one for you to see, okay? Qin Tian touched his nose and said, It's all right. You are not allowed to go out in a swimsuit when there are outsiders. Lu Ruashi said with a smug look on her face, Domineering little man, you are just a jealous person. Don't worry, I won't let anyone see it. Qin Tian looked at the clouds outside the window with a vague look in his eyes, and said with red ears, Nonsense. Lu Ruashi lay on Qin Tian's chest, hugged Qin Tian's strong waist, and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian Tian, there are still a few hours to go. Let's take a break and recharge our batteries. At this time, Zhou Yuan came to the living room of the villa wearing a fiery red bikini. Zhang Chang said with a lecherous look, Sister Yuan, you were so sexy. Wu Wei licked the corner of his mouth, scanned her unscrupulously and said, Sister Yuan, you were so beautiful. Zhou Yuan pushed her big red wavy hair back and said charmingly. Two little brothers, you tease me like this, aren't you afraid that my brother will punish you? Zhang Chang swallowed and said, "Don't you know you need a brother-in-law this weekend?" Zhou Yuanyuan covered her mouth and chuckled, "Do you think my sister looks like someone who is short of a man?" Wu Wei chuckled and said, "Once a brother-in-law, always a brother-in-law." Zhang Chang said with a lewd smile, "Ah Wei, maybe we two brothers can become closer and become brothers-in-law." Zhou Yuanyuan smiled charmingly and said, "You two little rascals, what nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight?" Wu Wei smiled and said, "Okay, Sister Yuan, we won't talk about it during the day." Zhou Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at Wu Wei and said, "You big bad guy." At this time, Zhang Chang's phone rang. Zhang Chang answered the call and said with a wicked smile, "Hello, brother Mo." The weekend smiling voice rang on the phone, "Xiao Chang, where are you having fun?" Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Yuanyuan unscrupulously, and said with a lecherous smile, "He's playing in another province with a hottie." Zhou Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at Zhang Chang and said with a smile, "Okay, then have fun and introduce yourself to me later." Zhang Chang said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give it back to you when I get tired of playing with it." Zhou Yuanyuan said angrily, "Xiao Changxiang, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wu Wei said with a smile, "Sister Yuan asked us two brothers to come out, isn't it just to play with you?" The three of them were in the living room, chatting and laughing. After a long journey, Qin Tian and his companion finally arrived at the Sea View Villa. Qin Tian looked at the beach not far away and said in shock, "Fuck, the ocean is so huge. It's all water." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are so funny. Let's go to the villa to rest for a while before playing." Qin Tian nodded reluctantly and said, "Okay." Qin Tian stepped into the Sea View Villa and said with a sigh, "If I marry a rich woman like you, I will have to work less for 200 years. Lu Ruashi leaned on Qin Tian's shoulder with a sweet look on her face slightly red as she said, "Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and marry me home." Qin Tian touched his nose, smiled and said, "After all, we have known each other for a short time. I still want to work hard for another 2 years." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes at Qin Tian and said coquettishly, "What the hell is struggle? Little Tian Tian, you are so stupid that you don't even know how to take the shortcut." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Taking shortcuts is not suitable for my salted fish life." Chapter 50, Restoring the Husband's Authority. Qin Tian laughed and said, "You said that yourself, I didn't say you were a tigress." Lu Ruashi raised Qin Tian's chin and said seductively, "Little pervert, do you want a little piglet?" Qin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Little piglets are easily bullied. It's better to have a little tigress. Wouldn't it be better to bully others?" Lu Ruashi grabbed Qin Tian's tie and said coquettishly, "Then I have to start early and do prenatal education for her." Qin Tian and his companion rested for a night in the Sea View Villa. Qin Tian opened his eyes with a look of relief. The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. "Congratulations to the two masters on their first trip together. I would like to give you a reward, but Jiquan Dishang. I hope the master will continue to work hard and conquer all the unruly ones." Qin Tian's heart was filled with joy and he said ecstatically, "Dicisi, you are really my big baby, the master loves you so much." Dicisi said proudly, "This is just the result of the master's hard work, and Dak Sixi is giving back to the master in return." Qin Tian laughed and said, "Alright, stop being so cocky, kneel down, I'm going to start showing off." Qin Tian sat up with an excited look on his face. Lu Ruashi opened her big, silly eyes and asked curiously, "Xia Oceanshan, why are you so excited?" Qin Tian laughed excitedly and said, "Devil girl, I am much more powerful than you now." Lu Ruashi said indifferently, "My little Tian Tian has already surpassed his teacher. I'm no match for Xiao Tian Tian anymore." Qin Tian said with a dark face, "I'm talking about Kung Fu." Lu Ruashi said lazily, "I know, I feel deeply touched." Qin Tian exhaled a breath of foul air and said helplessly, "We are not on the same wavelength. My Bajiquan has reached great perfection. You are definitely not my opponent." Lu Ruashi was stunned, and said with a silly look on her face, "Oh, so you got the wool again." Lu Ruashi looked Qin Tian up and down and said, "Why do you want to show off in front of your sister? Do you want to spar with your sister?" Qin Tian clenched his fists and said with a grin, "I can finally show my masculinity and regain my authority as a husband to avenge the arrow I shot at me in the past." Lu Ruashi lifted up the slipping sling and said with a smile, If we're talking about revenge, I'm the one who's going to take it. When will it be your turn? Shin Tian was stunned. It seemed to be the truth. Shin Tian smiled and said, I don't care. Anyway, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, you tigress. Shin Tian punched Lu Ruashi, but Lu Ruashi dodged sideways. His fist, as big as a casserole, brushed past Lu Ruashi's hair. Lu Ruashi kneed him, and Shin Tian quickly dodged, saying in a cold sweat, Fuck, sister, I can't let you play like this. Are you planning to be a widow? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry, even if you can't avoid me in the end, I won't hurt my beloved little Tian Tian in the slightest. Shin Tian was about to retort when Lu Ruashi attacked him so hard that he couldn't even raise his head. Lu Ruashi twisted Shin Tian's hand, pressed Shin Tian under her body, and said jokingly, Xiao Tian Tian, you are awesome. Why aren't you awesome? Shin Tian was stunned and said in disbelief, Isn't I an 8th level boxer? How come I can't beat you? Lu Ruashi slapped Shin Tian and said with a smile, First, I forgot to tell you that I have mastered many martial arts, including Bajiquan. The second point is that although you have indeed mastered Bajiquan, your actual combat experience is almost zero. How can you be my opponent? Shin Tian felt a tingling sensation and felt ashamed. He blushed and said, I see. I thought I could torture you like this. Lu Ruashi raised Shin Tian's chin and said with a smile, That's what Xiao Tian Tian thinks, the liberated serf singing? Shin Tian stiffened his neck and said, A real man was born between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and be inferior to others? Lu Ruashi leaned close to Shin Tian's earlobe and said in a dreamlike voice, Xiao Tian Tian, do you want to turn over and become the master? When your overall strength reaches the grandmaster level, you may be able to do whatever you want. Shin Tian said in shock. Fuck, grandmaster, can you then establish your own sect? Then what realm are you at? Lu Ruashi then let go of Shin Tian and said with a smile, Guess? Shin Tian turned over and lay flat on the soft big bed and said, Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous. I will search for it up and down. How difficult it is. Baji. Lu Ruashi kissed Shin Tian Jun on the face and said, How about I let you show your prowess? Shin Tian said with disdain, You are not as skilled as me. I have nothing to say. At least in some areas, you are no match for me. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, You are right, my little Tian Tian is the best. You must work hard and surpass me in all aspects as soon as possible. I also hope that my little Tian Tian will become stronger and stronger. Shin Tian slapped Lu Ruashi in revenge and said, Hurry up and get up. It rained heavily last night. Let's go to the beach while it's cool. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, Xiao Tian Tian, you hit me so hard. Shin Tian didn't dare to continue paying attention to Lu Ruashi. He hurriedly slipped into the bathroom as if he was being chased by a dog. After the two had breakfast in the villa, Lu Ruashi changed into a white two-piece bikini, hopped in front of Shin Tian, and said seductively, Zaya Oceanshan, what do you think of me wearing this swimsuit? Shin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's white, reflective skin, and felt dizzy. His earlobes turned red as he said, Well, it looks good, but you are not allowed to wear it outside. It is too tempting. Lu Ruashi covered her red lips and smiled, My little Tian Tian, you are so possessive. Shin Tian quickly looked away, stiffening his neck and saying, No means no. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Then I will wear it at home. Shin Tian nodded and said seriously, Of course. Lu Ruashi took out two other outerwear from behind her, waved them in front of Shin Tian, and said coquettishly, You little jealous girl, I'm just teasing you. This is a 4-piece swimsuit, very conservative. Lu Ruashi quickly put on her white lace outerwear, turned around in front of Shin Tian and said, My little man, can you go out like this? Shin Tian came back to his senses and nodded with a slightly red face. Lu Ruashi poked Shin Tian with her little hand and said mischievously, Zaya Oceanshan, but I'm jealous when you do this. Shin Tian helplessly spread his hands and said, He is gifted, what else can I do? Lu Ruashi took out a pair of white beach pants as if by magic, and said with a smile, Dang dang dang, what do you think? I think I can do it. Ours is a couple's style, put it on quickly. Shin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly, You have a really smart little brain. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, This is about my little Tian Tian, how can I not be smart? Chapter 51, Abuse and Slap in the Face. Ruashi took out a pair of white beach pants as if by magic, and said with a smile. Dang 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 dang, what do you think? I think I have a solution. Ours are couple styles, put them on quickly. Shin Tian scratched Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly. You have a really smart little brain. Ruashi smiled and said, this is about my little Tian, how can I not be smart? Since this is a sea view villa area, there are naturally few tourists. Ruashi took Shin Tian's arm with a sweet look on her face and strolled on the beach. The sea breeze mixed with a slight moisture blew towards the two of them. Shin Tian faced the sea and stretched out his arms involuntarily, accidentally hitting Ruashi. Ruashi glared at Shin Tian in a reproachful manner and said, Xiao Tian, we are outside, please pay attention to me. Shin Tian touched his nose awkwardly, his earlobes slightly red as he said, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me? Ruashi said coquettishly. I don't care if you did it on purpose or not, at home, you can do whatever you want. You can't bully me outside. Shin Tian shrugged and said, well, it's indeed my fault. Ruashi looked at Shin Tian's pitiful appearance and whispered. Xiao Tian, if you want to fight, I'll let you fight as much as you want when you get back, okay? Shin Tianjuan's face flushed as he broke away from Ruashi's hand and said awkwardly, maybe I should go to the sea to calm down. Shin Tian rushed into the sea awkwardly and did his signature doggy paddling. Ruashi pursed her lips and hurriedly followed Shin Tian into the sea, saying anxiously, Zai Xianshan, just play on the side. Ruashi knew that her little man was not very good at swimming. If he was taken as a son-in-law by the Dragon King of the East China Sea, Ruashi would have nowhere to cry. Ruashi was like a mermaid, swimming around Shin Tian all the time. Shin Tian looked at Ruashi, who looked nervous and was deeply moved. He murmured to himself. What have I, Shin Tian, done to deserve such favor from you? If you don't let me down, I will never let you down. Shin Tian hurriedly comforted her, don't worry, Ruashi, I know what to do, nothing will happen. The two of them swam happily in the sea, like a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water, and their cheerful laughter could be heard from far away. At this time, Zhou Yuan, holding Wu Wei's arms on the left and right, walked towards the beach. Wu Wei said jokingly, Sister Yuan, you have a really big appetite. Aren't you full after eating so much? Zhou Yuan said with a satisfied look on her face, I am indeed a little full, so I dragged you out to help digest the food. Zheng Chang said with a smile, Sister Yuan, you are such a big eater, did you know about this weekend? Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes at Zheng Chang and said, you bastard, you're going to die. At this time, Ruashi was in the shallow water, with her arms around Shin Tian's strong waist, looking up at Shin Tian with a slightly red face. Shin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said with a suppressed look, Sister, this is outside, please don't tease me. Ruashi leaned her head on Shin Tian's strong chest and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian, we have been swimming for a long time. We should go back and rest. Shin Tian said in a slightly hoarse voice, okay, I'll listen to you. Ruashi laughed and said, little guy, I can't control you. Ruashi took Shin Tian's arm and walked towards the villa barefoot. Zhou Yuan looked at Shin Tian, who was walking slowly in the distance, her eyes almost glued to him, and she murmured secretly. Ruashi really knows how to enjoy herself? When will she get tired of playing? Wu Wei and Zheng Chang looked at Ruashi, who was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water, with their eyes wide open. Zheng Chang moved awkwardly and thought to himself, Shin Tian, this country bumpkin, is too happy. How smooth is this? Wu Wei muttered with red eyes, if I could go to Wushan with Miss Lu, it would be worth dying for. Shin Tian snorted and said, if you can't control your dog eyes, then forget it. Ruashi glanced at the three people with a cold face and said coldly. I don't mind digging out your eyeballs and feeding them to the dogs. Zhou Yuan and the other two quickly looked away. Zhou Yuan said, oh, what a coincidence, little brother. Shin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this coquettish bitch. Ruashi snorted coldly and said, it seems that the impression I made on you last time was not deep enough. Zhou Yuan shuddered slightly and said with a lack of confidence. Ruashi, don't go too far, I'm just saying hello. Ruashi glanced at Zhou Yuan and said with disdain. What? Not dark enough? I found 2 more green-haired turtles to sunbathe. Shin Tian said with a smile, we are brothers-in-law, so neither of us will suffer any loss. Rich people really know how to play tricks. Zheng Chang said with an unhappy look, Shin Tian, don't think that you are superior to others just because you are favored by Miss Lu. Wu Wei said with disdain, he's just a pretty boy, Miss Lu's plaything, what a cocky guy. Lu Ruashi's face was cold, and just as she was about to scold, Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi's little hand gently to comfort her. Qin Tian said with a look of wanting a beating. You two fools, your father is just relying on Miss Lu to act arrogantly, what can you do? Zheng Chang and the other man looked aggrieved. Wu Wei muttered to himself. Last time, this little jerk just used a little brute force and seized the initiative, otherwise we would have beaten the shit out of him. Wu Wei smiled sinisterly. Qin Tian, do you dare to challenge us again? How about we compete with 3 more small targets? Qin Tian sneered. A bunch of reckless men who only know how to fight and kill. Besides, your father is now a wealthy man with 6 small goals. These are just 3 small goals, your father doesn't care about them. Lu Ruashi secretly laughed in her heart, this little man wants to cheat others again, watch your sister add fuel to the fire. Lu Ruashi said with horror. No, Xiao Tian Tian. They have been practicing martial arts since they were young. They are much more powerful than your turtle fist. Qin Tian said indifferently. TSK, these 2 bastards. Last time I fought 3 of them alone, and I still didn't lose to them. Lu Ruashi said earnestly, my little ancestor, how can it be the same? You just did it on purpose. Qin Tian said with a proud look on his face, let alone a one-on-one fight, even if the 2 of them come together, they are no match for me. Ruashi, don't worry, I don't care about this little money. Zheng Chang was overjoyed and said with joy. Qin Tian, do you dare to challenge us 2 at a time? How about 6 small targets? Qin Tian said with an arrogant look. What the hell is a rich kid? In your father's eyes, these 6 small goals mean nothing. It's like no one has said anything like that. No, it's not the same. Wu Wei and the other man looked at each other, and Wu Wei pretended to be in pain and said, how about competing for 10 small goals? Qin Tian shook his head and said, no, your father is afraid that he will beat you 2 bastards to death. Chapter 52, you are responsible for the consequences. Lu Ruashi, who was very smart, had already taken out her cell phone and recorded everything. Lu Ruashi said anxiously. Xiao Tian Tian, don't compete with them. You are bound to lose. They just want to cheat you out of your money. Zheng Chang smiled and tempted. Qin Tian, these are 10 small goals. You can't earn this much money in your entire life. Qin Tian hesitated after hearing Lu Ruashi's words, and said with a tangled look. It's just 10 small targets. Your father won't take it seriously. If he hurts you, you will have to pay for medical treatment. It's not worth it. Zhou Yuanyuan's mind raced, she muttered to herself. Qin Tian is definitely going to lose. If Qin Tian owes me something, I can pay it back with my body. Then, can I? Zhou Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled as she said, Qin Tian, how about I add 5 more small goals, compared to 15 small goals? The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Trigger mission, defeat Wu Wei and Zheng Chang in 3 moves. The hostess Lu Ruashi was rewarded with the title of Peerless Waste Lady. Qin Tian asked curiously, CC, what does Peerless Waste Lady mean? Wu Wei smiled and said. Fists and feet have no eyes. If you get hurt, it's because you are not as skilled as others. We will both bear the consequences at our own risk. Qin Tian pretended to be a money grubber and said with shining eyes. How much? 15 small goals? Are you sure you want to give me that much money? Zheng Chang sneered and muttered. You are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. You are so blinded by money for just 15 small goals. In fact, if they only consider the 3 of them, losing 15 small goals at once would be extremely painful. Zheng Chang said with disdain. If you can defeat both of us in a 1-on-2 fight, I will give you 15 small goals immediately. Qin Tian rubbed his hands and said with a greedy look on his face, let's compete. I'm going to set 15 small goals. Lu Ruashi's acting skills are as follows. Xiao Tian Tian, please don't do that. Losing money is a small matter, but what if I hurt you? Wu Wei secretly hated it. Hee, I might accidentally destroy this little jerk. Is Miss Lu still staying with you and living a life of widowhood for you? Isn't my chance here? Qin Tian ignored Lu Ruashi's obstruction and stood facing Wu Wei. Wu Wei and the other man looked at each other and launched an attack at the same time. Zheng Chang made a flying kick, aiming directly at Qin Tian's head. Wu Wei was even more ruthless. He struck directly at the dragon's core and kicked Qin Tian hard in the lower body. Lu Ruashi almost couldn't help but rush forward, but she also knew that Qin Tian is no longer the same as before. Lu Ruashi watched with a nervous look on her face, ready to take action at any time. Qin Tian is well aware of the principle of giving others a taste of their own medicine. Qin Tian nimbly dodged the two men's flying kicks and took advantage of Wu Wei's unstable footing to kick him from the side. Wu Wei's eyes widened and veins on his face were exposed. Wu Wei curled up on the beach, covering his body, wailing heartbreakingly. Ah, damn it, Qin Tian, you bastard, you will die. Everyone just felt a slight chill in their body. Zhou Yuanyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, secretly happy in her heart. Damn it, Wu Wei, this charcoal head guy really deserves it, he almost hurt my Qin Tian. Zheng Chang couldn't help but shudder and muttered to himself. Damn, Qin Tian is such a cruel bastard. I would rather die than let my friend die. Fortunately, I am not the one who was injured. I guess Wu Wei, this bastard, has to go to country tea. Zheng Chang was furious and said, fuck, Qin Tian, you have no moral principles. You actually. Qin Tian ignored him and kicked Zheng Chang hard in the abdomen. Zheng Chang's face turned pale and blue and flew far away. With a bang, Zheng Chang fell heavily on the beach, stirring up a cloud of sand. Qin Tian rushed forward, raised his foot, and kicked Zheng Chang in the abdomen again. Crack! The sound of breaking ribs was heard, but it was unknown how many ribs were broken. Zhou Yuanyuan looked at Qin Tian, who looked like a god, with a flushed face and her mind wandering away. Wow, this guy is not only handsome, but also so strong. Lu Ruashi didn't notice what Zhou Yuanyuan was thinking, otherwise Zhou Yuanyuan would have gone to the sea to drink her fill. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with stars in her eyes, and said in ecstasy. Oh my god, my little Tian Tian is so handsome. Qin Tian chased after him and tried to kick him again, but Zheng Chang endured the severe pain and said palely. Qin Tian, stop fighting, I admit defeat. Qin Tian's foot finally stopped 1 centimeter away from Zheng Chang's face. Qin Tian snorted coldly. Didn't your mother teach you that villains die from talking too much? Zheng Chang curled up and said. Qin Tian, stop fighting. If you lose the bet, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Zhou Yuanyuan blushed and said. Handsome boy, I don't have enough money. How about I owe it to you first and pay it back slowly? Qin Tian said with a disgusted look on his face, fuck you are just daydreaming. How could Lu Ruashi tolerate these coquettish and slutty women trying to get in her way? Lu Ruashi slapped Zhou Yuanyuan in the face and said angrily. You stinky bitch, stop disgusting me here and transfer the money quickly. Zhou Yuanyuan was awakened by the slap and murmured in her heart. Shit, I actually forgot this female devil is here too. Zhou Yuanyuan hurriedly turned 5 small targets towards Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi stretched out her little feet and kicked Zhou Yuanyuan into the sea. With a splash, Zhou Yuanyuan splashed into the sea, creating waves all over the ground. Lu Ruashi walked towards Zheng Chang and the others with a smile on her face, holding her cell phone. Zheng Chang and the other man hurriedly endured the severe pain and transferred the money to Lu Ruashi tremblingly. 15 small goals were achieved in an instant. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's arm with a sweet look on her face and walked towards the villa. Zhou Yuanyuan climbed out of the water, looked at Qin Tian's back, and said with an obsessed look. How can Qin Tian, a loser, win over a peerless, rich and beautiful woman like Lu Ruashi? How outstanding must he be? Zheng Chang hissed and said. Fuck, it's true. It's really scary when you think about it. How great it would be if I were Qin Tian. Zhou Yuanyuan covered her belly and said with envy, if I were Lu Ruashi, how happy would I be? Cosplay. Zhou Yuanyuan and Zheng Chang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. A burst of pain came, and the two came back to their senses instantly. They hurriedly called the emergency number and rushed to the hospital. Chapter 53 You and I. Zhou Yuanyuan was fine. Lu Ruashi was in a good mood this time, so she didn't kick hard, and it was just a soft tissue contusion. Zheng Chang broke 3 ribs and had to stay in bed for several months, but he was much luckier than Wu Wei. After Wu Wei was sent to the operating room, he quickly underwent a removal surgery. It is estimated that he will have to travel to country tea after his injury heals. Qin Tian and the other returned to the villa. Lu Ruashi jumped onto Qin Tian with a look of joy on her face and said excitedly. Xiao Tian Tian, you are so handsome, it really makes people happy. Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi's slender waist and said helplessly, be careful, or you'll fall. Lu Ruashi said with a smirk. I guess there will be more vixens coming to snatch my little Tian Tian. Shin Tian reacted quickly, and said with a chill in his heart. Fuck, sister, please stop disgusting me. You are not happy after earning 15 small goals, but you are happy about this. Lu Ruashi said nonchalantly, it's just 15 small goals, what's there to be happy about? But my little Tian Tian is really good at making money. Shin Tian rolled his eyes and said. Talking about money with a top white, rich and beautiful woman like you is really asking for trouble. Lu Ruashi laughed and said. Xiao Tian Tian, then sister will give you a little sweetness. Shin Tian said with a smile. As for the sweetness, I did earn you a little. Go look in the mirror and see if there is any change. Lu Ruashi jumped off Shin Tian with a look of surprise and ran towards the mirror. Shin Tian felt dizzy after seeing this. Looking at Lu Ruashi's beautiful waist-to-hip ratio, his index finger was aroused. After a while, Lu Ruashi ran back in ecstasy, and jumped lightly onto Shin Tian's back. Shin Tian hurriedly carried Lu Ruashi on his back, carefully supporting her back, and said helplessly. Sister, I feel like I'm raising a daughter. I'm afraid you might get hurt. Lu Ruashi said with joy. It means my little Tian Tian is doting on me more and more. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Shin Tian's earlobe and whispered. Xiao Tian Tian, you are really amazing, you make me more and more perfect. Aren't you afraid that if you make me so perfect, I will fall in love with someone else? Shin Tian smiled slightly and said. First of all, my Ruashi is not such a person. Secondly, I am now full of confidence in myself. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, what if I fall in love with someone else? Shin Tian stared at the coastline outside the window and smiled slightly. I came naked, and I shall leave naked. If there really comes such a day, I will leave quietly. I will stay in a corner of this world, silently watching your radiance. Lu Ruashi smiled mischievously and said, will you blame me then? Shin Tian shook his head and said. I, Shin Tian, have been used to being lonely since I was young. Can you give me a love that I will remember for the rest of my life? I can only be grateful to you, how can I blame you? Lu Ruashi said with a choked voice. Silly Tian Tian, you are more important to me than my life, so how could I not want you? I will give birth to many babies for you in the future, so that you will never be able to leave us. Shin Tian said with a smile, sister, your curiosity really killed the cat, making you so sad. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said. Xiao Xianchen, let's go have some fun and drive away all the sadness. Shin Tian carried Lu Ruashi on his back, holding her slender waist and said. Sister, you really are a waist queen. I'm really afraid that if I use too much strength, I'll break your waist. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Shin Tian's earlobe and said with a sweet breath. Sister is free to practice martial arts and dancing. I guarantee you will be satisfied with her flexibility. Don't worry. Shin Tian asked curiously, Ruashi, do you really want to give birth to a baby for me? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said. Yes, I think about it even in my dreams. I have dreamed several times that I am pregnant with your baby. Shin Tian asked curiously, aren't you afraid that I won't marry you after you get pregnant? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said. I know my little Tian Tian can't accept marriage yet. Don't worry, if you don't mention marriage, I will never force you. Even if you never marry me and we have no status, I will continue to give birth to babies for Xiao Tian Tian. Shin Tian was deeply moved and said tenderly, sister, you are really a love-brained person. Shin Tian put Lu Ruashi down from his back, held Lu Ruashi's little face with both hands, and said seriously. Sister, give me a little more time. Once I have adjusted my mindset, I will marry you. Okay? Lu Ruashi's big eyes instantly filled with tears, and she said with surprise, really? Xiao Tian Tian. Shin Tian said with a doting look. Sister, in my mind, you have already been my wife. Lu Ruashi's tears flowed down, and she said with a choked voice. Hubby, I'm so happy, I'm so blessed. Shin Tian's earlobes turned red as he said. I am also very happy to have a wife like you who is so beautiful, sexy, and loves me so much. Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes. Hubby, can you please call me wife again? I love it. Shin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, Wife, I love you. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Shin Tian's earlobe and said coquettishly. Honey, my legs are weak, can you carry me to the bathroom? The system's loud and delicate voice sounded in Shin Tian's mind. Congratulations to the two masters for their improved relationship. Random reward item, silver bell anklet. Jean Tian said excitedly, "DCC, what is the effect of the silver bell anklet?" The system smiled vaguely and said, "It nourishes and nourishes the skin, can quickly relieve fatigue, and make the wearer more energetic." Jean Tian said with joy, "Great, another gift suitable for Ruashi. Ruashi is a top rich woman. It's too difficult to give her a gift. The only way is to take advantage of the system." The system said with a speechless expression, "Master, you are a real dog." Jean Tian waved his hand proudly and said, "DCC, you can kneel down now. I am going to start flirting with the goddess." Jean Tian gently pinched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly, "Little lazy pig, the sun is shining on your butt." Lu Ruashi said lazily, "I was wondering why it was so hot, it turns out it was from the sun." Jean Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Sister, get up quickly, I want to give you a gift." Lu Ruashi was touched and shook her head quickly. "Xiao Tian Tian, you can keep the good stuff for yourself. I already have the peace jade pendant." Chapter 54, The Jade-like Prince. Jean Tian took out a silver anklet and said jokingly, "Look at this anklet, do I look good wearing it?" Lu Ruashi looked at the exquisite design of the anklet, which seemed to have ancient inscriptions on it, and 4 small silver bells hanging on the anklet. Even though Lu Ruashi was used to seeing all kinds of top-grade jewelry, she couldn't resist the temptation of the silver bell anklet. Lu Ruashi picked up the bell lovingly and said with a look of surprise, "Xiao Tian Tian, what is the effect of the anklet?" Jean Tian said gently, "It nourishes and nourishes the skin, can quickly relieve fatigue, and make the wearer more energetic." Lu Ruashi hurriedly took out the jade pendant around her neck and said with a sweet smile, "Then Xiao Tian Tian, I'll wear the anklet and you can wear the jade pendant." Jean Tian held Lu Ruashi's little hand and said tenderly, "Ruashi, be good, wear it." Lu Ruashi hugged Jean Tian's neck with red eyes and said in a choked voice, "Hubby, you spoil me too much. I'm so happy." Jean Tian took advantage of the situation and hugged Lu Ruashi's slender waist, smiling lovingly and said, "You are my wife. If I don't spoil you, who should I spoil?" Jean Tian took the anklet, put it on Lu Ruashi with a gentle look, and said teasingly, "DCC, who is both naive and playful, this anklet is really tailor-made for you." Lu Ruashi said proudly, "It's not that I'm too weak, it's that my opponent is too talented and too strong." Lu Ruashi moved slightly, and the little bell made a subtle and pleasant sound. Jean Tian sighed softly. "This bell sounds so nice." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Tian Tian likes listening to it so much, I'll shake it for you, okay?" Jean Tian patted Lu Ruashi and said helplessly, "Sister, it's time to get up." Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "Sister can now recover health at any time. In the future, I will no longer be afraid of you in a duel." Jean Tian smiled and said, "You are right, my sister is the best, she is a master of her generation." Lu Ruashi said tenderly, "A great master is great, but my sister will only have one disciple, Xiao Tian Tian." After they washed up and had breakfast, they got up too late, and the sun was already shining brightly outside. Lu Ruashi looked at the scorching sun outside and said helplessly, "How can we go out to play in such a hot sun?" Jean Tian said indifferently, "Then just stay at home." Lu Ruashi looked through her phone and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, there is a bonfire party on the beach in the villa area tonight. Let's go and have fun together." Jean Tian said lovingly, "It's all right, as long as you like it." Lu Ruashi slapped her forehead and said, "It's so sunny during the day, let's go to the underwater world to play." Jean Tian also became interested and said excitedly, "I've heard that City S has one of the world's top 3 underwater worlds, and I've long wanted to go see it." Lu Ruashi excitedly pulled Jean Tian up, got into the car, and headed towards the underwater world. As soon as the two stepped into the scenic area, they instantly attracted the attention of most people. Jean Tian and his partner's looks and figures are too amazing. Where have people ever seen such a perfect match? Jean Tian and his friend were dressed in clothes that showed they were either rich or noble. Everyone was considerate and no one dared to harass them. Lu Ruashi, wearing an embroidered cheongsam, took Jean Tian's arm with a sweet look on her face and walked into the underwater world. Passerby said in shock, "Fuck, where did this little demon come from? How dare you mess with my mind?" Passerby obviously forgot the environment he was in. Passerby A's wife looked at Jean Tian's handsome face and was unable to walk for a moment. She murmured to herself, "Oh my god, this boy is so handsome. It would be so nice if I could have a kiss with him." The voice of Passerby A instantly woke up his wife. Passerby A's wife blushed and slapped Passerby A in the face, saying with shame and anger, "I'm still here, how dare you hit on another woman? Tell me, how much have you done to offend me?" Passerby A was instantly awakened and hurriedly explained to his wife. Jean Tian and the other person looked at each other and smiled helplessly. As for what happened to Passerby A afterwards, Jean Tian and the other person naturally had no way of knowing. Jean Tian and his companion stepped into the underwater world and looked at the various corals and colorful fish outside the transparent glass. Jean Tian exclaimed, "The seabed is so beautiful, my eyes can hardly keep up." Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Is she more beautiful than me?" Jean Tian said with a smile, "These are not even the same concept, how can they be compared?" Lu Ruashi said coquettishly, "Xiao Tian Tian, do you mean that my sister has no comparison?" Jean Tian rolled his eyes and said, "It turns out that reasoning with your woman is really the stupidest thing." Puff. Lu Ruashi chuckled, "You make me sound like a shrew." Jean Tian laughed and said, "How can there be such a beautiful, sexy, and powerful bitch?" Jean Tian and his friend were laughing and strolling in the underwater world. Time ticked by, and the two of them toured the underwater world and prepared to return. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Jean Tian's earlobe and whispered, "Zaya Oceanshan, the anklet is really useful. I walked for such a long time in high heels, but my feet didn't feel tired at all." Jean Tian smiled and said, "As long as it works, I won't have to cry anymore." Lu Ruashi said shyly, "I hate you, you bad boy." At this time, a well-known internet celebrity named Pure Little Fairy was hugging the arm of the top brother on the list, strolling in the underwater world with a shy look on her face. The top brother on the list, with his big belly, said with a look of aftertaste, "My dear, you are becoming more and more charming. I don't even want to go out anymore." The innocent little fairy looked shy and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Who, when are you going to divorce your yellow-faced wife and marry me?" Brother Tiger laughed and said, "I'm going through the formalities. Don't worry, I'll be able to take you home soon, little slut." The innocent little fairy was overjoyed and whispered to herself, "If I could marry Brother Who, wouldn't I become a wealthy lady and be able to lie down and enjoy my life in the future?" The innocent little fairy looked at Brother Tiger, who was in a daze, and following Brother Tiger's gaze, the innocent little fairy could no longer take her eyes away. "I saw a beautiful woman, smiling sweetly, holding a man's arm." In the mind of the pure little fairy, a sentence suddenly came to mind. "The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and he is unparalleled in the world." Brother Who couldn't help but walk towards Lu Ruashi. The innocent little fairy did not stop Brother Who, contrary to her usual behavior, and whispered to herself, "With such a handsome little brother, why would you marry a tiger brother? I can earn money to support him. Maybe the wealthy brother who has poached his girl, and I can take advantage of the opportunity?" Brother Who's pair of dog eyes scanned Lu Ruashi's beautiful little face and proud curves unscrupulously. Chapter 55, Seeking Death. Brother Tiger murmured to himself, "I originally thought that this slutty vixen was invincible, but I didn't expect that there was someone sexier than her. Whose woman is this?" Brother Who stretched out his fat hand, blocked the way of Jean Tian and the others, and said with a lecherous look, "Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Huang Hu, the owner of Huang's construction company in S City. Can I meet you?" Apparently a local tourist recognized Huang Hu, and a passerby said in shock. It turned out to be the big boss Huang Hu. It is said that he has a large number of subordinates. "Oh my god, this beauty is going to be very successful," the woman who was traveling with me said with shining eyes. "Oh my god, it's Huang Hu, it's said that he spends money like water. How great it would be if you could fall in love with me." Lu Ruashi's face turned cold, and just as she was about to scold him, Jean Tian moved sideways to block Huang Hu's sight and said in a cold voice, "Get lost." The innocent fairy said in a coquettish voice, "Little brother, don't talk nonsense, you can't afford to offend Brother Tiger. He is a big boss with a powerful backstage." A passerby wearing glasses looked at the innocent fairy and said inwardly with a hurt look on his face, "It turns out that my goddess fairy is just a plaything of rich people." Huang Hu said with a proud look, "Little brother, ignorance is not a crime. Just walk away and don't hinder me from communicating with this beautiful lady. You will definitely benefit from it." Jean Tian rolled his eyes, wishing he could kick this fat pig to death, and said in a cold voice, "You fat pig, get out of here before I lose my temper." The innocent little fairy hurriedly reached out to pull Jean Tian, and said anxiously, "Little brother, don't talk nonsense, be careful, Brother Tiger will punish you." Lu Ruashi slapped the innocent fairy's dirty hands away and said in a cold voice, If you dare to raise your claws towards my man again, I won't mind chopping them off for you. The innocent little fairy withdrew her hand in pain and whispered to herself. Oh my god, how come this woman has such a strong aura? Huang Hu chuckled and said. Little brother, it seems that you are from another place. Well, I won't argue with you, a little bastard. Qin Tian snorted coldly. Who are you scolding, little bastard? Huang Hu hurriedly asked, what's wrong with that little bastard scolding you? Poochie. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly covered their mouths, their faces turning red. Huang Hu's face flushed, and he snorted coldly. Talking is useless, these days it's all about who has more money and who has more power. Uncle won't make things difficult for you, little bastard. I'll give you 500W, take it and get out of here quickly, but your woman will be mine from now on. Passerby said in shock, fuck, 500W, this guy is rich. Passerby's wife looked at Qin Tian with shining eyes and said. Oh my god, this is 500W. Who can resist this temptation? Huang Hu said to Lu Ruashi arrogantly. Beauty, what's the point of following this little jerk? Follow me, I'm already divorced, we can go get the certificate right now. The innocent little fairy finally recovered from her shock and muttered in her heart. It turns out that he had been divorced a long time ago and had no intention of marrying me at all. It's a pity that I still served him so diligently. Lu Ruashi said coldly, you fat pig, I'll give you one more chance, get out of here. Huang Hu said with a grin. Fuck, such a cold temper, I like it, how exciting it is. Pa pa. Qin Tian slapped Huang Hu's fat face with both hands and said in a cold voice. I'll make you spew shit all over your mouth, and I'll beat you to death. Huang Hu was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he didn't know how many times he had been slapped in the face. Huang Hu said angrily, fuck, you dare to hit me. Qin Tian was too lazy to hit again, so he raised his size 42 foot and kicked Huang Hu hard in the abdomen. The yellow tiger weighing 200 or 300 pounds was kicked several meters away, hit the glass, and then fell down with a pop. The innocent little fairy said timidly. Fuck, little brother, are you a tiger? You've gotten into big trouble. Do you think you can beat Brother Tiger? A kind-hearted lady whispered, little brother, hurry up and grab your wife and run away, it will be too late if you delay any longer. Passerby shook his head and said. Oh, what a pity for such a handsome little brother. Not to mention that his wife has become a sister-in-law, I guess he's also useless. The onlookers dispersed hurriedly, fearing that Brother Hu would vent his anger on them. Brother Hu covered his stomach and gritted his teeth and said. You little bastard, you dare to hit me. Not only will I steal your woman, but I will also make you die miserably. Qin Tian hit him twice and wanted to let it go, but he didn't expect that this fat pig would dare to spew shit from his mouth. Qin Tian rushed over and kicked Huang Hu fiercely. Huang Hu spat out 2 bloody front teeth and said angrily. Fuck, you little bastard are dead. Passerby said with fear on his face. This little brother is really ignorant and fearless. He still lacks the beatings of society. The innocent little fairy also changed her previous attitude, simply because she was afraid of being implicated. The innocent fairy said sharply, you are dead, Brother Tiger will not let you go. Lu Ruashi was too lazy to waste time with these random people and had already made a phone call. Huang Hu took out his cell phone and was about to make a call when the phone rang. Huang Hu endured the severe pain and said flatteringly, Boss Xiang, what can I do for you? Mr. Sang's furious voice rang out on the phone. Huang Hu, who the hell did you offend? It's all my fault. If you want to die, stop dragging me down with you. Huang Hu was confused and said, how could I have offended any big shot? Mr. Zhang said angrily. Others pointed out by name that you have offended the wrong people, so you should just wait for bankruptcy and sing the song of tears behind bars. Fuck you, DYD, you bastard killed me. Huang Hu hung up the phone with a pale face, looked at Qin Tian in disbelief and said. It's you? Who are you? Qin Tian stepped on Huang Hu's face and said in a cold voice, I am someone you can't afford to offend. Qin Tian turned around and was about to leave, but Huang Hu quickly fell to the ground, cowed out and said. Grandpa, I was wrong. I will never dare to tease this lady again. Please forgive me. The innocent little fairy who didn't know what was going on said in surprise, Brother Tiger, what's wrong with you? Are you sure? Passerby muttered quietly, oh my god, Brother Tiger must have been beaten to a pulp. Passerby's wife said with shining eyes. Oh my god, no wonder this little brother is so handsome and has such an extraordinary temperament, he must be the son of some wealthy family. Otherwise, how could a phone call scare brother who like this? The innocent little fairy no longer cared about the so-called tiger brother, and chased after Chin Tian, saying in a coquettish voice, "Little brother, wait for me." Chapter 56, Diverting the Trouble. The innocent little fairy caught up with Chin Tian and the others, and said in a coquettish manner, "Little brother, do you mind having multiple girlfriends?" Chin Tian was startled and quickly dodged and said, "Fuck, what are you doing?" "Pa." Ruashi slapped the innocent little fairy on the face and said in a cold voice, "Get out. If you don't get out now, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." The innocent little fairy covered her swollen face and said angrily, "You are just a plaything of my brother, just a little bit pretty, why are you so arrogant?" The innocent little fairy said to Chin Tian with a white face, "Little brother, look at your woman, her character is too low, look at how she beat me." Chin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. Ruashi snorted coldly and said, "You really want to die, don't you?" The innocent little fairy ignored Ruashi and threw a wink at Chin Tian. "Brother, I am a famous internet celebrity and a pure little fairy. Don't worry, I will be very obedient. I don't care about any status, as long as the little brother has me in his heart, that is enough." Ruashi dialed a number with a cold expression, and soon, the phone of the pure little fairy rang. The innocent little fairy picked up the phone in a coquettish voice and said, "Mr. Lee, what's the matter?" Mr. Lee's roar rang out over the phone. "You stinky bitch, who did you offend? If you want to die, don't bring trouble to the company, you bitch." The innocent little fairy turned pale and said incoherently, "Mr. Lee, did you misunderstand?" "I didn't offend anyone," Mr. Lee said angrily. "I misunderstood you, sir. Someone has come to me by name. Your negative information has spread all over the internet, just wait for being banned from the entire internet. There is also the high compensation from the company. If you can't afford it, you can just go and cry behind bars." Mr. Lee hung up the phone angrily, and the innocent little fairy's phone fell to the ground with a pop. The innocent little fairy looked at Chin Tian pitifully and said, "Little brother, I will never dare to seduce you again, please forgive me." Chin Tian blinked and said jokingly, "Let me tell you a secret. I'm just her gigolo." The innocent little fairy looked dazed, looking at Ruashi in horror, and whispered to herself, "I was such a fool that I dared to seduce a man like this beautiful girl." Chin Tian and the other person walked out of the underwater world as if no one was around. Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are so mean. You even tried to scare others." Chin Tian laughed and said, "If I don't deal with them, they will all come to tease me. How can I have so much free time?" "Baji." Ruashi kissed Chin Tian's handsome face and said with a sweet smile, "Xiaoshi Enshin is so good. Sister will reward you well when we get back." Chin Tian and the other returned to the Seaview Villa, and Ruashi said delicately, "Xiao Tian Tian, this anklet is really what I want. I've been wearing high heels for so long, but I don't feel tired at all." Chin Tian said lovingly, "As long as you like it." Ruashi said with shining eyes, "Xiao Tian Tian, I am really looking forward to the night coming, so I can rest without any worries." Chin Tian said speechlessly, "It seems that I have dug a big hole for myself." Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "How can this be called a trap? Isn't it Xiao Tian Tian who is enjoying it?" Chin Tian said with a smile, "Okay, but everything should be done in moderation. Don't overfish the pond." Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "Don't worry, little Tian Tian, I am the most obedient one." At this time, Zhou Yuan was in another Seaview Villa, and she said in a coquettish voice, "Master Wang, I never thought I could meet you here. We are so destined to meet each other." Wang Fugue glanced at Zhou Yuan unscrupulously and said, "Miss Zhou, you are such a bitch. You have come to my villa. Are you so impatient?" Zhou Yuan pretended to be shy and said, "Mr. Wang, look at what you said. I just want to get to know you better." Wang Fugue lifted Zhou Yuan's chin and said with a scrutinizing look, "I've heard that Miss Zhou from City A is a promiscuous socialite. She's really as famous as her reputation says." Zhou Yuan raised her chin slightly, looking like she was trying to attract you. "Master Wang, please be gentle, you are hurting me." Wang Fugue said with a smile, "My red lips have been tasted by thousands of people. How can it hurt when you are so thick-skinned?" Zhou Yuan said shamelessly, "Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? I am still a girl. Wang Fuguei laughed and said, I just like flirtatious bitches like you. The sun sets gradually and night falls. Zhou Yuanyuan lay on Wang Fuguei's chest and said in a coquettish voice, Master Wang, there's a bonfire party on the beach tonight, let's go and have some fun. Wang Fuguei slapped Zhou Yuanyuan and said, Bonfire party? I'm sure there will be a lot of famous ladies. I like them. Zhou Yuanyuan rolled her eyes and asked, Mr. Wang, do you know Miss Lu Ruashi from City A? Wang Fuguei's eyes widened as he said, This woman is the best of the best, there is no reason not to know her. But Miss Lu is too cold and hard to approach. Zhou Yuanyuan said in a coquettish voice, Master Wang, do you know that Miss Lu is also in this villa area now? Wang Fuguei swallowed hard and said, Really? Zhou Yuanyuan said in a sweet voice, Of course it's true. After Zhou Yuanyuan told the story of Lu Ruashi in Qingtian, Wang Fuguei said angrily, I never thought that Lu Ruashi, this top-notch rose, would be plucked out by a poor loser. What are his outstanding strengths? Zhou Yuanyuan said flatteringly. I want to know this too. A top-notch beauty like Miss Lu is only worthy of being enjoyed by a top-notch young master like young Master Wang. Wang Fuguei said with a smug look on his face, I didn't expect that a top-notch person like Lu Ruashi would actually keep a gigolo. I guess he is just a person who appears dignified on the outside but is actually dissolute in private. Ha, I deserve to be feasted with beautiful women tonight. Zhou Yuanyuan said with a smile, for someone like Miss Lu, only someone like young Master Wang can be a good match. Wang Fuguei glanced at Zhou Yuanyuan and said, You've gone through so much trouble, are you attracted to that pretty boy of Lu Ruashi? Zhou Yuanyuan thought about Qin Tian's handsome face and said with a blushing face, Mr. Wang, look at what you said. Wang Fuguei smiled and said, When I achieve my wish, that pretty boy will be yours. Zhou Yuanyuan said charmingly, Thank you, Mr. Wang, you are such a good person. Wang Fuguei smiled and said, It's still early, let's take a rest first. Zhou Yuanyuan said with a smile on her face, What Mr. Wang said is that only when you have a good rest can you play better. Chapter 57, Outshining the Others. At this time, Qin Tian and the other person obviously had no idea that someone was silently plotting against them. The system's loud and delicate voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. The system automatically upgrades, rewarding the master with god-level Guzheng skills. Qin Tian shook his head and said, Decisi, this technology is too useless to me. Decisi said with a smile, Love has no gender distinction, let alone music. Qin Tian waved his hand and said, Decisi, you can kneel down now. Come and serve me next time. The system said with a look of resentment, Dog owner, you are such a dog, you just throw away the wool you have taken. Lu Ruashi opened her big, silly eyes and asked expectantly, Xiao Tian Tian, what treasure is this time? Qin Tian said with a smile, God-level Guzheng skills are just a piece of chicken ribs to me. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Silly Tian Tian, it's not bad to use music to cultivate your sentiments in your spare time. Qin Tian shrugged and said, Okay, you are right. Lu Ruashi said with a charming look. Xiao Tian Tian, there is a long way to go. If you want to get a good reward, just work harder. Qin Tian chuckled and said, I prefer a life of lying flat. Isn't it nice to lie flat? Lu Ruashi said lovingly. Since my little Tian Tian likes to lie down and enjoy, then only my sister can work hard for you. Zhou Yuanyuan, wearing a sexy miniskirt, came to the beach holding Wang Fuguei's arm. The socialite Lady A looked at Wang Fuguei with a surprised expression and said, Oh my god, it's Mr. Wang from City B. Celebrity Lady B muttered with shining eyes. It would be great if a top young master like young Master Wang could take a fancy to me. The famous Lady C puffed out her chest and said, A heartthrob like Zhou Yuanyuan can become Mr. Wang's female companion. Am I not much more attractive than Zhou Yuanyuan? Prince A said in amazement. Zhou Yuanyuan is really amazing. Yesterday it was Wu Wei and Zhang Chang, but today it's Master Wang. Gongzi Yi said with an ambiguous look. You know what, Zhou Yuanyuan is much more interesting than other socialite ladies. Gongzi Bing glanced at Zhou Yuanyuan unscrupulously, and said with a lewd look on his face, Tell me more about it. Many young men and ladies surrounded Wang Fuguei, flattering him. Many socialites also put aside their former aloofness and flirted with Wang Fuguei. Lu Ruashi changed into a white ice silk dress, took Qin Tian's arm with a satisfied look on her face, and walked towards the beach. The evening breeze blew Lu Ruashi's hair like a waterfall, making her look like a fairy from heaven. The arrival of Lu Ruashi and the other person instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. Young Master A said with an obsessed look. As long as Miss Lu is around, the other ladies are no different from maids. Gong Ziyi looked at Qin Tian with jealousy and said. It's rumored that Miss Lu found a gigolo, and it turns out to be true. How comfortable is the life of this pretty boy? Gong Zibing's eyes were almost glued to Lu Ruashi, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice. Why do I feel that Miss Lu is more charming and attractive than before? The famous Lady A said with a jealous look. Miss Lu has opened the door to love. Naturally, she is less immature than before and more charming and elegant like a woman. The famous Lady B said in amazement. Ms. Lu has a really good eye, this little brother is so handsome. He must have some extraordinary strengths to be able to conquer Miss Lu, a rose with thorns. The famous Lady C said with a lustful look on her face. Look at this little brother's muscle lines, he must be very strong. How great it would be if I were Miss Lu. Wang Fugue swallowed his saliva and murmured in a low voice. With a peerless beauty like Lu Ruashi, why do you need these maids? It's reasonable for this little jerk to win first place, so I, young Master Wang, should get a taste of the newness. All the young masters and ladies immediately abandoned Wang Fugue and surrounded Lu Ruashi and the other person, with fawning looks on their faces. After everyone exchanged greetings, Wang Fugue walked past them and said in a gentlemanly manner, Miss Lu, long time no see. Lu Ruashi nodded calmly and said, Oh, it's young Master Wang. Wang Fugue pretended to be ignorant and said, Whose family is this young master from? He looks a little unfamiliar. Young Master Jia said with a smile, He is not a young master, his name seems to be Qin Tian. Although he comes from a humble background, he is also highly appreciated by Miss Lu. Young Master B said with a jealous look on his face, I was wondering which rich family this young master was from. Turns out he's just a gigolo. Lu Ruashi's face suddenly turned cold, and she said domineeringly. I'm giving you face, right? How dare any cat or dog show its teeth and claws in front of me? How can I allow you to tease my man, Lu Ruashi? Gong Ziyi said with a look of panic, Miss Lu, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Lu Ruashi said coldly, bow down and apologize to my man Qin Tian, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Gong Ziyi bowed to Qin Tian with an aggrieved look on his face and said. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. I just said something wrong. I hope you can forgive me. Qin Tian laughed and said, I, Qin Tian, am just a pretty boy, no need to be so polite. Lu Ruashi looked helpless and murmured to herself. My little Tian Tian likes to play the pig and eat the tiger every day. What can you do with the man you love the most? Just pamper him. Wang Fugue tried to smooth things over. Miss Lu, Lu Fong just spoke out of turn. Why don't you give me some face and let it go? Lu Ruashi sneered in her heart, you have no dignity in front of me. That's because my man doesn't care, otherwise I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Young Master Lu Fong said with gratitude, Thank you, Mr. Wang, for speaking up for justice. Wang Fugue said arrogantly. Mr. Qin, you are representing Miss Lu now. Don't be petty like before. You will only embarrass Miss Lu. Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi's hand gently to comfort her and said with a smile. Fugue, you are right. I am a person of status now. I will slap anyone who disobeys me. But there are many fools who come to my door looking for fans. Poochie. Everyone couldn't help laughing and quickly covered their mouths and noses. Wang Fugue's face flushed red and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Qin Tian lit up a pack of 10 yuan cigarettes, exhaled a puff of smoke and said. Fugue, you know what, your name is really good, it sounds like you are a rich person. Xiaofang, isn't that right? Everyone was stunned, and then they reacted. The ladies were enduring hard, their shoulders shaking from time to time, and they whispered to themselves. This handsome boy is so funny. No wonder Miss Lu treasures him like a treasure. Chapter 58, Artie. Lu Fong's face flushed and he said, Qin Tian, don't talk nonsense. Qin Tian said with a smile, Fugue, Xiaofang said your name is not good, it doesn't sound rich at all. Wang Fugue glared at Lu Fong fiercely and said angrily, Qin Tian, don't use my name to make trouble. Qin Tian shook his head and said nonchalantly. That's wrong. The handwriting reflects the person, and so does the name. Aren't you rich enough? Everyone was enduring with great difficulty, not daring to laugh out loud, not to mention how difficult it was to hold the tension. Lu Ruashi was different. She laughed unscrupulously. Fugue claims to be the best young man in City B, so how can he not be rich? Wang Fugue was naturally angry but dared not say anything to Lu Ruashi, and he was filled with resentment. Qin Tian, you little bastard, one day I will make sure you pay. Lu Ruashi, aren't you high and mighty? Wait until I humiliate you wantonly, and then see how arrogant you can still be? Qin Tian nodded and said, so, the name Fugue is obviously given by his biological father, how bright. Pu Chi. Everyone couldn't hold it back any longer and laughed softly. Wang Fugue was so angry that his veins popped out and he cursed inwardly. I used to be complimented wherever I went. I didn't expect to be laughed at by a little jerk today. Damn it. Wang Fugue was about to start cursing when Qin Tian changed the subject and said with a mysterious look on his face. So, the importance of a name is self-evident. For example, the name Xiaofang is so friendly. Qin Tian patted Lu Fang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Xiaofang, what a coincidence. There is also a girl named Xiaofang in my village. She has 2 long and thick braids. She is so attractive. Ha ha ha. This time everyone laughed unscrupulously, even Wang Fugue laughed a lot. After all, it would be better for me to die than for my fellow Taoist to die. Lu Ruashi was even more exaggerated, humming, there is a girl in the village named Xiaofang. Lu Fang said with a red face, Qin Tian, you should not go too far. My name is Feng, not Feng. Qin Tian was slightly startled and sighed softly. Xiao Feng, are you sure your name was given by your biological father? Or maybe your biological father is not well educated. Everyone was startled, and the socialite Lady A asked curiously, Mr. Qin, is there any explanation for this? Qin Tian exhaled a puff of smoke and said. Hey, this statement is really too much. The good, Lu Fang Bai Shi, has become Lu Fang Bai Shi. How could a father do such a thing as giving birth to a son without an asshole? Lu Ruashi laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward and said, Xiaofang, go back and ask your mother. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and even the seagulls flew away in fear. Lu Fang blushed and said, Qin Tian, you shouldn't go too far. Wang Fugue said with a righteous look. You all come from all over the world. It's rare for us to get together. Let's talk about some elegant things. Lu Fang hurriedly flattered, young Master Wang is right, I'm just afraid that some people are not worthy of such a high standard. Qin Tian said with a smile, I, Qin Tian, believe that I am as good as anyone in peeing 3 feet high in the wind. If we compare the art of being refined, I, Qin Tian, am no match for you young masters. The famous Lady C whispered. No wonder Miss Lu loves this little brother so much. I would love him too. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled as she said, Mr. Qin, you are really amazing. May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Lu Ruashi said with disdain. Zhou Paopi, your skin is itchy again, isn't it? How about I loosen your bones for you again? Zhou Yuan was so scared that she quickly shrank into the crowd and dared not speak again. Lu Fang sneered, vulgar, how can a gathering of celebrities like us be so vulgar? A gentleman has 8 virtues. Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with us in chess? All the young men from wealthy families raised their necks and looked into the distance. Zhou Yuan poked her head out and said weakly, Qin Tian's chess skills swept Zhang Chang in City A. The famous Lady A said in amazement. It is rumored that Zhang Chang from City A is a disciple of Master Wang, and his chess skills are far superior to those of many wealthy families. Lu Fang paused, stiffened his neck and said, Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with us in painting skills? Qin Tian didn't even raise his eyelids, holding a glass of red wine and sipping it slowly. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Qin Tian's painting skills are also better than Wu Wei in City A. The famous Lady B said with admiration. Oh my god, I come from a family of artists, but I'm still no match for Wu Wei. Qin Tian's painting skills have reached a superb level. Lu Fang's pupils widened and he murmured in disbelief. Qin Tian is actually proficient in 2 skills. This is too incredible. Lu Fang reacted immediately and said with determination. Qin Tian, I don't believe you can master 3 arts. Do you dare to compete with us in calligraphy? Lu Ruashi bit her red lips, with a strange look on her face, and whispered to herself. Those who don't know would definitely think that this silly bird is Xiao Tian's shill. Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes and said. My brother was discouraged by Qin Tian in calligraphy over the weekend and almost lost confidence. The famous Lady C said with amorous feelings. Fuck, City A's weekend calligraphy is well known far and wide, how amazing is Xiao Tian? The socialite Lady D said with a blushing face. No wonder Miss Lu favors Qin Tian so much. He is proficient in 3 subjects, his strengths are too outstanding. Lu Fang almost bit off his tongue and muttered to himself, Qin Tian, what else can't you do? Qin Tian put down the goblet in his hand gracefully and said in a light voice, I can't have children. Poof. Among the celebrities who were tasting the wine, streams of water came out of their mouths, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Lu Ruashi found it very funny. Xiao Tian is getting better and better at pretending to be cool. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's arm affectionately and said with a faint smile, Xiao Tian, you really can't have children, but you have a sister. You can let your sister take maternity leave. The young men from wealthy families were so jealous that their teeth almost dropped. They looked at Qin Tian with envy. Wang Fugui's heart was filled with horror. How could this little jerk be so good? I don't believe you can beat me in piano playing. Wang Fugui said with a fake smile, Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with me in playing the guzheng? If you can beat me, I will write the word king upside down. Lu Fang laughed and said, Young Master Wang's guzheng attainments are the result of the true teachings of guzheng Master Jia. Who among the younger generation can surpass him? The socialite Lady D said in disbelief, Qin Tian is proficient in 3 disciplines, which is rare in the world. And he comes from a humble background, how can he be a match for Master Wang in piano skills? Qin Tian blew out a puff of smoke and sneered. Fugui, do you think I'm as stupid as a silly bird like you? Isn't the word in still if you write it backwards? Chapter 59 The Male and Female Thieves. Puff. All the celebrities couldn't help laughing and their faces turned red. Wang Fugui looked as if he had eaten shit and said in astonishment, You. Qin Tian shook his head and looked at Wang Fugui like a fool and said, It seems that you are not only stupid and ridiculous, but you can't even speak clearly. If I were your father, I would have drowned you in the chamber pot long ago to save you from being embarrassed. Wang Fugui said angrily, Fuck. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, Fugui, your mouth stinks. I don't mind using a toilet brush to clean it for you. Wang Fugui stared at Qin Tian with red eyes, his head was almost smoking with anger, and he said angrily, Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with me in guzheng? Qin Tian shook his head and said, Silly idiot, isn't it nice for me to hold my wife and play with her when I have nothing to do? What's the point of comparing my guzheng with your grandson? Puff. The celebrities broke down their guard from time to time and sneered at the same time. Although the celebrities were not as wealthy as Wang Fugui, there were too many of them, so Wang Fugui naturally did not dare to hold a grudge against them. Wang Fugui's teeth were almost broken, he gnashed his teeth and said, Qin Tian, as long as you beat me, I will immediately give you 2 small goals. Qin Tian sneered and said, And the number 1 young man in B City? You talk as if everyone has 2 small goals. Zhou Yuan said with embarrassment. Yesterday, Qin Tian challenged Wu Wei and Zhang Chang, and the prize money reached the 15 small goals. For the celebrities present at the event, 15 small goals are achievable by anyone. But losing all at once would definitely be painful. Prince A said with a look of shock. Fuck. I was wondering why Wu Wei and the other guy weren't there. Turns out they've already gone to bed. Gong Zibing lowered his voice and said, The latest news is that Wu Wei will be Miss Wu from now on. Lu Fang said with a look of fear, Fuck, young Master Qin is so terrifying. Wang Fugui's face flushed, and he murmured to himself, Even if you are a little jerk who is good at both literature and martial arts, it is impossible for you to be good at everything. As the saying goes, you can't chew too much. How can you be my opponent in the field of guzheng skills? Wang Fugui laughed and said, Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with me in guzheng proficiency? How about 20 small goals of bonus? Celebrity Lady A said with admiration. Master Wang, it has to be you. 20 small targets can be knocked down with 1 strike. The socialite Lady B whispered, Only a fool would compete with Mr. Wang in playing the guzheng. Lu Ruashi said in a dramatic way, Xiao Tian, don't do that. You will definitely lose. Qin Tian sneered. My own wealth is already worth 26 small goals. Who would be interested in these little things? Everyone looked at Zhou Yuan with confusion. Zhou Yuan nodded awkwardly and said, It's true. It's all win-win. Young Master A said in shock, This boy is so terrifying. Qin Tian raised his head slightly and said with a sneer, You so-called rich kids, apart from the influence of your parents, how many of you have earned more than a poor loser like me in such a short period of time? All the celebrities lowered their heads at the same time. It was really embarrassing to be slapped in the face. Ruashi said with shining eyes, "My little Tian is the most powerful man in the world." Ruashi said in a dramatic tone, "But Xiao Tian, although you are great in other aspects. But you can't be too arrogant. If you compete with Wang Fugue in Guzheng, you will definitely lose." Qin Tian said complacently, "TSK, you are just a bunch of frogs in a well, how can you know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth?" Qin Tian said indifferently, "Sister, let me tell you, there was an old lady in our village who could play the guzheng. When I was a kid, I had nothing to do, so I learned from her. I tell you, it's not a big deal." Lu Feng sneered and said, "After learning from a country old lady for 2 days, you dare to look down on all the heroes in the world. It's really laughable." Young Master Jia said with a smile, "Qin Tian, you are so powerful, why don't you dare to compete with young Master Wang?" Qin Tian said with a proud look, "What's the point of competing? It's just 20 small goals. If I had this much time, I'd take my wife back to sleep. Isn't she sweet?" Fireworks were going off in Ruashi's heart, and she cheered and said inwardly, "Oh my god, Xiao Tian actually said in public that I am his wife again. I am so happy." Wang Fugue gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Tian, how about 30 small goals?" Qin Tian said with a money-grubbing face, "How much? 30 small goals?" Ruashi said anxiously. "Xiao Tian, don't be fooled. How can you be proficient in everything? You are doomed to fail." Qin Tian said nonchalantly, "You don't understand my strength. Besides, these young masters from wealthy families are just empty talkers. They are just stupid and have a lot of money." Qin Tian's words made the celebrities gnash their teeth in anger. Lu Feng said with a look of jealousy, "Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with young Master Wang?" Qin Tian looked down at Lu Feng and said, "Xiaofeng, didn't your mother teach you that children should not interrupt when adults are talking? You are such a disrespectful bastard, I have to talk to your mother when I get back." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Ruashi rolled her eyes at Qin Tian, who was not serious. "Xiao Tian, what nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Tian said with an annoyed look, "Xiaofeng, I'm sorry, I mistook you for the little sister in my village." Poochie cough cough cough. The sound of people choking on water was spectacular. Lu Feng's face flushed red, and he wished he could tear Qin Tian's disgusting mouth apart. Wang Fugue said with a proud look on his face, "Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with me?" Qin Tian patted his forehead and said, "It's all Xiaofeng's fault. I forgot about Fugue." Wang Fugue blew his beard and glared, "Stop talking nonsense, do you dare to compete?" Qin Tian sighed and said, "Since Fugue is so filial, if I don't appreciate it, wouldn't it be too ungrateful? Then let's compete." The famous lady C said with a sultry face, "Qin Tian is so funny. Listening to him speak is even better than his stand-up comedy." 2 gushings were almost set up on the beach. Qin Tian and the other man sat down randomly and adjusted them. Wang Fugue waved his hand and said, "Qin Tian, you play first, otherwise you won't have the courage to play after I do." Qin Tian nodded and said, "Well, you are a teachable kid, it seems your mother taught you well. But you go first, I don't like bullying children." Wang Fugue said with a ferocious expression, "Humph, stop trying to be so good at talking. I'll let you be so arrogant for a while, but you'll cry later." Wang Fugue exhaled a breath of foul air and secretly adjusted his mentality, but Wang Fugue's mentality. Qin Tian has broken his defense time and again, so it's not certain that he can perform at his usual level. Chapter 60, Zhou Gong spits out food. The smart Ruashi had already taken out her cell phone and recorded these scenes. "After all, the matter is neither small nor big, but I am just afraid that someone will lose and cheat." As Wang Fugue's fingers plucked the guzheng, it produced pleasant sounds, and a famous guzheng piece came from Wang Fugue's guzheng. Wang Fugue played the music with great enthusiasm, shaking his head from time to time, and everyone gradually became intoxicated by Wang Fugue's music. It must be said that a great reputation is not in vain. Wang Fugue's guzheng attainments are indeed something to be proud of. When the song ended, everyone applauded. Lu Feng said with a flattering look, "Young Master Wang's guzheng skills are unprecedented and will never be surpassed." The famous Lady A said in amazement, "Who among us can rival Mr. Wang in his guzheng proficiency?" The famous lady B sighed slightly and said, "Brother Qin Tian is fun to play, but he is also talented. But little did they know that everyone has their own specialties. This time, Brother Chin Tian was defeated because of his arrogance. The famous Lady C said with a look of pity, "Talent is talent, but vision determines a person's height." With such a humble background, the sky you can see is only this small, so it's no wonder you lost. Wang Fugue said with a proud look on his face, "Chin Tian, do you know where the gap between us is now?" Chin Tian sat in front of the guzheng and said calmly, "I knew from the beginning to the end where our gap was." Wang Fugue said arrogantly, "So, are you ready to admit defeat?" Chin Tian looked at Wang Fugue as if he were a fool and said, "Fugyer, your head isn't filled with only daddy, is it? With your insignificant skills, you have the nerve to brag about yourself? The broken gongs in our village can all be played more beautifully than you." Puff. All the celebrities couldn't help laughing. Celebrity Lady A said with a funny face, "Brother Chin Tian, this is so funny. He lost the fight but not the battle." Celebrity Lady B said with envy, "Don't tell me, with Chin Tian's mentality, he will become a great man in the future." The famous Lady C covered her mouth and chuckled. "Greatness may not come late, it may also be born that way. I think little brother Chin Tian must belong to the latter." Celebrity D said with shining eyes, "I suspect you were driving, but I have no evidence." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Shrimp and pork heart is Xiao Tiantian's unique skill." Wang Fugue's blood boiled and he almost vomited blood. He said incoherently, "Chin Tian, don't try to gain the upper hand with words. Let's see who's the winner with our hands." Chin Tian waved his hand disdainfully and said, "Then kneel down. I'm going to start pretending to be cool." Puff. The celebrities were all laughing, and Wang Fugue was so angry that he felt black in front of his eyes and his gums were almost bleeding. Chin Tian concentrated and calmed down, put his finger to his mouth, made a shushing gesture and said, "I would like to present to you a famous guzheng piece, Yushitan, and wish all the beautiful ladies to have a beautiful love. I also wish all the young masters from wealthy families to be like overlords in the business world, killing gods and Buddhas who stand in their way. Who doesn't like to hear nice words?" The scene was suddenly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chin Tian's slender fingers jumped quickly on the guzheng like flowing clouds in water. 10 nimble fingers, like 10 elves, danced gracefully on the strings. The melodious and majestic sound of the guzheng came from the guzheng. Everyone was mesmerized by the beautiful piano music, as if they were brought back to that period of war, and endless romance. Chin Tian sat in front of the guzheng like a banished celestial being from heaven. The roaring sound of the waves and the beautiful piano music intertwined together, creating an unusual harmony. Gradually, one bird, then two birds circled around Chin Tian, and more birds flew over. Everyone stared at this bizarre scene in amazement, muttering to themselves, "Fuck, all the birds are paying homage to the phoenix." At the end of the song, Chin Tian took off the artificial nails on his fingers with a calm face. The little birds circled around Chin Tian again, chirping excitedly, and flew towards the distant woods. The celebrities finally came to their senses from their shock, and their applause was overwhelming, drowning out the sound of the roaring waves. The socialite Lady A said with a blushing face, "Fuck, Chin Tian is so terrifying. This is 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. I didn't expect the rumors to be true." The famous Lady B said with a blushing face, "If young Master Wang's guzheng attainments are at the master level, then brother Chin Tian's guzheng attainments are. Even at the grandmaster level or above, young Master Wang is not comparable at all." The famous Lady C straightened her chest and said with amorous feelings, "Brother Chin Tian, are you still in need of a maid? Do you think I'm suitable? Don't worry, I'm very well behaved and obedient." Lu Ruashi moved sideways to block the sight of the ladies and said in a cold voice, "Get lost. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will make sure you can no longer be women." The ladies were so frightened that they all took a step back and whispered to themselves, "Fuck, forget about this tigress. Humph, I don't believe you can protect little brother Chin Tian for the rest of your life." Lu Feng said in shock, "Fuck, so ruthless, Chin Tian is actually so terrifying. Young Master Wang was killed in an instant like this?" Wang Fugue, who was already on the verge of collapse, flushed red in the face after hearing Lu Feng's words. Poof. Wang Fugue spat out a mouthful of blood, fell on the beach with his back to the sky, and said like a madman, "How is it possible? How could I lose to a little punk? Ah. A seagull flew over Wang Fugui's head, and a piece of flying object fell down and landed accurately in Wang Fugui's mouth. Wang Fugui turned over and stood up, vomiting all over the place. The celebrities were disgusted and scattered far away. Celebrity Lady A said with a look of disdain. Fuck, this is too disgusting. Who will have such a strong taste and be able to eat it in the future? The famous lady B sighed slightly and said. I originally thought that young Master Wan was brave enough. Whose man is this? He is so brave. Qin Tian said with a smile. Fugui, I asked you to come here to compete in the Guzheng, but I didn't ask you to come here to eat and drink for free. Ha ha ha. Hearing the celebrity's unbridled laughter, Wang Fugui wished he could dig a hole on the beach and bury himself. When Wang Fugui had almost finished vomiting, Lu Ruashi handed the phone to Lu Feng and said with a look of disgust. Xiaofang, go ask Fugier to scan the code. Lu Feng looked aggrieved, but since Miss Lu had spoken, how could he dare to disobey? Wang Fugui was helpless no matter how helpless he was. He said that he didn't take Lu Ruashi seriously, but he didn't dare to owe Lu Ruashi any money. Lu Feng handed the phone to Lu Ruashi and said in a flattering manner, Miss Lu, your phone. Lu Ruashi smiled and nodded, Qin Tian said with a wicked smile. Fugier, you are such a good person. Next time you have such a good thing, remember to let me know. Chapter 61 Domineering Protecting Husband. Poof. Wang Fugui, who was about to get up, spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Fugui said with a look of jealousy. Qin Tian, you bastard, I will never coexist with you. Lu Ruashi picked up a bottle of red wine and poured it on Wang Fugui's head. The blood-red wine spilled all over Wang Fugui's body. Wang Fugui said angrily, Lu Ruashi, you. Pa. Lu Ruashi smashed the red wine bottle on Wang Fugui's head with force. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice. Wang Fugui, do you really want to be irreconcilable with my Lu family? Wang Fugui didn't care about the blood on his head, and said in horror, Miss Lu, why do you say that? How dare I, Wang Fugui, go against the Lu family? I just can't stand with Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi looked around and said with a domineering look. Qin Tian is my, Lu Ruashi's, man, and the head of my Lu family. Who dares to look down on him? Who dares to be his enemy? The celebrities were shocked, and Socialite A murmured to herself. He's just a pretty boy. Why would Miss Lu do this? Young Master A exhaled a breath of foul air and thought to himself. Fortunately, I didn't offend Qin Tian, otherwise I would have died without knowing how. Wang Fugui showed no emotion, but gnashed his teeth and said. Qin Tian, you country bumpkin, wait until Lu Ruashi gets tired of you, and then I'll kill you. And Lu Ruashi, this little slut, one day, you will fall into my hands. Qin Tian just felt warm inside and whispered to himself. It feels so good to be protected by someone. Is this what it feels like to be surrounded by love? Lu Ruashi no longer paid attention to others and said with a sweet smile. Xiao Tian Tian is awesome. Come back with your sister. Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, I'm not a child. The two of them walked towards their villa with sweet looks on their faces, leaving behind a bunch of rich kids staring at each other in disbelief. Lu Ruashi said with admiration, Xiao Tian Tian, you are really amazing. Qin Tian said with a cocky look on his face, this is just the beginning. I will show you how powerful I am in the future. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, Xiao Tian Tian, you said this yourself. Qin Tian said with a smile, it feels so good to pick up money. These idiots are really stupid and have a lot of money. Lu Ruashi said sweetly, Xiao Tian Tian, are you really going to give me so much money? Qin Tian said with a smile. Isn't mine yours? I've said it before, I've never counted money in my life, I'm not interested in money. Lu Ruashi said happily, Xiao Tian Tian, you are really good at pretending. After Qin Tian returned to the villa and washed up, he came out of the bathroom covered in moisture. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian's dripping hair, pointed at the stool in front of the dressing mirror, and said charmingly. Little Tian Tian, sit down and let your sister blow dry your hair. Qin Tian said nonchalantly, it's okay, it will be done in a while, no need to blow. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes at Qin Tian and said, I'll blow dry your hair so you can sleep more comfortably. Qin Tian sat down obediently. Lu Ruashi blew for Qin Tian with a gentle look on her face and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Tian Tian, your hair is so prickly. Qin Tian said with a smile. My hair is coarse and hard, and naturally prickly, unlike your cascading black hair, which is finer and softer, and feels more comfortable to the touch. Lu Ruashi smiled and said. Men and women are just like the Tai Chi diagram. Only when they combine hardness and softness can they follow the right path. Shin Tian smiled and said, Sister, what you said makes sense. Lu Ruashi put down the hairdryer and said with a charming smile. Xiao Xianchen, sister has blow-dried your hair. After I wash my hair, it's my turn to blow-dry it for me. Shin Tian wailed like a dramatic spirit. Then I'm at a huge loss. You're blowing me so fast, it will take me at least half an hour to blow you. Lu Ruashi came to the bathroom door barefoot, smiled and said, Why don't you grow long hair too? An hour later, Lu Ruashi came out wrapped in a pink bath towel and said charmingly, Xiao Xianchen, come and help your sister blow dry her hair. Shin Tian threw down his phone and said jokingly, Although the task is difficult, I will give it a try. Shin Tian took the hairdryer with a doting look on his face and blew Lu Ruashi's hair gently. Shin Tian said with admiration, Sister, your hair is so beautiful, so black and thick, and it feels so comfortable to touch. Lu Ruashi said sweetly, As long as Xiao Tian likes it, how about I dye my hair yellow? Shin Tian said with a smile, My dear sister, you are not a yellow-haired girl now, and besides, I like black hair. Lu Ruashi said mischievously, I was just kidding. It's you, the little scoundrel, who makes me lose my job. Shin Tian smiled evilly and said, Sister is good like this now, even more charming. Shin Tian put down the hairdryer in his hand, shook his arm and said, Sister, blowing your hair is so tiring. It seems that this is the disadvantage of having too much hair. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, Xiao Tiantian's technique is very good. Shin Tian said proudly, That's it. Lu Ruashi hooked her finger and said with a seductive look, Xiao Xianchen, come here, sister will tell you something. Shin Tian squatted in front of Lu Ruashi like a big licking dog and said, Sister, go ahead and talk. I'm listening. Lu Ruashi stretched out her slender fingers, lifted Shin Tian's chin, and said with a charming smile, My little Tian, you are so handsome. The moon gradually rises higher, and the bright moonlight gradually fills the earth, quietly nourishing all things. At this time, Wang Fugue was in another villa, venting his dissatisfaction to Zhou Yuan. Wang Fugue said angrily, It's all because of you, bitch, that I got to provoke Shin Tian. It's embarrassing, but that's 30 small goals. Zhou Yuan covered her swollen face and said, Master Wang, please stop hitting me. Wang Fugue sneered. You still feel pain? Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you, you stinky bitch. Wang Fugue punched Zhou Yuan so hard that she screamed in pain. The sharp sound could be heard from far away. Fortunately, Wang Fugue was overweight and frail, so after punching Zhou Yuan a few times, he let her go and ran back panting to rest. Chapter 62 Good luck. Zhou Yuan wiped the corner of her mouth, looked at Wang Fugue who was slowly falling asleep with a resentful look on her face, and whispered, Humph, you are such a useless person. Sooner or later you will be beaten to death. As for the night owl Shin Tian, he was still humming and playing the chicken game with Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi laughed sweetly and said, Xiao Tian, when are we going to go hunting? Shin Tian rolled his eyes at Lu Ruashi and said, No, this is good enough. Lu Ruashi was excited and said incoherently, Come on, Xiao Tian, we must succeed in eating chicken tonight. Shin Tian said with a heroic look, Okay, let's see how I perform. Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, Xiao Tian, please don't brag too loudly. Shin Tian said speechlessly, When did I start bragging? Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, With your weak gaming skills, you have the nerve to show off. Shin Tian said with a smile, You look down on my skills, don't you? Then kneel down. I'm about to start showing off. After an unknown amount of time, 8 large characters finally appeared on the phone screen. Good luck, chicken tonight. Shin Tian patted Lu Ruashi and said, Sister, it's too late, let's go to bed. Lu Ruashi said lazily, I'm so tired. I don't even want to move my fingers. Shin Tian said helplessly, I told you to go to bed early, but you insisted on staying up late. Now you can't get up. When Shin Tian woke up again, it was almost time for lunch. Shin Tian murmured in his heart, System, you can get out now. The system smiled and said, Master, I'm here. Shin Tian smiled and said, Is it time to clock in once a month? The system's seductive voice sounded in Shin Tian's mind. Congratulations to the owner for successfully checking in, and I will reward you with a dog licker. Shin Tian was confused and asked, "What? What is this?" The system said with a smile, "The reward is a divine dog from the east, a Tibetan Mastiff." Shin Tian said in surprise, "Dak Sixi, can you still reward living things?" The system said arrogantly. As the only system on this planet, this system is naturally omnipotent. Shin Tian said with a lewd look on his face. "Then can you give me a twin sister who can communicate with Lu Ruashi?" The system said with a look of disdain. "Oh my god, master, we are connected with each other. You want to double your happiness." Shin Tian's earlobes blushed as he said, "I don't want anyone else, this is still Lu Ruashi." "Cc, aren't you omnipotent? Can you do it?" The system rolled its eyes and said, "Master, you are dreaming. Humans are the masters of this planet, so we cannot change people." Shin Tian said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Cc, can we have a negotiation? How about a different reward?" The system said in a brisk voice, "Ha, it turns out that even a dog who licks the master's boot is afraid of dogs." Shin Tian's earlobes turned red as he said, "I am a little bit scared. Besides, Tibetan Mastiffs are the most ferocious dogs in the world. What if they bite someone?" The system covered its mouth and chuckled. "Master, rest assured, this Tibetan Mastiff rewarded by this system is a Snow Mastiff King, but its ferocity is comparable to that of a lion or tiger. But after the optimization of this system, the Snow Mastiff King has automatically recognized both masters as its masters. Without the orders of the two masters, or when the two masters are not in danger, the Snow Mastiff King will never attack anyone." Shin Tian still looked skeptical and asked, "Can it understand our commands?" The system smiled and said, "It is the smartest dog on this planet." Shin Tian nodded and said, "All right, Cc, kneel down and pay your respects." Shin Tian pinched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly, "Little lazy pig, get up. The sun is shining on your butt." Lu Ruashi slapped Shin Tian's big hand away and said lazily, "No wonder my butt feels so hot." Shin Tian said with a smile, "I let you play around, now you can't get up." Lu Ruashi seemed to remember something and asked expectantly, "Xiao Tian Tian, what good stuff is this time?" Shin Tian said with a constipated expression, "It seems to be the smartest little puppy." Lu Ruashi said excitedly, "Really? I've wanted to raise a puppy for a long time." Shin Tian asked curiously, "Then why don't you raise it?" Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "I was so busy with work that I didn't have the time to take care of it myself, so I just let it go." Lu Ruashi looked at Shin Tian's expression and said belatedly, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are not afraid of dogs, are you?" Shin Tian nodded with his earlobes slightly red, saying, "I am a little bit scared." "Baji." Lu Ruashi kissed Shin Tian's handsome face and said with a sweet smile, "Don't worry, it must be a divine dog. Even if it isn't, you still have your sister to protect you." Shin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "It's okay. I'm not that scared." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, "I'm really not that scared." Looking at Xiao Tiantian's expression, "He's only a little scared." Shin Tian stiffened his neck and said, "I was just chased by wild dogs a few times when no one cared about me when I was a kid." Lu Ruashi hugged Shin Tian into her arms and said with a distressed look on her face, "Xiao Tian Tian, from now on, your sister will love you and no one will dare to bully you anymore." Shin Tian said speechlessly, "Sister, do you want to murder your husband?" Lu Ruashi quickly let go of Shin Tian and rolled her eyes. Pa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's jade-white skin and said happily, "Maybe it's true that fools have good fortune. That's why I met such a perfect you." Lu Ruashi also said happily, "Meeting Xiao Tian Tian is also the greatest happiness in my life." Lu Ruashi hurriedly said with anticipation, "Xiao Xianxian, please let the puppy out quickly, I can't wait." Shin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Okay. Let's get up first." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and giggled. "My husband is so cute when he's jealous. It's just a little puppy, what's the big deal?" Shin Tian's earlobes blushed as he said, "No means no." Lu Ruashi no longer teased her shameless man and walked towards the bathroom with her slender waist in her hand, looking happy. After Lu Ruashi washed up, she quickly changed into a long skirt and said expectantly, "Xiao Tian Tian, is it okay now?" After Shin Tian silently said something in his heart, a snow-white Tibetan Mastiff King appeared at their feet. Shin Tian was shocked, because the dog had a very high status in his heart. Shin Tian hid behind Lu Ruashi out of habit and said with a look of horror, "Fuck, it's so big. Chapter 63 Fighting the Liger. Lu Ruashi was also shocked, and she protected Qin Tian behind her and said, "Don't be afraid, little Tian Tian. Look at how silly and cute it is. It's so well behaved." Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Sister, this is the Snow Mastiff King, and it is capable of fighting lions and tigers. Look at its fierce face, it looks extremely dangerous, how can it be cute?" The Snow Mastiff King lay on the ground obediently. Lu Ruashi hurriedly hugged Qin Tian's arm and stroked it, saying, "Xiao Tian Tian, no matter how ferocious it is only in front of outsiders. Don't worry, it's just a kitten in front of us." Qin Tian mustered up his courage and looked at the Snow Mastiff carefully. "Fuck, this Tibetan Mastiff King is a giant dog, right? It must be about 200 kilograms, right?" Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes. "It's really big. I love it. Xiao Tian Tian, you are so amazing." Qin Tian shrank his neck and said, "With its size, it has been optimized by the system. Ordinary tigers and lions are probably no match for it." Lu Ruashi nodded excitedly and said, "Little dog, stand up and let me see." Qin Tian slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "Given its size, you still call it a puppy? No wonder you call me little Tian Tian every day. I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the size." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm not mistaken. Xiao is just my nickname for you guys." The Snow Mastiff King stood up obediently, and his body was as tall as Qin Tian's waist. The Snow Mastiff King stood up straight, and Qin Tian was stunned and said, "Wow, he's almost as tall as me. Standing upright, he must be over 1.8 meters tall." Lu Ruashi ran over excitedly and stroked the Snow Mastiff King's jade white fur. Qin Tian rushed over in shock, and said with a wary look on his face, "Sister, be careful, or it might bite you." Lu Ruashi, who is 1.72 meters tall, looks particularly petite and cute standing in front of the Snow Mastiff King. Lu Ruashi said happily, "We are its owners, how could it bite me?" "Xiao Tian Tian, you rushed so fast, why aren't you afraid now?" Qin Tian's calves trembled slightly as he said, "I'm not afraid of the hammer, but my wife is in its mouth. Is it any use to be afraid?" The Snow Mastiff King seemed to understand the conversation between the two. He looked at Qin Tian with contempt and shook his head affectionately at Lu Ruashi. "Ha ha ha." When the two saw the Snow Mastiff King's expression, Qin Tian was confused, while Lu Ruashi laughed so hard that her body shook. "Xiao Xianshan, the little dog actually despises you, it's too smart." Qin Tian said to the Snow Mastiff King speechlessly, "You are such a dog." "Woof woof woof." The Snow Mastiff King barked at Qin Tian, as if to say, "I am a dog." Lu Ruashi was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Her embarrassment alleviated Qin Tian's fear a little. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's hand and said gently, "Xiao Xianshan, try to touch it. The little puppy is very well behaved." The Snow Mastiff King seemed to know that his master was afraid of him, so he lay down obediently and tried hard to make an obedient expression. But with the Snow Mastiff King's ferocious face and huge body, this expression looks weird no matter how you look at it. Lu Ruashi gently stroked the Snow Mastiff King and said with a smile, "Little dog, you are so smart." Qin Tian looked at the stupid appearance of the Snow Mastiff King and finally overcame the fear in his heart. When Qin Tian touched the furry head of the Snow Mastiff King, he said happily, "It seems to feel really comfortable." Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "Are you more comfortable than me?" Qin Tian's forehead was covered with black lines, and he said speechlessly, "Sister, when you're silent, you're still a peerless goddess." Lu Ruashi said as if she had discovered a new world. "Xiao Tian Tian, it's actually a little female dog. It won't be easy to find a mate for such a huge creature in the future." Qin Tian said with a smile, "How about finding a lion for it?" Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes at the unruly Qin Tian and said, "Little Tian Tian, why don't you give it a name?" Qin Tian said excitedly, "Naming is what I am best at." Qin Tian paced back and forth, and Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Xiao Tian Tian, are you preparing to compose a poem in 7 steps? Qin Tian slapped his forehead and said, "I got it. Let's call him Xiao Hei. It's easy to pronounce and very friendly." Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with a confused expression and said, "Little Black? How is it black? You can even call it Little White or Snow White." Qin Tian chuckled and said, "Xiao Hei is the smartest and most cunning dog in the world. Calling him Xiao Hei is the most appropriate." Even the Snow Mastiff King looked at Qin Tian in bewilderment, shaking his head violently and barking anxiously. It seemed to be saying, I am such a wise and powerful snow mastiff king, and you actually call me Xiao Hei? Qin Tian gently patted the snow mastiff king's big head and said with a proud look on his face, It's settled. From now on, you'll be Xiao Hei. The snow mastiff king Xiao Hei rolled twice on the expensive carpet, belly up, with a look of despair on his face, as if saying, Destroy it, I'm tired. Puff. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and laughed breathlessly. Xiao Tian Tian, you are not allowed to name our child from now on. You are a bad namer. Qin Tian touched the back of his head and said, I think it sounds good. Is it really that bad? Lu Ruashi glanced at the pitiful snow mastiff king Xiao Hei and said with a smile, It's not unpleasant, it's super unpleasant. The two of them came downstairs. Lu Ruashi brought the food prepared by the servants and waved to Xiao Hei, saying, Come here, Xiao Hei, and see what delicious food my sister has prepared for you. Xiao Hei ran to Lu Ruashi like a gust of wind and turned around happily. Qin Tian looked at Xiao Hei, who was feasting on fresh beef, and said helplessly, Xiao Hei, if someone doesn't know you, they would think you are a pig. You can eat so much, luckily I'm with a rich woman now, otherwise I really can't afford to support a foodie like you. Xiao Hei looked up at Qin Tian with contempt, turned around and faced his butt towards Qin Tian, continuing to eat his meal with a huff. When Lu Ruashi saw this scene, she was so happy that she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed so hard that her body shook. Lu Ruashi whispered with her pink and tender lips, It would be perfect if I could give Xiao Tian Tian another baby. Qin Tian said helplessly, Sister, we are still young, why are you so anxious? Lu Ruashi said with a charming look, Xiao Tian Tian's seeds are so good, we can't waste them. Qin Tian said with a smile, You just want to lock me up completely. Lu Ruashi's eyes were almost tearing, and she said with a lingering look, Sister wants to lock you up so that you won't be able to come out and become deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate yourself. Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi's delicate body and said, Sister, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence. Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face flushed as she said, Aren't you enjoying it, Xiao Tian Tian? Chapter 64, Piss and Shit. The two men and the dog came to the beach. The few tourists saw the ferocious-looking monster and were so scared that they stayed away from it, secretly smacking their lips in amazement. Qin Tian laughed and said, I will definitely bring Xiao Hei back to the village to show off someday. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Xiao Tian Tian, you are so lucky to have such a beautiful and sexy wife like me. You didn't say you would take me back to the village to show off, but you actually took Xiao Hei with you. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, My family only has 3 dilapidated houses, and they leak. No one lives there now, probably only a few walls are left. Lu Ruashi secretly kept this in mind and said with a distressed look, It's okay. I'll take care of you in the future. Then why do you want to take Xiao Hei back? Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, Our village is on the mountain, and except for my family, every household has a dog. These damn dogs seem to know that I am afraid of dogs and they like to chase me for no reason. But apart from that vicious dog when I was a kid, no other dog has ever really bitten me. Puff. Lu Ruashi thought about Qin Tian being chased by a dog, and said gloatingly with her hands covering her mouth, Xiao Tian Tian, you are too miserable. Qin Tian blushed and said, Sister, I am your man, and you actually laughed at me. Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's arm and shook it vigorously. Okay. Don't be angry, Xiao Xianchen. I'll take Xiao Hei back with you to your hometown someday and avenge you. Xiao Hei seemed to understand the conversation between the two and bared his teeth and bared his bark. Lu Ruashi, who was wearing a conservative swim skirt, rolled her eyes and waved to Xiao Hei, saying, Xiao Hei, get down quickly. Xiao Hei lay obediently on the beach. Lu Ruashi climbed on Xiao Hei's back and said with a smile, Go, Xiao Hei, charge. Xiao Hei spread out his 4 hooves and ran quickly on the beach. Qin Tian stared at Lu Ruashi's tricks in amazement, and chased after her and shouted, Sister, be careful, or you might fall. Lu Ruashi turned around and hooked her finger, saying charmingly, Xiao Tian Tian, come and chase me. You can't even catch up with a dog, can you? Show your speed of being chased by a dog. Qin Tianjuan's face darkened, and he blushed and said, Lu Ruashi, you female devil, wait until I catch you, and see how I deal with you. The two people and the dog were chasing each other happily on the beach, and their laughter could be heard from far away. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who was sweating profusely and as tired as a dog, and hurriedly stopped Xiao Hei. Lu Ruashi waved her hand and said, Xiao Hei, go to the beach and play by yourself. Sister wants to play with brother. Xiao Hei rushed towards the waves happily and had a lot of fun. Qin Tian grabbed Lu Ruashi, slapped her and said, "You little slut, I'll teach you a lesson for your mischief." Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face flushed as she said, "Xiao Tian, don't mess around, we're outside. How about I let you do whatever you want with my sister after we get back?" Qin Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Little slut, I'll let you go for now, and I'll show you how I'll deal with you when I get back." Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes, "Xiao Tian, why don't we go back now?" Qin Tian rubbed his waist unconsciously, and said with a wandering look, "Well, let's just play first." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes. Qin Tian, who didn't know how to appreciate his good fortune, said, "Look at you, you're such a fool. You're making me feel like a monster." Qin Tian touched his nose and said, "You, a vixen, are much more ferocious than a flood or a beast. You're just good at sucking my blood out of me. Sooner or later, I'll be defeated by you." Not far away, Zhou Yuan, who was wearing a red two-piece bikini, saw Qin Tian, who was wearing swimming trunks and had bare arms. Zhou Yuan walked over with her legs squeezed together and her eyes shining. Lu Ruashi saw Zhou Yuan's eyes, staring at her little Tian, and was secretly angry. "Damn it, these lingering vixens all want to steal my little Tian to eat, you guys are dreaming." Lu Ruashi whistled at Xiao Hei, who was having a lot of fun in the sea. Xiao Hei understood instantly, jumped out of the sea and rushed towards Zhou Yuan. Don't come over here." Zhou Yuan looked at the huge monster rushing towards her and was so frightened that her legs went limp. She fell on the beach with a pale face, screaming heart-wrenchingly. Xiao Hei barked wildly with his teeth bared, looking ferocious, and deliberately opened his mouth wide to bite Zhou Yuan. Ah! Zhou Yuan rolled and crawled on the beach to avoid it. A string of muddy yellow water stains dripped down her thighs and splashed onto the beach. Lu Ruashi pulled Qin Tian away with a look of disgust. Lu Ruashi shouted with a wicked smile, "Miss Zhou, this dog seems to particularly like red things." Zhou Yuan was startled and fled in a panic, dropping 2 pieces of red equipment and slowly disappearing from Lu Ruashi's sight. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ruashi laughed and said, "I'm dying of joy, this is too much fun. Xiao Hei, I'll give you a snack when we get back." Xiao Hei wagged his tail and rushed into the water again, occasionally catching some fresh seafood feasts. As the sun gradually set, Lu Ruashi jumped onto Qin Tian's back and said with anticipation, "Xiao Xianshan, it's time to go back and punish me now, right?" Qin Tian said helplessly, "Sister, you are such an annoying little goblin." Lu Ruashi jumped up and down behind Qin Tian and said, "Little Tian, don't you like your sister's care the most?" Qin Tian carefully protected Lu Ruashi's back and said, "Sister, go slower, be careful not to fall." Lu Ruashi cheered and said, "Go, Xiao Tian, hurry up, go harder. Sister wants to ride Xiao Xianshan's horse." Qin Tian ran on the beach with Lu Ruashi on his back with a helpless look on his face. The laughter of the two could be heard from far away. As the night deepened, Lu Ruashi muttered, "Xiao Xianshan, come again. I want to ride a horse and lift you up." Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's increasingly red lips and said with a smile, "Is it that fun? I even dream about riding a horse and lifting a horse high up." The system's loud and delicate voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. "Congratulations, Master, for once again making Mistress Lu Ruashi happy physically and mentally. I will reward you with a Mumbai black cat." Qin Tian said with a look of surprise, "Deceasee, what are the characteristics of this cat?" The system smiled charmingly and said, "This cat can ward off evil spirits and bring in wealth. Just like Xiao Hei, it understands human nature very well." Qin Tian nodded happily and said, "Deceasee, hurry up and let the kitten out. Okay, you can kneel down and serve me. I need to rest now." The system obediently disappeared, slowly vanishing from Qin Tian's mind. Chapter 65 Petite and Delicate. Qin Tian looked at the huge black cat in front of him, but compared to Xiao Hei, it was just a tiny thing. Qin Tian said in amazement, "Fuck, your face looks like a black panther." Meow. The little black cat licked Qin Tian's palm obediently, showing its intimacy, as if responding to Qin Tian. Qin Tian smiled and said, "Then you can be called Xiao Bai. You two are black and white, easy to remember and nice to hear." Xiao Bai rolled his eyes in a humane way, and Qin Tian waved his hand and said, "Hey, you're still a little male cat. Then go play with Xiao Hei. Your brother needs to have a good rest." Xiaobai ran out quickly. Qin Tian held Lu Ruashi in his arms, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. The sun gradually rose higher, and Lu Ruashi opened her big eyes lazily. Lu Ruashi playfully picked up the ends of her hair and put it close to Qin Tian's nostrils. The itching on the tip of his nose woke Qin Tian up instantly. Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Sister, why are you so naughty?" Lu Ruashi pouted her pink lips and said provocatively, "Sister just likes to be naughty, what can you do to me?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "Come, I'll show you something good, I guarantee you'll like it." Lu Ruashi cheered and said, "Wow, Xiao Tian Tian, what treasure do you have now?" The snowmastiff King Xiuhei trapped the little black cat Xiaobai in the corner and teased Xiaobai with his big paws from time to time. Xiaobai bared his teeth and flapped his little paws, resisting Xiuhei's brutality from time to time. This is what Qin Tian and the others saw when they came down. Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes, "Wow, what a beautiful little kitten, come to your sister quickly." Xiuhei was the first to run over, shaking his head and wagging his tail. Lu Ruashi touched Xiuhei's big head with a smile and said, "You have good taste, but you, a big guy, can't bully a kitten." Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Sister, you are amazing. They have nothing in common at all." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Although the forced melon is not sweet, it can quench your thirst." Qin Tian glanced at the pitiful Xiaobai and said with a smile, "It seems like we two brothers have the same problem. We both encountered a female hooligan who had no moral principles." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Kitty, you are so pretty. How about I give you a nice name? I promise it will be better than Xiuhei's name." Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Sister, I've already given it a name. Xiaobai, doesn't it sound much better than Xiuhei?" Xiaobai rolled on the ground with no hope in life. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Xiao Tian Tian, you are really amazing. From now on, we will never let you name our child. I can do whatever you want, except naming the child." Qin Tian said with a bitter face, "Sister, you actually despise me." Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Xiao Tian Tian, don't act pitiful in front of your sister. This matter is not negotiable." Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said, "Is there still justice and law? I am the father of my own baby and I cannot name him." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "So, Xiao Tian Tian is willing to let me bear children for you?" Qin Tian said with a smile, "Sister, I really don't know why you are so anxious every day. Are you so eager to get married?" Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's neck and said with seductive eyes, "Sister just wants to be Xiao Tiantian's bride, bear children for Xiao Tiantian, and grow old with Xiao Tiantian." Qin Tian's heart trembled violently, and his heart was surrounded by Lu Ruashi's love. Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi's slender waist and said tenderly, "Sister, can you give me a little more time?" Lu Ruashi's eyes were almost tearing, and she raised Qin Tian's chin with her little hand and said, "Xiao Tiantian, no matter how long I have to wait, I will have no complaints." After Qin Tian and his companion stayed for a few more days, they boarded a private plane and headed for City A. Qin Tian returned to Lu's manor and said with joy, "A nest of gold or silver is not as good as your own doghouse. Your own home is still more comfortable." Qin Tian's words made Lu Ruashi very excited. "Oh my god, little Tian Tian finally admitted that this is our home. It looks like our wedding night is not far away." Lu Ruashi said happily, "Xiao Tian Tian is right, our own home is still more comfortable." Zhang Yu and other maids had already lined up to welcome the return of Qin Tian and his companion. The maids looked at Xiuhei, who was like a giant, and their legs couldn't help but go weak. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, Xiuhei is very docile." Zhang Yu said with trembling legs, "Miss, we are not afraid." Xiuhei looked at the maids with a mocking look on his face, as if to say, "What a bunch of cowards. Are all humans so cowardly?" The maids looked at each other in bewilderment. Are we being looked down upon by a dog? This is not the point. The point is that this dog is too smart. Meow. Xiaobai called out to make his presence known, and the maids then noticed the little thing beside Xiuhei. Zhang Yu said with joy, "Wow, what a beautiful little kitty. Come to me quickly." Yang Fei was stunned and asked, "Sister Yu, are you sure this is not a little black panther?" Lu Ruashi introduced with joy, "Fei Fei, this is a Bombay cat. Xiaobai is not a little black panther." Yang Fei said in amazement, "Is Xiuhei a Tibetan mastiff? Why is he so big?" Lu Ruashi explained in a rare good-tempered manner, "Xiuhei is the king among snow mastiffs, and can fight lions and tigers. But don't worry, Xiao Hei is very smart, and he won't attack anyone without our permission. Yang Fei's legs trembled even more violently, and she said in shock, "Fuck, can you fight a lion or a tiger?" The snow mastiff King Xiao Hei raised his noble head proudly, and the maids looked at each other in bewilderment. These two guys seem really smart. Miss, where did you find this divine beast? Zhang Yu looked strange and asked, Miss, why are their names so strange? Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, it's all your uncle's fault for being such a bad namer. Xin Tian's face turned red, and he took a cane and said, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai, let me ask you, are you satisfied with your names? Under the tyranny of Qin Tian, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai could only bark and meow helplessly. Lu Ruashi covered her belly and laughed, Hey, Xiao Tian, are you going to make me laugh to death? You're really good at holding a cane and asking them if they like it. The maids couldn't help laughing. Lu Ruashi waved her hand and said, You guys go down first. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly at Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai and said, Come here, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. Sister will take you to your room. Qin Tian was surprised and said, Fuck, sister, are you mistaken, they also have rooms? Chapter 66, Same person, different fate. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, They are part of the family, so of course they have rooms. Qin Tian said with a smile, I feel like I used to live worse than a dog. Lu Ruashi said with a distressed look on her face, Xiao Tian has also suffered a lot and finally achieved happiness. Who wouldn't envy Xiao Tian's happy life now? After Lu Ruashi personally settled Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai, Lu Dinghua's loud voice came from outside. Ah, Xiao Tian is finally back. Qin Tian and the other person quickly went over to greet him. After the family exchanged greetings, Lu Tianxi slapped Qin Tian in the face and said with a smile, Good boy, you have brought honor to our Lu family again. Lu Dinghua said with a flushed face, Oh, you don't know. Those bad chess players were playing chess with me and they were all praising Xiao Tian's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, but I was completely confused. Ha, I'm dying of joy. Qin Tianjun blushed and said, Grandpa, Dad, you are too kind. It's just a trivial skill. Grandma Lulan said kindly. You don't know. Those old sisters envy me so much. It's said that my Ruashi found a good husband who was handsome and talented. Su Yuanying said lovingly, My little Tian is so awesome. As soon as the voice fell, Su Tingting's cheerful voice came. Brother-in-law, you are finally back. Su Tingting and Li Min came in happily. Li Min said with a smile. Brother-in-law, I admire you so much. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, Don't praise me anymore, or I will fly to the sky. Lu Ruashi smiled complacently and said, Hee, I'm the best. I brought back such a great husband. Ha ha ha. The happy laughter of the family could be heard from far away. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai also rushed out, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. When everyone saw the big-bodied Xiao Hei, they were dumbfounded and said, Where did you get this giant Tibetan Mastiff? Its size is too big. Lu Ruashi smiled complacently and said, I got it by chance. The Snow Mastiff King is called Xiao Hei, and the Bombay Black Cat is called Xiao Bai. Everyone's expression froze, and Li Min was stunned and said, This name must have been given by my stepfather. When Lu Ruashi told Qin Tianjun the story of how she chose the name, his face turned red and he dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Everyone was laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. Su Tingting covered her belly and said, Brother-in-law, you are such a bad namer, please don't give your children this name in the future. Li Min said with a smile, These two names are actually not bad, very easy to remember, but it's easy to confuse them. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd could be heard from time to time, as the family sat around the dining table, chatting intimately. As night gradually fell, peace finally returned to the manor. Qin Tian leaned against the head of the bed and said, Sister, let's go back to work tomorrow. I've been working for so long, and I've only worked one day. Baldy Luo should be so angry that he's jumping up and down. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian tenderly and said, Xiao Tian, we are tired from the journey, let's take a rest. We'll talk about work later. After a night's rest, Qin Tian and his friend finally entered the company separately. When Qin Tian stepped into Sales Department 9, the girls quickly surrounded him like cats smelling fish, and even Zhang Lei and Tang Ji couldn't get close to him. Zhang Xia said with joy, Xiaotian, you finally come to work? I missed you so much. Lu Owen said with a smile, Sister Xia, you are a newlywed woman, you should not compete with us sisters for Xiaotian. Zhang Xia smiled and said, Xiaotian, sister has something to tell you. These yellow-haired girls don't have the charm of their elder sister. Sun Yun said with a smile, no matter how charming it is, it's not as good as the one I trained myself. Qin Tian clasped his hands together and said, Sisters, please forgive me. I have a girlfriend. Luo Wen smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Tian, do you mind having more girlfriends? Zhang Xia said with a smile, Xiao Tian, sister doesn't mind any status. Tang Ji said with a bitter face, it is our misfortune to be in the same department with Qin Julong, a bastard. Zhang Lei smiled bitterly and said, my classmates used to cause us so much trouble. We studied hard for more than 10 years but never held a female classmate's hand. Now I have to continue this nightmare. Shen Yu sighed and said. Just when I was about to hold Luo Wen's hand, Qin Tian suddenly appeared. Luo Wen quickly distanced herself from me and stopped talking to me. Dai Xing said speechlessly. When my colleague Sun Yun finally agreed to go to the movies with me, Qin Tian joined the company, and Sun Yun rejected it in a flash. When Luo Tao entered Sales Department 9, he saw a department as bustling as a vegetable market. Luo Tao's blood boiled, and he said with a glare, don't you have to go to work? How can you fight and make trouble? All the employees scattered, and only then did Luo Tao see Qin Tian clearly. Luo Tao muttered to himself, so it's you, the bad apple. I knew it, why are you making so much noise? Luo Tao brushed the few strong hairs on his head and said sarcastically. Hey, isn't this the gold medal salesman Qin Tian? How's your sales going these days? Qin Tian has no business at all. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said. Good morning, Manager Luo. We are still working hard. There is no business for the time being. Luo Tao was like a loudspeaker, blaring in Qin Tian's ear. Work hard, what kind of effort are you putting in? I've been working for so many days, and today is only the second day I see you. If everyone is like you, the company will have no business anymore. Zhang Xia poked her head out and said, Manager Luo, there's no need to be so angry, it's still early until the end of the month. I'll take care of Qin Tian's performance, so Manager Luo doesn't have to worry about it. Luo Wen said unwillingly, Xiao Tian, I'll take care of your performance. The voices of the girls rose one after another, and Zhang Lei and the other man were amazed. The other male employees were also very jealous. Shen Yu said in shock. I've been working here for 2 years, and I just realized that these Tyrannosaurus Rex are so easy to talk to. Dai Xing sighed, same person, different fate. If it were us, you'd be lucky if we didn't step on you. Luo Tao paused, not knowing what to say for a moment. Luo Tao said incoherently, you are cheating. Zhang Xia shrugged and said. So what? I'll take Xiao Tian to negotiate some business deals, and that'll be it. This won't count as cheating, right? Luo Tao was very angry, and glared at Qin Tian fiercely and said, Humph, you'd better be serious. Qin Tian nodded with a smile and said, Luo too, Manager Luo, don't worry, I will work hard. Everyone almost couldn't hold it in anymore, it was so hard to hold it in. Luo Tao was so angry that she jumped up and down, but for the time being she couldn't do anything about Qin Tian. Out of sight, out of mind. Just as Luo Tao was about to turn around and leave, he saw Zhang Lei working hard. Chapter 67, Visitors Flock In. Luo Tao said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Lei puts onions in a pig's nose pretending to be an elephant. Lao Luo. You're great. The company needs hard-working executives like you. Luo Tao licked his dog face and said, It's all thanks to Mr. Zhang's care. Zhang Xia sneered and muttered, Bah, flatterer. All the employees secretly despised Luo Tao's appearance. Su Ting knocked on the door of Sales Department 9 and asked with a smile, Excuse me, is Qin Tian in Sales Department 9? Luo Tao and the others naturally knew Su Ting. Luo Tao approached her with a flattering look on his face and said, Boss Su, what can I do for you? Su Ting smiled and said, Qin Tian and I have agreed on a cooperation, so I came here today to sign the contract. Everyone was shocked. You know, Su Ting is the vice president of Su Group. In the past, when we discussed cooperation, we always talked with Lu Ruashi, and no one else was qualified. Luo Tao said with a flushed face, Boss Su, Qin Tian is just a new employee and is not qualified to discuss cooperation with you. Mr. Su, how about I talk to you? Zhang Xia pouted and said, Tubby Luo is so shameless. Luo Wen gritted her teeth and said, Fuck, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Su Ting sneered and said, Where did you come from, you bald bastard? Get out of my way. Luo Tao's old face turned red, he lowered his head and said nothing, not daring to even fart. Zhang Lei was shocked. Shit, where did Qin Chanlong kidnap this rich girl again? No, I have to talk to him nicely. Su Tingting walked towards Qin Tian with a smile on her face and said happily, Qin Tian, I am here to sign the contract with you as agreed. Although Qin Tian didn't understand what was going on, he roughly knew what was going on. Qin Tian smiled and said, Boss Su, this way please. Qin Tian took Su Tingting to the reception room and said with a smile, Tingting, you are really amazing. Su Ting smiled sweetly and said, Sister is really thoughtful. She has predicted that Luo Tuzi will definitely make things difficult for you. Qin Tian felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, this silly girl. Qin Tian and Su Tingting quickly signed a small contract, and Qin Tian put on a full show and sent Su Tingting out of the company. Jiang Xia muttered, fuck, is President Su interested in Qin Tian? Luo Wen said with a dejected look on her face, how can we compare this? We lost completely inside and out. Sun Yun sighed and said, luckily, Mr. Lu has a strong taste, otherwise we would have really brought shame upon ourselves. Zhang Li sighed and said, it's normal for a man like Qin Tian to be liked by women. Jiang Xia said helplessly, but Qin Tian is good, but he is too upright. If he just beckons me, I promise to go through fire and water for him. As soon as Qin Tian returned to Sales Department 9, everyone gathered around him and asked curiously, Xiao Tian, how big a contract did you sign? Qin Tian waved his hand and said, it's just a small contract, not worth mentioning. Tang Ji asked curiously, Brother Tian, how big is the contract? Qin Tian said without even raising his eyebrows, not much, just a small contract worth 2 billion. Zhang Xia was shocked and asked, how much? 2 billion? Luo Tao hurriedly grabbed Qin Tian's hand and asked anxiously, how much? Say it again? Qin Tian said calmly, 2 billion, what's wrong? It's no wonder that Qin Tian is so calm. Regardless of Lu Ruashi, Qin Tian's own net worth is already 50 to 60 billion, so he is naturally used to it. Everyone said in unison, fuck, our total sales for the year from selling 9 units is barely 1 billion. It's not that Lu Group's business volume is so small, and Sales Department 9 is just a small branch of it. The most important thing is that the contracts that employees negotiate are all small contracts. Executives at all levels, and even the contracts negotiated by Lu Ruashi, are the top priorities. Qin Tian broke away Luo Tao's hand and said with a look of disgust. What the hell, what do you want to do? I'm not interested in men, let alone a. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Luo Tao licked his face and said, Xiaotian, you always like to joke around. Zhang Xia sneered, oh, it's Xiaotian now? Where is Manager Luo, who was glaring just now? Li Min knocked on the door and said, Qin Tian, you are here indeed. Are you free now? I want to sign a contract with you. Luo Tao greeted him with a smile and said, hello, Mr. Li, Qin Tian is free, he is free. Li Min blocked it with her hands and said in a cold voice, stay away from me. Li Min walked towards Qin Tian with a look of excitement and said, Qin Tian, let's go and sign the contract. The tool Qin Tian led Li Min to the reception room helplessly. Everyone in the office looked at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Xia said in astonishment. Shit, the enemy is too strong. I don't have any chance of winning even if I don't have any reputation. Luo Wen said dejectedly, I didn't expect that my sister would have a day when no one wants her even though she is willing to pay for it. Shen Yu leaned over and said servilely, Wen, he doesn't want me but I do. Luo Wen rolled her eyes and said, get lost. Dai Xing patted Shen Yu on the shoulder and said helplessly. The bicycles we were reluctant to pedal were actually being pedaled by others. Tang Ji chuckled and said, the key is that people are too lazy to kick. Shen Yu and Dai Xing were stunned and said, fuck, shrimp meat and pig heart. Qin Tian repeated this process and spent the entire morning receiving the young sisters that Lu Ruashi was familiar with. After Qin Tian sent Lu Yu away, he quickly called Lu Ruashi and said, fuck, sister, how many people did you arrange? Stop it immediately. This is too horrifying. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Tian, you don't let them make their relationship public. They are afraid that Baldy Luo will embarrass you. Qin Tian was speechless and said, that's good, I signed a 10 billion contract in the morning. It's going to be hard for me to keep a low profile now. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Xiao Tian, don't you want to just lie down and do nothing? With these achievements, you can lie down and do nothing in the company for 10 years, and no one will dare to say anything to you. Qin Tian chuckled and said, that's right. Qin Tian bought a bunch of milk tea next to the company and returned to Sales Department 9. Qin Tian smiled and said, everyone has worked hard, come over and have some milk tea and take a break. Everyone gathered around with excitement on their faces, and Luo Wen said with red eyes, Xiao Tian, how much money did you sign in this morning? Everyone, including Luo Tuzi, was listening attentively. Qin Tian said calmly, not much, just over 10 billion. Luo Tao said incredulously, how much? Qin Tian, say it again. Chapter 68 Great Achievements. Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, he's not very old, not only is his head bald, but I didn't expect his ears to be so bad too. Luo Tao said nonchalantly, fuck, is it really 10 billion? Zhang Xia said with a seductive look, Xiaotian, sister wants to hug your thigh. Zhang Li was dumbfounded and said, fuck, Xiaotian, you are too fierce. The contracts signed in the morning have already reduced the sales department's monthly sales performance. Chen Yu was dumbfounded and said, fuck, this commission won't make your hands cramp? Dai Xing said in shock, fuck, it turns out that being handsome can really make a living. Zhang Xia said charmingly, sister, do you look like someone who is short of food? What sister lacks is a super handsome guy like Xiao Tian. For a time, Qin Tian's great achievements quickly spread throughout the company, and Qin Tian became popular in the company again. From the cleaning lady to the CEO Lu Ruashi, everyone knows him. Of course, Lu Ruashi already knew Qin Tian very well. Luo Tao returned to his office and said with a smile, with such sales performance in my 9th department, I will be promoted to the position of Deputy General Manager in no time. After Luo Tao was happy for a while, he murmured to himself, damn, Qin Tian is so fierce, he must not be willing to be mediocre. If he asks for a promotion, will I still be able to sit still? Maybe I'll make room for Qin Tian before I even get promoted. Luo Tao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the office. Luo Tao gnashed his teeth and said, suppress, Qin Tian must be suppressed. It would be best to find an excuse to get Qin Tian out, so that I can rest assured. Qin Tian and Zhang Lei came to the smoking area and each lit a cigarette. A faint smoke rose up. Zhang Lei said solemnly, Brother Tian, you can't sell your soul for a little performance. Sister-in-law is such a good person, you can't hurt her feelings. Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, my dear son, don't you know what kind of person your father is? Tangji said with a smile, lazy, you are obsessed, these people must have been arranged by my sister-in-law. Qin Tian patted Tangji on the shoulder and said, finally, I have a son. He has inherited my intelligence. Zhang Lei and the other man kicked Qin Tian and said, fuck you. After the three brothers laughed and joked for a while, Qin Tian threw away his cigarette butt and said, it's time, let's go eat. Qin Tian and the other two walked towards the company's restaurant. They greeted all the employees and executives they met politely. Hello, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Qin. After Qin Tian responded politely, he said awkwardly, oh my god, Lei Zi, you are a GRD, you are doing pretty well. Tangji laughed and said, Brother Tian, you know what, Lei Zi is getting along really well with these executives now. Zhang Lei said with a bitter face, Brother Tian, I am also under great pressure. Why don't you ask your sister-in-law to clarify it? Qin Tian patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and said with a depressed look, lazy, work hard and try to dig out some borers. Zhang Lei said with a look of panic, that's not a big deal. I'm just afraid that you, my good son, will settle the score with me later. Qin Tian chuckled and said, is your father that kind of person? Zhang Lei said quickly, you are it, I don't even know you. You have nothing good to say, just waiting to deal with me later. Ha ha ha. Qin Tian and the other man burst into laughter. Zhang Lei's face turned red and he said, fuck you. Qin Tian smiled and said, lazy, don't worry. After we are done, your father will definitely reward you well. The moment the three of them stepped into the restaurant, it suddenly became quiet, and soon the employees were whispering to each other. Employee A said in shock, fuck. Qin Tian is so handsome and talented. How unfair is God? Employee B said with admiration, the Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead, Qin Tian is too powerful. Female employee A said with peach blossom eyes, fuck, Qin Tian got rich overnight. I wonder if he minds having an extra girlfriend. Female employee B said with admiration, oh my god. Qin Tian is so charming, I feel like I've fallen for him. Female employee C said with an obsessed look, it would be nice to have a man like this once. Qin Tian and the other two, holding their food trays, just sat down in a secluded place. Jiang Xia and many other female employees were eager to make a move and were about to carry their food trays over to have some conversation. Day. Lu Ruashi, wearing a black hip skirt and high heels, walked into the restaurant. Lu Ruashi instantly found the handsome man in the crowd. Lu Ruashi walked towards Qin Tian with a charming smile on her face. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Ruashi was walking towards Zhang Lei. Lu Ruashi sat down opposite Qin Tian and the other two and said with a faint smile, "Hello? Do you mind if I sit across from you?" Secretary General Zhao Na quickly brought Lu Ruashi's plate and left quietly. The toolman Zhang Lei smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss Lu, please take a seat." Qin Tian and his three companions ate and chatted, and the other employees were stunned by Lu Ruashi's shock. Jiang Xia whispered, "Fuck, after not seeing you for a few days, Ms. Lu has become even more charming and beautiful. It's a pity that his eyesight is not very good." Lu Owen was dumbfounded and said, "Boss Lu is too beautiful. I really don't understand her preferences. Isn't a handsome guy like Qin Tian attractive? Zhang Lei is a charcoal-skinned guy who looks very dark. I really don't know what's good about him." Employee A, who was tanned even darker than Zhang Lei, glanced at Zhang Lei and whispered, "In terms of looks, we are equally matched. Now I am even darker than you, why don't you even look at me, Mr. Lu?" Employee B, who had a dark complexion, also said with a puzzled look, "Forget about you. I am at least more handsome than you. Why didn't Mr. Lu ever look at me?" Lu Ruashi said in a loud voice, "Qin Tian, I heard that you signed a 10 billion yuan order this morning. You are really a deputy general." Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi with resentment and said respectfully, "Boss Lu, you're too kind. It was just a coincidence." Lu Ruashi said happily, "Well done, you are not arrogant when you win, and you are not discouraged when you lose. The company is in need of talents like you. It's a waste of your talent to be an ordinary salesperson. Tell me, what kind of position do you want?" You could hear a pin drop in the restaurant. Luo Tao wanted to put his ear close to the door. He gritted his teeth and said, "You little bastard, you'd better be smart, or you'll be in trouble. Being an official is not that easy. What is the most important thing these days? It's connections. Even if you sit in my position, you won't be able to sit still." Jiang Xia was stunned and muttered, "Fuck, is Xiaotian going to spiral up to heaven so soon?" However, with such ability, it is reasonable for him to be promoted. Chapter 69 Jumping Up and Down. Chen Yu was dumbfounded and said, "Fuck, I have to say, Boss Lu is really observant. Is Qin Tian going to spiral up to heaven?" Dai Xing said with a smile, "If Mr. Lu had a normal aesthetic sense, Qin Tian would have ascended to heaven long ago. If I were Qin Tian, I would definitely tan myself darker than Zhang Lei. I don't believe that Mr. Lu would not like it." Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu. I'm just a newcomer and not really suited to management, but this is fine for now." The employees secretly cursed Qin Tian for being an idiot. Luo Tao let out a long sigh and murmured in his heart, "You are a sensible boy. Otherwise, the longer the night, the more trouble you will have. You'd better get out of here as soon as possible." Jiang Xia wanted to rush over and cover Qin Tian's mouth, secretly anxious. This silly brother, why is he always so stubborn? It would be great if you could be more flexible. Zhang Li sighed and said, "Oh, what a missed opportunity. At least we should have pushed Baldy Luo out first." Lu Ruashi wanted to say something else, but Qin Tian glared at her implicitly. Lu Ruashi said helplessly, "In that case, Qin Tian, if you want to be promoted, you can come to me at any time." Qin Tian hurriedly said respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." In the dark, Luo Tao only felt that there was an imperial sword hanging on his neck, ready to cut him down at any time. Qin Tian spent the whole afternoon fixing things in the company, under the pretext of getting familiar with the business. Qin Tian, who was working seriously the previous second, stood up quickly when it was time to get off work. This startled Zhang Lei, who was standing next to him. Zhang Lei asked curiously, "Brother Tian, why are you so startled?" Qin Tian looked at Zhang Lei as if he was a fool and said, "It's time to get off work." Zhang Lei waved his hand and said, "I have another problem to deal with. You go first." Qin Tian sneered and said, "Overtime, I will never work overtime in this life." Zhang Lei was stunned. "Damn it, even your husband does this. Should I work overtime or not?" While Zhang Lei was stunned, Qin Tian had already rushed out of the office quickly, and everyone only saw a fragment of Qin Tian's afterimage. Zhang Lei laughed and thought to himself, there's no point in comparing me with you, Qin Shanglong. Besides, my sister-in-law has been very kind to me, so how can I not work harder? Zhang Lei and Tang Ji ignored other people who were leaving get off work and continued to work hard, striving to achieve results as soon as possible. Qin Tian drove the Hongqi car, humming a little tune as he went to Lu's manor. It was impossible for him to wait for Lu Ruashi. There are many people in the company, and if someone sees us, the truth will be exposed. Not long after Qin Tian returned to the manor, Lu Ruashi followed him back. Lu Ruashi said angrily, "You stinky Tian, you didn't even wait for your sister to come back." Qin Tian snorted and said, "Stinky sister, who told you to cheat me in the company today?" "Humph, you damned capitalist, you want me to sell my strength? No way." Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Xiao Tian, I think you made a mistake." Qin Tian was confused and asked, "Sister, what's the matter?" Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Xiao Tian, you are the boss of Lu Group. Speaking of capitalists, aren't you also a big capitalist?" Qin Tian said speechlessly, "The boss is the boss, what the hell is the boss's wife?" Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Okay, you are the boss and I am the boss's wife, that's alright. As a boss, you should work harder. Qin Tian said proudly, "If you don't want to sell it, wouldn't it be better to just lie down? Why work so hard?" Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "If I told you not to go to work, why would you go?" Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "How many housewives have given up their careers, ended up being out of touch with society, and were despised by their own men?" Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's neck and said with a faint smile, "Xiao Tian, are you afraid that your sister will dislike you?" Qin Tian's earlobes blushed as he said, "Nothing. I'm just bored and looking for some fun." Lu Ruashi laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward and said, "Ha, I get it. Xiao Tian, do you want to lie down, but are you afraid of being your sister's house husband and being disliked by her in the end?" Qin Tianjun blushed and said with his neck stiff, "Don't talk nonsense, it's nothing, I'm just bored." Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's handsome face and said with a smile, "Xiao Tian, you are so cute when you blush. I love you so much." Qin Tian gnashed his teeth and said, "Decisi, don't think I dare not deal with you." As Su Tingting and the other girl entered the room, they saw this scene. Su Tingting covered her face with her hands, her big eyes peering through her fingers as she said in an exaggerated manner, "Fuck, is it so exciting in broad daylight?" Li Min smiled and said, "Sister Shi, how about giving me a membership? If you don't become a member, you won't be able to watch it." Qin Tian's handsome face turned even redder, and he said anxiously, "Don't talk nonsense, how could we mess around?" Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth and said, "You two lingering girls, if you piss me off, I'll let the dogs bite you." Su Tingting said with a smile, "Fuck, Minmin, stop it quickly, you are going to piss off your sister. What if she bites us later?" Li Min laughed and said, "Oh, I'm so scared." Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, "Xiao Hei, come on." Xiao Hei rushed out of the room with a whoosh and rushed straight towards Su Tingting and the other girl. Su Tingting and the other girl knew that Xiao Hei would not really bite them, but they could not resist his huge body and ferocious face. Su Tingting looked at the vicious Xiao Hei and said timidly, "Fuck, sister, you have no martial ethics." Li Min also screamed, "Fuck, Lu Ruashi, you are not a human." Su Tingting and the other girl jumped up and down for a while, so Xiao Hei naturally let them go, otherwise the two girls would have no chance to escape. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, "I'll let you guys talk too much, Xiao Hei, if any of them stop, you can bite them." Su Tingting's high heels fell off, and she said angrily, "Ah, shit. Sister, you are not a human being." Li Min ran and begged for mercy, "Sister Xiao Hei, how about we make a deal? I'll bring you some puppies to play with some other day, and you can just bite Su Tingting, okay?" Su Tingting said angrily, "Fuck, Li Min, you are not even a human being." Qin Tian lit a cigarette and watched the two people and the dog jumping up and down leisurely. Lu Ruashi laughed happily. "I let you guys talk dirty, and I won't punish you. Do you really think I've changed my temper?" Li Min panted and said, "Fuck, sister, she has been acting like a lady lately, but it turns out she was just pretending. Now that my brother-in-law is in my hands, that female devil is back again." Chapter 70 Incredible. Su Tingting panted and said, "Female devil, sister, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again." Li Min sat down on the carpet like a bachelor, stiffened his neck and said, "I can't run anymore, Xiao Hei, just bite me to death." Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, "Xiao Hei, your urine has been yellow recently. If any of them refuses to run away, you must wake him up. Li Min quickly got up and ran away, saying angrily. Ah, shit. Lu Ruashi, you are not a human. Brother-in-law, help me. Su Tingting gnashed her teeth and said, Lu Ruashi, you are such a cruel female devil. Lu Ruashi said with a smug look on her face, you little brat, if you fight with me, I can take care of you in a minute. Qin Tian saw that the two had almost run away, and said with a smile, Xiao He, stop. Xiao He seemed to have pressed the pause button and stopped with an obedient look on his face. Su Tingting and the other girls sat on the ground with a thud. Su Tingting said weakly. Brother-in-law is still the best. My sister is really a jerk. Li Min said with a look of fear, fuck, that female devil is back again, I can't afford to offend her. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, sister hasn't dealt with you for a long time. It seems that you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Qin Tian smiled and said, it's still a familiar recipe. Li Min gnashed her teeth and said, fuck, the female devil is really cruel. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, you guys ran fast, otherwise I would have pissed you off. Su Tingting rolled her eyes and said, sister, you really have all kinds of tricks to play tricks on me. Qin Tian said with a smile, who told you to be so pessimistic? Why are you messing with the devil? Can you afford to mess with her? After Su Tingting and the other two girls had rested enough, Li Min gritted her teeth and said to Xiao He. Xiao He, you are too cruel. The little puppy we promised you is gone. The little black cat bared its teeth with a ferocious look on its face, as if it was about to pounce. Li Min cried and said, fuck, Xiao He, you don't have martial ethics, can't I give it to you? Xiao He raised his head proudly, wagged his tail and walked away. Ha ha ha. Qin Tian and the others burst into laughter. Qin Tian said speechlessly, isn't Xiao He the female devil in the dog world? Li Min muttered to herself, shit, how can I pair up a dog with Xiao He's physique? Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, this difficult task is now left to you. If you fail to complete the task, wait and see how Xiao He will deal with you. Li Min collapsed on the sofa and said weakly, is it too late for me to leave now? Qin Tian and his companions couldn't help laughing, and Lu Ruashi started to chase them away. Get out of here quickly and don't disturb the relationship between me and Xiao Tian. Su Tingting slapped her head and said, fuck, I almost forgot about the important matter. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, you have nothing to do. Su Tingting said excitedly, sister, brother-in-law, there is a car race organized on Shuangfeng Mountain tonight, do you want to go and have fun? Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, and Qin Tian asked curiously, racing? It seems a bit exciting. Li Min flattered him, brother-in-law, you don't know that my driving skills are the best among the rich second generation in the country. Qin Tian smiled knowingly and said, I have a deep understanding of your driving skills, they are indeed extraordinary. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, Xiao Tian, you love riding in my car the most. Su Tingting rolled her eyes and said, fuck, I'm too pure. Qin Tian said eagerly, let's go, and feel the atmosphere of racing. Lu Ruashi hurriedly reminded, Xiao Tian, racing is no joke. You can take my car, but you can only drive an automatic, so don't mess around. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled, why do I feel like the building is tilted again? After the four of them had packed up, they drove two sports cars to Shuangfeng Mountain. The sports car stopped at the top of the mountain, and Qin Tian and the other three pushed the door and got down. At this time, the rich second generation of City A have gathered in Shuangfeng Mountain. Everyone hurriedly gathered around and greeted Lu Ruashi enthusiastically. Zhou Yuanyuan quickly let go of Zhang Chang's arm and said in surprise, Qin Tian, you are here too. Qin Tian didn't even raise his eyelids. Lu Ruashi glanced at Zhou Yuanyuan coldly and said, Black Pearl, get away from me and don't pollute the air around my man. Zhou Yuanyuan shrank her head and murmured, fuck, I forgot about this devil girl again. A charming woman in a miniskirt quickly let go of Weekend's arm and said in a coquettish voice, Xiao Tian, long time no see, I really missed you. Su Tingting said in shock. Fuck, where did this beautiful lady come from? She's actually 3 points sexier than me. Apart from my sister, who can be my rival? Li Min was dumbfounded and asked, whose daughter is this? She is so beautiful. She is definitely the second most beautiful woman. Qin Tian looked at the strange woman and asked in confusion, who are you? Do I know you? Lu Ruashi looked at the sexy and enchanting hot girl and felt a sense of crisis. Lu Ruashi hurriedly hugged Qin Tian's arm and said, where did you come from, you slut? Get away from me. Ha ha ha. Many rich second generations who knew about the incident couldn't help but burst out laughing. The charming woman seemed extremely confident in herself and said unconcernedly about Lu Ruashi's threat. Xiao Tian, I'm Wu Wei. How come you don't recognize me? Su Tingting was stunned and said, brother-in-law, this is not a romantic debt you got into somewhere, right? Lu Ruashi trusted her man 100% and sneered. How is that possible? Although this coquettish bitch is somewhat pretty, the marks of surgery on her face are too obvious. How could Xiao Tian be interested in such a thing? Qin Tian said with a dark face, sister, who are you? I don't know you. I'm telling you, I'm married, so don't spit blood on me. Wu Wei said coquettishly, Xiao Tian, you are so bad. You don't recognize me so quickly. Wu Wei's words confused Lu Ruashi, and she murmured to herself. Oh shit, could this be Xiao Tian's white moonlight? Lu Ruashi said as if facing a great enemy. I don't care who you are. Get away from me, or don't blame me for being rude. Qin Tian was really confused at this moment. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out who this charming woman was. Qin Tian said impatiently, I really don't know you, get out of here. Wu Wei said shyly, Xiao Tian, my name used to be Wu Wei. Qin Tian felt a chill in his heart and said in astonishment, Wu Wei? Pu Qi. Su Tingting, who was drinking water, shot a mouthful of water straight towards Li Min. Chapter 71 Earthshaking. Su Tingting was choked and coughed non-stop. She said in shock, fuck, your change is truly earth-shaking. Lu Ruashi let out a breath of turbid air and murmured to herself. Damn it, this damn transvestite scared me to death. Lu Ruashi said with a look of disgust, you damn she-male, get away from me and stop disgusting me. Qin Tian got goosebumps all over his body and hid behind Lu Ruashi. Fuck, this is too much for my eyes. No, I have to go back and wash my eyes. Wu Wei's eyes were filled with tears, and she said pitifully. Xiao Tian, I really don't hate you at all, on the contrary, I am very grateful to you. It is you who made me find the joy of life. Lu Ruashi wanted to slap this coquettish bitch to death, and gnashed her teeth and said. I don't want to do anything today, don't force me to slap you. Wu Wei took 2 steps back and said in a coquettish voice. Xiao Tian, I have no way of repaying your great kindness to me. I have no choice but to pledge my love to you, so please don't let me down. Ha ha ha. Many rich second generations burst into laughter, and even Lu Ruashi laughed so hard that she held her stomach and gasped. Qin Tian was so nauseous that he almost vomited, and said angrily. Fuck, you. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, you shameless bitch, dare to talk nonsense here again. I will make it so that you can't even be a woman. If you don't believe me, just try it. Only then did Wu Wei hide behind Weekend like a frightened little rabbit. Li Min spit and said, Mr. Zhou, I didn't expect that your temporary brother-in-law would become your girlfriend, and the relationship would become even more harmonious. Su Tingting said with a smile, Mr. Zhou doesn't have much of anything, but he has countless brothers-in-law. Just at this scene, I don't know how many of Mr. Zhou's brothers-in-law there are. Li Min laughed and said, Miss Wu is so hot, I guess Mr. Zhou has quite a few brothers-in-law now. Many of the rich second generations looked away with a vague look, as if they did not hear the conversation between Li Min and the other girl. Zhou Yuan changed the subject and said, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's start racing. Many second generation rich people echoed, and Lu Fang jumped up and down and said, Qin Tian, do you dare to compete with me? Lu Ruashi sneered and said, Xiaofang, I want to compete with you, I wonder if you dare to accept it? Lu Fang said with a very smart look, Miss Lu, everyone knows your driving skills, which can sweep the whole city. Compared to you, I'm not a fool. Su Tingting said speechlessly, everyone knows that your Xiaofang's driving skills can rank among the top 3 in City A. Do you think my brother-in-law is stupid? Would he be so stupid as to compete with you? Li Min sneered and said, how can a group of shameless people be so shameless? Lu Fang said with a smug look on his face, Qin Tian, you can't be unable to do it. The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. The master is facing a challenge from the enemy. Please choose. Option A, accept Lu Fang's challenge, reward, God-level racing skills. Option B, reject Lu Fang's challenge, reward, title of coward. Option C, let the hostess Lu Ruashi take the place of the competition, reward, the hostess will undergo a gorgeous transformation. Qin Tian asked curiously, what the hell is a gorgeous transformation? The system covered its mouth and chuckled. After the gorgeous transformation, the master can now be good sisters with the mistress Lu Ruashi for the rest of her life. Qin Tian felt a chill on his body and gritted his teeth and said, "Decisi, you are so cruel. I choose A. Give me the reward quickly." The system's loud and charming voice sounded, "The reward has been issued to the master can start pretending to be cool." Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Decisi, you actually stole my lines." "Forget it, just kneel down. I'm about to take off." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Oh, it's Xiaofang. How come you cut off your two big braids? Do you think you can do it again? Go back and ask your mother if I can do it." Pu Chi. The wealthy second generation couldn't help but sneer. Lu Ruashi slapped Qin Tian lightly and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? His mother was a dancer, she is covered in dust, please don't tarnish your reputation." Lu Fang's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Tian, you wouldn't dare, would you?" Qin Tian said with a smile, "No wonder it feels like your name was given by your stepfather. Just curious, who is your biological father?" Ha ha ha. Many second-generation rich people were having a great time eating the melons, and their laughter could be heard from far away. Lu Fang wanted to rush up and tear Qin Tian's sharp mouth apart. Lu Fang gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Tian, 20 small goals, do you dare to compete with me?" Su Tingting said anxiously, "Brother-in-law, don't be so impulsive as to compete with him. You are a man who can only drive an automatic transmission. You are definitely going to lose." Li Min said anxiously, "Brother-in-law, don't get carried away today. Racing is not like other things, and you might die here." Lu Ruashi also said with a worried look on her face, "Xiao Tian Tian, I don't allow you to compete with him." Qin Tian sneered and said, "Just 20 small goals, you have the nerve to bring up such a thing. You were raised by your stepfather, your father doesn't love you, and your mother doesn't care about you. It's a pity that you have grown up to this age." Socialite A said in shock, "Fuck, after Qin Tian hooked up with Miss Lu, he really became very wealthy." Socialite B said with envy, "I hope you are serious." Lu Fang blushed and said, "Qin Tian, you coward, do you dare to compete?" Lu Ruashi was about to get angry, and Qin Tian patted Lu Ruashi's little hand gently to comfort her. Qin Tian said with disdain, "Money is something outside of one's body. I am not interested in money. I have never counted money." Celebrity A said with red eyes, "To regard money as dirt, Qin Tian's realm is too high." Young Master A said in awe, "Fuck, I learned something. Qin Tian is really good at pretending to be cool." At this moment, Lu Ruashi still had nothing to understand. Lu Ruashi murmured to herself, "Shit, Xiao Tian Tian has unlocked a new skill. He's going to start cheating people again." In Lu Ruashi's mind, Qin Tian is a godlike man. As long as Qin Tian is willing to compete, except for competing in giving birth to children, how could Qin Tian lose? "But if it comes to having a baby, don't you have a sister? My sister guarantees that the baby will be happy every day." Lu Ruashi pretended to be anxious and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, you can't compete, you are 100% sure to lose. As for your driving skills, my grandma drives better than you." Puff. Everyone laughed unconsciously. Qin Tian said with a dark face, "Sister, there are so many people here. Please at least give me some face. Besides, am I that bad? At least I have passed the probation period for my driver's license." Chapter 72, A Step Above the Rest. Celebrity A asked curiously, "Is Qin Tian's driving skill really that bad?" Gu Tian continued, "It's almost certain, I'm going to Lu Group to sign the contract today. I happened to see Qin Tian parking there, guess what?" Celebrity A asked curiously, "What happened next?" Gu Tian laughed and said, "Qin Tian can't get into such a wide parking space. It was only with the guidance of Miss Lu that I was able to successfully enter." Celebrity B said with a smile, "Qin Tian's driving skills are so poor. If Qin Tian were to drive, Miss Lu would be worried sick." Lu Fang gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Tian, since you are not interested in money, let's compete in something else. You just need to beat me in racing. I own an entertainment company worth 30 small goals, and I'll give it to you." Qin Tian said with a face full of money, "Are you serious? If I win, will you really give me a big company?" Lu Fang said with a proud look on his face, "Of course I take it seriously. If you lose, you have to give me a company of equal value." Lu Ruashi said anxiously, "Xiao Tian Tian, no, don't be so stupid as to be a money-spending boy." Qin Tian said in a chauvinistic way, "When men are talking, women should not interrupt." Qin Tian turned around and asked curiously, what if you lose and refuse to pay? Lu Fang pointed to the notary office next to him and said, before racing, all of us will sign a waiver. Any consequences are at our own risk. Any bet will be signed with an agreement, written in black and white in front of everyone, and you can't deny it. Qin Tian said to Lu Ruashi excitedly, sister, bring out a company, I want to play with him. Lu Ruashi seemed a little angry about what had just been said, and crossed her arms and said, if you don't take it, you're 100% sure to lose. You're so stupid. Qin Tian seemed to be angry too, and said angrily, if you don't take it, I'll ask other girls to borrow it. I believe there are many girls who are willing to lend it to me. The ladies couldn't help but get excited. Lu Ruashi said angrily, just give it to me. It's just a small company. If you don't listen to a woman, you will suffer the consequences. You will regret it someday. Socialite said in shock, fuck, Miss Lu really dotes on Qin Tian. A company with 30 small goals will give you what you want as soon as you say it will. Celebrity B said with a smile, why are you pretending? Don't you dare to say that you were also eager to do something just now? Celebrity C smiled coquettishly and said, we are all vixen who have lived for thousands of years. Who doesn't know who? Qin Tian ignored the obstruction of Lu Ruashi and others and insisted on signing the agreement with Lu Fang at the notary office. Qin Tian threw the agreement to Lu Ruashi, smiled evilly and said, sister, this little gift is for you. Fireworks burst out in Lu Ruashi's heart. Damn, Xiao Tian is so greedy. He actually wants to expand the territory for my Lu group. Oh my god, including the market value of this company, Xia Oxianshan has given me almost 90 small goals. Xiao Tian loves me too much. I am so happy. Su Tingting said speechlessly, it's hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words, brother-in-law, you will cry later. Weekend cheered and said, come on, Xiao Feng, make sure Qin Tian can't even see his taillights. The two racing cars were placed side by side at the starting point of the roof. Lu Fang and his female companion said proudly, Qin Tian, Miss Lu probably doesn't dare to ride in your car. Lu Ruashi casually opened the passenger door and said, no wonder you call me Xiaofang, you're so damn long-winded. Qin Tian opened the door of the cab and said with a smile, sister, sit down, brother Tian will take you flying now. Li Min said anxiously, sister, it's okay for my brother-in-law to act nonsense, but why are you also fooling around with him? Su Tingting said with a worried look. It's a done deal. It's just a small company. If we lose, we lose. It's no big deal. Brother-in-law, you must slow down, this is not a joke. After the two racers Qin Tian were ready, the referee waved the flag. Lu Fang's car shot out as fast as an arrow. Qin Tian sneered and said, I'll give you 3 breaths, so you can be proud for a while. Ha ha ha. When everyone saw that Qin Tian's car didn't move at all, they all burst into laughter. Weekend laughed so hard that tears came out, fuck, Qin Tian, that country bumpkin, I hope he can't drive. Zheng Chang laughed and said, what a disgrace. Miss Lu must be wishing she could slap him to death. Lu Fang saw the car in the rearview mirror that had not moved for a long time, and said proudly, you idiot, who gave you the courage to race with me? Su Tingting covered her face and said, fuck, this is really embarrassing. Li Min sighed and said, that's right. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, come on, little Tian, come and take your sister flying soon. As soon as Lu Ruashi finished speaking, Qin Tian's car roared forward and everyone only saw a shadow. Everyone's perspective dropped to the ground, and they said in shock, fuck, how is this possible? Everyone hurriedly took out their binoculars to watch the competition between the two cars. As they watched the two cars getting closer and closer, everyone's jaws dropped. Celebrity A said in shock, fuck, Qin Tian is just getting started, even a famous racer would be left with nothing. Socialite B was dumbfounded and said, who the hell said Qin Tian is a rookie? Su Tingting murmured to herself, fuck, my brother-in-law is playing the pig to eat the tiger. It turns out that I am the clown. Li Min said with envy, fuck, my brother-in-law has no brothers, what a pity. Weekend was dumbfounded and said, how is this possible? Qin Tian is so terrifying. Fortunately, there was no idiot who competed with Qin Tian just now. It's better to let my friend die than to let me die. You deserve this bad luck, you idiot. Lu Ruashi cheered and said, wow, Xiao Tian, this is too exciting, your driving skills are amazing. Hurry, catch up with him and make him eat ashes. Qin Tian said calmly, it's so easy to bully weaklings. Lu Fang looked at the speeding car, cold sweat rolled down his face, and said in disbelief. How is this possible? Qin Tian must be a cheater. Soon approaching the first big bend, Lu Fang had no choice but to slow down. Qin Tian's speed increased instead of decreasing, surpassing Lu Fang's car. Lu Fang was dumbfounded and said, Madman, Qin Tian is a madman. This is the famous 18 bends on the mountain road. You don't really want to die, do you? At this time, Weekend felt that he was doing well again, and said happily. You ignorant fool, you are dead this time. When everyone saw Qin Tian's amazing moves, the hair on their hands stood up and they didn't even dare to breathe deeply. No matter how confident she was in Qin Tian, Ruashi still held the armrest tightly with a nervous look on her face, not daring to breathe. Chapter 73, The Chosen One. Qin Tian's car was speeding up, and with a beautiful drift, he passed the first corner steadily. Repeating this process, Qin Tian drifted through the 18 bends at an increasing speed instead of decreasing it. When Qin Tian passed the 18th turn, Lu Fang was still at the 5th turn. Soon, Qin Tian rushed through the terminal with a relaxed look on his face. Celebrity Lady A was dumbfounded and said, Fuck, the most famous racing driver in the world is only this good. Weekend said in disbelief, Fuck, luckily I'm smart, Lu Fang deserves the bad luck. Su Tingting's eyes sparkled as she asked, Fuck, what kind of godly man did my sister find? Lu Ruashi opened the car door excitedly, jumped into Qin Tian's arms, and said happily, Fuck, Xiao Tian, you are so awesome. It's so cool for you to fly with your sister. Qin Tian hurriedly hugged the lively Lu Ruashi and said helplessly, Sister, go slow. If I fall, you'll cry. Lu Ruashi said happily, My little Tian will never fall on me. Lu Fang arrived at the terminal with a pale face and sat in the car for a long time in silence. Not long after, the people on the mountain also drove down. Lu Fang got out of the car reluctantly, and Qin Tian said with a smile, Xiao Feng, you were such a good person. Knowing that I am a poor loser, you actually gave me a company as a starting point. Thank you so much. Lu Fang's face turned red and then white. With a pu sound, Lu Fang spat out a mouthful of blood and was shaken by Qin Tian's anger. Celebrity Lady A said with a smile. Why does Qin Tian look like a villain? Why do I suddenly feel a little sympathetic towards Lu Fang? Weekend was stunned and said, Fuck, Qin Tian's mouth is really poisonous, shrimp meat and pig heart. Zhou Yuan said with a look of amorous feelings, Qin Tian, you are too fierce. Sister likes you so much. Wu Wei said with shining eyes, Qin Tian, you are so manly. I like you so much. Lu Ruashi said angrily. It's been a long time since I've shown my power, you slutty bitches, you really think I'm dead, don't you? You really pissed me off, believe it or not, I will make sure you can't even be a woman. Zhou Yuan and the other girls shrank their necks and blended into the crowd with fear on their faces. Qin Tian shuddered and said, Sister, I have goosebumps. This androgynous person is too disgusting. Let's go back quickly. Lu Ruashi said lovingly, Okay, let's go. Su Tingting said anxiously, Brother-in-law, wait for me, I want to take your car. Lu Ruashi sneered and said, You are just kidding. I will always be Xiao Tiantian's co-pilot. Qin Tian drove the sports car to Lu's manor. Lu Ruashi said excitedly, Xiao Tian, what skill do you have this time? Qin Tian smiled proudly and said, God-level racing skills. Lu Ruashi said with surprise, Fuck, this is so awesome, little Tian, are you God's biological son? Qin Tian said proudly, The proud son of heaven is me. Lu Ruashi asked tentatively, Xiao Tian, you earned the money from that entertainment company. Why don't you become the president of the entertainment branch? Qin Tian sneered and said, With a wife as capable as you, wouldn't it be nice for me to just lie down and do what I want? Why do I have to work so hard? Lu Ruashi said lovingly, You little lazy bug, do you like lying down so much? Qin Tian said with a longing look. I have money, free time, good looks, and a beautiful, sexy wife who makes money. Life lying flat is so comfortable. Lu Ruashi sighed, How many people are there in this society? Be able to be like Xiao Tian, who does not worship money, power, and beauty. Xiao Tian, your innocent heart is the most precious thing. Qin Tian said with a smug look on his face, Sister, you are wrong, it's not that I don't admire these things. But it's all under my control. Lu Ruashi said curiously, Xiao Tian, leave all your belongings to me. Aren't you afraid that your sister will get tired of you and kick you out, leaving you penniless? Qin Tian smiled proudly and said, Sister, before I met you, I had no food to eat. I can say that all this is because of you. If that day really comes, I will still say the same thing, I came here naked, and I will leave naked. Lu Ruashi asked curiously, then you don't hate me? Qin Tian said tenderly, I will only be grateful for your kindness to me. It is you who let me enjoy this luxury of love and family affection. Lu Ruashi said emotionally, Xiao Tian Tian, you little fool. Qin Tian smiled knowingly and said, you are also a big fool and love-brained, how dare you say that to me? Qin Tian and the other person smiled at each other, with electricity flowing between their eyes and full of affection. Qin Tian stepped on the brakes and stopped the sports car by the river. Qin Tian domineeringly put his arms around Lu Ruashi's neck and covered her lips, accurately capturing her delicate and tempting red lips. The gentle evening breeze blew Lu Ruashi's hair, everything was so beautiful, the two of them were in love by the river. Lu Ruashi gently pushed Qin Tian's strong chest and said with a seductive look, Xiao Tian Tian, it's getting late, let's go back and rest. Qin Tian said with a depressed look, okay, sister. The next morning, Lu Ruashi slowly came out of Qin Tian's arms and slowly opened her big eyes. Lu Ruashi looked at the handsome face sleeping in front of her, and a happy smile unconsciously floated on Lu Ruashi's little face. Lu Ruashi playfully kissed Qin Tian's tall nose bridge, and Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes and said, Good morning, sister. Don't be naughty so early in the morning. Lu Ruashi stuck out her tongue playfully and said, Xiao Tian Tian, how about I accompany you back to the countryside today? Qin Tian's heart was moved. As the saying goes, if you don't return home when you are rich, it is like walking in fine clothes at night. Although Qin Tian is not a person who likes to show off, his hometown is his roots after all, and all of Qin Tian's relatives are buried there. Qin Tian smoothed Lu Ruashi's slightly messy hair and said with a touched look, okay. Qin Tian's hometown is located in the Yanshan Mountains in the north of City A. The famous Great Wall is located in this mountain range. Although Qin Tian is a resident of City A, his hometown is relatively poor because it is surrounded by mountains. Since Qin Tian had just acquired the racing skill, he was itching to get started. Qin Tian drove Lu Ruashi, Shohei, and Xiaobai in a low-key business car to Qin Tian's hometown. Qin Tian drove the car to the road at the foot of the mountain and stopped. As the saying goes, one becomes homesick when close to home, and for a moment Qin Tian was a little at a loss. Lu Ruashi placed her small hand on Qin Tian's big hand, looked at Qin Tian tenderly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, you should be happy to return home in glory. Chapter 74 Returning Home in Glory. Qin Tian smiled and said, Sister, you are right. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, if you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. Are you sure you want to go back so low-key? Qin Tian said with a look of nostalgia, when I was 18 years old, I walked out of this mountain with a few steamed buns. I told myself that I would never return home unless I made something of myself. Lu Ruashi asked curiously, then why don't you be more high profile? Qin Tian said with tears in his eyes. As the saying goes, money is the key to success. I've returned with my most precious treasure. How can I be considered low-key? If my parents knew about this, they would definitely be proud of me. After these days of getting to know each other, Lu Ruashi basically knows Qin Tian's past in detail. Lu Ruashi's heart trembled violently, and she looked at Qin Tian tenderly, her eyes almost tearing. Lu Ruashi said with a distressed look on her face, Xiao Tian Tian, I will be with you for the rest of your life. Qin Tian started the car again and drove up the mountain. The car finally drove into the village. Qin Tian looked at the magnificent houses around him and said in shock. After 4 years, the village has changed so much that I almost don't recognize it. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, in the past few years, our country has developed rapidly, changing with each passing day. Although this is a mountainous area, it is part of City A after all, so it is not surprising that it develops very quickly. The car finally stopped at the door of Qin Tian's house. Qin Tian looked at the blue brick and tile house that was exactly the same as his childhood memory, and said in amazement. What the hell, what's going on? Did I travel back to my childhood? It's no wonder that Qin Tian was so surprised. When Qin Tian left home, the house was already in ruins. At this time, there should be only a few walls left of the old house. Qin Tian looked at Zhang Lei's house not far away and muttered to himself. That's not right. Everything else is different from when I was a kid. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's arm affectionately and said, Xiao Tian Tian, this is someone that my sister arranged to find old photos of your family. Then I restored it based on the oral narration of Uncle Zhang and Uncle Tang. Qin Tian was deeply moved, and said with moist eyes, Sister, you. Lu Ruashi said gently, "Little fool, why are you being so hypocritical with your sister?" Lu Ruashi handed the key to Qin Tian, and Qin Tian opened the door anxiously. Qin Tian held Lu Ruashi's hand, looked at the familiar scene, and said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you, sister. This is exactly like my childhood memory." Lu Ruashi said lovingly, "Little fool." Qin Tian picked up Lu Ruashi's white and tender little hand, kissed it as if it were a treasure and said, "Sister, do you know? After my grandparents passed away when I was a child, my parents also died unexpectedly. Everyone in the village despises me as a jinx, only Uncle Zhang and Uncle Tang are willing to help me." Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's handsome face and said with a distressed look, "Sister, you know everything. I just regret not meeting my little Tian earlier." Qin Tian said with a look of reminiscence, "In the past, all the kids in the village bullied me, but Lei Zi and Aji stood up for me and fought with the others until they were bleeding. If it weren't for their help, I wouldn't have been able to grow up." Lu Ruashi said with red eyes, "Xiao Tian, sister will avenge you right now." Qin Tian shook his head and said, "We are of the same origin, why are we so anxious to hurt each other? I understand that they dislike me. Childhood fights are just a small matter, don't take it seriously." Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth and said, "You are just soft-hearted, otherwise they will be in trouble." Aunt Zheng's voice came from the yard, "Xiao Tian, are you back?" Qin Tian hurriedly took Lu Ruashi's hand and went to the yard. Qin Tian looked at Uncle Zhang, Uncle Tang, and the other two in the yard and said in a friendly manner, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Tang, Aunt Tang, long time no see, I'm back." Lu Ruashi also greeted the four people with a smile on her face. Uncle Zhang and the other three were stunned when they saw Lu Ruashi's beautiful face. Aunt Zhang said with a smile on her face, "Oh, you must be Miss Lu. Lazy, this kid really didn't lie to me." Aunt Tang also said with a look of satisfaction, "Xiao Tian is really amazing. He found such a beautiful daughter-in-law." Lu Ruashi warmly invited the four elders to sit down and said with a smile, "Uncle, Aunt, don't be so polite, just call me Ruashi." After some greetings, Qin Tian took out the gifts he had prepared for the four of them. Uncle Zhang and the other three hurriedly declined, and Qin Tian smiled and said, "Uncle, Aunt, are you still being polite to me?" Uncle Zhang said with a bright face, "Okay, Xiao Tian has made progress, we won't be polite to you anymore." After they chatted for a while, Uncle Zhang and the others said goodbye and went home. Aunt Tang said anxiously, "No, we have to call and ask Xiuji and the others to come back. Xiaotian brought back such a beautiful daughter-in-law, and these jealous ghosts, who knows what trouble they will cause." Aunt Zhang nodded, and hurriedly took out her phone to notify Zhan Lei and the others. Qin Tian took out the offerings and said with a smile, "Sister, I will take you to worship the family." Lu Ruashi nodded happily, and the two of them changed into black clothes and went to the back mountain. The villagers along the way were stunned for a long time by the beauty Lu Ruashi. Qin Tian naturally didn't want to curry favor with someone else, so he waited until the other person walked away. Villager A was shocked and said, "Fuck, was that the unlucky Qin Tian?" Villager B was dumbfounded and said, "Fuck, that fairy-like beauty, could she be Qin Tian's wife?" Villager C said in disbelief, "Fuck, what kind of shit luck did that jinx have to find such a beautiful wife? Could it be that he rented a beautiful girl from somewhere and brought her back to show off?" Soon, the big news that the unlucky Qin Tian returned to the village with a fairy-like wife spread quickly throughout the village. Everyone gathered in the open space of the village committee and had a heated discussion. Qin Tian naturally didn't know about all this. Qin Tian and the other person came to the grave of his family. Qin Tian knelt down in front of the grave with a plop and said with a look of longing, "Grandpa and Grandma, Mom and Dad, Xiaotian is back. I brought my wife Lu Ruashi to see you." Lu Ruashi also knelt down next to Qin Tian obediently, her face slightly red as she said, "Grandpa and Grandma, Dad and Mom, I am Xiao Tiantian's wife, Lu Ruashi." After Qin Tian and his partner paid homage to their family with a solemn look on their faces, Qin Tian knelt in front of the grave and talked to his family for a long time. Lu Ruashi helped Qin Tian up with a distressed look on her face and said, "Xiao Tian, hurry up and get up. You've been kneeling for so long. Dad and the others must be so distressed." Qin Tian then slowly stood up, wiped his slightly moist eyes and said, "Sister, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Chapter 75, Huang Pa selling melons. Lu Ruashi said with a distressed look on her face, "You little fool." Qin Tian and the other man pulled out the weeds around them with their own hands, and then reluctantly went home. At this time, the open space of the village committee was even more lively. The reason was simple: the village chief Huang Sharen's son Huang Wen came back with his newlywed wife. Huang Wen opened the trunk of his luxury car, took out 2 packs of cigarettes, and distributed 1 pack each to the neighbors present. Everyone praised Huang Wen's magnanimity, and Huang Lang said with envy, "Brother Wen, you are doing really well now. Not only does he drive a luxury car and run his own company, he also married a rich lady like my sister-in-law." Huang Wen said with a smug look on his face, "It's just a small achievement, nothing to mention." Huang Wen's newlywed wife Shi Jinxiang said unhappily, "Why? Aren't you proud enough of marrying me?" Shi Jinxiang's father was the boss of a big company. He had so much money that he could hardly spend it all. He was flattered wherever he went. The village chief Huang Sharen said in a flattering manner, "What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? Xiang, don't mind it, he's just bragging to his friends." Huang Wen hurriedly licked the dog's face and said humbly, "Xiang, don't be angry, I'm just pretending." Shi Jinxiang then snorted and said nothing more. Jiang Bo looked at Huang Wen's luxury car and said with envy, "Brother Wen, your car must be worth more than 1 million, right?" Huang Wen waved his hand with a magnanimous look and said, "This is the top model, and it's not expensive, just over 2 million. Villager A said in shock. "Fuck. Huang Wen is really awesome. This is over 2 million. And he only bought a car." Villager B said with envy, "I thought Owen had great potential when he was little, and it turned out to be just as I expected." Villager C said with envy, "It is said that Miss Sher's family owns a big company. If you marry a lady like Miss Sher, it will be hard for you not to take off." Huang Wen sneered and said, "Just now I heard that Qin Tian, the jinx, came back with a beautiful woman? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Is she as beautiful as my wife?" Shi Jinxiang threw her big red wavy hair back and said in a coquettish manner, "Husband, how can you be so boastful as a shrew selling melons?" Huang Lang swallowed and said, "Sister-in-law is the most beautiful and charming woman I have ever seen." Shi Jinxiang said charmingly, "You are a good boy, you can come to work in my sister-in-law's company in the future." Huang Lang, a jobless vagrant, was surprised and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Several villagers who had met Lu Ruashi looked at those people who were bragging with strange expressions on their faces. Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's arm affectionately and slowly walked into everyone's sight. Everyone stared in amazement at the 2 people who looked like a perfect match. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Qin Tian ignored the people in the room and went straight home. Huang Wen's face flushed as he called out to Qin Tian, "Hey, isn't this the unlucky star back? Why are you so rude? There are so many elders here, don't you know how to pass on a cigarette or say hello?" Qin Tian and Lu Ruashi stopped with slightly cold expressions. Qin Tian took out a pack of cigarettes that cost 10 yuan, and Lu Ruashi lit the cigarette for Qin Tian obediently. Qin Tian blew out a puff of smoke and asked nonchalantly, "Who are you?" Huang Wen chuckled and said, "Hey, you've been away for a few years, and now you're back pretending to be so high and mighty? Is it because we didn't beat you up badly enough when we were little? The memory is not deep enough." Lu Ruashi's face became even colder, and Qin Tian gently patted Lu Ruashi's little hand to comfort her. Qin Tian sneered and said, "Looking at your disguised appearance now, it is really hard to recognize you." Huang Wen lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke and said, "I'm Huang Wen. I thought you were doing so well. You're actually smoking rubbish cigarettes that cost $10 a pack." Shi Jinxiang looked at Lu Ruashi's beautiful face with a look of jealousy. Seeing Qin Tianfeng's handsome face again, Shi Jinxiang blushed and said, "Owen, why don't you introduce this little brother to me?" Although Huang Wen coveted Lu Ruashi's beautiful face, he dared not show it under Shi Jinxiang's watchful gaze. Huang Wen chuckled and said, "Wife, this is what I usually tell you about, the unlucky guy in the village." Shi Jinxiang approached Qin Tian in a coquettish manner, puffed out her chest and said, "Hello, little brother. My name is Shi Jinxiang, and my father is." When everyone saw Shi Jinxiang's outrageous move, they looked at Huang Wen and his son with strange eyes. Huang Wen blushed and murmured to himself, "Fuck, my wife, this is in my hometown, at least give me some privacy." Pa! Lu Ruashi slapped Shi Jinxiang in the face and said in a cold voice, "Get lost, you slutty bitch. If you want to be slutty, get lost somewhere else." After Lu Ruashi returned to the village, she would have wanted to deal with the people if Qin Tian hadn't stopped her. "Shi Jinxiang is coming over here, isn't she just looking for death?" Shi Jinxiang covered her swollen face and said in disbelief, "You little bitch, how dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is?" Pa! Lu Ruashi slapped Shi Jinxiang on the other side of her face again and said in a cold voice. If you don't get out of here now, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. At this time, Zhang Lei and his companion just rushed back. Uncle Zhang and others also heard the news and gathered around. More and more people gathered at the scene, and almost everyone in the village came. Anna sneered and said, a jinx is a jinx, and it's stupid to have a wife like that. Miss Shi, can you fight? You are in trouble, you are in big trouble. Aunt B said sarcastically. Humph, she was a jinx to the whole family when she was young. This new daughter-in-law may be pretty, but she's just stupid. I guess she'll be jinxed to death this time too. Aunt C said while eating melon seeds. Young people today. If they haven't experienced the harsh punishments of society, they really don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Aunt Zhang put her hands on her hips and said angrily. You gossipers, you only know how to spread rumors all day long. One day you will regret it. Aunt Tang said angrily, bah, you black-hearted people are still so shameless. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Tang are also quite tough in the village, so these ants don't dare to really anger them. Shi Jinxiang covered her face with her hands and screamed in disbelief. You little bitch, I'm going to fight you. Lu Ruashi raised her long legs and kicked Shi Jinxiang away before anyone could react. Shi Jinxiang lay on the concrete floor, holding her stomach and wailing heart-wrenchingly. Cousins Huang Wen and Huan Lang hurried to support Shi Jinxiang from both sides. Shi Jinxiang did not appreciate it at all. She slapped Huang Wen hard on the face and cursed. Do you think you're dead when others bully your wife like this? Chapter 76 New and Old Hatred. Huang Wen's face swelled up quickly, and Shi Jinxiang's anger was evident. Huang Wen covered his face in anger but dared not speak, and said in a flattering manner. Wife, don't worry, I will help you vent your anger right away. Huang Lang muttered in shock, fuck, these rich girls are so hard to please. Everyone looked at Huang Wen with a joking expression. They were as happy as they were now, just as they were envious of Huang Wen just now. Huang Wen glanced at the younger brothers, and they all nodded in understanding. Huang Wen and his men surrounded him, and Huang Wen pointed at Qin Tian's nose and angrily cursed. Fuck, you jinx, you. Crack. Qin Tian grabbed Huang Wen's fingers and twisted them hard, and Huang Wen's fingers broke. With new and old grudges piled up together, Qin Tian kicked Huang Wen in the abdomen, and Huang Wen soared into the air, flying several meters away. With a bang, it hit the concrete floor heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Huang Wen covered his stomach and wailed in pain, unable to get up for a long time. At this time, Qin Tian has already mastered Bajiquan and is no longer the wuxia Aman of the past. Huang Lang and the other 5 brothers looked at each other and attacked angrily. After all, who would allow you to rise up when you were the little Karami who was stepped on in the past? The Zhang Lei brothers also faced forward without any fear. Uncle Zhang and the others did not move. After all, the elders from other families did not move either. Lu Ruashi folded her arms, standing there elegantly, holding a cell phone in her hand, and no one knew what she was busy with. To everyone's surprise, Qin Tian and his 3 men beat 6 people, and Wang Wen and his 6 men soon lay on the ground, groaning and unable to get up for a long time. The village chief Huang Shiren said angrily. In broad daylight, in the clear and bright world, is there still justice? Is there still law? I will report this public assault on others and arrest all of you, the troublemakers. Shi Jinxiang finally recovered and waved her hand to stop Huang Shiren. Shut up, I've never suffered such a big loss before, just wait for me. Huang Shiren shut up instantly, pulled over a chair and asked Shi Jinxiang to sit down. How could he still act like the village chief or father-in-law at all? Shi Jinxiang quickly called her father and said. Dad, I was beaten. Hurry up and call all your brothers over to me. Shi Yalian said angrily, fuck, it's true that poor and remote places breed unruly people. You dare to hit my daughter, Shi Yalian. Wait for me, my dad will be here soon. Villager A gloated, this unlucky guy really doesn't know his place. Rumor has it that Miss Shire's family's company is responsible for debt collection across the country. His father's men are all ruthless characters. Villager B was shocked and said, fuck, so awesome. That must be H. Zhang Lei brought a chair from the field, placed it in front of Lu Ruashi, and said with a smile. Sister-in-law, sit down and wait. Lu Ruashi thanked him with a smile, and said gently, Xiao Tian Tian, please sit down. Qin Tian sat down without any hesitation, and Lu Ruashi obediently lit a cigarette for Qin Tian. Zhang Lei said in shock, Brother Tian, when did your fighting ability become so explosive? Tang Ji slapped Zhang Lei on the back of the head and said, "You are so stupid, is there any need to explain this? Brother Tian must have been trained by the sister-in-law." Villager A said in shock. "Fuck, I haven't seen him for a few years. This Jinx doesn't have any other skills, but he has learned the skill of pretending to be awesome." Villager B sneered and said, "No matter how well he pretends, it's useless. He'll cry soon." Villager C sighed slightly and said, "Zhang Lei and the other two fools, why did they get involved? Now they are implicated." Villager D also sneered and said, "If you ask me, this beautiful lady is really blind. Looking like a fairy, what kind of man can't she find? You have to find a troublemaker, or you might even be robbed by someone else." Huang Wen's mother wailed heartbreakingly, "You bastards, you shall not die a good death. How could you be so cruel? My Xiaowen is such a good kid, but you broke his fingers." Aunt Zhang and Aunt Tang were not easy to bully. Aunt Zhang cursed, "You shameless old man, howling here." Huang Wen's mother looked at Aunt Zhang and the other person approaching, and said as if possessed by a ghost, "Back off, back off." Aunt Zhang and the other woman have been wanting to deal with Huang Wen's mother for a long time, and this time they have Lu Ruashi as their powerful backer. How could Aunt Zhang and her partner miss such a godsend opportunity? Aunt Zhang and the other woman grabbed Huang Wen's mother's hair and beat her up. Before the other aunts could react, Huang Wen's mother was beaten terribly, with blood flowing from her nose and 2 clumps of hair pulled out. Lu Ruashi said in amazement, "Fuck, you can play it this way." After taking advantage of the situation, Aunt Zhang and the other woman quickly retreated, leaving Huang Wen's mother crying and screaming. Lu Ruashi gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Aunt, you guys are really amazing." Aunt Zhang chuckled and said, "Ruashi, we mountain people are rather rude. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Huang Wen finally recovered and said angrily, "Qin Tian, you jinx, I will make sure you die a miserable death today." Huang Lang bared his teeth and said, "Brother Wen, that little beast has been afraid of dogs since he was a child. We all have a few dogs, let them out and bite this little beast to death." Huang Wen nodded and said, "Alung, you are smart." At the call of Huang Wen and others, a dozen vicious dogs rushed towards the courtyard frantically. The onlookers quickly dispersed, fearing that they would provide more food for the vicious dog. Qin Tian shouted towards home, "Xiao Hei!" Zhang Lei and his companions treated them as if they were facing a formidable enemy and protected Qin Tian and his companions behind them, but the courtyard was too empty and they couldn't even find a brick. I saw a dozen vicious dogs rushing into the yard with their teeth bared, and running madly towards Qin Tian. Woof woof woof. A deafening roar was heard, and everyone saw a huge, vicious dog rushing towards them like a gust of wind. Zhang Lei's legs trembled as he said, "Fuck, how can we play this?" Tangji said tremblingly, "Brother Tian, you quickly protect my sister-in-law and let Lei Zi and I stop the vicious dog." Qin Tian and the other were touched. Qin Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, that snow mastiff is mine. His name is Xiao Hei." Xiao Hei bit the neck of the black dog that was rushing in front, and with a shake of his huge head, the bloody black dog fell to the concrete floor without moving. Everyone watched it in amazement. Before they could react, 6 dogs were already lying on the ground. The remaining vicious dogs scattered in a panic, regretting that they were born with 2 more legs. Woof woof woof. Xiao Hei roared fiercely at Huang Wen and others, as if he had received an order and was about to rush forward. Chapter 77, Sweeping the Enemy. Villager A was dumbfounded and said, "Is this really a Tibetan Mastiff? This is probably not a lion." Villager B said with trembling legs, "Fuck, this fighting power is so explosive. Lions and tigers are no more than this." Huang Wen's legs went limp, and he rolled over and crawled, saying, "You, don't come over here." Huang Lang and others were not much better off. Shi Jinxiang was awakened by the noise and found that there was no one around her. Shi Jinxiang looked at Xiao Hei with a ferocious face and wanted to escape, but her legs seemed to be acupunctured and she couldn't muster any strength. A string of muddy yellow liquid dripped down Shi Jinxiang's skirt and the chair. Shi Jinxiang cried out to the heavens, "Husband, come and save me." Huang Wen turned a deaf ear, as if he didn't hear anything. Shi Jinxiang shouted at the top of her lungs, "Huang Wen, wait until my dad comes and see how I'll deal with you." Qin Tian sneered and said, "Fuck, urinating and defecating anywhere, this is too immoral." A roar of cars was heard, and everyone saw a van speeding towards them. The villagers hurriedly scattered, fearing that they would be implicated, leaving only the 2 opposing parties on the scene. Villager A gloated, "This jinx let you act cool, now you are so stupid." Villager B said with a paw sound, "Such a person who doesn't know how to live or die should just die and be reincarnated." It's just a waste of food if he lives. Villager C gnashed his teeth and said, my son was also beaten by that jinx. Let's see how you die this time. 10 vans were lined up in a row, and Shi Yalian, with a ferocious face, got out of one of the vans angrily. Shi Jinxiang shouted at the top of her lungs, Dad, help! Shi Yalian came over with a bunch of red, yellow and green hair, looking very arrogant. Shi Yalian looked at Shi Jinxiang's miserable state, glanced at Qin Tian and the others angrily and said, you are the ones who made my precious daughter look so miserable? Shi Yalian stared at Lu Ruashi's stunning face with a greedy look. Qin Tian flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, and it went straight towards Shi Yalian's face, burning him and making him grimace. Qin Tian said in a cold voice, if you can't control your dog eyes, then forget it. Shi Yalian said angrily, fuck, you little bastard, do you know who I am? Huang Sharen walked over and said in a flattering manner, my dear, you are finally here. These little beasts are ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. I am sorry that you have come here in person. Pa! Shi Yalian slapped Huang Sharen in the face and said with gritted teeth, my precious daughter married into your family, and this is how you protect my daughter? Huang Sharen stroked his face and didn't dare to fart. Huang Wen pointed at Qin Tian and said with a licking face, Dad, you hit the wrong person. It was this little beast who hurt us. Shi Jinxiang gnashed her teeth and said, Dad, Huang Wen, that bastard, just ignored me. I want to divorce him. Shi Jinxiang pointed at Qin Tian and said with a flushed face, Dad, I like that handsome guy. Please don't hurt him. I will marry him after we get divorced. Pa! Shi Yalian slapped Huang Wen on the face and said, idiot, I get annoyed when I see you, get away from me. Huang Wen's face was pale, and the atmosphere at the scene became even more weird. Shi Yalian lit a cigarette and sneered. Little bastard, did you hear me clearly? My daughter likes you, go get a marriage certificate with my daughter later. I will forgive all the past, as for the woman behind you, leave it to me. Villager A was shocked and said, fuck, that unlucky star is actually going to spiral up to heaven? Villager B was dumbfounded and said, fuck, it turns out that being handsome can really make a living. Qin Tian sneered and said, I'll give you one more chance, think it over before you speak. Villager C was stunned and said, this jinx, is he scared silly? Why is he talking nonsense? Villager D said in disbelief, when it comes to pretentiousness, this jinx is second to none. Shi Yalian chuckled and said, not only must you give me this woman, but you must also give me this dog. As long as you take good care of my daughter, you will get the benefits. The roar of a car was heard, and everyone looked back unconsciously, only to see 5 buses lined up in front of the open space of the village committee. Teams of burly men in black clothes and holding batons filed down. Without saying a word, the bodyguards picked up their batons and started beating the thugs in the field. These thugs may be able to bully ordinary people, but when they face the well-trained elite bodyguards, it is simply a one-sided bullying. Soon, the field was covered with hooligans lying all over the place. The 2 sisters Sun Tian and Sun Mi stood behind Lu Ruashi and the others and whispered, Miss, Uncle, I'm sorry, we are late. At this time, Shi Yalian and Shi Jinxiang knew that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. Shi Yalian knelt on the ground with a thud, slapped himself hard on the face and said, Sir, Miss, I, Shi Yalian, am blind and have offended you. I beg you to be merciful and let me go. Shi Jinxiang also said with a pale face, you can't deal with us, I also have a backer. The villagers were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Villager A was dumbfounded and said, This sweep, who is Xiao Tian? Why is he so awesome? Villager B said in disbelief, Xiao Tian, he is so awesome. These are all elite bodyguards. Villager C guessed, the real cool one is probably that beautiful lady. Xiao Tian has become a phoenix after soaring onto the treetops. Villager D nodded and said, Xiao Tian is a smart kid. I knew he would be a great man when he grows up. Ansheng pouted and said, You black-hearted people, don't you feel ashamed to say such things? Lu Ruashi sneered and said, Do you have a backer? No wonder you dare to run rampant in the village and harm us ordinary people. Shi Jinxiang said with a proud look on her face. I am the woman of Mr. Zhou from City A on the weekend. I am pregnant with Mr. Zhou's baby. Who dares to touch me? The villagers all looked strange, and Huang Wen and his son wished they could dig a hole and bury themselves. Huang Lang was horrified and said, Fuck, my sister-in-law is actually Mr. Zhou's woman on weekends. Isn't it that the eldest sister-in-law is a mother who was honored by her son? What a great status she has. Jiang Bo bared his teeth and asked, "Who is Mr. Zhou on the weekend?" Huang Lang said with envy, "Young Master Zhou on weekend is the most powerful family in City A, the eldest son of the Zhou family." Jiang Bo looked at Shi Jinxiang with envy and said, "No wonder brother one is doing so well. If I have a wife like this, what does it matter if my son is not my own?" Chapter 78, Frog in the Well. Huang Lang chuckled and said, "It should be like this for a wife, it's normal for a son to be unrelated to her." Ha ha ha. The villagers laughed unscrupulously, and Huang Wen's family's faces turned green. Lu Ruashi had long wanted to establish Qin Tian's authority, although from then on, these people no longer dared to bully Qin Tian. But how could Lu Ruashi let go of such a godsend opportunity? Lu Ruashi said elegantly, "Oh, Mr. Zhou on the weekend, he is indeed a very famous person. But words are not enough. It is simply wishful thinking for you to let me go just based on this sentence." Qin Tian felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he looked at the radiant Lu Ruashi with tenderness. Shi Jinxiang felt that she was now able to do it again, and said proudly, "Humph, you won't cry until you see the coffin. I'll let you see how powerful young Master Zhou is." Shi Jinxiang dialed Weekend's number, turned on the hands-free mode, and said in a coquettish voice, "Mr. Zhou, please come and make the decision for me." Weekend laughed and said, "Little slut, why are you disgusted with your useless husband again?" Shi Jinxiang said in a coquettish voice, "How can that loser be compared with young Master Zhou?" The villagers all looked strange, but Huang Wen opened his mouth wide with a very interesting expression. Shi Jinxiang exaggerated and said, "Young Master Zhou, I was bullied. Not only did she bring people to beat me up, she also said that I was pregnant with a bastard." Weekend was furious and said, "You idiot, didn't you tell me my name?" Shi Jinxiang said in a coquettish voice, "They have reported it. They rely on their numbers and don't care about you at all." They also said, and said. Weekend was furious and asked, "What else did they say?" Shi Jinxiang said with a proud look on her face. "They also said they didn't know any stupid be Mr. Zhou. They said if you dare to come here, they will beat you up too." Weekend was so angry that smoke came out of his head, and he said angrily, "In this land of City A, who the hell wouldn't give me, young Master Zhou, some face? Send the address to me immediately, I will personally bring someone to meet them." After Shi Jinxiang sent the location to Weekend, she said with a smug look on her face, "Humph, you are a bunch of ignorant idiots. Wait and see how you die." Qin Tian and the others didn't even raise their eyelids, they just ate melon seeds and chatted. Villager A said in shock, "Is this Jinx really out of his mind? Do you really think that you can compete with these top wealthy families just by finding a rich girl?" Villager B sneered and said, "This Jinx has no parents and no one to teach him since he was a child. How can he have any vision?" Huang Lang said sarcastically, "Some people think they can do whatever they want just because they are on a high branch." Little did he know that he was still just a frog in a well. Jiang Bo approached Shi Jinxiang and said greedily, "Sister-in-law, why don't you take me in too? I am strong and capable, and I am a good worker." Huang Lang also said attentively, "Sister-in-law, I have thick skin and flesh, and I can withstand the tossing the most." Huang Wen's face turned green, and he said shamelessly, "Wife, please don't divorce me. I can promise you anything." Shi Jinxiang said with a righteous look, "You are all good brothers. You should work together, forge ahead, and create a better future together." The villagers were watching a big show, and the melon seed shells were all over the ground. Lu Ruashi pouted and said, "These people should be thrown into the trash can. They are so disgusting." Qin Tian said with a smile, "I'm afraid that the garbage will be contaminated." Lu Ruashi opened the mineral water for Qin Tian and said lovingly, "Xiao Xianshan, you must be thirsty. Drink some water quickly." Villager A was dumbfounded and said, "What the hell, what on earth can this Jinx do? I am so grateful to have this rich lady serve me so wholeheartedly." Villager B said in disbelief, "Could it be that this unlucky person is a hidden boss?" Villager C sneered and said, "You idiot, do you think you are reading a novel? How many people in our village have never bullied him? If that little bastard was really the hidden boss, he would have killed us long ago." After an unknown amount of time, Qin Tian became impatient and finally heard the roar of a car. More than a dozen luxury cars stopped in front of the village committee. Seeing the huge crowds of people on the weekend, I couldn't help but be stunned. Fuck, who the hell is more ostentatious than young Master Zhou? Villager A was shocked and said, "Fuck, all luxury cars, this is a real wealthy family." Villager B said with a frightened expression, "Fuck, young Master Zhou's aura of dominance is too strong. At Lu Ruashi's signal, the bodyguards let Weekend and his group come to the scene. Shi Jinxiang threw herself into Weekend's arms and said in a coquettish voice, "Young Master Zhou, you're finally here." Weekend said with disgust, "Fuck, why do you smell like urine?" Shi Jinxiang blushed and said, "Young Master Zhou, you were so annoying. Let's punish those blind people first." Since Zhang Lei and the other person happened to block Weekend's view, Weekend did not see Lu Ruashi and the other person. Weekend pushed Shi Jinxiang away with a look of disdain, and walked towards Qin Tian and the others with a domineering look and said, "Today, I want to see which bastards are so blind that they dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers." The system's loud voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. If you encounter a young man who is looking for trouble again, you will be prompted to choose. Option A, just swallow your anger and let yourself show off on the weekend. Reward, a copy of sword technique to exorcise evil spirits. Option B, hide behind the mistress Lu Ruashi, and let the mistress stand up for the master. Reward, the title of coward. Option C, beat up the weekend, scare those who once looked down on you, and blind their titanium dog eyes. Reward, Mistress Lu Ruashi is in a good condition for pregnancy. Qin Tian said with a frown on his face, "Deceasee, what the hell is this lucky pregnancy constitution?" The system smiled and said, "As the name suggests, what do you think? Of course, if the mistress is not willing to serve, I can reward her with a male pet next time." Qin Tian instantly felt a green glow on his head, and said angrily, "Deceasee, if you dare to do this, I will destroy myself humanely and perish with you." The system said with a big grin, "Master, you also know how to get impatient. Then work hard on yourself." Qin Tian whispered in his heart, "Chu Si, deceasee, kneel down quickly. But it's time to put some things on the agenda." Qin Tian gently patted Lu Ruashi's hand and sneered, "Young Master Zhou, how are you?" After seeing Qin Tian clearly, Weekend said in shock, "Fuck, Qin Tian, it turns out to be you, you bastard. Humph, Miss Lu isn't here today, just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you, you little bastard." Chapter 79, Cutting Off the Robe and Severing the Ties. Zhang Lei stepped aside, and Lu Ruashi sneered, "Are you looking for me on the weekend?" Weekend looked as if he had seen a ghost, and said in astonishment, Miss Lu, why are you here too?" The villagers stared at all this in amazement. Villager A said in astonishment, "It seems that this Miss Lu has an even bigger background." Huang Lang said with trembling voice, "In City A, those who can be called Miss Lu. It seems that the only one is Lu Ruashi, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, the most powerful family." Jiang Bo said fearfully, "This Miss Lu seems to be called Lu Ruashi." The villagers turned pale with fear, and Villager B said incoherently, "God will give great responsibilities to such people, you little bastard. Bah, young Master Qin, this is a spiral of ascension to heaven after suffering first." Villager C said with a guilty look on his face, "I told you that young Master Qin has been smart since he was young, but you still don't believe it." Lu Ruashi sat elegantly on the chair and said with a faint smile, "What do you think?" Weekend said with an embarrassed look on her face, "Miss Lu, this is a misunderstanding. I will leave right away. Don't be angry." Shi Jinxiang and others were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. How could Qin Tian, who had a mission to accomplish, easily let go of the weekend that was delivered to his doorstep? "Pa!" Qin Tian slapped Weekend on the face and said in a cold voice, "You bastard, right?" Weekend covered his swollen face, spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Qin Tian, you." "Pa!" Qin Tian slapped Weekend's partner in the face and sneered, "You little jerk, huh?" Everyone was shocked and said in astonishment, "Although Miss Lu has a high status, you Qin Tian are just a pretty boy. That's Mr. Zhou on the weekend. Qin Tian, how dare you do this?" The bodyguards brought over on the weekend were just about to make a move when they were frightened by Lu Ruashi's bodyguards. After all, the gap in numbers is too big, and there is no need for these bodyguards to risk their lives for the weekend. Weekend roared in disbelief, "Qin Tian, fuck you, I'm going to make you die." Lu Ruashi stood up, picked up the folding chair, handed it to Qin Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, don't dirty your hands, use this." "Fuck." Everyone couldn't help but swear collectively, muttering to themselves, "Damn it, how could this delicate Miss Lu be more cruel than a man?" Weekend said with a wary look on his face, "Qin Tian, you dare? I will make sure you die." Qin Tian took the folding chair and said with a cold smile, "See if I dare." Bang, bang, bang. Qin Tian picked up a folding chair and swung it at Weekend wildly. Weekend protected his bloody head and wailed heart-wrenchingly on the concrete floor. Shi Yalian said with a pale face, "It's over, everything is over." Shi Zhenxiang looked at Qin Tian, who was full of murderous intent, and said with a flushed face, "Wow, this man is so manly." Pa! Shi Yaolian slapped Shi Zhenxiang on the face and said with gritted teeth, "It's all because of you, a shameless idiot. You've caused me so much trouble." Shi Zhenxiang said in disbelief, "Dad, you actually hit me?" Shi Yaolian said angrily, "Not only will I beat you, I will also beat you to death, you idiot." Shi Zhenxiang's heart-wrenching wails were even louder than Weekend's wails. Qin Tian threw away the chair with a look of disgust and said, "You can take your people away this weekend." Weekend wanted to tear Qin Tian apart alive, but he didn't dare show it in front of Lu Ruashi. Weekend left the village in a shambles, aided by his bodyguards. Lu Wu, the vice president of the bodyguard company led by Qin Tian Chao, waved his hand and said, "Investigate this gang of hooligans and report all those who have committed crimes to me. If they have done nothing wrong, let them go." Lu Wu said respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Qin." Shi Yaolian knelt down in front of Qin Tian with a plop, cowed out vigorously and said, "Mr. Qin, I am blind and have offended you. Please forgive me." Qin Tian waved his hand and said, "Please investigate these two father and daughter carefully. I don't know how many evil things they have done. We have also removed a cancer for the people here." The bodyguards quickly dragged Shi Yaolian and his group away. As for their follow-up, it depends on whether they are worthy of being human beings. Huang Wen and the others collapsed to the ground with pale faces, cowed out and said, "Master Qin, please forgive us for the sake of our childhood friendship." Qin Tian sneered and said, "Childhood friend? Don't sully these two words." Qin Tian lit a cigarette, looked around and said, "I, Qin Tian, have been alone and helpless since childhood. All the neighbors present here, except the Zhang and Tang families, have taken good care of me. Who among you dares to stand up and say that you have not bullied or humiliated me? Who dares?" There was silence at the scene, and the villagers were too ashamed to raise their heads. Lu Ruashi's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt extremely heartbroken. Qin Tian threw away the cigarette butt and said in a cold voice, "I, Qin Tian, have indeed climbed up the social ladder, but I, Qin Tian, am not a petty person. Be it new hatred or old grudge, as long as we are neighbors, everything ends here." Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "Humph, it's also because my husband is generous. If it were me, just wait and see how I would deal with you. Don't even think about trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. If you piss me off, I'll take all the blame for you, both old and new." Qin Tian put his arm around Lu Ruashi's slender waist, and the group strode home. After Qin Tian and the others had gone far away, the villagers finally let out a long breath and muttered to themselves, "If we had known that Qin Tian had such good fortune, we would have worshipped him. It was really a bargain for the Zhang and Tang families." Uncle Zhang laughed and said, "After so many years, I finally feel proud of myself. You guys, these ruthless guys, deserve this." Aunt Zhang laughed heartily and said, "Ruashi, your Uncle Zhang specially slaughtered a sheep. Come to our house for dinner tonight." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Okay, then I won't be polite." Just as the son Tian and her sister were about to say goodbye and leave, the careful Lu Ruashi discovered that Zhang Lei and his partner's eyes were almost glued to the two sisters. Lu Ruashi smiled knowingly and said, Tian, Mimi, you two sisters stay to protect us, and the others can go back." The group of 10 people soon arrived at Zhang Lei's yard, and Aunt Tang said affectionately, "Ruashi, it's rare for you to come back and stay for a few days. Why don't you have dinner at our house tomorrow?" Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, I'll bother Aunt Tang then." Aunt Tang said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Lei said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, how do you want to eat mutton?" Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Why don't we roast a whole lamb in the yard?" Zhang Lei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, just wait and see, our barbecue skills are second to none." Chapter 80 The Beautiful Matchmaker. As night fell, everything was ready and everyone sat down. The rich smell of barbecue gradually spread. It has to be said that the 3 Qin Tian brothers are really good at barbecue. Lu Ruashi said with joy, "Wow, it smells so good." Qin Tian said with a smile, "This is a free-range black goat, the meat is absolutely delicious. But if you want to eat it, you have to wait a little longer, it's not cooked yet." Lu Ruashi looked at Zhang Lei and the other man and said with a smile, "Lazy Huaji, you two should just stick your eyes on Tian and Mimi." The two sisters, Sun Tian and Sun Mi, blushed as they glared at Zhang Lei and the others, muttering to themselves, "If it weren't for your son-in-law, I would have beaten you two scoundrels to death long ago." After Lu Ruashi's reminder, everyone also figured out some clues. Qin Tian said with a smile, lazy, Aji, can you tell who is who? Zhang Lei's face was dark red as he said, Tian Tian has a small mole at the corner of her mouth. Tang Ji touched the back of his head awkwardly and said, Mimi needs to be a little bigger. Sun Tian and Sun Mi's little faces instantly turned red, and they gritted their teeth and said, you lecher. Tang Ji explained in confusion, I'm talking about Mimi's little face, it should be a little bigger. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Aji, could you please stop breathing heavily when you speak? You deserve to be beaten up later. Qin Tian said in shock. Fuck, I've known them for so long and I can't tell who is who. This is the first time you've met each other, and you can actually tell them apart? Aunt Zhang looked at the Sun Tian sisters with shining eyes, but family members know their own business, so Aunt Zhang sighed slightly. You two bastards, calm down a bit. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Aunt Zhang, we are family and don't have to be so formal. Aunt Tang also said with regret, but our Zhang and Tang families are not worthy of such a good daughter-in-law. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, the two sisters Tian Tian and Mimi are also lonely and miserable people. She has been studying literature and martial arts with me since she was young. She is called my bodyguard, but in fact she is also my sister, Lu Ruashi. The two sisters Sun Tian were moved and said, Miss. Lu Ruashi patted Sun Tian's hand soothingly and said, Tian Tian, Mimi, you don't have to be shy, I'll take care of everything. The two sisters, Sun Tian and Sun Mi, blushed and nodded. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Lazy, Aji, you know my sister-in-law's temper, so I want to ask you one question, do you really like them? Zhang Lei quickly stood up and patted his chest and said, Sister-in-law, I fell in love with Tian Tian the first time I saw her. Tang Ji's earlobes also blushed as he said, I like Mimi, too. Sisters Sun Tian and Sun Mi's faces turned even redder and they lowered their heads like ostriches. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, I am happy to see you pursue the two sisters Tian Tian and Mimi. But I have to be frank with you, Tian Tian and Mimi are my sisters, if you are fickle, don't blame your sister-in-law for punishing you. Zhang Lei and the other man nodded seriously and said, don't worry, sister-in-law. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Tian Tian, Mimi, Lazy and Aji are indeed men worthy of entrusting your life to. You can try to get along with each other, as for whether you can succeed with each other, it depends on your fate. Zhang Lei and the other man said with gratitude, thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, don't thank me, I'm just talking to you guys. As for whether it can be accomplished, that depends on your ability and whether you can withstand a beating. Aunt Tang said with shining eyes. Mimi, you can beat up this brat as much as you want, I said. Aunt Zhang was not to be outdone and said, Tian Tian, you can beat up this black-headed kid of mine as you like. Sun Tian and Sun Mi blushed and said coquettishly, Auntie. Aunt Zhang and the other two said in unison, hey. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the faces of Sun Tian and her sister turned even redder. Qin Tian looked at Zhang Lei and the other man and said jokingly, when you become successful, just don't pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth. Zhang Lei and others were stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Lu Ruashi laughed and scolded, Xiao Tian Tian, I didn't expect you to become a bad guy. It's a pity that my sister isn't a twin, otherwise you would have gotten a great deal. Qin Tian had a strong desire to survive and said, that can't be possible. Am I that kind of person? Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd could be heard, and everyone was happily eating the delicious barbecue and drinking wine. Of course, after Qin Tian drank a bottle of beer, Lu Ruashi was afraid that Qin Tian would make a fool of himself again after getting drunk, so she hurriedly stopped Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi said excitedly, Xiao Tian Tian, this mountain range is too big, let's go into the mountains to play tomorrow. Qin Tian nodded and said, lie by the mountain and eat by the mountain, live by the water and eat by the water. Tomorrow I will take you into the mountains to play. Lu Ruashi cheered and said, yeah, that's great. Lu Ruashi raised her eyebrows at Zhang Lei and the others and said, Lazy, you two, be our guides for the next few days. The faces of the two sisters Sun Tian began to blush again, and they muttered in their hearts, the son-in-law is a mountain man, what a hell of a guide he needs. Zhang Lei and the others said happily, thank you, sister-in-law. Qin Tian brought the three girls back home. Qin Tian leaned against the head of the bed and said with a smile, Sister, our home is rather simple. Are you used to living here? Lu Ruashi climbed onto Qin Tian's neck and said with seductive eyes, as long as Xiao Tian Tian is there, I'm used to it. What's more, this is Xiao Tian Tian's boudoir, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Qin Tian said with a smile, what about the boudoir? I'm not an embroidery lady. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe and whispered, I know my little Tian Tian is a great hero. As the night deepened, the two people who were whispering gradually fell into a deep sleep. When the first ray of dawn in the early morning breaks through the darkness, the sky gradually brightens and the gentle sunlight gradually fills the earth. Shin Tian pinched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly, "Little lazy pig, get up. I'm going to take you to the mountains today." Lu Ruashi opened her big eyes drowsily, turned her on lazily, leaving Shin Tian with a beautiful back of her head. Lu Ruashi's cute appearance made Shin Tian laugh a lot. Shin Tian coaxed in a doting voice, "Sister, be good, it's time to get up." Lu Ruashi covered Shin Tian's mouth with her backhand and said lazily, "Xiao Tian, I haven't slept for a few hours, are you going to let me live?" Shin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Let's not have supper tonight and go to bed early." By the time Shin Tian and the other two had finally packed up, Zheng Lei and the other three were already ready. After a simple breakfast, they headed into the mountains. Chapter 81, Delicacies from the Land and Sea. 6 people, a dog and a cat went into the mountains chatting and laughing. Except for Lu Ruashi, everyone carried a backpack. Lu Ruashi looked at the homemade bows and arrows on Shin Tian's backs and asked curiously, "Can we still use them for hunting?" Shin Tian smiled and said, "We are good citizens who abide by the law. We definitely cannot touch wild protected animals. But wild rabbits and the like are still okay." Lu Ruashi said excitedly, "But the little rabbit is so cute, it must be delicious when roasted." Poochie. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Shin Tian said with a smile, "I was ready to let the little rabbit go." Zheng Lei reached out to take Sun Tian's backpack and said in a flattering manner, Tian. Bang. Sun Tian habitually threw Zheng Lei over her shoulder and threw him to the grass. Fortunately, Sun Tian reacted quickly and reduced the force, otherwise Zheng Lei would have suffered. Everyone was also shocked by the two of them. Tangji said jokingly, "Lazy, you have really mastered the butt upward to the sky flat sand falling wild goose pose." Zhang Lei grinned and said, Tian, I just want to carry your backpack for you." Sun Tian blushed and snorted, "Who told you to touch me? You deserve it." Shin Tian stretched out his hand to pull Zhang Lei up, and said with a smile, "My goodness, your butt is probably broken in two." Zhang Lei gnashed his teeth and said, "You shameless bastard, you took advantage of my sister-in-law being here and took advantage of me." Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "I'm not that petty. The fights between you brothers are your own business." Lu Ruashi looked at the beautiful scenery along the way and cheered, "The scenery in this deep mountain is so beautiful." Shin Tian said with a doting look, "This is not a deep mountain. There are many large wild animals in the deep mountain forests over there. We should not go too deep." Shin Tian pointed to the tree trunk beside Lu Ruashi and said, "Sister, you are in for a treat." Lu Ruashi asked curiously, "What kind of mushroom is this? Can I eat it?" Shin Tian smiled and said, "Shark fin from the sea, monkey head from the mountains, what do you think?" Lu Ruashi picked the Hericium arenaceus and said happily, Tian, Mimi, be careful, let's get some more delicacies back." Shin Tian winked at Zheng Lei and said, "You can't just pick mushrooms randomly, let's each take one and go pick some." Sister Sun Tian blushed as she followed Zheng Lei and his partner and left. Lu Ruashi pointed at a gorgeous mushroom and said, "Wow, what a beautiful mushroom." Shin Tian said with a smile, "White umbrella, red pole, eat the lying board." Lu Ruashi's earlobes blushed as she said, "I definitely know. I just said it's beautiful." Shin Tian pinched Lu Ruashi's fair cheeks and said with a smile, "Sister actually blushed, this is too strange." Lu Ruashi glared at Shin Tian and said, "Don't I blush often in front of you?" Lu Ruashi pointed to a small piece of mushroom and said, "Xiao Tian, are these okay?" Shin Tian was stunned and said, "Yes, it's absolutely great, these are matsutake mushrooms." Lu Ruashi's eyes sparkled as she said, "Wow, I'm so lucky." Lu Ruashi and the other person quickly collected the matsutake mushrooms. Shin Tian sighed and said, "It turns out that people with a lucky pregnancy constitution can be so lucky." Lu Ruashi asked curiously, "What is a lucky pregnancy constitution?" Shin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's earlobe and whispered softly, "Sister, I forgot to tell you that you have become a lucky fertility physique." Lu Ruashi said with a look of surprise, "Xiao Tian, is that true? Then why don't we stop avoiding why?" Shin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly, "Are you mentally prepared? Do you really want to be a mother?" Lu Ruashi nodded expectantly, and Shin Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "We'll talk about it later." Lu Ruashi blushed and said, "Hate." Lu Ruashi's feet were empty and she sat down in the bushes. Shin Tian hurriedly pulled Lu Ruashi up. Shin Tian stared in amazement at the plant that Lu Ruashi pressed out. Lu Ruashi asked curiously, Xiao Tian Tian, what's wrong? Shin Tian said with a strange look on his face, sister, you are really amazing. You can even make a wild ginseng out of your butt. Lu Ruashi said in shock, is this thing ginseng? Why doesn't it look like it? Shin Tian nodded and said, this is a ginseng seedling. The ginseng is right below. Shin Tian took out the tools, carefully took out the wild ginseng, and said in astonishment. Fuck, sister, this is actually a 100-year-old wild ginseng. Lu Ruashi looked at the huge wild ginseng and said with surprise. That's great. I can take this thing back to help my grandparents recuperate. Shin Tian carefully collected the wild ginseng, gave a thumbs up and said, sister, your luck is simply bursting. Lu Ruashi winked and said, Xiao Tian Tian, sister is so lucky, you should work harder. Shin Tian complained, sister, you always talk about your old business. Lu Ruashi pointed to the tree behind the bushes and said, Xiao Tian Tian, do you think that is Ganoderma lucidum? Shin Tian looked at the huge wild black Ganoderma lucidum and said in astonishment. Sister, what the hell, it's another 100-year-old wild black Ganoderma lucidum. Shin Tian carefully put away the black Ganoderma lucidum and said with emotion. These things are priceless. With these, I can take good care of my health with grandpa and grandma. Lu Ruashi said with a touching look on her face, thank you, my little Tian Tian. Shin Tian said with a smile, little fool, you make me sound like an outsider. Lu Ruashi stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, Xiao Tian Tian is not an outsider, she is my wife. Sunmi felt her feet slippery. She looked down and was frightened to death. Sunmi's feet seemed to be equipped with springs, and she jumped into Tangji's arms, her face pale, and she screamed. Ah, there's a snake. Tangji held Sunmi in his arms, kicked the venomous snake away, and hurriedly said to her. Mimi, it's okay. I have driven away the poisonous snake. Sunmi jumped off Tangji with an awkward look on her face, slapped Tangji in anger and said. You shameless scoundrel. Tangji blushed and said, Mimi, I'm sorry, Sunmi turned around and left, her face flushed as she said, shut up, don't say anything. Tangji hurriedly licked his face and followed, muttering to himself. Damn, this slap was really worth it. At this time, Zhang Lei was also licking Sun Tian shamelessly. Sun Tian rolled her eyes and said, don't get so close to me, you black-haired guy, or I'll beat you up. Zhang Lei licked his dog face and said. Beating is love, scolding is love. The more you beat and scold me, the more you love me. Chapter 82 Tiger roars in the forest. Sun Tian said speechlessly, how could my son-in-law have such a shameless brother like you? Zhang Lei said without a word, TSK, Qin Shanglong is such an idiot, he only knows how to pretend to be innocent. Sun Tian didn't understand what was going on and asked, Qin Shanglong? Your son-in-law's nickname? Zhang Lei chuckled and said, my brother's nickname, Little Black Dragon in the Waves, is not much different. Sun Tian, who realized it later, kicked Zhang Lei's butt and said with disgust. Get lost, you pervert. Zhang Lei said in a mean way, Tian Tian, you love me again. Sun Tian was so angry that she said, get lost, you black charcoal head. Qin Tian and the other 6 finally reunited. Qin Tian looked at the faint fingerprints on Tangji's face and said jokingly. Fuck, my dear son, we can't use force. Tangji blushed and said, get lost and stop talking nonsense. Zhang Lei said shamelessly, my Tian Tian is more gentle. Tangji sneered and said, you'd better wipe off the footprints on your butt first. Zhang Lei said shamelessly, this is the mark of love. Lu Ruashi said with a smile. If Xiao Tian Tian were as shameless as you guys, I'd probably be a mother. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Tian and his group gained a lot along the way. All the wild delicacies such as black fungus, bamboo fungus, yangke mushroom, shaba mushroom, tiger paw mushroom, etc. were collected. Bang! Lu Ruashi stared at the little gray rabbit in front of her in amazement, and said in astonishment. Shit, it turns out that waiting for something to happen is actually true? Why don't I just sit here and wait? Sun Tian said in surprise, Miss, you were so lucky. Qin Tian was already numb along the way, and said with a smile, Sister, your overwhelming pregnancy energy, I am really convinced. Lu Ruashi lifted the little rabbit's ears and said with joy. Wow, what a cute little bunny. It must be so relaxing to be a spicy bunny head. Qin Tian couldn't help laughing and said, Sister, if the little rabbit could talk, it would definitely start scolding you. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, I'll make it shut up. Xiaohei rushed out quickly and came back with a fat little rabbit in his mouth. Lu Ruashi said with surprise, "Wow, Xiaohei, you have this ability." Xiaohei shook his big head proudly, then ran away again. Qin Tian drew his bow and shot an arrow at the pheasant in the bushes, and everyone watched intently. With a swish, Lu Ruashi cheered and said, "Wow, Xiao Tian, you shoot really well." Zhang Lei picked up the pheasant and said with admiration, "Brother Tian, your accuracy is still as good as ever." Tang Ji was dumbfounded and said, "It hit the target with one shot, and even the mouth exploded." Qin Tian and his companions hunted several more wild animals. Qin Tian and others found a good location, set up the tent, and prepared to camp here tonight. The bonfire gradually grew, and Zhang Lei and Tang Ji roasted the little rabbit and the suckling pig over the fire. Lu Ruashi looked at the busy Qin Tian and said delicately, "Xiao Tian, what are you doing?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "Today I'll let you taste Brother Tian's signature beggar's chicken." Lu Ruashi said happily, "Wow, Xiao Tian, you are so awesome." Everything was being prepared in a busy and orderly manner. Lu Ruashi looked at the sky in the distance and said excitedly, "Wow, little Tian, look, what a beautiful sunset." Qin Tian stared at Lu Ruashi's beautiful face and said in amazement, "No matter how beautiful the sunset is, it is not as beautiful as my sister's face." Lu Ruashi put her arms around Qin Tian's neck and said with a sweet breath, "Xiao Tian, your mouth is so sweet, come on and let your sister have a taste." Qin Tian blushed and said, "Sister, there are so many people here. Please be more restrained." Zhang Lei said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, just pick the flowers, we will leave immediately." Lu Ruashi smiled mischievously and said, "I'm just teasing you guys. Can you watch this without becoming a member?" Lu Ruashi handed the washed wild fruit to Qin Tian and said gently, "Little Tian, try it quickly. These wild fruits are really sweet." Qin Tian took a bite and said, "I'm almost sick of eating these wild fruits. They don't appeal to me at all." Tang Ji interrupted, "Brother Tian was hungry when he was young. If he hadn't picked these wild fruits in the mountains to eat, he would have vomited long ago." Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's strong waist, leaned her little head on Qin Tian's chest, and said with a distressed look, "Xiao Tian, you've suffered so much in the past." Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi tightly and said with satisfaction, "Isn't this the end of hardship, the beginning of happiness?" Woof woof woof. Xiaohei stared into the dense jungle and cried out madly, "Meow." Xiaobai was also staring at the jungle with his teeth bared, and his hair stood up. The three Qin Tian brothers quickly took their bows and arrows and protected Lu Ruashi and the other two girls behind them, with a look of alertness on their faces. Qin Tianjun frowned and said, "Oh no, everyone be careful, someone might be attracted by the scent." Lu Ruashi is a person who is not afraid of anything, but she is shocked when she sees a man who is a worthless person in her eyes. Carefully protecting herself behind her, Lu Ruashi felt so soft inside that she said proudly, "Look, this is the man I'm looking for, how responsible he is. I'm so lucky." Sun Tian, who had extremely high fighting power, looked at the black face in front of him with shock, and the soft spot in his heart was deeply touched. Sun Tian's eyes gradually changed from sharp to gentle, and her little mouth couldn't help but purse slightly. Sunni looked at Tang Ji, who was facing a formidable enemy in front of him, and suddenly pink bubbles popped up in her heart. The three Lu Ruashi sisters looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Roar! A huge tiger with hanging eyes and white forehead jumped out from the jungle, stood on a high place and roared towards the sky. The deafening roar of the tiger could be heard from far away. The small animals in the forest quickly fled from there, and even snakes, insects, rats and ants hid far away. The two sisters Sun Tian quickly pulled out their batons and swung them, saying with a determined look, "Oh no, it's a tiger, miss, take your son-in-law away quickly." Zhang Lei and the other man also said anxiously, "Brother Tian, take the three sisters-in-law with you and let's stop the tiger." Sun Tian looked at Zhang Lei's shaking hands and said gently, "You are shaking like a sieve, why are you still showing off here?" Zhang Lei said righteously, "Brother Tian, we entrust our parents to you." Tang Ji glanced at Sun Mi and said reluctantly, "Mimi, be obedient and run." Qin Tian pushed Lu Ruashi and said anxiously, "Sister, go quickly." A gleaming dagger appeared in Lu Ruashi's little hand. Lu Ruashi said calmly, "How dare a mere white-browed tiger be so aggressive? We were forced to defend ourselves." Long Fei's warm reminder, this book belongs to a fictional parallel world where hunting rabbits and pheasants is allowed. This is illegal in real life, so please do not test the law. Chapter 83, Fight between Dragon and Tiger. The tiger pounced towards Qin Tian and his companions. Qin Tian and his companions, who had drawn their bows and arrows, had no time to shoot their arrows. Xiao He roared and pounced on the tiger. Qin Tian shouted worriedly, "Xiao He, come back quickly." Qin Tian and his companions looked anxiously at the dog and tiger fighting each other. In terms of size alone, Xiao He is not inferior to this huge tiger. The tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiao He, but Xiao He dodged nimbly and bit back at the tiger. A dog and a tiger fought back and forth, and for a while neither could do anything to the other. The expressions of Qin Tian and his companions gradually changed from anxiety to shock. Qin Tian muttered to himself, "I can actually fight against lions and tigers." Lu Ruashi's eyes sparkled as she said, "Wow, Xiao He is really awesome." Sun Tian was dumbfounded and asked, "Miss, are you sure Xiao He is not a lion?" Sunmi said in shock, "I didn't expect that after practicing martial arts for many years, I am no match for Xiao He." Tangji said in disbelief, "My awesome Hege, please accept my knee." Time passed minute by minute, and Qin Tian and his companions looked at the dog and the tiger in the field with vigilance. Zhang Lei was dumbfounded and said, "Fuck, Brother He is actually starting to gain the upper hand." Qin Tian gradually calmed down and shouted loudly, "Xiao He, come on." Lu Ruashi waved the dagger and cheered, "Come on, Xiao He, I'll give you a snack later." Qin Tian looked at the waving dagger and reminded, "Sister, do you want to murder your husband?" Lu Ruashi stuck out her tongue and said, "Xiao Tian, sister is so excited." Xiao He became even more excited when he heard that, and slapped the tiger in the face with his claws, making the tiger look confused. The sudden outburst of Xiao He's attack knocked the tiger into a state of disarray. The tiger, with wounds all over its body, quickly fled into the jungle with its tail between its legs. Qin Tian hurriedly called out to Xiao He, who was still trying to chase him, and Lu Ruashi cheered and said, "Yeah, Xiao He, you were so awesome, you actually chased the tiger away. Come here quickly, Xiao He, sister can see if you are hurt." Xiao He came to Lu Ruashi like a victorious general, strode without caring about his relatives. After an examination, Xiao He was found to have only minor scratches on his body, so Lu Ruashi carefully disinfected Xiao He. Lu Ruashi patted Xiao He's head lovingly and said, "Xiao He, you are awesome. I will give you enough game today." Zhang Lei took a roasted golden rabbit and said in a flattering manner, "Brother He, come and have dinner, you are so awesome." Tang Ji was shocked and said, "Amazing, it's unbelievable." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Tonight, when the feast begins, if Brother He doesn't move his mouth, no one will dare to pick up their chopsticks." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, "Today, Xiao He will take the seat of honor." The sky gradually fell into darkness, and solar-powered colored lights lit up on the open space. The six of them sat around, eating fresh mountain delicacies and tasting delicious mountain flavors. Lu Ruashi said happily, "Today is so fun and exciting." Qin Tian nodded and said, "We have been in the mountains since we were young, but we have never gained as much as we did today, and it has never been as exciting as today." Zhang Lei said with a smile, "If it had been so exciting before, we would have become poop a long time ago." Sun Tian threw a tissue to Zhang Lei and said with a look of disgust, "Black charcoal head, please be more polite, your mouth is full of oil from chewing, it's disgusting." Zhang Lei smiled and said, "My Tian, you are so good to me." Sun Tian blushed and said, "You bastard, even eating can't stop your mouth." The three Qin Tian brothers looked at Sun Tian with surprise, and Sun Tian's little face turned even redder. Qin Tian raised the glass of mineral water and said happily, "You are worthy of being my good son. I am proud of you." Zhang Lei was so excited that he didn't care about Qin Tian's words. He picked up the water cup and said proudly, "Ha, from now on, I, Zhang Lei, will also have a wife who loves me." Tang Ji, happy for his brother, silently took out a cigarette. Sunmi picked up the lighter next to her, lit it for Tang Ji with a slightly red face and said, "Smoke less." Pa! The cigarette fell on Tang Ji's leg, burning him so much that he jumped up and down. Tang Ji said in disbelief, "Mimi, you." Sunmi blushed and said, "Don't smoke if it falls off. It will suffocate you to death." Lu Ruashi raised her glass and said cheerfully, "This is a great honor, everyone, please drink with us." Bang! Under the bright moonlight, 6 cups clinked together, and laughter could be heard from time to time. After Qin Tian and his companions had finished packing, Zhang Lei smiled happily and said, "Brother Tian, you guys should get some rest. I'll be on duty for the first half of the night, and Aji will be on duty for the second half." Qin Tian shook his head and said, "Everything is arranged properly, and even snakes, insects, rats and ants cannot get in. Little Black and Little White are here. Just sleep peacefully and stay alert." Xiao He sat in front of the tent, staring around vigilantly. Xiao Bai nimbly climbed up the tree next to him, as if observing everything going on around him. Lu Ruashi curled up in Qin Tian's arms and whispered, Xiao Tian, I didn't expect camping in the wild to be so much fun. This is so exciting. Qin Tian said with a look of fear, luckily I brought Xiao Hei with me, otherwise we would be in danger. Lu Ruashi raised her head and said proudly, who do you look down on? Just a tiger wants to hurt my little Tian. Qin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said with a smile, Yes, my sister is the best. Lu Ruashi whispered with charming eyes, it would be great if we could just set up our tent a little further away. Qin Tian didn't understand what was going on and said, it's too far away. This is too dangerous. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, it's dangerous, but it's exciting, okay? Qin Tian came back to his senses and said with a smile, it seems that we are not on the same channel. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe and said with a sweet breath, Xiao Xianchen, let's go camping together some other day, okay? Qin Tian said lovingly, okay, sister has the final say. After Qin Tian and his companions stayed in the village for a few days, they said goodbye to Uncle Zheng and others and set off for the Lu family's old house. As for why she returned to the old house, it was of course because Lu Ruashi wanted to present the treasure. Lu Ruashi came to the hall skipping and jumping, and said happily, Dear family, I'm back. Did you miss me? Su Yuanying slapped Lu Ruashi on the back of the head and said, How can a grown-up girl like you jump around all day long? Su Yuanying smiled as if changing her expression, Xiao Tian, did you have fun back home? Qin Tian greeted his family with a smile, and Lu Ruashi made a face and said, Xiao Tian is your biological child, I am the one you picked up. Lu Tianxi and others looked at each other, and Lu Tianxi said with a look of relief, It's been so many years since I've seen Dad's little cotton-padded jacket with such a cute expression. Chapter 84, Feigning Compromise. Grandma Lulan said kindly, It's great since Xiao Tian was born. Ruashi is no longer cold and icy, and finally behaves like a little girl. Lu Ruashi opened the various wild delicacies one by one and said with a playful smile, Dang, look what good stuff Xiao Xianchen brought you. Grandpa Lu Dingwa said with a red face, Oh, these are rare and good things. Lu Ruashi smiled complacently and said, There is still some mountain flavor left. I have asked the kitchen to take it away for processing. You are in for a treat today. Lu Tianxi said with a wicked smile, Xiao Tian, tonight we two brothers must have a good drink. Ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Tian blushed and said, Dad, I can't let you whip a corpse like this. Lu Ruashi knew that her man was thin-skinned, so she quickly changed the subject. Dang, the big gift is still behind. Look what this is. Everyone took a closer look, and Lu Dingwa said, Wow, this is a wild 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Lu Ruashi took out the packaged ginseng and said, There's also this. Lu Tianxi said in shock, Fuck, there's a 100-year-old ginseng. Su Yuanying was dumbfounded and said, These days, these things can't be bought with money. Lu Ruashi said with a proud look on her face. This is what Xiao Tian went to the mountains to find these days, going through untold hardships to replenish your body. Qin Tian's face turned red, but he was deeply moved and whispered to himself, Sister, you really are just bragging without thinking. It's obvious that you came up with it. Lu Dingwa said with great relief, Xiao Tian is really thoughtful. Lu Ruashi said with great joy, Let me tell you something. Xiao Tian even encountered a tiger for these things. It was really thrilling. Su Yuanying stood up quickly and said anxiously, Xiao Tian, are you hurt anywhere? Don't go looking for me next time, it's too dangerous. Lu Ruashi gestured and said with great joy, It happened in a flash. Xiao Tian pushed me away and said, Sister, hurry up, I will fend off the tiger myself. Lu Lan believed it and asked, And then? Lu Ruashi jumped onto Xiao Hei's back and punched him 3 times with a laugh. The heroic little Tian killed the tiger with 3 consecutive punches. Xiao Hei rolled to the ground with a look of resentment on his face. Qin Tian blushed and said, Don't listen to my nonsense. This is not Wu Song fighting a tiger. Lu Dingwa let out a long breath and said, You damn girl, you scared me to death. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, It is true that we encountered a tiger, but our Xiao Hei was extremely ferocious and managed to drive the big white-browed tiger away. Xiao Hei then climbed up excitedly, with his huge head held high, looking very arrogant. Lu Tianxi said in disbelief, Xiao Tian, are you serious? Xin Tian nodded and said, "It's absolutely true." Su Yuanying stroked Xiao Hei's head, gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good job, Xiao Tian. Bah, you were led astray by that damn girl. Good job, Xiao Hei, I'll give you a snack later." Lu Ruashi laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward and said, "Xiao Tian, you bastard, I'll give you a snack tonight." Xin Tian's face was full of black lines, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Sister, you are such a dog." Meow. Xiao Bai bared his teeth and yelled. Lu Ruashi and Yi Zhichen said with a smile, "Of course, our Xiao Bai is also a great contributor. Not only did he work hard to keep watch for us at night, he also caught 2 poisonous snakes." Su Yuanying said in surprise, "Wow, Xiao Bai is so amazing." Xiao Bai took small steps and walked on the carpet with his head held high, looking very arrogant. Bang! Xiao Bai bumped his head against the table leg, and then he quickly slipped away with his tail between his legs in embarrassment. Ha ha ha! Xin Tian and others couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the food was soon served. The whole family sat together and had a meal of authentic mountain delicacies. Lu Ruashi patted her slightly bulging belly and said, "This is so delicious." Xiao Tian, feel it, does it look like a 3-month pregnancy? Xin Tian. As the night deepened, Lu Ruashi huddled in Xin Tian's arms and said with seductive eyes, "Xiao Tian, this is my real boudoir." Xin Tian nodded and said with a smile, "I know." "So what?" Lu Ruashi's eyes were misty, and she looked so attractive that she said, "Xiao Xianchen, do you prefer sleeping in our house or in the old house?" Xin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's earlobe and whispered, "I prefer to live in our own home, but it's also fun to go back to the old house occasionally." The next day, Xin Tian and his partner drove back to the company. Jiang Xia said with joy, "Xiaotian, you are finally here. I missed you so much." Luo Wen pinched Xin Tian's thick arm and said with a charming look, "Wow, Xiaotian, your muscles are so well developed. You really are a very manly person." Zhang Li said with a smile, "Really? I want to try it too." Xin Tian clasped his hands together and said, "Sisters, please let me go." Lu Ruashi pretended to pass by casually and sold 9 copies. She felt very sad but couldn't show it. Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth and said secretly, "These shameless vixens only know how to seduce my little Tian. It seems that I have to welcome Xiao Tian home as soon as possible. Alas, I don't know when Xiao Tian will be willing to marry me." At this time, Zhang Lei came to the hotel's private room as agreed. Luo Tao greeted him with a warm look on his face and said, "Mr. Zhang, you are finally here." Zhang Lei patted Luo Tao on the shoulder and said, "Old Luo, I've made you spend money again today." Luo Tao said flatteringly, "Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. Please say a few good words for me in front of Mr. Lu." Zhang Lei said modestly, "I am just a small employee. How can I have the right to speak in front of Mr. Lu?" Luo Tao secretly complained, "This bastard will not give up until he sees the rabbit. He is really an insatiable guy. But it's better this way. I'm not afraid of you being greedy, but I'm afraid of you being too noble." Luo Tao took out 20 WS and placed them on the table, smiling and saying, "Please accept them, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Lei was obsessed with money and asked, "Lao Luo, what are you doing?" Luo Tao chuckled and said, "It is said that the company is still short of a deputy general manager position." Zhang Lei pushed the money on the table and said nonchalantly, "I can't help with such a big thing." Luo Tao secretly hated him in his heart. This bastard is so damn greedy. Luo Tao took out another 20 W and placed them in front of Zhang Lei, pretending to be in pain and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is my life's work." Chapter 85, Heaven Sent Marriage. Zhang Lei lit a cigarette, put his big hands on the table, and said nothing. Luo Tao cursed inwardly, "Damn, this black charcoal spirit is so damn greedy." Luo Tao took out 10 WS again and said with a painful look on his face, "Mr. Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Lei greedily put away the 50 WS, patted Luo Tao generously and said, "Lao Luo, just wait and see, I'll take care of it." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Zhang Lei left happily without even eating. After Zhang Lei walked away, Luo Tao said with a pfft sound, "What the hell is this? You're as black as a club. I really don't know what Mr. Lu likes about you." The door was opened, and Vice President Luo Sherbo walked in. Luo Tao said respectfully, "Cousin, the video has been recorded. You can do whatever you want with this country bumpkin from now on." Luo Sherbo waved his hand and said, "It's good to be in the water. I won't control you. It's better to make money together. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. As it was getting close to getting off work, the three Chin Tian brothers sneaked into Lu Ruashi's office. Lu Ruashi's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Xiao Tian Tian, why are you here?" Zhang Lei placed the money intact on Lu Ruashi's desk and recounted the whole story. Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "In that case, let them run wild a little longer and promote him to deputy general manager." Zaya Oxianshan, what do you think? Chin Tian nodded and said, "If you want to kill him, you must first make him crazy. Lazy, you should spend a little more time to get inside their organization and root out this cancer as soon as possible." Zhang Lei nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law and brother Tian, I will complete the task." Lu Ruashi pushed the money in front of Zhang Lei and the other man and said, "Lazy, Aji, you two brothers should divide the money." Zhang Lei hastily refused, "Sister-in-law, you absolutely cannot do that. You have already given us enough." Tang Ji also waved his hands hurriedly and said, "Sister-in-law, we absolutely cannot take this money." Chin Tian patted Zhang Lei and the other man and said, "The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Just accept what your eldest sister-in-law gives you. No need to be pretentious." Lu Ruashi looked at Zhang Lei and the others with a smile on her face. The two sisters Sun Tian behind Lu Ruashi also nodded to Zhang Lei and the others. Zhang Lei and the other man accepted the money with a touched look on their faces. After Chin Tian and others had dinner, the three Chin Tian brothers skipped work and went to Lu's manor. Lu Ruashi was naturally unaware of all this. She was busy in the office for the entire afternoon. When it was almost time to get off work, Lu Ruashi was dragged by Su Tingting and two other girls to go shopping. Lu Ruashi called Chin Tian and said apologetically, "Xiao Xianshan, you should go home first. Sister and Tingting are going to go shopping." Chin Tian, who was busy in the manor, said with a doting look, "Okay sister, be careful." After Chin Tian hung up the phone, he murmured in his heart, "Sisi, come out and serve me quickly." The system asked curiously, "Master, what can I do for you?" Chin Tian smiled and said, "Dak Sixi, can we make a deal? I need a diamond ring. Can you specify a reward and withdraw it in advance?" The system hesitated for a moment and said, "In view of the master's recent good performance, the relationship between the two masters has become increasingly close. At this important moment, the system rewards the master with an extra beauty ring. I hope the master will keep up the good work." Chin Tian said with a surprised look on his face, "Beauty-enhancing magic ring, it sounds so cool. But what effects does it have?" The system smiled and said, "It can maintain beauty and delay aging, and make the hostess Lu Ruashi bloom more beautifully." Chin Tian said with a look of surprise, "Sisi, you are such a great system." The system rolled its eyes and said, "Now you know me well? It seems like someone said I was good for nothing." Chin Tian waved his hands and said, "Sisi, kneel down. I'm going to start picking up girls." Lu Ruashi and the other two girls returned to the manor in the night, and they had just walked into the garden. With a click, the entire manor fell into darkness in an instant. Lu Ruashi asked curiously, "Hey, why is there a power outage again?" Lu Ruashi, wearing a milky white embroidered cheongsam, looks as tender as water under the bright moonlight. Crash! The whole garden was instantly lit up with colorful lights. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and looked at it in surprise. "I saw the whole garden was filled with flowers, competing with each other for beauty under the colorful lights." Looking at the familiar relatives around her, Lu Ruashi felt something in her heart. Her two big eyes couldn't help but turn red, and her little hands covered her pink mouth in disbelief. Chin Tian walked towards Lu Ruashi against the light, holding a bouquet of flowers, with a tender look on his face. Chin Tian knelt on one knee. Lu Ruashi looked at the man who was as tall and straight as a pine tree, and tears burst out. Lu Ruashi said with tears in her eyes, "Xiao Tian Tian, I am willing, I am willing." Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Su Tingting covered her belly and said, "Sister, are you so impatient? My brother-in-law hasn't even started proposing yet." Li Min laughed and said, "Sister, are you in a hurry to enter the bridal chamber?" Lu Ruashi blushed, which was rare. Chin Tian said affectionately, "I, Chin Tian, am free and alone, and I thought I would waste my life in loneliness." Unexpectedly, by some strange coincidence, I formed an indissoluble bond with my sister. It was my sister who made me feel the purest love in the world and let me enjoy the unattainable family affection. Everyone listened attentively, their eyes filled with blessings and love. Chin Tian looked up at Lu Ruashi's stunning face and said in fascination, I am a country bumpkin, and my sister is like a fairy from heaven. However, my sister does not mind my vulgarity, and she regards me as a thorn in her side. Sister, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Ruashi covered her mouth and cried, Xiao Tian Tian, please stop being so sentimental. Qin Tian's eyes were slightly red as he asked, Sister, will you marry me? Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's head and said happily, Xiao Tian Tian, I do. Qin Tian struggled out of Ruashi's arms, took out the beauty-enhancing ring, and put it on Ruashi with a solemn face. When Ruashi saw the ancient inscription on the pink diamond ring, her eyes lit up and her heart was filled with pink bubbles. Thunderous applause immediately broke out at the scene. Su Yuanying wiped the wet corners of her eyes and said, The love between these two children is so touching. Su Tingting said with envy, I am so lucky to have found a man like my brother-in-law. Ruashi hurriedly pulled Qin Tian up, and Qin Tian hugged Ruashi's slender waist. Qin Tian stared at the little face in front of him that was bringing disaster to the country and the people, and couldn't help but cover her lips, accurately capturing Ruashi's delicate and tempting red lips. Behind Qin Tian and the other person, fireworks were flying all over the sky, lighting up the deep night sky. Chapter 86, Secret Pregnancy. After an unknown amount of time, the panting Ruashi gently pushed the unsatisfied Qin Tian. Qin Tian suppressed the throbbing in his heart, hugged Ruashi's slender waist, and admired the fireworks in the sky. Li Min looked at the picture in the camera and whispered, Oh my god, this is so beautiful. My brother-in-law is really good. Zhang Lei approached Sun Tian, licked her face and said, Tian, how about I propose to you? Then we can hold the wedding together with brother Tian and the others. Sun Tian blushed and said, You are dreaming. You want to enter the bridal chamber before we even hold hands. Zhang Lei shamelessly took Sun Tian's hand and said, Isn't that it? It would be great if we can do it in one go. Then you can give me a little black charcoal. Bang! Sun Tian grabbed Zhang Lei's big hand and threw him over her shoulder in a cool manner. Ha ha ha. The funny Zhang Lei caused everyone to laugh. Tang Ji gloated. Lazy, you have never been beaten by your wife. Qin Tian said with a smile, My dear son, I asked you to come and cheer, but I didn't let you steal the show. Zhang Lei said shamelessly, TSK, you know nothing, this is the way my wife loves me. Bang! Sun Tian, feeling extremely ashamed and angry, kicked Zhang Lei into the flower bed. Qin Tian said, My dear son, when it comes to shamelessness, you are the one. The younger son is the type who has the desire but not the courage to do it. If I had half of your skills, I wouldn't be here now without even holding Sun Mi's hand. Bang! Sun Mi, with a wary look on her face, kicked Tang Ji into the flower bed just in case. Tang Ji screamed, damn, Qin Shanglong, you are not a human. Sisters Su Tingting widened their eyes and whispered. Qin Shanglong, is this my brother-in-law's nickname? No wonder. It would be great if my brother-in-law had twin brothers. As the night deepened, Ruashi lay on Qin Tian's chest, her eyes glittering with seductiveness as she said, Xiao Tian, is this pink diamond something you just got? Qin Tian stared at Ruashi's face and said tenderly, This is our wedding gift. Ruashi said excitedly, Does this ring have any magical effects? Qin Tian stroked Ruashi's pink lips with his slender fingers and said with a look of nostalgia, It can maintain beauty and delay aging, and make my sister's face, which is a disaster for the country and the people, more moisturized. Ruashi said ecstatically, Then I can stay young and beautiful forever. Qin Tian kissed Ruashi's smooth forehead and said lovingly, Forever young is a bit of an exaggeration, but when our baby grows up, people will think you are the baby's sister. Ruashi sat up suddenly, stroking her flat belly, and said with surprise, Xiao Tian, we have known each other for exactly 2 months, and it seems that my relatives have not come to visit me again. Do you think I am pregnant? Qin Tian also said with surprise. Fuck, I usually pay attention to safety issues, am I that good? Ruashi hurriedly called Zhang Yu and asked her to buy the testing tools as soon as possible. Qin Tian said speechlessly, Sister, you are so careless. It took you so long to react. How dangerous is this? Ruashi stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly, In my heart, I was hoping that she wouldn't come and affect the relationship between me and Xiao Tian, so I accidentally overlooked it. Qin Tian gently stroked Ruashi's flat belly and said with tears in his eyes, It's incredible that I'm going to be a father, even though it's just a possibility. Lu Ruashi put her arms around Qin Tian's neck and said in a sweet voice, "If all this is true, it would be great." Qin Tian said meaningfully, "Even if it was just a mistake, I believe it won't be long before my sister gets what she wants." Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Lu Ruashi opened the door with anticipation and quickly slipped into the bathroom. Not long after, Lu Ruashi jumped into Qin Tian's arms in ecstasy and said incoherently, "Oh my god, there are really 2 bars, I'm really pregnant with a baby." Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi tightly, tears rolling down unconsciously. Qin Tian murmured in a low voice, "Sister, don't be so clumsy next time." Lu Ruashi sensed that something was wrong with Qin Tian, and held up Qin Tian's handsome face and said, "Xiao Xianchen, why are you crying?" Qin Tian held Lu Ruashi's beautiful little face, kissed her and said, "Sister, I'm fine, I'm just too happy." Lu Ruashi knew what her little man was thinking. She stared into Qin Tian's eyes and said seriously, "Hubby, you are no longer alone. From now on, I and the children will be with you." Qin Tian said with red eyes, "Wife, I will always protect you and the children." Their faces were getting closer and closer, and their mouths were kissing passionately. It was unknown how long it had been. Panting, Lu Ruashi gently pushed Qin Tian and said with a wicked smile, "Hubby, I'm really going to make you hungry these days." Qin Tian smiled and said, "No problem is a problem. No matter how difficult the problem is, there is always a solution, right?" Lu Ruashi blushed and nodded, "Hubby, let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." Qin Tian smoothed Lu Ruashi's slightly messy hair and said tenderly, "We will go for an inspection early tomorrow morning. After the inspection, we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate as soon as possible." Lu Ruashi nodded happily and said shyly, "Hubby, it's getting late, let's go to bed early." Qin Tian said with a smile, "Wife, it's really not easy to see you shy." Lu Ruashi said coquettishly, "Husband, you have become bad too, you only know how to bully others." The next morning, Qin Tian and his companion arrived at the hospital immediately after a checkup. The director of obstetrics and gynecology said with a smile, "Ms. Lu, congratulations on becoming an expectant mother. You are 8 weeks pregnant and the babies are very healthy." Even though they had expected it, Qin Tian and the other man were still ecstatic and expressed their gratitude. Lu Ruashi whispered in her heart, 8 weeks, that would be when I just met my husband. Damn, my husband is so awesome. The head of the obstetrics and gynecology department smiled and said, "You two may not have understood what I meant. The babies are very healthy." Lu Ruashi widened her eyes and said in astonishment, "Babies?" The director of obstetrics and gynecology nodded and said, "Congratulations to you two on having twins." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and said in disbelief, "Holy crap, husband, you're so awesome. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Qin Tian's hands trembled slightly, and he said in disbelief, "Fuck, I didn't know I was this awesome." Chapter 87 Double Happiness. After Qin Tian and the other man thanked the doctor, they got into the stretched Rolls-Royce. Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi's slender waist and said, "Wife, from now on, we have to make 3 rules." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Hubby, are you going to set rules for me?" "As long as it's Xiao Tiantian's request, I will do my best to satisfy it." Qin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly, "Listen to me, silly girl. During pregnancy, you are not allowed to jump around, do anything clumsy, or, in a word, just take good care of yourself and the babies in your belly." Lu Ruashi said happily, "Okay, I will listen to my husband." Qin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's earlobe and said in a low voice, "Wife, I'm going to get some wool for the babies." Lu Ruashi's eyes lit up and she nodded knowingly. Qin Tian murmured in his heart, "Sisi, jump out for me." The system said in confusion, "Master, what's the matter?" Qin Tian said shamelessly, "Sisi, my wife is pregnant, you have to give her some reward." The system was furious and said speechlessly, "You won't be satisfied unless you squeeze me dry, right?" Qin Tian said with a bachelor's face, "Sisi, just tell me whether you will give it to me or not." The system hesitated for a moment, then gritted its teeth and said, "Here, as long as you have the ability to make the heroine give birth, I will give you a big reward if you give birth to 1. If you give birth to 10 children, I will give you 10 big rewards." Qin Tian snorted coldly. "Do you think I would ask my wife to bear me a child just for a small reward? You are dreaming." The system smiled and said, "Anyway, if you give birth to 1 child, I will give you a reward. It's up to you whether you want to give birth or not." Qin Tian smiled frivolously and said, "Daxixi, I have some great news for you. My wife is pregnant with twins this time. The system widened its eyes and said in astonishment. Fuck, master, you are a real dog. Chin Tian smiled frivolously and said, Big CC, hurry up and take out the 2 big rewards. The system said with gnashing teeth. Pay the money and receive the goods. Come back to claim your reward after the babies are born. Chin Tian was also stunned and said with gritted teeth. DCC, I didn't expect you to be such a bastard. Then you better kneel down and pay your respects. I'm busy getting the certificate. System Dax 60. Chin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's earlobe and said in a low voice, Wife, I got 2 sheep, but I want payment upon delivery. Lu Ruashi blushed slightly and muttered to herself. Why does Xiao Tian seem more attractive after getting pregnant? Her body is too sensitive. Lu Ruashi said with joy, Hubby, you are awesome. Is it true that if you give birth to a child, you will get a reward? Chin Tian was stunned and couldn't help but ask, Fuck, how did you know? Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said. I guessed it, husband. You have to work harder in the future and try to get more rewards. Chin Tian held Lu Ruashi in his arms and whispered. Wife, giving birth is too dangerous. We just want these 2 babies. Lu Ruashi held Chin Tian's handsome face and said seriously. Hubby, I'm not doing this for a reward. My husband has such good genes, I just want to give birth to more babies for you. Husband, just think about it, we will be so happy with a bunch of babies. Chin Tian kissed Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said seriously. Another group? Do you think you are a pig? Wife, just listen to me on this matter and just give birth this time. Lu Ruashi was touched and murmured to herself. Humph, your husband is so capable, it's not up to you. If you want to have more babies, isn't that easy? Lu Ruashi smiled happily and said, I always listen to my husband. I am the most obedient and well-behaved little wife in the world. Chin Tian stared at Lu Ruashi's face, which was a disaster for the country and the people, and said with a wicked smile. My sister is 1 year older than me. She's not a little wife, she's a big little wife. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Chin Tian carefully helped Lu Ruashi get out of the car. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, Hubby, you look so nervous, just treat it normally. I have been learning dancing since I was young, and I also have martial arts skills. I am in good health, and I enjoy eating. I don't have to worry about anything. After the whole process, Chin Tian held the big red notebook with a silly smile on his face. Lu Ruashi took out her cell phone, took a picture of Chin Tian's silly look, covered her mouth and chuckled. Hubby, you look like the stupid son of a landlord. Chin Tian laughed and said, I, Chin Chanlong, am a fool but I am lucky. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, Xiao Tian, you shameless bastard. The car drove towards Lu's old house again. Such a good thing as double happiness must be shared with the family. Su Yuanying looked at Chin Tian and the other person, and asked with surprise, Xiao Tian, why are you 2 back? After a round of greetings, Lu Ruashi took out 2 red books like a treasure, placed them on the coffee table, and said proudly. Ha ha ha, I finally married Xiao Tian. Lu Tianxi held the red book in his hands as if he had found a treasure, and said with a smile. Okay, when are you going to set the wedding date? Lu Ruashi said anxiously, the sooner the better, how about tomorrow? Everyone looked unhappy. Su Yuanying slapped Lu Ruashi on the back of the head and said speechlessly, do you want to do it today? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, that's great. Mom, I'm telling you. Don't slap me again in the future. Su Yuanying raised her hand and said, I can slap you if I want to. What can you do about it? Lu Ruashi covered her flat belly with a shy look and said, Mom, don't blame me for not reminding you. If the babies think you're a ferocious wolf grandma, you can't blame me. Su Yuanying stood up quickly and said in surprise, what the hell, what did you say? Lu Dinggua's eyes sparkled as he asked, Girl, are you serious? Chin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, it is indeed true. Lu Lan said happily, that's great, I have a great grandson. Lu Tianxi said in shock, fuck, not only is my little cotton padded jacket completely leaking, but I'm actually going to be a mother. Lu Ruashi said complacently, I just like the way you look like you haven't seen the world. I tell you, Xiao Tian is amazing. Not only does he hit the target with 1 shot, but he also kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Yuanying said in disbelief, what do you mean, little girl? Lu Ruashi said proudly, hey, I'm pregnant with twins, 2 months pregnant. Lu Dinggua gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Xiao Tian is really amazing. There have never been twins in my Lu family. Chapter 88, Joyful Eyes. Lu Tianxi's face flushed as he said, "Ha ha ha, not only am I going to be a grandfather, but I'm going to have twins." Lu Dinghua slapped Lu Tianxi on the back of his head and said, "You are pretending to be a master in front of me. I think you are going to fly to the sky. Next time, keep your voice down. If you scare my little great-grandson, I'll give you 2 crutches." Lu Ruashi handed the cane to her grandfather and said gloatingly, "Grandpa, don't worry, this cane is very sturdy." Lu Tianxi said with a frown on his face, "Other girls are like little cotton padded jackets, but why are they like black-hearted cotton when they come to me?" Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Grandma Lulan gently stroked Lu Ruashi's little hand and said kindly, "That's great. My little hot pepper is finally going to marry someone else and become a mother." Lu Ruashi leaned lightly on her grandmother's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Grandma, you and Grandpa must take care of your health. We will still need you and Grandpa to help us teach the baby in the future." Grandma Lulan smiled and said, "That's a must." Grandpa Chu Dinghua said with a red face, "Xiao Tian, when are you going to hold the wedding?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "I was just about to ask Grandpa to make the decision." Chu Dinghua started to choose a date with excitement. The family discussed it lively and soon decided on a date. The whole family was very happy with this good day, except Lu Ruashi, for the simple reason that the wedding would take another 20 days. Lu Ruashi said with a dissatisfied look on her face, "It will be almost 3 months by then, and the belly might start to show." Su Yuanying rolled her eyes at Lu Ruashi and said, "You stick your butt out, and I don't know what you want to do? You can't wait to have your wedding tomorrow." Lu Tianxi said with a doting look on his face, "When I, Lu Tianxi, marry my daughter off, I must do it in a grand and glorious way." Qin Tian pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "My sister is the only daughter in the family, and I am the only one in my family. Why don't I marry into the family?" Lu Ruashi quickly interrupted and said, "No, this is not good for Xiao Tiantian's reputation." Lu Tianxi patted Qin Tian on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "It's enough that you have this intention. If Ruashi marries into your Qin family, doesn't that mean she is not my daughter, Lu Tianxi?" Lu Dinghua said calmly, "Xiao Tian is thoughtful, we don't care about these things." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "How about this, let's give the baby the surname Lu." "Xiao Tian, do you have any opinion?" Qin Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "What's the big deal? It doesn't matter if you have the surname Lu." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, "Then Xiao Tian, you might as well take your sister's last name. Just call yourself Qin Lu." Qin Tian's face was filled with black lines, and he said speechlessly, "Sister, you are really a dog." Su Yuanying said with a smile, "You damn girl, you only know how to bully Xiao Tian." At this time, Lu Ruhua and her brother walked in. Lu Ruhua's eyes lit up and she said, "Wow, Qin Tian, you are here too." Lu Ruashi moved sideways to block Lu Rui and said with a look of disgust, "Why did you come to my house again?" Lu Shiyu pretended to say, "Of course we are here to visit Grandpa." Lu Ruashi snorted coldly and didn't even bother to say a word in reply. Lu Shiyu said nonchalantly, "Sister Shi, why are you still this country bumpkin? Why haven't you gotten tired of playing yet?" Lu Ruhua said with a crazy look on her face, "How could I get bored with such a handsome guy so quickly?" "Sister Shi, good things should be kept within the family. If you get tired of playing, you must give it to your younger sister." Lu Dinghua and the others looked cold, but as elders, they didn't say much. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "If you have nothing to do, get out of here right away. If you keep talking nonsense here, I'll slap you both in the face." Lu Shiyu said with a playful smile, "Sister Shi, we are siblings, it was just a joke, why make such a big deal out of it?" Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "I don't have brothers and sisters as shameless as you." Lu Shiyu said to Qin Tian with an unhappy look, "You little jerk, stop showing off here. Wait until Sister Shi gets tired of you, and then I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Lu Ruashi was about to explode, but Qin Tian patted her hand and said nonchalantly, "How could the Lu family have someone as idiotic as you? Are you born with developmental problems, or did sewage get into your brain?" Lu Shiyu blushed and said, "You little jerk, how dare you humiliate me like this?" Qin Tian sneered and said, "I am ashamed to bully a fool like you. Since you know that my sister is not tired of me, why do you still dare to be sarcastic in front of me? Wasn't the lesson I taught you last time profound enough?" Lu Shiyu hurriedly took a step back and said defensively, You better not mess around." Lu Ruhua's eyes were red with anger as she asked, "Qin Tian, can you give me your contact information?" Bang! Just as Lu Ruashi was about to explode, Lu Dingwa slammed the table fiercely and said angrily, "It's really getting more and more outrageous. Your family has really brought shame to my Lu family. For the sake of my dead brother, I won't bother with you. Get out of here right now. From now on, no one is allowed to enter the Lu family's old house without permission." Lu Shiyu and his brother turned pale and said in fear, "Grandpa, you..." Lu Dingwa turned his head away, too lazy to pay any more attention to this disgusting pair. Lu Tianzi glanced coldly at Lu Shiyu and his brother, and said indifferently, "Xiaotian is already Ruashi's husband in name only, and the wedding will be held soon. You idiots, you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, right?" Lu Shiyu was dumbfounded and said, "What? How is it possible? Qin Tian is just a little jerk, is he worthy of it?" Lu Ruzhen said in disbelief, "Uncle, you are not kidding, right? This..." Lu Tianzi gnashed his teeth and said, "You are a bunch of idiots. Get out of here right now. If you piss me off, I will expel your lineage from the Lu family." Lu Shiyu and his brother hurriedly crawled out of the old house. Lu Shiyu muttered to himself, "This is unbelievable. Qin Tian, that little jerk, is so terrifying." Lu Ruhua said with a look of regret, "Oh, it's such a pity that I missed out on such a handsome guy. But it's good this way, wouldn't it mean I'll become a real sister-in-law? Will I still be worried about not having opportunities in the future?" Lu Shiyu gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Tian, don't be too proud too soon. One day I will let you know the consequences of offending me." Lu Ruhua said charmingly, "Good brother, why are you so angry? You two must love each other, maybe one day, Qin Tian will become your brother-in-law." Chapter 89, Collusion. Lu Ruashi pouted and said, "What the hell is this? It's so fucking disgusting." Qin Tian said gently, "Don't be angry, sister, it's just a little clown, not worth mentioning." After being spread by the two big mouths, Lu Ruashi, the news of Lu Ruashi's marriage has become known to everyone among the wealthy families. However, all the young men from the wealthy families didn't care and said, "TSK, you are just daydreaming. Qin Tian is just a pretty boy, and Miss Lu is just looking for some novelty. How could a country bumpkin like Qin Tian possibly rise to prominence and become a phoenix?" Soon, many wealthy families received invitations one after another, and Weekend was dumbfounded and said, "Fuck, Miss Lu is really going to marry Qin Tian, this little jerk? What is so special about this little jerk?" Zhang Chang said in disbelief, "Miss Lu's actions are simply unbelievable. He is just a poor loser. Could it be that the Lu family would allow Miss Lu to play the piano like this?" Wu Wei blushed as she said, "Qin Tian must be very powerful. Otherwise, why would Miss Lu be in this state?" Zhou Yuan said with a smile on her face, "Little Wei Wei, I want to know too." At this time, Qin Tian and his companion were dealing with Su Tingting and her sister at Lu's manor. Su Tingting was dumbfounded and said, "Fuck, not only do I have to be a sister-in-law, I also have to be an aunt?" Li Min smiled evilly and said, "My sister is pregnant, how about we two sisters help take care of her?" Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, "Get lost." Su Tingting said with a smile, "Sister, we will definitely be bridesmaids." Li Min said with a smile, "I want to be a bridesmaid too. The responsibility of a bridesmaid is to take good care of the bride and groom." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, "Your abacus beads are all hitting my face." At this time, Zhang Lei and Tang Ji were toasting with Deputy General Manager Luo Tao and Vice President Luo Sherbua. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Lei has been promoted to manager, Tang Ji to deputy manager, and Luo Tao to deputy general manager. Luo Tao and his companions thought they had dragged Zhang Lei and his companions into the water, and they were completely on guard against them. Luo Sherbua pushed the money in front of Zhang Lei and the other man, and said with a righteous look on his face, "Mr. Zhang, please accept it." Zhang Lei asked with a money-obsessed look on his face, "Boss Luo, why is this?" Luo Tao smiled and said, "This is a dividend for you too." Tang Ji said with a puzzled look on his face, "No merit, no reward. I dare not accept this unclear money." Luo Tao chuckled and said, "This is just the deposit that Zhou Group paid for purchasing our company's trade secrets. If successful, the subsequent money will be beyond your imagination." Zhang Lei pretended to be obsessed with money and said, "How much money would that cost? But leaking company secrets is illegal and you'll go to jail." Luo Sherbua chuckled and said, "Who said we leaked it? Can't we find a scapegoat?" Tang Ji pretended to be shocked and said, "Ordinary people are not qualified to be scapegoats." Luo Tao sneered and said, "Isn't Qin Tian the best choice? Zhang Lei was dumbfounded and said, Qin Tian is just a small employee, how can he be qualified to be a scapegoat? Luo Tao laughed and said, who said Qin Tian is just a small employee? How could a small employee sign contracts with so many rich ladies in such a short time? Couldn't he be a spy for the Zhou group? Tang Ji pretended to be reluctant and said, this is a matter that will lead to imprisonment. We have a pretty good relationship with Qin Tian. How can we bear this? Luo Shibua patted Tang Ji on the shoulder and said, I know you are classmates and have a good relationship. As the saying goes, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Could it be that this kind of relationship is more attractive than money? Zhang Lei repeated Luo Tao's words, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Ah gee, let's do it. In the future, we can just visit Qin Tian a few more times. Tang Ji pretended to be hesitant and said, but why did you drag us into this? Wouldn't it be better for you to split the money among yourselves? Luo Tao laughed and said, if I were still the manager of Sales Department 9, I would naturally not need you to frame Qin Tian. Tang Ji nodded and said fiercely, okay, let's do it. Luo Shibua and the other man smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Luo Shibua chuckled and said, that's right, from now on we are grasshoppers on the same rope. Let us make fortune together and create a better future together. Zhang Lei and the other man put the money into their handbags with a money-grubbing look on their faces. Everyone was toasting each other, and the atmosphere was quite discordant. Zhang Lei shook his slightly drunk head and said, Vice President Luo, there are bound to be intrigues within the company, but do we still have our own people? If they don't recognize each other, when the flood washes away the Dragon King Temple, won't it be a laughingstock if family members don't recognize each other? Tang Ji pretended to be anxious and stopped him. Lazy, don't talk nonsense. Aren't you embarrassing the two Mr. Luo? Luo Tao and Luo Shibua looked at each other, and Luo Shibua laughed. Manager Tang, we have long been a family that shares weal and woe. There is no need to be so formal. Zhang Lei said like a reckless man. Aji, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but we're brothers, why do we have to beat around the bush? Luo Tao laughed and said, Mr. Zhang is right. I'll ask them to come over right away so that we can get close to each other. It's not that Luo Tao and the others were not careful enough, but Luo Tao and the others had already recorded the evidence of Zhang Lei and the others, so how could they be afraid of Zhang Lei and the others turning against them? Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Luo Tao opened the door and 6 pot-bellied executives filed in. After the introduction, Zhang Lei and the other man were secretly resentful. Among these 6 people, there were 2 deputy general managers and 4 managers. There were 10 people in the group, and Tang Ji was the lowest ranking one. He held up the wine glass with both hands and said eagerly, brothers, please take care of me in the future. Everyone was feasting and toasting each other, and soon a group of glamorously dressed modern girls pushed the door open. The atmosphere at the scene became even more heated. In order to dispel the doubts of Luo Tao and others, Zhang Lei and his companions acted greedy and lustful to the extreme. The drunken men, supported by their female companions, went to the suite upstairs. After everyone left, Luo Tao took out the pinhole camera and said with a sinister smile, from now on, all of you will become our running dogs and work for us. Luo Shibua waved his hand and said righteously, hey, don't say such harsh words. What does running dog or not running dog mean? We are all partners. Luo Tao and the other person looked at each other and smiled coldly. As soon as Zhang Lei entered the hotel room, his eyes instantly cleared up. Zhang Lei took out a stack of money and stuffed it into the woman's pocket, saying, you're staying here alone tonight, and you're not allowed to go anywhere. If someone asks you tomorrow, you know what to answer. Chapter 90, The Right Medicine. The charming woman took the money and said with a smile, boss, you're at a huge disadvantage. Why don't you stay here tonight? Zhang Lei glanced coldly at the charming woman and said, if you don't do as I say, the consequences will be unbearable. Zhang Lei quietly opened the door, met Tang Ji in the stairwell, and left the hotel. Zhang Lei and his companion quickly arrived at Lu's manor, placed the money on the coffee table, and told the story. Tang Ji took out the pinhole camera on his body, handed it to Lu Ruashi and said, sister-in-law, there is a detailed video in it. Qin Tian gave a thumbs up and said, good boy, so you are the man with the camera on his face in the legend. Tang Ji rolled his eyes and said, brother Tian, if my sister-in-law wasn't here, Lazy and I would beat the shit out of you. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, don't worry about me when you brothers are fighting with each other. Zhang Lei said respectfully, sister-in-law, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Lu Ruashi smiled coldly and said, then let's follow their plan. It is time to root out this cancer. After finishing the business, Xin Tian took out 2 red books and placed them on the coffee table, saying with a proud look on his face. 2 big boys, what do you think? Are you envious? From now on, I'll have a family. Zhang Lei was sincerely happy for his brother and punched Xin Tian in the chest and said, Brother Tian, be nice to your sister-in-law in the future. If you dare to treat her badly, none of US brothers will forgive you. Tang Jishi said with a smile, Brother Tian, sister-in-law, I wish you a happy wedding and a baby soon. Lu Ruashi said happily, thank you for your blessings. Xin Tian said with a smug look on his face, being invincible is so lonely. Not only am I going to be a groom, I'm also going to be a father. You two are so grown up, you're going to have brothers or sisters soon. Zhang Lei was dumbfounded and said, fuck, Xin Shanlong, what did you say? Tangji said incoherently, fuck, Xin Shanlong, you are so awesome. Xin Tian said with a look of disgust, do you think I'm like you two idiots? It's been so long and I haven't touched your little hand once. Zhang Lei's face turned red and he said, fuck, who said I didn't touch it, I still. Bang. Sun Tian, with a red face, kicked Zhang Lei into the sofa. Tangji quickly covered his mouth and said, Nimi, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Bang. Tangji followed Zhang Lei's footsteps again and was kicked into the sofa by Sun Mi. Xin Tian bloated, you two idiots, why am I so happy to see you in trouble? Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, little Tian, you're so bad. Zhang Lei said with a playful smile, you don't understand, this is the way my wife loves me. If she doesn't make love to me twice a day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Angrily, Sun Mi went to get the feather duster next to her. Zhang Lei said in shock. Sister-in-law, help. My wife is about to beat me to death. Xin Tian gave a thumbs up and said jokingly, when it comes to shamelessness, you have to be the one. But you are too stupid to ignore the most important information just now. Tang Ji and the other man were confused and asked, what? Xin Tian smiled proudly and said, your brothers and sisters. Zhang Lei's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, fuck, are they twins? Xin Tian crossed his arms and said with an air of being the best in the world. Who am I, Xin Changlong? It's easy to have twins. Tangji rolled his eyes and said, you are awesome. It's my sister-in-law who is awesome. Xin Tian laughed and said, she is my wife. If she is powerful, doesn't it prove that I am more powerful? Tangji sighed and said, you are awesome. I have nothing to say to you. Zhang Lei licked his dog face and said, Tian, you have the twin gene, why don't we try harder and have a pair of twins too? Sun Tian said angrily, fuck, I'm going to beat you to death, you shameless bastard. Xin Tian took the feather duster, handed it to Sun Tian and said, daughter-in-law, use this to beat thieves. Sun Tian said with a dark face, son-in-law, you are a real dog. Sun Mi said with a smile, I am still too naive. I always thought that my uncle was the most honest one, but it turns out that he is the most sinister one. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, Xiao Tian is the most honest and the worst person. Xin Tian said speechlessly, sister, when did I become the worst man? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, aren't you a bad guy? She's a virgin, not even married yet, but you've got your child. 2 at once. Xin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, what you said makes sense, don't say it next time. Lu Ruashi pointed at the money on the coffee table and said, lazy, Aji, keep the money for yourselves. Zhang Lei and the others hastily refused, sister-in-law, absolutely not, we have already taken too much. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, you have completed the task very well, these can be regarded as extra bonuses. Xin Tian took out a cigarette and said, this is what your sister-in-law gave you, just keep it. Hurry up, go out and burn the cigarettes. Zhang Lei and his friend pushed the money to the Sun Tian sisters and said shamelessly, wife, please help me put it away. I will give you all my savings for safekeeping later. Sister Sun Tian blushed and asked, who is your wife? Who is going to manage your money? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, it's sweet, your man is willing to give you money, just take it, what's there to be shy about? The 2 sisters Sun Tian then shyly put away the money. Xin Tian and the other 2 came to the garden and smoked for a while. Zhang Lei gave a thumbs up and said with a grin, brother Tian, this is still your best move. Now I wonder where my wife can fly to. Xin Tian looked puzzled and asked, when did I teach you to do this? How come I don't know? Tangji smiled and said, Brother Tian, Mimi and the others have told us about your glorious deeds. I didn't expect that your wealth alone would be so terrifying. Xin Tian said with a smile, can you give money randomly? If you entrust it to the wrong person, wouldn't you lose both your money and your life? Zhang Lei said indifferently, Tian and the others are not that kind of people. Xin Tian nodded and said, I know, so I didn't stop you. You two should work harder, otherwise your children won't be able to play together because of the age gap in the future. Zhang Lei agreed and said, that's true. It looks like we need to take some drastic measures. Xin Tian said with a smile, just don't really give me the drug. Zhang Lei said with a dark face, fuck, am I that kind of person? Tangji nodded and said, you are just afraid of being beaten. Zhang Lei sneered and said, Aji, now you can speak out your true feelings. Chapter 91, Catch Them All. Xin Tian came to the company leisurely, and Zhang Xia said with a smile. Xiao Tian, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Luo Wen approached Xin Tian and said with a slightly red face. Xiao Tian, my faucet is broken. Can you help me replace it after get off work? Zhang Xia said unwillingly. Xiao Tian, go and help me change first. I will cook for you myself, you can have whatever you want. Zhang Li said with a smile, Sister Xia, needless to say, your husband must be on a business trip. Shen Yu suddenly felt a green glow on his head, and said hurriedly, Wen, let me help you change it. I'm the best at fixing faucets and unclogging drains. Zhang Lei muttered quietly, Xin Shanglong is such a jerk, he is really blessed by nature, he is so popular with girls. Tang Ji laughed and said, it's also because Qin Shanglong is too serious. If Qin Shanglong is a little more wild. I wonder how many fish are willing to swim in the fish pond. Xin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and politely refused. Sister Xia, Sister Wen, I'm sorry, I have an appointment with my girlfriend to watch a movie tonight. Zhang Xia covered her mouth and chuckled, it's not impossible to come over after watching the movie. It shouldn't take Xiao Tian that long to finish a meal, right? Zhang Lei smiled mischievously and said, Xin Tian's nickname is Qin Changlong. He is a hungry dragon with an amazing appetite. Zhang Xia said with shining eyes. Little Tian is blessed to have food to eat. When you come to my sister's house, I can't let you go hungry. Luo Wen was not to be outdone and said, Little Tian, sister won't let you starve. Shen Yu felt his face turn green, and said anxiously, Wen, I can skip meals and just work. Qin Tian glared at Zhang Lei and said with a smile, thank you for your kindness, sisters. Qin Tian has a lot of things to do at home, so please forgive me. Zhang Xia said with regret, okay, let's talk about it later. Luo Wen said unwillingly, Xiao Tian, let's talk about this later. Sun Yun and the others said in unison, Xiao Tian, we are the same. We have made a gentleman's agreement to see you in the future. Qin Tian clasped his hands together and begged for mercy, sisters, please let me go. A day passed in a flash, and the next morning, Qin Tian stepped into Sales Department 9 with high spirits. Zhang Xia approached Qin Tian and said mysteriously, Xiao Tian, according to internal information, some of our company's secrets were leaked. It was leaked when we sold 9 units. Luo Wen said with a look of astonishment. I've heard about it too. Who has the guts to do this? This guy should go to jail. Qin Tian pretended to be surprised and said, such a big thing has happened. Who is so bold and reckless? Everyone was chattering and eating the fresh melon. Ruashi entered Sales Department 9 with a large group of senior executives. Luo Tao, Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department, said attentively. Boss Lu, after verification, the information was leaked from Qin Tian's computer. Ruashi said in a cold voice, oh, really? These people really don't know how to live or die. Luo Sherbo said righteously, how dare this person be so rampant? He deserves to be punished for singing tears behind bars. Everyone stared at Qin Tian in astonishment. Zhang Xia stared at Qin Tian in amazement and said, he's just a new employee, how could he be Qin Tian? Luo Wen said in disbelief, impossible? This is too unbelievable. Luo Tao sneered and said, humph, which new employee can be so fierce? How long have you been in the company and you've signed contracts with so many rich ladies? Luo Sherbo snorted coldly and said, I thought I had recruited a powerful general, but I didn't expect that he was actually a spy from the Zhou group. Zhang Xia and others hurriedly fell silent. This matter was no small matter. How could they dare to get into trouble? Ruashi sneered and said, "Someone, get me the surveillance footage." Luo Sherbwa said with a flattering look. "Boss Lu, I'm sorry, but yesterday the entire company was shutting down due to the monitoring system being debugged." Yi Jun, general manager of the logistics department, sneered and said. The entire company was indeed debugging surveillance yesterday, but it was due to the negligence of the staff. Yesterday we sold 9 surveillance cameras, which happened to be operating normally. Luo Tao's face turned pale and his calves trembled slightly unconsciously. Yi Jun projected the surveillance video onto 9 LED screens. Everyone saw Zheng Lei and Tang Ji standing guard at the door, while Luo Tao was sitting in front of Qin Tian's computer, fiddling with everything. Everyone stared at Luo Tao and the other two in amazement. Luo Tao knelt on the ground with a plop and said with a pale face, "Boss Lu, I was wrong, please forgive me." Everyone looked at Zheng Lei and couldn't help but say, "Fuck. Mr. Zhang has such a bright future, why would he do such a stupid thing? How sad must Mr. Lu be?" Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice. "Luo Tao, the company treats you well, promoting you from a small employee to the current deputy general manager. Is this how you repay the company? If I give you another chance, who else is your accomplice?" Luo Sherbwa clenched his fists and said nervously. "Luo Tao, how could you be so stupid? You are simply blinded by greed. How could you team up with Zhang Lei and do such a stupid thing?" Several executives behind Luo Sherbwa also looked at Luo Tao nervously. Luo Tao said dejectedly, "Boss Lu, I was wrong. I did it together with Zhang Lei." Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Zhang Lei, play the video." Zhang Lei played the video and sneered, "You are blind. Can I be bought with money?" Luo Tao pointed at Zhang Lei and the other man in disbelief and said, "You." Everyone watched the scenes in the video in amazement. Luo Sherbwa and others fell to their knees on the ground, begging at the top of their lungs. Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "I have other evidence of your crimes in my hands. You will spend the rest of your lives reforming in prison." Soon, staff from relevant departments arrested Luo Sherbwa and his group. As for subsequent matters, they will naturally be followed up by people from the company's legal department. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Zheng Lei and Tang Ji have made great contributions to the company's elimination of this cancer. Everyone has witnessed the talents of Zheng Lei and Tang Ji, so they were transferred to be deputy general managers of the sales department. As for the manager and deputy manager of sales department 9, Jiang Xia and Luo Wen will take on the roles." Zheng Lei and the others hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands, saying, "Boss Lu, absolutely not. We cannot take on such a heavy responsibility." Jiang Xia said with a look of surprise, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will definitely work hard." Luo Wen said in disbelief, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will definitely do my job well." Lu Ruashi waved her hand and said with a smile, "Lazy, Aji, you guys work hard, I believe in your abilities." Chapter 92 The Truth Comes Out. Jiang Xia was dumbfounded and asked, "Lazy, sister-in-law?" Luo Wen said in shock, "I see. I was wondering why Mr. Lu has such a strong taste." Zhang Li blurted out, "Who is the eldest brother?" Everyone who was muttering to themselves quickly covered their mouths in fear. Lu Ruashi walked forward, put her arms around Qin Tian's arms, and said happily, "Let me introduce to you all, Qin Tian is my real husband. As for the rumors about the company, they are just to confuse the real with the fake." Jiang Xia blushed for a rare moment, and muttered to herself, "Fuck. I'm so overestimating myself. I actually wanted to compete with Boss Lu for a man." Luo Wen was also stunned and muttered to herself, What the hell, my love rival is actually Mr. Lu, what the hell is this? Boss Lu's little feet are more fragrant than mine." No wonder Qin Tian has remained unmoved. The executive stared at Qin Tian in astonishment and said, What the hell, the real dragon is actually Qin Tian. But only a young talent like Mr. Qin is worthy of the favored daughter of heaven, Mr. Lu." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Hey, it's exposed so quickly, it's not fun at all." Lu Ruashi said sweetly, "Husband, I will be your secretary, or you can be the president." Qin Tian shook his head and said, "No, it's much easier to be my little employee." Lu Ruashi said with regret, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Everyone stared at the two people's sweet interaction in amazement. Jiang Xia said in disbelief, "Mr. Qin is so favored. But from my sister's perspective, it is only natural for Mr. Qin to be so favored. Executive A was shocked and said, fuck, Jean Tian is so terrifying. Executive B, who was tanned, blushed and said, fuck, after all this time, the clown turned out to be me. Ruashi said sweetly. On our wedding day, all the friends from Sales Department 9 must come to attend our wedding. Everyone in Sales Department 9 nodded with joy. Ruashi put her arm around Jean Tian and walked towards the president's office on the top floor with a sweet look on her face. Before long, two major breaking news of the company quickly spread throughout the company. The big news about Luo Tao and the others was actually overshadowed by the marriage news of Jean Tian and his partner. Employee A said in disbelief, fuck, I got so tanned, and this is what happened. Employee B was dumbfounded and said, fuck, I told you, which woman wouldn't love a man like Jean Tian? Female employee A said with a look of emotion, fuck, my love has not even started yet, and it has ended without any result. Female employee B said with red eyes, I'm a fan, President Liu and Mr. Chin are such a perfect match. Female employee C said eagerly, I'm a fan plus 1000086. Many tanned male employees looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling extremely embarrassed for a moment. For a time, many black-haired guys became the laughingstock of the company, and all the male employees wished they could turn white immediately. But it is easy to get tanned, but it is not so easy to get white again. It was soon time to get off work. Sun Tian opened Zhang Lei's door as if she was familiar with the place and led Jean Tian and the other two inside. Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, oh, not bad. Tian even knows the password to the door. Sun Tian blushed and said, Miss, you are making fun of me too. Jean Tian smiled and said, Sun Tian, don't worry, when I beat Lazy up later, I won't hit him in the face. Sun Tian said with a smile. It doesn't matter if he gets hit in the face. Maybe this charcoal-headed guy will look better after his face gets swollen. Sunmi said with a smile, sister, you have the guts to do such a dark face. Sun Tian slapped Sunmi on the back of the head and said through gritted teeth. You're no different, you little bitch. Not long after, Zhang Lei and Tang Ji opened the door, chatting and laughing. Zhang Lei said with surprise, Tian, are you waiting for me at home? Sun Tian smiled and said, it's not me who is waiting for you at home, it's your uncle who is waiting for you at home. Zhang Lei looked at Jean Tian, whose eyes glowed green, and said as if he was pierced by thousands of arrows. Tian, I am your man, and you betrayed me. Zhang Lei ran away. Jean Tian rushed over, hugged Zhang Lei's neck, and said with a grin. My dear son, look at your father, why are you running so fast? Tang Ji fanned the dark wind and lit the ghost fire. Brother Tian, Hayadair has been acting like a big shot lately, using the name of sister-in-law. Don't be polite, beat him up. Jean Tian grabbed Zhang Lei and beat him up, gritting his teeth and saying, my dear, you have come to this day too. Zhang Lei screamed heartbreakingly, fuck, Qin Changlong, you are not a human. You are the one who made me act cool, and you are the one who beat me up. Zhang Lei finally broke free from Jean Tian's control. Tang Ji threw Zhang Lei to the ground and said with a grin. Brother Tian, hurry up and keep beating him up. Zhang Lei gnashed his teeth and said, fuck, little son, you are the most sinister one. The three brothers were laughing and joking there, while Ruashi and the other two girls were eating watermelons, watching with great interest. After all the commotion, Zhang Lei rubbed the black smoke ring and said through gritted teeth. Fuck, you guys are so ruthless. Sun Tian threw a hard-boiled egg to Zhang Lei and said with a smile, I prepared it for you a long time ago, hurry up and get out of here. Zhang Lei licked his dog face and said, my wife is the one who cares about me. These two big boys are all black-hearted. It was just that the big dark circles under Zhang Lei's dark face, coupled with his funny expression, made everyone burst into laughter again. Ruashi covered her belly and said, when you three brothers are together, you are really three funny guys. Under Zhang Lei's constant pestering, Sun Tian had no choice but to help Zhang Lei treat his injuries. Tang Ji smiled and said, sister, don't be fooled by that charcoal-headed guy. He has thick skin and tough flesh, so this kind of injury is a common occurrence. Zhang Lei said with a smile, my dear, come here and call me brother-in-law. Sun Tian slapped Zhang Lei on the back of his head and said through gritted teeth. You deserve to be beaten, you black-haired guy. You really deserve it. Zhang Lei said shamelessly. Wife, no matter how many times you hit me now, I will definitely take it back double someday. A few people were laughing and joking while preparing food for dinner. Ruashi said with shining eyes, Xiao Tian, you look so handsome in an apron. Jean Tian posed and said, I, Qin Changlong, am blessed by nature. The so-called handsome Panin is simply weak, okay? Ruashi nodded vigorously and said, from now on, the idiom should be changed to looks like a long dragon. Chapter 93, Stunning Beauty. Zheng Lei stuck his head out and said, Xin Chanlong, you are too shameless. Qin Tian chuckled and said, even if I cover my face, I am still more popular than a black-haired guy like you. With the jokes of a few people, a sumptuous meal was soon prepared. Everyone sat around, clinking glasses from time to time. Qin Tian, who could only sit at the same table with the children, of course drank juice. Qin Tian put down the cup and said, tomorrow we will go to take wedding photos. You two are so old, why don't you try on the groomsmen's suits too? Zheng Lei gnashed his teeth and said, fuck, Qin Changlong, you were such a jerk. You hit me in the face like this and made me look bad. Qin Tian spread his hands and said, there is no other way. The best man has to be a virgin like you, which is not easy to find. Zheng Lei's face turned red as he said, who said I'm still a virgin? I. Bang. Sun Tian, with a red face, kicked Zheng Lei out with the chair. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sunmi gave a thumbs up and said, sister, you are really awesome. Sun Tian glared at Sunmi and said, you are playing tricks here. Sister doesn't even know you. As the night deepened, Qin Tian and the other person were already lying on the big bed in the manor. Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, hubby, we're going to have our wedding photos taken tomorrow, I'm so excited. Qin Tian said lovingly, which day are you not excited? Other pregnant women are so sleepy every day, I don't know where you get so much energy. Lu Ruashi said proudly, that's because my sister is in good health. And my sister will soon be able to transform into a young lady and a hot mom, how can I not be excited? As the saying goes, time never defeats beauty. After a night of rest, Lu Ruashi, looking radiant, took Qin Tian's arm and stepped into the wedding photography base. Su Tingting and others had been waiting here for a long time, and after they exchanged greetings, the preliminary preparations began. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was wearing a white wedding dress and walking towards him gracefully. Qin Tian was stunned for a moment. Lu Ruashi was very satisfied with Qin Tian's performance and smiled charmingly. My lusty husband, do you think I'm beautiful? Qin Tian stammered, beautiful, beautiful. Poochie. Lu Ruashi smiled, and everyone was once again deeply shocked by her beauty. Su Tingting said with red hearts in her eyes. I originally thought that my sister was invincible, but I didn't expect that my sister in a wedding dress would be such a disaster for the country and the people. Li Min said with a surprised look on her face, the only one who can beat Sister Shi in terms of beauty is the more beautiful Sister Shi. Zheng Lei was dumbfounded and said, fuck, what on earth is Qin Changlong capable of? Staff A was stunned and said, fuck, Miss Lu's beauty has shocked me for the whole year. Big stars and internet celebrities, they are so weak. As everyone gradually came to their senses, photographer Tony took a lot of photos of the golden boy and girl in front of the camera. Tony looked at the film and said with a sigh, no one is allowed to retouch these photos. These photos will be the most outstanding works of my life. Makeup artist Annie said with a smile. It's not that our skills are so amazing, but that Miss Lu and I are such a perfect match. Tony smiled and nodded. It's true. Even a pig can take beautiful photos as long as it knows how to press the camera. Qin Tian and his partner's wedding photography was proceeding in an orderly manner. At this moment, Wu Wei was taking photos in front of the camera with a beautiful smile. Wu Wei, who was wearing cool clothes, said with seductive eyes, Brother Shiyu, do you think I am beautiful? Lu Shiyu chuckled and said, you little slut, your temperament has really changed now. But I like your flirty look. Wu Wei pretended to be shy and said, Brother Shiyu, you are so bad. Lu Shiyu patted Wu Wei and said, come on, little slut, let's go and welcome young Master Yang first. As for other matters, we can talk about them later. Wu Wei quickly changed into a miniskirt, her outfit was so hot that it was jaw-dropping. At this time, Lu Ruashi was taking personal photos. Qin Tian lit a cigarette and went to the bathroom with a smile on his face. Wu Wei, dressed like a hottie, looked at the handsome Qin Tian, and quickly put down Lu Shiyu's arm, her eyes shining as she said, wow, Qin Tian, we are so destined to meet each other. I didn't expect to meet you like this. Qin Tian got goosebumps all over his body, and took a step back and said, please make way, I need to go to the bathroom. Wu Wei's eyes lit up, and she said happily, Qin Tian, I'll go with you. I'm familiar with this place. Lu Shiyu looked at Qin Tian, who looked like a handsome man, and said with jealousy, 2B, don't be so proud. Do you know who is back today? Xin Tian blew out a puff of smoke and sneered, "Whoever comes back is none of my business." Lu Shiyu smiled and said, "I'm not afraid to scare you to death, but young Master Yang Bai has returned from Country M after studying for a doctorate." Xin Tian sneered and said, "It's none of your father's business, get out of here quickly." Lu Shiyu said with a smug look on his face, "You are a country bumpkin, so of course you don't know who young Master Yang is. The Yang family is the only big family in City A that can compete with our Lu family." Xin Tian said indifferently, "Have you finished talking nonsense? Get out of here." Lu Shiyu snorted and said, "You won't be so proud for long, young Master Yang is known as the best young master in City A. I don't know how many celebrities are willing to bow down to young Master Yang's suit pants." Xin Tian rolled his eyes and prepared to turn around and leave, too lazy to bother with this idiot. Lu Shiyu said with a smug look on his face, "The Yang family and our Lu family have been friends for generations. The most important thing is that Sister Shi and Mr. Yang have been childhood sweethearts and are recognized by everyone as a perfect couple. Now that young Master Yang is back, your so-called wedding is nothing but flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water." Wu Wei hurriedly comforted Xin Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, it's true, the relationship between Miss Lu and young Master Yang is indeed very close. But don't worry, if Miss Lu doesn't want you anymore, I will welcome you any time." Xin Tian snorted coldly and said, "You disgusting things, get out of here." Lu Shiyu smiled grimly and said, "Don't be so proud, you country bumpkin. When Sister Shi doesn't want you anymore, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Wu Wei sighed and said, "Young Master Yang has good looks, status, and talent. Money is actually young Master Yang's least noticeable advantage. Xin Tian, it's not shameful for you to lose to him." Lu Shiyu sneered. "Country bumpkin, besides being a little more handsome than young Master Yang, what else do you have to show for yourself?" Chapter 94, The Smoke and Misery. Xin Tian sighed and said, "I can't deny that I'm disgusted by you too." Lu Shiyu snorted and said, "I'll let you, little bastard, be so arrogant for 2 more days. One day, I will make you regret offending me." Xin Tian raised his palm and said, "If you don't get out of here, I will make you regret it now." Lu Shiyu hurriedly pulled Wu Wei away, and Xin Tian pouted and said, "What a bunch of disgusting things." At this time, Yang Bai was in a private room of the hotel, being complimented by many rich second generations. Zhou Yuanyuan said charmingly, "Young Master Yang, long time no see. I miss you so much." Yang Bai said righteously, "Long time no see, Sister Yuanyuan, I hope you are well." Weekend fanned the dark wind and lit the ghost fire and said, "Young Master Yang, we have suffered a great loss during your absence. Miss Lu was not only dethroned by a little jerk, but she even had to marry that little jerk." Celebrity A said sarcastically, "I guess that little jerk used some despicable tricks to make Miss Lu pregnant." Yang Bai's expression was unremarkable, he gritted his teeth and said, "Shit, I really lost a lot this time. Not only did my intended wife get taken away by a pig, but she also wanted to marry him. It doesn't matter if we're childhood sweethearts or something like that. Damn, I've been coveting this peerless beauty for such a long time. I didn't even touch it, and the pig pushed me like that. What's more, she is the only daughter of the Lu family. She is even more powerful than my Yang family. If I marry her, wouldn't I have both wealth and beauty? Who else in the world can rival me?" Yang Bai smiled and said hypocritically, "Ruashi has grown up, and it is only natural for her to marry someone else." Zhang Chang tried to sow discord, "We would be happy to bless Miss Lu to marry any rich man. But marrying such a country bumpkin would make the young masters of City A look incompetent. I can't swallow this humiliation." Yang Bai sighed slightly and said, "Hey, what else can we do? I guess Ruashi also fell into the gentle trap of that little jerk for a moment." Weekend said with a look of jealousy, "Fuck Xin Tian, that bastard." Yang Bai looked out the door and asked, "Why hasn't Ruashi arrived yet? Have you notified Ruashi?" Zhou Yuanyuan quickly interrupted and said, "I called Miss Lu personally." Yang Bai said arrogantly, "Ruashi might have been delayed by something." "I told you, how could she not come?" Zhou Yuanyuan looked strange and whispered. Ms. Lu only replied with 2 words. "I'm busy." The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked strange. Yang Bai's earlobes could not help but turn red, and he secretly hated her. "Zhou Yuanyuan, you stinky bitch, can't you just finish your words in one breath? You made me lose face like this." Lu Shiyu and the other man pushed the door open and walked in. Wu Wei said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yang, long time no see. I missed you so much." Yang Bai said with a surprised look on his face, "Whose sister is this?" She looks a little unfamiliar. Puff. Everyone couldn't help laughing, Wu Wei said shyly. Brother Yang, my name used to be Wu Wei, but now I'm Wu Wei. It was your first time to go to the club, and you took me there. Yang Bai's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, fuck, Shoei, Shoei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful and extraordinary now. Wu Wei put her hands on Yang Bai's shoulders and said with a slightly red face. Brother Yang, I wonder if you can still take me out to play like before. Yang Bai touched his nose awkwardly and said. Sister Xiaowei, let's reminisce about the past today. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later. Wu Wei said expectantly, Brother Yang, I will be at your service at any time. Lu Shiyu sneered and said, let's eat first, no need to wait for Sister Shi. We just met Sister Shi and that little punk, they were taking romantic wedding photos. How could she have time to deal with us now? I didn't expect that Sister Shi wouldn't even give young Master Yang face. Yang Bai even hated Lu Ruashi this time, and said ferociously in his heart. You little bitch, I thought you were so noble. Turns out you're also a little slut. Humph, sooner or later I will snatch you back, and then you'll see how I deal with you, this little bitch. Yang Bai said with embarrassment, photographing a wedding dress is a big deal. It's normal for Ruashi to be busy. The banquet finally began, and a group of rich second generations kept toasting each other, creating a very lively atmosphere. Zhou Yuan looked at Wu Wei, whose face was covered with white spots, and felt extremely jealous. Damn, this little bitch Wu Wei is actually more sociable than me. No, we can't let this little bitch steal the show. The socialites at the scene were secretly competing with each other, trying to show off their beauty. At this time, Lu Ruashi was in Qin Tian's arms, smiling happily. Qin Tian said lovingly, Sister, take a break. You've been shooting for so long, don't get tired. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Great, I didn't expect my little Tian would be able to take care of his sister. Qin Tian said tenderly. Sister, I didn't do well enough before, I will definitely be a qualified husband and father in the future. I will take good care of and protect you and the babies. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's handsome face and said seriously, Xiao Tian, you have done very well. Sister is very happy. Su Tingting rubbed the goosebumps on her hands and said, Sister, you two are too affectionate. Li Min said with a smile, it's more than just being affectionate, the two of them are almost like conjoined twins. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, You two have been single since birth, what do you know? How can you know the sweetness of love? Su Tingting said with a smile, it is sweet, but in our opinion, it is the sour smell of love. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled, Sister Shi, why don't you lend me your brother-in-law for a few days? Don't worry, I promise to return it to you in a few days. Let me feel the sweet love for a while. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, You're just dreaming. I'm lending Xiao Tian to you, but if you don't, I'll just chew his bones clean. And I have nothing to do with it. Li Min said teasingly, Sister Shi, where are the lifelong sisters you promised us? Humph, you are so stingy that you won't even lend me a loan. Lu Ruashi snorted coldly, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. The first thing I'm going to be on guard against is you two little sluts. Su Tingting said with a hurt look on her face. Brother-in-law, give me a hug. I have received 10,000 critical hits. I need you to comfort my wounded heart. Chapter 95, A Mistake. Li Min said with a smile, aren't you, my sister-in-law, looking forward to a 10,000-point critical hit? Qin Tian said speechlessly, please, ladies, please be kind. I am not the source of your joy. Lu Ruashi glared at Su Tingting and the other two girls fiercely and said, Don't talk nonsense here. If you piss me off, I'll throw you into the club. Su Tingting and the other girl fell silent instantly. You know, Lu Ruashi's title of female devil was not earned for nothing. It really pissed her off, she could do something like this. After Qin Tian and his partner finished taking their wedding photos, they headed towards Luas Manor, looking tired. Since the next day was Saturday, Lu Ruashi slept until 11 o'clock in the morning, then opened her eyes lazily. Baji. Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's handsome face, kissed him and said, Good morning. My little husband. Qin Tian said with a smile, Here you go again, little husband, do you want an older husband? Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, Yes, my little husband is Xiao Tian, and my big husband is De Tian. Qin Tian said helplessly, You are very happy to be naughty, right? Qin Tian got up and went to the bathroom, just as Lu Ruashi's phone rang. Lu Ruashi looked at the strange number on her phone and said in a cold voice, "Hello." Yang Bai's elegant voice sounded on the phone, "Ruashi, it's me." Lu Ruashi was confused and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Bai's expression froze for a moment, and he said inwardly with a sinister look, "This little slut didn't even save my phone number. What's even more annoying is that she can't even recognize my voice." Yang Bai's slightly magnetic voice sounded, "I haven't seen you for 2 years. How come my little Ruashi can't even recognize Brother Bai's voice?" Lu Ruashi asked tentatively, "Yang Bai?" Yang Bai said in a gentle voice, "Xiao Ruashi, it's me." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, welcome back. But we have all grown up, so it is better not to call us by the names we used as children anymore." Yang Bai clenched his fists, his face looked grim, but he still spoke gently, "Hey, Xiao Ruashi, you are being so distant with me." Lu Ruashi looked towards the bathroom and said sweetly, "Young Master Yang, there are differences between us as men and women. Our childhood friendship is childhood friendship. Now that we each have our own significant other, we should naturally pay attention to the boundaries to avoid any misunderstandings." Yang Bai's face was ferocious, but his voice was unusually elegant. "Well, I can't argue with you. I wonder if Miss Lu would be so kind as to come out for a cup of coffee." Lu Ruashi was about to refuse, but Yang Bai smiled and said, "Miss Lu, we have been friends for generations, you won't even give me this face." Lu Ruashi sighed slightly and said, "Okay, young Master Yang, send me the address and I'll be there in a moment." After the two hung up the phone, Yang Bai slammed the phone down and said with gritted teeth, "You little bitch, why are you pretending to be so noble? I wonder how promiscuous you are behind the scenes. If you weren't the eldest daughter of the Lu family, I would at most just be playing with you." Qin Tian came out wrapped in a bath towel, covered in moisture. Lu Ruashi hurriedly took the towel and gently wiped Qin Tian, saying, "Little Tian Tian, you don't even know how to dry yourself off." Qin Tian raised Lu Ruashi's chin and said with a wicked smile, "Isn't this a chance for sister to show off?" Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Oh, my little husband has made great progress. He knows how to flirt with me now." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Wife, do you have any plans for today?" Lu Ruashi was just about to talk to Qin Tian about the invitation from this old friend. But Lu Ruashi changed her mind and said, "Don't look down on this little man, he is careless all day long, he is simply a jealous person." Because of a few rumors, Lei Zi was beaten by him and was grimacing for several days. It's better not to say anything, so as to avoid making your husband jealous. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Hubby, you stay at home and play. I'm going to do something and we'll be back soon." Qin Tian took out his cell phone and said, "Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll just play games at home." Qin Tian didn't think about it, after all, Lu Ruashi did have a lot of things to do. Lu Ruashi changed into simple clothes and drove to the agreed coffee shop. Not long after, Qin Tian's phone rang. Qin Tian, whose game was interrupted, said unhappily, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing, I'm hanging up, I'm playing games." Zhang Lei said anxiously, "Brother Tian, no, Aji and I have agreed to buy gifts for Tian Tian and Mimi. Come and give us some advice." Qin Tian said with a look of disdain, "You are the only ones who are bothering with too much trouble. Just send me the address." Zhang Lei chuckled and said, "Okay, we'll send it to you right away, but we haven't set out yet." Qin Tian quit the game with a helpless look on his face and drove a supercar to the shopping mall. Since Qin Tian was closer to the shopping mall, when Qin Tian arrived, Zhang Lei and the other man were still halfway there. Qin Tian was wandering around the square aimlessly when he suddenly saw a beautiful figure in the cafe opposite. Although Qin Tian had never seen the man, with his sixth sense, Qin Tian could be sure that it was the young master Yang Baiyang mentioned by Lu Xiu. At this time, Lu Ruashi and Yang Bai had just sat down in the cafe. Yang Bai looked at Lu Ruashi, who was becoming more and more harmful to the country and the people, and could not take his eyes off her. Lu Ruashi looked at Yang Bai and said in a cold voice, "Young Master Yang, please respect yourself." Yang Bai was awakened instantly and muttered to himself, "Damn, after the door of love was opened to this woman, she became even more stunningly beautiful. No matter if it's because of the Lu group or because of this peerless beauty, I must get her back at all costs." Yang Bai said in a gentlemanly manner, "I'm sorry, Sister Ruashi, you are so beautiful. I was rude for a moment and made you laugh. After all, he is the elder brother from a noble family, and we have a good relationship with him." Lu Ruashi shook her head and said in a cold voice, "Young Master Yang, you should just call me President Lu or Miss Lu. I don't want to be misunderstood by my husband." Yang Bai clenched his fists, but said with a smile, I really don't know what kind of extraordinary man is able to win over Miss Lu, this rose with thorns. Speaking of her own man, Lu Ruashi said happily, my husband's name is Qin Tian. I'll introduce him to you someday. And this is the scene Qin Tian saw at this moment. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was smiling happily, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He murmured to himself, have I been just a substitute all alone? Will this period of time together and this period of love be nothing but a passing cloud in the end? In the end, I still couldn't resist it, the so-called white cloud light? So where should I go? Can I really let go and leave? Chapter 96, Unexpected Disaster. The system's loud and charming voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Puff. I met the hostess Lu Ruashi secretly meeting her childhood sweetheart Yang Bai. Please choose. Option A, go up to the hostess Lu Ruashi and ask her why she has fallen in love with someone else. Reward, 10% of the shares of Yang Group in City A. Option B, feeling sad, turn around and leave silently. Reward, 10 cents in cash. Option C, beat up Yang Bai who has ulterior motives. Reward, a courtyard house in City A. Qin Tian murmured to himself, secret meeting with childhood sweetheart, secret meeting with childhood sweetheart. Qin Tian was so distraught at this moment that he didn't care about the system selection at all. Qin Tian's face turned pale, and he felt as if a huge rock weighed down his heart. Qin Tian staggered towards the traffic light, preparing to go to the parking lot. The system's loud and playful voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. The owner has selected B by default. The 10 cents has been paid into the owner's account. Please feel free to use it. At this time, Lu Ruashi stood up elegantly and said, Thank you for the coffee, Mr. Yang. I have to go back first. Otherwise, if my husband finds out, he'll be really jealous. Yang Bai was so jealous of Qin Tian that his long fingernails almost dug into his flesh. Yang Bai said in a gentlemanly manner, Okay, Miss Lu, we'll see you later. Lu Ruashi nodded politely and walked out of the coffee shop gracefully. Qin Tian, in a daze, had just stepped onto the sidewalk where the light had just turned green. A car was speeding towards them, turning right. Due to the obstruction of the green belt next to it, the driver of the car was driving too fast and did not notice Qin Tian. The driver suddenly saw the figure in front of him and slammed on the brakes. With a bang, Qin Tian was hit hard by the car and fell heavily on the concrete ground. At this time, the system's panicked voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Shit, I'm going to have a big hit this time. I'm not going to kill my master. Then I'm going to die too. If it were the usual Qin Tian, he would definitely be able to dodge if the driver had already braked. However, Qin Tian's mind was in a mess at this moment, so how could he have time to dodge? The driver looked at Qin Tian, who was unconscious after being hit, and tremblingly called the emergency and police. Enthusiastic passers-by quickly came forward to check on Qin Tian's injuries. Zhang Lei, a veteran driver in the opposite lane, steered with one hand inside. Oh, damn, there was another car accident. Tang Ji, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked in the direction of the voice and happened to see Qin Tian's handsome face lying in a pool of blood. Tang Ji yelled at the top of his lungs, Lazy, drive over quickly, it's brother Tian who had the accident. Zhang Lei's face turned pale, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and sped towards the scene of the accident. Tang Ji hurriedly dialed Lu Ruashi's number with trembling hands. At this moment, Lu Ruashi felt a sharp pain in her heart. She covered her heart and whispered, What's going on? When Lu Ruashi saw the incoming call from Tang Ji on her phone, an ominous premonition came to her mind. Lu Ruashi answered the phone in a hurry, and Tang Ji's anxious voice sounded on the phone. Sister-in-law, something bad has happened. Brother Tian was hit by a car at the traffic light in the shopping mall. Please come here quickly. Lu Ruashi looked at the traffic light not far ahead and her face turned pale in an instant. Lu Ruashi had no time to say anything and ran towards the traffic light with a pale face. Lu Ruashi and Zhang Lei arrived at almost the same time. Lu Ruashi felt dizzy as she looked at the handsome face lying in a pool of blood. At this time, the ambulance also came roaring. Lu Ruashi rushed over in a hurry and said tremblingly, Husband, how are you? Zhang Lei and the other man hurriedly supported Lu Ruashi and said, Sister-in-law, don't touch brother Tian for now. The medical staff quickly sent Qin Tian to the ambulance, and the ambulance rushed towards the hospital. As soon as Qin Tian entered the hospital, he was sent to the VIP operating room. Lu Ruashi and the other two were waiting outside the operating room anxiously. Not long after, Lu Tianxi and others came over after hearing the news. Lu Tianxi said anxiously, Ruashi, how is Xiao Tian? Ruashi said in a panic, I don't know, I'm still in the operating room. Su Yuanying said with a look of heartache. What on earth is going on? How did a car accident happen out of nowhere? Ruashi suddenly woke up and said palely, Aji, why is Xiao Tian in the shopping mall? Tang Ji and the other man slapped each other hard on the face. Tang Ji said with a look of self-blame. It's all our fault. Why did we ask Brother Tian to help us choose gifts? Zhang Lei said with a shameful look on his face, Brother Tian arrived at the shopping mall alone first, and we just arrived as well. Ruashi's face turned even paler, and she hurriedly called someone to retrieve the surveillance footage of Qin Tian in the shopping mall. After Ruashi and others finished watching the video on the phone, Ruashi slapped herself hard on the face. 5 long and thin finger marks quickly appeared on Ruashi's beautiful little face. Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who had a distraught look on his face. Her heart almost broke when he was knocked away. Ruashi said with deep regret, I am so stupid. I just wanted to drink coffee, why would I hide it from Xiao Tian? Su Yuanying yelled at Ruashi in a rage, you idiot, I really want to slap you to death. Su Tingting hurriedly comforted. Aunt, sister, don't worry. Brother-in-law is a lucky man. Nothing will happen to him. Lu Tianxi frowned and said, oh, that's not right, logically speaking, Xiao Tian doesn't know Yang Bai. The nature of Ruashi's job requires eating and drinking coffee with people, which is a common occurrence. Xiao Tian is not a petty person, why would he do this? Ruashi and her father looked at each other, and Ruashi hurriedly made a phone call and asked someone to check Qin Tian's experience in the past few days. Ruashi gritted her teeth and said, you'd better not let me find out who was behind this, or I will make sure you die. Lu Tianxi said in a cold voice, someone must be behind this, fanning the flames and misleading Xiao Tian. No matter who it is this time, I, Lu Tianxi, will never let this person and the family behind him go. Not long after, Ruashi's phone rang. After a conversation, Ruashi gritted her teeth and said, Lu Shiyu, Wu Wei, both of you clean your necks and wait. Finally, the red light in the operating room went out and the attending physician, Professor Bai, walked out. Ruashi and others hurriedly surrounded him and asked anxiously, Professor Bai, how is Qin Tian? Professor Bai hurriedly comforted everyone and said, don't worry, everyone. Fortunately, Mr. Qin's injuries are not serious. It's mainly because the back of his head hit the ground, which is a bit serious. The rest are just skin injuries. I think he will wake up soon after returning to the ward. It's nothing serious. Chapter 97 Life hangs on a thread. Ruashi and the others all let out a long breath, and expressed their gratitude to Professor Bai profusely. Half a day later, Qin Tian was finally transferred from the intensive care unit to the VIP ward. Everyone looked at Qin Tian, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, and shed tears secretly. Ruashi gently took Qin Tian's hand and said with deep regret, Zaya Oxianshan, it's all my sister's fault. Can you please wake up soon? Su Yuanying wiped her tears and said distressfully, stinky girl, don't disturb Xiao Tian, let him have a good rest. Li Min hurriedly comforted Ruashi and said, Sister Shi, don't worry, your brother-in-law is fine. You are still pregnant. Don't disturb the fetus. Only then did Ruashi stop crying, but she still insisted on staying by the bedside despite everyone's dissuasion. At this time, Lu Dinghua and his parents walked into the ward in a panic. Lu Dinghua looked at Qin Tian on the bed and said anxiously, Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Lu Tianxi hurriedly went over and said, Mom and Dad, why are you here? Don't worry. Xiao Tian is out of danger and will wake up soon. Lulan glared at them and said, why are you hiding such a big thing from us? Su Yuanying hurriedly comforted him, Mom and Dad, aren't we afraid that you will worry? Lu Dinghua puffed his beard and glared, fortunately, Xiao Tianji has his own blessings, otherwise I will see how I will deal with you. At this time, the news of Qin Tian's car accident also spread to all the wealthy families in City A. After hearing the news, Yang Bai laughed and said, it would be great if that little jerk could just die, so I don't have to dirty my hands. After hearing the news, Weekend celebrated and said, it would be great if this country bumpkin could just die. Maybe I can try it again in the future. Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes and said, bullshit, such a handsome boy, I haven't even had the chance to taste him yet. After hearing the news, Wu Wei sighed slightly and said, please don't die, if you die, where will I find such a handsome brother? Soon a day passed, and Ruashi found Professor Bai and said anxiously, Professor Bai, why hasn't my husband woken up yet? Professor Bai hesitated for a moment and said. I just examined Mr. Chin. Logically, he should have woken up long ago. Ruashi said with a pale face, how could this happen? Professor Bai stood up quickly and said. Miss Lu, don't worry. I will immediately arrange for experts from various departments to have a consultation to see what the situation is. Everyone waited outside the door anxiously. After an unknown amount of time, the door slowly opened. A team of experts led by Professor Bai slowly walked out. Ruashi and the others hurriedly surrounded him with anxious faces and said. Professors, what happened to Chin Tian? Professor Bai hurriedly comforted everyone and said. Mr. Chin is indeed fine. The only possibility is whether Mr. Chin has been stimulated by something? I fell into self-hypnosis and didn't want to wake up. Ruashi said with a pale face, when will my husband wake up? Professor Bai shook his head and said, if this is the case, then it will be troublesome. It is possible that he will wake up in the next moment, or it is possible that. Lu Tianxi said anxiously, what should we do? Professors, please save Chin Tian. Professor Bai sighed and said, heart disease needs heart medicine to cure it, and the person who tied the bell needs to untie it. It is difficult for external forces to cure all of this. You should talk to Mr. Chin more and guide him to wake up on his own. The effect may be much better. Ruashi staggered to the bedside, and everyone hurriedly closed the door and waited anxiously outside. Ruashi gently stroked Chin Tian's handsome face and said with deep regret. Xiao Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been afraid that you would be jealous and kept it a secret from you to meet Yang Bai. Believe me, sister. Yang Bai is just an old friend of mine from childhood. Other than that, I really have no relationship with him at all. Sister, please wake up quickly, okay? Ruashi burst into tears and said, husband, don't believe other people's slander. I promise that I will never meet any man in private again, please wake up soon, okay? Not long after, the news that Chin Tian was unconscious instantly reached the ears of those who were concerned. Yang Bai sneered in the study room and said, since you can't wake up, then don't wake up forever. Only dead people are the least dangerous, but the Lu family's protection must be very strict. But there is always a loophole in 100 precautions. There is still a long way to go. It is not easy to deal with a vegetative person. After hearing the news, Weekend was overjoyed and said, ha ha ha, you little jerk, now you have come to this day. After a while, if Miss Lu no longer has any hope for you, then your death will come. Zheng Chang smiled grimly and said, we don't even need to do anything about this little jerk, God will take him away. Day after day, 3 days passed quickly, but for Ruashi and others, it felt like a year. Everyone took turns talking in Chin Tian's ear, trying to wake him up, but Chin Tian didn't respond at all. Tang Ji comforted Ruashi and said, sister-in-law, go to the next room and get some rest. If brother Tian wakes up and sees you looking so haggard, he will be so distressed. After being persuaded by son Tian and others, Ruashi reluctantly went to the next room to rest. Tang Ji and his brother were the only ones left in the ward. Zhang Lei looked at the cell phone on the cabinet and said, I forgot to take my sister-in-law's phone. I'll give it to her. Ah Ji, please keep an eye on brother Tian. Tang Ji nodded and said, go ahead. I'm here. Don't worry. Zheng Lei walked in with his phone in hand. After a while, the door was opened and a doctor in a white coat walked in and said, I'll give Chin Tian an injection. Tang Ji didn't take it seriously at first, but who is Tang Ji? He is the military advisor among Chin Tian's Iron Triangle, and he is the most careful. When Tang Ji saw the doctor who was covered tightly, his heart skipped a beat. Didn't he just get the injection? Why is the doctor still covering his face like 007? And a male doctor is giving the injection? Not good. In a flash, Tang Ji rushed towards the male doctor. Seeing that his plan was exposed, the male doctor stabbed Chin Tian with the needle regardless of anything. Seeing that the needle tip was about to pierce Chin Tian's skin, Tang Ji held the needle tube firmly to prevent the needle from going any further. Tang Ji fiercely kneed the male doctor in the abdomen. The male doctor loosened his hand in pain and the syringe was tightly held in Tang Ji's hand. Tang Ji was relentless and kicked the male doctor out, knocking over the chair next to him. Warm reminder, Long Fei does not understand medical knowledge, and this illness is fabricated for the plot, so please do not take it seriously. Chapter 98 Hiring a Killer. Ruashi and others in the next room were awakened by the sound of fighting and pushed the door open. The two sisters' Sun Tian quickly controlled the male doctor. Lu Ruashi was frightened and said palely, Aji, how is Xiao Tian Tian? Tangji took out the needle in his hand, exhaled a long breath and said, Don't worry, sister-in-law, brother Tian is fine. Fortunately, I was more careful, otherwise it would be a big trouble. When everyone saw the syringe in Tangji's hand, they were all scared. Needless to say, this syringe was not a good thing. Zhang Lei said with a look of fear, Fortunately, the person who stayed in the room was Aji. If it was me, it would really be barbecue. Soon, the uncle from the relevant department took the man in doctor's clothes away for investigation, and of course the syringe was also taken for testing. Lu Tianxi, who came upon hearing the news, said angrily, Fuck, who the hell is tired of living and dares to attack my son-in-law, Lu Tianxi? Lu Ruashi said with a look of fear, It's all my fault for being careless and not arranging bodyguards to conduct a thorough inspection. Su Tingting sighed and said, How could I have known that these people would be so bold as to commit murder? Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, If I were to find out who was behind this, I will make him regret living in this world. Not long after, the investigation results of the relevant departments came out. It turned out that the so-called male doctor was a terminally ill cancer patient in the hospital. By chance, he accepted 2 million from a mysterious man and came to poison Qin Tian. The patient was so hot-headed that he wanted to create wealth for his family before he died, so he did such a stupid thing. What awaits the perpetrator is severe punishment by law. The perpetrator is indeed clueless to the instructions, and the clues have been cut off since then. The medicine in the syringe is none other than the famous 7-step soul-severing powder. Once you are hit by it, even a god cannot save you within 7 breaths. Zhang Lei was dumbfounded and said, Who on earth is this person who is so vicious? He must kill brother Tian. Lu Dinghua slammed the table and said angrily, Who in the imperial capital is so bold? How dare he hire someone to kill someone? Investigate this thoroughly. Lu Tianxi said angrily, No matter what, this person must be found for me. Lu Ruashi said with cold eyes, Who else could it be? It must be the group of rich second generations who are jealous of Xiao Tian Tian. It's just that at the moment, we can't be sure who did it. Li Min gritted her teeth and said, Who is this person? He is hiding so deeply. Lu Ruashi said coldly, No matter how deep he hides, with such a deep blood feud, if I, Lu Ruashi, don't find him and avenge him, I, Lu Ruashi, will be unworthy of being his wife. As the night deepened, Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's handsome face and whispered, Xiao Tian Tian, my dear husband, can you hear me? Please wake up soon, okay? If you keep going like this, I'm really going to collapse. Lu Ruashi's tears burst out and dripped onto Qin Tian's handsome face. However, Qin Tian, who was in a deep sleep, was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, in Qin Tian's mind, the system's slightly guilty voice rang out. Shit, I really hit the jackpot this time. If I had known you were so deeply in love with me, I would not have been so ambiguous and misleading. Well, I'd better use some energy to wake you up. Qin Tian's fingers moved slightly. Lu Ruashi looked at the big hand in his hand in disbelief, and cried with joy. Honey, you moved your hand. Are you going to wake up? Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes, and his memory instantly came back. Qin Tian said with a wry smile. Honey, I'm fine, don't cry. Lu Ruashi cried with joy, That's great, husband, you finally woke up. Sun Tian saw the opportunity quickly and invited Professor Bai from the office over. After Professor Bai checked it, he said with joy. That's great. Mr. Qin is fine now. He will be discharged from the hospital after a few days of recuperation. After everyone thanked Professor Bai with joy, they left the space to Qin Tian and the other person. Lu Ruashi placed Qin Tian's big hand on her fair face and said apologetically, Hubby, I'm sorry, I made you misunderstand. I promise to keep my distance from all men in the future and never make the same mistake again. Qin Tian already knew the whole story and said with embarrassment, Wife, this is my fault, you are not to blame. Of course, there is also that abominable system. It was under her guidance that I had wrong thoughts. Lu Ruashi suddenly realized and said, No wonder you are so angry, it turns out there is such a thing. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth and said, Wife, wait a moment, I'll go question that dog system. Lu Ruashi said with a relaxed look, We can't let her off easily. We have to get some compensation back. Qin Tian said angrily in his heart, Dog, come out here. The system said speechlessly, Master, you are a real dog. When they are useful, they are big and sweet. When they are useless, they are just dogs. Qin Tian said angrily, don't talk about those useless things. Why do you want to mislead me? The system said speechlessly, when did I mislead you? I just said that the hostess secretly met with her childhood sweetheart Yang Bai, but I didn't say that they had anything shameful to do. Qin Tian was slightly stunned. Oh boy, it seems like this really wasn't, he said. Qin Tian said in a shameless way, no matter what, it was because of your misleading that I walked on the edge of life and death twice. You have to give me some compensation at least. The system sighed and said, okay, this is also my fault. I apologize. I will recover your injuries in the future and ensure there are no sequelae. What do you think? Qin Tian snorted and said. TSK, are you sending away a beggar? Don't you have to calculate the loss of work, mental damages, etc.? The system said speechlessly, stop. I will give you another 10% of the shares of Yang Group. Just consider it as your choice A. Don't be so greedy. If you keep pestering me like this, you won't get anything. Qin Tian smiled frivolously and said, Big CC, you are really my little baby. Brother loves you so much. The system rolled its eyes and said, get lost, you are such a slut. Qin Tian took out a share debt certificate and handed it to Lu Ruashi, saying, Wife, I got a big bargain, 10% of the shares of Yang Group. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Hubby, you are really amazing, but I would rather not have this happen than have the share. Qin Tian said with a doting look on his face, it has already happened, so why not ask for some actual compensation? Chapter 99, The Final Settlement. Lu Ruashi then put away the share debt book. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, Honey, I'm sorry. I was petty this time. I promise to trust you 100% in the future. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Hubby, how can you be blamed for this? If it were me, I wouldn't be much better. Qin Tian gently stroked Lu Ruashi's beautiful face and said, Wife, we must trust each other 100% in the future. If you have any questions, you must ask them in time, no one should keep them in your heart. Lu Ruashi nodded obediently and said, Okay, husband, you should have a good rest. Qin Tian stretched out his hands and said expectantly, Wife, I want to hold you while sleeping. Lu Ruashi said with a worried look on her face, But you are injured. Qin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's ear and said, It's okay, don't worry. The system made a mistake first. She promised to help me recover from my injuries. Lu Ruashi climbed onto Qin Tian's bed with an anxious look on her face, hugged Qin Tian's neck, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Qin Tian stared at Lu Ruashi's fair little face and said with heartache, Oh, it's all my fault. My wife has lost weight these days. After Qin Tian recuperated in the hospital for another 3 days, he was taken back to Lu's manor by Lu Ruashi. As soon as Qin Tian stepped into the hall, he saw all his relatives and friends gathered together. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, Lu Dingwa waved his hand and said, This is a cause for celebration. Let's all sit down and have a feast. Everyone sat down and the atmosphere gradually became heated. Lu Ruashi put down her chopsticks and said solemnly, Grandpa, I'm going to deal with that idiot Lu Shiyu. Lu Dingwa groaned for a moment and said, that family of idiots is really disappointing. Ruashi, do you think this is a good idea? Grandpa will expel that family from the Lu family and let them fend for themselves. Lu Ruashi wanted to say more, but Lu Tianxi nodded and said, This is the best, they will no longer enjoy the blessing of the Lu family. I guess he won't dare to act so recklessly in the future. We have finally given our explanation to my uncle. Lu Ruashi snorted coldly. Grandpa, I let them off easy this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude to them. Lu Dingwa nodded and said, That's right, let's do it. Su Tingting asked curiously, Sister, how are you going to deal with Wu Wei, that disgusting thing? Lu Ruashi snorted coldly and said, The Wu family has always been rich but unkind, and has often oppressed the good, so they deserve to be destroyed. As for Wu Wei, she has done many things to bully men and women in the past, so naturally the law will come to deal with her. The news of Qin Tian's discharge from the hospital quickly spread to all the major families, and many rich young men secretly resented Qin Tian. Not long after, news spread among the wealthy families that Lu Zhongren's lineage was expelled from the Lu family by elder Lu Dingwa. At this time, Lu Zhongren was furious and smashing things and said, Fuck, what the hell is going on? Why did my uncle suddenly expel our lineage from the Lu family? Tell me, have you idiots done something evil again? Ma Yurong said with a pale face, I don't know either. I didn't do anything. Lu Shiyu shook his head and waved his hands, saying, I didn't do anything. I've been very well behaved recently. Lu Zhongren said to Lu Ruoha with gritted teeth. That's you, a shameless slut. Lu Ruoha said in horror, It's not me, I didn't do anything. Lu Shiyu gritted his teeth and said, It must be you, a slut, who seduced that country bumpkin Qin Tian and made grandfather so angry. Just as Lu Ruoha was about to explain, Lu Zhongren slapped her hard in the face. Lu Ruoha covered her swollen face and said heartbrokenly, Dad, you hit me? Lu Zhongren said with hatred, Not only will I beat you, I will also beat you to death, you shameless bitch. Ma Yaron, who felt sorry for her daughter, stepped forward and said, Husband, please stop hitting me. Lu Zhongren, who was still angry but hadn't left yet, punched and kicked Ma Yaron, cursing. It's you, a shameless bitch, who spoiled your 2 children into this state. Ma Yaron roared in disbelief. Lu Zhongren, you disloyal bastard, you actually dared to hit me. I will fight you today. Lu Zhongren and his wife had a huge fight. Lu Rujie, who was very angry, didn't care about the 2 people who were fighting to death. Lu Rui said with hatred, Lu Shiyu, you bastard, why are you slandering me? Lu Shiyu sneered. You're slandering me? You're licking a dog's face and trying to seduce your cousin's husband. How cheap of you. Pa. The furious Lu Rujie slapped the bitch Lu Ruyu hard. Lu Shiyu took a while to react and yelled hysterically, Fuck, you bitch, you dared to hit me? Lu Shiyu grabbed Lu Ruwan's hair and slapped her twice on the face. Lu Ruwan was not to be outdone and started scratching Lu Ruyu's face. The 2 siblings also joined the fight. The scene was horrific and the servants quickly hid far away for fear of being splashed with blood. Lu Zhongren and the other 3 were finally tired of fighting. They all sat down on the ground with embarrassed looks on their faces, glaring at each other fiercely, as if they had some deep hatred. From then on, Lu Zhongren's family lived in dire straits and was in great unrest. That's not all. After Lu Zhongren's family lost the halo of the Lu family, their former relatives and friends turned against them in an instant. Lu Zhongren's family instantly became a third-rate wealthy family and no longer had its former glory. Just when Lu Zhongren's family was fighting for their lives, a piece of bombshell news came online that shocked all the wealthy families. A well-known paparazzi broke the news. The Wu Group has committed many acts of tax evasion and tax avoidance. Not only that, the Wu Group often oppresses the good and engages in malicious competition. What is even more abominable is that the Wu Group colluded with the Our Country Group to wantonly suppress national brands. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and netizens criticized the Wu Group with righteous words. The relevant departments rushed to investigate. Wu Wei's father, Wu Xiong, was smashing things in the office and said angrily, Who on earth is behind this, the Wu Group? They are so damn tired of living. Secretary Li Shuer, who had big wavy hair, pushed the door open and said in horror, Chairman, something bad has happened. Wu Xiong gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. Secretary Li Shuer said anxiously, Chairman, all the scandals of the company have been uncovered and exposed on the internet. Wu Xiong's face turned pale, and he asked anxiously, What exactly was exposed? Li Shuer said with horror, What about shoddy construction, malicious collection and so on? Oh, by the way, the incident of a female employee jumping off a building last year has also been dug up, and all the evidence points to you. Chapter 100, Sparse but not missing. Wu Xiong's face turned pale, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? I have clearly dealt with all these things. Wu Xiong said anxiously. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and book the fastest flight. I want to leave the country immediately. At this time, the door was opened and the staff in uniform rushed in. The leading staff member showed the arrest warrant and said seriously, If you do too much evil, you will eventually perish. Wu Xiong, you are under arrest. Wu Xiong slumped down in his chair, muttering to himself. It's over, it's all over. Who on earth did I offend? Who has such great power? At this time, there was a scene of singing and dancing in the heavenly club. Wu Wei said with a smile in her eyes. 2 little brothers, are you new here? You are so handsome. Just as the 2 male models were about to speak, the door of the private room was pushed open forcefully. A group of uniformed staff came in, and the leader said, Wu Wei, you forced the female star Li Ji to death, and your series of evil deeds have been exposed. You are under arrest. Bang! The glass in Wu Wei's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Wu Wei said in disbelief, How is that possible? I clearly handled it. Wu Wei quickly covered her mouth and said in horror. It wasn't me. You got it wrong. I'm a woman. I'm Lu Wei, not Wu Wei. The leader of the team waved his hand with a look of disdain and said, Take it away. Wu Wei screamed in a sharp voice, You can't arrest me, my father is Wu Xiong. The leader of the team sneered and said, You will soon be able to meet your father in prison. The news that Wu Wei and his son were handcuffed and taken away by relevant departments one after another quickly became a hit on the internet. Netizens who advocated justice all expressed their satisfaction, and a series of victims finally received belated justice. Overnight, the wealthy Wu Group, which had dominated City A for decades, collapsed in an instant and no longer had its former glory. Qin Tian, who was watching the news, spit and said, Such a wealthy and unkind family deserves to be destroyed. Lu Ruashi snorted and said, This family of beasts deserves to be shot. Qin Tian sighed and said, Wife, you are really powerful. You can find out all this. Lu Ruashi smiled and shook her head, saying, They are bringing trouble upon themselves, they deserve to die. If they were just decent people, I wouldn't be able to frame them. Qin Tian nodded and said with a sigh, No matter what position you are in, you must behave properly and never break the law. The golden crow sets, and the moon rabbit rises. Lu Ruashi, wearing a white dress, walked into the Li's manor with her arm around Qin Tian's, looking happy. Qin Tian and his companion came here to attend Li Min's birthday dinner. As Qin Tian and his partner, the golden boy and jade girl, stepped into the hall, they instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. The celebrities who were competing with each other for beauty were instantly outshined. Gu Tiantian murmured softly, Miss Lu is here, what's the point of competing? Lu Yu helplessly spread his hands and said, I don't even have the courage to compete with Miss Lu. Many young masters from wealthy families wanted to glue their eyes to Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi snorted softly, and the young masters of wealthy families were instantly awakened and quickly looked away. Li Min said with joy, Sister Shi, brother-in-law, you are finally here. Lu Ruashi took the gift from Sun Tian and said with a sweet smile, Minmin, happy birthday. The two girls hugged each other warmly, and Li Min whispered, Sister Shi, you broke the rules, you actually DQ and hit someone. Lu Ruashi glared at Li Min and said, You stupid girl, shut up. Li Min stuck out her tongue playfully and said, Oh, I really envy my brother-in-law's happy life. Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled, That's right. The three girls were chattering away, and many young men from wealthy families were greeting Lu Ruashi with a warm look on their faces. No matter how much most people at the scene looked down on Qin Tian in their hearts, they still greeted him enthusiastically. Qin Tian also responded with a smile. Yang Bai was surrounded by people and came over. He said in a gentlemanly manner, Sister Ruashi, you are finally here. Lu Ruashi's face suddenly turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, Young Master Yang, do you have a bad memory? Yang Bai smiled and spread his hands, saying apologetically, Miss Lu, I'm sorry, I'm used to calling you that, and I can't change it right away. Socialite muttered, Miss Lu is so hypocritical, isn't she? It's just a title, isn't it? Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, Among the many guests present, how many of them are not childhood playmates? Who do you see? He still calls me by my childhood nickname. Socialite B whispered, I thought Miss Lu was making a big fuss before. But what she said does make sense. This is indeed too easy to be misunderstood. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's arm affectionately and said, It's not me, Lu Ruashi, who is making a fuss, young Master Yang, you called me so intimately. People who don't know would think that we have some shameful relationship. Yang Bai secretly hated her in his heart, this little bitch is really ungrateful. Humph, one day, you will cry and beg me. Yang Bai said with embarrassment, Miss Lu, I'm sorry, it's me who was careless. Su Tingting introduced with a smile. Young Master Yang, let me introduce you to the most handsome man in the room. It's my brother-in-law Qin Tian, isn't he much more handsome than you? Qin Tian's face was filled with black lines, and he muttered to himself. This sister-in-law is really a scumbag. Doesn't this make me offend all the men here? Lu Ruashi said happily, My husband is the most handsome man in the world. Qin Tian said inwardly with a speechless face, Well, there is an even worse wife. Gu Tian agreed and said, I have never seen a man more handsome than Qin Tian. Many celebrities echoed the sentiment, and many rich young men secretly hated it but did not dare to show it. Yang Bai, who claimed to be the tallest, richest, and most handsome man in City A, said with an embarrassed look on his face, Mr. Qin, nice to meet you. Qin Tian also greeted him with a smile, and said modestly, Dear guests, my wife and sister have never seen the world. I am sorry to make you laugh. The faces of the wealthy young men turned even darker, and they secretly hated each other. Damn, Chin Tian, this country bumpkin, has a really poisonous tongue. Miss Lu and Miss Su have been playing with us since we were young. If they have never seen a handsome guy, then wouldn't we all be ugly? Gu Tian said with a smile, it's not easy to see Chin Tian's world. Lu Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, we all envy Miss Lu, but everyone wants to be Miss Lu. The ladies all echoed, and Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice. You little sluts, all of you should restrain yourself a little bit. Chapter 101, First Test. Chin Tian's face was full of black lines, and Lu Ruashi said like a Sichuan opera face changing. Hubby, don't you like me the most when I look like a naive person? Li Min said jokingly, Sister Shi, if you two want to be cheesy, go back and close the door and do it slowly. Zhang Chang snorted coldly. Isn't he just a little more handsome? What's so great about that? How can he compare with young Master Yang, a top-notch tall, rich and handsome man? Lu Ruashi's face turned cold, and she sneered secretly. Is it because I can no longer lift a knife? Or have I been laughing too much recently? Why are they all like flies, looking for trouble with my husband? Chin Tian patted Lu Ruashi's white and tender little hand, and said proudly, my wife is Lu Ruashi. Zhang Chang's face was full of black lines, and Weekend sneered. Chin Tian, young Master Yang, regardless of his family background, is a doctoral graduate from a world-class university. Can you be as talented as him? Chin Tian kissed Lu Ruashi's moist little mouth and said proudly, my wife is Lu Ruashi. All the young masters from wealthy families had gloomy faces and were secretly jealous. Weekend was jealous and gruesome, muttering to himself. How great it would be if I could be Chin Tian for a day. Yang Bai wanted to smash Chin Tian's mouth with a punch, and regretted it secretly. How great it would be if I didn't go to Country M to study for a PhD. Now, am I not the one who can do whatever I want beside Lu Ruashi? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, is there anyone who dares to compete with me? My husband is Chin Tian. Gu Tian smiled and said, Miss Lu, even if I were to marry 10 husbands, I would not dare to compare with your husband. Zhang Yu said with a smile. Miss Lu, even if you are recognized as the most beautiful woman, I don't envy you. I just envy you for marrying Chin Tian. The faces of the wealthy young men turned even darker, and Weekend said with a jealous look. I didn't expect you guys to be so superficial. You only care about looks. Li Min smiled and said, you guys just don't care about the face. You can even kill someone like Wu Wei. Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled, your mother just doesn't care about your appearance, that's why you were born to be this ugly. Weekend blushed and said, you guys. Yang Bai said with a modest and gentlemanly look. Everyone, please give me some face and stop bickering. It's a rare occasion for us to get together like this, why don't we have some fun? Zhang Chang sneered and said, some country bumpkins may not know how to play what we play. Su Tingting snorted and said, my brother-in-law can't give birth to a child, what else can't he do? Chin Tian's face was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, this is really a scumbag sister-in-law. Lu Ruashi said proudly, my husband can't have children, but he can let me take maternity leave. Chin Tian said helplessly, forget it, the scumbag is my wife, so I'll just have to put up with it. Zhang Chang sneered and said, Chin Tian, you are so awesome, do you dare to compete with us? Chin Tian stared at Zhang Chang coldly and sneered, your brain is not even as big as a melon seed, what can you compare with me? Poochie. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Zhang Chang said angrily, Chin Tian, you. Chin Tian said with a smile. Xiao Changsheng, why do I always feel a sense of superiority and intelligence every time I talk to you? Ha ha ha. Everyone could no longer pretend to be elegant and burst into laughter. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled, brother-in-law, you are so good at talking. Only those who use it know it. Lu Ruashi glared at Li Min and said, you stupid girl, shut up. Yang Bai said in a gentlemanly manner, we are all good friends, why don't we just talk nicely? Why are you so sharp-tongued? Chin Tian said with a smile, young Master Yang, you are good at chess, right? Yang Bai said with a smug look on his face. Not bad, Mr. Chin, I've heard a lot about your chess skills. When we're free, we can play a couple of games together. Su Tingting was afraid that Chin Tian would underestimate his enemy, so she quickly interrupted and said. Brother-in-law, young Master Yang's chess skills are not comparable to those of Zhang Chang and his ilk. You must not underestimate your enemy. Chin Tian shook his head seriously and said, I won't compete with young Master Yang. His hindsight is too powerful. Yang Bai's face was filled with black lines. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then reacted after a while, and their faces turned red. Others didn't dare to laugh at Yang Bai, but Lu Ruashi didn't care who you were. Poochie. Lu Ruashi touched Qin Tian's head and chuckled. Hubby, your brain works too fast. But you said it so tactfully, some people have limited IQ and can't understand it. Yang Bai looked embarrassed, and his hatred towards Qin Tian reached a new level. As the protagonist, Li Min tried to smooth things over by saying, "Okay, enough joking, let's go dance." The guests then went down the stairs and swarmed toward the dance floor. Qin Tian smiled coldly and said, "These idiots really think I'm easy to bully." Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Hubby, don't be angry. I'll help you vent your anger some other day." Qin Tian smiled evilly and said, "But I'm very angry right now." Lu Ruashi blushed and said, "What should I do? Should I go and beat them up right now?" Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi's waist tightly and said with a wicked smile, "Sister, we have a long way to go, so please dance with me first." Day after day, Lu Ruashi finally waited for the wedding ceremony. At this time, Lu Ruashi was sitting in the boudoir of the Lu family's old house. Lu Ruashi was seen wearing a phoenix crown and a bright red Chinese wedding dress, which made her look even more like a disaster to the country and the people. Su Tingting, who was dressed as a bridesmaid, said in shock, "Sister, you are so beautiful. You must be making your brother-in-law jealous." Li Min said with red eyes, "It's over, I feel like I'm schizophrenic. I want to be both she's sister and brother-in-law." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, "Then you play two roles by yourself and have fun." Sunmi, who was dressed as a bridesmaid, said with a look of surprise, "Miss, the son-in-law is finally here." "Oh my god, my son-in-law is so handsome." The huge bridesmaids swarmed towards the window. Lu Ruashi lifted her skirt and stepped on the carpet with her bare feet. She said anxiously, move aside, let me watch the fun first." The girls hurriedly made way. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who was dressed as a groom, and said with red eyes, "Wow, this is the most handsome groom in the world." Gu Tiantian said with envy, "Sister Shi, you are also the most beautiful bride in the world." Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled, "I've seen a lot of people eating melons, but I've never seen anyone eating their own melons so deliciously." Li Min chuckled and said, "If it were me, I would eat it even sweeter than Sister Shi." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, "You are just daydreaming." Chapter 102: A Happy Marriage. Qin Tian greeted everyone with a smile on his face. Su Yuanying looked at his son-in-law with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes and said with a doting look, "Wow, my little Tian is so handsome today." All the aunts and uncles praised Qin Tian so much that he almost floated to the sky. After passing 81 tests, Qin Tian finally arrived at the door of Lu Ruashi's boudoir. Qin Tian stood outside the door and said in high spirits, "Ruashi, I'm here to pick you up." A large group of bridesmaids blocked the door, and Su Tingting said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, it's not that easy to marry Sister Shi." Lu Ruashi, who was wearing a red veil, said anxiously, "You little sluts, take it easy for me. If you delay my entry into the bridal chamber, I will skin you alive." Ha ha ha. The girls couldn't help but laugh. Li Min smiled and said, "Let's not go too far. Some people are looking forward to their wedding night and can't wait." Zhang Lei stuffed handfuls of red envelopes into the door and said, "Ladies, please open the door." Li Min received the red envelope and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, if you want us to open the door, it's not impossible. Please give us a belly dance." Qin Tian's face was full of black lines, and his face flushed red as he said, "Li Min, you are too cruel. Change someone quickly." Su Tingting gave Li Min a thumbs up and said excitedly, No, as long as my brother-in-law's belly dance satisfies us, we will open the door immediately." Qin Tian's earlobes turned red as he said, "My dear ladies, my limbs are not coordinated. How about changing a best man to dance for you?" Zhang Lei, who was very shameless, smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let me dance." Su Tingting scolded with a smile, "Zhang Lei, you black-headed bastard, get out of here quickly. You think we are all sweet? I just like your black hair." Sunmi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Thinking of a piece of black charcoal hair dancing there, why do I feel it is so eye-catching?" Sun Tian gnashed her teeth and said, "You damn charcoal, get away from me and stop flirting here." Zhang Lei shrank his head and retreated back to the groomsmen group in a bashful manner. Qin Tian, who looked helpless, had no choice but to take out the imperial sword and said, "Wife, you don't care about your little sisters. I'm almost killed by them." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Hubby, jump from the window. Otherwise, if we can't see it, it won't count. Shin Tian's face turned even darker, and he said speechlessly, I've never seen a wife as deceiving as you. The girls were amused and burst into laughter, looking very cheerful. Shin Tian, with a helpless look on his face, was pushed to the window by the groomsmen. Lu Ruashi lifted up her red veil, and lay on the windowsill with her bare feet, smiling. Hubby, lift up your clothes quickly. You can't see your belly. What kind of belly dance is this? Shin Tian's face was full of black lines, and he thought speechlessly, is it too late to return such a deceitful wife now? Su Tingting said with a smile, wow, my sister is so generous, she gave out benefits so quickly. Li Min laughed and said, lift it a little higher, hee hee. Everyone looked at Shin Tian with laughter, and many female guests stared at Shin Tian intently, afraid of missing the opportunity. At this moment, in Shin Tian's mind, the system's loud and joyful voice sounded. Triggering a temporary plot, please choose carefully. Option A, show a sexy and enchanting belly dance, reward, God-level belly dance skills. Option B, sternly reject this unreasonable request and reward him with a green hat. Shin Tian's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, Dog, are you serious? The system smiled evilly and said, once a system task is released, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Shin Tian said with a look of despair, do I have any other choice? Fuck you, I choose A, give me the reward. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, husband, come on, please start your performance. Su Tingting smiled evilly and said, all cameras are in their positions, give me a 360-degree shot without blind spots. The yard was filled with people eating onlookers. Su Yuanying gave a thumbs up and said, come on, Xiaotian. I'm rooting for you. Shin Tian's face turned even darker and redder, and he sighed inwardly. I wondered why my wife and sister-in-law were so mean. It turns out that this is the root cause. Shin Tianchang lifted up his wedding dress without any regret, revealing his flat belly and 8 evenly defined abdominal muscles. Li Min's eyes sparkled as she said, wow, what beautiful lines. Who can rival these abdominal muscles? Su Tingting's eyes were red with anger and she said, fuck, is sister going to envy us to death? The ladies and young ladies swallowed their saliva involuntarily, and Lu Ruashi sighed inwardly. Shit, I was having such a great time, how could I have forgotten about these vixens? Lu Ruashi snorted coldly. Stop drooling, all of you. It's a beautiful day, don't force me to slap anyone. Dynamic music sounded, and Shin Tian, with a flushed face, moved with the wind to the rhythm of the music. Everyone stared at Shin Tian in amazement, and you could hear a pin drop. At the end of the song, Shin Tian, whose face turned red with embarrassment, quickly put down his clothes. Everyone was awakened by Shin Tian and there was thunderous applause. Li Min's eyes lit up as he said, fuck, my brother-in-law's waist isn't a waist, it's the scimitar of the death-taking Sanlang. Su Tingting said with red eyes, brother-in-law's legs are not legs, they are the spring water by the Seine River. Zhang Lei was dumbfounded and said, when brother Tian becomes sexy and charming, how can women have anything to do with him? Lu Ruashi leaned on the windowsill and was about to jump out. Su Tingting and the other girls hurriedly held down Lu Ruashi and asked, Sister Shi, what are you doing? Lu Ruashi said anxiously, what? Of course, I want to go out and be a bride. Li Min only felt a headache and hurriedly said, Sister Shi, don't worry, we will open the door immediately and invite brother-in-law in. Lu Ruashi then sat upright on the bed again, and Su Tingting hurriedly covered Lu Ruashi with a red veil. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, hubby, you dance really well. Wait till I have my clothes ready tonight, and then you can dance for me alone again. Su Tingting's eyes sparkled as she asked, can we take a look around tonight? Lu Ruashi snorted coldly, you guys are just dreaming. Shin Tian blushed and said, wife, you won't be satisfied unless you kill me, right? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, hubby, just tell me whether you agree or not. Shin Tian said with a frown on his face, you are the boss today, you have the final say, what can I do? Li Min said with a smile, come here, miss, and sign up to eavesdrop. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, as long as you are not afraid of Xiao Hei dealing with you, just come over. Chapter 103 Wedding Night. Li Min gnashed her teeth and said, Sister Shi, you are so cruel. Shin Tian wanted to go forward and pick up Lu Ruashi, but Li Min stopped him and said, brother-in-law, if you want to take Sister Shi away, it's not impossible. Just go through the last test. Shin Tian said helplessly. Come on, remember this for me, and when you get married, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Su Tingting said with a bachelor's face, it doesn't matter. As a single dog, I am not afraid of anything. Li Min took out a black towel and said with a wicked smile. Brother-in-law, let's play a game of scent to identify beauty. As long as you can smell her hands. If you can accurately find Sister Shi, you can naturally marry her. Qin Tian said with a frown on his face, fuck, this is hell difficulty. Su Tingting grinned and said, if someone gives you a hint secretly, it doesn't count even if you find it. Su Tingting tied the black scarf for Qin Tian and said with a sweet smile, the game begins. Li Min put her little hand in front of Qin Tian's nose, and Qin Tian said jokingly, Miss, did you just pick your toes? Everyone burst into laughter. Li Min was stunned and said speechlessly, brother-in-law, you are a real dog. Gu Tiantian put her hand in front of Qin Tian's nose, and Qin Tian said calmly, do you usually wash your hands with perfume? Gu Tiantian rolled her eyes and said, Qin Tian, you are so nonsense, aren't you afraid that it is really Sister Shi's hand? Qin Tian said with a proud look on his face, my wife's beauty is beyond the imagination of you ordinary people. Lu Ruashi said happily, hubby, you are so good at talking, just say more, I love to listen. Qin Tian smiled and said, when I'm free tonight, I'll tell you slowly. Su Tingting took out a salted fish and brought it close to Qin Tian's nostrils with a smirk on her face. Qin Tian stepped back suddenly and said speechlessly, fuck, you guys are going too far. Who hasn't washed their feet for a month? Ha ha ha. The guests burst into laughter. Su Tingting laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter and said, brother-in-law, this is salted fish. Qin Tian patted his chest and said, fuck, you guys really know how to have fun. Lu Ruashi playfully put her little feet close to Qin Tian's nose, and a familiar fragrance rushed into Qin Tian's nostrils. Qin Tian kissed the little feet tenderly, then picked up Lu Ruashi and said, wife, we should go to the wedding hall. Lu Ruashi fumbled to take off the black scarf for Qin Tian, and said happily, then hurry up. Su Tingting was dumbfounded and said, fuck, this is possible. How thorough does this understanding have to be? Li Min said with a wicked smile, Sister Shi is probably my brother-in-law's right-hand man now. Gu Tiantian smiled knowingly and said, I suspect you were driving, but I have no evidence. The huge convoy finally set off for Lu's manor. At this time, the lawn of Lu's manor was filled with guests watching the ceremony. The guests were dressed in gorgeous clothes and were chatting intimately with each other. The wedding car drove slowly over, the scene suddenly became quiet, and Qin Tian walked over slowly, supporting Lu Ruashi. Socialite said with red hearts in her eyes, fuck, Qin Tian is so handsome, I really envy Miss Lu tonight. Socialite B covered her mouth and chuckled, it is said that Miss Lu is pregnant. Celebrity C laughed and said, there are always more solutions than problems. With such a handsome husband, no problem is a problem. Weekend looked at Qin Tian who was full of vigor and vitality, secretly jealous. I really can't accept this. A beauty like Lu Ruashi was actually taken away by a little jerk. But Miss Lu will be a newlywed woman in the future, and there will always be a day when I will get to try her out. Yang Bai's fingernails were almost digging into his flesh, and he screamed hysterically in his heart. You little bastard, you actually stole the wife I had chosen. I will make sure you die miserably. No matter how unwilling the young masters of wealthy families were in their hearts, they did not dare to show it at Lu Ruashi's wedding. You know, whoever dares to cause trouble will create an irreconcilable feud with the Lu family. Qin Tian and his friend looked so happy that they had no time to deal with these villains. After a series of tedious rituals, the two were finally sent to the bridal chamber. Lu Ruashi lifted the red veil and said with joy, Xiao Tiantian, sister is so excited, I finally become your bride. Qin Tian said lovingly, sister, you really don't play by the rules. At least wait for me to lift up the red veil. Lu Ruashi stuck out her tongue and said playfully, how about I cover it again? Whatever you want to uncover? It's up to you. Qin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said happily, hurry up and change into your toast clothes, we are still busy. Lu Ruashi said excitedly, yes, let's go and grab our own meal. It must be especially delicious. Su Tingting waved to Lulu and said, Xiaolu, come and sit next to your sister. Lulu said obediently, hello, Sister Ting. Li Min looked at the little boy with a bright smile, and was slightly distracted. She asked curiously, Tingting, which brother of yours is this? Why haven't I seen him before? Su Tingting said in surprise, don't you know him? His name is Lulu, sister she's cousin from the same clan. Li Min said with shining eyes, little brother, come and sit next to your sister. Lulu greeted everyone and sat down next to Su Tingting. Su Tingting leaned close to Li Min's earlobe and whispered. Minmin, what's wrong with you? Are you attracted to Shiola? She's only 20 years old, okay? Li Min blushed and said, is there a problem? Sister is only 23 years old, a typical virgin. Su Tingting said in shock, fuck, you are not serious. The cheeky Li Min blushed and said, the first time I saw Shiola, I felt like I was in love. Su Tingting was dumbfounded and said, fuck, you are not right? You really are like a turtle and a mung bean, you are in love with each other. Li Min laughed and said, TSK, why are you saying it so harshly? Although Shiola is not a super handsome guy like my brother-in-law. But he is also a cute little handsome boy, who is really loved by his sister. Su Tingting said speechlessly. Let me tell you, sister, she treats her little cousin very well, so please don't ruin her life. Li Min rolled her eyes and said, am I that kind of person? Su Tingting sighed and said, but you are 3 years older than Shiola, can it work? Li Min smiled and said, a girl who is 3 years older than you is a treasure. Little Lele will feel how good my sister is in the future. Lulu, who had just put down his phone, asked curiously. Sister Ting, Sister Min, what are you talking about? You are laughing so obscenely. Chapter 104, Happy Seeing the Prey. Su Tingting blushed and said with a smile. Do I have to tell you how the red wolf next to me wants to eat you, the pleasant goat? Su Tingting smiled and said, don't ask around, this is a secret between girls. Li Min smiled sweetly and said, Xiaolu, how about I tell you whatever secrets you want to know about me? Lulu blushed and waved his hand, no need. Li Min looked at Lulu and felt even happier. Wow, what a naive little puppy. I can tell from his eyes that he is indeed my sister's type. Li Min smiled charmingly and said, Xiaolu, lend me your phone. Lulu hurriedly handed over the phone. Li Min dialed her own number and wrote good sister on Luli's phone. Lulu looked at the note on the phone and asked with a question mark on his face, good sister? Li Min smiled sweetly and said, my sister's nickname is Hao Hao. My brothers and sisters all call me good sister. I'm used to it. Lulu nodded and put away his phone. Su Tingting almost bit her lip and complained in her heart. What a good sister. Minmin is really full of bad intentions. She can deceive people without thinking. Ruashi, who had just finished toasting, sat down and asked curiously, what good sister? Li Min said with a guilty look on her face, it's okay, sister she, you guys are done with your work, right? Let's start the meal quickly, I'm starving. Ruashi also said excitedly. Open the table, hurry up and prepare the table, I have my own table, so I have to eat more. The busy day was finally over. Ruashi walked out of the bathtub gracefully, changed into a white wedding dress, and walked towards the bedroom with a slightly blushing face. Gurgle. Qin Tian looked at Ruashi in her wedding dress and couldn't help swallowing. Ruashi said with a seductive look, husband, do you think I am beautiful? Qin Tian said in a slightly hoarse voice, wife, you are so beautiful. Ruashi lifted Qin Tian's chin and said seductively, Xiao Tian, today is our wedding night. Qin Tian stared at Ruashi's face with an obsessed look, and said softly. How could I, Qin Tian, be so worthy of having a wife like you who is both sweet and salty, pure and lustful? Ruashi covered Qin Tian's thin lips with her small hands and said seriously. Having little Tian is my, Ruashi's, blessing. Qin Tian kissed Ruashi's beautiful red lips domineeringly, and whispered. Sister, it's getting late. We've been busy all day. It's time to rest. At this time, Li Min, wearing a black suspender nightgown, dialed Luli's video call with a sly smile on her face. Lulu answered the video call with a look of surprise, looking at the hot Li Min in the camera. Lulu quickly looked away and said, Sister Min, what's the matter? Li Min smiled evilly and said, Xiaolu, you should just call me good sister. I'll get used to it. Lulu did not doubt him and asked curiously, Sister, what's the matter so late? Li Min pretended to be sure, holding her heart, and said, Xiaolu, my sister has a stomachache. Can you buy some medicine for me and send it over? Li Min was afraid that Lulu would refuse, so he quickly interrupted. I didn't want to trouble you so late, but my parents are traveling abroad, and the servants in the house are also on vacation. How could Lulu know that his good sister was plotting against him? Lulu stood up hurriedly and said, Good sister, what kind of medicine do you want to buy? I will send it to you right away. Li Min told Lulu the name of the medicine and the home address, and Lulu drove out with an anxious look on his face. Li Min picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip and said, I didn't expect this little puppy to be so caring. Boom! A loud thunder exploded in the sky. Li Min covered her ears and whispered, "If you lie, you won't really be struck by lightning, right?" "Grandpa Thunder, I'm not lying to hurt anyone." She was just trying to coax a young husband back. Bah, I'm not trying to trick you, I just want to fall in love." Li Min's phone rang. Li Min quickly answered the call and said weakly, "Xiaolu, are you here?" Lulu panted and said, "Good sister, I'm at your door." Li Min told Lu Li Dao the password to the main door. "I'm in the room on the second floor, come up by yourself." Li Min quickly drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, then lay down on the bed, holding her stomach. Lulu knocked on Li Min's boudoir door, and Li Min said weakly, "Xiaolu, come in quickly." Lulu opened the door and poked his head in, saying, "Sister, this is not good. Why don't you come and get it?" Li Minchi held her heart and said, "Xiaolu, I'm in so much pain that I can't even muster any strength. Please come in quickly." Lulu walked into Li Min's boudoir with a helpless look on his face. Looking at Li Min lying on the bed, his handsome face turned red. Lulu quickly looked away, took out the pills and handed them to Li Min, saying, "Good sister, take the medicine quickly." Li Min took the pills and said weakly, "Water." Lulu hurriedly turned around to pour some water, and Li Min casually threw the pills under the bed. Lulu came over with a cup of water and said, "Good sister, please get up and take your medicine." Li Min said weakly, "Brother Shiola, help me up. I feel like I have no strength at all." Lulu had no choice but to put down the cup, and with a red face, he helped Li Min up. Li Min was secretly delighted. "Damn, I found a treasure, what a pure little puppy. I'm sure you'll be my sister." Li Min half leaned against Lulu and pretended to swallow the pills. Boom! Outside the window, a silver dragon was dancing wildly, a loud thunder made the windows rustle, and heavy rain came in an instant. Ah! Li Min, who was full of drama, hugged Lu Li's waist tightly and said, "Oh, thunder is so scary. I am most afraid of thunder." Lulu felt the soft body on his body, his handsome face flushed so red that water could drip out, and he stammered, "Good sister, please let me go." Li Min pressed Lulu closer, and said with a trembling body, "No, I am most afraid of thunder." Lu Li's body stiffened and said, "Good sister, how did you survive the thunderstorms before?" Li Min buried her head in Lu Li's chest, took a deep breath, and said with secret joy, "My little man smells so good." Li Min raised her head slightly, her eyes slightly moist as she said, "In the past, when there was thunder, my mother would hold me in her arms while I slept." Li Min's mother, who was traveling abroad, sneezed suddenly and said, "Fuck, is it a cold?" Li Min trembled slightly and said, "Brother Shiola, I'm really scared. Can you stay with me tonight?" Chapter 105, Treat Others the Way They Do. Lulu Juan blushed and said, "But we are a single man and a single woman, how can this be possible?" Li Min raised her head slightly and said pitifully, "We are siblings, why not? Could my brother really have the heart to watch me being scared to death?" Lulu hurriedly reached for the phone and said, "Why don't I call and ask Sister Ting to come over to accompany you?" Li Min quickly snatched Lu Li's phone and said delicately, "It would be so dangerous to ask Ting Ting to come here during such a heavy thunderstorm." Li Min is now extremely grateful to Grandpa Lei Gong. Lulu said stiffly, but. Li Min hurriedly comforted the little sheep and said, "Brother Xiaola, you are sister Xi's brother, and you are also my brother, Li Min's brother. Why should we be so formal between a brother and sister? Don't worry, sister is just hugging you as a pillow." Lulu, holding the tender and beautiful girl in his arms, nodded involuntarily and said, "Then I'll leave once the thunder stops." Li Min's heart was full of fireworks, and she hugged Lulu tighter. Li Min said with a seductive look, "Little brother Xiaola, lie down quickly and let your sister hold you for a while. I'm so sleepy." Lulu was lying on the bed, looking at Li Min, whose body was like an octopus, and even his neck turned red. There was a rumbling sound of thunder, and Li Min wrapped Lulu tighter. After the rain, it was another sunny day. Lulu and the other man stared at each other. Li Min leaned against the bed, lit a lady's cigarette, and said lazily, "Brother Xiaola, now that things have come to this, why don't we make the best of a bad situation? Wouldn't it be better to make the relationship even better?" Lulu blushed and said, This. Li Min's eyes were slightly red, and she said as if she had been crying, "Little Lu, do you dislike that your sister is older than you?" Lulu shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "No, that's not the case." Li Min smiled and said, "Brother Xiaola, are you planning to be a scumbag?" Lulu blushed and said, How could I be a scumbag? Li Min hugged Lu Li's waist and said happily, then brother Xiaolu is willing to take responsibility for me. Lulu quickly looked away, her earlobes slightly red as she said, good sister, I'm a little confused, I want to be quiet. Li Min smiled charmingly and said, you still say you are not a scumbag? You are actually thinking about other women. Lulu hurriedly explained. I've never even held a girl's hand before, so where did this other woman come from? I just said I wanted to be alone for a while. Li Min smiled and said, brother Shola, this is great. We are each other's number one. Lu Li's earlobes turned even redder, and Li Min said in a sweet voice. Little Lo, calm down. No matter how long you want to be quiet, your sister will stay with you. After an unknown amount of time, Lulu muttered to himself. My dear sister, you have been planning this for a long time. No, my dear sister, you are also deceiving me, right? Li Min looked up at the handsome Lulu and said with a sweet smile, brother Shola, you are so smart. I can't say I had planned this for a long time, but the first time I saw Shola, I even thought of a name for the child. Lulu sighed slightly and said, birds of a feather flock together. My dear sister, you are worthy of being my sister's best friend. Li Min said happily, brother Shola, do you agree? Lu Li's earlobes blushed as she said. I'm only 20 years old this year. As long as you're not afraid of becoming an old maid, I have no objection. Li Min murmured in her heart, humph, I don't know how to follow Sister Shuexi's routine. Do you want to take your baby with you first? Li Min cheered and said, little Lu, you are so cute. Li Min quickly took out her cell phone and typed a message to Lu Ruashi, sister-in-law, good morning. Lu Ruashi took out her phone and took a look at it, and said inexplicably, Minmin is a psychopath. Li Min was cheering and editing a text message with Su Tingting. It's done. I'll have a man in the future. Old single dog, don't be too envious. Su Tingting looked at the information on her phone, sat up and said. Fuck, Li Min is such a jerk. How long has it been? And he's completely taken over? No, I have to talk to my sister right away. Su Tingting hurriedly called Lu Ruashi, who answered the phone with an annoyed look on her face. You're just getting married, and you actually called me so early in the morning. Are you itching for trouble? Su Tingting shrank her neck, quickly explained what happened, and hung up the phone with a click. Su Tingting murmured to herself, the essence of Gusa swordsmanship is to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Li Min, one day, I will let you taste my power. Lu Ruashi listened to the busy tone on the phone and said in amazement. Fuck, I treat you as my sister, but you treat me as your sister-in-law. Xin Tian was confused and asked, wife, what's wrong? Why are you so startled? Lu Ruashi quickly recounted the story, and Xin Tian laughed. Okay, finally someone has avenged brother Tian for me. Sister, I asked you to force me to marry you. Are you stupid now? Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes at Xin Tian and said, isn't the revenge you take every day enough? No, I have to scold that little slut Li Min to death, she is too inhumane. Lu Ruashi hurriedly dialed Li Min's number. Li Min hung up the call with a slightly red face and quickly turned off the phone. Lu Ruashi said with eyes wide open. Fuck, that little slut Li Min not only didn't answer my call, she even dared to turn off her phone. Husband, hurry up and get up, I'm going to kill you. Xin Tian chuckled and said, what's the big deal? I think Shola and him are doing well together. Su Tingting called Li Min and muttered to herself. Fuck, Minmin turned off her phone. Given my sister's temper, she'll definitely come to my house and kill me. Come on, go eat some melons. Lu Ruashi and the other two arrived at the Li's manor one after another, and the servants hurriedly welcomed them in. Li Min shyly hugged Lu Li's arm and said happily. Sister, brother-in-law, Tingting, you came so quickly. Lulu also greeted everyone with a red face. Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth and said. FCKU, big sis. Li Min, you little slut, I treated you as a sister, but you actually treated me as your sister-in-law. Li Min said with a smile, sisters and sisters-in-law, wouldn't it be better to be closer? Don't you think so? My dear sister-in-law. Lu Ruashi glared and said, it's okay for you to steal my house, but at least let me know. Besides, my little Lele is only 20 years old, you are really hungry and don't care about food. Li Min laughed and said, big sister, you are the only one allowed to like little milk dogs, but I am not allowed to like little milk dogs? Besides, my little brother Lu is enjoying it. Chapter 106, Sweet Love. Lu Ruashi was speechless for a moment. You. Lu Ruashi said angrily, Li Min, are you too proud? Or am I too weak to hold the knife after I got pregnant? Lula said with embarrassment, sister, don't blame my good sister. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, my goddamn good sister, she is a wolf that eats people without leaving any bones. Li Min smiled evilly and said, big sister, how about I return Shola to you? Lula said with a look of resentment, my dear sister, you are such a scumbag. Lu Ruashi rolled up her sleeves and said, fuck, Li Min, I think you're really itching for trouble. Qin Tian and Su Tingting were unmoved and were enjoying eating the melon. Lula stood between the two of them with an anxious look on his face and said, sister, don't be impulsive. One of you is pregnant, and the other one. Su Tingting smiled evilly and said, brother Shola, what's wrong with one? Li Min smiled and said, sister, calm down, isn't this good? When I get married, you will be the one sitting at the table. If you don't start eating, no one will dare to start the meal. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, Minmin, just wait patiently. You will cry someday. Su Tingting chuckled and said, stinky Minmin, don't be so complacent, there will be a time when you will be furious. Li Min, who was full of vigor and vitality, didn't care about the harsh words of Lu Ruashi and the others. She said with a look of a young wife. Money can't buy my happiness, money can't buy my willingness, I'm young and can wait. Qin Tian chuckled and said, Shaolu, you were not forced to confess, were you? Lulu blushed and said, no, nothing happened. Li Min chuckled and said, brother-in-law, do you think everyone is as violent as my eldest sister? Lu Ruashi got up helplessly and left, rolling her eyes and said, Minmin, you are really a dog. Su Tingting winked and said, little woman, then you should cultivate yourself well and stop doing evil things. After Qin Tian and the other got in the car, Qin Tian looked at the angry Lu Ruashi and said with a smile, sister, this is a good thing, why should you be angry? Besides, you are only allowed to eat other people's cabbage. Are you going to let your own cabbage rot in the field? Lu Ruashi pouted her cute cheeks and said, little Tian Tian, sister is very angry, let sister take a few bites. Qin Tian said with a smile, your mouth is already blistered, and you're still chewing. Lu Ruashi said unsatisfiedly, Sha Tian Tian, you are so stingy that you don't even want to kiss me twice. Qin Tian kissed Lu Ruashi's pink lips and said, okay, we're in the car, be careful. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Sha Tian Tian, I'm going to Country M in a few days to discuss a contract. Let's go on a honeymoon while we're there. Qin Tian nodded and said, okay, sister, you have the final say. Lu Ruashi cheered and said, then let's set off as soon as possible. Lu Ruashi hurriedly took out her phone and contacted the private jet. Lu Ruashi hung up the phone and said to the driver, turn around and head to the airport. Qin Tian said in surprise, so fast? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, sister, I am very lucky, and I just happen to have a waterway. Xiao Tian Tian, you are so amazing. Qin Tian asked curiously, we are going out for our honeymoon, what about the company? Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, of course I'll throw it to my mother. Is she, the chairman, just a decoration? The private plane took off quickly and soared into the sky. Qin Tian teased Sun Tian and her sister. We kidnapped you two sisters. My two grown sons must be so angry that they will jump up and down again. Sun Tian said speechlessly, son-in-law, you are a real dog. At this time, Zhang Lei muttered. Fuck, that bastard Qin Tian, he had to bring my wife with him when there were so many bodyguards. That bastard must have done it on purpose. Tang Ji also gritted his teeth and said, needless to say, it's only been a short time since I tasted the forbidden fruit, how hard must these days be? Zhang Lei smiled evilly and said, how about? Tang Ji squinted at Zhang Lei and said, get lost. Do you think I'm as shameless as you? Zhang Lei chuckled and said, I'm just testing whether you are loyal or not. After a long flight, the plane finally landed smoothly at the M Country International Airport. Not long after, Qin Tian and the others arrived at the Seaview Villa in Country M, Qin Tian said with a sigh. Sister, you are really rich. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, is my little Tian Tian just a poor loser? Qin Tian laughed and said, I have 4 purses that are equally heavy, except for one who is as beautiful as a flower. With a wife who is so rich and inhumane, I have nothing left. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, Xiao Tian Tian, you are the ancestor of the pretentious world, Versailles. Qin Tian smiled proudly and said, when I am awake, I hold the power of the world, and when I am drunk, I lie on the lap of a beauty. That's me. Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, Xiao Tian Tian, we are so tired from the long journey, we should go and adjust to the jet lag. Xin Tian nodded seriously and said, "Sister, what you said makes sense, it should be so." At this time, Zhang Chang was on vacation in a sea view villa in Country M. Zhang Chang hugged two blonde girls in swimsuits and soaked in the sea, looking very happy. Blonde girl A said attentively, "Mr. Zhang, you Oriental men are really generous." Zhang Chang said with a proud look on his face, "As long as you serve me well, you will get the benefits." Blonde girl B said charmingly, "I like men who are brave and good at fighting like Zhang Xiao." The blonde girl B secretly despised him in her heart. What a pervert, he is neither good looking nor useful. After swimming for a few minutes, you have to rest for half a day. This is really unbelievable. After Lu Ruashi and the other woke up, Jean Tian looked at Lu Ruashi in a black bikini and said with a jealous look, "Wife, this is too leaky." Lu Ruashi took out the swim skirt from behind and shook it. "Dang dang dang, you little jealous bastard, I'm just teasing you. Only my little Tian Tian can appreciate me like this, no one else can even think about it." Lu Ruashi quickly put on her swimsuit and said with a sweet smile, "Honey, is this okay?" Jean Tian pulled over a large pink bath towel, wrapped Lu Ruashi up and said, "It can only be taken in water, and you are pregnant, we will be back after playing for a while." Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, "My little Tian Tian is really a jealous person." Not wanting to be outdone, Lu Ruashi took out a pair of beach pants and handed them to Jean Tian. "Hubby, you should put it on too. Don't let those coquettish bitches enjoy my little Tian Tian." Jean Tian said helplessly, "Is it necessary for me, a grown man?" Lu Ruashi smiled evilly and said, "It's because my little Tian Tian is a grown man that I can't let other coquettish bitches see me." Chapter 107, Holding a Grudge. Lu Ruashi held Jean Tian's arm affectionately, strolled on the beach, and said with joy, "Hubby, finally no one comes to disturb our world of two." As soon as Lu Ruashi finished speaking, Zhang Chang came over with two blonde and blue-eyed beauties in his arms, and said with joy, "Miss Lu, we are so destined to meet. I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Ruashi said with a fake smile, "Maybe I didn't check the almanac before going out. It's really a bit unlucky." The blonde beauty looked at Jean Tian, whose hormones were overflowing, and felt her calves soften. She murmured to herself, "Young Master Zhang is so respectful to this beauty, so isn't the identity of this young master even more shocking? Maybe he is used to eating Chinese food and might want to try some foreign food." The blonde beauty said coquettishly, "Handsome guy, welcome to Country M. May I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of coffee?" Although the two blonde beauties were just Zhang Chang's temporary female companions, Zhang Chang still felt a little embarrassed. "Pa!" Zhang Chang slapped the blonde beauty in the face and snorted, "TMD, you little bitch, I gave you face, right?" The big blonde beauty covered her face pitifully, not daring to fart. Zhang Chang snorted coldly, "Miss Lu, did you see that? No matter if they are men or women, they can't be spoiled. What they are best at is taking advantage of others." Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "How can I teach my man to be disciplined by a fool like you?" The blonde beauty shrank her head and muttered to herself, "Oh shit, the boss turns out to be this beautiful lady." Zhang Chang took a closer look at Lu Ruashi and was secretly amazed. "This time I'm in a free country, and the Lu family is out of reach. Maybe I can also have a taste of new things. When Miss Lu has more experience, she will see how a little jerk like you can still be so arrogant. Hee hee, no matter how delicious lobster or abalone is, you'll get tired of it if you eat too much of it." Zhang Chang smiled lecherously and said, "Miss Lu, you are joking. How dare I teach you how to do things?" "Pa!" Jean Tian watched Zhang Chang staring at his wife with lustful eyes. How could he tolerate this? Jean Tian slapped Zhang Chang in the face. Zhang Chang covered his face in pain and said, "Fuck, Jean Tian, you country bumpkin, how dare you hit me?" Jean Tian took advantage of the situation and beat Zhang Chang violently with his fist as big as a casserole. Lu Ruashi crossed her arms and watched the show happily, not worrying at all that her man would suffer any loss. After all, he is just Zhang Chang, while Jean Tian is a master of Bajiquan. Bang! Jean Tian hit Zhang Chang in the face with a punch, and Zhang Chang's nose broke. Jean Tian kicked Zhang Chang several meters away and said with a cold smile, "Xiao Changxiang, I'll teach you a little lesson this time. If you do it again, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Jean Tian put his arm around Lu Ruashi's slender waist and slowly walked away. The two blonde beauties hurried to help Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang was furious and slapped each of them. "Get out of here, you fucking bitch." The two blonde beauties hurriedly covered their faces and ran away trembling. Zhang Chang wiped the blood from his nose and said with gritted teeth, Xin Tian, I will make sure you die miserably. Hey, there is no domestic security in a free country. It is normal for shootings to happen occasionally. Zhang Chang quickly went to the hospital to treat his injuries and returned to the villa in a rage. Zhang Chang quickly dialed a number, and after some communication, Zhang Chang said with a proud look on his face, Money makes the world go round, you little jerk, I'm going to see how you die this time. Xin Tian and the other man were naturally completely unaware of all this as they were happily soaking in the sea. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, Husband, your male dog waist really shows this doggy paddle to the fullest. Xin Tian said with a dark face, It's all your fault. Hurry up and teach me new moves. Lu Ruashi laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward and said, Little Tian Tian, don't worry, sister will train you right away. Xin Tian and the other person were training seriously, and one of them was also learning seriously. The happy time passed slowly. Until night fell, Lu Ruashi lay in Xin Tian's arms, and said with seductive eyes, Husband, I came here this time to discuss a cooperation with a good sister who I met when I was studying abroad. She will host a welcoming party for us tomorrow, let's go together. Xin Tian shook his head and said, It's fine to welcome the guests, but it's too boring to talk about cooperation. I won't go. Lu Ruashi said lovingly, You little lazy bug, you don't work hard at all. Xin Tian smiled and said, As a human being, you just need to work hard sometimes. It's a bit boring to work so hard on everything. Lu Ruashi's eyes were almost tearing, and she said coquettishly, Xiao Tian Tian, you were so bad. Xin Tian smiled evilly and said, How am I bad? When I need to work hard, I work harder than anyone else. Lu Ruashi hugged Xin Tian's handsome face and kissed him. I just like the way you work hard and make progress, it's so charming. Xin Tian smiled and said, Sister, you really have good taste. The gentle sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and falls onto the big white bed. Lu Ruashi opened her big eyes lazily and smiled sweetly. Honey, I caught you peeking again. Xin Tian smiled awkwardly and said, Hey, I just woke up too, hurry up and get up. Xin Tian picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and muttered, Sister, you need to change your habit of throwing clothes around. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, It's an emergency, there's no point in worrying about so many things. I can just clean it up slowly when I have time, isn't it? After Xin Tian and the other man had packed up, they got in the car and headed for Angela's manor. Xin Tian looked at the antique castle and said in astonishment, Sister, among your friends, there is really not a single poor one. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. I met a poor guy before. When I first met him, there was a hole in his pants. But in the end, I made him my husband. Xin Tian said with embarrassment, Fuck, sister, you also know this? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, How could I not know? It was my trophy, and I kept it as a treasure. Xin Tian's face was full of black lines. Sister, you really don't play by the rules. Lu Ruashi laughed and said, Actually, this is not your fault. It's just that Xiao Tian Tian is too powerful. Xin Tian spread his hands and said, Blame me. It's all because of poverty. Lu Ruashi said affectionately, Xiao Tian Tian, for the rest of your life, I will make you happy forever. Xin Tian said with a smile, Yes, we will continue to walk happily together. Chapter 108, The Talkative. Angela smiled happily and hugged Lu Ruashi. She looked at the handsome Xin Tian and said with shining eyes, Oh my God. Ruashi, is this your legendary husband? He's so handsome. Lu Ruashi introduced happily. Angela, this is my husband Xin Tian. Husband, this is my good sister Angela. Xin Tian greeted Angela with a smile, and Angela said with envy, Fuck, Ruashi, where did you kidnap this man from? Ruashi, are there any other Oriental men as handsome as this? Introduce one to me too. Lu Ruashi shook her head with a smug look on her face and said, Whether in the east or the west, there is only one man as handsome as him. Angela still didn't give up and asked, Does your husband have a twin brother? Lu Ruashi shook her head proudly and said, Angela, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't. Angela sighed slightly and said, He is your Lu Ruashi's man. If you change someone else, I will make sure he can't leave this castle. Lu Ruashi said proudly, The woman who can snatch men from me, Lu Ruashi, has not been born yet. Angela smiled and said, Ruashi, I hope you give birth to a daughter in the future. I don't believe she can't beat you in snatching her away. Lu Ruashi covered her slightly bulging belly and said proudly, Thanks for your good words, I have 2 babies in my belly now. Even if it's my daughter, if she wants to snatch my husband from me, she will definitely not be my opponent. Angela covered her mouth and said in disbelief, fuck, is this true? Your man is too awesome. Ruashi said proudly, you have to be awesome. Angela said with envy, Ruashi, you are so lucky. Ruashi smiled and said, you can't envy my happy life. Angela gave a thumbs up and said, it has to be you, Ruashi. You are always so arrogant. Angela seemed to remember something and said apologetically, Ruashi, Tom and George know you are coming, and they are on their way over. Do you mind? Ruashi shrugged and said, you are the protagonist, why are you asking me? Angela laughed and said, Shin Tian, Tom and George are your wife's loyal suitors. Shin Tian spread his hands helplessly and said, a beauty like my wife has countless suitors. How can I be so angry? As long as they don't make a scene in front of me, I won't bother with them. Ruashi said with a proud look on her face. Angela, let me tell you a secret. I am my husband's most loyal pursuer. Angela rolled her eyes and said, come on. Stop showing off. Everyone knows that you, Ruashi, have found a good man. As soon as Angela finished speaking, 2 handsome blonde men walked in. Tom and George said excitedly, Miss Lu, long time no see, how have you been recently? Ruashi smiled politely and said, my 2 old classmates, long time no see. You are still as charming as ever. Ruashi introduced Shin Tian and the other 2 to each other, and Shin Tian said with a smile, Mr. Tom, Mr. George, nice to meet you. Tom was shocked and said, fuck, Miss Lu, are you married? George said in disbelief, who on earth are you? How could you take down Miss Lu, a rose with thorns? Shin Tian spread his hands and said, I am just a poor loser, not a big shot. Tom was dumbfounded and said, this is really a society that values appearance. I never thought that my goddess Ruashi is so superficial. Shin Tian waved to Tom and said, prostate student, please sit down. It's not time for you to get inflamed yet. Poochie. Angela couldn't help laughing and said, Ruashi, your husband is so funny. Ruashi said proudly, my husband has never lost in a conversation. Tom said in amazement, Goddess Lu, your husband is quite interesting. George chuckled and said, Ms. Lu, in terms of handsomeness, I am indeed no match for your husband, but when it comes to being a good fighter, I have never been better than anyone. Shin Tian said with a smile, Mr. George, are you ready to put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a wicked life? Ha ha ha. Ruashi and the other 2 laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Tom gloated and said, George, are you stupid? George said in shock, fuck, I really met a master, I really need to give you a good fight today. Shin Tian shook his head and said, I didn't want to hit you, but my conscience won't allow me to lie. George's face flushed and he said, Mr. Chin, you are so handsome, there must be a lot of girls who like you. Shin Tian nodded and said, Mr. George, the only advantage I have is that I am handsome. You are tall, rich and handsome, so there must be more girls who like you. George chuckled and said, of course there are quite a few. Shin Tian said with a smile, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Do you really think you are a popular person? Don't wait until the iron rod is ground into a needle and you are still shouting that you can't find true love. Ha ha ha. Angela laughed so hard that tears came out, and said breathlessly, Ruashi, your husband is too vicious. Can you bear it day by day? Ruashi covered her belly and said proudly, how can a single person like you imagine my sister's happiness? Angela smiled knowingly and said, sister was born in Rome. What happiness have you not experienced? Tom said with disgust. George, stop embarrassing yourself there. You are no match for Mr. Chin with your words. George cupped his hands and said, Mr. Chin is so talented, George is willing to admit he is better. Shin Tian smiled and said, it's just a matter of talking, what's the point? You 2 gentlemen are the real best among men. Tom and George smiled and stretched out their hands. Mr. Chin, you are such an interesting person. Can we be friends? Shin Tian smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, aren't we already friends? Ha ha ha. Several people looked at each other, smiled knowingly at the same time, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. The happy time slowly passed away in laughter and joy. After enjoying the warm hospitality of Angela and the other 2, Shin Tian and his companion got in the car and headed for the Sea View Villa. Ruashi said proudly, hubby, you are really amazing. I didn't expect you could conquer these two peacocks, Tom. Qin Tian smiled and said, it's not that I'm good, but they know when to advance and when to retreat, unlike some brainless villains. Chapter 109 An Unexpected Surprise. Lu Ruashi said proudly. My husband is just too charming. Men and women alike will all fall for your suit pants. Qin Tian lifted Lu Ruashi's chin and said with a sly smile, no matter how many people are willing to bow down to my suit pants. But the only one who can bow down to my suit pants is my wife Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, my husband is right. I am his most loyal licker. At this time in the Li's manor, Li Min cheered and said, brother, you are finally back, I missed you so much. Li Huan said lovingly, silly girl, I've only been out for a short time. Li Min rolled her eyes and said, not long yet? It's been half a year already. Now our overseas business is basically stable. We don't need to stay abroad for a long time, right? Li Huan smiled and nodded, saying, now it's enough to go out occasionally. Li Min sighed slightly, hey, brother, you've suffered a lot in the past 6 months since you left. Li Huan asked curiously, Minmin, why do you say that? Li Min said with a look of pity. I originally wanted to bring you and Sister Shi together. But now, such a beautiful Sister Shi has married someone else. A lively and beautiful figure appeared in Li Huan's mind. Li Huan shook his head slightly and said, although Miss Lu is stunningly beautiful, she is too cold-tempered. She is not my type. Li Min said with a smile, Long Leng? Sister Shi is now just a bootlicker. Li Huan asked curiously, how could that man named Qin Tian be so amazing? Li Min nodded and said, if we only talk about appearance, Qin Tian is undoubtedly the #1 man I have ever met. Not only that, his character is also extraordinary, he is indeed a perfect match for Sister Shi. Li Huan smiled and nodded, saying, that's great, I will definitely make friends with him someday. Li Min said shyly, brother, I'm inviting a few friends to my house to play, and I'm introducing you to someone you might not expect. Li Huan said thoughtfully, then I will wait and see. Su Tingting and her companions soon arrived at the Li's manor upon invitation. Su Tingting said with shining eyes, oh my god. Brother Li Huan, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Li Huan said tenderly, Sister Tingting, long time no see, how are you these days? After Li Huan greeted several people, he asked curiously. This brother looks a little unfamiliar, who is he? Although Lulu is also in the same circle, he is indeed much younger than Li Huan, so it is normal that they don't know each other. Li Min held Lu Li's arm affectionately and said shyly, brother, this is my boyfriend Lulu, Sister Shi's cousin. Li Huan said in shock, fuck, sister, you are an old cow eating young grass? Li Min rolled her eyes and said, I'm only 3 years older, how can I be considered an old cow? Lulu said with a trepidation, hello, brother, I am Lulu. Li Huan said with a strange look on his face, Xiao Lo, you were not tortured into confessing, were you? Ha ha ha. The girls couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gu Tian smiled and said, a red flower becomes redder if you keep company with a red flower, and a black flower becomes blacker if you keep company with a black flower. I must have learned this from Sister Shi. Lulu touched his nose awkwardly and said, brother, you are joking. It's not true. Li Min said with great joy, you know nothing, little brother Xiola is enjoying it. Li Huan patted Lu Li's shoulder with sympathy and said, oh, poor kid. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd was heard again, and Li Min rolled his eyes in anger and said, Li Lu, you are a bachelor from birth, how can you understand the happiness of having a girlfriend? Su Tingting said with a charming look on her face, it's good to be a single dog since birth. Girlfriend, isn't it a matter of time? Li Huan glanced at Su Tingting and said, Sister Tingting is right, it's just a matter of time. A group of people were chatting and laughing, clinking glasses, the atmosphere was very harmonious. After Gu Tian and the other girls said goodbye and left, Lulu blushed and said, brother, I'm leaving too. Li Min quickly stood up and took Li Li's arm and said, brother Xiola, you drank so much, don't go back. Lulu was dragged by Li Min to the boudoir on the 2nd floor. Li Min turned back excitedly and said, brother, please help me send Tingting off. Su Tingting and her partner were the only ones left in the hall, staring at each other. Li Huan said gently, Sister Tingting, it's getting late, let me take you back. Su Tingting held her slightly hot face and said, brother Li Huan, I feel dizzy. Can I stay at your house for one night? Li Huan's eyes lit up, and he quickly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said gently, then shall I take you to the guest room on the 2nd floor to rest? Su Tingting blushed and said, I don't want to hear Minmin's secrets. Isn't there a guest room on the third floor where you live? Li Huan stood up like a gentleman and said, Sister Tingting, please. Su Tingting had just stood up when her legs suddenly went weak. Li Huan hugged Su Tingting into his arms and said nervously, Sister Tingting, please be careful. Su Tingting leaned on Li Huan's chest and said softly, Brother Li Huan, I'm drunk and my legs are so weak. Li Huan, who was holding the tender and beautiful girl in his arms, couldn't help but feel his Adam's apple rolling slightly, and said with a suppressed look on his face, How about I carry you up there? Su Tingting blushed as she wrapped her arms around Li Huan's neck and said shyly, Thank you for your hard work, Brother Li Huan. Li Huan hugged the blushing Su Tingting and somehow came to his room. Su Tingting leaned close to Li Huan's earlobe and whispered, Brother Huan, you are so mean. Why did you carry her to your room? Li Huan said with embarrassment. Sister Tingting, I'm sorry, I just went back to my room out of habit. I will carry you to the next room. Su Ting held the door handle tightly and said, Brother Huan, won't you show me your room? Li Huan stared at Su Tingting's fair face and said, Sister Tingting, you? Su Tingting hugged Li Huan's neck tightly and said with seductive eyes, Brother Huan, I've grown up. How long are you going to endure this? Li Huan stared at Su Tingting, his handsome face slightly red as he said, It is indeed quite big, Sister Tingting, how did you know? Su Tingting said shyly, Do you remember when I was 18 years old? Li Huan said with a look of nostalgia, Of course I remember, that was the first time I met you. Su Tingting blushed and said, The look in your eyes at that time showed that you wanted to swallow me whole. Don't think I don't know that. Li Huan said with an obsessed look, My little Tingting has finally grown into a big girl, and it's time to upgrade. Chapter 110 Return the Favor. Li Huan locked the door fiercely, pushed Su Tingting behind the door, and said affectionately, Tingting, will you be my girlfriend? Su Tingting gently tapped Li Huan's chest with her small hands and said with moist eyes, You are such a taciturn person, do you still need a girl to break this window paper? It's really embarrassing. Li Huan touched his nose awkwardly and said apologetically, I'm just afraid of scaring you. Tingting, don't worry, I'll let you know everything from now on. Do you think this is okay? Su Tingting slowly closed her eyes and said shyly, Brother Huan, I will do whatever you say. The sun in early summer gradually rises higher, the scorching temperature bakes the earth, and the air exudes warm temperature. Li Min, feeling refreshed and with a happy look on her face, sat in the living room, half leaning on Lu Li's shoulder. Li Min said in surprise, It's already this late, why hasn't my brother gotten up yet? Lu Li smiled and said, Brother, you must be tired from the journey. You really should rest more. As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, Li Huan hugged Su Tingting, who looked a little uncomfortable, and slowly appeared in front of them. Li Min rubbed her eyes with a silly look on her face and said in astonishment, Fuck, when did you two get together? Li Huan chuckled and said, We just confirmed our relationship last night. Li Min said in disbelief, What the hell, Su Tingting, I treat you as a sister, but you actually want to be my sister-in-law. That is not all, you actually stole everything in my house right under my nose. Su Tingting said shyly, Hee hee, sister-in-law, this is what our Gusamorong family does to others in their own way. I have helped my sister and avenged her. Li Min said speechlessly, Fuck, this is really not a case of not taking revenge, the time has not come yet. Su Tingting cupped her hands and said, Hey, thank you for letting me. Li Min rolled her eyes and said, Su Tingting, you are so cruel, you win. At this time, Lu Ruashi said goodbye to Qin Tian and took the two sisters' son Tian to Angela's company. Qin Tian, who was idle, whispered, Oh, it's so boring, why don't we go out for a stroll and experience different customs and cultures? Qin Tian was driving on the road, but to his surprise, a car was following his car. The driver of the car behind stepped on the accelerator, quickly overtook Qin Tian's car from the right, and suddenly turned the steering wheel towards Qin Tian. Bang! The two cars collided with a loud noise. Qin Tian pulled the handbrake hard and was about to get out of the car to argue. The bearded man in the car behind took out the AK-47 from the passenger seat and fired at Qin Tian's cab. The system's panicked voice rang in Qin Tian's mind, Master, get out of the way. Qin Tian pushed open the car door reflexively, rolled on the ground, and said in a panic, Fuck, are you so angry? A series of bullets hit Qin Tian's seat with a bang. Qin Tian rolled down the slope of the road and quickly ran into the woods next to him. The bearded man chased Qin Tian while shooting at him continuously. Hiss. Qin Tian hid behind a big tree and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Shin Tian looked at the bullet hole on his left leg and muttered to himself. Fuck. No matter how good your kung fu is, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. In this situation, how can I escape? Am I really going to die in this foreign country? No, I absolutely cannot die. If I die, what will happen to my wife and children? Calm down, I will definitely survive. The bearded man slowly approached Shin Tian like a cat playing with a mouse. Shin Tian's eyes lit up, and he said anxiously, "Cc, come out and save me quickly. I need a wooden basket and wooden basket skills." The system said anxiously. "As a last resort, I am giving you a wooden hand warehouse. I have already processed the legal documents for you, please feel free to use it. I will also reward the master with the god level wood storage skills in advance, and I will repay you in the next mission." Shin Tian immediately had a wooden pistol in his hand. He felt relieved and hid behind a big tree calmly, waiting for the bearded man to appear. The bearded man appeared in front of Shin Tian with a grim smile on his face. His smile suddenly stopped and he quickly raised the AK-47 in his hand. Bang! A bullet quickly penetrated the center of the bearded man's forehead, and the bearded man fell backwards in disbelief. Shin Tian slid down the tree trunk, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Shin Tian hurriedly dialed Lu Ruashi's number. Lu Ruashi, who was negotiating the contract, waved to Angela. Lu Ruashi quickly answered the phone and said, "Husband, do you miss me so soon?" Shin Tian exhaled a breath and said, "Wife, don't worry, I'm safe. I was shot by an unknown person on the road, and I shot the criminal dead." Lu Ruashi stood up in an instant, her face pale as she said, "What? Just send me the address and I'll come right over." Angela stood up suddenly and said, "Ruashi, what happened?" Lu Ruashi walked quickly while anxiously saying, "My husband was shot by an unknown person on the road. The attacker was shot dead by my husband." Angela said angrily, "Fuck, who the hell is so bold as to dare to touch the taboo? They must be tired of living." Angela quickly made a phone call, and Lu Ruashi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car sped towards the scene of the incident. Police cars and ambulances came roaring in, and the leading sheriff said respectfully, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Shin Tian?" Shin Tian nodded and said, "I am Shin Tian, thank you for your help." The sheriff quickly cordoned off the scene, and the medical staff skillfully lifted Shin Tian into the ambulance. Lu Ruashi got on the ambulance with a pale face and said anxiously, "Honey, where are you hurt?" Shin Tian smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry, I'm fine, I just got a hole drilled in my left foot." Lu Ruashi exhaled a breath of turbid air and said with tears in her eyes, "You said it was okay, how painful it must be." Shin Tian comforted Lu Ruashi and said, "Wife, don't cry. This is a blessing in disguise." Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, "When I find out who it is, I will make sure he dies miserably." Angela was also indignant and said, "Ruashi, this is my territory, I will give you an explanation as soon as possible. Besides, isn't your husband Lu Ruashi mine?" Angela said with a smile under Lu Ruashi's watchful eyes, "Isn't he my brother-in-law?" Lu Ruashi snorted coldly, "Play is play, joke is joke, don't make fun of my husband." Chapter 111, Revenge. Angela said with a smile, "Ruashi, we are good sisters, don't be so stingy. I just borrowed 2 ZZ, I'm not going to return them to you." Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, "Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you." Shin Tian was quickly sent to the operating room, and Lu Ruashi was waiting outside the operating room with an anxious look on her face. Angela's phone rang, and after some communication, Angela hung up. Angela looked at Lu Ruashi, whose breath was cold, and mourned for someone in silence. "Ruashi, the matter has been investigated. It was Zhang Chang from your city who was jealous of Shin Tian, so my people are already on their way to find Zhang Chang, see?" Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice. "For the man who hurt the apple of my eye, Lu Ruashi, death would be too easy for him. Control him first, and I will deal with him after I settle my husband down." Angela lit a candle for Zhang Chang and sighed. "You idiot, why don't you mess with anyone else? You have to be so desperate as to mess with the devil Lu Ruashi. Aren't you just courting death?" At this time, Zhang Chang staggered out of a club, looking refreshed. 2 burly men quickly stepped forward, covered Zhang Chang's mouth with their hands, and pressed a wooden pole against Zhang Chang's waist, saying, "Zhang Chang, right? Come with us." Zhang Chang trembled and said, "What do you want to do?" The burly man said coldly, "If you keep talking nonsense, I don't mind executing you on the spot." Zheng Chang was quickly taken into an abandoned factory. Zheng Chang said with a pale face, "What do you want to do? I am the eldest son of the Zheng family in City A of Dragon Country. Don't mess around." The burly man in the lead sneered and said, "What do you think we want to do?" Zheng Chang said timidly, "I know, you want money, right? Just tell me the amount, and as long as you don't hurt me, I'll have my family transfer it to you right away." The burly man in the lead sneered and said, "What evil things have you done recently? Who have you offended? Don't you have any idea about it?" Zheng Chang said in disbelief, "Were you bribed by that little bitch Lu Ruashi? You tell me how much she gave you? As long as you don't hurt me, I'll give you double." Pa! The burly man in the lead slapped Zheng Chang in the face and sneered, "We are from the NB Financial Group of Country M. Do you think we need your money to buy our lives?" Zheng Chang said fearfully, "NB Group, that little bitch Lu Ruashi, how could she have such power in Country M?" The burly man in the lead waved to the bear-like man behind him and said, "He is a dying man, and his skin and flesh are so delicate. You should take good care of him." Zheng Chang looked at the burly man who looked like a bear, and said with shit and urine flowing all over his body, "Fuck, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, please don't come over here." At this time in the hospital, the red light in the operating room finally went out, and the attending doctor walked out slowly. Lu Ruashi and the others rushed over and asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is my husband?" The attending doctor hurriedly comforted him. "Ms. Lu, don't worry. Mr. Chin's operation was very successful. The bullet has been successfully removed. He just needs to wait for the later stage to recover slowly." Lu Ruashi asked anxiously, "Doctor, are there any sequelae?" The attending physician said patiently, "Miss Lu, don't worry. These minor injuries will not have any impact on Mr. Chin's future life." After Lu Ruashi and others politely thanked the attending physician, Qin Tian was also transferred to the VIP ward. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian sleeping on the bed and said with a distressed look, "Xiao Tian Tian, just wait, sister will vent your anger for you." Lu Ruashi stood up slowly and said coldly, "Tian Tian, you must keep a close eye on my uncle in the ward. No one except the designated medical staff is allowed to approach him. Anyone who dares to intrude will be killed without mercy." The Sun Tian sister and their bodyguards clenched the steel and wooden warehouses in their hands and responded respectfully. Angela, Tom and the other two shrank their necks, secretly shocked. "Shit, Zheng Chang, that idiot, you're fine, why did you go and mess with that crazy woman Lu Ruashi?" Lu Ruashi and a few others got into the car and sped towards the abandoned factory. Lu Ruashi kicked open the car door and strode into the abandoned factory. Angela said speechlessly, "Ruashi, your aura is too strong. The three of us are big bosses after all, but when we walk beside you, we instantly become your little followers." George said with admiration, "If I could become Miss Lu's follower, I would be happy to do it." Tom also said with admiration, "But the flowers are affectionate, but the water is ruthless." Angela rolled her eyes and said, "You guys are really Ruashi's die-hard lickers." Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "I, Lu Ruashi, will only have one licking dog, and that is my beloved husband Qin Tian." Angela rolled her eyes and said, "Ruashi, as long as you don't talk about Qin Tian, you are still the cold and icy female devil Lu Ruashi." Lu Ruashi looked down at Zheng Chang, who was in a miserable state after being tormented by the bear-like man. Seeing Lu Ruashi's cold breath, Zheng Chang endured the severe pain in his body and quickly crawled in front of Lu Ruashi. Zheng Chang burst into tears and said, "Miss Lu, I was wrong. I will never dare to go against Mr. Qin again. Please forgive me." Bang! Lu Ruashi kicked Zheng Chang in the face with her sharp high heels, leaving a deep bloody hole. "Ah!" Zheng Chang covered his eyes and screamed heartbreakingly. "Ah, it hurts so much. Miss Lu, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "In my heart, Qin Tian's life is more important than my life. You little bastard, you actually dared to hire someone to kill someone just because of a small conflict. If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" Angela was dumbfounded and said, "Fuck, Ruashi, are you kidding me? You are really a love-brained person." Tom and George were both shocked and said, "Fuck, we deserve to lose." Zheng Chang knelt on the ground and cowed out desperately, saying, "Miss Lu, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Mr. Qin should be fine, please have mercy on me and spare me." Lu Ruashi didn't care about Angela and the other two at all, and said in a cold voice, Since you had this idea, your death has already been determined. And your Zhang family will also fall into the mortal world in an instant and disappear into thin air because of your stupidity. Chapter 112 Regret. Zhang Chang sat slumped on the ground, his eyes lifeless as he said, Miss Lu, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me for the friendship we have had since we were little friends. Lu Ruashi waved her hand, and a bodyguard came over carrying a black sack, which made a squeaking sound. Lu Ruashi sat on the chair elegantly, crossed her legs and said, Zhang Chang, do you know what's in this bag? Zhang Chang said with fear, I don't know, please don't. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, this is the big rat I asked someone to collect specially for you. We are all just hungry, so you don't need to thank me too much. Angela shuddered and said, fuck, Ruashi, when it comes to ruthlessness, you have to be the one. Tom shrank his neck and said in astonishment, shit, luckily I was smart and made friends with my lifelong rival Qin Tian. Zhang Chang trembled and said, Miss Lu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Zhang Chang looked at the sack getting closer and closer, and said, don't come over here. Several burly men quickly held Zhang Chang down and stuffed one of his hands into a sack. Ah! Zhang Chang's heart-wrenching voice was heard, and at this moment Zhang Chang wished he could just bang his head against the wall and die. The bodyguard dragged Zhang Chang's hand out, and everyone looked at it carefully and couldn't help but be surprised. At this time, only the blood-stained white bones were left on Zhang Chang's hand, which looked extremely creepy. Zhang Chang had already fainted from the pain, and a basin of ice-cold water was poured over his head. Ah! Zhang Chang covered his painful hand and screamed like a madman. Angela wiped the goosebumps on her body and said, fuck it, don't mess with this female devil Lu Ruashi. George said with admiration. A dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. Qin Tian is the reverse scale of the goddess. How could the goddess not touch her bottom line? Treat the enemy so cruelly. Lu Ruashi threw out a rope and said in a cold voice, Zhang Chang, for the sake of our past friendship, hang yourself. Zhang Chang looked at the rope in front of him and said with regret, I am really stupid. I was blinded by so-called jealousy. Not only did you kill Qingqing, but you also became a sinner of our Zhang family. Lu Ruashi slowly stood up and sighed, if I had known this would happen, why would I have done it in the first place? Lu Ruashi and a few others quickly left the abandoned factory and got in the car and drove away. Bang! The sound of a stool falling to the ground was heard, and Zhang Chang ended his own life in endless regret. At this time, relatives and friends in China also knew that Qin Tian was hit by Mu Tsang. Lu Dinghua slammed the table and said angrily, this is simply outrageous. How dare a small bastard from the Zhang family bully my Lu family? Su Yuanying said in a cold voice, the Zhang family has always been arrogant and has committed many bad deeds. They deserve to be destroyed. Before long, all the bad deeds of the Zhang group were exposed one after another. To make matters worse, under the suppression of the Lu family, many families followed suit and beat the fallen dog. In just a few nights, the century-old wealthy Zhang family quickly fell into disrepair and lost its glory. The wealthy families were secretly shocked and discussed heatedly with each other what had happened. This made the Lu family so angry that they didn't even care about their past friendship and started a fight. Soon news came out that Zhang Chang hired someone in Country M to kill Qin Tian, and Qin Tian was hospitalized in a wood warehouse. After hearing the news, there were all kinds of reactions. Some were secretly happy, some were secretly praying, and of course there were also some who were indifferent. Weekend muttered to himself, if Qin Tian dies now, it will be worth it even if all of Zhang Chang's family dies. Zhou Yuanyuan whispered in her heart, fuck, Qin Tian, please don't die. I have been craving you for so long, but I still haven't had the chance to taste you. Yang Bai took a sip of red wine and sneered. You little jerk, you'd better know what's best for you and die. Or you can save me from getting my hands dirty. At this time, Qin Tian had been discharged from the hospital and returned to the villa to recuperate. These days, Qin Tian has been enjoying everything he wants under Lu Ruashi's diligent care. You don't have to do anything yourself. Qin Tian said with an embarrassed look, wife, help me go to the bathroom. Lu Ruashi's eyes sparkled as she said, okay, I promise to take good care of Xiao Tian. Qin Tian said with a smile, why? Have you become addicted to serving me these days? Lu Ruashi said with a cheerful look on her face, my little Tian is injured, isn't it my duty to serve you? Qin Tian sighed and said, oh, my foot is injured, it's inconvenient to do anything. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, what's so inconvenient about this? I can help you hold it, isn't it? Chin Tian. Lu Ruashi said curiously. Honey, there were so many people watching these days that I couldn't ask. Where did you get that wooden cannon? Chin Tian smiled and said, the situation was too critical at the time. Fortunately, the system came to my rescue and gave me one. Lu Ruashi patted her chest and said. It's okay, it's okay. I have to be more careful next time. Xiao Tian Tian, your shooting skills are really powerful. You killed him with one shot. Chin Tian smiled and said, my marksmanship, haven't you already been impressed by it? Lu Ruashi said proudly, that's right, my little Tian Tian is the most powerful man in the world. Chin Tian smiled and said, but this time, I owed the system for the god-level wood warehouse technique, so I will have to work hard to repay it next time. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, then my husband, you must work hard. Chin Tian raised Lu Ruashi's chin and said with an obsessed look. Wife, if I didn't have this system and my abilities remained the same as before, would you still love me this much? Lu Ruashi climbed onto Chin Tian's neck and said with a sweet breath. Hubby, the first time I saw you, I fell hopelessly in love with you. My love for you is independent of everything else. Even if I didn't have Chinese medicine, I would still tie you to my bed. At that time, you didn't have a system. Chin Tian rolled his eyes and said, you female devil, female hooligan. Lu Ruashi shook the silver bracelet on her hand and said with a wicked smile. Now that I have taken on the reputation, if I don't do something, wouldn't I be at a loss? Chin Tian said in bewilderment, fuck, are you serious? After recuperating in Country M for a while, Chin Tian and Lu Ruashi and others boarded a plane back home. As soon as Chin Tian and his companions returned to Lu's manor, Su Tingting and others came over after hearing the news. Su Tingting asked with concern, brother-in-law, is your leg better? Chapter 113, 10 Months of Pregnancy. Chin Tian smiled and said, after resting for so long, I am almost recovered. I will be able to walk normally in a few days. After a few friendly greetings, Li Huan extended his hand to Chin Tian and said, brother-in-law, nice to meet you. Chin Tian was confused. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, brotherly, you are not drunk, right? You are 3 years older than me. Su Tingting blushed and said, sister, brother-in-law, brother Li Huan is my boyfriend. Chin Tian extended his hand politely, grinning and said, why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared me and confused me. Brother-in-law, nice to meet you. Lu Ruashi finally reacted and said in shock, fuck, when did you two get together? Li Huan smiled and said, that is, when you went to Country M, we confirmed your relationship. Lu Ruashi asked with a gossipy look on her face, who of you two is chasing who? Su Tingting blushed, and Li Huan said with a smile, I'm pursuing Tingting. Lu Ruashi said meaningfully, oh, I see, Tingting, well done, you really make me proud. Su Tingting blushed and said, sister. Lu Ruashi smiled evilly at Li Min and said, little Min, there have been times when your home has been robbed too. Ah ha ha ha. Li Min sighed and said, it's hard to guard against thieves in your own home, no matter how hard you try. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zheng Lei and his friend walked in with gifts and greeted everyone. Zheng Lei's eyes sparkled as he said, wife, I've missed you so much after not seeing you for so long. Sun Tian kicked Zheng Lei into the sofa and rolled her eyes. You stupid charcoal. My uncle was seriously injured, and you didn't even bother to care about him first. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at this pair of bickering lovers and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zheng Lei said with a playful smile, TSK, no matter how good brother Tian is, can he be as good as my wife? Besides, brother Tian is a tough guy, so why should we worry about him? Chin Tian rolled his eyes and said, my dear son, you should worry more about yourself. God is fair. He gave you dark skin and a very low IQ so that you don't look out of place. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Huan said with a smile, is my brother-in-law so funny? Tang Ji laughed and said, little son, why are you messing with your brother for no reason? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Chin Tian said speechlessly. My son, I have trypophobia and cannot be around people with ulterior motives. You'd better go wherever you feel comfortable. Tangji said helplessly, if you want to talk about cunning, your nickname, Xin Shanglong, is the multi-eyed Star Lord. Everyone was laughing and making noises, and laughter could be heard from time to time. As spring goes and autumn comes, time passes by in a plain and happy way day by day. Chin Tian accompanied Lu Ruashi to complete the prenatal checkup in the hospital. He carefully helped Lu Ruashi into the car. Lu Ruashi smiled happily and said, hubby, don't be so nervous. The due date is still about 20 days away. Chin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was carrying a big belly, and said with a worried look on his face. How can this be the same? You are pregnant with twins. You need to be extra careful. Lu Ruashi rubbed Chin Tian's frown, smiled sweetly and said, Husband, don't worry, look how well behaved the two little babies are. Except that my belly was a little bigger than others, I didn't even have morning sickness during the entire pregnancy. I ate everything with relish. It was so relaxing. Chin Tian gently stroked Lu Ruashi's belly and said with a smile. Other pregnant women will vomit if they eat something fishy during pregnancy. You, on the other hand, simply can't live without fish. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, Bad husband, you actually despise me. Chin Tian said lovingly, Little fool, how could I dislike you? I love you so much. As night fell, Lu Ruashi pointed at her belly and said, Honey, you see the babies are so naughty lately, they are getting more and more active. I am so looking forward to their arrival. Chin Tian gently stroked Lu Ruashi's pregnant belly and said lovingly, My dears, please don't be too naughty. It's really hard for your mother to be pregnant with you two little cuties. Lu Ruashi raised Chin Tian's chin and said, trying hard to suppress her smile. Little Tian, why are you so cute? Come here and let your sister kiss you. Chin Tian pretended to be shy and said, I have been feeling unwell recently, please have mercy on me, young lady. Lu Ruashi covered her belly and said, Ouch, stinky Tian, please stop making me laugh. Chin Tian said with a worried look on his face, Wife, what's wrong with you? Lu Ruashi said with a smile, It's okay, my stomach hurt a little when I laughed just now. Hey, I finally caught you, little bad guy. Chin Tian said with a confused look on his face, So what if you catch me? What can you do to me? Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, Little rascal, wait until I unload the cargo, and then see how I'll deal with you. Now let me collect some interest first. Lu Ruashi raised her head and accurately captured Chin Tian's thin lips, sucking greedily. Chin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said with a smile, You have such a big belly, but you are still so dishonest. Lu Ruashi smiled mischievously and said, I'm just not honest, what can you do to me? Chin Tian put his head on Lu Ruashi's round belly and said gently, Let me listen, what are the two little guys doing? Lu Ruashi held Chin Tian's head gently and said with a happy smile, They are thinking about our dad, why are they so childish? Chin Tian chuckled and said, I can't help it, who told me to spoil me so much? Lu Ruashi patted Chin Tian gently and said, My dear husband, I always feel like you are scolding me. Chin Tian smiled evilly and said, Wife, be more confident and get rid of your feelings. I am just scolding you. Lu Ruashi gently grabbed Chin Tian's ear and said fiercely, My dear husband, do you know you are wrong? Chin Tian said in a dramatic tone, Wife, it hurts. Lu Ruashi laughed and scolded, You stinky Tian, I didn't use any strength at all, but you pretended so well. Chin Tian flattered her, My wife is wise. Hiss. Lu Ruashi moaned softly, and Chin Tian said nervously, Wife, what's wrong? Lu Ruashi grabbed Chin Tian's arm and said, Husband, the amniotic fluid seems to have broken, and the babies are about to be born. Chin Tian's face turned pale, and he quickly stood up and helped Lu Ruashi walk out. Lu Ruashi said calmly, Hubby, don't worry, it won't happen that fast. Chin Tian took Sun Tian and a few other girls and quickly sent Lu Ruashi to the hospital. Chin Tian said with a worried look on his face, Wife, please let me go in and accompany you during the birthing. Lu Ruashi quickly stretched out her hand to stop him. Hubby, no, this is the most embarrassing moment in my life. I don't want you to see it. Chapter 114, Dragon and Phoenix. Chin Tian said anxiously, But. Lu Ruashi said firmly, No means no. If I cause you to have a psychological trauma, I will cry to death. Chin Tian's face was dark, and he said speechlessly, Am I that superficial? Lu Ruashi waved her hand and said, Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I won't allow it. Lu Ruashi was finally pushed into the delivery room. Chin Tian paced back and forth at the door of the delivery room with an anxious look on his face. Su Yuanying and others also rushed over quickly. Su Yuanying said anxiously, Xiao Tian, how is Ruashi? Chin Tian said with a pale face, Sister has entered the delivery room. Lu Tianzi clenched his fists and said, Xiao Tian, don't worry. Ruashi and her 2 children will be safe. Chin Tian and his friends' relatives and friends had all rushed over, and they were pacing back and forth in the corridor from time to time. Chin Tian and his son-in-law lay on the gate, and even though they couldn't see anything, they still kept looking inside. Qin Tian felt so distressed when he heard Lu Ruashi's cry of pain that he almost melted. He murmured to himself. Sister is such a generous person, yet she screams so loudly, how painful must it be? Lu Tianxi blew his beard and glared. If it weren't for you, you bastard, my precious daughter would never have suffered this. At this moment, Lu Ruashi felt waves of indescribable pain in her body, and shouted hoarsely. Fuck, Qin Chanlan, you bastard, take your pups back now. I don't want to have any more children. It's killing me. If I give birth to your child again, I will be a dog. Time passed by, and everyone was anxious. Qin Tian said with a pale face. How come it's been so long and the baby hasn't been born yet? Lu Tianxi's hands were shaking, and he said incoherently, it should be soon. Wow, wow, wow. Everyone faintly heard the cry of a baby, and Qin Tian cried with joy. That's great, it's born, finally a baby is born. The people felt relieved and didn't have time to cheer. A nurse ran out in a panic and said, it's not good. Miss Lu started bleeding heavily after giving birth to her first baby. Everyone was frightened and their faces turned pale. Qin Tian felt dizzy and said anxiously. Sister nurse, please save my wife's life at all costs. Lu Tianxi trembled and said, you must save the lives of my daughter and grandson. A group of medical staff quickly ran into the delivery room, and everyone kept praying for Lu Ruashi and her 2 children. Qin Tian said anxiously, CC, come out and save me quickly. The system sighed slightly. No matter how outrageous this system is, it cannot interfere with the human affairs of birth, aging, sickness and death. Qin Tian said anxiously, CC, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. If anything happens to my wife, I won't live anymore. Let's bury my wife together. The system rolled its eyes and said. Master, it's no use for you to threaten me. I said you can't interfere directly, and you can't. Qin Tian said with a look of despair, if we can't intervene directly, we can intervene indirectly. Daxixi, what do you want to do? How can you save my wife's life? The system said with a look of disdain, medical science is so advanced nowadays, maybe it's just a false alarm. Besides, it hasn't come to that point yet. Why are you panicking? Qin Tian said with tears in his eyes, what the hell is this time? How can I not panic? The system said speechlessly. You are so stupid. Even if something happens, do you really think the jade pendant is just for show? Qin Tian felt like he had found a life-saving straw, and cried with joy. Fuck, how could I forget about this treasure? Cici, I love you so much. Qin Tian had just finished his conversation with the system when the second baby was finally born. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief, and they were all standing guard at the door of the delivery room in fear. The door of the delivery room finally opened slowly and a doctor walked out. Everyone rushed over and asked anxiously, Doctor, how is Ruashi? The doctor smiled and said, fortunately, Miss Lu's condition has stabilized. Come to think of it, this time it was really thrilling. Miss Lu is really blessed with a great fortune. Qin Tian's legs softened and he sat on the ground, his face pale as he said. Fuck, giving birth is so scary, I'm never giving birth again. The doctor hastily comforted her, with the development of modern medicine, childbirth is still very safe. Everyone can rest assured, Miss Lu's situation is only a 1 in a billion chance. Everyone then let out a sigh of relief and thanked the doctor with gratitude. At this time, 2 nurses came out holding 2 little babies. The nurses said with joy, congratulations, everyone. Miss Lu gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Li Min's eyes widened in disbelief, fuck, sister, she is really awesome. No, I will definitely be the godmother, I said so. Sudingting said with shining eyes, fuck, I don't want to be an aunt anymore, I want to be a godmother too. Lu Tianxi cried with joy, ha, I'm a grandfather now. Lu Dinghua slapped Lu Tianxi on the back of his head and said with a glare. Shut up, you scared my little great-grandson, I'll beat you to death with my crutches. Qin Tian looked at the 2 wrinkled little babies in front of him, and felt a blood connection. Qin Tian said helplessly, I dare not hug you. Under the guidance of everyone, Qin Tian carefully took over his brother. Qin Tian smiled and said. Hey, this kid is really good, he has learned all my skills. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled, Debao is really energetic, he will charm many little girls in the future. Lulu rolled his eyes and said, Sister Min, you are such a female hooligan. Li Min chuckled and said, I learned this from your sister. Your sister is the ancestor of female gangsters. Su Tingting said with a wicked smile, it's good to be a female hooligan. If you weren't a female hooligan, how could these two little darlings be born so soon? Su Yuanying laughed and scolded, what a bunch of stupid girls, they are so frivolous every day. Everyone surrounded the two babies and put them into the incubator in the VIP ward. The clock ticked, and amid everyone's anxious wait, Lu Ruashi was finally transferred back to the VIP ward. After making sure that Lu Ruashi was safe, everyone left the VIP ward, leaving the space to Qin Tian and the others. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, whose eyes were red and swollen, and smiled happily, silly brother, why are you crying? Qin Tian looked at the pale Lu Ruashi and said distressfully, sister, giving birth is too scary, let's not have any more in the future. Chapter 115 Sleeping Together. Lu Ruashi gently stroked Qin Tian's handsome face and smiled happily. Silly husband, my husband has such good genes, I will definitely give birth to 8 or 10 children for you. Others forget the pain after their wounds have healed, but Lu Ruashi is different. She forgot the pain before her scars have healed. Qin Tian said speechlessly, giving birth to 10 or 8 children? Even the pigs in the production team may not be able to produce this many. Lu Ruashi straightened her waist proudly and said with a proud look on her face, it's okay, I can afford it. Qin Tian said with a determined look, giving birth is too dangerous. I will never let my sister take this risk again. Lu Ruashi was touched and whispered to herself. It seems that my little Tian was really scared. Fortunately, I didn't let you into the delivery room, otherwise I would have cried to death. I'll just give you a verbal promise. My baby Xiao Tian is so amazing. If you want to succeed, it's as simple as eating and drinking water. After all, there are always more solutions than problems. How can such a small matter stump me, Lu Ruashi? Lu Ruashi hurriedly comforted Qin Tian and said, okay, giving birth is really too painful, we won't have the baby. You must pay attention to safety in the future. Qin Tian nodded solemnly and said, well, sister, don't worry, I will. Lu Ruashi secretly laughed in her heart. How to guard against thieves at home. Little Tian, wait and see how your sister will control you in the future. Lu Ruashi took off the jade pendant and said with fear. Xiao Tian, this was a very dangerous experience, but luckily I had the jade pendant to protect me. It's a pity that this jade pendant is completely useless. Qin Tian looked at the dull jade pendant. The inscription on it had disappeared, and it looked like an ordinary stone. Qin Tian kissed Lu Ruashi's smooth forehead and said with a distressed look. Sister, these are just external things. As long as you are safe, everything is worth it. Lu Ruashi sighed and said, it's a pity to waste such a good treasure. Qin Tian smiled and said, don't worry, sister, I will work hard and earn another one for you as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, I have to go collect the baby's rewards. Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes. That's right, there are rewards for giving birth to a child, little Tian, you have to work harder. Qin Tian smiled happily in his heart and said. Dak Sixi, come out quickly. I want to claim my reward. The system said speechlessly, Master, you are too impatient. Qin Tian chuckled and said, how can I not be anxious? These are 2 rewards. Dis-cc, let me tell you. This is your child, don't think of just being perfunctory about it. The system hesitated for a moment and said, then I will give each of the 2 little darlings a longevity lock. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled as he asked, what effect does the longevity lock have? The system said speechlessly, longevity lock, as the name suggests, what other effects can it have? By the way, babies can only wear it when they are 1 month old. Moreover, the longevity lock can automatically change to the appropriate size as the baby grows older. Qin Tian said excitedly, Dis-cc, you are really one of my little treasures. I love you so much. The system rolled its eyes and said, Master, you are a real dog. When she is useful, she is a little darling, but when she is useless, she is just a yellow-faced woman. Qin Tian smiled frivolously and said, Dis-cc, you misunderstood me. In my mind, my sister is my first wife and you are my second wife, you are both equally important. The system said speechlessly, screw you. I'm just a robot, and you didn't even let me go. Qin Tian spread his hands and said, you blame me? Who told you to change your voice into my wife's voice? Even her body has transformed into that of my wife, how can I tell the difference? The system said with a dark face, Master, you can't tell the difference? You just can't tell the difference at all, okay? Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, don't accuse me, it's as if I did something to you. The system blushed and said, I don't even want to tell you, you know it in your heart. Qin Tian smiled evilly and said, Big Cece, make another jade pendant for your sister. The system asked with a puzzled look on its face, my sister? What kind of sister do I have? Qin Tian smiled frivolously and said, isn't Lu Ruashi your sister? The system spat loudly, and said with a slightly red face, Humph, you conscienceless dogman, Shin Shimmy is not as beautiful as you think. You just know how to take advantage of others. It would be fine if you just took advantage of others, but you actually used it to please your first wife. Qin Tianpi smiled and said, Big Cece, I'm not kidding you anymore. Let's get back to the point. How can I get another peace jade pendant? The system said with a look of resentment, rewards are up to fate. Your own efforts are better than anything else. Qin Tian waved his hand and said, Cece, please kneel down. I'm going to accompany my first wife. System Dak Sixy. Qin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's earlobe and said excitedly, Sister, I have good news for you. Each of the babies will have a longevity lock. Lu Ruashi said excitedly, Wow, Xiao Tian Tian, you are so amazing. Qin Tian took out 2 silver longevity locks and handed them to Lu Ruashi, saying, Sister, please keep it. When it's 1 month old, you can put it on the babies. Lu Ruashi looked at the 2 small and simple longevity locks in her hands and said with joy, These are 2 really great treasures, but the babies are too big to wear them now. Qin Tian chuckled and said, They can automatically change to the appropriate size according to the age of the babies. Baji. Extremely excited, Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tian's handsome face fiercely and said happily, Xiao Tian Tian, you are so awesome. I love you so much. Qin Tian kissed Lu Ruashi back and said with a distressed look on his face, Sister, you should take a rest. Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's strong waist and said tenderly, Xiao Tian Tian, I can't sleep without you holding me. Qin Tian slipped into Lu Ruashi's bed, hugged Lu Ruashi in his arms, and said gently, Be good, sister. Have a good rest. Only when you have a good rest, you will have the energy to act like a hooligan. Lu Ruashi buried her head in Chu Fei's chest and whispered, The one who understands me is Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi soon fell into a deep sleep in Chu Fei's arms. Qin Tian sighed in his heart. It seems that my sister is really exhausted this time. I have to find a way to nourish her. When Lu Ruashi woke up again, it was already the next morning. Qin Tian said happily, Sister, you are awake. Lu Ruashi said lazily, Oh my god, I slept for a very long time. Chapter 116, Crying for Food. Qin Tian diligently helped Lu Ruashi wash up, and they had just finished breakfast. Lu Tianxi and others came in, and Lu Dingwa said with a red face, Girl, are you feeling better? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry, Grandpa. I feel much better after unloading the cargo. Grandma Lulan said kindly, Girl, you have to be a good boy during your confinement. Don't let your temper get the best of you. Lu Ruashi said coquettishly, Grandma, haven't I always been the most well-behaved and obedient one? Su Yuanying rolled her eyes and said, Being well-behaved and obedient has nothing to do with you. Qin Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of my sister. Lu Tianxi nodded and said, Among you young people, only Xiao Tian is reliable. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, That's right, otherwise how could he be your little brother? Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter, Qin Tian said with a dark face. Sister, I am a father after all, I can't expose my shortcomings like this. Su Tingting laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward and said, Brother-in-law, even if you become a grandfather, I can still ride on your neck and do whatever I want. Qin Tian. Lu Dingwa said in a loud voice, Xiao Tian, what do you want to name the babies? Qin Tian smiled and said, They are 2 siblings, one takes the sister's surname, and the other takes my surname. As for the name, such an important matter, of course it is up to you to decide. Lu Dingwa nodded and said, As for the surname, let the 2 brothers and sisters draw lots themselves. Lu Tianxi nodded and said, Good idea. Lu Tianxi picked up the pen and quickly wrote the last name on a piece of paper and handed it to Liang Bao. Everyone stared at the 2 treasures intently. After a while, Su Tingting said with a smile, It seems that the 2 treasures are too young and can't catch things yet. As soon as Su Tingting finished speaking, Bao grabbed the note with Qin's name on it and was about to put it into his mouth. De Bao also held on to the note with the word Lu on it. Qin Tian smiled and said, You really are worthy of being my little cotton-padded jacket. You know how to kiss daddy at such a young age. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, It seems that I have given myself a love rival. Everyone couldn't help laughing, and Lu Dingwa said with joy. Then the first treasure will be named Lu Xiaoyu, and the second treasure will be named Xin Xiaohan. What do you think? Lu Lan said with a smile. The old man spent 10 months choosing a name, and finally picked the one he was most satisfied with. Qin Tian muttered softly, Lu Xiaoyu, Xin Xiaohan, good names, let's call them these two names. Everyone agreed, and the two babies' names were decided in a gorgeous way. After staying in the hospital for a few days, Lu Ruashi was taken back to Lu's manor by Qin Tian. It is worth mentioning that because of the two treasures, Lu Dingwa and others also moved into the Lu manor. Qin Tian pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Ruashi said with a bored look on her face, Xiao Tian, where have you been? I'm so bored. Qin Tian said with a smile, sister, I just went downstairs to watch the babies for a while. Is it that boring? Lu Ruashi sighed and said. Apart from feeding the babies, I have nothing to do. How can I not be bored? Qin Tian couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruashi, gritting his teeth and said. Dabeo is such a naughty boy. When it's time for a snack, he just holds on to me and won't let go. It really makes me angry. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, it's called like father, like son. I learned that from you. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, when he grows up, I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Lu Ruashi pulled Qin Tian into her arms and said with a smile. Xiaoshi Enshin, you are so cute. You are jealous of your little cub. Qin Tian said with an intoxicated look on his face, wife, how about finding a wet nurse for Dabeo? Lu Ruashi rubbed Qin Tian's hair and said lovingly. No, this is our cub, I want to raise it myself. This lady is blessed with natural advantages. It is easy for me to support you three. Qin Tian said vaguely, this little naughty boy got a bargain. Lu Ruashi blushed as she said, Xiao Tian, you only care about your second child and don't care about me anymore. Qin Tian said with a smile, you said I was jealous of my son, but you are also jealous of my daughter. Lu Ruashi said tenderly. Who told Dabeo to look so much like my little Tian? He's simply a smaller version of you. Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi's slender waist and said with a smile, isn't Erbao a super small version of you? Lu Ruashi kissed Qin Tian's thin lips and said gently, okay, let's stop being jealous of the kids. Now let me comfort Xiao Tian's wounded heart. Day after day, time passes slowly and peacefully. Su Tingting and the other girl knocked on Lu Ruashi's door, and Qin Tian opened it. Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled, brother-in-law, is it my sister who is in confinement after childbirth, or you? Qin Tian smiled and said, I am accompanying your sister to recuperate after childbirth. Li Min chuckled and said, you know what, my sister's confinement has actually made my brother-in-law a little fatter. Qin Tian asked doubtfully, is there? Su Tingting smiled evilly and said, I can't help it, it's my sister's confinement meal that is so overbearing. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly, then ran to the side to tease Erbao, too lazy to pay attention to the two female hooligans. Li Min exclaimed in amazement, wow, Dabeo is eating so deliciously. Su Tingting sighed and said, there's nothing we can do about it. We will never be jealous of this in our lifetime. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, you guys are just idle and have nothing to do, so you come here to entertain me. Li Min laughed and said, this is not entertainment at all, this is clearly envy. Wow. Lu Ruashi looked at the crying Dabeo and said gently. Let mommy see my little baby, what happened? Lu Ruashi flipped through Dabeo's diaper and said with a motherly look on her face. Oh, Dabeo has peed. Are you reminding mom? Li Min said in disbelief, is this still the same ruthless female devil? Su Tingting covered her mouth and chuckled. Who made our Dabeo a miniature version of my brother-in-law? It would be strange if my sister didn't spoil him to the sky. Qin Tian brought Erbao over, exchanged it with Dabeo, and said with a smile. Sister, Erbao is hungry too, give her some extra food. Lu Ruashi said lovingly. You little greedy pig, you stole my man, and I still have to coax you well, where can I go to seek justice? Li Min laughed and said, Erbao may be the only one in the world who. The girl who steals sister she's man and makes sister she feel angry but unable to speak out. Chapter 117 Troubles Within the Family. Su Tingting smiled and said. Then Dabeo must be the only boy in the world who can snatch his brother-in-law's woman away and leave him helpless. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, you are not good at anything, but you are the best at driving. I am talking about you guys. Qin Tian touched Dabeo's little face and said lovingly. You little rascal, you are my nemesis. Qin Tian skillfully took off Dabeo's diaper. A stream of warm water came towards Qin Tian, cooling him down to the bone. Lu Ruashi held her bow in her arms, laughing so hard that her body shook with laughter. Xiao Tian Tian, are you that hungry? Li Min's eyes sparkled as he said, fuck, Debao's long-range attack ability is truly astonishing. Su Tingting sighed and said, I finally understand why my sister loves it so much. Qin Tian wiped the water stains off his face and said speechlessly, can you godmothers be more serious? Li Min chuckled and said, if I can be a stepmother, that's fine. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, get lost, you shameless little slut. Qin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these female hooligans, and gnashed his teeth and said, little naughty boy, I will remember you. When you grow up, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Qin Tian changed Debao's diaper skillfully. Su Tingting smiled and said, brother-in-law, how does Debao's urine taste? Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, it can cure all diseases. Do you want some? Time passed happily like this. Xiaomi, wearing a cheongsam and high heels, came downstairs and said happily, the long confinement is finally over, and I, Lu Ruashi, am alive again. Su Yuanying said helplessly, asking you to stay in confinement for 2 months is like asking you to die. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, confinement is much harder than giving birth to a baby. Su Tingting looked at Lu Ruashi, whose figure was even hotter, and said in amazement, sister, you have recovered so well. Who would believe that you have given birth to a child? Lu Ruashi said proudly, sister will let you see what a real hot mom is. Li Min said with envy, sister Shi's figure was already amazing, and now it's simply amazing. My brother-in-law lives such a comfortable life. Lu Ruashi said proudly, your brother-in-law's life is something no one can envy. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled, whenever I see Debao, I envy you, not my brother-in-law, but you, sister Shi. Lu Ruashi spat and said, bah, you shameless little vixen. If Qin Tian's life was enjoyable and prosperous, then Lu Shiyu's life was a mess. Since Lu Zhongren's family was driven out of the Lu family by Lu Dinghua, Lu Zhongren's company has. Without the support of the Lu family, they all went bankrupt due to poor management. From then on, Lu Zhongren drank all day long. When drunk, he beat and scolded Ma Yurong and Lu Rujie. Ma Yurong couldn't bear Lu Zhongren's torture anymore, and his life became miserable, so he ran away with a coal boss in anger. Lu Zhongren, who had nowhere to vent his anger, grabbed Lu Ruheo's hair and slapped her twice in the face. Lu Ruhua said angrily, why are you going crazy here again? How did I offend you? Lu Zhongren gritted his teeth and said, you and your mother are both equally despicable. I should have beaten you two bitches to death long ago. The drunk Lu Zhongren punched and kicked Lu Ruhe, but Lu Shiyu not only did not stop Lu Zhongren's violence, but also watched the show happily. Lu Ruhuan was beaten miserably and screamed continuously. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Ruhuan pushed Lu Zhongren violently. Bang! Lu Zhongren, who was standing unsteadily, was pushed and fell on his back. The back of Lu Zhongren's head happened to hit the steps behind him. Lu Rui looked at the large bloodstain on the back of Lu Zhongren's head and said in horror, don't act so pretentiously, don't scare me. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Shiyu hurried forward to check on Lu Zhongren's injuries. Lu Shiyu's face turned pale, he sniffed Lu Zhongren's breath, then suddenly collapsed to the ground and said in disbelief, you actually killed Dad. Lu Rookie trembled and sniffed Lu Zhongren's breath, and said in panic, I didn't push him. He fell down by himself. It's none of my business. Lu Ruzhen staggered out. After a long while, Lu Shiyu finally woke up from his shock and said angrily, fuck, you ran away, what should I do? Lu Shiyu quickly dialed the police number and the relevant investigators quickly rushed to the scene. After understanding the course of events and conducting an on-site investigation, the investigators arrested Lu Ruhuan, who had fled for fear of being convicted. What awaits Lu Ruhuan is legal punishment. After dealing with Lu Zhongren's funeral, Lu Shiyu returns home. Lu Shiyu looked at the empty house and said sadly, some escaped, some died, some went to jail, is this still my once happy family? It's all Qin Tian's fault. If it weren't for him, I would still be the high and mighty eldest young master of the Lu family. How could I be so unlucky now? At this time, Lu Shiyu wished he could tear Qin Tian into pieces, but ideals are full and reality is often very skinny. Lu Shiyu said with a vicious look on his face, Qin Tian, since you won't let me live well, then you can't live well either. Lu Shiyu sold his only remaining property and left home without any regrets. In the early morning, Lu Ruashi slowly opened her big, silly eyes and said lazily, Xiao Tian Tian, I have a meeting today and I need to go to the company. Will you accompany me to the company, or stay at home to breastfeed the baby? Shin Tian said with a bored look on his face, I won't go to the company anymore, everyone knows my identity. They're almost treating me like an ancestor. There's no point in going there. I'd better stay at home and be a quiet handsome man. Lu Ruashi kissed Shin Tianjun on the face and said with a smile. Xiao Tian, you are responsible for being beautiful, and I am responsible for making money to support the family. Shin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi and bit her twice, then smiled evilly and said. Hee, brother Tian, I'm really awesome. I really have the ability and luck to be a gigolo. After Shin Tian and the other man had gone through some trouble, veteran driver Lu Ruashi drove the supercar with a radiant look on her face and sped towards the company. After being a stay-at-home dad for a while, Shin Tian, who had nothing to do, changed into sportswear and went out for a morning run. Lu Shiyu, who was hiding behind a big tree, looked at Shin Tian jogging from a distance and said with a sinister look on his face. You little bastard, I finally caught you. This time I will make sure you die without a burial place. Chapter 118, Imprisoned. After running for a while, Shin Tian heard the sound of a mobile phone message. Shin Tian took out his mobile phone and read it while walking. Zhang Lei sent a message in the My Great Sun group, Brother Tian, when are you free, can the three of us get together? Shin Tian replied, your father has money and time, he is always available. Tang Ji replied, how about we three go to a food stall to get together after get off work? Bang! Just as Shin Tian was about to reply to the message, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Shin Tian felt a black screen in front of his eyes and slid to the ground. Lu Shiyu threw away the stick in his hand with a sinister look on his face and dragged Shin Tian into the car next to him. Lu Shiyu tied Shin Tian's hands and feet and poured a pill into Shin Tian's mouth. Lu Shiyu smiled grimly. You little bastard, have a good sleep. When you wake up, it will be almost your death. Lu Shiyu threw Shin Tian's cell phone into the river beside him and drove the car away quickly. Tang Ji replied, my dear, you didn't fall asleep again, did you? Zhang Lei replied, Brother Tian is probably busy with his two nephews, so let's talk about it when we have time. Tang Ji didn't think too much about it and continued to work. At this time, Lu Shiyu looked at the van in front of him whose door was slowly opening and showed a sinister smile. The car quickly drove into the van. Wang San, with a beard, quickly locked the door and drove the van towards Province Y. Lu Shiyu pushed open the door of the car and sneered. I'll let you, little bastard, live for 2 days. Once you cross the border and get the money, you'll die. Lu Shiyu ignored the sleepy Shin Tian, picked up the wine and meat in the truck, and started drinking happily. As night fell, Lu Ruashi, who had been busy all day, returned to the Chu's manor with an anxious look on her face. Su Yuanying asked curiously, Ruashi, why didn't Xiao Tian come back with you? Lu Ruashi's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling came over her. Lu Ruashi said anxiously, isn't Xiao Tian at home today? Why isn't he with me? Everyone in the Lu family looked at each other. Lu Ruashi hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed Shin Tian's number. A busy tone reached Lu Ruashi's eardrums. Lu Ruashi's face turned pale and she said anxiously. Something might have happened to Xiao Tian. When did Xiao Tian go out? Su Yuanying said with a pale face, Xiao Tian went out this morning. He said he was going out for a run and then he would come to the company to find you. Lu Ruashi and her daughter made anxious phone calls, asking someone to look for Shin Tian's information. Not long after, Tang Ji and others came after hearing the news, and a video was transferred to Lu Ruashi's computer. Lu Ruashi clicked on the video with trembling fingers, and the short video disappeared in an instant. Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, Lu Shiyu, if Xiao Tian loses even a hair, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Tang Ji slapped himself twice on the face and said with regret. Sister-in-law, it's all our fault. If only we had been more alert at the time. Zhang Lei also slapped himself twice in the face and said with deep regret. I'm really stupid. When has Brother Tian ever gone so long without replying to a message? Lu Ruashi continued to look through the subsequent videos and said with an annoyed look. Shut up, the most urgent thing is to find Xiao Tian instead of feeling sorry for yourself here. Lu Ruashi watched all the videos and whispered. How could such a big car disappear out of thin air? Everyone was thinking hard, but they couldn't find any clues. Su Yuanying gnashed her teeth and said, could it be possible that this damned Lu Shiyu flew away? Tang Ji whispered, fly away? You can't fly away. The only possibility is that it's a sleight of hand. Sister-in-law, please check the trucks during this period, especially the closed vans. Lu Ruashi's eyes lit up, and she quickly flipped through the video while praising. Tangji, your brain is still working well. Tangji stared at the video intently and said, how dare I compare myself with my sister-in-law? You are so concerned that you are confused. How can you think so much? Lu Ruashi stared at the van in the video and said with gritted teeth, based on the time calculation, it should be this one. Not long after, the specific information of the car arrived on Lu Ruashi's mobile phone. Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, Wang-san, Lu Shiyu's gambling friend, a gambler who has lost so much that he has nowhere to go. Su Yuanying asked anxiously, where is this car? Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, we have entered Y province, taking the mountain road, the exact location is unknown. I think they want to take Xiao Tian out of the country. Province Y is already conducting strict checks on him. Lu Ruashi looked at the time and said, Mom, the helicopter is almost here. I'll leave the babies to you. We'll rush to Province Y now. Su Yuanying also said anxiously, Ruashi, don't worry, Mom is at home. You must bring Xiao Tian back safely. Lu Ruashi and others quickly boarded the helicopter and flew to Province Y. Wang San stole a car in a secluded place under the cover of night. Lu Shiyu and the other man transferred the unconscious Qin Tian into the new car and continued to drive away frantically. Wang San saw the checking staff from afar and quickly turned around at the intersection. Lu Shiyu panicked and said, fuck, martial law has been declared, what should I do? Wang San sneered and said, brother you, don't panic, I am from Y province, and I know the route very well. Meishan is so big that there are many small roads leading out of the country. Lu Shiyu exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, third brother, I'm lucky to have you. At this time, Lu Ruashi and others had already arrived in Meishan. Not only that, all the bodyguard companies under the Lu group were also dispatched and had arrived in Meishan one after another. Every corner of Meishan was gradually controlled by the JJ. Wang San parked the car in a secluded corner and said, brother you, wake up this golden nugget. We have to leave the country on foot. Lu Shiyu woke Qin Tian up, put his hand on Qin Tian's head and said, you little bastard, hurry up and leave, or I'll beat you to death with a cannon. Qin Tian woke up from his coma and looked at the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, damn it, I was careless. This bastard actually dared to be so bold. No, I must stay calm, I must escape alive. Qin Tian kept looking around and said helplessly, you tied my feet, how can I walk? Wang San untied Qin Tian's feet, took out his hand and said viciously, boy, I'm warning you, don't play tricks, I only want money, don't force me to use force. Qin Tian was at his wit's end and had to follow Lu Shiyu and the other man as they ran through the forest. Chapter 119, Chasing and Intercepting. Qin Tian said anxiously, what the hell, what should I do? Calm down, I will definitely get out of this. My wife must be trying her best to find me. How could I, Qin Tian, capsize in this small ditch? Lu Shiyu and his companion held Qin Tian hostage and fled in a panic through the mountains and forests, heading towards the border. At this time, Lu Ruashi and others, as well as the leaders of relevant personnel, had already rushed to the truck abandoned by Lu Shiyu and others. Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, you two bastards, don't let me catch you. The staff quickly found out the next car of Lu Shiyu and others, and Lu Ruashi and others hurriedly chased to the next location. Qin Tian looked at the border not far away and said anxiously, Cc, come out quickly and think of a solution. If I can't do anything else, I'm going to be taken to the Silver Triangle by these two little bastards. It will be extremely difficult to escape by then. Cc said helplessly, Master, I can't directly interfere with real life. Now your hands are tied behind your back and you have been drugged. You are a worthless person except for being able to walk. I have no other options. Qin Tian secretly encouraged himself and said, calm down. My wife and babies are waiting for me to return home safely. I will definitely be able to escape. Lu Shiyu laughed loudly and said, Silver Triangle, I, Lu Shiyu, am here, tremble for me. Wang San's cheek twitched slightly, and he murmured to himself, damn, why do I feel that Lu Shiyu is a little unreliable? I hope I'm just overthinking it. Wang San said speechlessly, Brother you, the Silver Triangle is full of mixed people, what kind of ruthless characters are there? We are alone in the Silver Triangle for the first time, so it is better to keep a low profile. Lu Shiyu played with the wooden handle in his hand and said indifferently, we have the real stuff in our hands. The world is so big, where can we not go? Wang San said with a worried look on his face, but. Lu Shiyu waved his hand domineeringly and said with wisdom. We have a golden nugget in our hands. We can get money from that bitch Lu Ruashi bit by bit. By then we will have money, wooden warehouses, and people. It won't be impossible for us to even become the king of the Silver Triangle. Wang San's eyes sparkled as he said, You're right, brother, you has good vision. Lu Shiyu said proudly, Xiao San. Follow brother you well in the future, and the second position will definitely be yours. Wang San said with gratitude, I, Wang San, have been wandering around all my life, and finally I have found the right person. Qin Tian listened to the strange conversation between Lu Shiyu and the other two, and his handsome face twitched unconsciously. Qin Tian sneered to himself. What a bunch of idiots, their dreams are simply unreal. They probably won't even know how they died. It seems that it is safe for the time being, but I still have to escape from here as soon as possible to avoid any trouble. My wife must be worried sick now. Lu Shiyu and his companion took Qin Tian hostage and finally crossed the border and fled to the Silver Triangle. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruashi and her group reached the border. Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth and said, Lu Shiyu, Wang San, I will find you and skin you alive even if I have to turn the entire Silver Triangle upside down. The leader of the relevant personnel sighed and said, Miss Lu, this is all we can do. I wish you good luck. Lu Ruashi bowed to the staff and said, Thank you very much, everyone. It's urgent. Lu Ruashi will take her leave first. The leader nodded and led the staff to say goodbye. The bodyguards quickly gathered in front of Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi looked around at the more than 500 bodyguards in front of her and said loudly, Everyone knows that the Silver Triangle is a well-known mixed bag, so I won't go into details. If anyone doesn't want to go, they can withdraw right now. I, Lu Ruashi, will not discriminate against anyone. The bodyguards stood with their hands down in a solemn manner. Lu Ruashi nodded and said, Very good, you are all men of blood. This time, I, Lu Ruashi, will never treat you badly. If there are any injured in this operation, I, Lu Ruashi, will ensure that you will have a life of wealth and glory. If there are any unfortunate casualties, I, Lu Ruashi, will ensure that your parents, wife, and children will be rich and prosperous for the rest of their lives. Zheng Lei said to himself, Fuck, my sister-in-law is so domineering. Sun Tian glared at Zheng Lei and said, You damn charcoal, shut up. Lu Ruashi waved her hand and said domineeringly, Let's go. Lu Ruashi soon arrived at a house in the Silver Triangle area. Lu Wu, the vice president of the bodyguard company, greeted her respectfully and said, Boss Lu, everything is ready. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, Arm yourself as quickly as possible. Zheng Lei looked at the boxes of ammunition, helmets, bulletproof vests and other things in front of him, which was everything you could think of. Zheng Lei was dumbfounded and said, Fuck, my sister-in-law is awesome. I can play a real-person game of PUBG too. Tang Ji was also full of admiration and said, Sister-in-law, it has to be you. Sun Tian quickly dressed, snatched the big thing from Zheng Lei's hand, threw the bulletproof vest to Zheng Lei and said, Hurry up and put it on, are you acting like you're playing house? Zheng Lei licked his dog face and said, My wife is the one who cares about me. Sun Tian threw her hand to Zheng Lei and said with a look of disdain, You rookie, this big thing is no joke, just use it for self-defense. Under the coercion of Sun Tian, Zheng Lei played with the wooden barn with a helpless look on his face. Sun Tian whispered, Stinky black charcoal, when there is danger, don't be too far away from me, my Miss Gu. You are too far away, I can't take care of you. Zheng Lei said solemnly, Wife, just protect your sister-in-law and yourself. I'm a rough man, it doesn't matter if I get hurt. Don't let me catch those two bastards, or I'll burn them to death. Tang Ji frowned and said, Those two little bastards are not worth mentioning. My sister-in-law made such a big fuss to guard against local illegal armed forces. Those people are desperate criminals who are greedy for money. We must be on guard against them. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Ruashi and others set up camp on the spot. Lu Ruashi's phone rang. Lu Ruashi answered the phone with a serious expression. Angela's voice sounded on the phone. Ruashi, I have contacted the local warlord General Cha-Cha for you. You can go meet him tomorrow. Lu Ruashi rubbed her eyebrows and said, Angela, thank you. Angela said with a worried look on her face, Sister, why are you being so polite to me? But you have to be careful. This person is fickle and will forget his principles when he sees profit. He is not someone you can easily get along with. Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "Don't worry, sister, how can I, Long will Lu Ruashi, be easily provoked?" Chapter 120 Becoming a Bandit. Angela sighed and said, "A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, you'd better be careful. If you need any help, please let me know immediately." Lu Ruashi had just hung up the phone with Angela when an unfamiliar number called. Lu Ruashi's affection suddenly turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Hey." Lu Shiyu's nonchalant voice sounded on the phone. "Oh, my dear sister, who is so blind to be so angry? How dare you mess with Miss Lu?" Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "Lu Shiyu, stop playing tricks. What do you want?" "In order for you to let my husband go." Lu Shiyu said confidently, "My dear sister, you are still so high and mighty. This is not the way you beg for mercy. If you beg me, I might be merciful and let that country bumpkin go." Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "Don't even think about it." Lu Shiyu shrugged and said indifferently, "Miss Lu, you can continue to be so arrogant, but I can't guarantee that the country bumpkin won't be missing some important parts." Lu Ruashi clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "Lu Shiyu, if my husband loses even a hair, I will make you live a life worse than death." Lu Shiyu gave a thumbs up and said, "Miss Lu is really tough. Why don't you leave me your address? I can mail the important parts to you." Lu Ruashi's face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "No, Lu Shiyu, I beg you, don't hurt my husband." Lu Shiyu laughed and said, "I didn't expect that Miss Lu, this devil girl, is actually a love-brain person. Who would dare to believe this?" Lu Ruashi swallowed her anger and said, "Lu Shiyu, for the sake of our relationship as siblings, please don't hurt my husband." Lu Shiyu sneered and said, "It's no use begging me, I want money. Transfer 1 billion to my account within 10 minutes, and if I feel better, I might let him go." Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "I can give you the money, but you must release my husband immediately." Lu Shiyu shook his head and said, "You must be looking for me all over the world now. When I was still struggling, he was my amulet. How could I let him go so quickly?" Lu Ruashi said with cold eyes, "Lu Shiyu, as long as you let my husband go now, I will still give you the money, and I promise not to cause you any trouble in the future. What do you think?" Lu Shiyu laughed and said, "Miss Lu, your reputation is indeed good, but this is a matter of life and death. My destiny is still in my own hands. How can I, Lu Shiyu, be controlled by others?" Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "I will transfer the money to you right away, but you must promise not to abuse or hurt my husband. I'm going to speak to him now to make sure he's safe." Lu Shiyu smiled proudly and said, "Deal." Lu Shiyu turned on the hands-free mode, placed the phone in front of Qin Tian and said, "Hurry up. My phone bill is very expensive." Lu Ruashi said in a trembling voice, "Xiao Tian Tian, are you listening? Are you okay?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "Sister, I'm fine, don't worry too much." Lu Ruashi's tears rolled down, and she sobbed, "Xiao Tian Tian, you must protect yourself. I will definitely rescue you as soon as possible." Qin Tian sighed and said, "Sister, I'm sorry, I was careless, don't be too anxious." Lu Shiyu quickly hung up the phone. Lu Ruashi heard the busy tone and burst into tears, covering her face. Su Tingting wiped her tears and comforted her, "Sister, don't worry, brother-in-law is a lucky man, everything will be fine." After crying for a while, Lu Ruashi quickly wiped away her tears and transferred the money into Lu Shiyu's account. Zhang Lei and the others all had red eyes. Tang Ji winked at Zhang Lei, and the two walked out one after the other. Tang Ji lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Lazy, my sister-in-law will go to see the general tomorrow. I guess not many people can go in. I plan to go in with my sister-in-law." Zhang Lei smiled proudly and said, "With brother Tian not around, how can we brothers let sister-in-law go into the tiger's den alone? Besides, our wives will definitely go with us, so how can we fall behind them?" Tang Ji muttered something in Zhang Lei's ear for a while, and Zhang Lei was dumbfounded and said, "Fuck, Aji is really something." Tang Ji patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and said, "Lei, are you afraid? Do you dare to do something big?" Zhang Lei blew out a smoke ring, stared at the dark night sky and said, "How can I not be afraid? I never dared to dream of this before." Tang Ji patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder, smiled and said, "Then you stay, I should be enough for one person. If anything happens to me, I'll leave my parents to you to take care of." Zhang Lei rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Here are your last words. Didn't I say I won't do it? Although I don't have any great abilities, as long as I am still alive, I will never allow anyone to harm my sister-in-law and my wife. Tang Ji smiled bitterly and said, I am afraid too. But no matter how scared I am, I have to do it. Zhang Lei laughed loudly and said, Don't be afraid of a dick. When a person dies, his dick will be up in the sky. He will live forever. If something happens, we brothers will have a companion, and we won't be bullied by ghosts when we go down. Tang Ji and the other man smiled at each other and went towards the tent where the logistical supplies were placed. Lu Shiyu looked at the account information and sneered, Little country bumpkin, I didn't expect you to be so valuable to my sister. Qin Tian, who was tired and hungry, closed his eyes and rested, too lazy to pay attention to the beast Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu transferred a small target to Wang San and said with a grin. Xiao San. How is it? Brother Yu is really nice, isn't he? Wang San looked at the money received on his phone and said with trembling hands, Fuck, thank you, Brother Yu. This is just a small goal. I am really rich now. Lu Shiyu smiled sinisterly and said, Xiao San. Follow Brother Yu and work hard in the future. As long as we brothers build a foundation in the Silver Triangle, good days are still to come. The tall and strong Wang San nodded and said, Brother Yu, don't worry. My life, Wang San, will belong to you from now on, Brother Yu. Qin Tian sneered and said, he thought he had picked up a great bargain, but he didn't know he was a fool. Lu Shiyu, who was confident of victory, said nonchalantly, You are just a little jerk, you know nothing. Wang Sanda said carelessly, The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You are a stray dog, what is there to be proud of? Qin Tian shook his head and said, Wang San, I am just standing up for you. Lu Shiyu snorted and said, Wang San would have died if it weren't for me, Lu Shiyu. I would never have dreamed of having so much money in my life, so why should he be so upset? Chapter 121, Killing Each Other. Wang San said flatteringly, That's right, Brother Yu is absolutely right. Qin Tian smiled and said, Wang San, let me ask you, if you, Wang San, weren't there, could Lu Shiyu have brought me to the Silver Triangle by himself? Lu Shiyu laughed and said, Wang San is my good brother. If it weren't for Wang San, it would be impossible for me to accomplish this by myself. Qin Tian shook his head and said with a look of disdain, Since Wang San is so important, what he did is also worth his life. Why did Lu Shiyu get 900 million, while you, Wang San, only got 100 million? Is this what you call a good brother? Lu Shiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly hated her. He said angrily, You. Wang San, who had just been grateful, was now filled with indignation. You are so good, Lu Shiyu, do you really think I am easy to fool? How dare you take so much money from me, how can I let you go? Lu Shiyu pulled out his dagger and said with a ferocious look, You little jerk, you dare to sow discord here. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Wang San stood up with a swish and sneered, Lu Shiyu, let's not talk about the profit sharing for now. This golden nugget is our cash cow, how can I let you hurt him and cut off our source of income? Lu Shiyu felt that his dignity was challenged, and said angrily, Wang San, how dare you go against me, Lu Shiyu? Wang San sneered and said, I am not against you, but you are against money. Lu Shiyu, furious, punched Wang San, but Wang San dodged it easily. Wang San kicked Lu Shiyu in the stomach, kicking Lu Shiyu several meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. When it comes to fighting, Lu Shiyu, a second-generation rich man, is no match for Wang San, a street thug. Qin Tian looked at the dagger beside him, his eyes lit up, and he slowly moved towards the dagger. Lu Shiyu bared his teeth and said, Wang San, you bastard. Are you really that brave? How dare you hit me? Wang San crossed his arms and said proudly, Lu Shiyu, stop talking nonsense, the Silver Triangle is a place where the strong prey on the weak. It's time to change our profit-sharing model. Lu Shiyu struggled to get up and said with a grin, Wang San, you are greedy. Giving you 10% is already a respect for you. Wang San shook his head and said greedily, Lu Shiyu, you have brains and I have force. If we work together, we will both benefit. If we separate, we will both suffer. What do you think? Lu Shiyu hesitated for a moment and said with gritted teeth, 20%, no more. I have money now, and there are plenty of people willing to work for me. Wang San suddenly seemed to become smarter, and said with a grin, But you have no one around now, don't you? What's more, this golden nugget doesn't just belong to you, I also have a share. Lu Shiyu said with a ferocious look, Wang San, what do you want? Wang San stretched out his palm and made a 5 sign, sneering, and saying, 50%, fair and just, no one will suffer a loss. Lu Shiyu was filled with resentment. You lowly thing, how dare you be so greedy? I think you are looking for death. Lu Shiyu took out his pistol and hit Wang San on the head. Bang! The bullet hit Wang San's forehead accurately. Wang San never expected that Lu Shiyu would suddenly attack. With a bang, Wang San fell backwards with an unwilling look on his face. Lu Shiyu said with a spit, "You lowly thing, do you think you are worthy of being on the same level as me?" At this time, Qin Tian finally cut the ropes on his hands and feet, secretly smacking his lips. Damn, these two stupid things, the effect is too good. Qin Tian moved his hands and feet secretly inside. I'm tired, hungry, and have no strength at all. What should I do? Qin Tian murmured in his heart, "Deceasee, come out quickly, I need a wooden warehouse." The system said apologetically. Master, I don't have enough system permissions. I gave you a wooden barn for free last time, so I can't do anything this time. Qin Tian said with a look of disdain, a little wife who looks good but is useless, the first wife is more reliable. System Dak 60. Lu Shiyu whispered, "Hey, where is my dagger?" Qin Tian's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he estimated secretly. If you rush into such a situation, there is a 99% chance that you will end up in failure. Lu Shiyu reacted suddenly, looked at Qin Tian in disbelief, and hurriedly raised the wooden basket to aim at Qin Tian. Qin Tian swung the dagger in his hand towards Lu Shiyu, and Lu Shiyu had to avoid the edge of the dagger first. Qin Tian leaped up and slammed into the broken window. Bang, bang, crash. The sound of wood being slammed and windows being broken mixed together, sounding particularly harsh on the eve of dawn. Qin Tian landed safely and stumbled into the jungle. Lu Shiyu cursed inwardly, then suddenly climbed over the window and chased after Qin Tian. Qin Tian and his partner were chasing each other while the other was fleeing. One was starving and the other was a cowardly second-generation rich kid. Lu Shiyu, who was furious, would throw a wooden stick at Qin Tian from time to time, but his strength was limited and he could not do anything to Qin Tian for a while. The sky gradually brightened. Qin Tian, exhausted from running around, looked at the cliff in front of him and said angrily, "Fuck, God, are you kidding me?" Lu Shiyu, panting, laughed crazily, "You little bastard, are you running? Why aren't you running?" Qin Tian glanced at the river below the cliff and wondered to himself, "Should I give it a try?" Lu Shiyu laughed loudly and said, "You little jerk, do you want to make me die of laughter? Such a high cliff, even if there is water below, it is still a life-threatening situation, okay?" Qin Tian said coldly, "Lu Shiyu, do you think you have one?" Lu Shiyu said madly, "You little jerk, then go ahead and jump." "Ha, you don't dare, do you? When we get back, I'll chop off one of your legs first, and then I'll see where you can run to." Qin Tian murmured in his heart. Give it a try. Rather than living in humiliation, it's better to fight to the death. Qin Tian leaped forward and quickly fell off the cliff. Lu Shiyu held his gun and shot at Qin Tian fiercely, saying like a madman, "You little jerk, you're not going to let me have an easy life, are you?" A strong sense of weightlessness came over him, and the strong wind made Qin Tian's face hurt. Qin Tian looked at the water surface getting closer and closer, and muttered to himself, "Life or death, just leave it to fate." A reef protruding from the water surface caught Qin Tian's eye. Qin Tian said with a horrified look, "Ah, shit, God, are you kidding me?" A sudden external force pushed Qin Tian to the side. Chapter 122, Going to a Meeting Alone. The system's loud and slightly tired voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. "Master, this system has run out of energy due to rescuing you directly, and has temporarily fallen into hibernation. Please take good care of yourself, and work hard in the future. Dak 60 will come back one day." Bang! Qin Tian's body paused slightly, then fell into the water, splashing water all over the sky. Qin Tian's eyes went dark and he quickly lost consciousness. Lu Shiyu pouted and said, "You little jerk, it's really a bargain for you to die like this. Oh no, I have to find a place to hide quickly. If that crazy woman Lu Ruashi finds me, I'll be dead." Lu Wu opened the car door respectfully. Lu Ruashi, wearing a black windbreaker, quickly got out of the car and went to the residence of the general. A small leader held an AK-47 and pointed it at Lu Ruashi and the others and said, "Hand over all your weapons." Pa! Lu Wu slapped the little leader in the face and sneered. "The last person who dared to point the wooden gun at Mr. Lu had his brains shaken by me." Click, click. Both sides quickly loaded their bullets and aimed them at each other. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. Ruashi snorted without even raising her eyelids. A fat man came out with a smile and said angrily, "What a bunch of blind bastards. Mr. Lu is a distinguished guest of General Cha-Cha, how can you be so rude?" The fat man smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and said, "Boss Lu, I'm sorry, the people below are not sensible, please forgive me." Tangji sneered and said, "As the saying goes, a guest from afar is a guest. Is this how the general treats his guests?" The fat man paused, sighed, and said, "The Silver Triangle is a troubled place, please forgive me for any mistakes I made. Mr. Lu, there are too many of you. How about letting a few of you in?" Ruashi waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Lu, you guys stay outside." Ruashi flicked her sleeves and strode inside. Zhang Lei and the other three hurriedly followed. The inspector looked at the heroic Ruashi and couldn't help but secretly praise her. There is no false reputation below a great name, Miss Lu is truly worthy of being the renowned Pearl of the Orient. The inspector laughed and said, "Boss Lu, please take a seat. I have long heard of your great name, and this time I finally get to see you in person." Ruashi took off her sunglasses, sat down on the chair, and said with a smile, "It's really not easy to meet your general." Zhang Lei and the other three stood behind Ruashi, like the four heavenly kings. The inspector laughed and said, "I wonder what wind blew this great Buddha like you, Mr. Lu, to this poor mountain valley? It is said that Mr. Lu brought a large group of people to the Silver Triangle. Could it be that Mr. Lu also wants to get a piece of the pie in the Silver Triangle?" Ruashi crossed her legs and said nonchalantly, "General Cha-Cha, you misunderstood. I have no interest in your territory or business. I came here purely to find someone." General Cha-Cha sneered and said, "Boss Lu, you can fool a 3-year-old with your words, but you have mobilized so many people, do you think I will believe it?" Ruashi threw away her sunglasses and said in a cold voice, "When I, Ruashi, do things, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. As for whether you believe it or not, that's your business." Click, click. Dozens of wooden rifles were quickly loaded and aimed at Ruashi and others. The inspector laughed and said, "Boss Lu, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. This is my territory." Ruashi and the other two girls didn't even raise their eyelids, and Ruashi was about to speak. Zhang Lei and the other man suddenly pulled their clothes down, revealing their bodies covered with Z-bombs. Zhang Lei's face turned red and he yelled, "Whoever dares to touch my sister-in-law, let's go to the west to obtain the scriptures together." Tangji sneered and said, "General Cha-Cha, if you have anything to say, it's better to say it nicely." The wooden guards were so frightened that they took a step back. The inspector's eyelids twitched, and he pointed at Ruashi and the others and said, You guys?" Ruashi and the other two girls widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Lei and the others in bewilderment. Ruashi felt both amused and touched, and murmured to herself, "Xiao Tiantian's brothers are really extraordinary and loyal. My man is so awesome." Ruashi waved her hands in amusement and said, "Aji, lazy, put your clothes down. Don't scare the general." "Inspector." Tangji and the other man obediently put down their clothes and stood behind Ruashi, like two generals. The eyes of the two sisters Sun Tian looked at the two brothers Zhang Lei more and more gently. Ruashi knocked on the table and said in a cold voice, "General Cha-Cha, can you listen to me now?" The inspector said with a look as if he had eaten shit, "Please speak, Mr. Lu." Ruashi roughly recounted what happened. "That's how it happened. As for the actions of my two brothers, to be honest, I was also shocked by them." The inspector said in disbelief, "Boss Lu, you made such a big fuss just to find someone?" Ruashi said frankly, "The Silver Triangle is known to be a chaotic place. This concerns my husband's safety, so no matter how cautious I am, it is necessary." The inspector heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Boss Lu, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Look at what a fuss this has caused. Since it's on my territory, I'll just find it and send it back to you. Why bother making such a long trip?" Sun Tian took out a check, placed it in front of the inspector, and quickly returned it. Ruashi smiled and said, "I'm here to ask you for help, aren't I?" The inspector took a look at the amount on the check, nodded in shock and said, "Boss Lu is very generous. As long as your husband is in the Silver Triangle, I promise to find him." The fat man quickly turned around and walked out, naturally to arrange people to find out the news about Qin Tian and the other two. The inspector waved his hand, and the wooden warehouse operators quickly put away the wooden warehouses. The inspector smiled and said, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Lu, but I'm just curious, if the scene between the two brothers hadn't happened, wouldn't you be afraid that I would arrest you? After all, Mr. Lu is much richer than a general like me. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, without san, how dare you go to Liangshan? Although this is your territory, would I barge in like this rashly without any preparation? Even if you can take me down, I, Lu Ruashi, will definitely knock out your two front teeth. The inspector gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, I have heard a lot about Mr. Lu's legend. I admire him very much and I am happy to make friends with him. But even if that's the case, Mr. Lu, you're done for. What does it matter if I lose two of my front teeth? Chapter 123 Life and Death Unknown. Lu Ruashi smiled calmly and said, if anything unexpected happens while I'm here with General Cha-Cha, I believe that it won't be long before General Cha-Cha and your territory will be sent into the sky by a misfired missile. The inspector wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said respectfully, Miss Lu, you are joking. We are friends. I am the most loyal officer. If Miss Lu gives any order, I will obey it. The inspector picked up the check on the table, placed it in front of Lu Ruashi, and said respectfully, Miss Lu, don't worry, I promise to send Mr. Qin to you intact. We are friends, it would be awkward for you to give me money. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, General Cha-Cha, since this is my reward to you, just accept it with confidence. At this time, the fat man ran in with a panicked look on his face and said, Miss Lu, General, a young man of dragon nationality was shot dead in an abandoned house in Area A. His identity has not yet been determined. Lu Ruashi, who had just stood up, sat down on the chair and said with a pale face, No, it can't be Xiao Tiantian's. Xiao Tiantian can't be dead. The general was also frightened and prayed silently in his heart. Ah, shit, even if you're going to die, please don't die on my turf. Otherwise, if this woman Lu Ruashi goes crazy, I'll be in dire straits. The inspector hurriedly comforted him. Miss Lu, don't worry. Mr. Qin is a lucky man. It must not be him. Let's go over and take a look. Sister Sun Tian hurriedly supported Lu Ruashi and staggered towards the car. The huge convoy set off quickly and sped towards the scene of the incident. Zhang Lei said with a pale face, God bless, that person must not be Brother Tian. Oh, by the way, wife, please help me take my Z off, my hands are soft. Sun Tian glared at Zhang Lei, carefully took out the Z bullet and said, Weren't you very brave just now? Why are you so weak so quickly? Zhang Lei stiffened his neck and said, I was just scared by the news just now, okay? Everyone quickly arrived at the scene. Lu Ruashi and others looked at Wang San lying on the ground and couldn't help but let out a breath. Lu Ruashi said with lingering fear, Fuck, I was scared to death. Tangji slumped down on the ground and said with a look of fear, This fucking person is scary, so scary. The Silver Triangle is a mixed crowd, so it is naturally impossible to make Qin Tian's photo known to everyone. Zhang Lei suddenly had an idea and said, My brother Tian is the most handsome man in the world. You can find someone who looks handsome, and you won't go wrong. Lu Ruashi nodded and said, That's right, my husband is the most handsome man in the world. It seems my husband has escaped on his own. The general's face twitched unconsciously, and he said in shock, Damn, what is so special about Mr. Qin? Miss Lu, the female Tyrannosaurus Rex, has turned out to be a love-brained person. A leader ran in happily and said, Miss Lu, General Cha-Cha, we have captured Lu Shiyu. Lu Ruashi gnashed her teeth and said, Where is it? Bring it in to me quickly. Lu Shiyu, who was shaking like a sieve, was escorted in. Lu Shiyu knelt on the ground with a plop, crying bitterly. Sister, I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. Please spare my life. Lu Ruashi slapped Lu Shiyu in the face and said with gritted teeth, Shut up, where is my husband now? Lu Shiyu trembled and said, He fell off the cliff of broken souls. The fat man screamed in shock, What? Falling off the cliff? There is no chance of survival. Lu Ruashi's legs went limp, and Sun Tian and the other girl hurriedly supported Lu Ruashi. Lu Ruashi burst into tears and said, No, nothing will happen to my husband. Go and save him quickly. The huge convoy quickly turned around and sped towards the cliff of broken souls. General Cha-Cha arranged all the boats that could be found to the river below the cliff of broken souls. Everyone came to the top of the soul-breaking cliff. Lu Ruashi grabbed Lu Shiyu and said with red eyes, Tell me, where did my husband fall from? Lu Shiyu pointed ahead tremblingly and said, No, my brother-in-law jumped from the front. It has nothing to do with me. Ruashi pushed Lu Xiyu away, looked at the rolling river, and said hoarsely, "Find it for me. I'll dig deep into the ground to find my husband." Ruashi murmured to herself, "Xiao Tian, you will be fine, right?" By the way, Xiao Tian is the chosen one of the system, how could he capsize in such a small ditch? Yes, you will be fine. The boats on the river had already started working, and teams of frogmen in diving suits quickly dived into the water. The search and rescue work is in full swing. Ruashi is extremely anxious. One after another, rescue ships are rushing in from the country. Let us go back a little in time to a small village downstream of the Cliff of Broken Souls. It was just daybreak when Wang Li, dressed in a simple dress, came to the river to wash clothes with her spare clothes. Ah! Wang Li looked at Qin Tian floating in the shallow water, covering her mouth and screaming. Wang Li looked around and saw no one, so she plucked up the courage to walk over. Wang Li looked at the handsome man in front of her and couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face full of surprise. Wang Li carefully felt Qin Tian's breath, exhaled a breath of foul air, patted his trembling chest and said, "Fortunately, he's still breathing. I was so scared." Wang Li carefully dragged Qin Tian to the shore and whispered to herself, "He doesn't look like someone from our side, he's so handsome. Could it be that this was a gift from God specially given to me because he saw that I was a lonely person? Hey, what are you thinking about? Saving people is the most important thing." Wang Li carefully carried Qin Tian on her back. For Wang Li, who was used to working hard. Although Qin Tian was heavy, it was not unbearable to have him pressing on her. Wang Li carried Qin Tian on her back and stumbled all the way back home. As it was too early, she did not meet any other villagers along the way. Wang Li looked at Qin Tian, who was soaked all over, and reluctantly took out her father's old clothes, and changed Qin Tian's clothes with a blushing face. Wang Li looked at Qin Tian, who looked like a handsome man, and said with a blushing face, "This man is really..." Because Wang Li's long skirt was also soaked by the river water, Wang Li, with a slightly red face, held the skirt and walked to the bathroom awkwardly. Wang Li sat in front of the bed with her hands on her cheeks, looking at the handsome Qin Tian, and couldn't help but fall into a trance. How great it would be if this man was mine. If there is a man in the family, I believe no other man would dare to covet my beauty. Chapter 124 Lost Memory. It has to be said that although Wang Li was born and raised here, her skin is indeed very fair compared to other people here, probably because her father is a dragon. Wang Li is also very pretty. She is a well-known village beauty within 100 miles. There are many young men who are interested in Wang Li. Fortunately, Wang Li has a strong personality, so no one dares to take advantage of her. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes, looked at the pretty girl in front of him, and said weakly, "Who are you? Where am I? Oh, right, who am I?" Qin Tian's 3 consecutive questions stunned Wang Li. Wang Li was delighted and asked tentatively, "You finally woke up? What happened to you? You don't even remember who you are, do you?" Qin Tian tried hard to recall it, shook his head and said, "My mind went blank, I can't remember anything. By the way, who am I?" Wang Li was delighted and whispered to herself, "You asked me, I also want to know. Is this really the man God has given me?" Wang Li asked tentatively, "You really can't remember anything at all?" Qin Tian shook his head and said, "Who am I? What's wrong with me?" Wang Li said calmly, "Your name is Zhang Niu, you are from Longhua, and I am your fiancé Wang Min. You came to the Silver Triangle this time to marry me and settle down here." Qin Tian murmured to himself, "My name is Zhang Niu? Are you my fiancé Wang Li?" Wang Li sighed and said, "It seems that you fell yesterday and something really happened to you. Even I can't remember it." Wang Li touched Qin Tian's forehead and said gently, "Brother Niu, don't worry, if you can't remember it, don't think about it. As long as we live a good life, it doesn't matter whether we have the memories of the past or not." Qin Tian did not doubt him, and tilted his head awkwardly and said, "Don't do this, I'm not used to it." Wang Li blushed and said, "Brother Niu, when you first saw me yesterday, you grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. I wish I could have slept with you last night, but I didn't expect you to be shy after losing your memory." Qin Tian said with embarrassment, "No way? I am such a shameless person." Wang Li said with a smile on her face, "Brother Niu, she is your wife and will be yours sooner or later. As long as Brother Niu is willing, I am willing to bear children for him at any time." Qin Tian said with embarrassment, "I really can't remember anything right now. Let's keep our distance for now and talk about it later." Wang Li said considerately, Brother Niu, don't worry, your good self-cultivation is the most important thing. As for the relationship, we will slowly cultivate it in the future. Qin Tian struggled to sit up, and Wang Li hurried to help Qin Tian and said, Brother Niu, lie down and rest for a while. Qin Tian dodged unnaturally and shook his head. I feel like I'm fine. I feel like my body is almost stiff from lying down. I'd better get up and walk around. Wang Li said with a worried look on her face, Brother Niu, are you okay? Qin Tianxia stretched his hands and feet and said with a smile. Don't worry, I don't feel any discomfort except that I can't remember anything. Wang Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank God for giving me such a wonderful man. In the future, my life will definitely be very happy. An old lady's voice came from the yard, Shaoli, are you in the house? Wang Li smiled happily and said, Brother Niu, it's Aunt Fan and the others next door. Let's go out and take a look. When Qin Tian and the other person walked out of the room, Aunt Fan and the other person's eyes lit up and they asked in amazement, Shaoli, who is he? Wang Li introduced happily, Auntie, you are here so early. He is Zheng Niu, his father used to be in Longhua. The bride that was arranged for me just arrived last night, so you haven't seen her. Qin Tian smiled and greeted, Good morning, ladies. Aunt Zhang gave a thumbs up and said, Shaoli, I didn't expect your fiancé to be so handsome. You will be blessed in your future life. Aunt Fan sighed and said, When your parents were alive, I heard your parents mention this person. I didn't expect that after so many years, this man would actually come and marry you. He is truly a man of love and loyalty. Wang Li said happily, Thank you both aunties for your good wishes. Aunt Zhang laughed and said, Shaoli, you two didn't sleep together last night, did you? Wang Li blushed and said shyly, Aunt Zhang, that's not true. We haven't had the wedding yet, so it's impossible for us to sleep together. Aunt Zhang winked and said, Then we are looking forward to your wedding banquet. Aunt Fan said sarcastically, When Shaoli gets married, so many young people around here will cry their hearts out. Young man, you have to be nice to our Xiao Min. Qin Tian and his companion finally saw off the two enthusiastic aunts. Before long, the news that Wang Li's fiancé had come to her house spread throughout the surrounding area, and many young people were secretly worried. As night fell, Wang Li picked out her most beautiful dress and put it on, saying shyly, Brother Niu, it's getting late, we should rest. Qin Tian widened his eyes and asked in confusion, Where do I sleep? Wang Li said shyly, There is only one bed at home, so Brother Niu and I have to squeeze in. Qin Tian shook his head and waved his hands, saying, No, how can this be possible? Wang Li blushed and said, Brother Niu, it's okay, I am your fiancé, and I will be yours sooner or later. Besides, didn't we sleep like this last night? Qin Tian's face turned red, and he waved his hands hastily, No, I'd better sleep on the floor. Wang Li blushed and said, Brother Niu, why are you so unromantic? At worst, we can just have a wedding banquet tomorrow. Qin Tian shook his head and said, No, this matter can't be rushed, I can't remember anything now. At worst, we have to wait until we develop feelings for each other. Wang Li sighed and said, Okay, Brother Niu, you have just recovered from a serious illness, so you should sleep on the bed and I will sleep on the floor. Qin Tian waved his hand indifferently and said, No, I'm in good health, it's okay. Wang Li said in amazement, Brother Niu's body is really incredible. Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly, quickly made a bed on the floor and went to sleep in his clothes. At this time, Lu Ruashi stared at the rolling river and said with tears falling like rain, Zaya Oxiantian, are you okay? Where are you? Su Tingting wiped her tears and said with a distressed look, Sister, no news is the best news. My brother-in-law is a lucky man, and everything will be fine. My brother-in-law has no money or cell phone, and he can't contact us. Maybe he is walking back to China now. Chapter 125 Convincing People with Virtue. Lu Ruashi seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and said anxiously, Yes, Xiao Tian will be safe. Lu Ruashi quickly took out her phone, arranged for reinforcements, and asked new rescue personnel to search along the way. Lu Ruashi flicked her sleeves and said in a cold voice, It's time to settle the score and relieve the hatred in my heart. Lu Ruashi and others came to the place where Lu Shiyu was imprisoned. Lu Shiyu kowtowed and said, Sister, I was wrong, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Lu Ruashi clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I, Lu Ruashi, have never begged anyone in my life, but when I begged you, what were you doing? Lu Shiyu said with deep regret, Sister, I really know I was wrong, please spare my life. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, Chop up that bastard Wang San and feed him to the dogs. The fat leader of the inspectors, Fat Tiger, said respectfully, "Yes, Miss Lu." Lu Ruashi's eyes revealed infinite hatred, and she said in a cold voice, "Fat Tiger, I heard there is a famous snake cave in your silver triangle. Can you take me to see it?" Fat Tiger shuddered and murmured to himself, "Damn it, killing people is not enough, this crazy woman Miss Lu is really not to be messed with." Fat Tiger wiped the sweat off his forehead and said timidly, "Miss Lu, please." A stream of muddy yellow liquid flowed out from under Lu Shiyu's body, and Lu Shiyu trembled and said, "No, no, sister, aunt, I beg you, please forgive me." The two burly men dragged Lu Shiyu away with a look of disgust on their faces. Lu Shiyu rolled his eyes and fainted. The convoy soon stopped in front of a cliff. As the lights came on, everyone looked at the scene below and felt their scalps tingling. Tangji said fearfully, "Fuck, how many snakes are there?" Li Min, the daring man, couldn't help but take a step back and said in astonishment, "Fuck, this snake den is really as famous as it is said to be. Where on earth do all these snakes come from?" Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "The picture is a bit sour, those who are timid please leave on your own." Zheng Lei's legs were shaking, and he said with his neck stiff, "This bastard caused my brother Tian to be dead or alive. I want to see him die without a burial place." Zheng Lei put his arm around Sun Tian's shoulders and said with a slightly red face, "Wife, hold me tighter, my legs are weak." Sun Tian hugged Zheng Lei's waist and said with a smile, "You black-headed idiot, why do you need my help with everything you do?" Zheng Lei said as if it was a matter of course, "You are my wife, if you don't help me, who will?" A basin of water was poured on Lu Shiyu's head, and Lu Shiyu woke up instantly. Lu Shiyu looked at the snake cave under the cliff and kowtowed desperately. "Sis, for the sake of our relationship, please forgive me." Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, "Do you think it's possible?" Lu Shiyu's blood splattered as he was knocked out, and he said with a dead heart, "Sister, for the sake of our relationship, please let me die quickly." Lu Ruashi glanced at Lu Shiyu coldly and sneered, "I gave you a chance from the beginning, but you didn't cherish it, so you can't blame others." Lu Shiyu sat on the ground, regretting deeply, "I really regret it." Lu Ruashi said with a frosty face, "Lu Shiyu, you forced my husband to jump off a cliff and kill himself. I don't know whether he is alive or dead. I have also chosen a feng shui treasure land for you today, which is much lower than the heartbroken cliff." Lu Shiyu trembled and said, "Sister, I beg you, please let me jump off the cliff." Lu Ruashi sneered and said, "Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. If you just jump, all the grudges will be wiped out." Lu Shiyu collapsed on the ground, feeling terrified. Fat Tiger waved his hand, and two burly men lifted Lu Shiyu and threw him down. "Ah!" Lu Shiyu rolled down the slope, with a bloody head, and screamed heart-wrenchingly. Under the silent moonlight, everyone got goosebumps as they watched the horrifying scene. Lu Shiyu's horrified screams seemed particularly creepy under the moonlight. "Ugh!" Zheng Lei covered his mouth and nose, ran to the side and vomited wildly. Tang Ji and others were not much better off. Lu Ruashi turned away with a cold expression and said in a cold voice, "Let's go. Whether he lives or dies depends on his own luck." Everyone came and left quickly, and the only sounds left in the snake cave were Lu Shiyu's intermittent screams. The long 10 days finally passed slowly. Lu Ruashi stood at the bow of the boat and said with a sad heart, "Husband, where are you?" Su Tingting looked at Lu Ruashi, who was getting thinner day by day, and said distressfully, "Sister, don't be like this. If your brother-in-law sees you like this, he will definitely feel bad." Lu Ruashi cried for a while, wiped her tears and said, "I want to see him alive or dead. Even if I have to dig the silver triangle 3 feet deep, I will find Xiao Tian Tian. I will never allow Xiao Tian Tian to stay alone in this foreign country." At this time, Lu Ruashi couldn't care less and sent Qin Tian's photo. Lu Ruashi offered a huge reward to find Qin Tian. All the forces, big and small, in the Silver Triangle heard the news and started looking for Qin Tian everywhere. As for the village where Qin Tian lives, due to the lack of information, only a few villagers from nearby families have seen Qin Tian. Later, when the villagers learned of Qin Tian's identity, they were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly upset that they had missed out on such great wealth. The news that Qin Tian was kidnapped by Lu Shiyu to the Silver Triangle and fell off a cliff and lost contact had already spread throughout City A. Weekend joyfully said, "Ha, it's been so long and we still haven't found that bastard Qin Tian. I guess he has turned into the fish's poop." Zhou Yuan sighed and said, "Oh, what a pity. I have coveted her for so long, but before I could even touch her hand, she passed away. Where can I find such a great man in the future? Yang Bai, who was sitting in the villa, laughed loudly and said, "Little jerk, how can my woman sleep so easily? You'd be dead without me doing anything. It seems that when that little bitch Lu Ruashi comes back, I should take advantage of the opportunity. Sooner or later, the Lu group will be in my pocket, Yang Bai." At this time, Qin Tian came back from the back mountain with a load of firewood. Wan Li looked at Qin Tian with a black face and wanted to help him clean it with a towel. Qin Tian dodged it awkwardly and said, "No need to wipe it, we have to go into the mountains to hunt later." Aunt Fan, who was sitting in the yard, said with admiration, "Shaoli, your man is really hard-working." Wang Li said happily, "Hey, he just can't sit still, he runs to the mountains at dawn. After I got him, I ate different game every day, and my life became better and better." Chapter 126 Digging 3 Feet Deep. Aunt Zhang said with envy, "Your husband is really amazing. With just a bow and arrow, he is more powerful than the experienced hunters here." Aunt Fan smiled and said, "Ania, when are you going to hold the wedding banquet? It's not a good idea to keep dragging it out like this." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Aunt Fan, good things take time, there is no rush for this matter. Besides, we are still young, and we can talk about marriage later." Aunt Zhang said with concern, "You should seize the opportunity while you are still young. It's not good for you two to be alone and passionate like this for a long time." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Aunt Zhang, I'll sleep in the empty room next door, it won't be a problem." It is worth mentioning that on the second day after coming here, Qin Tian built a simple bed with wood in the empty house. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Wang Li, dressed coolly, would always find an excuse to run into an empty room. Although Qin Tian had lost his memory, he knew that he only felt grateful to Wang Li and had no other thoughts. So their marriage was delayed by Qin Tian. Wang Li was secretly annoyed at Qin Tian's stupidity, but there was nothing she could do. Wang Li had no choice but to treat and tease Qin Tian more gently. Wang Li believed that the dry wood would eventually ignite. After a day of work, Qin Tian washed up and lay on the not-so-firm makeshift bed, muttering in his heart, "Who am I? Am I really Zhang Niu? Losing memory after a fall is unbelievable." A vague figure appeared in Qin Tian's mind again, and Qin Tian thought to himself, "Who is this woman? Even though she is blurry, why do I want to see her clearly?" Dong dong dong. Wang Li knocked on the door of the empty house again. Qin Tian sighed, stood up, opened the door and said, "What's up, Ali?" Wang Li mustered up her courage and said with a red face, "Brother Niu, let's consummate our marriage. If you don't want to have a wedding banquet, then we won't have one." Qin Tian looked at Wang Li under the moonlight and said seriously, "Ali, let's talk." Wang Li nodded shyly, and the two sat down on the stone pier in the yard. Qin Tian smiled and said, "Ali, you are a good girl, I know nothing about the past now. Blindly marrying is unfair to both you and me." Wang Li said with an obsessed look, "Brother Niu, you still don't believe me?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "Ali, when I regain my memory, or when we really develop feelings for each other, it won't be too late for us to get married. Ali, do you think this is okay?" Wang Li nodded and said shyly, "Okay, Brother Niu, no matter how long it takes, I am willing to wait for you." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Ali, it's getting late, go back to your room and rest." Wang Li looked at Qin Tian with an obsessed look on her face, then turned back to her room with resentment. It was just daybreak. Qin Tian had a simple breakfast, said goodbye to Wang Li, and headed for the back mountain with his bow and arrow. Wang Li looked at Qin Tian, who was gradually going away, her eyes full of tenderness. At this time, Lu Ruashi was standing at the bow, and the strong wind made her windbreaker rustle. Lu Ruashi looked at the mountains and forests by the river, her heart moved slightly, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Lu Ruashi pointed to the forest in the distance and said in a cold voice, "Fat Tiger, where is that?" Fat Tiger felt helpless and sighed secretly. It seems that Miss Lu really wants to search the entire Silver Triangle. The Dragon King of this river must have been woken up by Miss Lu. However, this place is one south and one north away from the scene of the incident, one is the farthest upstream and the other is the farthest downstream. I can understand that we have to cross the river, but do we have to cross the mountains and forests along the coast as well? No matter how Fat Tiger complained in his heart, he said respectfully, "Miss Lu, this forest is called Angelica Mountain because it is rich in angelica. There is a village halfway up the mountain, also called Dangue Village." Lu Ruashi felt her heart beat faster. She whispered, "Dangue, Dangue, Xiao Xianshan, it's time for you to come back." "Are you here?" Lu Ruashi pointed with her little hand and said anxiously. Hurry up and get to the shore, transfer all the people over, and turn over the Angelica Mountain for me. Fat Tiger's face twitched involuntarily, and he murmured to himself. Is Miss Lu crazy? What is so special about this man Qin Tian? Is he worthy of such attachment from Miss Lu? Su Tingting said in shock, Sister, what are you doing? Lu Ruashi covered her chest with her hands and said expectantly. Whether you believe it or not, I feel that Xiao Tian must be in this Dangue mountain. Li Min said in disbelief, Sister Shi, this is too unbelievable. Could it be that your brother-in-law is telling you something in your dream? Li Min, who realized it later, hurriedly covered her mouth. Su Tingting and others glared at Li Min fiercely. Lu Ruashi's legs went limp, luckily Sun Tian hugged her. Li Min said awkwardly, Sister Shi, I'm not very careful with my words, so please don't take it to heart. Lu Ruashi held Sun Tian's shoulders and said with a pale face. No matter what, even if I have to flatten this mountain, I must find Xiao Tian for me. The boat finally docked and everyone filed down. Lu Ruashi, with a pale face, walked tremblingly up the mountain. Not long after, large groups of people arrived, surrounded the hill, and began a vigorous search of the hill. At this time, in the open space of Dangua village, the villagers were chatting happily. Villager A said with a gossipy look on his face, Do you know? A lot of people with live ammunition from Heimutsong have come down the mountain and are searching the whole mountain. Villager B said in shock, I saw it when I came back, my goodness. That scene made my scalp tingle. It is said that they are looking for a man from Longwei named Qin Tian. Villager C said with a longing look, TSK, what is this? It is said that the reward for finding Qin Tian is as high as 1 billion Dragon Country currency. Villager D was dumbfounded and said, Fuck, how many zeros are there in 1 billion? This man called Qin Tian, even a hair of his is worth more than me. Villager E said anxiously, What are we still talking about? Let's go find him. Maybe I'll be the lucky one. All the villagers rushed into the mountains, fearing that they would be overtaken by others. However, Wang Li, who was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, was unaware of all this. At this time, Qin Tian was hunting in the mountains and had no idea about all this. As the sun slowly approached noon, Qin Tian packed up his prey and headed back home. At this time, the longer Lu Ruashi stayed on the mountain, the stronger her premonition of finding Qin Tian became. At this moment, Lu Ruashi was both excited and afraid. For Lu Ruashi, as long as Qin Tian was still alive. Even if she could never find Qin Tian, she didn't want to see Qin Tian become a cold corpse. Chapter 127, Reunion of the Couple. Fat Tiger pointed to the village in front and said respectfully, Miss Lu, this is Dangua village. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ruashi and her group slowly walked into the village. The villagers who were still in the village were stunned when they saw the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruashi. At this time, Wang Li already knew that Lu Ruashi was searching for Qin Tian. Wang Li thought to herself. The person they are looking for should be Brother Niu. I hope Brother Niu will not be found by them. Aunt Fan looked at Lu Ruashi's stunning face and said in astonishment. Oh my god, that guy named Qin Tian is so lucky. His wife is willing to spend a lot of money and turn the tide to find him. Aunt Zhang murmured to herself. What's even more unbelievable is that his wife is as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Wang Li listened to what the two aunts said and looked at Lu Ruashi, who was pale but still radiant, and couldn't help feeling ashamed of herself. Wang Li was confused. Who is he? How could he have such a beautiful wife? Can I really dream of being such a gifted child? But I really can't bear to give up. Sun Tian walked up and said politely, My fellow countrymen, my daughter is a little tired. Can she rest at your house? Wang Li looked at the woman in front of her and sighed inwardly, How can I compare with his wife? Her maids are prettier than me. Wang Li said with a dull look, Dear guests, as long as you don't mind my humble abode, please come in. Lu Ruashi and her group sat down in the yard. Aunt Fan and the other person felt Lu Ruashi's powerful aura and were so scared that they quickly slipped back home. Wang Li came up with tea and said, Dear guests, please have some tea. Lu Ruashi nodded slightly and said politely, Miss, I'm sorry, I really trouble you. Wang Li shook her head and stepped aside. Su Tingting comforted her, Sister, you must cheer up. There are old and young people at home. If you collapse, how will we live? Li Min looked at Lu Ruashi and said with a distressed look. Sister Shi, let me say something unpleasant. Even if my brother-in-law was harmed by a villain, something unexpected happened. You have to cheer up too, the two babies are only 1 month old. If they don't have a dad, they can't be without you. Ruashi looked painful, but still said firmly, I still say the same thing, if he's alive, I want to see him in person, if he's dead, I want to see his body. I can't let Xiao Tian stay alone in this foreign country. How lonely he would be. Wang Li also listened to the conversation between the few people and murmured to herself. He actually has two babies, this. She must love him so much. It seems that if it is not mine, I can't force it. Wang Li stepped forward and said with a firm face. Miss, can you let me see his photo? Maybe I know where the person you are looking for is? Ruashi stood up with a swish and said in disbelief, What did you say? Sun Tian hurriedly took out Qin Tian's photo and handed it to Wang Li. Everyone stared at Wang Li intently. Wang Li looked at Qin Tian in the photo and couldn't help shaking her head and said, It's you. Ruashi said with a pale face, Where have you seen him? Has he already? Wang Li saw that Ruashi and the others had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, You misunderstood, he is not dead, he is alive and well. Su Tingting said in disbelief, If my brother-in-law is alive and well, why doesn't he come out to find us? Ruashi grabbed Wang Min's hand and asked nervously, Where is he? Wang Li smiled and said comfortingly, Miss, don't worry, your husband is really alive and well. If you listen to me, I will explain it to you in detail, and then you will understand. Wang Li recounted what had happened recently from beginning to end. That's what happened. It's my fault. I saw that your husband had lost his memory, so I coveted him. Li Min said with emotion, No wonder, it turns out that my brother-in-law lost his memory after being thrown down. Ruashi shook her head and said gratefully, Ali, this is not your fault. I know very well how attractive my husband is. If it were me, I would do the same. On the contrary, I am truly grateful to you. Without you, my husband might really be finished. Wang Li said anxiously, Miss Lu, you really don't blame me? Ruashi took Wang Li's hand affectionately and said with gratitude, Ali, you are a great benefactor to my husband and me, and even more so to my Lu family. How can I, Ruashi, repay kindness with enmity and bear a grudge against you? Ruashi said anxiously, Ali, can you tell me where my husband went? I really want to see him. Wang Li smiled and said, Brother Niu, oh no, Mr. Qin went into the mountains to hunt at dawn, so he should be back by now. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, Qin Tian walked into the yard carrying some prey. Even though Qin Tian was covered in dust and dirt, Ruashi and others recognized him at a glance. Qin Tian asked curiously, Hey, Ali, are there any guests at home? Su Tingting and others looked strange. Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who was covered in dust and dirt, and suddenly threw herself into Qin Tian's arms. Qin Tian looked at Ruashi who was rushing towards him, and his body stiffened involuntarily. As if by some strange coincidence, he was pounced upon by Ruashi. Ruashi burst into tears and said, Hubby, I miss you so much. Qin Tian was dumbfounded and said, Fuck, beautiful lady, what are you doing? You are a hooligan. Ha ha ha. Su Tingting and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Wang Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. How can this be compared? Even if he had lost his memory, he was still held by his wife. We have been together for more than 10 days, but I have never even touched the corner of his clothes. Of course, the time I changed his clothes was because he was unconscious and I was anxious to save him, so we can't generalize. But after seeing you, will there be any man who can catch my eye in the future? Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's neck and said with tears in her eyes, Hubby, I miss you so much. Do you really not remember me? Qin Tian, who was holding the warm and soft jade in his arms, felt his whole body stiffen. Qin Tian's face flushed as he said, You female hooligan, let me go now. If you don't let me go, I will call for help. The long-lost lines once again reached Ruashi's eardrums, and Ruashi burst into laughter and said, You can scream, but even if you scream your throat out, no one will dare to save you. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again, and the tense emotions that had been building for days were finally relieved. Chapter 128, A World Ago. Even Wang Li looked at the two of them with envy. Wang Li smiled and said, Brother Aniu, I'm sorry. I lied to you before. Actually, your name is not Zhang Niu, and you are not my fiancé. I just rescued you from the river by chance, and I just found out that your name is Qin Tian. And the woman in your arms is none other than your wife, Miss Ruashi. Qin Tian said in shock, Fuck, let me go, you are going too far. Do you really think I'm easy to bully because I've lost my memory? One moment I have a fiancé, the next moment I have a wife. Are two more kids going to show up and call me daddy? Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian tighter and whispered. No, no, I won't let you go, even if you kill me. Su Tingting covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. Brother-in-law, you really do have two children, but they are only 1 month old and they can't even call you dad yet. Qin Tian was so angry that he said, shameless, I have never seen such a shameless person. Lu Ruashi raised her little face and said pitifully, Xiao Tian Tian, believe me, I am really your wife Lu Ruashi. Xiao Xianchen, think about it, even though you have lost your memory, your body's subconscious mind still doesn't want to hurt me. If another woman had hugged you like this, you would have kicked her away long ago. Qin Tian paused and said, I. Tang Ji smiled and said, Brother Tian, although you have lost your memory, my sister-in-law has your old photos and your marriage certificate. This cannot be faked. Lu Ruashi suddenly realized and said, That's right, Xiao Tian Tian, I have a lot of evidence to prove that I am your wife. Qin Tian said stiffly, I am a grown man, how can I be small? Lu Ruashi smiled and said, My little Tian Tian is not little at all. My little Tian Tian is a grown man. Xiao is just my nickname for my husband. Qin Tian felt the softness of Lu Ruashi in his arms, and said with a red face, You let me go first. Lu Ruashi finally calmed down. Although she got off Qin Tian, she still held Qin Tian's hand. Lu Ruashi pulled Qin Tian to sit on the stone pier and squatted in front of Qin Tian. Lu Ruashi took out her phone and handed it to Qin Tian, saying with a look of nostalgia, Xiao Tian Tian, take a look. The album records every little detail of our lives. This can't be fake. Qin Tian looked through the intimate photos of the two, and the photos of the two holding their two babies, and said in disbelief, Are you really my wife? And you gave birth to twins for me? Lu Ruashi took out the marriage certificate and handed it to Qin Tian, saying gently, Hubby, I really am your wife Lu Ruashi. Qin Tian looked through their marriage certificate and said in astonishment, Fuck, I really have a wife who is as beautiful as a fairy, and she even gave birth to twins for me. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh as they watched the two's sweet encounter. Lu Ruashi waved her hand towards Lu Wu and said, Let them all go, no need to search. The bodyguard team will stay for the time being, and the other rescue workers will return home first. All rescue workers will receive 10 times their wages. Lu Wu nodded respectfully and turned to make arrangements. Tang Ji and others also went to help Wang Min prepare lunch, leaving the space to Qin Tian and the others. Lu Ruashi picked up the towel and gently wiped the dust off Qin Tian's face. An alluring fragrance rushed straight into Qin Tian's nostrils. Qin Tian said with a red face, Don't do this. Lu Ruashi said with an obsessed look on her face, Xiao Tian Tian, you don't have to be shy. I am your wife, and I know every detail of you better than you do. Qin Tian said with a red face, But I have lost my memory. Please don't be so close to me for the time being. I'm not used to it. Lu Ruashi leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe and said with a sweet breath, Hubby, we should have a more intimate and in-depth communication. Maybe you will recall the good memories from the past. Qin Tian's face instantly turned red like a cooked shrimp, and he said as if he was avoiding a snake or scorpion, No, I'm dirty, I'm going to wash up first. Qin Tian picked up a bucket of water and went to the bathroom awkwardly. Puff. Lu Ruashi chuckled and whispered to herself, Little Tian Tian is still so cute. But I have to speed up the process, I don't want to cry every day watching Xiao Oxiankang. Lu Ruashi took the clothes prepared for Qin Tian and knocked on the bathroom door. Qin Tian asked curiously, Who is it? Lu Ruashi pried open the door, widened her eyes and said, Honey, it's me. I'm bringing you some clothes. Qin Tian huddled up, his face slightly red as he said, It's hanging on the door, move away quickly. Lu Ruashi sighed and said with a look of regret, Okay, I'll hang it on the door for you, and you should come out for lunch soon. Qin Tian put on his clothes and came to the yard. Everyone sat around and the atmosphere gradually became warmer. Lu Ruashi kept picking up dishes for Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked at the full bowl of rice and said with a warm heart, Okay, stop picking it up for me and eat it yourself. Lu Ruashi said with anticipation, I want to eat what Xiao Tian Tian picks for me. Qin Tian was stunned for a while, his face slightly red as he picked up a piece of food for Lu Ruashi with chopsticks. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled, Brother-in-law, judging from the way you guys look, I guess sister she will have to perform another female devil scene tonight. Qin Tian was confused and asked, What female devil? Lu Ruashi glared at Li Min fiercely and changed the subject. Ali, thank you so much. Give me your account number and I will transfer the 1 billion bounty to you. Wang Li waved her hands hastily and said in a panic, 1 billion, no, I don't want it. I saved Mr. Qin just by chance, not for money. Lu Ruashi admired him and advised earnestly. Ali, give me your account number quickly. How can I, Lu Ruashi, be a person who goes back on my word? Lu Ruashi and the other person pushed and gave way, as if the 1 billion bonus was a hot potato. Lu Wu looked at Wang Li with surprise, nodded secretly, and then continued to eat. Lu Ruashi said helplessly. Ali, the silver triangle is not suitable for a girl like you to settle down. You should come back to Dragon Country with us to settle down. Wang Li was moved and asked happily, can I? Lu Ruashi smiled and nodded, and Qin Tian said with admiration. Ali, I, Qin Tian, am lucky that you helped me, otherwise I would have been dragged by the Dragon King to be his son-in-law. Ali, are you willing to be Qin Tian's sister? Wang Li was stunned for a moment, then said happily, can I? How can I, a country girl from the countryside, be worthy of being Mr. Qin's sister? Qin Tian smiled and said, Ali, do you dislike me as your brother? Chapter 129, Sworn Brotherhood. Wang Li stood up excitedly and said, Brother, sister-in-law, as long as you don't look down on me, Wang Li, a country girl, I, Wang Li, will be your sister from now on. Qin Tian laughed and said, well, I, Qin Tian, finally have a sister. At this time, Qin Tian also learned some of the previous situations from everyone. Lu Ruashi also smiled and said, sister-in-law, please give me your account number. Just consider it as a gift from my sister-in-law. Wang Li said with a look of panic, sister-in-law, this gift is too unbelievable. Qin Tian smiled and said, Xiao Li, I don't know how much money your sister-in-law has. But what is certain is that your sister-in-law must be extremely wealthy. To your sister-in-law, it's just a drop in the bucket, so don't be polite to her. Wang Li looked at the account information on her phone and said in disbelief, am I a billionaire now? Su Tingting said with a smile. Xiao Li, don't put the cart before the horse. My status as brother-in-law and sister is much more valuable than this 1 billion yuan gift. Li Min chuckled and said, that's right, I want to be your brother's bed warmer, but he doesn't want to. Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, get lost. You are my sister-in-law, but you still dare to set your sights on my man. I will beat you to death. In this cheerful atmosphere, the table full of wild game delicacies was swept away by everyone. Lu Ruashi was like a conjoined twin, clinging to Qin Tian Dao. Xiao Tian Tian, let's call our parents and tell them we're safe. They're so worried at home. Qin Tian smiled and nodded, and Lu Ruashi dialed Su Yuanying's video call. Su Yuanying answered the phone instantly, and said with red eyes, Ruashi, have you found Xiao Tian? How is he? Lu Tianxi and the other two hurriedly gathered around, and Lu Ruashi said happily. I have good news for you all. I found Xiao Tian Tian. Don't worry. Xiao Tian Tian is safe and sound, and is still alive and kicking. Su Yuanying burst into tears and said with a choked voice. You stupid girl, why are you still blocking the camera? Get out of my way. I want to see my good son-in-law. Lu Ruashi stuck out her tongue and said comfortingly, Mom, don't worry, there is something else I want to tell you. Su Yuanying said angrily, get out of here right now, is there anything more important than me seeing my precious son-in-law? Lu Ruashi sighed and said, Xiao Tian Tian fell off a cliff and lost his memory. So he hasn't come to see us for so long, and no one can remember him now. Lu Tianxi sighed and said, as long as people are alive, it's a great thing. With the advancement of medicine nowadays, it won't be long before my memory is restored. Lu Dinghua said anxiously. Girl, quickly give the phone to Xiaotian, we'll take a look, and then you can go back to City A and go to the hospital right away. Lu Ruashi pointed the camera at Qin Tian. Lu Tianxi and the other three couldn't help but shed tears. Su Yuanying said with tears streaming down her face. That damned Lu Shiyu, my poor little Tian. Qin Tian looked at the four strangers in front of him, and a sense of familiarity arose spontaneously. Qin Tian couldn't help but say. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I just lost my memory, and I don't feel any discomfort. Lu Dinghua and the other three responded in unison. Lu Dinghua's brows relaxed and he said, okay, as long as the person is good. Lu Tianxi also laughed heartily and said, little brother, hurry up and go back to City A with my daughter. I'll be waiting for you in City A. Qin Tian was confused and asked, what the hell? Ha ha ha. Both ends of the phone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ruashi covered her mouth with her hands, laughing so hard that her body shook, and recounted Chin Tian's past embarrassing stories. Chin Tian said with a dark face, "Dad, I can't let you mock me so recklessly. I have lost my memory, and you still whip my corpse." After they chatted for a while, Ruashi smiled and said, "Xiao Xianchen, let's go to the open space in the village. The helicopter is almost here, and we should set off for home." The group went to the open space in the village. After Wang Li said goodbye to the villagers, Chin Tian and his group boarded the helicopter and flew away. Aunt Fan beat her chest and stamped her feet and said, "Fuck, I just missed out on 1 billion. I didn't expect Chin Tian to be Zhang Niu." Aunt Zhang also sighed, who said it wasn't true. "I didn't expect that Ali would also go and enjoy the good life. Ali is now in good shape, she has suddenly become a phoenix on the treetops." Another young wife said with envy, "Ali and Chin Tian have been a fake couple for so long. Who would believe her if she said there was nothing wrong? She might have been someone's concubine in the past." Aunt Fan sneered and said, "Don't even mention being a concubine. Even if you were Chin Tian's fire-making maid, he would think you were too rough." As soon as Chin Tian returned to City A, Ruashi sent him to the hospital for examination. Chin Tian felt helpless, but he couldn't persuade this strange little wife. After a tedious inspection, Ruashi stared at Professor Zhang nervously and said, "Professor Zhang, how is my husband?" Professor Zhang frowned and adjusted his glasses, saying in disbelief, "Mr. Chin is really lucky. He fell from such a high cliff and didn't get hurt at all." Ruashi said excitedly, "Great, thank you Professor Zhang. What about my husband's amnesia?" Professor Zhang shook his head and said, "This question is not easy to answer. It is possible that Mr. Chin will regain his memory on his own in a short time. It may take a long time, or even never be possible to recover the memory." Ruashi said helplessly, "Well, let it be. Fortunately, this is not a big deal." Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses and said solemnly, "Miss Lu, you can talk more about the past with Mr. Chin. Or maybe you can help Mr. Chin recover his memory by taking him to experience the things that he remembers most vividly." Ruashi whispered, "Something that you remember vividly? Hee, this is a good feeling." After Chin Tian and his group said goodbye to Professor Zhang, they walked towards the parking lot. Ruashi smiled and said, "Xiaoli, why don't you just live with us?" Wang Li shook her head and said, "Sister-in-law, I'd better live alone. It will be more comfortable for me." Ruashi pondered for a moment and said, "Lulu, take Xiaomin to buy the house upstairs from Lei Zi and his family. This way, Lei Zi and the others can take care of each other." The two brothers Zhang Lei patted their chests and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Sister Xiaoli is also our brother's sister. We will definitely take good care of her." Luwu's eyes lit up, and he said respectfully, "Boss Lu, don't worry, I promise I'll do it properly." Chapter 130 Love at First Sight. Tangji smiled and said, "Brother Wu, thank you for taking care of Xiaoli. We have been out for so long, it is time to go back to the countryside and take a look." Luwu chuckled and said, "Why are you being polite? It's just my job." After the discussion, everyone went home. Luwu personally completed the transfer procedures for Wang Li, and the two of them came to Wang Li's room. Wang Li looked at the spacious house and said in disbelief, "Oh my god, such a beautiful house, is it really mine from now on?" Luwu smiled and said, "Ms. Wang, you are a rich woman now, what does this house mean to you?" Wang Li said embarrassedly, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. You should call me Xiaoli. I am not used to being called Mississippi." Luwu said, "Xiaoli, do you know how to use these things? If not, I will teach you." Wang Li blushed and said, "I don't know how to use it. Sorry to bother Brother Lu." Luwu smiled and said, "Xiaoli, how about we exchange contact information? If you have any questions in the future, it will be more convenient for you to come to me." Wang Li smiled and exchanged contact information with Luwu. Luwu took Wang Li around the house and explained everything to her in detail. Wang Li looked at the furnishings in the bathroom and said happily, "This is much more convenient than taking a bath in the countryside." As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, her little hand accidentally turned on the switch of the showerhead. Crash! The water from the showerhead poured down on Wang Li and the other person, cooling them to the bone. Wang Li hurriedly turned off her pompadour and said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry that I got your clothes wet." The cold water wet Wang Li's long skirt, which stuck to her exquisite body, giving her a unique charm. Lu Wu's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he murmured to himself, Xiaoli, you are so beautiful. Wang Li's face flushed instantly, and she said helplessly, Brother Lu, stop staring at me. Lu Wu suddenly woke up and turned around and said, Xiaoli, you have learned enough. I will go back now. Wang Li grabbed Lu Wu's hand and said anxiously, Brother Lu, your clothes are soaked, how can you get out of the door? For Lu Wu, this little thing was just a matter of a phone call. Lu Wu's Adam's apple rolled slightly as he asked, then what should we do? Wang Li quickly put down Lu Wu's big hand inside. I don't have any men's clothes here, why don't you take a shower here and wait until your clothes are dry before leaving? Lu Wu's eyes lit up, and he smiled knowingly and said, the earliest we can do it is probably tomorrow morning. What should we do? Wang Li mustered up her courage and said, Brother Lu, I have many rooms at home. Why don't you find a room to rest tonight and leave early tomorrow morning? Lu Wu was delighted and said calmly, that's the only way. Sorry to bother Xiaoli. Wang Li said awkwardly, it's okay, it's my fault too. Brother Lu, take a shower first. I'll go find you a bath towel. Wang Li covered her chest and ran away with a red face. Lu Wu gently closed the door and said happily, God is really helping me. Xiaoli is a good girl. I am not a child anymore, so I have to hold on tight. Wang Li found a large bath towel and hung it in front of the bathroom door, then knocked on the door and said, Brother Lu, I've hung the bath towel on the door for you. Lu Wu smiled and said, Xiaoli, thank you. Wang Min looked at the figure on the frosted glass with a red face and slipped into the bathroom of the master bedroom. Time ticked by, and Wang Min, who had just changed her clothes, poked her head out of the master bedroom and said, Brother Lu, are you there? Lu Wu heard the voice and strode out and said, Xiaoli, what's the matter? Wang Li looked at the burly Lu Wu and said with a red face, Brother Lu, how do we open the automatic curtains? Lu Wu walked towards Wang Li with a smile and said, how about I go in and teach you? Wang Li moved aside to let Lu Wu in. Lu Wu looked at the graceful Wang Li, and his blood instantly awakened. Lu Wu explained carefully. Wang Li's slippers were wet and she slipped and fell backwards. Relying on his hand speed gained from being single for more than 20 years, Lu Wu nimbly grabbed Wang Li into his arms. Feeling the beauty in his arms, Lu Wu said with red eyes, Xiaoli, you are so beautiful. The strong smell of male hormones hit her in the face, and Wang Li felt her heart pounding. Wang Li blushed and said, Brother Lu, your hand hurts me so much. Lu Wu did not let go of Wang Li, and mustered up his courage and said, Xiaoli, I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. Can you be my girlfriend? Wang Li blushed and said, Humph, there is no such thing as love at first sight. You are just attracted by her beauty. Lu Wu nodded and said, it is undeniable that I was attracted by your beauty, but I really like you. I like your innocence and kindness, and your every smile and frown. Wang Li asked in a whisper, then do you not mind that I liked Big Brother? Lu Wu smiled and shook his head. You two are innocent with each other, and now Mr. Qin is my brother-in-law, why should I mind? Wang Li gently hit Lu Wu's chest, her face flushed as she said, you are shameless. Who is your brother-in-law? How could Lu Wu, who was already on the verge of exploding, withstand Wang Li's constant nudging? Lu Wu lowered his head and kissed Wang Li's red lips. Wang Li's eyes widened and she murmured in disbelief. My first kiss has gone just like that? Wang Li closed her eyes unconsciously, and her small hands slowly wrapped around Lu Wu's neck. Qin Tian and his companions stopped their car at Lu's manor. Qin Tian looked at the magnificent manor and said in disbelief. Fuck, is this our home? Is this so inhumane? This is City A. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's arm affectionately and said with a faint smile, Xiao Tian, are you satisfied with your wife and family? Qin Tian was amazed and said, can I say I am not satisfied? Also, could you please stop clinging to me? I'm not used to it. Lu Ruashi smiled evilly and said, I will do my best to help my baby Xiao Tian get used to all this again. Qin Tian and Su Yuanying came to the living room, and Su Yuanying said with surprise, ah. Xiao Tian, you are finally back. Qin Tian greeted his family politely but slightly unfamiliarly, and everyone exchanged greetings for a while. Qin Tian looked at the two babies in the cradle and felt a blood connection. Qin Tian picked up Erbao gently and said softly, is this my little princess? She is so beautiful. Lu Ruashi said with a jealous look on her face, Xiao Tian, I want you to hug me like this too. Chapter 131 The Wanderer Returns Home. Qin Tian said with a dark face, my eldest lady, are you so childish? Are you jealous of your own daughter? Lu Ruashi snorted and said, luckily she is my daughter, otherwise my man would never be able to hug her. Qin Tian said speechlessly, are you so jealous? Bao was sucking his little fingers and looking at Qin Tian with a silly smile. Qin Tian felt like his heart was melted by such cuteness. Qin Tian kissed Bao's little face and said lovingly, good boy, daddy is back. Bao seemed to understand what Qin Tian said. He danced and looked at Qin Tian with a silly smile. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's sour expression and said with a smile, were you always so jealous? But Bao looks really like you. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, Xiao Tian Tian, our eldest brother is not to mention the second brother. You are a jealous person, and you are not much better. Qin Tian said in disbelief, no way? How could I be so naive? Lu Ruashi said proudly, TSK, are you doubting my sister's charm? Sister may not have any other abilities, but if she wants to control Xiao Tian Tian, that is something she can do with ease. Qin Tian said with a look of doubt, why do I feel that what you said doesn't sound serious? Besides, I absolutely do not believe that I am such a superficial person. Lu Ruashi smiled evilly and said, I know my little Tian Tian is tough and a super tough guy. Sooner or later, I will turn you back into the jealous person you used to be. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi's face that could bring disaster to the country and her amazing figure, and his heart was burning with excitement. Qin Tian quickly put down Bao, diverted his attention and picked up Bao, saying, hey, this little bastard looks so much like me. Qin Tian kissed Bao and said lovingly, little boy, daddy is back. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who was moving awkwardly, and said with a wicked smile, you're so stubborn, I'll make sure you can't be stubborn anymore tonight. Qin Tian stiffened his neck and said, I am the toughest in every way. Baji. Lu Ruashi held Qin Tian's handsome face and took a bite, and said with a beaming face, I know. My little Tian Tian is the toughest man in the world. Qin Tian's handsome face flushed red, and he said as if he was facing a formidable enemy, why are you like this? You are a hooligan. Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's arm and said tenderly, husband, my dear husband, what's wrong with me kissing you? Qin Tian blushed and said with a beating heart, don't do this, I'm not familiar with you, I'm not used to it. Lu Ruashi smiled evilly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, isn't sister trying to make you get used to it? It's not like I just do that right away. Qin Tian realized it belatedly and said, it seems that what you said makes some sense. Bah, there is no point, you are just a female hooligan, taking advantage of me in various ways. Lu Ruashi held her stomach and laughed, little Tian Tian, I didn't expect you to be so funny even though you lost your memory. Su Yuanying glared at Lu Ruashi and said, you silly girl, you know Xiao Tian is thin-skinned, but you don't know how to go back to your room and bully him behind closed doors. Lu Ruashi said with shining eyes, good idea, Xiao Tian Tian, let's go back to the room and rest now. Qin Tian said with a look of resentment, why do I feel that none of you are serious? Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Qin Tian's face turned even redder. Qin Tian simply acted like an ostrich and ran to the side to tease the two treasures. Lu Ruashi came over and said, big girl, little Tian Tian, you are still embarrassed. Let's go and have dinner. Qin Tian was dizzy after watching this, and said in amazement, who is embarrassed? I was just teasing the two treasures. Lu Ruashi said pitifully, Xiao Tian Tian, you are such an ungrateful man. I am so young, and I am already pregnant for you. You don't tease your wife, but you tease the two little kids. Although Qin Tian knew that Lu Ruashi was pretending, he was still touched. Qin Tian stared at Lu Ruashi's beautiful face, blushing and said, give me some time. Lu Ruashi smiled evilly and said, no, I've been looking for you for such a long time, I'm dying of suffocation. Qin Tian said with a dark face, have you always been so bold? Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's arm and squirmed, saying, in the eyes of outsiders, I am an unattainable ice goddess. But in front of my big baby Xiao Tian Tian, I am just a bootlicker and I am only generous to my big baby Xiao Tian Tian. Su Yuanying smiled like an auntie and said, Xiao Tian, come over and have dinner. If you want to have some fun, go back to your room and relax. Qin Tian blushed and said, Mom, we are not tired of each other, we are just talking. Su Yuanying said expectantly, yes, you guys go back to the room later and talk slowly with the door closed. Don't worry, the sound insulation at home is very good. Qin Tian said with a dark face, Mom, I finally know why she is so bold. It turns out that the root cause is you. The whole family sat around and had a reunion dinner in a warm atmosphere. After dinner, Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's big hand and ran upstairs in a hurry, making the whole family laugh. Bang! The door was violently closed by Lu Ruashi. Shin Tian's earlobes blushed as he asked, "What do you want to do?" Lu Ruashi pushed Shin Tian behind the door and said with a pouty face, "Xiao Tian, I found that you don't love me at all after you lost your memory." Shin Tian said with an embarrassed look, "Suddenly a wife and 2 children appeared, you have to give me some time to adapt." Lu Ruashi said pitifully, "I didn't force you to do anything. But why are you so distant with me?" Shin Tian looked down at Lu Ruashi and said in amazement, "How can I be unfamiliar with you?" Lu Ruashi licked the corner of her mouth and said seductively, "You still say no, you used to call me big darling and little sweetheart. Now it's you don't even call me wife." Shin Tian said in disbelief, "Fuck, was I so disgusting before? Why didn't I believe it?" Lu Ruashi nodded vigorously and said, "Not only that, you used to love to cling to me, and you wanted to hang around me every day. But what about you now? She's a girl, she's so proactive, and you don't even touch her." Shin Tian said with a look of doubt, "Are you kidding me?" Lu Ruashi put her arms around Shin Tian's neck and said with a sweet breath, "Xiao Tian, you have a wife as beautiful and obedient as me, don't you want to stick to me every day?" Shin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he stammered, please give me some time." Chapter 132 Lost and Found. The drama queen Lu Ruashi said with red eyes, "Xiao Tian, do you not love me anymore? Are you tired of the old and love the new? Are you tired of me, a yellow-faced woman?" Shin Tian looked down at Lu Ruashi's little face that brought disaster to the country and the people, and couldn't help but say, "Where in the world is there a yellow-faced woman as beautiful as you?" Lu Ruashi licked Shin Tian's earlobe and whispered, "Xiao Tian, do you really think your sister is beautiful?" Shin Tian pushed Lu Ruashi aside and fled, saying, "Lu Ruashi, you vixen, how could you do this?" Poochie. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said cunningly, "Xiao Tian, let's see how you can escape from my sister's 5-finger mountain." Shin Tian came to the bathroom with a red face and whispered to himself, "Why does my strange wife look so much like a female hooligan?" After Shin Tian washed up, he took out bedding from the cloakroom and made a bed on the floor. Lu Ruashi took a super short nightgown and went to the bathroom, whispering with a wicked smile, "Since Xiao Tian likes to sleep on the floor, it's not impossible." Shin Tian lay on the mat with his eyes closed, his heart pounding. The graceful and elegant Lu Ruashi came into the bedroom with a damp look on her body. Lu Ruashi walked up to Shin Tian and said tenderly, "Husband, please give me a blowjob." Shin Tian opened his eyes with a red face and asked, "What?" Shin Tian looked up at Lu Ruashi's straight long legs, then quickly looked away, feeling like his heart was about to jump out. Lu Ruashi smiled charmingly and said, "Hubby, please help me blow dry my hair. You always did it for me before." Shin Tian breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stood up and said, "Then sit down, I'll blow it for you." Shin Tian was busy helping Lu Ruashi blow dry her hair, and he didn't know where to look. Shin Tian's eyes gradually wandered, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "This daughter-in-law's skin is really white." Hiss. Lu Ruashi moaned softly and said delicately, "Hubby, be gentle, you hurt me." Shin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I'm not very good at it." Lu Ruashi looked up at Shin Tian, her eyes sparkling as she said, "It doesn't matter. I'll practice with my husband every night. It won't take a few days for him to be as skilled as before." Lu Ruashi jumped onto Shin Tian while he was not paying attention, and Shin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi out of habit. Shin Tian was shocked and said in amazement, "What are you doing?" Lu Ruashi said with a seductive look, "Since my husband won't hug me, I can only throw myself into his arms." Shin Tian, who was holding the soft and fragrant jade in his arms, said with a red face, You come down quickly, we are not familiar with each other yet." Lu Ruashi smiled evilly and said, "Maybe after tonight, you'll be familiar with it. Don't worry, husband. I will do my best to awaken your dormant memory." Shin Tian looked awkward and said with a wandering look, "It's getting late, go to bed." Lu Ruashi was unwilling to leave Shin Tian's arms, so she changed the subject and said, "Husband, is your system still there?" Shin Tian was confused and asked, "What system? Do you mean the computer system?" Lu Ruashi said indifferently, Nothing important. As long as my husband is intact, everything else is secondary." Shin Tian was confused and said, "It's really weird that you're only saying half of what you're saying." Lu Ruashi suddenly hugged Shin Tian's handsome face, and her delicate and tempting red lips pressed against his. Shin Tian's eyes widened and he looked at the woman in his arms in disbelief, not knowing what to do for a moment. Under Lu Ruashi's gentle attack, Shin Tian felt dizzy and his big hands unconsciously hugged the delicate body in his arms. The news that Qin Tian fell off a cliff and lost his memory, but was then found by Lu Ruashi, naturally spread to all the wealthy families in City A. Weekend was furious and said, "Fuck, God is really blind. That little jerk Qin Tian is really a nuisance. He is still alive like this." Zhou Yuan said with shining eyes, "Losing memory is good. It's really great. I have been coveting you for so long, now I finally have the chance." Yang Bai, who was in the study, changed his usual gentle and elegant demeanor and said with a face full of resentment, "Qin Tian, you bastard, you slept with my goddess and took over my Lu group, and you dare not die. It seems that I really have to take action. Humph, once I take action, I will make you wish you were dead or alive." The sun gradually rose higher, and Qin Tian slowly woke up from his bed. Looking at Lu Ruashi, who was like a rag doll in his arms, his handsome face couldn't help but blush. Qin Tian murmured to himself, "This wife is really a little devil. This method is too unbelievable." Lu Ruashi also slowly opened her big, silly and cute eyes, smiled happily and said, "Good morning, honey. You slept with me in your arms all night. Do you feel more familiar with me now? Do you have some memory back?" Qin Tianjun blushed and said awkwardly, "My mind is still blank, but I am sure that you are indeed my daughter-in-law." Lu Ruashi smiled complacently and said, "Hubby, it's okay. I will work hard in the future, so that you can practice until you are proficient and awaken your dormant memory." Qin Tian felt warm in his heart, and said with a knowing smile, "You have suffered a lot during this period, but everything will be fine in the future." When Lu Ruashi heard Qin Tian's words, her tears fell down and she said with tears in her eyes, "It doesn't matter, my husband is fine, and it's a sunny day. No matter how much suffering I have to endure, I am willing to accept it." Qin Tian kissed Lu Ruashi's tears and said with a guilty look, "I'm sorry for making you worry. I will be careful in the future." Lu Ruashi said pitifully, "Silly husband, are you still going to be so unfamiliar with me?" Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and said, "The previous name was too corny, I couldn't say it out loud." Pu Chi. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, "Silly husband, you used to call me wife or sister. Only in special circumstances will you call me big baby or little sweetheart." Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Sister, you were so naughty. This is my Qin Tian's style of doing things. I thought I was really so shameless before." Lu Ruashi lay on Qin Tian's chest and said sweetly, "Hubby, let me tell you how we met and everything that has happened to us till now." Qin Tian nodded and said expectantly, "Okay, I really want to know." Lu Ruashi talked about every detail between the two of them, and Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Wife, I didn't expect you to be such a sister. You are really a female devil." Lu Ruashi lay on Qin Tian's chest and said with seductive eyes, "Xiao Tian is a big bad guy, always bullying people who are well behaved and obedient." Chapter 133 Mutual Love. Qin Tian smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister, get up quickly. It's too late now, our parents will laugh at us again." Lu Ruashi said sweetly, "They won't laugh at us. They wish we would get up so late every day." Lu Ruashi finally got up reluctantly. Qin Tian rubbed his waist and went to the bathroom, muttering to himself, "This floor is so hard that my back and legs ache when I sleep on it. I'd better sleep on the bed tonight." The radiant Lu Ruashi took Qin Tian's arm affectionately and went downstairs. Su Yuanying looked at the two people getting along well and said with an anti-smile, "Xiao Tian, you two should go and have breakfast quickly. You must be starving." Qin Tian rubbed his belly, which was full of energy, and went to the restaurant with a slightly red face. After Qin Tian and the other person finished their meal, Lu Ruashi smiled happily and said, "Xiao Tian, why don't we go see Xiaoli and see how she is settling in?" Qin Tian nodded and said, "Well, that's good, it's time to go and have a look." Qin Tian and his companion did not bring any bodyguards with them. They drove their supercar to Wang Li's residence at high speed. Ding dong. Wang Li's doorbell rang. Wang Li looked in the direction of the bathroom, got up helplessly, and limped to open the door. Wang Li looked at Qin Tian and the other man and her face turned red. She said shyly, "Brother and sister-in-law, why are you here so early?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "It's almost time for lunch, is it still early? We came to see if you are used to living here." Wang Li let Qin Tian and the other man into the house and said with a guilty look on her face, "It's a habit. Life in City A is simply too comfortable." Lu Ruashi said sharply, "Hey, Xiaoli, why is your face so red? Are you so hot?" Wang Li's earlobes turned red as she said, "Sister-in-law, I just got up and exercised for a while, and I am indeed a little hot." Lu's voice suddenly came from the bathroom, "Xiaoli, please help me get the clothes in. Qin Tian and the other two looked at each other. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, Xiaoli, take it in first. Don't wait for it to run out naked. Your sport is really quite original. Wang Li was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she ran away in a hurry. Qin Tian said in disbelief, fuck, are they so fast? Is this the legendary love at first sight? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, wasn't it faster for you to capture my sister than them? Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, it seems that you took me down. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, we fell in love at first sight and decided to spend our lives together. Not long after, Wang Li, with a red face, walked out with Lu Wu like a young wife. Lu Wu said with an embarrassed look on his face, Boss Lu, Mr. Qin, good morning. Lu Ruashi's expression was unremarkable, and she said, good Lu Wu, I gave my sister-in-law to you to take care of, and this is how you take care of me? Lu Wu was sweating profusely and said respectfully, Boss Lu, Xiaoli and I fell in love at first sight and we are in love with each other. Please help us. Lu Ruashi said in a cold voice, love at first sight, mutual affection? Should you just do it silently and report later? Lu Wu said with a serious face, I did something unkind. As long as Mr. Lu doesn't break us up, I, Lu Wu, will accept Mr. Lu's punishment. Wang Li couldn't sit still any longer, and didn't care about being shy. She said anxiously, brother, sister-in-law, please don't blame Brother Wu. I volunteered and I really like this big guy, Brother Wu. Qin Tian said with a smile, sister, come on, look how scared they are, they really think you are a wicked sister-in-law who broke up a couple. Lu Ruashi chuckled and said, okay, we are all family, don't be so reserved, sit down. Lu Wu then wiped the sweat from his forehead and said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you, Mr. Lu. Qin Tian smiled and said, we are all family now, so just call us big brother and big sister-in-law. Lu Wu didn't dare to speak carelessly and looked at Lu Ruashi respectfully. Lu Ruashi said with a smile, why? Am I not worthy of being your sister-in-law? Lu Wu stood up as if he had been pardoned, and said respectfully, brother and sister-in-law, please rest assured. I will protect Xiaoli with my life for the rest of my life. Lu Ruashi waved her hand and said seriously, I have to be frank with you. Xiaoli is my only sister-in-law. If you dare to betray her in the future, I will punish you. Lu Wu said with a righteous look on his face, sister-in-law, I have been with you for so many years, you can rest assured about the character of Lu Wu. Lu Ruashi laughed and scolded, if you were an ungrateful person, I would have broken your dog legs just now. Lu Wu was also rubbing his head and laughing foolishly. Qin Tian smiled and said, I'll leave my sister to you from now on. You have to take good care of her for me. Wang Li was also moved and said, brother and sister-in-law, thank you. Ding dong. Wang Li's doorbell rang again. Lu Wu quickly opened the door. Tangji said in surprise, Brother Wu, why are you here too? Lu Wu stepped aside and said with a smile, you guys better come in first and talk. Tangji and 4 others entered one after another. After some greetings, they learned the whole story. Zhang Lei gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Wu is changed to Wu. From now on, just call me Brother Lei. Lu Wu smiled happily and said, it's my honor. Brothers and sisters-in-law, I am honored to meet you. Sun Tian took out the wild game that she brought from the countryside and said with a smile, I think we should use these delicacies to warm up the pot for Xiaoli and the others at noon. Sunmi took out the wild game she had prepared for Lu Ruashi and the others, and said with a smile, Miss, these are some specialties that Mom and Aunt Zhang brought for you. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, my 2 aunts are the best. By the way, why don't you bring your uncle and aunt to the city? Tangji smiled and said, sister-in-law, my mother and her family are used to living in the countryside and don't want to come to the city. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, that's fine. We'll go back to see my aunt and the others some other day. Sun Tian smiled and said, if Mom and the others knew that Miss was going to visit them, I don't know how happy they would be. Lu Ruashi said helplessly, Tian, I have told you so many times that you should call me sister-in-law from now on. Sunmi stuck out her tongue and said, Miss, isn't this a habit? Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, I am Madam Qin first, and Lu Ruashi second. Even if you are used to it, you have to change it. I like being the eldest sister-in-law. But not everyone can call me the eldest sister-in-law. The 2 sisters Sun Tian said with a smile, hello, sister-in-law, miss, are you satisfied now? Lu Ruashi nodded and said, well, that's more like it. Wang Li covered her mouth and chuckled, sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be a love-brained person. Chapter 134 Seductive Eyes. Sun Tian said with a smile, the young lady is not just in love. She is simply a dog to lick the son-in-law. Lu Ruashi said helplessly, is it impossible for you two sisters to change? Sunmi smiled and said, Miss, in our eyes, you are the elder sister of our two sisters. We prefer to call you Miss. Xin Tian said with a smile, sister, why are you so serious? If the feelings are there, it doesn't matter what you call it. Lu Ruashi spread her hands helplessly and said, well, it's up to you. A group of people were chatting and laughing as they prepared lunch, with laughter audible from time to time. Not long after, Su Tingting and a few others also rushed over after hearing the news. Su Tingting looked at the table full of wild game and said with surprise, wow, this is so rich. They are all rare and precious things. Lu Ruashi gently helped Xin Tian take off his apron and said with a smile, now that everyone is here, let's get started. This is Xiao Tian's own cooking, I can't wait to try it. Everyone sat down. Lu Ruashi picked up a piece of game meat and tasted it, narrowing her eyes and said, wow, it's so delicious, Xiao Tian, you are so amazing. Li Min covered her mouth and chuckled, as long as it's my brother-in-law's, as long as I can eat it, sister, she guarantees that I will praise it to the sky. Su Tingting ate wild Hericium arenaceus and said incoherently, you know what, my brother-in-law's cooking skills are indeed at the chef level. Xin Tian raised his glass and said with a smile, let's raise our glasses together to congratulate Xiaoli on her new home, and wish Xiaoli and Luwu a happy marriage. Ahem. Su Tingting coughed violently because of the choking. Li Huan patted Su Tingting's back gently and said with a smile, Tingting, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Su Tingting rolled her eyes and said in shock, what? Xiaoli, when did you two get together? This is too fast. Li Min sighed and said, I originally thought that we sisters were brave enough. I didn't expect Xiaoli to be better than her teacher. Wang Li blushed and said, we just confirmed our relationship and haven't had time to tell everyone yet. Li Min laughed strangely and said, it should be the relationship that was just confirmed last night. No wonder you're sitting here without moving your butt. Luwu bowed his hands and begged for mercy, Xiaoli is shy, please be merciful. Everyone was laughing and making noises, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Xin Tian and his group gathered at Wang Li's home for the whole afternoon, and then everyone said goodbye and left in the night. Xin Tian, covered in moisture, came to the big bed wrapped in a bath towel. Lu Ruashi raised her hand to motion Xin Tian to sit down, but she had no intention of getting up. Lu Ruashi half leaned on the bed with a comfortable look on her face, and her beautiful red lips uttered a soul-stirring voice. My dear husband, do you think my new battle suit looks good? Xin Tian's slightly rough fingers gently stroked Lu Ruashi's back. Lu Ruashi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she involuntarily moved closer to Xin Tian. A tingling electric current flowed through Lu Ruashi's body. Xin Tian's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said in a hoarse voice, wife, you are so beautiful and lustful. Even if Su Daji were alive, she would be inferior to you. Lu Ruashi hugged Xin Tian's waist and said with her eyes rolling, my little man's mouth is so sweet. Let me taste it quickly. I saw Lu Ruashi's eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes moving, as if to seduce a soul. The jade feet lightly tapped and the jade legs lightly lifted, as if capturing souls. Xin Tian lowered his head and kissed Lu Ruashi's moist red lips, and said in a hoarse voice, sister, it's getting late, let's rest early. Lu Ruashi climbed onto Xin Tian's neck and said softly, then what are you waiting for? Two handsome faces gradually approached each other, and the sound of knocking on the door was heard. Xin Tian said with a dark face, who is it? Su Yuanian coaxed Debao while helplessly saying, Ruashi, Debao probably wants to drink breast milk, he's having a blast. Xin Tian stood up and was about to open the door, but after he came to his senses, he quickly hid under the quilt. Poochie. Lu Ruashi looked at Xin Tian's embarrassment and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Xianshan, you are so cute when you are shy. Lu Ruashi lifted up her pink deep V nightgown, picked up the waistcoat next to her and put it on, then opened the door and said, Mom, Debao, please sleep with us tonight. Su Yuaniang said helplessly, well, these two siblings are really evenly divided, one sticks to dad and the other sticks to mom. Lu Ruashi closed the door and sat on the bed holding Debao. Debao's little head nudged in Lu Ruashi's arms, and Lu Ruashi added more food to Debao's meal with a motherly look on her face. Xin Tian gently touched Debao's little face and said with a jealous look, you little brat, you really know how to pick a time to go against your father, don't you? Lu Ruashi looked at Xin Tian staring at Debao intently, and her face rarely blushed as she said, Xiao Xianchen, why are you staring at Debeo? Qin Tian smiled evilly and said, is it not okay for me to look at my Debeo? Lu Ruashi blinked her peach blossom eyes and said tenderly, hubby, please take off my waistcoat. It's not comfortable at all to be restrained. Qin Tian gently took off Lu Ruashi's waistcoat, and couldn't help but kiss her beautiful back, saying with an obsessed look, wife, your skin is so smooth. Lu Ruashi said charmingly, this is also thanks to my husband. Qin Tian was confused and asked, how is it possible? I am not Tang Monk's flesh. Can I become immortal if I eat a bite of it? Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, you are the chosen one of the system. Qin Tian suddenly realized and said, no wonder a girl like my sister, who is so proud of her, would fall in love with a poor loser like me. Lu Ruashi stared into Qin Tian's eyes and said seriously, Xiao Tian Tian, my love for you has nothing to do with the system. When I was dating you, you didn't have a system. Qin Tian laughed strangely and said, it seems that it is really my Qin Changlong's ability that has won my sister's favor. Lu Ruashi blushed and said, hateful. Qin Tian tried to communicate with the system, but there was no response at all. Qin Tian said helplessly, wife, do I really have a system? Why is there no reaction? Are you kidding me? Lu Ruashi sighed and said, I guess when something happened to you, something also happened to the system. Lu Ruashi comforted him, it's okay, husband, the system is just the icing on the cake. As long as our family is safe and sound, that is more important than anything else. Qin Tian leaned his head on Lu Ruashi's shoulder from behind, looked down at Debeo and said, my sister is right. Having two such beautiful babies is the happiness of my life. Chapter 135 New official takes office. After Debeo had eaten and drunk his fill, he fell asleep holding Lu Ruashi in his arms. Lu Ruashi gently placed Debeo on the big bed and said with a smile, look at how jealous you are. You're jealous of your own little kid. Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi and kissed her domineeringly, saying, sister, you are the same. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian who was anxious, and said with a wicked smile, husband, why don't you also take a position as a vice president in the company? How about you helping me manage the company from time to time? Qin Tian saw through everything and said, sister is so capable, there is no reason for me to worry about her. My sister, you don't want to have an office romance with me, do you? Lu Ruashi climbed up Qin Tian's neck, leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe, and said with a sweet breath, then my little Tian Tian, would you like to have an office romance with me? Qin Tian lifted Lu Ruashi's beautiful chin and said with a suppressed look, sister, you are really a little devil. Everything is up to your sister's preferences. Crack. As the lights went out, the bedroom instantly fell into darkness, leaving only the bedside lamp emitting a faint light and two blurry figures. The next morning, Qin Tian and his companions settled the two treasures and drove their supercar to the headquarters of Lu Group. The employees looked at Qin Tian and the other two arriving together, and all said respectfully, hello, Mr. Lu, hello, Mr. Qin. Lu Ruashi nodded with a cold expression, and Qin Tian also responded to everyone with a smile. Qin Tian and the other person came to the president's office, and Lu Ruashi ordered in a cold voice, are all the executives from each branch office here? Secretary General Zhao Na said respectfully, Boss Lu, all the executives are already waiting in the conference room. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, Boss Qin, please. Qin Tian said with a smile, please go first, Mr. Lu. Secretary General Zhao Na murmured in her heart, such a big scene, it's just as I expected. When Lu Ruashi and her friend arrived at the conference room, all the executives stood up hurriedly to greet them. Lu Ruashi and the other person came to their respective seats. Lu Ruashi motioned for everyone to sit down and said with a smile, I'm sure you're all familiar with Mr. Qin next to me, right? I won't keep you in suspense. From today on, Qin Tian will serve as the vice president of Lu Group. The crowd applauded enthusiastically, and the Tangji brothers raised their eyebrows at Qin Tian with a joking look on their faces. Lu Ruashi gestured with her hand and said in a cold voice, from now on, Mr. Qin's instructions are my, Lu Ruashi's, instructions. Everyone must obey unconditionally and must not pretend to obey but secretly disobey. Wu Yong, the vice president of the media branch, thought to himself, with President Lu's love for President Qin, even if President Qin doesn't have the position of vice president, who among us dares to neglect Mr. Qin? Zhou Jia, vice president of the construction branch, thought to himself, fuck, Boss Qin is a typical example of being second to none. You know, that person is Boss Lu. Li Jun, vice president of the clothing branch, whispered, Boss Qin married Boss Lu, a beautiful, rich and gorgeous lady. It was really a step to heaven. The executives responded respectfully, and Ruashi smiled and said, "Now, please invite President Qin to speak to everyone." Qin Tian stood up and said with a smile, "Qin Tian is a junior student, and I am grateful for Mr. Lu's kindness. If there is anything inappropriate in my future work, please correct me." After Qin Tian spoke a few simple words, he sat down in his seat with a smile on his face. Pa pa pa. The executives burst into applause. No matter how they felt about Qin Tian, they were very respectful to him on the surface. After Ruashi finished introducing Qin Tian, the executive meeting officially began. All the senior executives sat upright, and Ruashi was arranging the work in a vivid manner. Time passed quietly like this. After the meeting, Ruashi hugged Qin Tian's arm as if no one was around. He went to the president's office and was completely different from the President Lu, who had a cold aura just now. Qin Tian said helplessly, "Sister, this is in the company, can you pay a little attention to the impact?" Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Everyone knows that you are my legal husband. What's wrong with me hugging you?" Qin Tian said helplessly, "Well, you are the boss, you have the final say." Ruashi closed the office door, held Qin Tian against the door, and put her hands around Qin Tian's neck and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, you are the one who has the final say here with your sister. What do you want me to do? I always obey you, don't I?" Qin Tian stared at Ruashi, who was wearing a black dress, and said with a slightly red face, "Sister, it's working hours now, please stop fanning the flames here." Ruashi kissed Qin Tian's handsome face and said with a mischievous smile, "Little Tian Tian, you look so shy, sister is just teasing you. But after get off work at noon, we can take a nap in the bedroom inside." Qin Tian touched his nose awkwardly and changed the subject, "Sister, where is my office?" Ruashi pointed behind the spacious desk and said with a wicked look on her face, "Isn't that right? With such a large desk, you can use it however you want." Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "I knew this would be the result." Ruashi happily pulled Qin Tian to sit down at the desk, pointed at the stockings on her legs and said, "Ah! Xiao Tian Tian, look at my stockings. Why are they a little stringy?" Qin Tian stared at Ruashi's legs wrapped in black silk stockings, his earlobes slightly red as he said, "Sister, if you keep teasing me, I'll be off work." Puff. Ruashi's fox eyes rolled around, and she whispered in her heart, "Once you enter my sister's five-finger mountain, there is no way I'll let you escape. I'll just let you get used to it for a while." Time ticked by, and Qin Tian spent a day both in pain and happiness. Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, I'm done. I can go home now." Qin Tian put down the information in his hand, sighed and said, "It's not that easy to be a boss." Ruashi smiled and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, there is a party tonight, do you want to go and have fun?" Qin Tian nodded and said, "That's fine, I'm free anyway, why not go and have some fun?" Ruashi teased Qin Tian and said, "It will be boring if we go there anyway, why don't we go back to sleep?" Qin Tian said with a dark face, "Sister, it's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Didn't you get enough sleep during your lunch break?" Ruashi smiled wickedly and said, "How can you get enough sleep? What's more, you have your big baby, Xiao Tian Tian, to accompany you." Qin Tian said speechlessly, "Sister, you really have a strong addiction to being a wimp. Just like the lunch break at noon, it's not just sleeping or resting, it's clearly just rubbing shoulders with each other." Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, "You speak as if it's not you, Qin Shanglong, who's enjoying this." Chapter 136, Arrogant and Domineering. Qin Tian sighed and said, "Okay, I admit it. Sleeping with Daxixi in my arms is indeed the most intoxicating thing." Ruashi said with a charming look on her face, "You are the one who is taking advantage of others and still acting cute. I am talking about you, Qin Shanglong." Ruashi took Qin Tian to the lounge inside, opened the closet and said, "Xiao Xianshan, come and pick a skirt for your sister." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Sister, you have such a face that can bring disaster to the country and the people, and such a figure that can stand out from the crowd. Even if you wear a sack, you can still outshine all the other girls." Ruashi picked a deeply long skirt and said with a naughty smile, "Since my little husband said so, I'll wear this." Qin Tian looked at the long skirt as thin as a wing in Ruashi's hand. With Ruashi's proud figure, what could it cover? Qin Tian felt his face turn green, and said with a black face, "No, this is too revealing." Ruashi stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Qin Tian's earlobe, and said with a sweet breath, "Then I'll use it as a nightgown during lunch break tomorrow. Is that okay with you?" The intoxicating aroma filled his nose, and Qin Tian said with red ears. Anyway, you can't let others see even a little bit. As for privately, you can decide for yourself how much you want to wear. Lu Ruashi whispered. My dear little Tian Tian, do you want me to wear more or less? Still. Qin Tian picked up an embroidered cheongsam and handed it to Lu Ruashi, and said with a slightly red earlobe. Sister, you should wear this later. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian, who looked awkward, turned around and said with a sly smile. Xiaoxianshan, help me zip up my pants. I can't reach it. Qin Tian gently helped Lu Ruashi zip up her clothes and said speechlessly. Sister, you are the one who touches your belly button with your backhand, and you actually told me that you can't zip your pants. This excuse of yours is too careless. Lu Ruashi took her time to change into her cheongsam, and said with a charming smile, it doesn't matter whether you put your heart into it or not, as long as it works well. After Lu Ruashi changed into her cheongsam, she jumped in front of Qin Tian and said. Xiaoxianshan, do you think this is okay? Qin Tian felt dizzy after watching this, and grabbed Lu Ruashi and said. Sister, you are not allowed to jump around in front of others. Lu Ruashi sat on Qin Tian's thighs, put her arms around Qin Tian's neck, and said in a coquettish voice. How can I jump up and down in front of others? I am only so lively and cute in front of my little Tian Tian. Qin Tian was intoxicated, sucking deeply on Lu Ruashi's swan neck and said. Sister, you really are a bone-sucking goblin. Lu Ruashi exhaled softly and said, Xiao Tian Tian, why don't we not go out and just stay in the office for a while? Qin Tian smiled and said, workers never work overtime. If there is anything, we will talk about it later. Lu Ruashi nodded helplessly and said, let's go, after the dance. Let us take the unfinished work back home. Qin Tian drove a supercar and took the beautiful Lu Ruashi to the hotel for the party. As soon as Qin Tian and his companion stepped into the venue, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yang Bai looked at Lu Ruashi, who had an even hotter figure, and was jealous. Fuck, Qin Tian, you bastard, you're taking such good care of the woman I like. Weekend secretly glanced at Lu Ruashi's beautiful face and proud figure, and whispered to himself. Fuck, this little jerk's life is so comfortable. Zhou Yuanyuan looked at the handsome Qin Tian, her face flushed as she thought to herself. Qin Tian is truly an excellent man. Now that he has lost his memory, his feelings for that vixen Lu Ruashi must have faded. Can I also have a taste of her beauty? Weekend, who was closest to him, walked over quickly, stealing glances at Lu Ruashi from time to time. Weekend said with admiration, Miss Lu, you are finally here. Although Qin Tian had lost his memory, looking at the look in Weekend's eyes, Qin Tian said with great disgust towards Weekend. What kind of toad are you? Keep your dog eyes. If you don't want them anymore, I don't mind taking them out and feeding them to the dog. Since her man was willing to stand up for her, Lu Ruashi didn't even glance at Weekend, and leaned against Qin Tian with a well-behaved look on her face. Weekend's face turned red, and he said with embarrassment. You little jerk, you. Qin Tian glanced at Weekend with an arrogant look on his face and said with disdain. Whose crotch did you come from? How dare you bark in front of me? Although Qin Tian had lost his memory, he was now well aware of his wife's power, so he was not afraid of the provocation of some jumping clowns. Weekend said viciously in his heart, how can this be absurd? How come Qin Tian, this bastard, is even more arrogant than before after losing his memory? Zhou Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled as she thought to herself, fuck, Qin Tian is so domineering and manly. How exciting it would be to conquer such a superior man. Weekend said with embarrassment, I was just saying hello to Miss Lu, how could you be so unreasonable? Qin Tian sneered and said, say hello? Just based on that disgusting look of yours, you deserve to be beaten to death. Yang Bai walked past the crowd and said. Ruashi, you are finally here. Qin Tian, please give me Yang Bai some face and everyone should say less. Lu Ruashi didn't even raise her eyelids, and said in a cold voice. Young Master Yang, I remind you again, please call me Mr. Lu or Miss Lu. Don't call me so intimately, I don't want my husband to misunderstand me. Qin Tian said calmly, Young Master Yang, right? Do I know you? I'll give you a favor, but what kind of favor do you have in front of me? Yang Bai said viciously in his heart, who wouldn't be respectful and timid when seeing me, young Master Yang? How dare this shameless person look down on me like this? Yang Bai said angrily, Qin Tian, you are just a pretty boy who relies on women to get ahead? How dare you be so unreasonable? How dare you look down on the people of the world like this? Qin Tian glanced at Yang Bai and sneered. Young Master Yang, first of all, I have to correct something. I don't look down on everyone in the world. I just look down on you. Although I have lost my memory, you give me the impression of being a hypocritical and vicious hypocrite. Lu Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled, hubby, you still have good taste. The fact that you like me, Lu Ruashi, proves that you have a higher vision than others. The guests all looked strange. Although they didn't dare to show it, they secretly sneered and said, Yang Bai, I've let you act cool every day, but now you've hit a wall, you're so stupid, right? Yang Bai was so angry that his mouth almost twisted, and his face twisted as he said, You little jerk, how dare you spit blood on me like this? Chapter 137 Horrible. Qin Tian sneered and said, As for whether I am slandering you, we all know this, I don't even bother to teach you a lesson. Yang Bai's face flushed, and he said awkwardly, You should stop trying to gain the upper hand with words. Qin Tian glanced at Yang Bai with contempt and said with disdain, As for what you just said, I'm a gigolo who relies on women to get ahead. I tell you very clearly that I can conquer a young lady as stunning as Miss Lu. Of course I have my own strengths. Lu Ruashi looked at Qin Tian with admiration and said tenderly, My Lu Ruashi's man is the best and most perfect man in the world. How can some self-righteous clowns compare to him? The ladies looked at Qin Tian and the other man with shining eyes, nodded secretly and said, Let's not talk about any other advantages. Just based on Qin Tian's appearance and this tall and handsome figure, thousands of women are already greedy for him. Weekend had already retreated to the back when he saw the situation was not good. Yang Bai said with hatred, No matter what, you are nothing more than Miss Lu's male lover. Qin Tian said proudly, Whether it's a male favorite or a pretty boy, that's also my ability. Besides, Lu Ruashi is my legitimate wife. I am her and she is me. What's the difference? Yang Bai was speechless for a moment. Qin Tian sneered and said, If your father wasn't your mother's male lover, how could there be a self-righteous idiot like you? Of course, your uncles can do these things for you. Poochie. The guests couldn't help but sneer, then quickly suppressed their laughter, their faces turning red. Yang Bai said with a ferocious look on his face, Qin Tian, you little jerk, how dare you bully me like this? Qin Tian sneered and said, As the ancients said, those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Don't push all the faults onto others. Yang Bai gnashed his teeth and said, Qin Tian, I will give you a few reminders for the humiliation you suffered today, and I will repay you 100-fold one day. Qin Tian waved his hand domineeringly and sneered. Young Master Yang, don't be so hasty to say harsh words, didn't you say that I was a good-for-nothing pretty boy? Your dad will show off to you today. Puff. The guests laughed from time to time, their faces looked strange, and Zhou Yuan murmured to herself. Fuck, Qin Tian is so domineering and manly. Qin Tian said nonchalantly, Everyone knows that I, Qin Tian, am a poor loser with nothing. But I, Qin Tian, don't rely on my wife. I also rely on a few filial sons. A huge profit of 5.6 billion, plus a small company with a market value of 3 billion. Lu Yu was dumbfounded and said, Fuck, I didn't know until I calculated it, and I was shocked when I calculated it. Qin Tian's own net worth is almost 10 billion, Miss Lu has such a good eye. Lu Ruashi raised her beautiful chin with pride and sneered. Some people are just relying on their good family backgrounds. They are just typical mediocre people. Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi's slender waist and said with a domineering look, Young Master Yang, I have to thank you for your hard work and screwing in the screws every day. In the end, I still have to share a portion of the money I earn. Isn't that infuriating? Yang Bai was confused and asked, What do you mean by this, you little jerk? The guests looked at Qin Tian with curiosity. Qin Tian took out his phone and showed it to everyone. Qin Tian is not talented, but he is also a small shareholder of Yang Group. Guest A was dumbfounded and said, Fuck, Qin Tian, ba. President Qin actually owns 10% of the shares of Yang Group. Guest B was stunned and said, This is 10% of the shares of Yang Group. That must be worth tens of billions. If we only consider Mr. Qin's own wealth, wouldn't it be 20 billion? Socialite A said with shining eyes, Fuck, Miss Lu's vision is really vicious. Socialite B said in disbelief, We actually witnessed a miracle in such a short time. This is a leap from a grassroots to a big boss with a net worth of 20 billion. Socialite C swallowed her saliva and said, What's more, Mr. Qin is the man that Miss Lu loves the most. The head of the Lu family, Mr. Qin, is so terrifying. Gu Tian was stunned and said, fuck, in such a short time, he was able to start from scratch. How many people in the world can achieve what we have today? Yang Bai and the other man looked extremely unhappy and were speechless for a moment. Qin Tian glanced at Yang Bai and Weekend and said with disdain, "You two idiots were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, you rely on your family's influence. So far, how much more has he earned than a gigolo like me?" Weekend's face turned pale and blue, and he said with embarrassment, You are really going too far." Yang Bai's face had turned purple, thinking of him as the eldest son of the Yang family. "Where do you go? Not being complimented, where is it like today?" Qin Tian treated Yang Bai worse than a dog, and the key point was that Yang Bai couldn't refute him. Lu Ruashi looked up at the tall and strong Qin Tian with admiration. Qin Tian lowered his head and kissed Lu Ruashi on her beautiful red lips. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said with an intoxicated look, "These rabble are simply disgusting, and my wife's mouth is still sweet." Lu Ruashi smiled and said, "Husband, I am the most well-behaved and obedient woman. I will obey your request unconditionally." Yang Bai looked at his beloved goddess, with a shy face, and expressed his love in front of a little punk. Yang Bai was so angry that blood rushed up his spine. With a pu sound, Yang Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over Weekend's face. Ah! The socialites were startled and stepped back screaming, fearing that they would be caught in a scandal. Weekend wiped the blood off his face with disgust, wishing he could kick Yang Bai to death. Qin Tian let go of Lu Ruashi's slender waist, picked up a bottle of red wine and poured it towards Yang Bai, shouting, "Oh no, help!" The bright red wine poured down Yang Bai's face, splashing all over Yang Bai. The guests looked at Qin Tian's tricks and were speechless. Guest A murmured to himself, "Boss Qin is really bold. This is young Master Yang. He is not just an ordinary cat or dog." Guest B said in disbelief, "Is Mr. Qin really not afraid of becoming a mortal enemy with young Master Yang?" Guest C sneered and said, "You are too naive. Without this, do you think young Master Yang would have let Mr. Qin go?" Guest Ding said with envy, "Boss Qin is Miss Lu's sweetheart. How could Mr. Qin be afraid of young Master Yang?" Yang Bai was stimulated by the red wine and woke up slowly. Yang Bai, who was in a daze, shook his head involuntarily, trying to avoid the suffocating red wine. Chapter 138, Taking Advantage of the Issue. Qin Tian said in a dramatic tone, "Not good, save people quickly. Young Master Yang is having an epileptic seizure, be careful, he might bite his tongue and commit suicide." The guests were all speechless. What the hell, he was having a seizure? He just couldn't stand being poured with water by you. Qin Tian couldn't find anything suitable to put into Yang Bai's mouth, so he quickly took off his socks and stuffed them into Yang Bai's mouth. Qin Tian said with concern, "Young Master Yang, I am doing this to save you, please bear with it. Don't worry, my feet don't stink." Ugh. The celebrities couldn't help but retching, and Yang Bai rolled his eyes because of the irritation. Qin Tian was horrified and said, "Oh no," young Master Yang rolled his eyes. "What are you still standing there for? Call the emergency number." Pa. Qin Tian slapped Yang Bai twice on the face. Yang Bai's face quickly became swollen, and his smelly socks were blown far away by Qin Tian. Socialite said with an obsessed look on her face, "Fuck," Qin Tian slapped young Master Yang as if he was slapping his son. Qin Tian is really manly. Socialite B said with admiration, "Qin Tian is so awesome." Yang Bai covered his swollen face and roared in disbelief. "Fuck, Qin Tian, you bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this?" Qin Tian sneered and said, "You silly Yang Bailao, you are really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. I'm saving your life. How dare you treat your savior like this?" The guests all looked at Yang Bai with strange and playful expressions. Weekend helped Yang Bai up with a very attentive look on his face, without even a trace of disdain. Yang Bai, who thought highly of himself, wanted to die at this moment. Think about young Master Yang, how could he have ever suffered such humiliation since he was a child? Yang Bai stretched out his finger, tremblingly pointed at Qin Tian, and said with a ferocious look, "Qin Tian, you bastard, I can't stand with you. You better be careful, if you fall into my hands, I will tear you into pieces." Qin Tian said servilely, everyone heard it. Yang Bailao not only repays kindness with hatred, but also intends to kill his savior. This person is not a human being at all. He is worse than an animal. Yang Bai said angrily, You. Qin Tian said with a wicked smile, "Everyone must bear witness for me." If I lose even a hair, it must be the work of that unfilial Yang Bailao. Lu Ruashi said coldly, Yang Bailao, are you declaring war on me, Lu Ruashi? Yang Bai was stunned for a moment, then his rationality returned instantly. Yang Bai said with a frustrated look on his face. Miss Lu, you are joking. How dare I, Yang Bai? Lu Ruashi sneered and said, look at your disgusting look, I get annoyed when I see you, get out of here right now. Yang Bai glared at Qin Tian and left the venue with a frustrated look on his face. Yang Bai stepped into the car with a grim face and looked at the driver, Lao Wang, who was stunned. Yang Bai was so angry that he slapped the driver Lao Wang in the face and said viciously, Lao Wang, what the hell are you daydreaming about? Are you making fun of your father too? The driver, Lao Wang, suddenly woke up. He started the car quickly without saying a word and greeted Yang Bai's mother affectionately in his heart. The driver, Lao Wang, said viciously in his heart, you little bastard, you unfilial son, how dare you hit me? Damn it, I'm going to beat you back on your mom later. Yang Bai's eyes seemed to be blazing with flames, and he said madly, Qin Tian, you bastard, if I don't kill you, I'm a son of a bitch. The driver thought to himself, you deserve it, you're a son of a bitch. Damn it, you unfilial son, you even dared to hit me. Qin Tian naturally didn't know how Yang Bai hated him, nor did he bother to know. At this time, Qin Tian and his companion were surrounded by many celebrities, who were greeting them warmly. Qin Tian and his companions finally managed to get rid of all the celebrities. Qin Tian bowed like a gentleman and said, Beautiful Miss Lu, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Lu Ruashi gently placed her white and tender little hand on Qin Tian's hand and said with a sweet smile, Xiao Tian Tian, you better remember this. I'm your exclusive dancer. You can dance any dance you want. How about I dance for you alone after we get back? Qin Tian nodded with a look of aftertaste and said, okay, I'll jump when I get back. Qin Tian and his friend came to the center of the dance floor and danced to the music. The perfect couple instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Lu Ruashi said proudly, Xiao Tian Tian, you dance really well. Sister finally trained you well. Qin Tian stared at Lu Ruashi's little face, which was a disaster for the country and the people, and said with a smile, It's all thanks to my sister. I, Qin Tian, can be as glorious as I am today, all thanks to my sister's training. Otherwise I wouldn't know where to screw the screws in. Lu Ruashi looked at the handsome man with fascination and said gently, Xiao Tian Tian, no matter when we first met, I will find you in this life. Because you, Qin Tian Kai, are my Lu Ruashi, the destined Prince Charming. Qin Tian said with a smile, is it so weird? Lu Ruashi and Yi Zhichen said seriously, this is not weird, this is our fate. Qin Tian nodded and said with a sigh, it's true. Some people, no matter how long you live, will always be just passers-by. Some people only need one glance to be together for a lifetime. After the dance, Qin Tian gentlemanly took Lu Ruashi's hand and walked out of the dance floor. Qin Tian leaned close to Lu Ruashi's ear and said, Sister, you and Ting Ting should go and have some fun together. I'll go hang out and see if I can make two good friends. Lu Ruashi smiled sweetly and said, okay, go quickly, my dear sister. Qin Tian scratched Lu Ruashi's high nose bridge and said lovingly, then my dear, go and have a private chat with your sisters. After Qin Tian and Lu Ruashi separated, he strolled around leisurely with a glass of juice. The guests gathered in twos and threes, chatting intimately. Of course, there were also many men and women who were tired of chatting and sneaked upstairs to the hotel. After walking around, Qin Tian, who was craving for a cigarette, strode towards the back garden. Zhou Yuanyuan looked at Qin Tian's figure going to the back garden, and her eyes lit up. She said with secret joy, this is a golden opportunity. It's finally my turn to have a taste of something new. Qin Tian put the juice on the chair in the garden, took out a cigarette and lit it. Qin Tian blew out a smoke ring leisurely, looking very comfortable. Zhou Yuanyuan pulled her deep V skirt down and walked towards Qin Tian with a satisfied look on her face. Qin Tian looked at Zhou Yuanyuan, who looked very coquettish, and said with a frown, Miss, please stand a little further away. You smell so strong that it suffocates me. Chapter 139 Pink Skeleton. Zhou Yuanyuan was slightly startled, and couldn't help but raise her hand to smell her armpit, and couldn't help but say, no way. Why do I have body odor? Qin Tian said with a look of disgust, Miss, did you just take this out of the perfume? It's too stinking. Zhou Yuanyuan squeezed out 2 tears and said pitifully, Xiao Tian, do you really not remember me? I'm your first love. Shin Tian's face was full of black lines, and he murmured to himself, my damn first love, she really thought I had lost my memory and was easy to fool, right? Do you guys really think I'm Tang Monk's meat? Every little demon wants to take a bite? Apart from my wife, who is a vixen who sucks my blood, you mediocre women also want to take a bite of me. You are just dreaming. Shin Tian said with a look of disdain, bullshit first love girlfriend, get out of here if you have nothing to do. Zhou Yuan seemed to have lost her balance and accidentally fell onto the chair. A small pill slipped silently into Shin Tian's juice. Because the light was dim, Shin Tian did not notice Zhou Yuan's little movements. Zhou Yuan wiped her eyes and said pitifully, Xiaotian, I'm your Yuan. Do you really not remember me? Shin Tian was also bored, so he decided to tease this wild boar spirit who looked a little stupid. Shin Tian said with a smile, oh, do we really know each other? Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up and she said with shining eyes, Xiaotian, do you remember that summer when we were in the back garden of my house? That was our first time as Adam and Eve, you really didn't forget it, did you? Shin Tian took a sip of the juice and said with a smile, oh, I actually have such a past? How come I have no recollection of it at all? Zhou Yuan watched Shin Tian drink the juice and said happily, great, drink this divine wine and see how you can escape from my five-finger mountain. Today it is finally my turn to have sex with you. As for whether Zhou Yuan was afraid that Lu Ruashi would settle the score with her later, she must be scared to death. Zhou Yuan murmured to herself, some things are known to heaven, earth, you and me. You wouldn't be so stupid as to tell that evil lady Lu Ruashi, would you? After today, I, Zhou Yuan, will be your Shin Tian's first love and secret lover. In the future, you will be at my mercy. It's so beautiful just to think about it. Zhou Yuan was very happy, but she looked like a fool and said, Xiaotian, you have lost your memory, I don't blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Ruashi for taking advantage of her power and taking you away from me. Shin Tian blew out a puff of smoke and said with a smile, how could this happen? How could Lu Ruashi be so cruel? Zhou Yuan was so proud that she blushed and said, I can't help it, Lu Ruashi is a well-known female devil. My Zhou group can't afford to offend Lu Ruashi. We also went from being passionate first lovers to being secret lovers. Shin Tian almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Shin Tian sneered. How can there be such a shameless woman in the world? It's really eye-opening. Zhou Yuan said with a look of resentment, Xiaotian, since you lost your memory, think about how long it has been since you came to see me? Xiaotian, I miss you so much, why don't we go upstairs and talk in detail? Shin Tian threw away the cigarette but said with disgust, although I don't know you, you are really a shameless bitch. Get out of here now. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. As soon as Shin Tian stood up, he felt a burst of heat from under his body, and his body felt dazed. Shin Tian cursed in his heart, damn, what is going on? Could it be that this idiot was secretly doing something bad to me? TMD, boys should protect themselves when they are outside. Shin Tian's face flushed, and he said angrily, little bitch, how dare you do something bad to me? Zhou Yuan saw Shin Tian's condition and said with great joy, Xiaotian, you are drunk. Let me take you upstairs to rest. Zhou Yuan happily reached out to hold Shin Tian's hand, but Shin Tian kicked her away with a look of disgust, cursing. Get lost and don't touch me with your dirty hands. At this time, Lu Ruashi didn't see Shin Tian anywhere, and Gu Tian said, Ruashi, are you looking for Mr. Qin? I just saw him going to the back garden. I think he went out to smoke. Lu Ruashi smiled and said, Tian, thank you. Lu Ruashi walked gracefully towards the back garden. From afar, she saw Zhou Yuan pulling Shin Tian. Lu Ruashi was furious and thought to herself, these little sluts, do they really think I'm just a decoration? Bang! Lu Ruashi kicked Zhou Yuan away, looked at Shin Tian, whose face was flushed, and said anxiously, Xiao Xianchen, what's wrong with you? At this time, Zhou Yuan, holding her stomach with a look of fear, lay on the ground, secretly shocked and said, fuck, why did this female devil come so soon? What should I do about this? Shin Tian was confused and had no idea that this was Lu Ruashi. He cursed angrily. Get out of here, get away from me. Lu Ruashi looked at Shin Tian and knew what had happened. She was secretly glad that she arrived in time. Lu Ruashi glanced at Zhou Yuan coldly and had no time to settle accounts with her. Lu Ruashi said with a distressed look on her face, hubby, it's okay, I'm here. A familiar fragrance rushed into Qin Tian's nose. Qin Tian hugged Lu Ruashi and said with a flushed face, "Sister, you are finally here." Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian with a distressed look on her face and said, "Xiao Tian Tian, let's go up quickly." Lu Ruashi hugged Qin Tian and quickly came to the presidential suite on the top floor, and the sound of the door being locked was heard. Qin Tian lowered his head and accurately captured Lu Ruashi's delicate and tempting red lips. Lu Ruashi put her arms around Qin Tian's neck and slowly closed her blurry eyes. As the night progressed, the guests at the party gradually dispersed. The next day at noon, scenes from the past flashed into Qin Tian's mind, and he said with great joy, "Great, I finally recovered my memory." The system's loud and cheerful voice sounded in Qin Tian's mind. "Good morning, Master. I am back with full health." Qin Tian said excitedly, "My dear wife, you are finally back. I missed you so much." The system said arrogantly, "Evil master, you still miss me." Qin Tian laughed and said, "Little wife, since you are fine, I will go to see the first wife." I drank the magic potion and exhausted my wife. The system snorted coquettishly and said, "Unscrupulous dog owner." Chapter 140 Family Reunion. Qin Tian looked at Lu Ruashi, who was like a rag doll in his arms, and said with an obsessed look, "Wife, after a night of drunkenness, I miraculously recovered my memory." Lu Ruashi's eyes sparkled as she said, "Ah, really? This is too good to be true." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Not only that, the system is back too." Lu Ruashi wrapped her arms around Qin Tian's neck and said happily, "Hubby, you're so awesome." Qin Tian. After Qin Tian and Lu Ruashi took their time washing up, Qin Tian helped Lu Ruashi walk out of the presidential suite and got into the car to go to Lu's manor. Su Yuanying watched Qin Tian helping Lu Ruashi in, and said with an anti-smile, "You young people. You really don't know your place." Qin Tian's handsome face turned red, and Lu Ruashi smiled happily and said, "Who told my little Tian Tian to be so amazing?" Lu Ruashi sat down on the sofa, took out her phone with a cold face and said, "You even dared to harm my man, Lu Ruashi. There is no need for Zhou Yuanyuan and Zhou Group to exist anymore." Lu Ruashi quickly dialed a few numbers and sneered. "I, Lu Ruashi, have eliminated such a scourge to the people as this wealthy and unkind family." Before long, all kinds of negative news about Zhou Yuanyuan and Zhou Group were flying around. After hearing the news, the relevant departments quickly went to the site to verify. The official website of Lu Group announced, "From now on, all cooperation with Zhou Group will be permanently terminated." One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. How could all the major families not know the Lu family's intentions? Not only that, the Lu Group also frantically suppressed the Zhou Group. Seeing the bad situation, all the major groups quickly distanced themselves from the Zhou Group. What's worse, he personally took action to suppress the Zhou Group, intending to get a piece of the pie. For a time, the Zhou Group was overwhelmed. Before long, the century-old Zhou Group. Under the joint suppression of many wealthy families, they quickly fell into the mortal world and never regained their former glory. The past evil deeds of Zhou Yuanyuan and her brother were also discovered, and what awaits them both will be endless tears behind bars. All the major families knew why Lu Ruashi was so angry. Zhou Yuanyuan's evil intentions had already been known to everyone. The elders of each family called the women in their families over and gave them many instructions. Don't ever be tempted by lust and try to take advantage of Mr. Qin in the future. At this time, a family meeting was also being held within the Yang family. Yang Bai's younger brother Yang Yu stood up and said politely, "My dear uncles and brothers, it is well known that my eldest brother Yang Bai not only hates Mr. Qin, but also Miss Lu. I suggest that Yang Bai be deposed as the president of the group, otherwise the Zhou family today will become the Yang family tomorrow." Yang Bai slammed the table fiercely and said angrily, "Yang Yu, you bastard, I am your elder brother." The elders of the tribes were whispering to each other from time to time, and the tribesmen were discussing heatedly. Yang Yu sneered and said, "Brother, in the interests of the family, I have no choice but to put you in an awkward position. Who told you to be so blind as to offend Miss Lu and Mr. Qin?" The great elder Yang Wenming stood up and nodded. Yang Bai has always been self-righteous, with a mentality that he is the best in the world. He is indeed not a good leader. I also agree to remove Yang Bai from his position as the president of the group. All the elders raised their hands in support, and all the tribesmen also raised their hands in support. Yang Bai said with a pale face, "How can you do this? I am the eldest son of the Yang family." Yang Wenming sneered and said, "If there is no you, young Master Yang, there are still second young Master Yang and third young Master Yang. Young Master Yang Yu is both virtuous and talented. I suggest that he be appointed as the president of Yang Group to lead our Yang Group to a higher level. Yang Bai slumped in his chair, looking frustrated, and asked, "How could this be?" The Yang clan members all raised their hands in support, and Yang Yu smiled and said, "Thanks to everyone's kindness, Yang Yu, although he is not talented, will do his best and will not stop until his death." Pa pa pa. There was thunderous applause in the conference room. Yang Yu smiled and motioned for the tribesmen to stop applauding. "Everyone knows that my elder brother Yang Bai has a heart smaller than a needle tip. After this incident, he must have hated Miss Lu and her husband even more. I suggest that my eldest brother Yang Bai be sent to Africa to enjoy wealth and prosperity forever, and never come back, so as to avoid bringing disaster to the family." The elders of the clan, led by Yang Wenming, all agreed, and soon bodyguards dragged Yang Bai away and sent him abroad. It would be extremely difficult for him to come back. Spring went and autumn came, and 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Qin Tian helped the pregnant Lu Ruashi to sit down in the garden. The two treasures looked at Qin Tian and the other man and ran over quickly. Dabeo held Lu Ruashi's hand affectionately and said, "Mom, go slower." Erbo also hugged Qin Tian's arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, I want to ride a horse." Qin Tian and the other man looked at the two delicate little darlings and gazed at each other with happiness on their faces. End of the book.